Waking up, I found myself trapped in a pitch-black underground cave, with nothing but a broken shovel and 5 chances to survive. While everyone else was struggling in despair, only I discovered that strange blue mycelium could sprout from the palm of my hand. It helps me scout paths, plunder resources, and even parasitize underground creatures, turning them into my puppets. While everyone else was still worrying about their next meal, I had already silently used these invisible threads, playing with the most powerful boss in the entire region like a puppet on strings. My name is Lin Xian, and when I woke up, I found myself trapped in a 4-square-meter earthen cave with only a torch and a rusty shovel by my side. Just as I was puzzled, a virtual panel suddenly popped up in front of me, telling me this was the dungeon world. Tens of thousands of people, including myself, are trapped here. We must dig through the earth to explore new underground chambers and search for the resources needed to survive. I rubbed my eyes, the message disappeared, but the dirt in my palm made me realize this wasn't a dream, it was all truly happening. Following the panel's instructions, I focused my mind and a transparent chat box appeared before my eyes. It was filled with all kinds of panic and complaints. Some wondered if it was the end of the world, others speculated about being abducted by aliens. But I chose to close the window and accept reality. Just as I was about to throw away the dirt in my hand, a blue light shimmered in my palm, and slender, hair-like blue mycelium began to flow out, seeping into the muddy ground. Immediately after, my personal panel appeared, revealing that I possessed a talent ability called Flesh and Blood Mycelium. This ability allows the mycelium to penetrate soil and walls, and even enter living organisms for spying, reconnaissance, control, and parasitism. A bold idea immediately sprang to my mind. If I could let the mycelium explore the 6 directions of the underground caverns first, I could know the situation inside in advance and avoid dangers. Choose the optimal route. I spread open my palm and released the mycelium onto the ground. They rapidly spread, covering the entire cavern and penetrating in 6 directions. Soon, the mycelium above sent feedback. There was a cavern rich in supplies, containing water and bread. I licked my cracked lips and touched my hollowed stomach. Even more miraculous was that when the mycelium burrowed into the water and bread, I actually felt a sense of fullness, and my body's hunger and thirst were satisfied. The mycelium on the left also transmitted information. A crudely made cloth garment lay in an empty cavern. I immediately had the mycelium envelop it, and the next second, the cloth garment appeared on my data panel. With a single thought, it materialized in my hand. Once I put it on, I immediately felt a wave of warmth. In the cavern to the right, the mycelium encountered a new creature, a meat rabbit grazing on grass. My heart leaped with joy. In the cavern, this was an absolute delicacy. I silently controlled the mycelium to coil around the meat rabbit. It couldn't see the mycelium's presence at all. As it struggled, the mycelium transformed into sharp blades, slicing through its throat. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for defeating the dungeon creature meat rabbit. Experience gained, 30. Backpack, Rabbit Meat 1, Rabbit Blood 1. My panel popped up with a notification, not only gaining experience points but also supplies. He also realized that killing creatures was a way to level up. Moreover, items obtained through mycelium exploration do not appear to count toward the daily limit of 5 underground cavern excavations. This means I can explore 5 times as many underground caverns in a day compared to others. I continued investigating other directions, but unfortunately, the caverns ahead and behind were completely empty. However, in the cavern below me, the fungal threads transmitted an astonishing discovery. It was a massive spider nest, covered in webs, housing 8 small cave spiders and 1 enormous. The dungeon spider king with a level as high as LV10. This is a boss-level dungeon creature. My heart sank. If I recklessly dig down, it would be like delivering myself to death. But I also noticed that this spider king seems to be guarding a large wooden chest, likely a treasure chest. I decided to take the risk, just to test the mycelium's combat capabilities. I controlled the mycelium to spread rapidly, covering the entire spider web. The little spiders were caught off guard, entangled by the mycelium and unable to move. Next, the mycelium burrowed into their bodies and began to parasitize them. Target, underground spider. Parasitic attachment successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate, 65%. I did it! Through the little spider's eyes, I can clearly see everything in the nest as if I had 8 cameras. I guided them closer to the Spider King, whose massive body radiated an intense aura of intimidation. The Spider King hissed a warning, but the little spiders I controlled paid no heed and continued forward. Finally, it could no longer restrain itself, lifting its forelimbs to impale 2 of the little spiders, letting out an angry screech. Yet the remaining 6 little spiders pressed on. To its horror, it discovered its legs were tightly entangled by mycelium, leaving it immobile. I sneered coldly. Even a dungeon boss couldn't break free from the mycelium's restraints. I immediately commanded the mycelium to invade the Spider King's body, beginning the parasitic process. Target, Cave Spider King. Parasitic success. Sensory synchronization initiated, synchronization rate. 10% parasitism was successful, but the synchronization rate is extremely low. I cannot fully control its body. However, with the interference from the parasitism and the coordinated attacks from the 6 small spiders, the Cave Spider King has fallen into chaos. It is frantically resisting while simultaneously attacking the smaller spiders. In the end, under the life-risking attacks of the little spiders, the Dungeon Spider King exhausted its strength and collapsed to the ground. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for successfully killing the Dungeon Spider King and Dungeon Spiders, earning 2,500 experience points. Congratulations to player Lin Xian. Level increased to LV4. My level instantly skyrocketed. At that moment, a full-screen pop-up suddenly appeared. Congratulations to participant Lin Xian from District 123 of the Eastern region for killing the dungeon boss and achieving the accomplishment, first boss kill. Reward obtained, permanent usage rights for this cave. Additional reward, 7 days worth of food and water. I looked at the panel and felt pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, a large amount of bread, sausages, eggs, and drinking water appeared out of thin air in the dungeon spider nest. These rewards are enough to keep me fed and clothed for the time being. I opened the chat channel and saw thousands of players shocked and worshipping my feat. Many people also started begging or proposing transactions. I smiled. It seems that in the underground world, I am already far ahead. People were still worrying about basic sustenance, while I, for the moment, had secured my safety. However, the all-frequency broadcast also made me a target of public criticism, inevitably drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. I ignored all this and picked up the rusty shovel, preparing to head down to the spider nest below. But then it occurred to me, I have mycelium, so why do the work myself? I released a large amount of blue mycelium, which wrapped around the shovel and began digging through the soil, one scoop at a time. Soon, the passage leading downward appeared before me. I crawled into the tunnel and leaped down. Chapter 4, Unlock the treasure chest. Water purifier blueprint. Before landing on the cavern floor below, the vast spiderweb served as Lin Xian's springboard. Lin Xian landed smoothly. Looking up, he saw that the newly excavated passage above had indeed been sealed off. As the rules had warned, once he entered the next cavern, there would be no turning back. On the data panel, Lin Xian's remaining number of dungeons to excavate today still showed 5. This meant the spider nest dungeon was not counted toward Lin Xian's excavation quota. From now on, he could freely visit this dungeon. This effectively gave him his own base of operations within the subterranean world. With the mycelium present, Lin Xian had no fear of losing the coordinates. Approaching the piles of food, Lin Xian raised his hand and stored them all into his spatial backpack. Immediately after, Lin Xian approached the corpses of the Spider King and the little cave spiders. What he saw with his own eyes differed from the scenes viewed through the cave spiderling's eyes or sensed by the mycelium. The spider corpses before him emitted a thick, foul stench, and the green bloodstains on the ground carried a nauseating odor. Decompose the subterranean creatures' corpses? Faced with the prompt, Lin Xian selected yes. Underground creatures successfully decomposed. Congratulations! Participant Lin Xian has obtained 9 souls, 9 spider meat, 9 spider silk. Souls? Lin Xian stared at the newly acquired soul in his items panel. Soul, the spirit left behind when a subterranean creature dies. Can be used in various ways. So it's the soul of a dead dungeon creature. Fitting name, that. Just doesn't say what exactly it can do. Lin Xian muttered under his breath, then recalled the meat rabbit he'd killed earlier. What a pity he missed out on collecting 1 soul. Lin Xian didn't dwell on the matter. After the Spider King's corpse was dismantled, the area before him became empty. The wooden crate that had been guarded by the Spider King all along now appeared before Lin Xian. It was a simple wooden crate about a meter long, devoid of any markings. However, the wooden box was locked. As Lin Xian approached, another prompt appeared. Unlock the wooden treasure chest? Limited to 3 unlocks per day. So opening treasure chests is limited? No wonder it's locked. Lin Xian muttered to himself before replying, open. Congratulations! Participant Lin Xian has obtained Water Orb X1, Gold Coins X2, Water Purifier Blueprint X1, Wooden Chest X1. Reminder, wooden treasure chests can be dismantled into lumber and stored in your inventory. Dismantle? Wooden chests can be decomposed into wood? Decompose it. Lin Xian made his decision without hesitation. Congratulations! Participant Lin Xian has obtained 5 wood. Lin Xian didn't care much about the wood. He chose to examine the blueprints for the water orb and water purifier. Water orb, an orb saturated with water elemental energy, an essential material for crafting certain items. Water purifier blueprint, unlocked to craft a water purifier. Water purifier, a basic water purifier capable of autonomously producing 5L of clean water daily. A self-sustaining water purifier? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. In the dungeon world, water was indeed an indispensable resource. Even though he had just obtained a 7-day supply of water, it didn't mean he wouldn't need water later. If he had a water purifier that could autonomously recycle and produce 5 liters of clean water daily, Lin Xian would be nothing short of a god in this subterranean realm. Unlocked. Lin Xian checked the data panel and mentally selected the manufacturing section. Lin Xian saw the water purifier listed within. Selecting water purifier, Lin Xian reviewed the materials required for its fabrication. Water purifier. Crafting materials, water gems 12, wood 52, iron ingots 02. Crafting the water purifier requires 2 water gems, wood, and iron ingots. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian. He opened the exchange. A series of trade listings appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. 3 pieces of wood for 500 milliliters of water. 5 scoops of soil for 1 loaf of bread. 8 stones can be exchanged for either water or bread. The vast majority of trade listings involved exchanging goods for food or water. Moreover, the materials offered by traders were mostly commonplace items in the underground world. Conversely, food and water are currently the scarcest commodities in the underground world. Therefore, though the exchange board displayed numerous trade listings, not a single successful transaction had been reported. After searching for a long time, Lin Xian finally found what he was looking for. Iron ingots. The person listing the iron had put up 5 pieces in total, and their request was for food or water, either would do. Note, anything edible or drinkable will do. When humanity was on the brink of death, having something to eat and drink to survive became more important than anything else. As for what exactly they ate or drank, that was no longer something they could afford to consider. You're the one. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to search further. He simply offered a piece of bread, along with a serving of rabbit blood. He traded for 5 iron ingots from the fellow. With the iron ingots secured, only a water gem remained. Then it hit him, someone had mentioned having gems in the chat window earlier and even sent him a private message. Lin Xian immediately opened the chat function. He navigated to the private messages tab. Tens of thousands of private messages flooded in all at once, leaving Lin Xian utterly bewildered. To prevent unnecessary disturbances to participants, only one private message could be sent per recipient until they replied. In other words, these tens of thousands of messages were all from different people. After briefly scanning a few messages, Lin Xian understood the reason. It turned out that after he completed a transaction on the exchange, he had left the first successful transaction record on the exchange. Now, everyone knew Lin Xian was willing to trade food for iron blocks. Though no one knew why Lin Xian wanted iron ingots, those holding them were frantically sending him private messages, begging to trade for food. Lin Xian shook his head and selected the private message search function, typing in the keyword gem. This time, only one private message appeared. He clicked to view it. The sender was named Xian Tao. He claimed to have a water gem and wanted to trade it with Lin Xian for 5 liters of clean water. 5 liters? Lin Xian's spatial backpack currently held about 14 liters of water. Plus, he was about to build a water purifier, so water wasn't an issue. But Lin Xian didn't want to grant Xian Tao's request. Once he set a precedent, these people would only grow more greedy with every subsequent transaction. Lin Xian replied, 1 liter of water. Soon, Xian Tao replied, haggling and begging for a long time. Lin Xian didn't change his mind either. In the end, Lin Xian traded a liter of water plus a portion of rabbit blood for a water gem. Chapter 5, Other Players? Dungeon Invaders. There were 2 main reasons for including the rabbit blood as a bonus for Xian Tao. First, Lin Xian had access to clean water, he didn't need to drink rabbit blood. Second, transactions on the exchange left records. Lin Xian wanted potential future traders to know, while he had the materials, whether he chose to give them away depended entirely on his mood. With all materials gathered, it was time to craft the water purifier. Lin Xian opened the crafting menu and selected water purifier. Crafting water purifier. Crafting water purifier, deducting materials, water gem X2, wood X2, iron ingot X2. Water purifier crafted successfully. Suddenly, a compact water purifier materialized before Lin Xian's eyes. About the size of a standard water dispenser, it contained a built-in 5L bottle. Activating the purifier requires materials. Lin Xian checked the materials. Activating the purifier requires 1 soul. Consuming 1 soul allows the purifier to operate for 24 hours, producing 5 liters of water. After reading the water purifier's instructions, Lin Xian finally understood the purpose of souls. Wow, so souls are actually used as materials? Lin Xian gazed at the 9 dry souls. After injecting 1 soul into the purifier, it began to operate. Water droplets steadily filled the inner tank inside. The pace wasn't particularly fast, but according to the manual, after 24 hours, it should accumulate 5 liters of clean water. With this water purifier, at least drinking water wouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian stroked his chin and murmured. In a dungeon survival scenario, water sources were undoubtedly the most crucial resource. Solving the drinking water problem meant solving half the trouble. Just as Lin Xian prepared to control the mycelium and continue surveying the surrounding cavern, suddenly, the earthen wall to his right rumbled and bulged outward, as if someone had been digging. Lin Xian frowned, his hands dropping as a thick, viscous stream of mycelium dripped from his fingertips. The mycelium spread across the entire spider nest cavern. They advanced toward the bulging earthen wall before him. Suddenly, a cracking sound split the earthen wall open, forming a large hole. Two figures emerged from the hole. One was a muscle-bound fitness instructor, the other a portly mountaineer. Spotting people in the underground chamber, they immediately chuckled. "What a coincidence, young man. Never expected you'd beaten us to this place. So, any good loot in here?" The hiker, a middle-aged man with a greasy appearance and an overly familiar demeanor. As he spoke, his eyes fixed intently on the water purifier Lin Xian had just crafted. The fitness trainer flexed his muscular arms, as if showing off his physique. His gaze, too, was fixed on the water purifier beside Lin Xian, his throat making a gulp sound as if he were swallowing dry. "No, you're welcome to help yourselves." Lin Xian gestured for them to leave. "No way. Little brother, we're both in the same dungeon world, even the same district. You don't need to be so cautious with us. We should help each other out. See, me and this big guy, Devouring, we met in the dungeon 2 levels up. We hit it off right away. Look, we're even teaming up to dig this dungeon together." The muscle-bound man called Big Zhuang nodded in response to the mountaineer, yet his gaze never wavered. He stared intently at the water purifier as if it were a mountain of gold. "Yeah, buddy, wanna join our team? I've got the strength, Chen Chang's got the experience, add you to the mix, and the three of us will be unstoppable." Dashwang picked up where Chen Chang the climber left off. "No thanks. I prefer to go solo." Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, shook his head, and decisively declined their invitation. Chen Chang and Dashwang immediately grew impatient at his words. "Young man, you'd better think this through. Surviving alone in the underground world is incredibly tough." As he spoke, Chen Chang began advancing toward Lin Xian, his eyes fixed firmly on the water purifier beside him. Dashwang followed closely behind, his neck cracking as he lifted his white sock leg. Their attitude made it clear, if Lin Xian refused to team up, they would resort to force. Lin Xian seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Unflinching, his eyes flashed a warning, "You'd better not take another step forward. This underground lair is my territory. If you don't leave immediately, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Ha! You're going to be ruthless?" Chen Chang laughed loudly. "There are 2 of us, and you're alone. I suggest you know when to quit. Leave the water sources behind and get yourself out of this cavern. Otherwise..." Dashwang, standing nearby, drew a cheap dagger and flicked it through the air. "In the underground world," he said, "there's no law against killing." The moment negotiations collapsed, both men revealed their despicable true colors. "Oh? Is that so?" Lin Xian turned his back and walked deeper into the spider's lair. There was a rock over there. Upon reaching it, Lin Xian slowly sat down, crossing his legs. Facing the 2 men directly, he smiled. "Those were your words." Dashwang froze, then glanced at Chen Chang, who also looked utterly bewildered. "Ahem. We did say it. So what? You refused the wine we offered, so don't blame us for robbing and killing." Chen Chang and Dashwang both revealed humanity's most primitive, vicious expressions. Their attitude screamed, "Kill Lin Xian, seize the water purifier, and take over this underground lair." Lin Xian snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the fungal mycelium spreading throughout the cave seemed to lock onto its targets, crawling toward the 2 men in unison. Chen Chang and Dashwang scanned their surroundings, satisfied no one else was present. "You little punk," Chen Chang sneered, "looks like a human but acts like a dog. Pretty good at playing cool, huh?" This cavern was large, but only about a dozen square meters. Every corner was exposed, there was simply nowhere to hide. "Just you alone, trying to bluff us? Ridiculous. Don't even think about resisting us." Chen Chang, cut the chatter. "I've been parched for ages. We're splitting this water." Dashwang raised his hand, about to grab the water filter's inner tank, that 5L bottle, when he suddenly realized his body had gone completely stiff. "Dashwang, what are you doing? Just get the water. What are you posing for? We're all grown men here, stop showing off your stinking muscles." Chen Chang was speechless. He bent down to get the water, only to find himself frozen too. "Chen Chang, I can't move." Dashwang managed to speak with difficulty, pleading for Chen Chang's help. Chen Chang was in the same predicament, his bulky old waist bent over as he stood frozen in place. What on earth was going on? Both men were baffled. The water source was right before their eyes, yet they couldn't possibly get to it. This agonizing sensation of seeing water yet being unable to drink it tormented the 2 parched survivors in the underground cavern. Meanwhile, Lin Xian gazed at the dense network of mycelium binding the 2 men, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He'd never actually experimented on a living person before. Chapter 6, Devouring Flesh. Mycelium Evolution. What experiment? Chen Chang and Dashwang were both completely baffled. Dashwang squirmed uncomfortably. "Chen Chang, do you feel itchy all over? Like countless tiny bugs crawling on me?" "Damn right. It's killing me. Hey! What the hell did you do to us?" At that moment, Chen Chang grew impatient. Their bodies were bound, unable to move, while the sensation of countless tiny insects crawling over them caused unbearable itching. "What the hell is restraining me?" Dashwang struggled desperately, trying to move. But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't break free from the mycelium's binding control. The mycelium continued to exert its force. From Lin Xian's perspective, both men's bodies had turned blue. Blue mycelium had completely covered their entire bodies. The next moment, the mycelium began burrowing into their skin through their pores. Ah, it hurts! Chen Chang and Dazhuang screamed in unison. Their eyes were bloodshot, their expressions twisted into grotesque grimaces, and saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. With a hiss, the muscle burst open. The mycelium continued to spread, starting from flesh and blood, then to the spine, then to the nerves. Once the nerves were overrun, both bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. I feel so awful. My body feels like it's about to burst open. Big brother. I'm sorry. I'll do anything for you. Let me go. I'll leave immediately. I'm sorry. Chen Chang and Dazhuang wailed in agony, their bodies shaking violently as they begged Lin Xian for mercy. However, Lin Xian smiled with an air of ease. Too late. I gave you a chance. With that, Lin Xian snapped his fingers again. In an instant, the fungal mycelium invaded their brains. As their consciousness gradually weakened under the control of the central nervous system, their features shifted from fierce to dull until their bodies twisted in agony before they met a violent, gruesome end. Fresh flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Note, the fresher the flesh, the more abundant the energy, the better the consumption effect. Lin Xian froze in surprise. He hadn't expected the mycelium could actually devour flesh. The two burly men before him, once infected by the mycelium, became its imminent meal. The mycelium began devouring their flesh with ferocious hunger. Starting from their brain matter, then moving to their organs. Saliva dripped uncontrollably from their mouths as their skin split open, blood pouring freely. The mycelium continued to devour their flesh. For a long time, Chen Chang and Dazhuang were reduced to nothing but hollow shells and broken remains. Every ounce of flesh within them had become nourishment for the fungal threads. Enhancement successful. Flesh-devouring mycelium core level upgraded to LV2010 evolution points. Abilities: observation, reconnaissance, control, parasitism, restoration. Core resilience slightly enhanced. Mycelium activity slightly enhanced. Energy conversion efficiency slightly increased. New trait unlocked: basic repair consumes energy to slowly heal host's minor injuries. I didn't expect the mycelium's upgrades to be separate from mine. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. He had just reached LV4 and hadn't yet checked the flesh mycelium's abilities. Unexpectedly, after devouring the flesh of two individuals, the mycelium had upgraded on its own. It actually possessed its own dedicated upgrade system. Lin Xian immediately sensed the changes in the upgraded mycelium. Though it had only advanced one level, the enhancement was substantial. Core toughness increased, meaning the mycelium itself was harder to destroy. Enhanced activity meant both its growth rate and reaction speed accelerated. Enhanced energy conversion efficiency meant consuming the same amount of flesh would yield more energy, or rather, more evolution points. Most crucially, it unlocked a new trait: basic repair. The ability to self-repair my damage. Lin Xian's eyes widened, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. This was practically a god-tier skill. In the dungeon world, injuries were inevitable. Compounded by the lack of proper medical care, even minor injuries could become life-threatening. With the self-healing ability granted by the mycelium, Lin Xian now possessed a significant survival advantage. Evolution points. Lin Xian also noticed the evolution points required for the mycelium's evolution. Evolution points. Mycelium evolution requires evolution points. These points are obtained through consumption. Ingesting large quantities of flesh and blood yields evolution points. So that's how it evolves. Outside the dungeon, this wouldn't be difficult. He could simply purchase large quantities of fresh meat for the mycelium to consume. In a place like the underground, where food is scarce, obtaining meat. Lin Xian glanced at the two shriveled human skins before him and chuckled. Not too hard, actually. Just kill someone. As Dazhuang said, the underground world has no law against killing. Anyone who crossed Lin Xian would be eliminated, no need to coddle them. Come to think of it, I never expected my private underground lair could be invaded by others. But that's not so bad either. Let the intruders become food for the mycelium. With that, Lin Xian released a massive wave of mycelium, weaving its intricate patterns throughout the entire spider nest cavern. Thus, any participant breaching the walls would be instantly detected by the mycelium. The mycelium would relay the detected information back to Lin Xian, who could then remotely control it to kill. Lin Xian walked over to the two shriveled human skins and picked up the inferior dagger. Low-quality dagger can be used to cut things, but it's difficult to inflict fatal wounds on living creatures. What a bluff! Lin Xian shook his head and chuckled. He then rummaged through their pockets, finding them empty. Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium to crumple the two human skins into balls and toss them into the corner. If warmth was needed later, they could serve as fuel. Human skin fuel, not bad at all. Lin Xian chuckled to himself before beginning to reflect on the lessons learned from this killing spree. The fungal invasion was silent and stealthy, they never sensed it coming. Secondly, when the mycelium killed participants, Lin Xian gained no experience points. Moreover, the participants didn't drop souls upon death. After his analysis, Lin Xian extended the mycelium further, spreading it in all 4 directions. Above was the direction he had come from, requiring no further exploration. The cavern to the right was the direction those two had just arrived from, likely holding nothing of interest. The areas requiring exploration were the front, back, and lower left quadrants. Soon, the mycelium began relaying information from the 4 directions. The front and rear caverns were both empty. The lower cavern contained ore, while the left cavern seemed to hold yellow sand? Something seemed to be moving through the yellow sand. Based on Lin Xian's assessment, it should be a cavern creature. Cavern creatures, huh? Lin Xian immediately decided to head for the left cavern. Right now, the most important thing was to gain more experience points by defeating the cave creatures and level up. Chapter 7, Slay the Sand Iron Python. Defense boost. Lin Xian decided to dig toward the left-hand cavern first. As for the ore in the lower caverns, he could always return later to harvest them. After all, ore doesn't have legs, it won't run away. Besides, the coordinates were directly beneath his private spider lair cavern, there was no risk of misplacing them. Lin Xian walked over to the operational water purifier, touched it, and stowed it away into his spatial backpack. The spatial backpack was enormous, roughly 100 square meters, about the size of a 3-bedroom apartment, capable of holding an immense amount of items. Next, Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium again, gripping the rusty shovel to begin digging. The upgraded mycelium coiled around the shovel, significantly increasing both the speed and force of the digging. In just 10 shovelfuls, a large passageway was carved through the earthen wall on the left. Yellow sand from the opposite cave drifted through this passageway, scattering into the spider lair's underground chamber. Lin Xian gazed at the opening and chuckled, "We're through." Lin Xian crawled through the opening, following the yellow sand to reach the new underground chamber, the yellow sand cavern. The sand was fierce. A powerful gust within the cavern whipped the grains against Lin Xian's face with a soft patter. It blurred his vision, making everything appear hazy. At that moment, a rumbling, bulging mass surged rapidly through the yellow sands. As soon as he approached Lin Xian, the thing inside darted out. SSSH. A giant toothed python lunged at Lin Xian. "Oomph. You're asking for it." Lin Xian snorted coldly, flicking his wrists. Countless fungal filaments instantly coiled around the colossal serpent. The serpent's head, just emerging from the yellow sand, instantly became immobilized. With a thud, it crashed back into the sand. A set of data appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. Sand Iron Python. Level, LV5. Ability, Sand Iron Skin, hardened skin, increased defense. Description, a python dwelling in sandy terrain. Its skin is as hard as black iron, and it possesses massive fangs. It moves swiftly through sandy areas and excels at ambushes. Weakness, the 7-inch spot. Strike the snake at its weakest point, that's the way to go. Lin Xian immediately directed the mycelium to spread toward the Sand Iron Python's vulnerable spot. Blue fungal threads covered the Sand Iron Python's head. The Sand Iron Python flicked its tongue, struggling relentlessly in the sand. Its tail, buried in the sand, rose high before slamming down with force. Pow! A cloud of sand erupted as the Sand Iron Python thrashed violently. Yet it could not break free from the mycelium's grip. Oomph! Even a level 10 dungeon spider king couldn't break free from the mycelium. You, a mere level 5 Sand Iron Python, think you can escape? Lin Xian let out a cold laugh before immediately activating the mycelium's second ability. Parasite. Target, Sand Iron Python. Parasitism initiated, establishing neural connection 101010. Parasitism failed. Ha! Lin Xian hadn't expected fungal mycelium to ever fail at parasitism. Gazing at the Sand Iron Python before him, Lin Xian realized the problem. The Sand Iron Python's Sand Iron Skin ability made its hide exceptionally hard. Mycelium could penetrate almost anything, but the iron-hard scales slowed its infiltration to a crawl. SSSS. The Sand Iron Python flicked its tongue, as if flaunting its defenses. Lin Xian remained unflinching, his voice cold as he sneered, "You think that's all you've got? Sand Iron Python, don't forget you can't move an inch." With that, Lin Xian drew the inferior dagger. A cheap dagger was barely good for slicing fruit, certainly incapable of piercing the Sand Iron Python's iron-hard scales. But the Sand Iron Python had more than just its vital spot as a weakness. Lin Xian hurled the cheap dagger at the Sand Iron Python. As it neared the python's head, it was caught by the blue fungal filaments clinging to its skull. The flesh-like filaments coiled around the cheap dagger and violently thrust it into the Sand Iron Python's yellow, hook-shaped eye. SSSH. The Sand Iron Python immediately roared in agony. Its body began to writhe and thrash with increasing intensity. Yet it could not break free from the mycelium's grip. The mycelium pulled out the cheap dagger and plunged it into the Sand Iron Python's other eye. The eyeball, now covered in blue mycelium, spurted crimson blood. As the sand iron python opened its massive jaws, baring its fangs in a howl, a vast amount of blue mycelium seized the opportunity to burrow into the sand iron python's body. Upon reaching the vital point, the sand iron python's heart, the mycelium enveloped the sand iron python's heart. The beating heart gradually slowed under the permeation of flesh and mycelium. The sand iron python felt suffocated. Its eyes, already pierced, remained tightly shut as it wildly whipped its tail, attempting to crush Lin Xian with a single strike. But before its tail could reach Lin Xian, with a hiss, the sand iron python's heart exploded within its body. The fungal mycelium sliced through, cutting the sand iron python's heart into several pieces. The excess mycelium invaded the sand iron python's nervous system. Controlling its nerves meant gaining complete control over the sand iron python's body. The raised head and tail of the sand iron python simultaneously crashed to the ground. It collapsed onto the yellow sand, its breath gone. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for defeating the dungeon creature sand iron python. Experience points 800. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for leveling up to LV5. After defeating the sand iron python, Lin Xian glanced at his data panel. Underground survival panel. Name Lin Xian. Level LV5 491. Innate ability Flesh Mycelium. Items Rusty iron shovel, roughly made cloth garment, inferior dagger. Dungeons explored 1. Leveled up. Having explored only the first dungeon, Lin Xian's level had already reached 5. Even with hundreds of thousands of participants, few could match Lin Xian's leveling speed. Lin Xian trudged through the yellow sand, gradually closing in on the sand iron python. The mycelium remained within the sand iron python's body, not yet emerging. Lin Xian could sense the mycelium actively weaving through the sand iron python's flesh. Fresh flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Note, the fresher the flesh, the more abundant the energy, the better the consumption effect. The mycelium began feeding. Even though they had just consumed 2 corpses, it did nothing to dampen the flesh fungus's appetite. Before long, the sand iron python before him was completely devoured by the mycelium, leaving behind nothing but an empty snakeskin. Feeding complete. Evolution points gained 2. Evolution points required for upgrade 210. Flesh mycelium devours sand iron python, gaining defense enhancement. Defense enhanced, the mycelium's resilience has increased. Simultaneously, the host's defenses have grown stronger. Ha! Lin Xian stared at the notification on his data panel, his eyes lighting up. He hadn't expected that the mycelium devouring the sand iron python would even enhance his own defenses. So does this mean that by consuming the meat of dungeon creatures with attached abilities in the dungeon world, I can gain enhancements? This was quite unexpected for Lin Xian, a pleasant surprise. But considering the flip side, if other participants consumed the meat of such dungeon creatures, wouldn't they also enhance their own attributes and strengthen themselves? If so, then the other players would also grow increasingly powerful. No, I must accelerate the pace of excavating the dungeon. Chapter 8 Dungeon Eggs, New Treasure Chests, and Blueprints. Lin Xian didn't want others to catch up to his progress. As the saying goes, the first tier gets the meat, the second tier gets the soup, the third tier gnaws on bones, and the fourth tier doesn't even get bones. In the dungeon world, strength reigns supreme. Only 8 more evolution points needed to upgrade the mycelium again. I must search for more dungeon creatures. With that said, Lin Xian directed the mycelium to spread out in 5 directions, up, down, left, right, and forward across the yellow sand dungeon. The rear direction was the dungeon he had come from, the spider nest dungeon, which required no further investigation. Simultaneously, Lin Xian walked back to the dried snakeskin. Compared to human skin, snakeskin naturally had more uses. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, for obtaining 1 soul, 1 snakeskin, and 4 snake teeth. Mycelium swiftly spread throughout the 5 surrounding caverns. The first cave to catch his eye was the one above, where 2 meat rabbits were grazing on grass, just like the one Lin Xian had killed with his mycelium earlier. These 2 meat rabbits were nearly identical in size. A food cave? Taken. Without hesitation, Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium to strangle both rabbits. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, for defeating the dungeon creature meat rabbit. Experience points 60. Backpack Rabbit Meat x6, Rabbit Blood x6. Each meat rabbit could be broken down into 3 portions of rabbit meat and 3 portions of rabbit blood. Each portion of rabbit meat weighs approximately 1 kilogram, while rabbit blood yields 500 milliliters. 2 meat rabbits yielded roughly 12 gene of rabbit meat and 3 liters of rabbit blood. More than enough for Lin Xian to feast on for several meals. The other 4 underground caverns were respectively the stone cavern, the timber cavern, and the swamp cavern. The primary materials obtainable from these 3 caves are stone, wood, and soil. Lin Xian didn't need these items. Even if he did, he could simply have the black slaves other players gather them for him. Why waste his own time and exploration attempts on tasks that could be handled with a couple of loaves of bread? The 4th cavern, the one directly ahead, held something that surprised Lin Xian. Inside was an egg? Its earth yellow shell was inlaid with orange, red, and black stripes. The entire egg was roughly the size of an American football. An egg? Could it be the egg of a dungeon creature? With that thought, Lin Xian decided to head toward the cavern ahead. After all, the other caverns in different directions held nothing worthwhile. With the Mycelium wielding a shovel to dig, Lin Xian arrived at the new cavern. This cavern wasn't large, only 2 or 3 square meters, but the egg inside was quite eye-catching. Underground egg, an egg laid by an underground creature. The incubator drips their blood onto the egg to immediately hatch it, granting you a loyal companion. Incubate? An actual subterranean creature's egg? Lin Xian rested his chin in his hand, pondering for a moment before deciding against hatching it for now. Hatching this little creature would indeed give him a pet to keep him company. But this was survival in the dungeon. His current food supply barely covered his daily needs, and any leftover meat had to be shared with the Mycelium. Lin Xian currently had no surplus food to spare for raising a subterranean pet. He could keep the egg for now and hatch it later when his food supply was more abundant. After making his decision, Lin Xian stowed the dungeon egg into his space backpack. At least it was the size of a football. If push came to shove, it could serve as a backup hidden food source. Time to continue exploring. Lin Xian released his Mycelium again, probing the underground caverns in 5 directions, up, down, left, right, and straight ahead. The left cavern contained what could be called debris, though it resembled a landfill more than anything, with nothing worth taking. Lin Xian promptly withdrew the Mycelium from this chamber to avoid contaminating it. The right-hand chamber contained a small amount of water and bread, just like the initial food supplies Lin Xian had encountered when first exploring the caverns. Take it. Lin Xian manipulated the Mycelium to roll up the water and bread. No one ever complains about having too much food. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, water 1, bread 1. One portion of water was roughly 500 milliliters, and one portion of bread weighed about 250 grams. Enough to fill an adult's stomach. Continuing to explore the cavern ahead, the previous chamber proved disappointing. Only a few cockroaches remained. This particular cavern was filled with an overpowering stench. Lin Xian promptly withdrew the Mycelium, unwilling to pollute his own nose. In the upper cavern, a green vial of potion lay abandoned. The Mycelium coiled around it and stored it within the spatial backpack. Elixir, a standard elixir vial containing green liquid. Capable of healing most minor ailments, including colds, flu, wound infections, and mild viral infections. This appeared to be the most basic of potions. Lin Xian made his assessment. With his Mycelium's healing capabilities, he had no use for such a potion. Still, he stowed it away for now, planning to trade it later at the exchange. When the Mycelium from the underground cavern below transmitted a message, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. A copper treasure chest. Lin Xian hadn't expected to find a copper treasure chest in the underground caverns below. After all, he had just opened a large wooden chest, and the water purifier blueprint inside had instantly solved his water supply problem. If this copper treasure chest yielded more valuable items, Lin Xian would gain a significant edge over the other contestants. Mycelium, dig downward. Lin Xian guided the Mycelium, gripping his shovel as he dug downward. In truth, Lin Xian could have remotely controlled the Mycelium to open the treasure chest. But he had already explored the underground chambers in the other 4 directions, taking whatever valuable items he could find. There was no need to linger in this chamber any longer. After 10 shovelfuls of earth, a passageway leading to the lower cavern appeared. Lin Xian crawled through it, arriving at the 3rd excavated underground chamber. This chamber was quite large, nearly 10 square meters, yet it contained only 2 torches for light and a copper box about 20 centimeters long. It was locked. Compared to the large wooden chest in the spider's lair, this bronze box was several sizes smaller. Lin Xian approached the copper chest. A prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. Open the copper treasure chest? Remaining chest openings for today, 2. Open. Lin Xian didn't hesitate, selecting to open the chest directly. Congratulations, player Lin Xian. You have obtained Barbecue Grill Blueprint X1. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Fine Dagger X1. Congratulations. Player Lin Xian has obtained 1 copper treasure chest. Would you like to dismantle the chest for materials? Yes. Copper chest successfully decomposed. Congratulations on obtaining Wood X2, Copper X1. A fine dagger and a barbecue grill blueprint? Not bad. Lin Xian gazed at the food in his space backpack. He couldn't just feed it all to the Mycelium and gain satiety that way, could he? Even in the dungeon world, one must savor the pleasure of good food. With a grill, he could roast a rabbit leg. Chapter 9, Crafting the Grill Rack. The Star Wish Holy Grail. Learn. Lin Xian selected the barbecue grill blueprint to study. Once learned, such blueprints would be engraved into Lin Xian's manufacturing section. Simultaneously, the blueprint would vanish immediately. Just like the water purifier blueprint before. Items engraved into the manufacturing tab could be produced indefinitely as long as the required materials were available. Therefore, theoretically, if Lin Xian possessed enough water gems, he could craft over a dozen water purifiers, each producing more than 50 liters of water daily. Barbecue grill. Crafting materials, fire gem 01, iron ingot 34, iron wires 02. Does crafting a barbecue grill require fire gems, iron ingots, and iron wire? Upon seeing the required materials, Lin Xian immediately opened the exchange. Wooden stool for water, any amount will do. I'm dying of thirst. Electric fan for food, any kind will do. Any kind-hearted soul? Cover of Teenage Impurities, 1 copy, brand new. Trade for food. Lin Xian felt utterly speechless after seeing the numerous listings in the exchange. Seriously, people would trade anything? However, this also indirectly confirmed that in the underground world, food and water always held the top priority. As long as you have food and water, you can trade for anything. This time, Lin Xian didn't go looking for what he wanted. Instead, he proactively posted a trade offer on the exchange. Seller, Lin Xian. Item for trade, 100 milliliters water. Wanted in exchange, iron ingots x10. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 100 milliliters water. Seeking, iron wire x10. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 1L water. Seeking, fire gem. When Lin Xian posted these 3 trade listings, within seconds, the first 2 offers were snatched up by friends who'd been single long enough. But the remaining fire gem order remained completely unresponsive. What was going on? Did no one have any fire gems? Curious, Lin Xian opened the chat messages. Holy crap! Isn't this Lin Xian, the guy who took down the dungeon boss? He's actually initiating a water source trade? As expected, big shots have abundant supplies. Does anyone have any wire or wire mesh? Can I borrow some? Lend my ass. I have wire and mesh, but I still didn't get it. Those 2 brats were way too fast. How long have you been single? God of Lin, I still have wire and mesh here. Do you want it? AD. No, 50 milliliters of water is fine too. Hey upstairs, don't you dare mess with the market rates. How are we supposed to trade for water later? First, congrats to those 2 jerks. Second, what's a fire gem? Someone explain this nonsense. 1 fire gem for a liter of water? That's crazy expensive. I could stretch my water for 3 days. The entire channel's bullet chat is flooded with questions about fire gems. But it seems everyone knows next to nothing about these gems. Lin Xian sighed and exited the chat interface. At that moment, Lin Xian suddenly noticed several messages flashing in his private chat window. He tapped one to read. Lin Xian, what's so great about gems? Can you check out my photo first? I'm way more dazzling than any gem, you know. Seeing this message, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What a flirt. He tapped open the second message. Lin God, I found a magic cup. I swear I haven't used it yet. Can I trade you 5 liters of water for it? Lin Xian was speechless. Why are all my private messages like this? Just as Lin Xian was about to exit the messages, he spotted one related to gems. I have a fire gem. Can we talk? Fire gems. Seeing those 3 words, Lin Xian felt a flicker of excitement before quickly regaining his composure. He typed, if you have fire gems, why not just trade them directly with me? His fire gem listing was still active on the exchange. The other party replied promptly, thank you for your response, Lord Lin. If it's convenient, could I learn about the uses of fire gems? Like everyone else in the chat channel, this person clearly didn't know the fire gem's purpose either. Lin Xian gave a faint smile. Was this an attempt to extract information from him? He simply replied, no comment. After a few seconds of hesitation, the other side replied, Lin Xian, I just wanted to be friends with you. After sending this message, the fire gem trade order in the exchange window displayed trade successful. Clearly, the order had been placed by the person on the other end of the private chat window. Gazing at the sparkling fire gem in his space backpack, Lin Xian chuckled, all materials gathered. Time to craft that barbecue grill. In the perilous world of the underground caverns, having food and drink was already an incredible feat for ordinary people. That Lin Xian could get to eat grilled meat first? He was practically 1,000 times more fortunate than most. Before closing the private chat, Lin Xian sent one last message. Happy trading. Lord Lin, please wait. ? Lin Xian slowly tapped out a question mark. Soon, the other side replied, Lord Lin, I have a holy grail here. I wonder if you might need it. What? Lin Xian frowned at the mention of the magical cup someone had brought up earlier, nearly blocking the person on the other end of the transaction. Another message arrived. Lord Lin, this holy grail is peculiar, but my intuition tells me it should be extremely useful. If you need it, I'll give it to you. After sending this message, a transaction notification popped up. Seller, Chu Yincheng. Trade item, Star Wish Holy Grail. Wanted in exchange, none. Star Wish Holy Grail. Lin Xian chose to view the item's details. Star Wish Holy Grail, a holy grail that requires collecting 8 different types of star wishes to activate. The description of this item was extremely simple. So simple that Lin Xian had no idea what the Star Wish Holy Grail was actually used for. But just as the seller, Chu Yansheng, had said, Lin Xian also sensed it must be something incredibly useful. The only catch was that the conditions for using it were rather demanding. Lin Xian replied, "Name your price. I don't like owing people favors. After all, free things are the most expensive. No need. I'm not sure of this item's value, and I don't see myself using it in the dungeon world. Consider it a gift. If you ever need to trade again, give me priority." With that, she signed off. Lin Xian frowned, inwardly marveling at how clever she was. Of course, Lin Xian didn't hesitate to accept the Star Wish Holy Grail item. The Star Wish requires 8 elements. Lin Xian muttered to himself. He didn't know what a Star Wish was, but he figured he'd find one eventually. First, let's make a grill. For dinner, Lin Xian wanted grilled meat. In the crafting menu, Lin Xian selected the barbecue grill and clicked craft. Crafting barbecue grill. Deducting materials, 1 fire gem, 4 iron ingots, 2 iron wire. Barbecue grill crafted successfully. Chapter 10, Collecting Souls, Plant Caverns. Lin Xian gazed at the grill before him. The grill's usage instructions appeared on the data panel. Activating the grill requires 1 soul. Consuming 1 soul allows the grill to cook meat for 3 hours without fire, charcoal, or smoke. Who would have thought using the grill required souls? Originally, Lin Xian had assumed it would require items like charcoal, wood, or flint. Seems he'd overthought it. But at the same time, it made Lin Xian realize something. In the underground world, souls were no less vital than food or water. On the contrary, creating water sources and cooked food both required souls. Listing souls on the exchange would make other players aware of their existence. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian decided to list soul-related items anyway. Sooner or later, players would slay dungeon creatures and loot souls. Then everyone would know that killing dungeon creatures could yield souls. This meant souls weren't some secret that couldn't be shared. By revealing it early, he was merely letting them know about the soul's existence ahead of time. Additionally, he should trade for more water gems. With sufficient water gems, he could produce a greater quantity of water purifiers. This creates a closed-loop system. Use a small amount of water to trade for water gems and build water purifiers. Then use a small amount of water to trade for the fuel souls needed for the purifiers. This allows us to produce large quantities of drinking water. As an intermediary, Lin Xian could secure a steady supply of drinking water. Indeed, in the underground world, water sources were the key to wealth. Lin Xian immediately listed several orders. Seller, Lin Xian. Item for trade, 100 milliliters water. Wanted in exchange, 1 soul. Quantity, 100 listings. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 1L water. Seeking, water gem. Quantity, 10 orders. When Lin Xian listed these 110 trade orders on the exchange, the chat channel erupted once more. Holy crap! Lin God is distributing water relief again. Too bad I don't have any soul. What even is soul? No way. You idiots, give me 10 seconds to explain what souls are, or I'm going to cause a scene. Souls sound so scary just from the name, aren't they some kind of evil thing? Xian, you've already stolen my soul. Can you give me some water? I'll do anything for you. While the chat channel buzzed with discussion, Lin Xian's water for souls exchange list got snatched up, 8 orders gone in an instant. 8 orders, that means at least 8 people have already slain dungeon creatures. Just as I expected. Lin Xian smiled faintly. After waiting another 10 minutes or so, 12 orders for soul essence were placed, while the water gems remained untouched. Seems the gems are still scarce enough. Never mind. I'll keep digging for now, I still have 2 more chances left. Though Lin Xian had explored 21 underground caverns, he had actually only dug into them 3 times. Mycelium spread. Lin Xian released dense blue mycelium from both palms, allowing it to spread throughout the entire cavern. Immediately afterward, they permeated the caverns in all 5 directions: front, back, left, right, and below. The first to relay information was the cave ahead. The cavern directly ahead was a botanical chamber. The plants within were a jarring mix of red and green. Eerily, these plants seemed to possess a living vitality, their stems swaying faintly within the cavern. As the stems twisted back, Lin Xian glimpsed a horrifying sight through the fungal threads. Above the plant stems, a terrifying, gaping maw opened like torn saw teeth suspended in midair, slightly parted, revealing crimson buds within. Upon witnessing this sight, Lin Xian gasped, a carnivorous plant? A plant with such features could only be a carnivorous plant, couldn't it? Even more bizarrely, within the buds, a single eye stared back. Staring back. Just as Lin Xian had sensed, these plants were alive. Information about these carnivorous plants, transmitted through the mycelium, appeared on the data panel. Carnivorous plant colony. Level, LV4. Ability, secretes venom. Description: carnivorous plants appear harmless to humans and animals. However, when any creature approaches, they open their large mouths to swallow prey whole into their cavities. They secrete venom to poison their victims, then decompose and consume them. Weaknesses: roots, eyes. They're actually living plants. Underground plants. Lin Xian never imagined that even plants were alive in the subterranean world. Especially subterranean plants like the carnivorous flower colonies. If one were careless enough to dig a tunnel down from the overground caverns above this underground realm, wouldn't you fall straight into the mouths of the carnivorous plant colonies and become their meal? The thought was truly terrifying. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. However, since they were subterranean creatures, this group of carnivorous plants could also serve as nutrients for upgrading himself and his mycelium. Their weak points are the roots and eyes. Lin Xian instantly devised two strategies to eliminate the carnivorous flower group. Either uproot them entirely, or sever them along the roots. No, there was a third option: devour them. Though consumption wasn't within the mycelium's capabilities. But considering the mycelium could devour flesh and blood, it should be able to consume plants as well. First, parasitize. Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium, spreading it over the carnivorous plants lying in wait. Green and red, a somewhat incongruous plant den was completely overrun by invisible blue mycelium. The mycelium burrowed through the intercellular spaces of the carnivorous plants. From roots, stems, and leaves, all the way to the central nervous system of the carnivorous plant colony. These carnivorous plants seemed to possess stronger sensory abilities than typical cavern creatures. They began violently thrashing their roots, stems, and leaves, desperately trying to shake off the itching sensation. Their large mouths opened and closed repeatedly in protest. When the mouths of two carnivorous plants accidentally collided, they flew into a rage. They began tearing at each other. The once tranquil plant cavern instantly descended into a bloodbath. Lin Xian, the instigator of it all, stood calmly in the adjacent cave, watching the spectacle unfold. The two carnivorous plants fought with extraordinary ferocity, colliding with other carnivorous plants and triggering a chain reaction. Even carnivorous plants growing in the same cave seemed to harbor deep-seated animosity toward one another. At this moment, the conflicts among the carnivorous plants were fully ignited. A great battle erupted within the plant cavern. Lin Xian casually guided the mycelium, threading it through the gaping, jagged maw of the carnivorous plant. Until the mycelium reached the eyes on the carnivorous plant's bud. The blue mycelium, like writhing needles, pierced the carnivorous plant's eyeball. Squeak! A chilling hiss erupted from the adjacent cavern. The shriek came from the cave plant. The attack on its weak point left the carnivorous flower group severely weakened. Seizing this opening, the mycelium launched a massive invasion. Parasitize. Chapter 11, Upgrade. Reinforced mycelium. Venom capabilities. Target, carnivorous plant colony. Parasitism initiated, establishing neural connection 103070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 80%. 80%! This was the highest synchronization rate Lin Xian had achieved since beginning the parasitic process. Indeed, enhancing my own level proved to be the most effective way to increase the synchronization rate. A thread of Lin Xian's consciousness synchronized with the carnivorous plant. The carnivorous plant struggled relentlessly, attempting to resist Lin Xian's consciousness. Oomph! A mere plant dares challenge my claim to this body? How presumptuous! Lin Xian forcibly seized control of the carnivorous plant's roots, stems, and leaves, expelling its consciousness from the central nervous system. At that moment, blue mycelium began to stir, spreading evenly throughout every part of the carnivorous plant. Lin Xian commanded the mycelium to begin devouring. Fresh plant flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Tip: devouring fresh plant meat is packed with nutrients and energy, delivering exceptional consumption effects. SSS. The mycelium began to feast heartily, devouring the carnivorous plant colonies within the underground cavern. The stems of the carnivorous plants swayed faintly, as if in a final, stubborn defiance. Yet ultimately, under Lin Xian's parasitic influence, they were completely devoured by the mycelium. Congratulations! Player has defeated 8 carnivorous plants. Experience gained, 4,800. Congratulations to player Lin Xian, leveled up to LV7. As levels increased, the experience required for each subsequent level up grew significantly. Killing these 8 carnivorous plants only granted Lin Xian 2 levels. Lin Xian checked his stats panel. Dungeon Survival Panel. Name, Lin Xian. Level, LV7912. Innate ability, Flesh Mycelium. Items, Rusty Shovel, Rough Spun Cloth Robe, Inferior Dagger, Fine Dagger, Star Wish Holy Grail. Dungeons explored, 4. At the same time, Lin Xian glanced again at the mycelium information on the interface. Flesh Mycelium devoured 8 carnivorous plants, gaining 8 evolution points. Enhancement successful. Flesh Mycelium core level upgraded to LV3020 evolution points. Abilities: Observation, Reconnaissance, Control, Parasitism, Repair, Venom new. Core resilience slightly enhanced. Mycelium activity slightly enhanced. Slightly increased energy conversion efficiency. Mycelium persistence duration increased. Unlocked new trait, Venom. Increased mycelium persistence duration. Mycelium can survive for 3 days outside a host. Venom. Mycelium attacks become venom-infused, poisoning targets and paralyzing their nerves for at least 3 seconds. Lin Xian witnessed the upgraded and enhanced flesh and blood mycelium's newly acquired abilities. His pupils dilated as he froze in place. Holy! This new venom ability is seriously overpowered. Lin Xian never imagined that after devouring the carnivorous plant, the flesh mycelium would inherit the carnivorous plant's ability, venom. Moreover, the mycelium's venom not only poisoned enemies but also paralyzed their nerves for at least 3 seconds. This meant that from now on, the mycelium's success rate in infiltrating enemy nerves for parasitic takeover would skyrocket. The mycelium's attacks unfolded invisibly to begin with. Combined with this paralysis ability, it could now assassinate enemies without a trace. 3 seconds. It seems brief, but on the battlefield, where the situation can change in an instant, even a single second is enough to alter the course of the fight. The venom ability represents a tremendous enhancement for the mycelium. At the same time, this upgrade also deepened Lin Xian's understanding of the flesh-eating mycelium's capabilities. Consumption carries a small chance of acquiring the abilities of the devoured creature. For instance, when devouring the carnivorous plant this time, the flesh mycelium directly inherited and amplified its venom. Whereas when it had previously slain that sand iron python, it had only gained a portion of the python's abilities, thereby enhancing the mycelium's toughness. Perhaps it was related to the quantity consumed? Lin Xian speculated silently. This time, 8 creatures were consumed, last time, only 1. It could be possible. He'd have to find more cavern creatures to verify it later. Lin Xian gazed at the earthen wall of the neighboring underground lair, feeling a pang of regret. 8 souls wasted like that. He checked the other caves first to see if they held anything worthwhile. If not, he'd head to the plant cave next door to collect souls. Soon, signals began streaming in from the fungal networks in the other 4 directions. Inside the left side cave were several small gray rats. These little gray rats weren't large, measuring about 2 to 3 centimeters in length, with very little meat on their bodies. Compared to the cave meat rabbits Lin Xian had captured before, these little gray rats weren't even worth eating. Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium to parasitize one of the gray rats. Parasitizing the little gray rat was incredibly simple. Such low-intelligence creatures didn't even know how to resist. Lin Xian succeeded effortlessly, achieving a synchronization rate of 100%. Now transformed into a gray rat, Lin Xian chattered in rat speak to his 6 gray rat companions beside him. Fellow rats, the world is cold and unforgiving. Survival is no easy feat. The other rats stared blankly at the parasitized one, utterly confused. Look around, little ones. In this underground world, even finding food is a struggle. We must constantly guard against other creatures ambushing us, lest we become their meal. Truly, life as a mouse is no picnic. How about this? I'll help you out, free you from the pain of living. Hearing this, the 6 little gray rats raised 3 question marks in unison. Squeak? Oh? You were thinking the same thing? That's perfect. Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium, wrapping all 7 gray mice, the 6 before him plus the one he controlled tightly in its coils. Amidst the grateful squeaks of the little gray mice, with a snap, he helped them collectively embrace each other and ascend to heaven, escaping the suffering of the mouse world. Congratulations! Player Lin Xian has killed a gray mouse. Experience gained, 70. 7 small gray rat meat. 7 portions of gray mouse meat, combined, weighed less than half a pound. But even a mosquito's leg is still meat, after all. Moreover, those with a discerning palate could even detect a hint of duck neck flavor in the little gray rats. Lin Xian stowed them in his spatial backpack, planning to trade them when he had a chance. He then inspected the other caverns. The right-hand cavern contained mostly decaying rusted iron scraps not worth his time. He retrieved the mycelium from this chamber outright, preventing it from being tainted by rust. Behind him, the cavern unexpectedly concealed a treasure chest? Another treasure chest. Lin Xian felt a surge of delight. He hadn't expected the treasure drop rate in the cavern world to be this high. Of course, this was under the condition that Lin Xian could explore and view 5 dungeons at once. However, this treasure chest didn't seem so easy to obtain. The cavern behind him was quite large, spanning over 10 square meters. Inside, a ravenous-looking jackal stood guard beside the treasure chest. It was like a hunter waiting for rabbits to come to the tree stump. Chapter 12, The Cunning Jackal? I've never actually eaten jackal meat. Lin Xian pinched his nose, as if catching the scent of roasted meat. Currently, Lin Xian had only 3 types of meat at his disposal. First, rabbit meat. Second, spider meat. Third, the freshly obtained gray rat meat. Unless he was willing to eat spider meat or that duck neck flavored rat meat, his grilled meat plan for the evening boiled down to just rabbit. If he could take down this jackal, maybe he could even make a wolf meat hot pot? Lin Xian secretly added an extra course to his meal in his mind. He'd take a look at the situation in the underground cavern below first. Currently, Lin Xian had only 1 remaining excavation attempt for the underground cavern. This decision determined where he would spend the night. Both the plant cavern and the jackal den are decent enough, but if there's a better cave out there, Lin Xian wouldn't mind taking out the jackals from a distance, grabbing the treasure chest and then heading to a nicer place to spend the night. The information relayed from the lower caverns mentioned a small puddle? For other players, this cave is nothing short of a lifesaver. Like an oasis in the desert. Even if this small puddle wasn't very large and the water inside was somewhat murky. But when you're on the brink of life and death, who would care about that? Accepted. Lin Xian guided the mycelium to drink its fill. Of course. The mycelium's water intake wasn't directly absorbed into Lin Xian's body. Just as the flesh-eating mycelium devouring meat didn't directly give Lin Xian a feeling of fullness. The mycelium consumed food and water through 3 distinct modes. First, the mycelium consumes and feeds the nutrients back to Lin Xian, giving him a feeling of fullness. 2. The mycelium consumes and absorbs the nutrients itself, enhancing its own capabilities. 3. The mycelium consumes resources but essentially transports them, similar to how it helped Lin Xian obtain rabbit meat and grey rat meat, transferring them directly into his spatial backpack. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, you have obtained 4 L of ordinary water. This 4 liters of water is not clean and requires filtering and heating before consumption. But as a tradable item, Lin Xian believed other players would scramble to snap it up. Alright, time to hunt jackals. Lin Xian pulled the fine dagger from his pocket. He controlled the mycelium, gripped the shovel tightly, and began digging a tunnel toward the rear cavern. This time, it took only 8 shovelfuls to break through the earthen wall. On the other side of the earthen wall, in the pitch-black cavern, the jackal guarding the treasure chest had exceptionally keen hearing. It pricked up its ears, then turned its head toward the opening where light was streaming in. Its foul-smelling mouth opened wide, a trail of viscous saliva dripping from its jaws. The jackal's stomach growled a few times, as if it hadn't eaten in ages. It rose from the treasure chest and crept stealthily toward the cave entrance. It intended to pounce on any food emerging from the opening the instant it appeared, snatching it to turn it into real sustenance. All of this was clearly observed by Lin Xian on the opposite side of the cave. You're quite the impatient one, aren't you, jackal? Lin Xian chuckled. He wouldn't risk crawling through the hole himself, only other players would attempt such a dangerous maneuver. Lin Xian retrieved 5 iron ingots from his spatial backpack, wrapping them in mycelium. Placing the iron bars at the entrance, Lin Xian grinned as he used the mycelium to push the 5 pieces toward the other side of the passage. The iron blocks moved through the passageway, mimicking the crawl of a human body. The jackal at the other end of the hole heard the commotion and drooled a foul-smelling saliva from its mouth. The moment the light appeared before the jackal's eyes, it lunged forward with a fierce bite. Crunch! The sound of teeth shattering made Lin Xian, witnessing the scene, burst into laughter. Ha! Jackal, are you that impatient? Between underground chambers, no matter how thick the earthen walls were, sound insulation was remarkably effective. But once the wall was breached, that insulation vanished completely. The jackal on the other side heard Lin Xian's voice crystal clear. Arg! The jackal let out a howl of pain and fury. The cunning jackal never imagined that the human on the other side of the earthen wall could be even more cunning than it. How despicable! Clutching its broken teeth and dripping blood, the jackal lay sprawled at the cave entrance, howling. Its head had already squeezed through the opening, crawling recklessly inside the burrow, determined to break through and devour Lin Xian. Watching the jackal draw nearer, Lin Xian showed not a trace of worry, appearing instead remarkably calm and composed. Until the very instant the jackal's head emerged from the hole. The jackal realized its body was completely immobilized. Target, jackal. Parasite initiated, establishing neural connection 103070. Parasite success. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 60%. The jackal, which had been so arrogant moments ago, suddenly became docile. As the venom-laced mycelium burrowed into its body, it immediately felt the venom's potency, along with the venom's 3-second paralysis effect. Now, Lin Xian gripped his fine dagger and swung it fiercely toward the jackal's neck. With a sharp crack, fresh blood spurted from the wolf's artery. Lin Xian drove the dagger deep into the jackal's neck and continued slicing downward. Seconds later, the jackal's head clattered to the ground. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, for defeating the dungeon jackal. Experience points, 320. Dismantle the jackal? Deconstruct. Jackal successfully decomposed. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining 10 jackal meat, 3 jackal blood, 4 jackal fangs, 1 jackal hide, and 1 jackal tail. As the jackal vanished before his eyes, Lin Xian's space backpack filled with a wealth of ingredients and materials. Who would have thought a jackal was such a treasure trove? Just 1 jackal yielded this much food and materials? Lin Xian smiled faintly. Looks like he'd be feasting tonight. Next, Lin Xian crawled through the cave entrance tunnel into the underground lair the jackal had come from. The entrance passage closed. This signaled that until tomorrow arrived, no matter what happened, Lin Xian would remain trapped within this underground chamber. Lin Xian hung the torch in the pitch-black cavern, lighting it up. Just as his fungal threads had detected earlier, the chamber measured over 10 square meters, quite suitable for Lin Xian to spend the night. There was also a treasure chest sitting right on the ground. Lin Xian approached to take a closer look. It was a copper treasure chest, identical to the one Lin Xian had opened before. Numerous claw marks and bite marks covered its surface, likely left by the jackal as it had relentlessly gnawed at the chest in its attempt to open it. Could even the wolf's fangs not pierce through the bronze chest? Lin Xian stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. It seemed the only way to open the chest was for players to use their daily attempts. Fortunately, each player's chest opening attempts reset 3 times daily. Currently, Lin Xian had exactly 1 opening attempt remaining. Open the bronze treasure chest? Remaining attempts, 1. Open. Chapter 13, Rice Grain Seeds. Trading Blueprints. Open. Congratulations. Player Lin Xian has obtained 1 earth gem. Congratulations. Player Lin Xian has obtained 1 rice seed pack. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining 1 copper treasure chest. Would you like to dismantle the chest for materials? Yes. Copper chest successfully decomposed. Congratulations on obtaining wood 2, copper 1. After dismantling the copper treasure chest, Lin Xian focused his attention on the newly acquired items in his space backpack. Earth gemstones, like the water gemstones Lin Xian had obtained previously, were both materials. Rice seed. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. When it comes to the food Lin Xian misses most since arriving in the underground world, it's definitely not grilled meat or hot pot, it's rice. Who among the Huaxia people doesn't love rice? No matter how delicious the dishes, even grilled meat or hot pot, they simply aren't satisfying without a bowl of rice to complement them. Rice grain seeds. Lin Xian examined the information on the rice seed. Rice seed must be planted in a cultivation box to sprout and grow into plump, full-bodied rice plants. Planting box? This was a term Lin Xian had never heard before, but he roughly understood it must be some kind of item. After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Xian opened the exchange. To his surprise, the order for 100 souls had already been cleared by 62. This meant at least 62 dungeon creatures had already been slain by other players. It seemed they too knew that killing dungeon creatures yielded souls. Many had already begun hunting them. Lin Xian analyzed casually. Without access to weapons yet, the creatures they were killing were likely weaker ones. But the fact that they could kill these creatures clearly indicated that many participants had received specialized training. For example, special forces soldiers, outdoor exploration enthusiasts, adventurers. Ha! 2 orders for water gems placed? Lin Xian felt a surge of joy. 2 water gems meant he could craft another water purifier. As for other materials like wood and iron ingots, Lin Xian didn't even need to exchange them at the exchange, he had enough left on him. Crafting water purifier. Crafting water purifier, deducting materials, 2 water gems, 2 wood, 2 iron ingots. Water purifier crafted successfully. Before Lin Xian's eyes appeared a water purifier identical to the previous one. It displayed a prompt, insert soul. After Lin Xian placed a soul inside, the purifier consumed it and began operating. Water began dripping into the inner tank. With 2 purifiers, my daily water production would reach 10 liters. In the underground world, food including meat could be obtained by hunting subterranean creatures. But water? You can't keep drinking the blood of underground creatures forever. Besides, the blood of some dungeon creatures is undrinkable. Take the blood of underground spiders or sand iron pythons, few could stomach drinking that. Before others acquired water purifiers, Lin Xian's access to water made him virtually unbeatable. List in order on the exchange. Lin Xian immediately posted a new listing. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 1L non-purified water for 300 milliliters purified water. Seeking in exchange, planting box blueprint. Note, non-purified water is pond water. Must be filtered and boiled before consumption. The moment Lin Xian posted this offer, the chat channel exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Lin God has posted a new listing. A liter of water. A whole liter. Who has a planting box? Lend me one, quick. What's a planting box? For growing plants? Goddamn Lin Xian, he's already chilling and growing plants while I'm freaking out about dinner tonight. Holy crap, I have a flower pot. Would a flower pot work, God tier Lin? Woof. Most of the chat was filled with worship for Lin Xian. A smaller portion is asking what a planting box is. Seems like most people haven't dug up items like rice grain seeds yet, so they don't realize how important the planting box is. Lin Xian closed the chat channel and switched to private chat. He noticed Chu Yansheng, who had previously traded with him, had sent him a private message. He clicked to view it. Chu Yansheng, Lin God, do you have any healing potions? If so, I have a blueprint I'd like to trade with you. Blueprint? Lin Xian hadn't expected Chu Yansheng to possess a blueprint. He immediately replied, if it's a standard potion, I do have 1 bottle. It can heal most minor injuries, including infected wounds. Seconds after sending the message, Chu Yansheng replied. Chu Yansheng, really? That's fantastic. Lord Lin, I know this request might be a bit much after all. In the dungeon world, medicine is even scarcer than food. But my sister is injured. If you're willing to trade me the healing potion, I can offer one blueprint in exchange. Consider it a favor owed to you. Seeing Chu Yancheng's message, Lin Xian smiled faintly. For others, potions were indeed precious commodities. But for Lin Xian, potions were utterly unnecessary. His mycelium possessed regenerative abilities, allowing him to heal quickly even if injured. Still, the chance to earn a blueprint plus Chu Yancheng's favor? Why wouldn't Lin Xian take it? Lin Xian, your sister? You have teammates in the underground caverns? Chu Yancheng, yeah, it was quite a coincidence. I ran into my sister while digging my 4th underground lair. Chu Yancheng paused before replying, his words clearly hinting at something more. Lin Xian could tell this sister wasn't Chu Yancheng's biological sibling, but there was clearly some special connection between them. He didn't bother asking and simply initiated a trade request. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, potion. Exchange, blueprint. After Lin Xian sent the trade request to Chu Yancheng, Chu Yancheng accepted the trade without hesitation. From Lin Xian's spatial backpack, the potion vanished, replaced by a blueprint. Lin Xian examined the blueprint. Great Cleaver Crafting Blueprint, unlocked to craft the Great Cleaver. Great Swift Blade? Lin Xian stared at the blueprint, his eyes flickering with a hint of delight. Chu Yancheng really went all out. What a generous gift. In the underground world, humanity was essentially stuck in the Stone Age. Even if they obtained weapons, they were merely ordinary daggers or similar tools. Possessing a great cleaver would mean leaping straight into the cold weapon era, instantly gaining a version advantage over everyone else. With that thought, Lin Xian sent Chu Yancheng another private message, initiating a new order. Seller, Lin Xian. Items for trade, 1L purified water, 1 portion of rabbit meat, 2 portions of bread. Payment, none. Notes, thank you. Chapter 14, The Planting Box, New Seeds? District 021, Eastern Zone, a certain waste dungeon. Cough. Sis, did you trade that blueprint to Lin Xian? A twin ponytailed lowly lay on a discarded sofa, coughing incessantly. Shushu, drink this vial of potion quickly. The infection you've contracted should be curable. A woman in a tactical suit, her long, pale legs exposed, handed the potion just traded from Lin Xian to the twin ponytailed girl called Shushu. Shushu took the potion. Through the dungeon panel, she could access information about it. But, sis, this blueprint is crucial. If we had the big cleaver, exploring the dungeon would be so much easier. Even if we ran into those dungeon creatures, we could take them down much faster. Besides, if we sold it, this blueprint could get us a ton of food. Shushu didn't drink the potion, instead voicing her indignation on Chu Yancheng's behalf. This blueprint cost Chu Yancheng tremendous effort to obtain. Shushu, Lin Xian has already helped us immensely. Without the water he traded us earlier, we might not have survived this loan. While the blueprint is important, what about your infection without this potion? Staying alive matters more than anything. No sooner had Chu Yancheng finished speaking than he saw a private message from Lin Xian. Shushu, Lin Xian. What's wrong with him? Shushu lifted her head, gazing at Chu Yancheng's face still exquisitely beautiful even when smudged with soot. Lin Xian has initiated another trade with me. Chu Yancheng's beautiful eyes flickered as she smiled. Lin Xian is offering us 1 liter of water, 1 portion of rabbit meat, and 2 loaves of bread all free of charge. Upon hearing this, Shushu unscrewed the cap and downed the medicine in one gulp. Coughing twice, she said with embarrassment, Lin Xian is a good person. I was being narrow-minded. District 123, East Zone. After delivering food and water to Chu Yancheng, Lin Xian finally opened the blueprint and selected Unlock. Great Cleaver. Crafting materials, Gold Gem 02, Iron Ingot 57. Description, an exceptionally sharp long blade. Even dungeon creatures with formidable defense fear the sword chi emanating from its edge. Does crafting the Great Cleaver require gold gems? This presented Lin Xian with a bit of a dilemma. Materials like wood and iron ingots are relatively easy to obtain. Just list them on the exchange and they'll sell instantly. But items like gems? Those were a whole different story. Nevertheless, Lin Xian still listed it on the exchange first. Seller, Lin Xian. Items for trade, 1 L of purified water, 1 meat item. Seeking trade, gold gem. Quantity, 2 orders. After listing the gold gem orders, Lin Xian checked the planting box listings again, still no takers. At that moment, in the private chat window, Lin Xian noticed someone had sent him a private message. The keyword was blueprint. Lin Xian clicked on the person's profile picture. Robert, Great Emperor Lin Xian, I saw your trade offer the planting box or its blueprint. As luck would have it, I just opened a treasure chest while mining, and inside was the exact blueprint for the planting box. But I don't want to trade water. Could we trade food instead? Since only one message could be sent before a reply, this international friend named Robert crafted his message quite lengthy. Lin Xian replied, sure. For equivalent value in food, it should be half a pound of meat. Since you're an international friend, I can give you a bit more, around 400 grams. The moment Lin Xian's message was sent, Robert replied almost instantly. Robert, oh my god, the big shot actually replied to me. This is such an honor. Robert, 400 grams of meat. I'm so grateful, Emperor Lin Xian. I shouldn't have haggled with you, but if it's possible, Emperor Lin Xian, could you also bestow upon me 500 milliliters of water? You know, we Britons aren't used to eating raw food. Seeing Robert's message, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Can't handle raw food? Are Bear Grylls and David Beckham fake Brits then? Sounds like pure fussiness to me. After waiting a few minutes, Lin Xian replied, 400 grams of meat. No haggling. After sending the message, Lin Xian added, if you have any other valuable items, I might trade you some water in exchange. Robert, got it. Emperor Lin Xian, actually, in that treasure chest I opened, there were some seeds. I think it said shining flower seeds on the label. I have no idea what kind of flower it is or what it's used for, but if you need it, I can trade it to you. Flash flower? Just from the name, Lin Xian had no idea what it was. But, since he'd soon have a planting box, getting more seeds wouldn't hurt. Lin Xian, 100 milliliters purified water or 1L regular water, which do you want? Robert, 1L. I'll take the 1L water. Lin Xian immediately listed two orders, 400 grams of meat and 1L of water, exchanging them for Robert's planting box blueprint and glowflower seeds. East District 1010. In a muddy, pitted underground chamber. Robert stared at the 7 little gray rats that suddenly appeared before him, startled enough to leap 3 meters backward. Of course. 3 meters wasn't Robert's jumping limit, it was the cave's limit. Damn it! Lin Xian. You actually gave me dead rat meat? And what about the plain water we agreed on? Why is it muddy? I'm filing a complaint. I'm going to complain about you on the entire channel. East District 123. Achoo! Lin Xian sneezed, rubbing his nose. Catching a cold? Nah, probably not. Then someone must be thinking of me. It must be someone I helped, feeling all teary-eyed with gratitude. Lin Xian pulled out the blueprint for the planting box and selected Unlock. Planting box. Crafting materials, earth gems 12, wood 32, copper 22, iron 72, copper or iron box is acceptable. Description, place seeds inside and consume soil to cultivate without soil. Matures in 24 hours for harvest. More gems. Lin Xian frowned, finally understanding. In the underground world, gems held immense importance. No matter what you're crafting, gems are always needed. With that thought, Lin Xian placed 2 more orders on the exchange. Seller, Lin Xian. Items for trade, 1L of purified water, 1 portion of meat. Seeking, earth gem. Quantity, 3 orders. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 1L purified water and 1 meat product. Seeking, any gem. Quantity, 10 units. Though Lin Xian didn't know what other gem attributes existed beyond water, gold, and earth gems. But collecting them now couldn't hurt. He figured that once he obtained new blueprints, gems of other attributes would also come in handy. Gathering them early, before others realized the gem's importance, meant exploiting the information gap to stockpile a pile of gems. This effectively meant he'd be one version ahead of everyone else. Chapter 15, Sizzling Grilled Meat. Before long, someone placed an order for an earth gem. After obtaining his second earth gem, he opened Manufacturing, selected Planting Box. First, build a planting box. Adhering to the principle of abundant materials, Lin Xian chose to craft a copper planting box. Crafting planting box. Deducting materials, earth gem X2, wood X2, copper X2. Copper planting box crafted successfully. A copper planting box appeared before Lin Xian. Approximately 1 meter long, 50 centimeters wide, and around 30 centimeters tall. It contained no soil, as described in the planting box introduction. It was designed for hydroponic cultivation. An insertion slot was located on the planter's outer shell. Similar to inserting coins into a coin-operated machine, this slot was for inserting souls. It seems every single device requires souls to activate. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Like gems, souls are the second most essential resource in the underground world. Lin Xian took out the rice seed packet and poured all the seeds into the planting box, then inserted a soul. The planting box immediately began its operation. The rice seeds scattered inside the planting box began sprouting, their tiny shoots poking through the surface. Soon, tiny plants filled the entire planting box. Lin Xian gazed at the planting box, which displayed cultivated plant, rice. Maturity time, 24 hours. 24 hours? By this time tomorrow, I'll be able to eat hot, steaming rice. Lin Xian felt a surge of anticipation. In the harsh environment of the underground caverns, being able to eat hot rice would surely make players across the entire channel green with envy, right? At that thought, Lin Xian couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Let them stew in their envy just this once today. With that, Lin Xian retrieved the grill from his space backpack. The grill unfolded, revealing a slot for inserting a soul. No charcoal was needed, simply inserting a soul activated the grill, enabling 3 hours of fireless, charcoal-free, smoke-free grilling. Should he start with the grilled rabbit legs or the wolf meat? Lin Xian pondered for a moment before chuckling, only children make choices. I'll have it all. A portion of rabbit meat and a portion of wolf meat appeared on the grill. 10 minutes later, the wolf meat sizzled, dripping fat into the grill and releasing an irresistible aroma. The rabbit meat was leaner, with little fat, but after grilling, it was incredibly tender. Lin Xian tasted a bite of rabbit and a bite of wolf, yet felt something was missing. Right seasoning. Lin Xian didn't have any seasoning. He opened the exchange and listed a water source. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 250 milliliters purified water, 1L regular water. Wanted in exchange, seasonings. Details, any kind of seasoning works, the more, the better. After posting the trade request, Lin Xian opened the chat channel. To his surprise, someone was actually complaining about him? This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. You Chinese people are beyond the pale. You even eat little gray mice. Hey, you foreigner upstairs, what nonsense are you spouting? Who ate little gray mice? I was clearly just gnawing on tree bark. Stop making stuff up. Lin Xian. Lin Xian actually traded me 7 little gray rats. Plus a bottle of murky water, tricking me out of my blueprints and seeds. This is outrageous. I'm filing a complaint. So it was Lin Xian? Well, no problem then. All I can say is, Lin Xian, well done. Honestly, aren't you just being stupid, you foreigner? Didn't even check properly during the trade. Besides, those little gray rats are all in your hands now. Who's the one eating little gray rats? You've got no shame. After seeing the accuser's post, Lin Xian knew exactly who this person was. So it's that Brit Robert? This guy I kindly gave him so much meat and water, and not only is he ungrateful, he actually accuses me? Seriously, just like the bullet comments said, he's got no shame. Lin Xian couldn't help but spit in disgust. Fortunately, the public's eyes were sharp as ever, and they unanimously sided with him. At that moment, Lin Xian suddenly spotted another comment. Hey, ignore this foreigner. Look, Lin God has released another water source to save us. Seasoning? Where on earth do you even find that? Seriously, am I the only one wondering what Lin Xian is eating? I'm barely scraping by, and he's already eating food that needs seasoning? Damn, comparing yourself to others is so frustrating. I'm starving to death. Dug 5 caves and found no food. Any big shots out there willing to help me out? Hee hee, just finished roasted crickets. So delicious. Holy crap. The guy above actually started eating meat? Jealous. Reading everyone's posts, Lin Xian frowned. Who knew you guys were living such miserable lives? To give you something to look forward to, I'll share some good news. Before this, Lin Xian had never posted in the World Chat channel. First edit, just finished some delicious roasted rabbit legs and wolf meat. Stay positive, everyone, things will only get better. Click send. Lin Xian immediately closed the chat window. He happily continued munching on the rabbit meat. What he didn't know was that for the next 10 minutes, the chat window was in a state of collapse. After finishing the rabbit meat, Lin Xian suddenly noticed someone had placed an order on his trade list. Seriously? Why didn't you trade sooner? I've already finished the rabbit leg. Lin Xian muttered under his breath, then turned his gaze back to the wolf meat still sizzling on the grill. Garlic bird, at least the wolf meat has some flavor. Lin Xian checked the traded item, it was actually a packet of salt? Salt? Fine. Lin Xian hadn't specified what seasoning he wanted, any seasoning would do. The most unadorned meat often only needs the most primitive cooking method and the simplest seasoning to become delicious. Lin Xian sprinkled salt over the sizzling wolf meat. He flipped it over and grilled it for a full half hour. He took a bite and began gnawing on the wolf meat. The wolf meat was firm and chewy, with a rich flavor that was fatty yet not greasy. Having devoured an entire wolf leg, Lin Xian still felt unsatisfied, the lingering flavor leaving him craving more. Grilled meat was definitely better than bread and ham. After eating his fill, Lin Xian opened the exchange once more. His soul points had risen to 74. But the gems? Not a single one moved. Were gems really that hard to come by? Or was it that everyone was holding on to theirs and unwilling to trade? Lin Xian scratched his head. Based on his current rate of acquiring 2 gems per day, gems weren't as hard to come by as he'd imagined. Then, there was only one possibility. These people would rather starve or dehydrate to death clutching their gems than trade with me? After pondering, Lin Xian decided to step up his efforts. Seller, Lin Xian. Items for trade, 300 milliliters purified water, 300 g grilled meat. Seeking, any gem. Quantity, 10 orders. Description, grilled wolf meat is incredibly fragrant. Chapter 16, Golden Gemstone, Dungeon Exploration Squad? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Is Lin Xian back again? He can eat his own grilled meat, but he has to list it to tempt me? Ugh, I'm crying from hunger. What exactly are these gems?
Could someone please pull one out and let me see? If only I had a gemstone.
I'm seriously craving that sizzling, juicy grilled meat.
Don't trust Lin Xian, he's definitely eating grilled rat meat. He's deceiving you all. Fork off, you foreigner upstairs. Chat channel, chatting away until it all falls apart. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to care.
But the private chat window still received messages.
Lin Xian scanned up and down, spotting a gem-related message.
Wu Yu, Lin God, I have a golden gemstone.
Can we chat? A golden gem?
Lin Xian did need golden gems. 2 of them, along with an iron ingot, would be enough to craft a large broadsword.
So it wasn't that these people didn't have gems, they were deliberately avoiding trading with me? A smirk touched Lin Xian's lips. He roughly understood their reasoning. After all,
across the entire exchange, most were begging for food, water, and similar essentials.
Only Lin Xian was actively offering food and water to trade for items with other players.
Beyond common goods like lumber and iron ingots, Lin Xian also traded materials like souls and gems. At least several dozen players now knew how to obtain souls. Upon learning that souls could be obtained simply by slaying dungeon creatures, these players were naturally willing to trade their souls.
Gems, however, are different. Gems can only be obtained from treasure chests. Unlike Lin Xian, they didn't have the ability to explore other dungeons. These people can only explore 5 dungeons a day, bar none.
Under these circumstances, finding a single treasure chest and obtaining a gem was already incredibly fortunate. As the top player in the dungeon world, revered by players across all channels, whatever Lin Xian desired was automatically considered valuable in their eyes, even if they had no idea what the gem was for. Still, they didn't want to hand it over to Lin Xian for free. Even if they held a gem, they wouldn't directly trade with Lin Xian, fearing they'd get ripped off. Thus, they all opted for private chat. What a cautious bunch. Lin Xian scratched his head in reply to the player named Wu Yu. Lin Xian, 1 gold gem for either 1 L of purified water or 300 milliliters of purified water plus 300 g of grilled meat. Your choice. Just 5 seconds after Lin Xian sent his message, Wu Yu replied. Wu Yu, Mr. Lin, thank you for finally seeing my message and replying. Once 2 players exchanged messages, they were automatically marked as friends, bypassing the rule that strangers could only send 1 private message.
Wu Yu, Mr. Lin, may I ask you some questions about the dungeon world?
Lin Xian never imagined this player named Wu Yu would ask about that.
Frowning, Lin Xian replied, no.
The other party clearly froze upon seeing Lin Xian's reply, taking a long time to respond.
After about a minute, Wu Yu sent another message. Wu Yu, Lin Xian, then may I ask about the uses of golden gems? From what I've seen on the global channel, you're the only one actively collecting them. In truth,
Lin Xian wasn't the only one posting gem collection requests. But all the other players had posted their listings after Lin Xian had already done so. Their sole purpose was to obtain gems and then trade them with Lin Xian for water. Of course, their trade items were mostly junk, dirty clothes, rocks, wood, that sort of thing. Naturally, no one was interested.
Want to know the purpose of gold gems? Ha! Lin Xian shook his head.
He hadn't replied to Wu Yu's message.
Wu Yu must have realized Lin Xian didn't want to answer.
Therefore, she settled for the next best thing and sent another message. Wu Yu, Lin Xian, I know intelligence is precious.
I'm willing to trade gold gems for it.
I don't want food or water, I just want information about the dungeon world.
No food or water? Lin Xian frowned.
This was an unusual request.
After all,
the vast majority of players traded with Lin Xian for food and water. Wu Yu was the first person who didn't need food or water. Lin Xian, like you, I'm a survivor who only arrived in the dungeon today.
I know no more about this world than you do. After Lin Xian finished his message, Wu Yu instantly replied, but you don't look like a newcomer at all?
After sending that message, Wu Yu seemed to sense something amiss and added another. Wu Yu, Lin God, I mean no offense.
I just wanted to ask, would you be interested in joining us? Lin Xian, join you?
Wu Yu, yes. An hour ago, I teamed up with 3 other cavern survivors to form an online group. Our goal is to explore this cavern world faster. Lin Xian, since you've managed to gather so much food and water, you must have explored more thoroughly than us. If possible, we'd love for you to join our cavern exploration squad. We'd even recommend you as our leader. This time, it was Lin Xian who was dumbfounded. He genuinely hadn't expected that just 1 day after arriving in the underground world, an exploration team had already been formed. Sure enough, wherever there are people, organizations are never far behind.
Lin Xian, no thanks. I'm not interested in joining any organizations.
But since you're an established group, your intelligence gathering capabilities probably aren't worse than mine. In the future, if either I or you uncover any information about the underground world, we can exchange intelligence.
Lin Xian had no desire to join any organization. With the mycelium at his disposal, he could easily go it alone. However, he had no intention of antagonizing this newly formed group. If they truly managed to uncover some extraordinary intelligence, Lin Xian would be willing to trade at an equal price. Wu Yu, very well. My thanks in advance, Lord Lin. This golden gem shall serve as our token of introduction. With that, Wu Yu presented the golden gemstone to Lin Xian as a gift through a transaction. Ha!
Lin Xian stared at the extra golden gem in his space backpack, his eyebrows twitching slightly.
He couldn't help but find it a bit absurd.
Just like when Xu Yanqing had gifted him the Star Wish Holy Grail without charge.
This woman named Wu Yu had also given him the golden gemstone without asking for anything in return. Seems like they're all pretty smart women.
In the underground world, connecting with Lin Xian was never a losing proposition for them. They were all well aware of this fact. Well, since they've already given it to me, there's no reason to refuse. After accepting the gold gems, Lin Xian flipped through his private messages, finding nothing worth reading. Closing the chat window, Lin Xian rested in place for half an hour.
Finally, someone placed an order for Lin Xian's services. The second gold gem was secured. Chapter 17, The Great Blade. A deal with the Sakura girl. Lin Xian retrieved 2 crystal-clear golden gems. Similar in material to water gems, the gold gems had a silvery sheen. As for why they were called gold gems instead of silver gems, Lin Xian had no idea. Both gold gems were now in his possession. Lin Xian opened the crafting menu, selected the unlocked Great Cleaver, and prepared to craft. Crafting Great Cleaver. Deducting materials, 2 gold gems, 5 iron ingots. Great Cleaver crafted successfully. A black long sword materialized before Lin Xian's eyes. The blade measured about 1 meter in length, with a hilt spanning 20 centimeters. It was wrapped in patterned hemp rope. The blade was exceptionally sharp, seemingly capable of slicing through iron like mud. Lin Xian gripped the handle and swung it through the air several times. A faint aura of sword energy swept through the air. The soil on the ground cracked instantly as the broad blade sliced through it. What a sharp blade! Lin Xian exclaimed in admiration. If he'd had a blade like this back then, wouldn't slaying those jackals have been a breeze? In essence, Lin Xian's fungal threads possessed extraordinary resilience, coupled with the ability to control his enemies. At such a moment, a single swing of this sharp, large blade could cleave an enemy clean in two. What a fine blade! Lin Xian gripped the broad sword, examining it repeatedly before finally stowing it away in his spatial backpack. Mass-producing such blades would be feasible. In the caverns of the Stone Age, surely no one would refuse such a sharp, large blade. Consider this. When facing an enemy, who could strike first, you, unarmed, or your opponent wielding a broadsword? Even a frail woman, armed with this blade, could easily dispatch a burly man. Regarding the price, crafting the Great Blade requires 2 gold gems and 5 iron ingots. Asking for 10 gems plus 30 souls shouldn't be unreasonable, right? With that thought, Lin Xian increased his gem purchase order again. After listing 10 more gold gem orders, Lin Xian lay down to rest. In the dungeon world, only 5 dungeons could be explored each day. Of course, Lin Xian was exploring 5 times that amount. In fact, Lin Xian has already sent fungal threads to explore the 5 surrounding caverns of his current location. Unfortunately, 4 of the caverns yielded nothing worthwhile. Lin Xian abandoned them outright. The 5th cavern, however, housed a creature of truly hideous appearance. According to the data panel, Lin Xian learned it was a dungeon demon. Its level wasn't particularly high. Lin Xian planned to kill it tomorrow. The temperature difference between day and night in the dungeon world was quite significant. Even with his poorly made cloth robe, Lin Xian still felt a chill. If only he had a cotton quilt. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Xian noticed a private message in his DMs. Tao Nogi, Lin Xian. Can I have some grilled meat? I don't have gems, but I have quilts. The temperature difference between day and night in the underground world is extreme. I have 2 quilts here. I'm willing to trade the one I haven't slept in for some food. Is that okay? Seeing this message, Lin Xian's smile stretched wide. It truly felt like finding something you'd searched high and low for, only to have it come to you effortlessly. I was just thinking I needed a quilt, and now someone's offering one right to me? Perfect timing. Lin Xian replied, no more grilled meat, but I have raw meat. If you want it, I can trade you 3 portions of raw meat. Tao Nogi, really? Lin Xian, you're such a kind person. Seeing Tonanoki's message, Lin Xian chuckled to himself, a kind soul? Ha! Lin Xian listed a trade offer. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, spider meat x3. Wanted in exchange, quilt. Description, this is meat from a dungeon boss. Compared to ordinary meat, it has higher nutritional value. When Lin Xian flung this trade offer at Mama Noji, Tao Nogi froze in shock. Lin Xian actually gave me spider meat? Yikes, how could spider meat be edible? But Lin Xian was so considerate to note that it's meat with higher nutritional value. What should I do? Should I trade? After a moment's hesitation. Private message, Lin Xian, I trust you completely, but is spider meat really tasty? Lin Xian, guaranteed delicious. Non-toxic and tasty. If you have fire where you are, best to grill it. Seeing Lin Xian vouch for it, Momonoji finally confirmed the transaction. The quilt was hers. Lin Xian chuckled and shook his head. Girls from the land of cherry blossoms are so easy to fool.
If spider meat were tasty, I wouldn't have kept it this long. Lin Xian pulled out the quilt he'd gotten from the cherry blossom girl, wrapped it around himself, and started scrolling through the chat channel.
Damn, it's freezing. The temperature difference between day and night in the dungeon world is insane.
Cold, hungry, and lonely.
God, can I just go home? Damn it. God? Are you calling out to God, Lin? Wonder what he's up to now.
He must have finished his barbecue.
Is he cuddling up with a woman right now? I'm so jealous. Seeing the comments section suddenly mention him.
Lin Xian replied, not sleeping with a woman, but with a cotton quilt.
What? Lin Xian has a cotton quilt?
I'm seriously jealous to death.
We're all here for the transformation show. Why does Godlin have everything? Someone might think he came here for a picnic.
Lin Xian, spare me a little bit, just a little.
100.
Seeing the begging section start up again in the comments, Lin Xian promptly exits.
Let's tally today's gains.
In terms of level, Lin Xian advanced from LV1 to LV7.
The flesh mycelium advanced from LV1 to LV3.
As for items, Lin Xian started with a rusty iron shovel, then acquired a crude cloth robe, a low-quality dagger, a fine dagger, a large cleaver, and a mysterious Star Wish Holy Grail whose purpose was unknown. Food-wise, he had more than enough rabbit and wolf meat to last, plus bread for tomorrow's breakfast.
And unripe rice grains.
2 water purifiers produce 10 liters of purified water daily. As for gems, he'd used them all for now. He still had 80 souls, which should suffice for the time being unless he faced any major expenses. There was also an unhatched subterranean creature egg. Lin Xian planned to wait until he found more food before hatching it. After taking stock of today's haul, Lin Xian hugged his quilt and gradually drifted off to sleep.
The next morning, Lin Xian woke up feeling groggy.
Rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning several times, he climbed to his feet and stowed the quilt back into his space backpack. He even shed the poorly made cloth robe he was wearing.
Damn, it's hot.
He couldn't help but complain the temperature difference in the underground caverns was truly extreme. He wondered if he could dig down to a cooler cavern to escape the heat. Or maybe a cold shower would do the trick. After a brief daydream, Lin Xian snapped back to reality. Breakfast consisted of bread and ham. 10 liters of purified water had already filled both water purifiers. After removing the water, Lin Xian inserted 2 more soul crystals, instructing the purifiers to continue producing clean water.
Time to start digging. Chapter 18, The Dungeon Demon Troll Branch. Last night, Lin Xian used his fungal threads to inspect the underground caverns in all directions.
4 of the caves contained nothing of value. Things like rocks, wood, debris, and mud. Lin Xian had no interest in collecting any of it. The remaining cavern was the one directly ahead. Inside lurked a subterranean demon of grotesque appearance. Through his data panel, Lin Xian learned the dungeon demon's information. Cave demon, troll subspecies. Level, LV6. Ability, Berserk temporarily increases speed but induces a berserk state, causing extreme impulsiveness. Description, trolls average 7 feet tall and 200 pounds. Deformed trolls exist, far exceeding the size of ordinary trolls. They are cannibalistic, and some practice voodoo. The troll before him was in its juvenile stage, standing only 1 meter tall and appearing rather weak. But never be fooled by a troll's hideous appearance. In truth, trolls are not only ugly on the outside, but also ugly on the inside. Weaknesses, trolls aren't the brightest. Who would have thought that even monsters like trolls existed in the dungeon world? Lin Xian frowned. Thankfully, the troll-derived dungeon demons weren't particularly intelligent. With that thought, Lin Xian picked up his shovel and, guided by the mycelium, began digging a tunnel forward. After 10 shovelfuls, a passageway was carved through the earthen wall. The troll on the opposite side wore a huge question mark on its forehead. Tilting his head, he couldn't fathom why a hole had appeared in the earthen wall. The troll approached the earthen wall. Suddenly, he discovered his feet were suddenly unable to move. Ruler? The troll kept trying to lift his feet, but they wouldn't budge. The naturally hot-tempered troll grew annoyed and swung his bone club with all his might, smashing it down on his own foot. Bang! Bang! Thud! Gurgle! Gurgle gurgle! After his left foot was hammered, the troll let out a painful wail. Lin Xian, still crawling through the passageway, heard the troll's agonized screams. Combined with the information relayed through the mycelium network, he learned of the troll's actions just now. He couldn't help but shake his head. That's just like a troll, brainless. Thud! Lin Xian landed on his feet and crawled into the new cavern. The passageway he had come through was now sealed off. Lin Xian looked at the troll clutching its bone club before him and said calmly, "Troll, don't struggle. Your legs are already bound by me." Dense blue mycelium now coiled tightly around the troll's body. Unable to see the filaments, the troll remained unaware of why it couldn't move. Even though Lin Xian had just admitted it himself that he was the one controlling the troll.
The troll still couldn't comprehend what it meant. Grumble. Grumble, grumble.
The troll swung its bone club, as if trying to intimidate Lin Xian.
Lin Xian shook his head.
There was no point in communicating with such a low-intelligence creature.
Great cleaver.
Lin Xian drew the great swift blade from his spatial backpack. He slowly approached the troll. The troll showed no fear at the sight of the weapon in Lin Xian's hand. It raised its bone club high, seemingly ready to settle the matter with Lin Xian. Lin Xian gripped his great cleaver firmly, adopting the stance of a warrior. He swung his blade at the troll before him. The troll swung his bone club, meeting Lin Xian's great sword with a crushing blow.
With a loud crack,
the club shattered and fell to the ground. The bone club, fashioned from the bones of some unknown creature, split cleanly in two under the force of Lin Xian's great sword.
It really is sharp.
Lin Xian gripped his great sword, inwardly delighted. Last night, when he had just forged the great broadsword, he had only scraped it twice against the ground. That hadn't truly tested its sharpness. Now, using the bone club wielded by the giant troll before him, he had fully tested the blade's sharpness. Upon seeing his bone club splinter,
he roared in fury. Grumble. The deafening roar made Lin Xian instinctively cover his ears.
The troll's pupils turned faintly crimson.
Its hideous skin began to swell. Rage mode now?
When the troll clan reached the peak of their rage, they would enter a berserk state, using berserk to enhance certain stats or abilities. This hideous troll before him had chosen to enhance its speed.
Ha!
Lin Xian scratched his head, glancing at the troll who remained immobilized despite its fury, unable to suppress a chuckle.
Sorry about that, troll.
Your legs are bound by my mycelium. After several futile attempts to lift its legs, the troll froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Had it been any other stat like strength, for instance, the troll might have broken free from the mycelium's grip.
But enhancing speed under self-imposed limitations? Speed is the most useless ability. Then, prepare to die. Lin Xian showed no mercy toward the troll. In the underground world, showing mercy to others is cruelty to oneself.
Lin Xian raised his great blade high and swung it down fiercely at the troll before him. Originally, the troll had carried himself with an air of fearlessness. But when it found itself unable to move and the great blade came crashing down upon it, the troll was terrified. For the first time in its existence, the troll knew what fear felt like. Gurgle. Without its bone club, the troll's combat effectiveness was halved.
It couldn't even face Lin Xian's slashes head-on. It was begging for mercy.
But Lin Xian's slash didn't pause for the troll's pleas. With a sharp crack, the great blade slid down and the troll's head followed suit. Blood spilled everywhere, announcing the troll's demise.
Congratulations to player Lin Xian for defeating the Dungeon Demon Troll branch. Experience gained, 1000 points. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for advancing to LV8. Level 8 already? Lin Xian glanced at his data panel. Dungeon Survival Panel. Name, Lin Xian. Level, LV8016. Innate ability, Flesh Mycelium.
Items, Rusty Shovel, Rough Spun Cloth Robe, Inferior Dagger, Fine Dagger, Large Cleaver, Star Wish Holy Grail.
Dungeons explored today, 1. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining 1 Demon Heart and 1 Soul. Demon Heart? Lin Xian glanced at the description of the Demon Heart. Demon Heart, loot obtained after slaying a demon clan within the dungeon. Possesses certain properties. Damn it, another riddle maker. Still, better than nothing. It'll come in handy someday. Just like the soul back then.
Fresh flesh detected.
Mycelium initiating consumption.
Hint, the tastier the flesh, the more abundant the energy, the better the devouring effect.
The flesh before you reeks. Effect halved.
6. Lin Xian saw the prompt and couldn't help but give it a solid 6.
Even the mycelium disdains the flesh of a troll? But, that said,
the mycelium devoured it swiftly. In less than 5 minutes, the mycelium had completely devoured the massive troll, leaving behind only a hideous, foul-smelling troll hide.
And the troll's teeth? Congratulations, player Lin Xian, you have obtained a troll's tooth. Chapter 19, The Lichen Forest Tree Spirit's Lair. There was nothing else in this cavern. Only a single dungeon demon troll.
After Lin Xian slew the troll, he began exploring other sections of the cavern. The previous cavern had been quite the spectacle. A pair of male and female players were engaged in the act of procreation. The infiltrating fungal filaments silently retreated.
Lin Xian didn't want to interrupt their business.
In a post-apocalyptic survival scenario, anyone calm enough to carry on like that must be a werewolf. The mycelium on both sides reported nothing but emptiness. Only the mycelium above and below remained active. The mycelium above conveyed that this underground cavern was vast, housing a colossal tree.
And on the tree, 2 people were entangled? Both men were suspended, seemingly struggling. But the roots were tightly entwined, making it impossible for them to break free.
What about the other players?
Lin Xian muttered. He had no interest in rescuing anyone. But inside the tree roots, there was actually a treasure chest? And judging by its color and material, it looked like a golden treasure chest? Well, that gives me a reason I can't ignore. Lin Xian scratched his head, silently cursing the poor placement of this golden treasure chest. Wouldn't it have been better if it had landed in the empty caverns on either side?
Lin Xian could have simply dug a tunnel over and retrieved the chest without a hitch.
At that moment, the fungal network in the cavern below also relayed back its exploration data. The cavern below? Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. In the lower cavern, there were actually several meat pigs. Meat pigs? Compared to the upper caverns, the lower caverns were more expansive. Moreover, the number of meat pigs inside reached a full several dozen. It was like a natural pig farm. Holy crap! Whoever takes control of this lower cavern essentially secures exclusive meat rights. Moving forward. At the exchange, you could hold your head high and trade for whatever you desired. Should he go up first or down? For a moment, Lin Xian found himself torn. He could certainly use his mycelium to slaughter all these fat pigs or let it feast on them. But that would be such a waste. If he kept all these pigs in pens and slaughtered them only when he felt like eating, he wouldn't have to worry about meat for a very long time. After a moment's thought, Lin Xian made his decision. He would head to the upper cavern first. Golden treasure chests were rare. If someone else beat him to it, Lin Xian would be out of luck. While the meat pigs were valuable, their sheer numbers were ample. Lin Xian didn't believe any player could monopolize all these pigs after discovering that underground chamber. Besides, if any competitors show up, he'll just kill them. The vast mycelium Lin Xian released spread directly across the meat pig cavern below. The maximum reach of the mycelium was 1 cave unit. But after upgrading the mycelium, it could remain active within a single dungeon for 3 days. This meant that even if Lin Xian went to the upper caverns, he could still monitor every movement in the lower caverns through the mycelium spreading beneath. At that time, the moment another player entered the cavern, Lin Xian would detect it instantly. He could then manipulate the mycelium to eliminate them. After setting up the lower pig cave, Lin Xian set out to dig upward. At that moment, Lin Xian suddenly furrowed his brow. A new problem arose. How the hell was he supposed to reach the caverns above? Lin Xian suddenly realized. Ever since he started digging the first underground chamber yesterday, he'd only ever gone forward, backward, left, right, or down, never upward. And while Lin Xian had the advantage of his mycelium, allowing him to dig caves above through the air. But other players couldn't even reach the soil walls above. This is really giving me a headache. Lin Xian scratched his head, then suddenly remembered a material. Spider silk. Earlier, after slaying the underground cavern spiders, Lin Xian had obtained a substantial amount of spider silk. These threads were incredibly resilient and hard to break. If he could extend them downward from above, they might form a spider silk rope. With the help of the mycelium, Lin Xian might be able to climb up using the rope. Let's give it a try. Lin Xian pulled out the spider silk. The quantity from just one strand was enough to weave a large web. Lin Xian twisted the silk into a long rope. Then, he released a large amount of mycelium. The mycelium took control of the rusty iron shovel and began digging upward. 10 shovelfuls. Just like digging through the earthen walls in other directions, it took 10 shovelfuls. A large hole appeared at the top of the earthen wall, connecting to the underground chamber above. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard desperate cries for help and shouts. Help me! Save me! I never want to dig tunnels again. The voices belonged to a man and a woman. Likely, the two individuals suspended upside down in the cavern above had spotted the pit Lin Xian had dug. What a pair of idiots! Lin Xian frowned inwardly and cursed them under his breath. Wasn't this just blatantly telling the giant tree that someone was digging their way in? Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He controlled the mycelium, sending the twisted spider silk upward like a rope. Once the silk rope reached the underground chamber above, Lin Xian guided the fungal threads to wrap the spider silk rope around the giant tree's roots. He tugged to ensure it was secure. Lin Xian grabbed the rope and began climbing upward. Fortunately, after leveling up, Lin Xian's physical abilities and arm strength had significantly improved. Within seconds, Lin Xian poked his head out into the cavern above. The two men hanging upside down looked at him as if they'd seen a savior. Please, big brother. Save us. The moment they cried out, the colossal tree sensed the disturbance and began swaying its roots violently. In an instant, Lin Xian was pulled directly from the hole into the underground chamber. The passage below, along with the spider silk rope Lin Xian had left behind, was sealed shut. Lin Xian stared at the colossal creature before him and couldn't help but gasp. This was undoubtedly the largest creature he had encountered since arriving in the subterranean world. Its height must have been over 10 meters? Its cylindrical, wrinkled trunk had a diameter of at least 5 meters. In the entire underground cavern, aside from this colossal tree, there was only the golden treasure chest and the player hanging from its branches. Gazing at the colossal tree before him, a set of data appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. Fuzzy Forest Tree Spirit's Lair. One of the Eastern District bosses. Wood Tree Spirit. Level, LV10. Ability, Bind.
Fowood Tree Spirit Introduction, a tree spirit tribe dwelling in the subterranean world, belonging to the Fowood family. It takes approximately hundreds of years for a sapling tree spirit to mature into an ancient tree spirit. The greatest strength of the Fowood tree spirit lies in its exceptionally flexible branches, capable of unleashing numerous tendrils. Weaknesses: vulnerable to fire, roots lack agility. A velvet forest tree spirit? Lin Xian had never heard of such a creature. But what astonished Lin Xian was that within just 2 days, he had encountered 2 zone bosses. Chapter 20, Parasitism. Trade. Blueprints. Was this good luck or bad luck? While others were still fretting over food and water, Lin Xian had encountered 2 zone bosses. However, after encountering the furry forest tree spirit before him, Lin Xian gained new insights into the creatures of the subterranean world. Who would have thought that beyond all the bizarre creatures, even the plants possess life? Lin Xian stroked his chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the 2 people dangling from the tree grew increasingly frantic. Bro, snap out of it. Kill this tree and save us. Hearing this, Lin Xian shot the guy a withering look. He was utterly speechless. The moss forest tree spirit is a zone boss. How could this guy talk as if it were an easy kill? If it were really that simple, why didn't he take down the tree himself? Was it out of kindness? But Lin Xian paid no attention to the 2 hanging from the tree. Instead, he turned his gaze to the fuzzy forest tree spirit before him. The moss forest tree spirit extended several branches, thrusting them straight toward Lin Xian. Just as the tufted forest tree spirit had described, its branches were incredibly flexible. Moreover, the tips of the branches were incredibly sharp, as if they could pierce through anything. As the branches closed in on Lin Xian suddenly twisted his body, then twisted again, effortlessly evading the tree's relentless barrage. The 2 men hanging upside down from the tree watched Lin Xian's movements in utter shock. Holy crap! Dude, are you playing Terminator? How cool is that? The female player blushed bright red and exclaimed, "Big bro, you're amazing. Keep it up." Ignoring them both, Lin Xian retrieved the large cleaver from his space backpack. This time, facing the barrage of attacking branches, Lin Xian didn't dodge. Instead, he held the broadsword high and swung it down. Swoosh! 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 After several consecutive swings, the ground was littered with fallen branches. Gah! The furry forest spirit roared in fury. Its ancient roar echoed throughout the entire cavern. It began to stir its massive roots. The entire cavern trembled in response to the tree spirit's movements. Lin Xian stared straight at the furry forest tree spirit, a faint smirk curling his lips. So it's going all out with branches and roots? Interesting. Lin Xian flicked his palm, and a mass of flesh like mycelium detached from his palm. A dense web of blue mycelium enveloped the tree spirit's roots. Its roots were one of its weaknesses. Once the roots were entangled by the blue mycelium, the velvet forest tree spirit's movement speed noticeably slowed. The branches above continued their assault. Lin Xian relentlessly hacked at the tree spirit's branches. This broadsword is truly effective. Compared to hacking away at the troll and its bone club earlier, cutting through the tree spirit's branches felt like slicing through butter, effortless. When the once lush, leafy tree spirit was stripped bare, it suddenly froze in place. What was going on? The tree had stopped moving? It had surrendered. It must have surrendered. Hey, buddy, you're amazing. Quick, let us down. Brother, save me. I'll repay you handsomely. The 2 men dangling from the tree had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, they were violently jerked back and forth. Ha! Lin Xian watched the movements of the giant tree before him. The twisted roots seemed to open like a gaping maw. The 2 were being hurled by the branches toward the roots. Ah! Help! He heard their cries for help again. Lin Xian frowned. Is it going to eat them? He hadn't expected the furry forest tree spirit to have this trick up its sleeve. He had always thought that the trolls ate people because of their nature as subterranean demons. But for even the tree spirit to devour humans? That was beyond Lin Xian's expectations. Mycelium. Activate. Prepare to parasitize. The blue mycelium sprawling across the roots swiftly burrowed into them. Dense clusters of blue mycelium attempted to link the entire furry forest tree spirit, starting from its roots. The moss forest tree spirit still struggled against it. But the parasitism had already begun. Target, moss forest tree spirit. Parasitism initiated, establishing neural connection 103070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 50. Yee. The moss forest tree spirit let out a pained howl after being parasitized by Lin Xian's fungal mycelium. It seemed to be resisting Lin Xian's control. But with a full 50% synchronization rate, the moss forest tree spirit couldn't resist at all. Last time I parasitized the dungeon boss, I recall the synchronization rate was only 10%. Sure enough, as my level and the flesh mycelium's level increase, the synchronization rate skyrockets. Lin Xian felt a surge of delight. Stop. Under Lin Xian's command, The two branches coiled around the players froze mid-air. Lin Xian slowly approached. The two were still shaken, but seeing Lin Xian approach, they breathed a slight sigh of relief. Phew! That scared the hell out of me. Bro! Can you let us down now? The male player took a few deep breaths before pleading with Lin Xian. Of course. Lin Xian nodded, slowly extending his hand but made no other move. You know how it is in the dungeon world, everything requires a trade. What's in it for me if I let you down? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Benefits? The male player glanced around before fixing his gaze on the female player. I'll give you that woman, big brother. In the underground world, everyone was desperate for companionship. That woman, I'll let you have her. Hearing this, the woman immediately erupted in fury. You beast! What right do you have to give me away? After berating the male player, the female player turned to Lin Xian with a soft gaze. Brother, I'm not with him. I barely know him. Let me down. I'll go with you, I'll do anything, but don't let him come down. What the hell? Why are we hanging from this tree? It's all your fault, you're the one who wanted to come to this cavern. The male player was equally furious. Slap. Lin Xian suddenly clapped his hands, signaling the two to quiet down. I'm not here to listen to your bickering. I'm asking what you'll trade for your own lives. You have 1 minute to hand over your most valuable possessions. If I deem them worth trading for your lives, I'll exchange them. Otherwise, you'll die right here. Hearing this, neither dared utter another word. The man reached into his spatial backpack first, pulling out a set of blueprints and handing them to Lin Xian. Brother, I found this blueprint in a treasure chest yesterday. Take a look, could it save my life? Lin Xian stepped forward, took the blueprint from the man's hand, and examined it. Ranch construction blueprint, once unlocked, enables the creation of a small-scale ranch. A ranch? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He'd been fretting over how to transport the meat pigs from the cavern nearly 2 units below. And now, a ranch blueprint just appeared? Now he could finally establish a pig farm. Lin Xian glanced at the woman. What about you? Chapter 21, Defeating the Zone Boss Again. Star Wish. Aren't I enough for you, big brother? The woman purred seductively. Lin Xian turned away, too lazy to bother with her. The woman grew anxious and quickly apologized. Brother, I was wrong. She immediately pulled out a sparkling object from her spatial backpack. Lin Xian and the male player both turned their gaze toward the object in the woman's hand. What is this? The male player asked first. He'd been teaming up with her for a day and night, yet had no idea she'd been smuggling something like this? The woman ignored the man entirely, instead gazing at Lin Xian with an ingratiating expression and a sweet, childlike voice. Brother, this is a star wish. Brother, can I trade this star wish for my life? Star wish? Hearing this term, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Though he'd never seen one before, Lin Xian knew exactly what a star wish was. The star wish holy grail he had obtained from Chu Yinsheng earlier required collecting 8 different elemental star wishes to activate. He had assumed star wishes were extremely difficult to obtain. Yet here he was, encountering one in the hands of an utterly ordinary woman? Lin Xian examined the star wishes data. Star wish, wind attribute star wish. Upon gathering 8 star wishes of different attributes, it will activate a certain effect. Wind attribute star wish? Lin Xian stroked his chin in thought. Who would have thought it was actually one of the materials needed to activate the Star Wish Holy Grail? He reached out, took the Star Wish from the woman's hand, and asked, How did you get this? The woman whispered, It came from a silver treasure chest found in my birthplace. Birthplace? A silver treasure chest? Lin Xian frowned. He hadn't expected this woman to have such a heavenly starting hand. Most people's birthplaces only had a rusty iron shovel, yet she had a silver treasure chest? There couldn't possibly be just one useless star wish inside that silver chest, could there? If it's only a single material whose purpose I don't know, I won't be able to let you go. Lin Xian threatened. Truthfully, this single star wish was more than enough to trade for her life. But that didn't stop Lin Xian from trying to squeeze more out of her. What if there's something else valuable? My woman stammered, There's also a blueprint. Hearing this, a smile touched Lin Xian's lips. Just as he thought. Just as Lin Xian had anticipated, the silver treasure chest couldn't possibly contain only star wishes, there had to be something else inside. What blueprint? Bring it out for me to see. Lin Xian fixed his gaze on the woman, leaving the upside-down woman with no room for hesitation. She retrieved the blueprint and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian examined the contents. A blueprint for an underwater helmet? An underwater helmet? The woman looked at Lin Xian and shook her head. Don't look at me. I have no idea what this means. I've never unlocked this blueprint, but I've always hoped to trade it for a good price someday. Lin Xian smiled faintly. No need to wait. You can get a good price for it right now. With that, Lin Xian made 2 swift cuts with his knife. The 2 figures dangling from the tree plummeted straight to the ground. Thud, thud. Both bodies crashed to the ground. Brother, can you take me with you? I want to team up with you. The woman pressed herself against him, pleading with Lin Xian. Get lost.
Don't come near me.
Lin Xian looked utterly disgusted. Your lives were bought with these 2 blueprints. Now that our deal is done, you can leave. If it had been a prettier woman, Lin Xian might have been moved.
But this woman? Plain and flat-chested? And she actually wants to throw herself at him? Forget it.
Hearing Lin Xian's contempt for the woman, the man couldn't help but sneer, you worthless woman.
Who needs you? You actually tried to hang me from that tree just now? I'll beat you to death.
With that, the male player lunged at the woman.
You bastard. Didn't you say you'd trade me away too?
Facing the man, the woman revealed her own vicious side. The 2 immediately began wrestling.
Stop it. Lin Xian shouted. Half a minute disappear from my sight, or else. Lin Xian raised his hand, gripping the large knife, pointing it at the 2. The meaning was clear. Let's go, we're leaving now. Big brother. Don't resort to violence. Let's talk this out.
The 2 men dashed toward the earthen wall on the left, pulled out shovels, and began digging a hole together. Soon, a passageway appeared. The 2 crawled inside and vanished without a trace. 7 star wishes remained. After stowing away the wind attribute star wish and 2 blueprints, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. What would he see when he activated the star wish holy grail after collecting all 8 star wishes? But the more pressing matter now was dealing with the current zone boss. Lin Xian's use of flesh mycelium to parasitize the moss forest tree spirit only provided temporary control, it hadn't truly defeated the creature. Lin Xian fixed the shaggy forest tree spirit with a piercing stare and demanded, Shaggy forest tree spirit, submit or die? The mosswood tree spirit swayed its trunk, as if in silent defiance. It seemed unwilling to yield. As if declaring Lin Xian's victory was undeserved. Oomph. Having parasitized the moss forest tree spirit, Lin Xian could naturally sense its thoughts. How laughable, you forest spirit. Lin Xian shook his head, then raised the great blade in his hand, pointing it at the moss forest tree spirit. Since you refuse to submit to me, I shall make you a soul beneath my blade. Go to hell and repent. With that, thousands upon thousands of blue mycelium simultaneously enveloped the foliage tree spirit. The filaments spread, carving a gash across the tree spirit's trunk. This opening was precisely where Lin Xian would strike. Lin Xian charged forward, wielding his great sword, and swung it fiercely at the opening. Only when the great blade drew near did the furry forest tree spirit finally feel fear. It suddenly began begging for mercy. But the blade was swift. With one swift stroke, the tree spirit's torso was cleaved clean in 2. Sap gushed forth, marking the moment the upper torso of the velvetwood tree spirit hit the ground as its death. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for defeating the velvet forest tree spirit. Experience gained 2000. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for advancing to LV9. Lin Xian stared at the data panel. Dungeon Survival Panel. Name, Lin Xian. Level, LV9-11-12. Innate ability, Flesh Mycelium. Items, Rusty Shovel, Rough Spun Cloth Robe, Inferior Dagger, Fine Dagger, Large Cleaver, Star Wish Holy Grail. Dungeons explored today, 2. After the mosswood tree spirit fell, the Flesh Mycelium burrowed into the tree spirit's torso. Beginning its time to feast. Does the tree spirit have edible parts too? This was somewhat unexpected for Lin Xian. At the same time, a full-screen pop-up window flashed once more. Global broadcast, congratulations to participant Lin Xian from East District 123 for defeating the dungeon boss and achieving the accomplishment, first kill of District Boss Mossy Forest Treyant. Rewards, permanent access to this dungeon. Additional rewards, 7 days worth of food and water. Chapter 22, Golden Treasure Chest. Jetpack Blueprints? Holy, holy, holy. The god tier Lin is at it again? No way, sir? I can barely kill a single moth, and Lin Xian has already taken down another dungeon boss? We're clearly in the same dungeon world, but it feels like we're playing 2 different games. Lord Lin's game is about clearing stages, slaying monsters, and raking in gold coins, while ours is pure survival. I envy not the Mandarin ducks nor the immortals, but Lord Lin Xian's every day. He deserves to feast on delicacies while I'm reduced to gnawing tree bark. Lin Xian, please carry me. Please carry me. 1. 10,086. The moment the full channel pop-up was released, Lin Xian once again became the object of worship across the entire channel. In just 2 short days, Lin Xian took down 1 server boss per day who could possibly match that. Everyone was marveling at Lin Xian. Meanwhile, the 2 players who had just left the Moss Forest Tree Spirit Cavern who had been wrestling moments before. Suddenly, after rolling around on the ground for a while, they stood up and gazed at the freshly healed earthen wall passageway. Their eyes were filled with shock. Did you see that just now? Yeah, I saw it. That guy, he's actually the legendary Lin Xian from the dungeon world, the god tier player Lin Xian? Holy crap. I was just saved by the legendary Lord Lin himself? I forgot to ask for his autograph. Maya, I regret it so much. I want to dig back in and tag along with Lord Lin. Dude. Lord Lin explicitly told you to get lost. If you go back now, he'll probably slice you in half.
Half an hour later. Half of the moss forest tree spirit had been devoured by flesh-eating mycelium.
What remained, naturally, was what the flesh-eating mycelium found distasteful and refused to consume.
Lin Xian walked up to the mossy tree spirit.
Congratulations, player Lin Xian, you have obtained 1 soul, 1 piece of velvet forest tree spirit bark, 500 milliliters of velvet forest tree spirit sap.
More new materials?
Lin Xian didn't know what the bark or sap of the velvet forest tree spirit was actually used for. He'd store them for now, just like the spider silk from the cavern spiders.
They'd come in handy someday.
After navigating around the tree roots, Lin Xian finally caught sight of his objective. Or rather, the spoils of defeating the zone boss, the moss forest tree spirit.
Golden treasure chest. Open the golden treasure chest? Limited to 3 openings per day. Open it. Lin Xian didn't hesitate, selecting to open the golden treasure chest immediately. Congratulations. Player Lin Xian has obtained Jetpack Blueprint. Congratulations. Player Lin Xian has obtained Wind Gem X1. Congratulations. Player Lin Xian has obtained 500 milliliters Coke. Dismantle the golden treasure chest? Decompose. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining 10G gold, 5 wood, 2 iron. Lin Xian was speechless. What happened to the promised golden treasure chest? How come there's only 10 grams of gold? So it was just an iron chest spray painted gold, huh? After mentally ranting to himself, Lin Xian focused his attention on what he'd obtained from the golden treasure chest. The jetpack blueprint, the wind gem, and most importantly cola. Lin Xian stared at the cola in his spatial backpack, fighting the urge to pull it out and chug it all at once. After all, in a harsh environment like the dungeon world, happy water was worth its weight in gold. Save it for now. Bring it out to drink when there's something worth celebrating. Lin Xian swallowed hard. Then, he examined the jetpack blueprint. Jetpack blueprint, unlocked to craft jetpacks. Unlocked. Jetpack manufacturing method successfully unlocked. Jetpack, a backpack-mounted jetpack enabling brief flight. Jetpack crafting materials, wind gem 13, iron 45, cloth strap 02. Holy crap?
Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the jetpack's function.
Brief flight capability? Though most caverns in the subterranean world aren't particularly large, the cavern of this particular mosswood Trayan stood over 10 meters tall. With that height and the overall scale of the space, Lin Xian could easily fly around the cavern while wearing the jetpack. With the jetpack, could he simply fly up when excavating caverns above from now on?
Moreover, Lin Xian recalled some cave creatures he had fought before. So far, he hadn't encountered any flying cave creatures. Yet in this subterranean realm, where even Trayan spirits existed, who could say what flying creatures might appear? In that case, beyond his fungal network, Lin Xian would hold no significant advantage. But if he had the jetpack, wouldn't that even compensate for his disadvantage in aerial combat? What a marvelous thing! Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. However, crafting the jetpack requires wind gems. Until now, Lin Xian had never even seen a wind gem. Seriously, these guys really don't want to trade gems, do they? Lin Xian frowned, then suddenly had an idea. Compress resources to force them into trading the gemstones. Originally, Lin Xian had listed the gem at a price of 1 L of clean water. Nowadays, Lin Xian directly modified the transaction order. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 1 L bottled water. Wanted in exchange, wind gem. Quantity, 2 orders. Note, last hour. Price will increase after 1 hour. As soon as he finished editing the trade order, Lin Xian immediately posted a new trade order. Seller, Lin Xian. Items for trade, 500 milliliters purified water, 100 G meat. Seeking in exchange, any gemstone. Quantity, 20 orders. Note, water prices will increase starting tomorrow at midnight. Within 10 seconds of Lin Xian posting the new offer, the previous wind gem order was already filled. Holy crap? Lin Xian was slightly stunned. Turns out these guys really are begging for it. If you don't put some pressure on them, they won't even consider trading the gems they're holding? Seriously? Lin Xian shook his head. He used the same method to trade for other materials. Previously, the water and bread Lin Xian received in exchange for iron ingots had been quite sufficient. This time, Lin Xian traded 100 milliliters of water for 10 iron ingots. Perhaps it was news of an impending water price hike. The moment Lin Xian posted his order, it was snapped up instantly. Chat channel. What? What's Lin Xian playing at? Why did water prices suddenly jump? Before, 1 gem got you a liter of water, now it's only 500 milliliters? Damn it! I still have a water gem left. I was planning to wait it out, but now I'm totally screwed. We strongly condemn Godlin's sudden price hike. He's got no shame. Relying on his abundant water supply to bully us ordinary players and squeeze our resources, huh? Exactly. Strong condemnation and boycott of Lin Xian starting with me. Look, Lin Xian's listing water again, just 100 milliliters for 10 cloth belts? Ha!
That's hilarious. Not even a dog would trade for that. Hey! I had cloth straps, but I didn't trade. You bunch of dogs, you keep saying not even a dog would trade, yet you're swapping faster than a dog. Lin Xian shook his head and chuckled at the other players losing their cool in the chat channel. As expected, resources must be squeezed tight to teach these folks a lesson. Otherwise, those hoarding gems would rather starve or dehydrate than trade them. Chapter 23, a jetpack? More like a soul-burning machine. Lin Xian finally gathered all the materials needed to craft the jetpack. 3 wind gems, 5 pieces of iron, 2 cloth strips. Craft. Initiating jetpack fabrication. Deducting materials, 3 wind gems, 5 iron ingots, 2 cloth strips. Jetpack successfully crafted. A white, backpack-style jetpack suddenly materialized before Lin Xian's eyes. View description. Jetpack, weighs only 17 kilograms. Player wears it on their back. Activated by infusing souls. Equipped with control devices, allowing players to freely maneuver in mid-air using controllers. Note, each soul grants 1 minute of flight time. After reading the jetpack's instructions, Lin Xian was dumbfounded. 1 soul only lasts 1 minute? This damn thing is a soul-burning machine. Lin Xian muttered in disbelief. Let's try the jetpack first. Even though the jetpack consumed a ton of soul energy, Lin Xian had to give it a shot. Otherwise, when the crucial moment came, it'd be embarrassing not to know how to use it. He strapped on the the jetpack. Lin Xian infused a soul. Instantly. With a boom. Air fuel propellant erupted from behind Lin Xian. Propelled by the jetpack, Lin Xian achieved his first ascent into the sky. Fortunately, the cavern beneath this forest spirit's nest was exceptionally high, allowing Lin Xian to ascend unimpeded. How does one control this? After inspecting the backpack, Lin Xian discovered 2 metal wires beneath it. Note, grasping these 2 wires allows you to control the jetpack's direction in flight. Ah, I see. When Lin Xian moved the wires left and right with his hands, his flight path in the air changed accordingly. Let's try the Mycelium. Using the Mycelium as his hands would allow Lin Xian to fight even while airborne. As Lin Xian released a mass of blue Mycelium, it transformed into a pair of invisible blue hands. The Mycelium gripped the iron wire. Following the commands from Lin Xian's mind, the Mycelium executed the movements smoothly. Soon, Lin Xian grasped the secret of flight in midair. At that moment, an untimely alert sounded. Soul energy depleted. Continue flight? Replenish soul energy within 5 seconds, or jetpack will shut down automatically. 543. Lin Xian listened to the jetpack's countdown. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, this sucks. I've barely even taken off. 1 soul already used up? Now I need to inject new fuel? Curses or not, Lin Xian still chose to inject a soul. Otherwise, once the countdown ended, he'd likely plummet straight to the ground and crash like a dog eating. After injecting another soul, Lin Xian test flew for another 50 seconds before landing early. As the countdown concluded, the fuel in the jetpack was completely depleted. This thing was genuinely useful, but it consumed souls far too quickly. Even with his current ample soul reserves, Lin Xian couldn't sustain such relentless soul consumption. No good. He'd have to go fleece those guys properly later. After all, wool comes from sheep. As long as the flock works hard enough, it can produce an endless supply of wool. Then, Lin Xian, as the shepherd, would also gain new souls continuously. After testing the jetpack, Lin Xian proceeded to unlock 2 additional blueprints. The ranch construction blueprint and the underwater helmet construction blueprint. Unlocked. Ranch construction method successfully unlocked. Ranch, used for raising ranch animals such as meat rabbits, meat pigs, meat chickens, and meat cattle. Even when stored in the spatial backpack, animals raised on the ranch remain healthy. Ranch crafting materials: Earth Gem 03, Fire Gem 01, Water Gem 01, Wind Gem 01, Wood A10, Iron Ingot 1110, Stone Block 010. Underwater helmet crafting unlocked. Underwater helmet. Wearing this helmet allows free movement underwater, consuming souls to provide oxygen. Underwater helmet crafting materials: Water Gem 02, Metal 05, Plastic 03. After reviewing the functions and required materials for the ranch and underwater helmet, Lin Xian scratched his head. Indeed, building a true paradise in the underground world was a long and arduous journey. The sheer amount of materials required for just a single pasture was staggering. And that was before even considering how many resources would be required once Lin Xian obtained the blueprints for constructing houses. But it wasn't a major problem. For now, Lin Xian could still trade water sources for gems. As for the future, Lin Xian already had plans in place. He could craft the blueprint items like weapons and jetpacks before anyone else. Then, by selling these items externally, he could earn a substantial profit margin. Dungeon Survival Guide: The Importance of Leading the Game. Next, he would explore the immediate surroundings. Lin Xian planned to explore every dungeon surrounding this one. Once he's gathered enough resources, he'll dig deeper and head toward the pig cave.
since the Moss Forest Tree Spirit Dungeon now effectively belonged to Lin Xian. Therefore, even if Lin Xian excavates this cavern, moves to another one, and then returns later, the number of excavations upon his return won't be counted. Mycelium spread. Lin Xian directed the mycelium to spread in 5 directions: left, right, front, back, and up, excluding the area directly below. The first information relayed back came from the cavern ahead. This was the underground chamber that pair of player characters had dug into earlier. 2 people? Lin Xian recalled that before they left, they seemed to be wrestling with each other. Now they're rolling around on the ground again? It was truly painful to watch. Lin Xian withdrew his mycelium and proceeded to inspect the other 4 directions. The left side cavern housed a vast insectoid colony. The mycelium had barely entered this chamber when it detected a foul stench. Fart bugs? Lin Xian covered his nose, his face twisted in disgust. Who would have thought there'd be so many stink bugs in the cavern world? The right-hand cavern contained a foul-smelling sewer. The water had long since dried up, leaving only sludge behind. Anyone who accidentally dug into this cavern would likely turn tail and flee immediately. Of course. If one had no more digging attempts left, Lin Xian surmised, someone would surely be gassed to death in this underground chamber. Rear cavern. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. In the rear cavern, there was actually a small orchard? Though called an orchard, it was really just a few scattered fruit trees. Some oranges hung from their branches. Orange trees? This was a delightful surprise. In the cave world, fruit was definitely a luxury item. He picked a few first, wondering if they could be transplanted. If he could transplant just one of these fruit trees, Lin Xian would have a steady supply of fruit to eat. Right. Lin Xian suddenly remembered the planting box. The planting box could grow seeds without soil. So if he transplanted a fruit tree into it, could it survive? With that thought, Lin Xian decided to give it a try. Chapter 24, The Orange Tree. Massive Gem Trading. The materials needed to craft a planting box are 2 earth gems, 2 pieces of wood, and either copper or iron. The final material determines whether the resulting planter box is copper or iron. Of course. Lin Xian didn't care about that. The material currently in short supply was earth gems. Gems are truly scarce. Lin Xian sighed in exasperation. Fortunately, with Juzi around now, he should be able to trade for a few gems, right? Mycelium, harvest. Lin Xian manipulated the blue mycelium in the adjacent cavern. Begin harvesting oranges. Through the mycelium's harvesting, Lin Xian's space backpack gradually filled with a large quantity of oranges. Lin Xian opened the exchange and immediately posted a new listing. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 500 G oranges. Wanted, earth gems. Quantity, 5 orders. Description, freshly picked oranges. Limited quantity available. First come, first served. Lin Xian's trade post went live. The chat channel erupted once more. Holy crap! How did Lin Xian pull this off? Finding oranges in the dungeon world? Unthinkable. Wow. Fruit. I really want some fruit, but I don't have any earth gems. Lin Xian, would a thunder gem work? I just got it from a treasure chest. Treasury opening service. Treasury opening service. Treasury opening service. If you're short on treasury openings and need help, DM me, Lin God. Holy crap. Even treasure chest opening services have sprung up in this underground world? Lin Xian felt a bit surprised. But dude, why tag me? I haven't found that many chests myself. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly before glancing at the previous comment. Thunder gems? Currently, Lin Xian hadn't obtained any items requiring thunder gems for crafting. Still, better than nothing, I guess. Lin Xian placed another new order. Seller, Lin Xian. Item for trade, 500 G of oranges. Wanted in exchange, any gem. Quantity, 10 orders. Note, to help fellow collectors who crave fruit but lack the right gems, I've added this special order. Come on, everyone, let's go. Within a minute of Lin Xian listing this offer, it was completely sold out. Holy crap! Who knew fruit would be such a hot seller? Truly, no woman can resist the temptation of fruit unless it's the wrong kind. Lin Xian checked the gems he'd just acquired. Gold Gem X2, Thunder Gem X1, Wind Gem X1, Earth Gem X2, Fire Gem X1, Water Gem X1, Emerald X2. Ha! While examining the first few gems, Lin Xian thought everything seemed normal. But when he saw the last gem, Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Wait, what the heck is this emerald gem? Lin Xian checked the description of the green gem. Emerald, a sparkling gemstone highly favored by a certain type of subterranean creature. A gem favored by some kind of subterranean creature? Great! Lin Xian felt like he'd been tricked. He wasn't collecting gems to please any dungeon creatures. Purely for the materials. Lin Xian was getting annoyed. He opened the chat channel, ready to confront them. I get it, but you guys, I treated you with sincerity, and you dare to pass off fakes as real, substituting inferior goods for the genuine article.
Whoever tried to pull a fast one on me with that emerald, doesn't your conscience hurt at all?
Lin Xian posted this message.
The chat channel erupted once more. It's God Lin. God Lin spoke? God Lin, thank you so much. You must have seen my bullet comments and posted the gem for fruit exchange order, right? I'm the one who traded lightning gems for fruit with you. God Lin, whenever I have gems again, I'll give them to you first. Love you. God Lin is such a kind soul, looking out for all of us poor souls stuck in the dungeon. He's making me cry. Who the heck is that scammer trying to pull a fast one on our kind, generous goddess Lin? Fellow players, let's go after her. I just saw the transaction records on the exchange. It was someone named Angelica. Oh, and she's a foreigner, right? Sisters, flood her DMs.
Seeing the entire sisterhood rallying behind me in the chat channel, ready to go after that Angelica person,
Lin Xian suddenly felt less angry.
Garlic bird, garlic bird. But man, these oranges are flying off the shelves. Turns out, in the dungeon world, fruit is more important than water to thousands of dungeon girls.
I absolutely must transplant this orange tree.
Preserving the orange tree meant securing a stable source of gems for the future. Mycelium, keep picking oranges. Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium to continue harvesting oranges in the neighboring cave.
Meanwhile, Lin Xian prepared to construct a cultivation box. The 5 earth gem orders from earlier had also been successfully traded.
Currently, Lin Xian held a total of 7 earth gems.
Crafting planting box.
Deducting materials, 2 earth gems, 2 wood, 2 iron ingots.
Planting box crafted successfully. An iron-plated planting box appeared before Lin Xian. Let's try transplanting them.
Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium in the adjacent cavern, uprooting 2 of the healthier orange trees by their roots. After transferring them to the spatial backpack, Lin Xian retrieved them.
He replanted them into the planter box. The planter activated. The area requiring soul infusion illuminated. Was this considered a success? Lin Xian wondered.
Based on his previous experience planting rice seeds, the planting box began operating after the soul infusion.
The rice seed even sprouted immediately. Let's try infusing 1 soul. Lin Xian expended a soul and the planting box activated. Without soil or water, both orange trees were somehow surviving. A line of information appeared above them. Orange tree bears fruit once every 24 hours, yielding 10 kilograms per harvest. It really worked! Lin Xian exclaimed in delight.
Based on the current market rate set by Lin Xian, each gem could be exchanged for 500 grams of oranges. With a yield of 10 kilograms per cycle, that equaled 20 gems. Consuming 1 soul crystal daily to exchange for 20 gemstones, this was the most worthwhile deal imaginable.
Moreover, Lin Xian didn't even need to worry about these female players getting tired of oranges and refusing to trade. After all, in the vast dungeon world, female players are countless. When one group grows tired of it, another group takes their place. By the time Lin Xian had fleeced every single female player, perhaps even the gemstone supply would have reached saturation. Once the oranges in the neighboring cavern were all picked clean, Lin Xian turned his attention to the upper cavern. This was the only cavern in the vicinity he hadn't yet explored. Through the information relayed by the fungal network, Lin Xian discovered that this cavern housed peculiar-looking subterranean creatures. Chapter 25, The Merchant Clan of the Dungeon World. HM? Lin Xian noticed the information transmitted by the mycelium from the upper cavern. What kind of strange creature is this? Human-like in appearance, yet standing less than a meter tall.
Its head was oval-shaped, completely bald, with a smooth, shiny top. Its appearance was downright creepy. Think Gollum from Lord of the Rings, but chubby. Lin Xian frowned, then decided to go take a look. Oh, right now he had a jetpack, so no more scrambling up spider silk. That said, spending a soul crystal to activate the jetpack still stung a bit. Shaking his head, Lin Xian released his mycelium to start digging a hole. Manipulating the mycelium, Lin Xian began scooping away soil from the earthen ceiling of the moss forest tree spirit's cavern. 10 strokes. A passageway appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. With the jetpack strapped to his back and a soul crystal injected, Lin Xian immediately ascended. With a loud boom, Lin Xian entered the cavern above. The little figure, startled by the intruder, scrambled frantically. Waga, waga, waga. The little person muttered something under its breath. At the same time, he warily guarded against Lin Xian, treating him like some formidable enemy. A set of data appeared before Lin Xian's eyes, detailing information about this little guy. Merchant Dwarf. Level, LV10. Ability, tunnel digging. Merchant dwarves possess exceptional tunneling skills, enabling them to traverse the dungeon world freely. Description: merchant dwarves are subterranean creatures dwelling in the underground world. They profit by trading with various other subterranean beings. They are creatures of stark loyalty and enmity. Befriending a merchant dwarf grants you trading discounts. If you become an enemy of a merchant dwarf, every merchant dwarf in the entire dungeon world will regard you as an enemy. Incidentally, the vast majority of merchant dwarves are unscrupulous merchants.
Weakness, short legs, slow runner. Merchant dwarves?
Lin Xian hadn't expected to encounter another native of the underground world.
And this time, they were merchants.
This alone proved that the underground world was actually an immense realm.
It possessed its own intricate social hierarchy. Merchants existed here. Who knows?
There might be other dungeon creatures representing various professions as well.
Merchant dwarf, don't be nervous. I won't harm you.
If it were any other subterranean creature, Lin Xian wouldn't bother with words, he'd simply draw his great blade and slash it down in one stroke. With the binding power of Mycelium, Lin Xian never even considered swinging it thin air. But the merchant dwarf was different.
The description on the interface was crystal clear. This creature. To antagonize them would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire merchant network of the dungeon world. Before understanding the dungeon world's entire social chain, Lin Xian decided it was best not to antagonize them just yet. Waiga waiga? The merchant dwarf continued to scrutinize Lin Xian from head to toe, as if narrating something. Lin Xian scratched his head. The language barrier was truly a headache. However,
realizing the dwarf before him was a merchant, Lin Xian suddenly had an idea.
He directly retrieved several gems from his spatial backpack.
They were water gems and earth gems.
He asked the merchant dwarf before him, "Merchant dwarf, have you seen these gems?" Wah wah.
The merchant dwarf scratched his head, then produced 2 water gems and 2 earth gems as if by magic.
You actually have them? Lin Xian exclaimed in delight. Truly a merchant worthy of the dungeon world. Can I trade you these gems?
Lin Xian gestured with his hands, mimicking the sign language of the deaf and mute. The dwarf merchant tilted his head, then pulled out some more items. They were strange stones, glowing with a white light.
At the same time,
they bore scribbled numbers.
Is this your underground world's currency? Wah wah.
This time, the merchant dwarf seemed to understand Lin Xian's words and began nodding immediately.
Who would have thought the underground world even had its own currency?
After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian suddenly remembered something. He immediately retrieved the 10 grams of gold he had obtained from dismantling the golden treasure chest earlier. The moment the merchant dwarf saw the gold, his eyes widened. It was clear the merchant dwarf recognized gold and seemed to like it quite a bit.
Lin Xian instantly understood even in the dungeon world, gold held value. Merchant dwarf, may I exchange the gold in my hand for the gem in yours? Lin Xian inquired.
The merchant dwarf understood Lin Xian's sign language and deliberately adopted a look of great difficulty.
Then,
he suddenly opened his palm, placing a water gem upon it. Then, using his long fingernails, he began to scratch at the water gem. The gemstone bore a scratch from the merchant dwarf's nails. The left side of the mark covered 2/3 of the gemstone's surface, while the right side represented the remaining 1/3. The dwarf merchant pointed at that 1/3 section of the water gem, then gestured toward the 10 grams of gold in Lin Xian's hand.
Suddenly, he clapped his hands.
As if to say, 10 grams of gold equaled 1/3 of the water gem.
Oomph.
Lin Xian chuckled softly. Had he not known beforehand that the merchant dwarf was actually a crooked trader, Lin Xian would have almost fallen for his nonsense. Mimicking the merchant dwarf's gesture, Lin Xian pointed to 1 gram of the 10 grams of gold, then gestured toward the 4 gems in the merchant dwarf's hand.
This is what an equal exchange looks like. In fact, you owe me for this currency.
The merchant dwarf grew frantic.
Waga waga. Wait, why are you jumping over the wall now? Lin Xian cursed him in a language the merchant dwarf couldn't understand.
Then, in a perfectly polite tone, he added, "Merchant dwarf, I'm here to trade with you in good faith.
You'd better not even think about trying to cheat me out of my money. Otherwise?" Suddenly, the frantically jumping merchant dwarf froze in place. Waga! Waga waga!
The merchant dwarf frantically tugged at his arms, only to discover they were tightly bound by something utterly immobile.
Ha! Lin Xian chuckled again.
Indeed, in the underground world, strength reigns supreme. Not even a merchant deserved polite treatment. Lin Xian approached the dwarf merchant, reaching out to pinch his rounded chin.
He asked, "Well, now, would you trade that gem in your hand for this gram of gold?" Waga! Waga waga! The dwarf merchant nodded frantically. "Why didn't you just say so earlier?"
Lin Xian released all the fungal threads controlling the merchant dwarf.
The merchant dwarf gazed at Lin Xian with a hint of resentment, but still handed over all 4 gems.
Lin Xian paid 1/10 of a gram of gold.
The merchant dwarf still eyed Lin Xian's gold greedily and produced another 10 or so gems.
1 wind gem, 3 fire gems, 2 thunder gems, and 4 dark gems all offered to trade for the remaining 9 grams of gold in Lin Xian's possession.
Chapter 26, Information Advantage. One step ahead. 10 more gems?
Truly befitting a merchant dwarf, he certainly knows how to make a grand gesture.
However,
having learned from past experience, Lin Xian bargained even more ruthlessly. "Frankly, I'm not particularly interested in these gems.
But if you insist on a trade, I'll offer 1/9 of gold for your 10 gems.
Lin Xian gestured again, holding out the remaining 9 grams of gold. He pointed to the single gram on the far edge, then to the 10 gems in the merchant dwarf's hand, as if to emphasize their equivalence.
The merchant dwarf grew impatient again. Waga waga. Ha! Waga.
The merchant dwarf, on the verge of losing his temper, suddenly fell silent.
Wagga 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 wa.
He began gesturing politely to Lin Xian. The first 6 gems should be exchanged for 2 grams of gold from Lin Xian's possession, while the remaining 4 dark gems should be traded for 4 grams of gold from him. Through the merchant dwarf's gestures, Lin Xian roughly grasped the relative value of the gems. It seemed the dark gems held far greater value than the others. However, Lin Xian chuckled, "Merchant dwarf, you see, we've already done business once.
That makes us friends, right? Given the nature of your merchant dwarf clan, you should offer discounts to friends. How about this, give me a 50% discount?
I'll trade you 3 grams of gold for the 10 gems you have."
Under Lin Xian's insistence, the merchant dwarf made muffled grunting sounds.
Clearly, he dared not voice his displeasure.
Deal.
Without waiting for the merchant dwarf's consent, Lin Xian snatched the 10 gems from his hand and handed over 3 grams of gold.
Merchant dwarf, do you have anything else worth trading?
I still have 6 grams of gold to offer.
Hearing this, the merchant dwarf immediately turned and walked off toward a distant hole.
Witnessing this, Lin Xian muttered in disbelief, "Come on, really?
Running that fast?
I'm not exactly a cannibal." After stowing the 10 gems in his hand,
he reviewed the transaction process in his mind.
After organizing his thoughts, he reached the following conclusions. First, the social structure of the underground world appears to be intact. These underground survivors have, in fact, become the invaders of this world. Second, the monetary system of the underground world is likely intact, with all goods possessing corresponding value. For now, Lin Xian concluded that gold held greater value than gems. 1 gram of gold roughly equaled the trade value of 2 gems. Dark gems held higher market value than gems of other attributes, commanding 1 gram of gold. Having sorted out this value system, Lin Xian chuckled, "For now, I still hold the absolute advantage."
On one side, trade with merchants from the underground world.
On the other side, they trade with survivors in the underground caverns at the exchange.
The goods and currencies required differ on each side.
Their assessments of value were also entirely different.
Lin Xian could exchange cheap food for substantial rewards from those survivors. For instance, gold and gems. He then used that gold to trade with merchants in the underground world for even greater profits. This back and forth isn't just about pocketing a little kickback. It was 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold profit. The thought alone made Lin Xian burst into laughter as he immediately posted a new listing on the exchange. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 500 milliliters purified water for 1L regular water.
Wanted in exchange, 10 grams of gold.
Quantity, unlimited.
Description: I just dismantled a gold treasure chest that yielded 10 grams of gold. If anyone else has obtained a gold treasure chest, feel free to sell the gold to me.
It's not particularly useful, but it looks nice.
Lin Xian's note perfectly captures the mindset of a brute who suddenly struck it rich.
Sure enough.
Upon seeing Lin Xian's note, everyone in the chat channel secretly scoffed at him.
In this starving dungeon world, he was actually thinking about gold?
Some of Lin Xian's female fans, however, gushed about how romantic he was, insisting he must be collecting gold to craft rings and necklaces for his beloved. Many female fans even made wishes to the cave creatures, begging them to make sure it was them. Lin Xian found the whole scene rather amusing. Sure enough, no one could guess the real reason I wanted to collect gold.
This is all about exploiting information asymmetry.
Before others realize gold can become currency in the dungeon world, I'll collect it early and stay several versions ahead of them. Now, let me survey the surrounding caverns. Lin Xian released his mycelium, spreading it across the dungeons in 5 directions, up, down, left, right, and behind. Lin Xian had already excavated 3 times today. He planned to save his remaining 2 digs for the pig cave. After all, digging down from this cavern excluding his private cavern housing the moss forest tree spirit would require 2 more excavations just to reach the pig cavern. But the main idea was, since he was already here, he might as well check out the surrounding caves first. What if there was something more valuable than the pig cave? Lin Xian would immediately pivot and head toward the more valuable cavern. The fungal network in the upper cavern relayed the first report. It was home to a colony of subterranean demonic bee insects. Nearly dozens of bee insects occupied the upper cavern. Bee-like insects? Lin Xian had no interest in this species. Just as Lin Xian was about to withdraw the mycelium, he suddenly spotted golden honey at the insect's nest. Honey? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that the bee insects, a species of subterranean demons, would actually produce honey. As for where they gathered the nectar, Lin Xian had no way of knowing. All he knew was that this golden honey looked incredibly tempting. Well then, I won't hesitate. Lin Xian manipulated the blue mycelium, letting it slowly spread over the honey. The bee-like insects fluttered about in the air, none guarding the honey. The mycelium began to devour the honey bit by bit, transferring it from the underground cavern above into Lin Xian's spatial backpack.
At that moment, the queen of the bee insect clan, the female bee lying near the honey, noticed the honey's diminishing quantity. She let out a shrill cry, summoning all the insects to gather. Seeing the honey steadily dwindle, the insects grew perplexed one by one. Where was the honey? Was the honey vanishing into thin air? Yet no matter how urgently they shrieked, they couldn't halt the honey's disappearance.
Only when not a single drop remained did Lin Xian, satisfied, withdraw all the mycelium from the upper cavern. As for how the bee insect clan in the upper cavern went berserk, Lin Xian couldn't care less. That must be at least 10 pounds of honey, right? Lin Xian could savor it for quite some time. After all, honey isn't the kind of food that spoils easily. Besides, now that he knew there were merchant dwarves in the underground cavern world, he could always trade any surplus to them later. Lin Xian proceeded to inspect the caverns in the other 4 directions. The cavern to the left was completely empty, as was the one to the right. The cavern ahead. Chapter 27, The Ice Cavern. Creatures of the Frost Clan. So that merchant dwarf had been digging all this time just to head to the cavern ahead? Lin Xian shook his head, gazing at the empty chamber ahead devoid of anything but the merchant dwarf's tunnel, and withdrew all the mycelium. Next, the cavern behind. Suddenly, Lin Xian suddenly felt a chill. As the mycelium permeated the soil and entered the rear cavern, a cavern formed entirely of solid ice appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. This cavern was actually an ice cave? Lin Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, according to the information already detected by the mycelium, this ice cavern was exceptionally vast. The mycelium that had just burrowed inside couldn't even see where the cavern ended. Should he venture further? Lin Xian walked to the earthen wall of the cavern and released a large amount of mycelium inside, intending to explore the underground chamber. As the mycelium began to spread, suddenly, some of the mycelium was killed. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. The mycelium was something only Lin Xian could see. Others, including the cavern creatures, should be unable to perceive it. Yet just now, a portion of the mycelium had indeed lost contact with him. And there was only one possible explanation. The mycelium had been destroyed. Lin Xian released more mycelium to investigate the areas where contact had been lost. Suddenly, a blast of icy wind swept in. The mycelium that had just penetrated the ice cave froze solid once more. So that's how it was. Lin Xian suddenly understood. The killer of the mycelium might not even know they existed. The icy wind he unleashed was an indiscriminate attack. Interesting. Originally, Lin Xian had only intended to scout and investigate this ice cave. Now, however, his curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He must find the creatures dwelling within this ice cavern. Continue exploring. Lin Xian released a massive amount of flesh and blood mycelium once more. This time, he didn't head in the previous direction. Instead, he directed the mycelium to burrow directly into the soil. Lin Xian opted to let the mycelium spread along the ice formations, encircling the entire cavern to gauge its true dimensions. Once the mycelium had fully spread out, a scene that left Lin Xian speechless unfolded. The mycelium wasn't long enough? The size of this underground chamber exceeded that of a standard unit cave? Lin Xian's mycelium could cover an entire cave unit. Yet this cavern's size far exceeded that of a single unit. This was why Lin Xian's mycelium couldn't fully penetrate to the edges. Then enter it and spy. Lin Xian manipulated his mycelium to penetrate the solid ice and directly enter the interior. Initially, he infiltrated from this side of the earthen wall to the opposite shore. From this angle, he saw nothing but endless solid ice. On the right side, however, after a unit of mycelium circled the earthen wall and penetrated inward, 2 ice sculptures came into view. The ice sculptures depicted the form of some subterranean creature. A long ladder extended straight upward. A ladder? Lin Xian was puzzled. This entire ladder was constructed entirely from solid ice. He had no idea what lay at the top of the ladder. Just as the mycelium couldn't encircle the entire ice cavern before, it couldn't extend upward either. Was it still not long enough? Lin Xian frowned. Currently, the flesh mycelium was at LV3, capable of reaching only the length of a single cavern unit. If that was the case, then he would ascend from another location. Lin Xian directed the mycelium in other directions, guiding it inward. Finally, about 15 meters to the left, Lin Xian spotted the first creature in this ice cavern. Cave Demon Ice Lizard. Level, LV10. Ability, Frost Breath attacks by expelling frigid breath through its nostrils. Description, Ice lizards belong to the Frost clan of the Dungeon Fiends. Within the Frost clan, they hold a lowly status and serve only as patrol sentinels. Weakness, Fire. Upon seeing this ice lizard's information, Lin Xian froze in surprise. The Frost clan? Who knew the dungeon demons had specific racial divisions? Come to think of it, the troll I killed earlier belonged to the Troll clan. Looks like the dungeon world has quite a variety of creature races. Lin Xian stroked his chin as he analyzed.
But what surprised Lin Xian was that this ice lizard before him was merely a lowly patrol sentry within the Frost clan. After all, it was a full level 10 creature. The two zone bosses he'd defeated earlier, the dungeon spider and the mossy tree spirit, were also only around level 10. Could this dungeon be some kind of high-level underground lair? Suddenly, Lin Xian seemed to recall something. I recall the dungeon world is divided into 4 major regions: east, south, west, and north. Each major region contains numerous sub-areas. My area code should be East Major Region, sub-area 123. Could this ice cave be the location of the East Major Region's area boss? If so, that would explain everything. But why would a major region boss appear in sub-region 123? That doesn't quite add up. Never mind. Let's go check it out first. With that thought, Lin Xian decided to parasitize the ice lizard before him, turning it into his spy. Parasitize. Countless fungal filaments instantly spread and covered the ice lizard's body. The frigid temperature of the ice lizard slowed the movement of many flesh and blood hyphae. As the hyphae began burrowing into the lizard's body, it suddenly began exhaling icy breath. It didn't know what was messing with it, but it felt incredibly uncomfortable. Yet these icy breaths could only be expelled outward. The mycelium had already infiltrated the ice lizard's body and wouldn't be so easily eliminated. The mycelium began to take control of the ice lizard's nervous system, until they completely overrode the ice lizard's consciousness. Target: ice lizard. Parasitism initiated, establishing neural connection 103070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 90%. A synchronization rate of 90%? This was indeed somewhat unexpected for Lin Xian. The ice lizard before him was, after all, a level 10 creature. Yet it achieved such an exceptionally high synchronization rate. Indeed. Raising both his own level and that of the flesh mycelium was the best way to increase the synchronization rate. Lin Xian's consciousness manifested within the ice lizard's body. Through the lizard's eyes, Lin Xian gained a clearer, more direct view of the frozen world's entirety. Before him stood a colossal ice fortress. 3 frozen staircases led up to the fortress. At the highest point lay the fortress's summit, a structure so vast it could easily encompass dozens of underground caverns. No wonder the mycelium couldn't envelop this ice cavern, it was practically a colossal underground city. Lin Xian sighed. He guided the ice lizard as it crawled toward the distance. At that moment, an army suddenly appeared below the ice castle's long staircase. Like the ice lizard, every member of this army was entirely white. And they were fully armed. Lin Xian noticed that the creatures in this army had peg-like nostrils and elephant ears. Chapter 28, The Ice Cavern World. Parasite. A series of datasets appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian selected the information on the leading monster. Underground Demon Pig Monster. Level, LV20. Ability, charge attacks by charging forward with tremendous impact. Description: Pigmon belongs to the ice-type lineage of dungeon demons, possessing exceptional cold resistance. In combat, they charge recklessly, relying on their signature charge attack. Being struck by a Pigmon feels like being hit by a 100-mile-per-hour truck. Their impact is devastatingly powerful. Weakness: poor eyesight. Blinding them causes Pigmon to panic. Pigmon? What a peculiar name. Lin Xian didn't crawl forward, he simply stopped where he was. The Pigmon leader led the pack around the ice lizard, acting as if it hadn't been seen. Just as described, Pigmon really doesn't have the best eyesight, huh? Lin Xian chuckled. Of course. The ice lizard's body was naturally snow-white, blending seamlessly with the frozen ground. Without a closer look, it was indeed hard to distinguish the ice lizard from the icy surface. As the Pigmon army marched past in disarray, Lin Xian noticed that the Pigmon at the very back seemed to have fallen behind. Perfect. You're it. The ice lizard swiftly crawled forward, positioning itself behind this Pigmon and trailing it. Suddenly, a mass of mycelium spread out, crawling onto the Pigmon's body. This Pigmon wasn't as high level as the Pigmon leader, it was the same level as the ice lizard, only level 10. As the mycelium penetrated the pig monster's body, it linked its nerves. The Pigmon suddenly stood upright and froze in place. Guh? A cold breath escaped from its nostrils. Its gaze grew unfocused. Parasitism begins. Target: pig monster. Parasitism initiated, establishing neural connection 103070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 90%. Is it the same as the ice lizard? Lin Xian controlled the ice lizard, keeping it rooted to the spot. Another consciousness manifested within the Pigmon. Lin Xian controlled the Pigmon, bringing it straight back to the team. It must be said, Pigmon's eyesight is truly terrible. No wonder the description says its weakness is poor eyesight. It was absolutely true. Lin Xian's consciousness, peering out through the Pigmon's body, felt like that of someone with 500-degree nearsightedness, utterly unable to make out anything clearly. No wonder the Pigmon army marched in such a crooked, disorganized manner. After marching forward for nearly 10 minutes,
The lead pigmon halted and the ones behind began colliding forward one after another. Suddenly, the entire pigmon army collapsed to the ground. Gurgle! Gurgle! Under the furious scolding of their leader, the entire pig monster army finally got back up. Through blurred vision, or rather, through the mycelium protruding from the pigmen's bodies, Lin Xian noticed new monsters appearing ahead. A horse-headed monster. He commanded the pig monsters to enter an underground cavern. Yes, the underground cavern beneath the ice cavern. As the consciousness inhabiting the pigman's body, Lin Xian followed them inside. Upon entering the cavern, Lin Xian observed the pig monsters all wielding axes, collectively chipping away at the solid ice as if mining something. What on earth were they digging for? Lin Xian frowned and joined in the chopping for a few minutes. Suddenly, the pig monster to his left let out an excited cry. Gulp! Lin Xian noticed the creature held a deep blue object in its hand. Ice Source Orb, a mineral excavated from ice caverns, the favorite mineral of the Frost clan. It can be consumed as a food substitute, enhancing various physical abilities. It also serves as a material for crafting certain items and functions as the Frost clan's currency. After reading the description of the Ice Source Orb, Lin Xian suddenly understood. Holy crap, so these pigmon have been acting like black slaves all along? But Lin Xian scanned the area. The horse-headed monsters were nowhere to be seen. Only these pig monsters remained in the cavern. Oomph! Might as well start harvesting. A strange thought suddenly crossed Lin Xian's mind. Once he'd gathered enough, he swallowed all the Ice Source Orbs whole and teleported them into his own spatial backpack. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's consciousness controlled the ice lizard's body as it climbed the ice ladder. He intended to investigate further. But halfway up, suddenly, two ice spears pierced straight into Lin Xian's body. What the hell? He could sense the ice lizard rapidly dying. At that moment, Lin Xian finally got a clear look at the monster that had hurled the ice spears. It was an ice leopard? Crypt Fiend Ice Leopard. Level, LV30. Ability, Spear Throw crafts an ice spear using frigid power and hurls it forward, 90% accuracy. Description, a creature of the ice blood lineage among the dungeon fiends, skilled in crafting and hurling ice spears with formidable power. Possesses keen senses of smell and sight. Classified as mid-tier within the ice blood lineage. Weakness, low stamina, unable to sustain prolonged combat. A level 30 ice leopard? Lin Xian controlled the mycelium, gradually diminishing the consciousness within the ice lizard's body. In that case, it was time to devour. Withdrawing the consciousness lingering within the ice lizard, Lin Xian commanded the mycelium to begin feasting. The ice lizard was dead anyway, letting this flesh go to waste would be a shame. Fresh flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Notice, the flesh is exceptionally fresh, achieving optimal consumption efficiency. Moments later, the ice lizard transformed into a sheet of ice right before the ice leopard's eyes. Meanwhile, after over an hour of digging, the pig monsters finally finished their excavation. A total of 18 ice source orbs. Lin Xian commanded the pig monsters to rush forward and seize the ice source orbs, devouring them all. Through the mycelium's transmission, the ice source orbs arrived in Lin Xian's space backpack. Originally, Lin Xian had expected a fierce melee to erupt. To his surprise, none of the other pigmon creatures witnessed him controlling one to seize the ice source orbs. The lead pigmon, clutching its now empty basket, began walking outward. The others followed suit. Damn it! Originally, Lin Xian had thought he'd have to fight this group of pig monsters. But unexpectedly, nothing happened? Well then, he might as well parasitize them for now. Lin Xian withdrew his consciousness, allowing the pig monster to be controlled by the mycelium as it moved alongside the strange pig creatures. In the adjacent cavern, Lin Xian, who had been facing the earthen wall, gazed at the ice source orb within his space backpack. After a moment's contemplation, he mused, the ice cavern must be an independent dungeon separate from the cavern world. I wonder how many such dungeons exist. In any case, for now, Lin Xian felt this ice cavern wasn't ready for him to venture into. The pig monsters alone were generally around level 10. That ice leopard was a level 30 threat. They were no match for Lin Xian in his current state. He'd parasitize the pig monsters for now and observe the ice cave world's conditions. Lin Xian made his decision. Chapter 29, The Ranch and the Meat Pigs. Lin Xian's mycelium could currently survive independently within the underground caverns for about 3 days. Parasitism was different, however. Once parasitized, as long as the host remained alive, Lin Xian's consciousness could persist within it indefinitely. Lin Xian left a strand of his consciousness and a large amount of mycelium within the level 10 pig monster. This effectively allowed him to monitor the ice cavern world. If given the chance, Lin Xian would prefer to parasitize the ice leopard instead. Given its level, the ice leopard's reach and range of activity within the ice caverns would undoubtedly be far more extensive. Let's head down first. The recent ice cave exploration had already gathered ample information for Lin Xian. For instance, the subterranean world wasn't comprised solely of small caverns, there were also large ones like the ice cavern. Lin Xian referred to these as dungeons.
Clearly, the entire subterranean world couldn't possibly contain only one dungeon like the ice cavern.
This was only the second day of his underground survival journey. He wasn't in a rush to uncover every detail of the cavernous world.
But one thing was crucial. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. Level. Just as that ice leopard could crush an ant with ease, it could just as easily eliminate an ice lizard.
If one possessed a sufficiently high level, then that ice leopard would be nothing more than a toy in Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium and began digging downward with a shovel. He returned to the familiar forest of the tree spirits.
The return trip didn't count toward his dig count, leaving Lin Xian with 2 remaining attempts.
Descending further, he dug twice more before successfully dropping into the pig cave.
Roo! Roo!
The meat pigs, who had been grazing peacefully, scattered in all directions the moment they saw Lin Xian plummeting from the sky. Clearly, they must have encountered cave creatures before. That's why they were so wary and on guard around Lin Xian.
Lin Xian paid them no mind.
To him, this herd of fat pigs was nothing more than food, nothing more. Perfect timing. He'd just acquired a sufficient supply of gems.
Time to build a ranch.
With a pasture in place, Lin Xian could capture all these meat pigs and confine them there, turning them into livestock ready for slaughter at any moment. As Lin Xian checked the materials needed to build the pasture, he suddenly realized he was missing the most common item of all. He had gathered all the gems required for the pasture. But he was slightly short on wood and iron ingots, and hadn't collected any stone at all. With that thought, Lin Xian opened the exchange. He listed a new order on the exchange.
Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 100 milliliters pure water. Wanted, stone x10, wood x10, iron ingot x10. Note, urgent order. First come, first served. At first glance, this trade request was nothing short of exploitative.
But in the dungeon world, the most abundant resources are precisely these basic materials: stone, wood, and iron ingots. Other players would jump at the chance to trade these materials for water. Even a mere 100 milliliters of water would have them jumping at the chance.
Sure enough. Within seconds of Lin Xian posting this trade order, it was snatched up.
Staring at the trade successful notification,
Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. These people really have nothing better to do.
All day long, they're either surfing the chat channels or lurking around the exchange.
Seriously, what else is there to do? With that, Lin Xian prepared to exit the data panel.
At that moment, Lin Xian suddenly noticed a familiar contact had sent him a private message.
He clicked to view it. It was actually Chu Yancheng? What does she want with me? Driven by curiosity, Lin Xian opened Chu Yancheng's private message. Chu Yancheng, Lin Xian, I found another set of blueprints. Do you need them?
If so, I'd like to trade you some food, bread or something like that. After seeing Chu Yancheng's message,
Lin Xian replied, blueprints? Sure. Lin Xian didn't ask what kind of blueprint it was.
Chu Yancheng was an old trading partner of his. If she needed some food, he was naturally willing to provide it. Besides, ever since Lin Xian had access to meat, he barely touched bread anymore.
With the prospect of hot rice tonight, bread seemed even more unnecessary. Lin Xian immediately initiated a trade request and sent it privately to Chu Yancheng. Seller, Lin Xian. Items for trade, bread x2, water 500 milliliters. Wanted, blueprint. Note, I know you have another person with you, so I'm giving you 2 loaves of bread. The water is also yours. In Lin Xian's view, the blueprint's value far outweighed 2 loaves of bread, which is why he included an extra 500 milliliters of water for Chu Yancheng. Chu Yancheng didn't accept the trade immediately. He was likely occupied with his own affairs. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry.
After gathering 10 stones, Lin Xian prepared to construct the ranch.
Construction. Preparing to construct the ranch.
Deducting materials: 3 earth gems, 1 fire gem, 1 water gem, 1 wind gem, 10 wood, 10 iron ingots, 10 stone blocks.
Pasture construction complete. Suddenly,
a massive pasture materialized within the pig cave. The entire pasture covered an area of approximately 150 square meters. Fortunately, the pig cave was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the ranch.
To Lin Xian's astonishment, once the pasture descended, the entire herd of meat pigs was instantly enclosed within it. With fences surrounding the pasture, the pigs roamed freely within but couldn't escape. This is actually quite practical, isn't it? Lin Xian praised. At the same time, Lin Xian checked the pasture's usage instructions.
Pasture can house up to 100 animals.
Consumes 5 souls daily to produce air, water, and food for the animals. Features a recycling function that collects animal waste and fur for material use.
If a farm is present, animal waste is automatically transferred there as fertilizer.
Holy crap! Lin Xian exclaimed in shock. Who would have thought the ranch and farm actually had an interactive feature? Too bad Lin Xian didn't have the blueprint for a farm yet. Additionally, after seeing the ranch's daily soul consumption, Lin Xian couldn't help but frown again. So it was just another soul-guzzling machine after all?
It requires 5 souls just to operate the ranch once, meaning it needs 150 souls per month. Indeed, gathering souls was the foremost priority.
Lin Xian remarked indifferently. Then, Lin Xian injected 5 souls into the farm, activating its operations.
Within the pasture, grain for the pigs' consumption began to grow spontaneously. The pigs charged madly toward the feeding channels and started eating.
It was a bit of a shame, though.
All this food and water was only for the livestock in the pens.
Otherwise,
a mischievous idea suddenly struck Lin Xian. If he took these resources to trade,
wouldn't many players be willing to exchange for them? Lin Xian shook his head before opening his spatial backpack again.
Now that the meat supply was secured and water was no longer an issue, it was time to hatch that egg. Lin Xian retrieved the egg that had been stored in his spatial backpack for quite some time. It remained the same earthy yellow, showing not the slightest change.
Chapter 30, Dungeon Creature Egg Incubation. The subterranean creature egg before him was earth yellow. Orange, red and black stripes were embedded across its surface, though whether they held any significance remained unknown. Previously, after acquiring this subterranean creature egg, the data panel described it thus. Dungeon egg, an egg laid by a dungeon creature.
The incubator can immediately hatch this egg by dripping their own blood onto it.
The incubator will gain a loyal companion. A loyal companion sounded promising, but
Lin Xian had no idea what kind of subterranean creature this was. If it turned out to be an unremarkable dungeon creature, or one as weak as a reed,
Lin Xian didn't mind trading it away.
He figured plenty of girls would be into fluffy creatures.
Wait a minute. Lin Xian suddenly shook his head.
Why had he thought of a furry creature? What if it was a bald, slick creature?
Not that it would be a problem, male players would probably love it. This thought made Lin Xian even more curious about the subterranean creature inside the egg. Let's hatch it first.
According to the instructions, a drop of his own blood would trigger the hatching process. Lin Xian drew his fine dagger and slit his finger.
A single drop of blood fell onto the eggshell. Then, time seemed to stand still as the cave egg remained utterly motionless. 10 seconds passed, then a minute, then 2, then 3, yet the dungeon egg showed no change whatsoever. What was going on? Could it be a bad egg? Or had the embryo died inside?
Lin Xian frowned, then dripped a few more drops of blood onto it on a whim. The underground egg finally began to stir.
Damn it, is it a vampire after all? Not hatching until it gets enough blood, huh?
After absorbing a substantial amount of Lin Xian's blood, the underground egg finally showed a significant reaction. The entire egg began to shake violently, its shell cracking with a loud, creaking sound. The little creature inside seemed poised to break free.
Lin Xian raised his hand, intending to lend a hand. But
the subterranean egg deftly dodged his grasp, twisting perfectly out of his fingers.
Was it guarding against him? Or was the little one inside stubborn as hell, insisting on breaking free on its own? Lin Xian decided to stop helping and simply watch the underground egg's transformation.
Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. The shell cracked open, revealing a tiny paw cat-like, with a pink pad.
Then, the entire egg shattered completely. A fluffy, earth-toned little creature appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. Is it a cat? A leopard? Or a lion?
Lin Xian frowned, feeling somewhat surprised. The little creature was about the size of a 3-month-old kitten, its fur a warm earthy yellow adorned with streaks of orange, red and black. Judging by its appearance alone, it resembled both a cat and a leopard. But the most astonishing thing was that this newborn cub had a thick, fluffy mane of fur covering its neck. That's the kind of mane only a male lion would have.
Woo-wah!
The little one let out a high-pitched cry and darted straight into Lin Xian's arms.
Simultaneously, information about the cub appeared on Lin Xian's interface. Flame Lion. Level, LV1.
Ability, blazing fire capable of unleashing high-temperature flames. Description, a youngling of the high-tier dungeon creature, the Flame Lion. Classified as a growth-type dungeon creature, it undergoes metamorphosis and advancement as its level and power increase. Even as a youngling, it can spew flames reaching temperatures as high as 200 degrees Celsius.
Weakness, vulnerable to water. Flame Lion? Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He never imagined this dungeon egg would hatch into a lion?
According to the description, it was even a high-tier creature of the underground caverns. But how could the egg of a high-tier creature appear in such an inconspicuous little underground cavern?
Lin Xian was baffled. Nevertheless, Lin Xian didn't dwell on this question.
The young flame lion in his arms was licking his hand, showing remarkable affection. As if it were his own flesh and blood. Just as the dungeon egg had described, I would gain a loyal companion. This little one certainly seemed loyal enough. At the very least, it was very close to me. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Originally, Lin Xian had considered trading it away if the hatched cub turned out to be disappointing.
But this little flame lion cub before him? There was no way Lin Xian could trade it away.
It was a growth-type subterranean creature.
Once it fully matured, it would essentially become Lin Xian's personal enforcer. A mount wouldn't be bad either. A fire lion mount sounds pretty cool. Little one, drink some water, eat some meat, and grow up quickly.
Lin Xian produced a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water and a portion of tender rabbit meat, placing them before the fire lion cub. The little one seemed to have encountered a heavenly delicacy and immediately began to savor it. Despite being newly hatched, the fire lion cub already had a full set of teeth. It tore into the rabbit meat with no difficulty whatsoever. In no time at all, it had gobbled up every last bit of the meat. Woo-wah! The fire lion cub tugged at Lin Xian's pant leg as if still begging for more food.
Lin Xian frowned. That wasn't enough?
After all, this was already a full meal for a grown man. But looking at the fluffy little flame lion, those pitiful eyes, Lin Xian had no choice but to pull out another piece of wolf meat for it. This time, it was a full 2 pounds of meat. The cub's mouth watered greedily at the sight of the large piece of meat. However, the cub didn't immediately dive in. Instead, it exhaled a stream of hot air from its nostrils. Immediately after, a ball of flame erupted from its mouth. The flames began to sear the sizzling wolf meat. Once it was roasted to medium rare perfection, the cub extinguished the flames with its forepaws and began savoring the delicacy. What the hell? Lin Xian was utterly stunned. A newly hatched fire lion cub already knew how to roast meat? That's way too smart. Moreover, Lin Xian noticed that the wolf meat roasted by the cub was just as good as anything cooked on a grill. Then why would I ever need a grill again? I could just have the fire lion roast the meat for me. And it's pure, natural fire-roasted meat. Lin Xian exclaimed in delight. Only after the cub had devoured every last morsel of the grilled meat did it finally settle down contentedly at Lin Xian's feet, curling up to rest. What a leisurely life this is. Lin Xian chuckled. Little did it know they were currently struggling to survive in the underground caverns. But then again, a young flame lion was one of the higher-tier creatures in the underground caverns. Likely, its species never had to worry about food shortages. Lin Xian paid no further attention to the cub, letting it rest. He opened his spatial backpack and retrieved a set of blueprints. He hadn't yet examined the blueprint information he'd just exchanged with Chu Yancheng. When he had a moment, Lin Xian planned to see what kind of blueprint it was. Chapter 31, Mama Noji's Peculiar Quirk. Refrigerator Blueprint, once unlocked, allows you to craft refrigerators. Wow. Lin Xian hadn't expected that after the grill, a refrigerator would show up too. But Lin Xian could actually use a refrigerator. If the meat wasn't consumed promptly, storing it in the space backpack would still cause it to spoil. The same applied to bread and ham slices. Unlock. Lin Xian immediately unlocked the refrigerator blueprint. Refrigerator blueprint successfully unlocked. Refrigerator consumes soul to store food. Once activated, it automatically deducts 1 soul every 24 hours can be turned off. Food stored in the refrigerator has its shelf life extended by 30 days. Refrigerator crafting materials, Ice Gem 01, Ice Source Orb 1810, Iron Ingot 95. When Lin Xian saw the materials required to craft the refrigerator, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ice Source Spheres? I recall these are highly prized by the Frost Clan. They even consume them as food and use them as currency. Who would have thought they're also refrigerator components? These Ice Source Orbs are truly versatile. No wonder those pig monsters were assigned to harvest Ice Source Orbs en masse. It must be the material used by the Ice Cavern dungeon to trade with other races. Just one more ice gem to go. Lin Xian possesses gems of every other attribute, but he's never actually obtained an ice gem. Guess I'll have to bother the vast black marketer, fellow players on the same frequency again. Lin Xian immediately posted a new listing. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 500 G of oranges. Wanted, ice gem. Quantity, 1 order. Note, first come, first served. Urgently need 1 ice gem. Just like his previous listings, Lin Xian was still offering a pound of oranges in exchange for ice gems. This time, it didn't get snapped up instantly. Minutes passed and the order remained. What's going on? Does nobody have an ice gem? Lin Xian wondered aloud. He opened the chat channel to check the updates. Why is God Lin giving us another challenge? What's an ice gem? Never seen one. Does anyone have an ice gem they could trade with me? I really want to form a trade bond with Lord Lin. Seeing everyone eating oranges is making me so jealous. Why can't I dig up any gems? I really want to open a treasure chest just once. Lin, I don't have gems, but I have something fun. Want it? Lin Xian glanced at the chat channel. He finally understood. Ice gems must be rarer than any other gem. None of these people had ice gems in their hands. However, the last guy's mention of something interesting caught Lin Xian's attention. He opened his private messages. Lin Xian saw Chu Yancheng's reply first. Chu Yancheng, thank you. Chu Yancheng, Mr. Lin, may I ask you a few questions? The refrigerator blueprint appeared in Lin Xian's spatial backpack, confirming that Chu Yancheng had already accepted the transaction order moments ago. Lin Xian hadn't checked his private messages immediately, so he hadn't realized Chu Yancheng had replied. Questions? After a moment's thought, Lin Xian replied. If it's something I know and can answer, I'll tell you honestly. This time, Shu Yanqing replied swiftly.
Shu Yanqing, Lin God, I found the remains of a dungeon demon in the underground labyrinth. I want to know, have you ever encountered dungeon demons? In the dungeon world, besides us humans, are there many other races of creatures? Also, if you kill a dungeon demon, does it drop the soul from the order you posted earlier? After seeing Shu Yanqing's series of questions, Lin Xian suddenly realized she probably hadn't been paying attention. Discussions about how souls drop had clearly happened before in the chat channel. It seemed she must have been too busy exploring the dungeons to catch up on the latest information. As for the other questions, like the dungeon demons, Lin Xian had indeed encountered them several times. The Dungeon Demon Troll Clan and the Dungeon Demon Frost Clan both fell under the category of dungeon demons. For now, most players encountered ordinary dungeon creatures, like the jackal wolf Lin Xian had slain earlier. As for the true dungeon demons, they would inevitably come into everyone's sight sooner or later. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't consider this information worth hiding and felt it could be shared with Shu Yanqing. Lin Xian replied, first question, I have indeed encountered dungeon demons. Second question, beyond humans, numerous dungeon creatures do survive in the dungeon world. Third question, not just dungeon demons, many dungeon creatures drop souls upon death. Shu Yanqing, after watching her edit her message for a long time, suddenly sent a message. Shu Yanqing, thank you. After thanking Lin Xian, Shu Yanqing initiated another gift transaction. The order contained 2 souls. Note, thank you for clarifying my doubts. I know you're collecting souls. Consider these 2 souls as payment for answering my question earlier. She really is a girl who doesn't like taking advantage of others at all. Lin Xian chuckled. If asked who he felt the most affection for in the entire Abyss world, it would undoubtedly be Shu Yanqing. He'd gained much from her, yet she never took advantage of him. In Lin Xian's view, Shu Yanqing was indeed an excellent trader. Scroll down. Lin Xian then came across a message Wu Yu had sent him. Wu Yu, Lin God, our underground exploration team has grown to 6 members today. The only missing piece is our sole leader Yu. Please reconsider joining us? Another invitation to join a team. Lin Xian shook his head. He genuinely couldn't muster any interest in joining a team. But considering Wu Yu had gifted him a golden gemstone before, Lin Xian couldn't bring himself to block her. Lin Xian replied, I won't consider it. Please don't ask the same question again. While we're in the same dungeon world, I can trade you some items you need, that's all. After replying to Wu Yu, he scrolled down. A message came in from Momonoji, the Japanese girl he'd traded with before. Mamono, Lin Xian Koen, the spider meat you traded me earlier was delicious. You really didn't lie to me. You're a good person. Arigato. Tao Nogi, Lin Xian Koen, I found a talisman in the underground world today. It says evil repelling talisman and looks a bit like our Japanese omamori. Could you use it? If you need it, I could trade this talisman for some spider meat to eat? Sniffle. Oh boy. Lin Xian was momentarily speechless. When trading with Momonoji earlier, Lin Xian had simply wanted to get rid of the spider meat quickly, thinking it was a waste since he didn't eat it himself. Frankly, seeing as Momonoji was from Sakura country, he deep in taking advantage of her a bit. Chapter 32, Translating Jelly? The weapon trade. Who would have thought? She actually developed a taste for spider meat? As expected, cherry blossom people are pure black titanium. Lin Xian, sure thing. Lin Xian initiated a transaction. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, spider meat x3. Wanted, evil warding charms. When Lin Xian sent this trade request to Momonoji, Tao Nogi immediately accepted the trade. After the trade was completed, Momonoji bounced up excitedly. She replied, thank you, Lin Xian. I hope to trade with you again next time. Lin Xian, sure, looking forward to your next trade item. After sending the message, Lin Xian shook his head vigorously, inwardly feeling a bit speechless. What a terrifying girl. Lin Xian checked the talisman paper he'd just acquired in his space backpack. Evil repelling talisman. Creatures carrying this talisman can perceive malevolent entities within the underground caverns, including certain ghosts, which will actively avoid the talisman. See the malevolent entities in the underground caverns? Lin Xian took out the talisman and held it in his hand. The pig cave didn't seem to harbor any malevolent entities. He hadn't spotted any ghosts either. Never mind, I'll keep it for now. It'll come in handy someday. Just like the ice source sphere, when Lin Xian first obtained it, he had no idea what it was for. It wasn't until he was building a refrigerator that he discovered it was actually a raw material. Lin Xian scrolled down in his private messages. Lin Xian found the person who had just posted the bullet comment. To his surprise, it was a foreigner. Chandler, Lin, hello. I'm the one who mentioned something interesting in the bullet comments earlier. If you see my private message, please reply. Thanks. Lin Xian, ? Chandler, oh my god, Lin actually replied to my message. I'm so happy. Lin Xian, ? Chandler, Lin, here's the thing. In the last underground chamber, I opened a treasure chest. From it, I got 3 days worth of food and water. For now, I'm not short on either. Lin Xian, question mark. Still question marks. Lin Xian couldn't help but wonder if this foreign friend was a bit off his rocker. Chandler, Lin, you know what? Deep inside that chest, right beneath the food pile, I found some jelly. Guess what kind? Lin Xian, you have 3 seconds. If you keep rambling, I'm blocking you. Chandler, stop. God, Lin. The jelly I found displayed this message on the dungeon interface, translation jelly. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Translation jelly? Lin Xian, share it with me. The private chat feature included a sharing function. The share function primarily allows players to share information about specific items in their space backpack. This facilitates player-to-player transactions. Previously, Lin Xian always used fixed-price transactions, including just now with Mamanoji. Therefore, he had never utilized this feature. Chandler, an item has been shared with you. Lin Xian clicked to view. Translation jelly, consuming this allows communication with dungeon creatures. Note 1, dungeon creatures do not include animals. Note 2, each translation jelly remains effective for 24 hours. Wow, who knew there was actually something like a translation jelly? With this thing, wouldn't he be able to communicate seamlessly with the dungeon creatures? For instance, the merchant dwarf Lin Xian encountered earlier was a dungeon creature. Due to the language barrier, Lin Xian could only communicate with the merchant dwarf through sign language. With a translation jelly, Lin Xian could have used the merchant dwarf to learn more about the underground world, including the chance to purchase more useful items from the merchant dwarf. However, the translation jelly's duration was a bit too short, wasn't it? Only 24 hours a single day. Lin Xian replied, how many do you have? Chandler, hee hee. Lin, I found a total of 8 translation jellies. Lin Xian, name your price. Chandler, Lin, I'm not short on water or food right now. I'd like to trade for something else. Lin Xian, what? Chandler, weapons. Lin, you've killed so many dungeon creatures in the dungeon world, even taking down zone bosses. Surely you must have some incredibly powerful weapons? I'd like to trade for one for self-defense and to slay even more dungeon creatures. After seeing Chandler's message, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Right. He'd been pondering how water and food shortages would eventually be resolved. Once people had their basic needs met, they'd naturally want to grow stronger, hunt more dungeon creatures, and acquire more resources. In that case, weapons would undoubtedly be the top priority. If he started selling weapons, he could indeed make a fortune. For now, Lin Xian possessed blueprints for the Great Cleaver. The Great Blade was exceptionally effective paired with Mycelium. It could even cleave through a dungeon demon troll in a single stroke. Mass-producing the Great Cleaver would allow Lin Xian to rake in a fortune just from the price difference alone. After a moment's thought, Lin Xian decided it was feasible. However, crafting a great fast blade requires 2 gold gems and 5 iron ingots. If sold, he could command 5 gems for them. Iron ingots were practically worthless anyway. 5 gems meant more than doubling his investment. With that thought, Lin Xian decided to seize this business opportunity. He replied to Chandler, for weapons, I categorize them into 3 tiers. Tier 3, inferior daggers. Tier 2, fine daggers. Tier 1, large swords. I've seen the effects of the translation jelly. Honestly, it might be a tiny bit useful to me, but not much. You know, the translation jelly only lasts 24 hours. Lin Xian continued, plus, the translation jelly only works with dungeon creatures. I don't have any dungeon creatures around me, and I don't need it for everyday use. So for me, the translation jelly is pretty much optional. Asking me to trade a big, sharp knife for a single jelly? Unless I've hit my head on a truck, I wouldn't do something like that. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he placed an order. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, substandard dagger. Wanted, translation jelly x8. Note, Mr. Chandler, I trust you're a smart man. Carrying useless items around holds no value. On the contrary, a dagger could easily slice open a jackal's belly. This inferior dagger was actually obtained by Lin Xian from that muscle-bound brute, De Zhuan, earlier. Truth be told, after acquiring a fine dagger, Lin Xian hadn't used this shoddy one again. Using this shoddy dagger to kill, or rather, to kill jackals would certainly be ineffective. Anyone who frequently kills knows that a blade used for murder must be fast and sharp. Otherwise, you might only manage to scratch the surface before your opponent turns the tables and kills you. This shoddy dagger was only good for slicing up roasted jackal meat, basically a steak knife. Lin Xian had long wanted to trade it away. Chapter 33, Building a Refrigerator and the Dungeon Demon Returns? Chandler, Lin, do I have any other choice? Lin Xian, you could choose not to trade, but you might run into a player carrying weapons. After a conflict, they could stab you right in the gut. Hearing this, Chandler hesitated no longer and clicked accept. 8 translation jellies entered the space backpack. Now, when he encountered those merchant dwarves next time, he could have a proper chat with them. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. At the same time, Lin Xian suddenly realized that the fragment of consciousness left behind in the ice cave above had begun to stir once more. More accurately, the pig monsters had resumed their work. Lin Xian shifted his consciousness, appearing through the pig monster's perspective. Due to the blurred vision, Lin Xian had no choice but to extend a strand of mycelium from the pigmon to serve as his sensory field. This time, the ice cave the pig monsters entered was square in shape. The leader of the group was still the horse-headed creature. The pigmon leader stumbled into the ice cave and began mining. The pigmon behind it followed suit, entering the same way and clattering away at their work. The ice cave was pitch black. The pig monsters, whose vision was already blurry, couldn't see a thing inside. Then, a long-tapped ice wall suddenly dislodged an ice source orb. It seemed ice source orbs were quite abundant in this cave. Within just half an hour, they had harvested 15 of them. Suddenly, a sparkling gemstone tumbled out from the ice wall. Through the mycelium's perception, the pig monster parasitized by Lin Xian immediately turned its head. Ice gem, material used to craft certain items. Holy crap! Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he understood why his ice gem trading post had remained untouched until now. So that's why the source of ice gems is the ice cavern? Presumably, no player has managed to break into the ice caverns yet, right? Collect! Lin Xian immediately commanded the mycelium to scoop up the ice gem lying on the ice surface, along with the 15 ice source orbs, and teleport them away. In an instant, Lin Xian's space backpack now contained an ice gem and 15 ice source orbs. Finally, he had gathered all the materials needed to craft the refrigerator. Lin Xian truly hadn't expected the ice gem to be acquired in such a peculiar manner. Crafting. Refrigerator. Lin Xian selected the Crafting tab, chose the refrigerator, and began crafting immediately. Crafting refrigerator. Deducting materials, ice gem X1, ice source sphere X10, iron ingot X5. Refrigerator successfully crafted. Suddenly, a double-door refrigerator, not particularly large, appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. The flame lion, who had just been napping, jolted awake from its dream. Whoa! The little creature had never seen such a thing before and circled the refrigerator curiously. Lin Xian walked up to the refrigerator, opened both doors, and inspected the interior space. Fruits and bread on top, meat on the bottom. Though freezing meat would make it less fresh, it was still better than letting it rot. Lin Xian consumed a soul to activate the refrigerator. As the refrigerator released its cold air, the flame lion leaped backward in fright. As expected, ice and fire don't mix. Little flame lion, you really hate ice? Woo-wah woo-wah woo-wah. The young flame lion nodded vigorously. Its weakness is water, but that doesn't stop it from disliking ice too. Lin Xian placed the meat and fruit inside, closed the refrigerator door, and then stowed it back into the spatial backpack. Fortunately, the spatial backpack had ample capacity. Even the entire pasture before him could be stored within. Alright. With the refrigerator complete, Lin Xian decided to first explore all the surrounding caverns in this underground complex. He had no more digging attempts left for today. But that didn't stop Lin Xian from exploring. If he found anything worthwhile, he wouldn't hesitate to use his mycelium to seize it first. But just then, the earthen wall directly ahead suddenly began to tremble. Had another player dug their way in? Lin Xian's brows furrowed slightly as he grew alert. Meanwhile, the young flame lion, however, looked as if facing a formidable enemy, its entire expression turning solemn. Flame lion? Woo-wah! The fire lion grew intensely fierce. Lin Xian sensed something was amiss. He prepared to send his mycelium into the earthen wall to investigate. At that moment, with a loud crack, the earthen wall split open. A massive passageway appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. On this side of the wall stood Lin Xian, the young flame lion cub, and the pasture that hadn't yet been stored in his space backpack. Beyond the wall, green monsters stood exposed, their bodies bare. These creatures clutched bone clubs in their hands. Lin Xian recognized them instantly upon sight. Trolls? Lin Xian's eyes widened as he stared at the horde before him. They looked somewhat different from the subterranean demon troll he had slain with a single stroke earlier. These trolls possessed sharp, elongated noses stretching over 10 centimeters in length. Standing roughly 8 feet tall, they resembled great trolls rather than the smaller ones Lin Xian had encountered before. Lin Xian stared at the group of trolls before him. The leader wore several skulls around its neck. It appeared to be the leader of this troll pack. A set of information about the trolls appeared on Lin Xian's dungeon interface. Dungeon Demon Titan Troll. Level, LV12. Ability, Skin Armor. Titan trolls can harden their skin, enhancing their resistance to physical attacks. Description: Titans are generally good-natured, but harbor intense hostility toward outsiders. They particularly relish human flesh and keep livestock for emergency rations. If encountered, flee immediately. Titans delight in torturing victims to death. Weaknesses: extremely slow movement speed. Their necks are their vulnerable points. Underground Demon Titan Troll? Upon reviewing the information about this group of trolls, Lin Xian realized they likely belonged to a different race than the small troll he had previously slain. Though both are subterranean demons and members of the troll clan, they belong to distinct tribes. Among humans, different nations wage war.
How much more so among the troll clans of the underground world?
Tribal conflicts were undoubtedly commonplace. Woo-wah!
Suddenly, the young flame lion cub beside Lin Xian roared fiercely at the group of titanic trolls before them,
as if declaring territorial sovereignty, forbidding these titanic trolls from entering. Upon hearing the cub's voice, the titanic trolls turned their gaze toward Lin Xian and the cub. After nearly 2 seconds of silence, suddenly, the titanic trolls erupted into collective, booming laughter. Gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. Clearly, they didn't take Lin Xian and the fire lion cub seriously at all. As the first titan troll stepped into the pig cave, the others followed suit, burrowing through the passageway and entering the pig cave. Chapter 34, Titan Trolls? Collective Parasitism. The titan troll's eyes lit up at the sight of the swarming pork pigs. It feels a lot like the new year is just around the corner. Gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. The titan trolls bounced and hopped their way toward the pasture. Lin Xian watched them and snorted coldly, "Oomph! I never expected that those competing with me for the meat pigs wouldn't be players, but a bunch of wildlings? How laughable." With that, Lin Xian walked over to the pasture as well. Just as the titan troll raised its bone club, preparing to step over the pasture fence. Whoosh! The pasture vanished, along with the entire herd of fat pigs penned inside. Gurgle? Gurgle gurgle? The titan trolls collectively froze in confusion. They never imagined that the entire pasture and all the pigs could vanish without a trace? Surely they hadn't all been seeing things just now? Gurgle, gurgle gurgle. One of the titanic trolls pointed toward Lin Xian and the fire lion cub, as if saying, "There's still meat over there." Gurgle. The titan troll chieftain, with a skull hanging from his neck, began issuing orders. Its bone club pointed at Lin Xian and the fire lion cub as it bellowed, "Gore." Suddenly, the titan troll minions swarmed toward Lin Xian. 8, 9, 10. 10 in total. Lin Xian drew the large cleaver from his spatial backpack. 10 titan trolls should give me a hefty chunk of experience points, maybe even level me up a few times. My flesh mycelium should get a good feast too. Lin Xian chuckled to himself. These titan trolls regarded Lin Xian as food. Little did they know, Lin Xian regarded them as his meal as well. Gulp. The titan troll charging at the front was a level 6. Seeing this, Lin Xian wasted no time, instantly wrapping it in mycelium. Gurgle? Once the titan troll was immobilized, Lin Xian raised his blade just as he was about to strike down. The young flame lion suddenly unleashed a torrent of scorching flames. The intense heat ignited directly on the titan troll's body, setting it ablaze. Flame lion? Whoa! The fire lion's eyes gleamed sharply, as if telling Lin Xian it wanted to fight too. Alright. Lin Xian nodded. Then let's go together. With that said, Lin Xian swung his great sword. Amidst the flash of steel, the titan troll's head fell cleanly to the ground. Gulp? Behind this level 6 titan troll, several others stared in disbelief. A mere human had severed a titan troll's head? You must understand. Titan trolls possess skin hardened like armor, making them thick-skinned and tough, with greatly enhanced resistance to blows. How could ordinary blades possibly sever it? As the titan troll's body was severed from its head, Lin Xian noticed the fire lion cub's body suddenly elongate. It now measured 50 centimeters in length. Simultaneously, on the dungeon interface, Lin Xian observed that the fire lion cub's level had unexpectedly risen to LV3? Level 3 already? Killing just one level 6 titan troll had caused the fire lion cub to jump up 2 levels? If he were to slay all 9 remaining titan trolls before him, the fire lion cub would likely cease to be a cub altogether. Oomph. Flame lion, let's keep going. Roar. As its level rose, the fire lion's roar grew deeper and more powerful. It carried the aura of a true lion king. Grumble. The titan troll chieftain's voice sounded furious. He roared again, ordering his minions to charge. Though stunned by their comrades' instant demise, the titan trolls dared not disobey their leader's command. One by one, they charged forward. Come on in. Lin Xian chuckled, perfect. I'll test the collective parasitic effect of the mycelium. With that, a torrent of mycelium erupted from Lin Xian's hands. The blue mycelium spread out in an instant. They bound all 8 titan trolls before him. Midway through their advance, the titanic trolls halted one by one. Gurgle? Gurgle gurgle. The titan troll leader seemed to be questioning his subordinates about why they had halted, urging them to swiftly kill the humans before them. But the titanic trolls ignored their leader. Parasite, begin. Lin Xian snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the fungal filaments spreading across the titan troll's skin burrowed directly into their flesh. From flesh to spine, to nerves, to the brain. It could be said that every cell of the titan troll had been overtaken by the mycelium. Then, the parasitic process began. Target, titan troll. Parasitism initiated, establishing neural connection 103070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 99%.
When the mycelium successfully parasitized the Titan troll, Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. This sensory synchronization rate had reached a staggering 99%? Lin Xian couldn't fathom how such an incredibly high synchronization rate was possible. I get it now. Lin Xian suddenly realized that sensory synchronization wasn't solely determined by one's own level and the level of the flesh mycelium. It also depends on the opponent's brain. The troll clan was universally acknowledged as a brainless race. The less intelligent the host, the higher the synchronization rate achieved after parasitization. Previously, when Lin Xian parasitized the pig monsters, his sensory synchronization rate was also quite high. This stemmed from the fact that Pigmon, too, was a mindless creature. Oomph. Titan troll, what do you have to fight me with? Lin Xian halted the fire lion poised to breathe flames, saying, "Fire lion, hold off on breathing fire for now." Woo woo. The fire lion looked curious, but chose to obey Lin Xian. Titan troll, ready to die? Lin Xian was, of course, referring to that level 12 Titan troll chieftain. Gurgle? The Titan troll chieftain couldn't understand Lin Xian's words, but it sensed the provocation. It charged forward in rage. At that moment, 8 Titan trolls simultaneously turned to face the Titan troll chieftain. Gurgle? The Titan troll chieftain was furious. What was this about? Had they collectively rebelled? Suddenly, 8 Titan trolls simultaneously raised their bone clubs and charged toward their leader. They swung their bone clubs, smashing them fiercely into the Titan troll chieftain's body. Fortunately, the Titan troll chieftain had activated his skin hardening ability in advance, mitigating much of the damage. But being stabbed in the back and beaten by his own subordinates sent him into a furious rage. Gurgle. The enraged Titan troll chief unleashed a killing spree, turning on his own Titan troll minions. He really is formidable, isn't he? Lin Xian had assumed that 8 against 1 would leave this Titan troll chief with nowhere to hide and no chance to fight back. But to Lin Xian's surprise, not only did the creature move with ease, it even seemed to be gaining the upper hand? Well then, let me lend you a hand. Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium once more. The tendril spreading from beneath the ground instantly coiled around the Titan troll chieftain, immobilizing it completely. Chapter 35, Mycelium Enhancement. Hardening Ability. Immediately after, 8 Titan trolls began mercilessly beating the Titan troll chieftain. After roughly 5 minutes, the Titan troll chieftain, now a mangled, bloodied mess, had clearly lost its life. The remaining Titan trolls began to turn on each other. This, of course, was also orchestrated by Lin Xian. Beat each other to death. Lin Xian had no intention of sparing any of the Titan trolls, but why not let them finish each other off? Woo woo. The flaming lion nearby, however, was extremely excited. It joined the fray. Under the scorching flames of the fire lion, the Titan trolls' battle was instantly accelerated. Within mere minutes, the entire pig dungeon was littered with the dead and wounded. Lin Xian controlled the mycelium, gripping his great blade to deliver finishing blows to the Titan trolls still clinging to life. Only after all 10 Titan trolls lay dead. Woo woo! The flame lion let out a triumphant roar. Suddenly, the flame lion's body began to grow once more. Its orange-red fur became even more pronounced. Those black stripes made it look even more ferocious. Only when its body reached a length of 1 meter and 2 centimeters did the flame lion's growth cease. Even so, at 12 feet long and 80 centimeters tall, the flame lion resembled a ferocious cheetah, or a young male lion on the cusp of adulthood. From any angle, it radiated an imposing, arrogant aura. Roar! A piercing roar, one that actually carried a hint of a ruler's aura? Lin Xian checked the data on the flame lion from the underground chamber panel. Flame lion. Level, LV9. Abilities, blazing fire capable of unleashing high-temperature flames. Intimidation lowers opponent's attack power by instilling fear through the roar of a king's army. Description. Weakness, vulnerable to water. Level 9 already? Lin Xian stared at the flame lion in astonishment, never expecting such rapid leveling. Moreover, it had even learned a new ability, intimidation. Indeed, the flame lion was truly a descendant of some royal lineage from the dungeon world. Lin Xian frowned, silently assessing the situation. At the same time, the dungeon interface displayed a notification about Lin Xian once more. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for defeating a Titan troll tribe member. Experience gained, 10,000 points. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for advancing to LV12. 10,000 experience points. Lin Xian gasped. This was the largest single gain of experience points he'd received in the 2 days since entering the dungeon world. And he'd even reached level 12. In just 2 short days, he'd leaped from LV1 to LV12, a truly meteoric rise. I bet I'm the fastest leveling player in the entire game, right? Earlier, Lin Xian had checked others' levels. The chat channel allowed players to choose whether to display their level. Some showed it, others hid it. The vast majority of players were still stuck at LV1, and even the more talkative ones barely reached LV2. Compared to Lin Xian, this group looked like newbie monsters just stepping out of the beginner village.
Ignoring everyone else's levels, Lin Xian first checked his own data panel. Dungeon Survival Panel. Name, Lin Xian. Level, LV 12151. Innate ability, Flesh Mycelium. Spirit pet, Flame Lion.
Items, Rusty Shovel, Rough Spun Cloth Robe, Fine Dagger, Large Cleaver, Star Wish Holy Grail, Evil Warding Talisman.
Dungeons explored today, 5. I wonder if the Flesh Mycelium will level up after devouring these 10 Titan trolls.
Compared to his own leveling up, Lin Xian was actually more concerned about the Flesh Mycelium's advancement.
After all,
Lin Xian's level ups primarily boosted his physical strength and sensory synchronization with the parasitic organism. But the Flesh Mycelium's level up is what truly enhances Lin Xian's power.
Moreover, each time the Flesh Mycelium leveled up, it gained new abilities. Lin Xian was also curious what new abilities would the Flesh Mycelium gain when it upgraded again? Suddenly,
Lin Xian commanded the Flesh Mycelium to begin devouring the flesh and blood of the Titan trolls. The Flesh Mycelium already embedded within the Titan trolls' bodies began devouring them immediately. The mycelium outside burrowed into the Titan troll leader's body, feasting heartily. Fresh flesh detected.
Mycelium initiating consumption.
Note, Titan troll flesh possesses strong defensive properties, extending the mycelium's survival duration.
Half an hour passed.
10 titanic trolls devoured down to their skins. The Flame Lion witnessed this and felt somewhat stunned.
It never imagined its master possessed such formidable power. Woo woo. The Flame Lion nuzzled Lin Xian's leg with its head, as if seeking affection.
Even in battle, where it roared like a mighty lion, before Lin Xian it was nothing more than a newborn kitten. Lin Xian patted the fire lion's head and said, "Good boy, go play over there for now." Lin Xian still needed to investigate the flesh-eating mycelium's abilities and couldn't spare time for the fire lion's antics. The Flame Lion obediently moved to the side, crouching on the ground as it watched its master.
Lin Xian opened the underground lair interface to check the Flesh Mycelium's status.
Flesh Mycelium core level upgraded to LV 4730 evolution points. Abilities, Stealth, Scouting, Control, Parasitism, Repair, Venom, Hardening new. Core resilience slightly enhanced. Mycelium activity slightly enhanced. Energy conversion efficiency slightly increased.
Mycelium persistence duration extended.
Unlocked new trait, Hardening.
Increased mycelium persistence duration, mycelium can survive for 6 days outside a host.
Hardening, mycelium can undergo autonomous hardening. Hardened mycelium has half its survival rate but gains tenfold hardness.
Simultaneously, hardened mycelium gains preliminary resistance to cold and heat.
In combat, hardened mycelium becomes a lethal cutting weapon.
Hardening?
Lin Xian had anticipated that the Flesh Mycelium would level up after consuming these Titan trolls.
But what caught Lin Xian off guard was that they actually gained the Titan trolls' abilities? Moreover,
compared to the Titan troll's skin hardening ability, the new hardening ability acquired by the Flesh Mycelium was clearly several tiers stronger. The Titan troll's skin hardening was primarily about tanking damage. Frankly, against enemies wielding blades, the Titan troll's skin hardening ability was practically useless. Lin Xian effortlessly severed the Titan troll's neck with his great cleaver. But the Flesh Mycelium's hardening is different. Not only did it increase hardness, but it also offered resistance to cold and heat, and could even be wielded as a blade. With this realization, Lin Xian decided to conduct an experiment. After the Titan trolls perished, their bone clubs remained. Lin Xian manipulated the newly hardened fungal mycelium, shaping it into the form of a mycelium blade. Then, he swung the blade at the Titan troll's bone club. The bone club shattered instantly. As easy as slicing through mud. Chapter 36, the planting box has exploded with rice. This. Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock. The sharpness of the hardened fungal mycelium was no less than that of a great broadsword? With my mycelium, what need have I for a great sword? Earlier, Lin Xian had been hesitating about mass-producing the large cleavers. After all, mass-producing the great blade could indeed earn Lin Xian a hefty profit margin. But the downside was that other players would also have weapons. And such sharp great swords at that. But now, it seemed it wouldn't matter even if other players obtained the great fast blade. Lin Xian's mycelium could yield countless great swords. Mass production. After making his decision, Lin Xian immediately posted a trade listing. Seller, Lin Xian. Items for trade, 300 milliliters purified water, half a pound of oranges. Seeking in exchange, gold gemstones. Quantity, unlimited. Since he'd decided to craft the Great Swift Blade, the quantity of gold gems he needed to acquire would have to increase. Chat channel. Seriously? Why did Lin Xian raise the price again? How did the price of gold gems become 300 milliliters of purified water or half a pound of oranges? It was 500 milliliters of purified water and a pound of oranges before. What's going on? Did something happen in our underground world that we need to stockpile supplies early? What could possibly happen? We're already in the apocalypse. This is the worst case scenario. How much worse could it get? But how do you even get golden gems? Someone teach me.
Open treasure chests, of course. I opened one this morning and found gems inside. Damn it, they were sapphires. Why does Lin Xian only want golden gems? What's wrong with blue ones? Hearing someone mention sapphires, Lin Xian couldn't help but recall the 2 emeralds he'd accidentally traded for earlier. Attribute gems are materials for crafting items, so what exactly are these green and blue gems? Surely they aren't just for decoration, right? If that were the case, Lin Xian thought it was pretty ridiculous. In the dungeon world, surely nothing existed without any purpose whatsoever? Never mind. Lin Xian shook his head, dismissing the thought. Time to eat. The flesh-eating mycelium had devoured 10 titan trolls and was now sated. Lin Xian and the flame lion were still famished. It had been over 24 hours since he planted the rice seeds yesterday. Shouldn't they be ripe by now? Lin Xian calculated the time and, after confirming the rice grain had matured, retrieved the planting box. Sure enough. The moment the planting box was removed, Lin Xian caught the aroma of fragrant rice grains wafting through the air. It really did smell like rice. Time to eat. Lin Xian chuckled. He removed the rice grains from the cultivation box. The rice seedling trees that had grown from the seeds planted earlier wouldn't wither and die just because Lin Xian had harvested the grains. By continuing to infuse them with soul energy, the rice trees could keep producing grains. Of course. Still, it required replenishment every 24 hours. Lin Xian did some quick calculations. Each harvest yielded about 5 gen of rice, enough to sustain him for 2 days. Later, once he had enough rice, he could sell it as a scarce resource. In the underground world, whoever had fresh goods held the power to dictate terms. You set the price, whatever you want. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned again. But just having rice wasn't enough. Lin Xian didn't have a pot. He'd have to go out and buy a pot. Lin Xian thought, opening the chat channel once more to compose a message. Who has a good pot? I need one. Seeing Lin Xian's message, the bullet comments exploded again. Wait, is Lin God about to start cooking? What time is it even? I remember God Lin had grilled wolf meat yesterday, right? Why's he asking for a pot today? Could he be planning to make hot pot? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Same year, Irushio? I admit I'm jealous. Lin Xian, I've got a pot here, I'll sell it to you cheap. Suddenly, Lin Xian received a flood of private messages, all sharing links to their own pots. After flipping through them, Lin Xian saw a message from Chu Yancheng. Chu Yancheng, Lin Xian, do you need a pot? Following the message was a set of links Chu Yancheng had shared. Complete cookware set. Lin Xian clicked to view. Complete set of cookware, a full set of kitchen utensils, including pots, bowls, ladles, chopsticks, forks, spoons, plates, etc. Is it really a full set? Lin Xian had only intended to buy a pot, but unexpectedly, Chu Yancheng actually had a full set of tableware. And brand new at that? For a moment, Lin Xian felt intensely curious about the underground cavern Chu Yancheng had excavated. Of course, Lin Xian didn't ask any questions, just as Chu Yancheng never inquired about Lin Xian's circumstances. Their relationship was purely transactional. Lin Xian, name your price. Chu Yancheng, Master Lin, these items hold little value to me now, so I'm unsure of their exact worth. If possible, I'd prefer to trade you a weapon instead. Because. Chu Yancheng, alright, I'll be honest with you. Actually, today my sister and I not only discovered the remains of a subterranean creature, but we also encountered a subterranean demon. We fought it for a long time before barely managing to win. If I had a weapon that felt right in my hands, I should be able to slay it much faster. Reading Chu Yancheng's message, Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. This woman actually killed a dungeon demon barehanded? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Previously, in Lin Xian's mind, Chu Yancheng was simply a woman who practiced martial arts. Now, he was treating her like a special forces soldier. Noticing Lin Xian hadn't replied, Chu Yancheng edited her message again. Chu Yancheng, Master Lin, regarding the blueprint for the great fast blade I sent you earlier, I assume you've already crafted it. If possible, might I purchase one from you? Chu Yancheng, of course, I wouldn't trade this cutlery set with you. Name your price, and I can offer other items in exchange. Lin Xian couldn't help but admire Chu Yancheng's emotional intelligence. Her words were perfectly calibrated, leaving Lin Xian not the slightest bit uncomfortable. This stood in stark contrast to Wu Yuesheng. Chu Yancheng also wanted a great fast blade. It seemed the second day of dungeon exploration would be markedly different from the first. On the first day, everyone was still fretting over food and water. By the second day, many players had already begun engaging in combat with the dungeon's creatures. Though many in the chat channel were still fretting over food and water. After all, the number of players surviving in the underground caverns was vast. The vast majority were, frankly speaking, just freeloaders, padding the numbers. This was essentially a game for the few. The truly skilled players were already hunting for weapons and engaging the dungeon creatures. This was evident from the fact that Lin Xian could trade for souls. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian replied to Chu Yancheng.
Lin Xian, to be honest, I do have plans to mass-produce the Great Fast Blade for sale. Lin Xian, and since the blueprint for my large broadsword came from you, I can gift you one free of charge.
Chapter 37. Lin Xian gets to eat braised pork with rice. Though called a gift. But it was also a kind of transaction. A favor-based transaction.
Earlier, when Xu Yanqing had gifted Lin Xian the blueprint for the Great Swift Blade without charge, it was essentially a favor in return. This time, Lin Xian was simply returning the favor to Xu Yanqing. Xu Yanqing, no, Lin Xian, I said that blueprint was a gift to you, it truly is a gift.
I won't go back on my word. Besides, you also provided me with food and water back then. Honestly, that helped me immensely.
And my sister was saved by your medicine. Both she and I are deeply grateful to you.
Xu Yanqing, Lin Xian, let's keep things separate. We should still trade at the market rate.
Seeing Xu Yanqing's message, Lin Xian's regard for her grew considerably. What a level-headed female player.
All right. Lin Xian nodded and typed a reply. Lin Xian, here's the deal.
I do plan to mass-produce and trade the Great Fast Blade.
For now, I can trade you the very first one. Market price, right?
Come to think of it, I'm the only one with the Great Fast Blade on the market, so I set the price.
My set price is 5 gems of any kind. But for this first one, I'll give you a discount 2 gems.
Lin Xian and Xu Yanqing shared an unspoken understanding. Both knew this particular Great Fast Blade was priced at 2 gems specifically because the buyer was Xu Yanqing.
Xu Yanqing, understood, Lord Lin.
I'll gather the 2 gems as soon as possible to complete the transaction.
Lin Xian smiled and replied.
I don't trust others, but you have credibility with me. I can trade the Great Fast Blade to you first.
Once you gather the 2 gems, you can pay me then. With that said, Lin Xian initiated a trade order. Seller, Lin Xian. Item for trade, large cleaver.
Wanted in exchange, full set of kitchen utensils.
Note, the full set of kitchenware will serve as interest. In a cave within the Eastern District. Xu Yanqing glanced at the trade request sent by Lin Xian.
Her beautiful eyes flickered, and a smile graced her exquisite face, making her features shine even brighter.
Sis, you're beaming like a flower in bloom. Did your husband send you another message?
Xu Shu, who was picking through the corpse of a subterranean demon nearby, asked casually.
Ha? Xu Yanqing jolted awake, finally registering that Xu Shu had just referred to him as brother-in-law. What husband?
Xu Shu, don't talk nonsense.
That's Lord Lin. Xu Yanqing corrected.
Oh, brother-in-law Lin Xian.
You little brat, really?
Xu Yanqing frowned, about to scold Xu Shu, when she saw the transaction order sent by Lin Xian. After a moment's thought, she clicked accept. Then she replied, Lin Xian, thank you. She had intended to write more, but deleted the rest of the message.
Meat Pig Dungeon. After concluding the transaction with Xu Yanqing, he began cooking.
Fresh rice grains, requiring no washing at all, were placed in the pot. Water was poured in, and then it was time to cook the rice over the fire.
Flame Lion, come help cook the rice.
The Flame Lion provided ready-made fire. With it present, Lin Xian didn't need to start a fire at all, let alone expend soul energy.
Woof! The Flame Lion bounded over to Lin Xian's side.
It opened its mouth, ready to breathe fire. Lin Xian immediately stopped it. Flame Lion, just a small flame.
Woo woo hoo!
The Flame Lion gently exhaled a wisp of hot air from its nostrils.
Soon, a faint flame appeared. The pot bottom, touched by the heat, began to warm up. Good. Keep it heated like this. With that said,
Lin Xian released a massive mycelium, using it to manipulate the pot.
After hardening, the hyphae's heat resistance had increased.
This slight heat posed no threat to the mycelium.
Lin Xian instructed the mycelium to lift the pot, suspending it mid-air. At the same time, Lin Xian drew a fine dagger. Time to slaughter a pig. Yesterday's meal was jackal and rabbit meat. He couldn't eat those 2 types every day. After releasing a meat pig from the pasture, Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium to perform a live dissection on the pig. Braised pork belly and grilled pork belly it is. After selecting the cuts, Lin Xian proceeded to slice the meat. I must say, slicing meat with mycelium is even more convenient than using a fine dagger. 5 minutes later, 3 large plates of meat appeared on elegant serving dishes. Time to start grilling and boiling the meat.
Before coming to the underground cavern, Lin Xian had cooked for himself every day, honing his culinary skills to a high level.
About half an hour later,
a steaming bowl of fragrant white rice, accompanied by freshly grilled pork belly and a large plate of braised pork, appeared before Lin Xian.
Woof! The Flame Lion sniffed the aroma, drooling with desire.
Flame Lion, little lion, you can't eat these.
It'll kill you. The Flame Lion shook its head vehemently. It refused to believe it. How could something this delicious possibly kill it? You're hopeless. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He'd just eaten, yet the scent of food had made the little guy hungry again? What a bottomless pit.
Lin Xian retrieved jackal meat from his spatial backpack and placed it in the basin.
Here you go. This jackal meat is your dinner. Woof!
The flame lion narrowed its eyes, clearly expressing strong dissatisfaction with Lin Xian's dismissive attitude. But jackal meat roasted over flames smells delicious. The flame lion carried the meat to a corner, heating it with its flames before devouring it greedily.
Lin Xian, meanwhile, began savoring his own meal.
Come to think of it, fellow dungeon dwellers, meeting here is a kind of fate. Better to share the joy than enjoy it alone. Let's all have some of this delicious food. Lin Xian chuckled softly. The dungeon interface lacked a photo function, but it did have an item inspection feature. So Lin Xian chose to list it on the exchange.
Seller, Lin Xian. Item for trade, steamed rice topped with braised pork. Wanted in exchange, Mars. Description, braised pork over rice so fragrant. This act felt a bit like showing off in a social circle. Other players saw it and desperately wanted to downvote it, but there was nothing they could do. The exchange didn't have any rating or like-dislike features for traded items. Lin Xian opened the chat channel while enjoying his delicious dinner, checking everyone's reactions. Holy! What a dog! Lin dog! I'll never forgive him. I'm gnawing on tree bark while he's feasting on braised pork with rice. Damn it, why wasn't I one of Lin God's dogs? Let's be real, Lin dog, ugh. He owes his good life to us. We traded him too many goodies, and now he's gotten cocky, forgetting who we are. Who are you? Lin Xianfa's comment. Holy!
It's Lin Xian's picking cards. I'm yours, I'm your dog, Lin Xian. I wanna lick the bones off your braised pork plate.
Sorry, I'm cutting pork belly, no bones. Lin Xian's comment. Just a sip of the broth would be fine.
In an instant, the chat was flooded with requests for Lin Xian to spare some braised pork gravy.
Chapter 38, Re-encountering the Merchant Dwarf Clan. Lin Xian ignored the comments entirely.
He ate his braised pork rice bowl while munching on a skewer of pork belly freshly sliced from the pig. Such deliciousness made Lin Xian momentarily forget he was in the dungeon world.
At that moment,
the ground suddenly trembled with the sound of burrowing. The flame lion, sensing the disturbance, immediately grew alert. Roar! The roar seemed to startle the creature burrowing through the ground.
It poked its head out and scanned the surroundings. Lin Xian also noticed that head. That bald, shaven head, wasn't it the merchant dwarf Lin Xian had encountered in the upper cavern? Merchant dwarf? Lin Xian called out the creature's name. Only then did the merchant dwarf boldly poke his head out. Its body was extremely small and short. Crawling out of the cave, it seemed to bounce slightly. He approached Lin Xian slowly, yet tiptoed cautiously, never daring to get too close. Noticing this, Lin Xian chuckled, "Merchant dwarf, it's not like we've never met before. Why are you so wary of me? Didn't we just finish a transaction?" Hearing this, the merchant dwarf tilted his head, looking utterly perplexed. Oh, right, we don't share a common language. Lin Xian suddenly remembered he'd just acquired a translation jelly. Little did he expect he'd need it so soon. Shaking his head, Lin Xian retrieved a translation jelly and swallowed it. It must be said, the taste of the translation jelly was actually quite pleasant. Yeah, but they're too scarce, only 8 left. Now, after consuming one, only 7 remained. Gazing at the merchant dwarf before him, Lin Xian found himself unconsciously harboring a desire for compensation. After all, Lin Xian ate this translation jelly precisely to communicate with this fellow before him. Hey, merchant dwarf, why are you being so sneaky? Lin Xian opened his mouth, speaking in a strange cave dialect. And he spoke with such sharpness that even he couldn't believe it. So eating the translation jelly meant whatever crossed his mind would spill straight out his mouth? No good. He needed to rein it in. Wah! The dwarf merchant before him stared at Lin Xian, a word in his native tongue slipping out. Then, he blurted out, You actually speak the language of the underground caverns? What kind of creature are you? Human. Lin Xian answered the merchant dwarf's question straightforwardly. The dwarf merchant tilted his head again and asked, Human? A creature I've never heard of. Our underground world doesn't seem to have a species called humans. Suddenly, the merchant dwarf seemed to recall something and murmured, Unless you're a creature from that place. But that's unlikely. I've seen many creatures resembling you in numerous caverns. Lin Xian scratched his head, sensing something was off. Why didn't this merchant dwarf recognize him? Surely they had traded together in the upper caverns. Lin Xian had spent 1 gram of gold to extort quite a few gems from him. What? Does this guy have a memory like a goldfish? Only 7 seconds? Merchant dwarf, don't you recognize me? Should I know you? The merchant dwarf spoke, tilting his head once more. A smug little face. Didn't we meet in the upper cavern? Just an hour or 2 ago. Lin Xian extended his index finger, pointing toward the upper cavern. The merchant dwarf instantly understood Lin Xian's meaning and chuckled, Wah ga! You met one of my kind. Not me. Your kind? Lin Xian finally noticed that this merchant dwarf differed from the previous one. This merchant dwarf's head seemed flatter, while the other's was slightly rounder. Ooh. Lin Xian understood. So this was how other creatures perceived humans? Even though these creatures looked different, didn't they all appear the same to him?
Only the slightest differences actually set apart the various creatures of this species. Just like humans, though we all look different to these subterranean creatures, we might all seem the same.
A classic case of fuzzy impressions. Human, you say you've seen my kind, did he trade with you? The merchant dwarf suddenly asked. Of course. Aren't you dwarves merchants the very traders of the underground caverns? Lin Xian chuckled. Very well. In that case, you are my friend. The merchant dwarf patted his chest, gazing at Lin Xian. Ha! Lin Xian was a bit bewildered. Becoming friends just like that? The merchant dwarves were being a bit too forward, weren't they?
Human, any creature that trades with us merchant dwarves becomes our friend.
That is the rule of our clan. Of course, if anyone dares to lay a hand on us, that danger signal will echo throughout the entire underground realm.
From then on, whenever a merchant dwarf encounters that aggressor, we will sense it and mark them as an enemy.
Hearing the merchant gnome's explanation, Lin Xian finally understood. Just as he had seen in the merchant dwarf's introduction earlier.
As merchants of the underground world, merchant dwarves cherish friendships, yet those who incur their enmity are irrevocably blacklisted. Fortunately, Lin Xian hadn't laid a finger on that merchant dwarf earlier. Otherwise, every merchant dwarf in the entire underground realm would have regarded Lin Xian as their lifelong mortal enemy. Since we're friends, I won't shortchange you after your long journey. Merchant dwarf, I'm treating you to meat. Lin Xian pointed to the skewers nearby, all laden with pork belly. Lin Xian could sense that the merchant dwarf had likely been drawn here by the aroma of the grilled meat.
At the same time,
Lin Xian also noticed that during their earlier conversation, the merchant dwarf's eyes had never left the grilled meat on his side. He must have been craving this for quite some time.
Really? My friend.
The merchant dwarf spoke as he reached out.
Snatching the pork belly skewer from Lin Xian's hand, he began devouring it in huge bites.
Compared to a fire lion devouring wolf meat, this fellow's gobbling down the skewers was truly wolfish, like some wretched soul who'd gone 10 days without meat. In no time at all, he'd devoured every single extra skewer Lin Xian had grilled.
How about it? Tasty, huh? Lin Xian asked. Delicious. Delicious. Absolutely delicious.
I've never tasted anything this good in my life. The dwarf merchant patted his belly, his face beaming with satisfaction.
Is that so? That's wonderful.
A sly smile played at the corners of Lin Xian's mouth.
Merchant dwarf, now that you're full, how about we have a chat?
Talk? The merchant dwarf looked at Lin Xian, puzzled. Yes. As a friend of your merchant dwarf clan, you've traveled far, and I've treated you to the finest food. So, in return for your kindness, might you also?
Oh, I see. Chapter 39, The Truth About the Dungeon World.
The merchant dwarf extended his emaciated index finger, pointing skyward, then pulled a sparkling gem from his pocket. This gemstone, he said, I just mined it from the cave next door.
It's a crystal gemstone. Consider it my token of gratitude for the feast you just treated me to.
Lin Xian stared at the glass gem in the merchant dwarf's hand.
Lin Xian paused in surprise. Good heavens, how many varieties of gems are there? Attribute gems, color gems, and now glass gems? However,
Lin Xian didn't take the glass gem from the merchant dwarf's hand. Instead, he sat up straight and said, Merchant dwarf, we're friends. This is just a casual meal, no need for such formalities.
If you give me this gem, it would be an insult to me. An insult to our friendship. Ha!
Hearing this, the merchant dwarf was utterly bewildered. In their underground world, this was the way things were done. Especially the merchant clan, they were direct, treating every action as a transaction first and foremost.
If not the gem, what did this human before him want? The merchant dwarf inquired, My friend, what do you desire?
I told you, I just want to have a chat with you.
In truth,
in the dungeon world, information is just as vital as resources. In some ways, information is even more vital than resources.
Merchant dwarf, I want to know just how vast is this underground world? Lin Xian asked his first question without hesitation. The underground world?
The merchant dwarf tilted his head and chuckled. I don't know how big the underground world is.
You don't know? Lin Xian was taken aback by this answer. After all,
merchant dwarves are creatures who can traverse the dungeon world without restriction. Yes, I wish I could tell you, my friend. But to be honest, our merchant dwarf clan can only operate in the outer regions of the subterranean world.
I've never truly ventured into its core areas.
Therefore, I have no knowledge of just how vast it truly is. The merchant dwarf apologetically explained to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, however, reacted as if he'd heard some earth-shattering secret, his eyes widening dramatically.
The netherworld is divided into a core area and an outer region? Lin Xian pressed further, you mean we're all in the outskirts right now?
Yes.
Then how vast is this outer region of the dungeon world?
Lin Xian pressed further. I can't say for the outer regions they're vast. I've spent all these years excavating caves in the outer areas, yet I've never truly reached the core zone. According to other dwarves I know, a merchant dwarf once came closest to the core only to be shut out.
Turned away?
Yeah, it's like there's an invisible barrier between the core and the outer regions.
We can't get in and they can't get out. Then how do you even know the core exists? If no one can enter or leave, how can you prove it exists? The head of the Hobbit Merchants Guild said so. He once accidentally entered the core region. There's also a way to communicate with it. It's said that the core region is home to the true high-ranking races of the dungeon world. As for us, we're merely the lowly races of the dungeon world. The merchant dwarf spoke with solemn gravity. The Hobbit Guild's chairman? Lin Xian pondered for a moment before asking, then haven't any of you ever suspected that this chairman might be fabricating a lie to deceive you? No. The esteemed Hobbit Guild president would never deceive us. Besides, he possesses genuine artifacts brought back from the core region, quite a few of them. These are items unheard of in our outer reaches. What are they? I don't know. At my level, I'm not even qualified to meet the Hobbit Guild's chairman. The merchant dwarf shook his head. What about humans? Humans like me, have you ever seen one before this? Lin Xian asked this question to verify something. Did all players arrive in the dungeon world at the same time, or were humans already present here? No. The merchant dwarf shook his head again. 2 days ago, the entire dungeon world underwent a transformation. After that, beings like you began to appear. Before that, I had never seen your kind. 2 days ago? Chronologically, it matches. 2 days ago, hundreds of thousands of players entered the dungeon world together, triggering a massive upheaval within it. However, this raises another question. Did everyone arrive at the outer regions of the dungeon world? Or did some actually reach the core region of the dungeon world? If anyone had reached the core region of the dungeon world, why hasn't anyone reported this on the World Channel? Consider this. If the core region is where the higher tier creatures of the underground world dwell, then resources should be more abundant in the outer areas, shouldn't they? Lin Xian shook his head, deciding to set that question aside for now. Instead, he prepared to ask his next question. Merchant dwarf, do you know anything about the dungeon? Part of Lin Xian's consciousness still lingered within the ice cavern above. This colossal ice cavern was none other than the dungeon within the subterranean realm. Lin Xian was eager to learn more about the dungeon. Dungeon? You encountered a dungeon? The merchant dwarf inquired curiously. Ha! Human friend, I kindly advise you to stay far away from the dungeon. The merchant dwarf said with utmost seriousness. Why? The subterranean world holds many dungeons. Each dungeon is home to one of the subterranean demon races. The very act of establishing a dungeon proves the dungeon lord's formidable power. And every dungeon lord possesses strength no weaker than that of the 4 district bosses. Hearing this, Lin Xian furrowed his brow once more. He had assumed the boss of that ice cavern was one of the 4 major zone bosses. But it turned out not to be one? So then, the dungeon world truly was vast. It was composed of 4 major area bosses, several dungeon bosses, and numerous minor area bosses. Merchant dwarf, you mentioned the Hobbit Guild's leader earlier, is he also a dungeon lord? Lin Xian asked curiously. Yes and no, the merchant dwarf replied, shaking his head. The Hobbit Guild doesn't belong to any faction. They're an independent and respected clan throughout the entire underground world. While the Hobbit Guild does have a main dungeon, the vast majority of hobbits live scattered across various caves and dungeons. I see. Lin Xian clapped his hands together. That covered it. Lin Xian now had a rough grasp of the entire underground world, or at least the outer regions of it. Chapter 40, The Guilds of the Dungeon World, Equivalent Exchange. Setting aside the core regions, the outlying areas alone were vast beyond exploration. Moreover, numerous races inhabited these lands. Among them, the Hobbit Merchant Guild was a race held in high regard. Even the dungeon demons must show them respect. Secondly, the dungeons are primarily occupied by the dungeon demon race. Lin Xian had slain many dungeon demons, but most were encountered along the way. The true dungeon demons dwell within the labyrinths themselves. This information was crucial not only for Lin Xian but for all players within the dungeon world. Lin Xian's head start in acquiring this intelligence effectively gave him several versions worth of advantage over others. When the time came, Lin Xian could have made a fortune just by selling information about the netherworld. Merchant dwarf bro, I'm really grateful you shared this with me. I'm glad I made friends with you. Lin Xian extended his hand to shake the merchant dwarf's. The meal you treated me to was absolutely delicious. Compared to the common knowledge I shared about these dungeon creatures, I feel like I've gotten the better end of the deal. How about this? Take this glass gemstone. Consider it a token of appreciation for that feast. With that said, the merchant dwarf still pressed the glass gem into Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian felt a chill run through him, yet it was strangely soothing. This gemstone seems to possess some extraordinary effect. Lin Xian opened the underground cavern interface to examine the glass gem's properties. Glass gemstone adapts to ambient temperature, maintaining the wearer's optimal biological temperature. Ha! Lin Xian hadn't expected the glass gem to actually be a functional gemstone, not merely a material. Moreover, in a cavern world like this, where the temperature difference between day and night is extreme, the glass gemstone is practically the ultimate constant temperature solution. I'll gladly accept it then. Thank you. After exchanging polite refusals, Lin Xian accepted the glass gem. At the same time, he gained a clearer understanding of the merchant dwarf. Indeed. Just as people have different personalities and temperaments, so do merchant dwarves. Take the merchant dwarf Lin Xian encountered earlier. He was downright stingy. Though Lin Xian ultimately got the better of him, it was only through force. This merchant dwarf, however, was different, generous, and even proactively offering items. Oh, merchant dwarf, I have one more question for you. Tell me, my human friend. Lin Xian suddenly produced an item. Do you know what this item is? Lin Xian inquired. After examining it for a long time, the merchant dwarf shook his head. Never seen it. Then do you know what a star wish is? Lin Xian pressed further. Star wish? Of course I know that. Star wish is a luminous substance found in the subterranean world. It's also a material used to craft certain artifacts. The merchant dwarf explained. Material? Lin Xian paused slightly, having assumed star wish must be an extremely rare and precious substance. After all, to activate this star wish holy grail, 8 different elemental star wishes are required. Yet here it was both a luminous object and a material. Yes, I have star wishes here. Human friend, if you need some, I can give you a few. With that, the merchant dwarf casually produced 3 types of star wishes and handed them to Lin Xian. They were lightning attribute star wishes, wind attribute star wishes, and earth attribute star wishes. These are the only types I currently possess. If you require more, you can trade with my kindred. At this point, the merchant dwarf suddenly seemed to recall something and added, oh, right, common star wishes are limited in variety. Some are quite rare. Fire attribute, water attribute, and ice attribute star wishes, for instance, can only be obtained in dungeons of their specific element. The merchant dwarf paused, then added, but if you know anyone from the Hobbit merchant clan, you could trade with them. After all, hobbits are stationed throughout the dungeons, so they can easily acquire materials from those locations. All right. Lin Xian nodded, committing this information to memory. The Hobbit Trading Guild. He must cultivate a good relationship with this guild when the opportunity arose. Becoming friends with the Hobbit Guild would make acquiring the materials he needed a breeze. Oh, right. Merchant dwarf, do you have any gold gems? Or gems of other attributes would work too. If possible, I'd like to trade with you. The word trade seemed to trigger the merchant dwarf's instincts. He promptly waved his hand and produced several gems. Of course, my human friend. I have gems of various attributes here, but these are all trade items. We must exchange them for something of equal value. The merchant dwarf stated with solemn earnestness. Equal exchange? Does the Undercave world have its own currency? Lin Xian inquired again. No, not exactly. But many items have fixed prices here in the dungeon world, including these gems themselves, which also serve as currency. The merchant dwarf explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately produced the 2 emeralds he had accidentally traded for earlier and asked, can these be traded? Unexpectedly. The merchant dwarf's eyes lit up the moment he saw the 2 emeralds. What a beautiful gemstone color. He carefully took the 2 emeralds from Lin Xian's hand, handling them with the utmost care as if they were priceless treasures. Human friend, these 2 emeralds are worth 10 attribute gems, the merchant dwarf exclaimed excitedly. 10 attribute gems? This time, it was Lin Xian who was dumbfounded. Earlier, he had been complaining about these 2 emeralds, but who would have thought they were so valuable? Then, as if remembering something, he asked, what about the sapphires? Sapphires? Sapphires are slightly less valuable, worth about 8 attribute gems. Of course, attribute gems themselves vary in value. I'm referring to the average price. The merchant dwarf explained to Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow! So it turns out those players wanting to trade with him were all clueless about the value of their treasures. Lin Xian planned to acquire all the emeralds and sapphires from the merchants and dwarves once his deal with them was concluded. Of course. If there were any other gems, Lin Xian certainly wouldn't pass them up either. Merchant dwarf, how about these 2 emeralds in exchange for your attribute gems? Lin Xian pointed at the attribute gems before the merchant dwarf. Absolutely. The merchant dwarf nearly jumped for joy. He counted them 15 gems in total. Human friend, I owe you 5 gems. How about this? Take this token. The merchant dwarf handed Lin Xian a wooden token resembling a pass. This token is universally accepted among us merchant dwarves. 1 token is equivalent to 5 gems in value, allowing you to exchange it for any item of equal worth. Moreover, possessing this token also serves as proof of identity. Human friend, if you present this token to any merchant dwarf, they will regard you as one of our merchant dwarf's closest friends. Chapter 41, Dungeon Changes. Lin Xian accepted the token from the merchant dwarf, feeling like he'd hit the jackpot. Simultaneously, he examined the 15 attribute gems once more. They comprised 5 fire gems, 4 water gems, 4 gold gems, 1 lightning gem, and 1 dark gem. Sure enough, there was no ice gem. It seemed the ice gem truly originated from that ice cavern dungeon. No wonder neither the merchant dwarf nor any other players could obtain ice gems.
It seems certain gems could only be found in specific dungeons. After concluding the transaction with the merchant dwarf,
he dug a hole and left immediately.
The flame lion had remained silent the entire time, only approaching to rub against Lin Xian's pant leg after the merchant dwarf had departed.
Lin Xian slapped his thigh hard, thinking to himself, I forgot to ask about the flame lion. Oh well, next time.
After all, encountering 2 merchant dwarves in a single day clearly indicated their numbers weren't scarce in the underground world.
Lin Xian lay down, digesting the information he'd gleaned from the merchant dwarf.
The most crucial insight concerned the very structure of the underground world. Before this, Lin Xian hadn't considered that the underground world was actually divided into a core area and an outer perimeter. And here they were, all of them, trapped in the outer reaches of this vast underground realm. One could only imagine just how vast the subterranean world truly was. Moreover, the underground world was home to multiple races. Among them, the Hobbit race was likely one of the higher status races.
Next were the dungeon demons scattered throughout the various underground cities.
Including the Ice Cavern dungeon where Lin Xian's parasitic pig monsters dwell, all are occupied by these subterranean fiends. At present, I have a general understanding of the outer regions of the subterranean world. The next step is to establish connections with these subterranean creatures. In Lin Xian's view, the most crucial step is to befriend the Hobbit race. If he could establish good relations with the Hobbit race, then it would become much easier to conduct business and trade within the Netherworld. If possible, Lin Xian would very much like to meet the chairman of the Hobbit Merchants Guild. He figured he could learn more about the underground world, especially its core regions. Lin Xian was eager to understand what the situation there truly entailed. By the time he had processed all the information, it was already deep into the night in the underground world. Despite the presence of the crystal orb, Lin Xian didn't feel cold. Still, he instinctively pulled out the small cotton quilt he'd traded for from Mamanoji and covered himself with it, preparing to rest. The flame lion lay outside the quilt. Its body radiated heat naturally, maintaining a constant high temperature, so it had no need for warmth.
The next morning,
Lin Xian awoke to the sudden tremor of the underground cavern. What was going on? Lin Xian was puzzled. Opening the chat channel, Lin Xian saw tens of thousands of bullet comments rapidly scrolling by. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! An earthquake! An earthquake! Can caves even have earthquakes? No way! What are we supposed to do? We're already underground, there's nowhere to run. I just want to get back to the surface. Who doesn't? Did you notice something strange about the caverns after the tremor? As the last player finished speaking, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. The caverns acting strange? At that moment, in his private messages, Lin Xian received a message from Wu Yu, who had previously invited him to join a party. Wu Yu, Lin God, did you notice? After the cave trembled just now, its position seems to have shifted. What? Lin Xian jolted awake. The dungeon's location had shifted? Lin Xian immediately sensed the mycelium. Earlier, after spreading his mycelium throughout the entire underground chamber, he had extended it into the chamber beyond the earthen wall. Now, all connections had been severed? There were only 2 possible reasons for this. 1. The mycelium had been destroyed. 2. The mycelium had drifted too far from him, severing the connection. No way? Lin Xian immediately dismissed the possibility of the mycelium being destroyed. That leaves only one possibility: the mycelium had drifted too far away, severing the connection. Suddenly, Lin Xian recalled the pigmon in the ice cave. Through his perception, Lin Xian discovered he could sense the pig monster's consciousness. Parasitism was fine, but the mycelium left outside had changed. Through the pigmon, Lin Xian released several hyphae that seeped downward. He suddenly realized the underground caverns below had also transformed. Could it be? Originally, the ice cavern dungeon lay above the pig cave where Lin Xian resided. Now, the ice cavern had shifted its position. And those 2 caverns belonging to Lin Xian, the spider nest cavern and the moss forest tree spirit cavern, were no longer detectable. Lin Xian couldn't help but let out a curse. He truly hadn't considered that the caves could actually shift their positions. Likewise, this also meant that the cavern above Lin Xian was no longer the one he had descended into yesterday, but had transformed into another cavern. When Lin Xian released his mycelium to infiltrate the cavern above, sure enough, this underground lair had transformed into a stinkbug lair. Lin Xian sat down, beginning to ponder the bizarre phenomena of the underground lair world. For instance, the recent shift in the underground chamber's location. It hadn't changed yesterday, meaning the shift occurred today. Changing every 2 days? This meant that every 2 days, the dungeon he was in would be randomly relocated to any location. It could shift closer to the core area of the underground labyrinth, or it could move farther away. This makes reaching the dungeon's core area exceedingly difficult. No wonder the merchant dwarf said that virtually no dungeon creatures have ever reached the core area. I suspect the core area possesses a repulsive force. It directly relocates any dungeon creatures that approach the core to other locations. The core region of the cavern truly hides a great mystery. Lin Xian frowned, his curiosity about the core region growing even stronger. Forget it, let's dig a hole first. With each new day, the 5 digging attempts would reset. Lin Xian was genuinely curious after the transfer. What would these 6 underground caverns look like? He had already scouted the upper cavern earlier, a bug-infested one. Uninterested in that, he dismissed it outright. The remaining 5 caves. Let's investigate the one ahead first. Lin Xian suddenly realized there were people inside the cave ahead. 3 people? 2 men and 1 woman were deep in discussion inside the cavern, seemingly debating which direction to excavate next. I recall that yesterday, the cavern in this direction was inhabited by the cave demon Titan Troll. It was precisely this group of Titan Trolls that had burrowed through the earthen wall and crawled inside. Now, it had become a cave inhabited by humans. Lin Xian then inspected the right-hand cavern. Upon seeing the creatures within, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 42, Goblins and Hobbits. Goblins? Even before checking the information, Lin Xian recognized this creature. Green, bald monsters, less than a meter tall, wielding wooden clubs. In games and novels, they were always just grunts. Who would have thought I'd actually see goblins in real life? Lin Xian chuckled. But it wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, creatures like trolls, dwarves, and hobbits exist in the dungeon world. Why couldn't goblins be another variety? Through the Mycelium network, Lin Xian accessed the information transmitted about the goblin group before him. Goblin. Level, LV4 LV11. Ability, group attack. A single goblin is weak, but when attacking in a group, their morale increases. Description, goblins possess long pointed ears and dark green skin. These short, ugly little creatures have red eyes. Greedy and despicable by nature, they lean toward evil, cunning, and deceit. Though simple-minded and physically underdeveloped, they possess unique expertise in mining and constructing subterranean structures. Dungeon version Black Slaves, abbreviated as Green Slaves. Special note, these creatures may appear harmless, but never underestimate them and never show mercy. The last one who did met a grim end. Weakness, lacking intelligence, individually they possess no combat capability whatsoever. While reviewing this group of goblins' information, suddenly, Lin Xian spotted a figure amidst the dozens of goblins. That can't be a goblin, right? This fellow wore human clothes and had a human-like head. A bit on the chubby side, very short in stature, roughly a meter tall. Barefoot, with long hair covering his feet, he wore no shoes. This appearance perfectly matched Lin Xian's understanding of a certain creature. Hobbits. Lin Xian immediately thought of hobbits. Wasn't this exactly the attire and appearance of a hobbit? However, this particular hobbit's current predicament didn't look too promising. He was bound hand and foot, his face flushed crimson as if he'd just gotten completely drunk. The goblins were stoking a fire. Did they plan to feast? Or perhaps devour the revered hobbit of the underground world? Damn it! Lin Xian's eyelid twitched as he let out a curse. He truly hadn't expected these goblins to be so fearless, daring to eat a hobbit. Suddenly, a set of data transmitted through the mycelium back to Lin Xian's underground interface. Hobbit. Level, LV3. Abilities, archery, throwing, keen eyesight, precise aim. Description, members of the hobbit race are agile and nimble, skilled in archery. Possess exceptional escape abilities unless bound. Fond of drinking, often becoming thoroughly intoxicated. Hobbits hold a revered status in the underground world, freely traversing various dungeons. Their only natural enemy is the brainless goblin. Weakness, alcohol clouds judgment. Just like the hobbit's weakness, drinking leads to trouble. This guy's about to get eaten and he's still hungover? Lin Xian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Compared to the hobbit himself, Lin Xian was the one growing more anxious. He had to save him. Saving a hobbit meant forging a connection with the Hobbit Guild. Of course. Lin Xian wouldn't overlook the caverns in the other 3 directions either. The caverns had just undergone a spatial shift. At such times, treasures were highly likely to appear in the surrounding caverns. Lin Xian controlled the mycelium, scrutinizing every movement within the cavern to his right. Simultaneously, he checked the caverns in the other 3 directions. The cavern to the left contained nothing, essentially an empty space. In the cavern below, 2 figures were engaged in combat. Ha! Lin Xian frowned, his gaze fixed on the woman in combat. That blade in her hand, why did it look so familiar? The great fast blade? Judging by the engravings, the length, and the sheer sharpness of this blade, could it be the very first great swift blade sold by Lin Xian to Chu Yanqing in the underground world? Which meant, Lin Xian then looked down into the underground lair at the woman clad in a black bodysuit. Slender and delicate, her hair pulled back in a bun, she possessed combat prowess off the charts. Chu Yanqing. Is that really her? Lin Xian never imagined that after the dungeon jump, Chu Yanqing would be randomly assigned to the dungeon directly below his own. The man currently battling Chu Yanqing wore a karate uniform and wielded nunchaku. He appeared to be a martial artist as well. Their battle raged fiercely, a classic case of two tigers fighting to the death.
As Lin Xian continued to observe the dungeon, he suddenly noticed something astonishing: a bronze treasure chest at the very front of the cavern. Ah, so that was it. Lin Xian instantly understood the reason behind their fight. It was all for that bronze treasure chest. In the dungeon world, even a single meal could spark a fight to the death. Let alone a treasure chest. Who knew what treasures lay inside? Right. Lin Xian suddenly remembered. Didn't Chu Yanqing have a younger sister?
But down here in the underground cavern, there were only Chu Yanqing and that man.
Had they gotten separated? Lin Xian scratched his head, inwardly puzzled. At that moment, Chu Yanqing swung his blade down, striking the karate man's neck with pinpoint accuracy. One strike.
The karateka's head rolled cleanly to the ground. When humans die, their souls don't explode. But the victor could naturally loot whatever he carried.
Chu Yanqing retrieved the karateka's nunchaku, effectively claiming it as spoils of war. Then, she walked toward the bronze treasure chest and opened it. Through the fungal threads, Lin Xian saw that inside the chest Chu Yanqing had opened was a blueprint. Wow, Chu Yanqing really is one lucky bastard. She actually pulled another blueprint for him?
Lin Xian knew full well how precious blueprints were. Even on the World Channel, players who managed to draw blueprints were few and far between.
But after the big knife blueprint, Chu Yanqing actually pulled another one? Unbelievable. The only question was, what exactly was this blueprint? Just as Lin Xian was still speculating, suddenly,
Lin Xian received a private message from Chu Yanqing.
Chu Yanqing, Lin God, I just unlocked a new blueprint. It's for crafting crossbow bolts. Seeing Chu Yanqing's private message, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Holy crap! Chu Yanqing's luck is just too unreal. She randomly opened a bronze treasure chest and actually got a blueprint for such an awesome weapon like crossbow bolts? But the fact that she contacted me immediately after getting the blueprint? That was genuinely unexpected. Exactly.
Lin Xian had just been speculating about what blueprint Chu Yanqing had obtained. The very next moment, Chu Yanqing proactively sent Lin Xian a private message, revealing exactly what blueprint it was.
At the same time, this also indirectly confirmed the Special Forces woman in the underground lair below Lin Xian was indeed Chu Yanqing. Chapter 43, Crossbow Blueprint. Just as Lin Xian was still pondering, Chu Yanqing sent another private message.
Chu Yanqing, Lin God, I already have the great fast blade.
Frankly, I find it more effective than the crossbow. If you need it, I can trade you the crossbow blueprint first. As for the trade items,
I'm not short on food or water right now, and I don't need anything else.
When I do need something, I'll let you know.
Chu Yanqing, of course, I'll still repay you for those 2 gems I owe you. Seeing Chu Yanqing's sincere message, Lin Xian chuckled. This favor you're doing me is truly enormous.
For a Special Forces soldier like Chu Yanqing, wielding a large broadsword allows for agile combat. But for the vast majority, crossbow bolts are undoubtedly more practical. Long-range elimination eliminates the risks of close combat entirely.
Therefore, if crossbow bolts could be mass-produced, Lin Xian would be raking in a fortune.
Lin Xian, I thank you for your kindness in advance. Lin Xian, the crossbow blueprint is indeed tempting.
I don't know exactly what else you might want, but when the time comes, I'll repay you with something of equal value. Also, don't worry about the 2 gems you owe me. Your greatsword blueprint will earn me far more gems.
Lin Xian paused to consider before continuing his reply.
Lin Xian, you should know the value of crossbow bolts. Once I craft them, I'll profit again.
I'm curious, why not make them yourself? Chu Yanqing replied almost immediately. Chu Yanqing, to be honest, Lin Xian, I actually unlocked a blueprint.
But the materials required to craft the item on that blueprint are simply too numerous.
I simply don't have enough startup capital to build it. Lin Xian was stunned.
Crafting items does indeed consume materials.
Especially gems and the like. How could he possibly lack startup funds? Lin Xian, may I ask what the blueprint you unlocked is for? Chu Yanqing, the dungeon tank. Those 4 simple words sent shockwaves through Lin Xian. What the hell? Underground tank. Chu Yanqing actually unlocked such an awesome blueprint?
No, Lin Xian was stunned.
Why could Chu Yanqing unlock so many blueprints? And among them is this incredibly powerful underground tank? If you had a dungeon tank, who'd need big swords or crossbow bolts?
Just plow through everything with the tank. No one could stand a chance. Lin Xian, tell me the materials needed for a subterranean tank.
Chu Yanqing, I'll share it with you. Take a look. Shared by Chu Yanqing. Underground tank. Crafting materials: gold gem X50, fire gem X50, metal star wish X50, refined iron X100, trax X10, leather X10, special metal X50. When Lin Xian saw the materials required for the underground tank, he narrowed his eyes slightly, silently letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The subterranean world was sensible. The manufacturing materials for such a devastating war machine were downright terrifying in quantity. Forget about Chu Yanqing, even Lin Xian couldn't gather that many materials. Therefore, Lin Xian suddenly realized why Chu Yanqing would trade the blueprint to her. This underground tank blueprint was likely the very first one she unlocked. Consequently, she mistakenly believed every blueprint demanded such staggering resources. Lin Xian didn't plan to tell Chu Yanqing the truth. He replied, "It really does require a hefty investment. Chu Yanqing, if I ever gather all the materials, I'd appreciate it if you could build it for me. Don't worry, I'll pay you for the construction." "Chu Yanqing, you're joking, Lin Xian. If you need it, I'd be happy to build it for you no charge. Also, you don't need to call me by my full name. Just call me Chu Chu." "Lin Xian, alright, Chu Chu. Here's a suggestion from me, call me Lin Xian. We're practically old trading partners now. No need for Master Lin, it feels too formal." "Chu Yanqing, alright. Lin Xian." After replying, Chu Yanqing initiated a transaction. Seller, Chu Yanqing. Item for trade, crossbow arrow blueprint. Requested in exchange, none. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and accepted the trade. After concluding the transaction with Chu Yanqing, Lin Xian immediately unlocked the crossbow bolt blueprint. Crossbow arrow manufacturing blueprint unlocked. Crossbow arrows, worn on both arms for rapid fire deployment. Utilize fierce, razor-sharp arrows to unleash explosive damage with devastating lethality. Crafting materials, wind gem 12, iron wire 82, iron ingot 42. Material requirements, iron wire 81, iron ingots 41. Note, only players who have unlocked the crossbow bolt blueprint can craft crossbow bolts. Each set of materials can only craft one set of crossbow bolts. Each set contains 5 bolts. Upon seeing the crossbow bolt materials and instructions, Lin Xian nearly laughed out loud. Originally, he'd been pondering the selling price of crossbow bolts. Now, upon reading the bow arrow instructions, he suddenly realized crossbow bolts were a goldmine. No matter what price I set for crossbow bolts, those buyers would still need to purchase bows from me. By simply raising the price of bows, I'd essentially create a steady stream of income. Lin Xian suppressed his smile and placed another order for wind gems on the exchange. As for materials like iron wire and iron ingots, those could be traded for easily enough. Lin Xian wasn't particularly in a hurry about them. Now, let's see what lies in the rear caverns. In the right-hand cavern, that hobbit hadn't been cooked yet. Lin Xian had some time to spare, allowing him to peek into the rear cavern. When the mycelium in the rear cavern transmitted a message, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Ha! A dungeon! Lin Xian never imagined that behind him was an entire dungeon? However, it was different from what Lin Xian had imagined. Hadn't the merchant dwarf said that dungeons were all occupied by subterranean demons? Yet the dungeon behind Lin Xian seemed like a ghost town. It was eerily still and pitch black inside. If not for the mycelium's superior night vision, Lin Xian wouldn't even have recognized it as a dungeon. Let's go explore. While the hobbit was still alive, Lin Xian decided to make the most of his time. After the mycelium permeated the pitch black dungeon, Lin Xian's consciousness shifted onto the mycelium. But as the mycelium slowly crawled forward, suddenly, a dark, malevolent, cursed force coiled around the mycelium. The next moment, the mycelium was actually being corroded? Ah! Lin Xian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes. When his consciousness shifted back into his own head, Lin Xian exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth just happened?" He hadn't seen anything just moments ago, yet a force akin to a curse had suddenly appeared. Where on earth did this cursed power come from? Could it be that this dungeon wasn't a dead city at all, but a cursed one? This was the only possibility Lin Xian could conceive. Chapter 44, Infection Mycelium, Pathogen Carrier. According to the merchant dwarf, all dungeons in the netherworld were occupied by nether demons. So, what kind of nether demon inhabited this dungeon? Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. Earlier, the mycelium he had released had been killed by a force akin to a curse. This was highly peculiar. Non-materialized dungeon demons? Or perhaps a subterranean demon operating behind the scenes? Either way, it's incredibly sinister. Should we send more mycelium in to investigate? If he could parasitize the subterranean creatures inhabiting this dungeon, Lin Xian wouldn't hesitate to do so. After parasitizing, he could leave his consciousness within the dungeon, ready to explore at any time. But Lin Xian hadn't found a single creature. This dungeon lay silent as a dead city. Suddenly, the fungal mycelium he had left behind in the cavern to the right transmitted a message. That hobbit had started shouting and causing a commotion. He seemed to have sobered up. The goblins, it seemed, had a peculiar quirk. While the hobbit was drunk, they held back. But once the hobbit sobered up, these goblins prepared to flay him alive and roast him over a fire. What a peculiar taste they have. After venting his frustration, Lin Xian decided to abandon the dungeon exploration and head to rescue the hobbit. After all, compared to exploring an unknown dungeon, the hobbit's value was undoubtedly far greater than that of the dungeon itself. Perhaps the hobbit knew everything about this dungeon and could share that information with Lin Xian. But just as Lin Xian was about to pull out his rusty shovel and start digging toward the right-hand cavern, Suddenly, another unexpected turn of events occurred. Lin Xian was startled to discover
the fungal mycelium that had perished from the curse's power in the rear dungeon seemed to collectively revive. A new consciousness emerged within Lin Xian's mind. This was. Lin Xian noticed that on the mycelium interface, a new ability had unlocked for the flesh mycelium. Flesh mycelium. Infected mycelium, mutated mycelium, infected or cursed. Infected or cursed mycelium dies after 300 seconds. However, the deceased mycelium survives within the host organism as infected mycelium pathogen carrier. Survival duration, 7 dungeon days. Pathogen carrier? Lin Xian stared at the transformation of the flesh mycelium, finding it utterly unbelievable. In the rear dungeon, those dead mycelium strands seemed to have been reborn. They had all gathered together. They coalesced into a tiny figure roughly the size of a thumb. This tiny figure began to stroll leisurely through the gloomy dungeon, carrying Lin Xian's consciousness. It was as if it were a duplicate of Lin Xian himself. Lin Xian stared in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this even possible?" Originally, he had been troubled by his inability to continue exploring this dungeon. But who could have imagined? Through a twist of fate, Lin Xian had instead sent a fragment of his own consciousness into this dungeon. With this pathogen carrier's consciousness present, Lin Xian could effectively explore the dungeon at any time. However, the pathogen carrier seemed to have its limitations. Lin Xian noticed that the pathogen carrier had a limited active lifespan. Pathogen carrier. Survival period, 7 days. Description: a viral entity formed by the aggregation of infected mycelium, harboring vast quantities of viruses within. When attacked, it self-detonates, triggering a widespread viral explosion. Ability: viral infection spreads its own virus, infecting enemies with the same strain. Self-destruction will detonate upon receiving a powerful attack. 7 days should suffice. Lin Xian had only been in the subterranean world for 3 days. In just 2 days, Lin Xian had uncovered a great deal of information about this subterranean world. 7 days, that should be enough for Lin Xian's consciousness to thoroughly explore this entire dungeon, right? Of course. Provided the pathogen carrier remains undetected and unharmed. Let the pathogen carrier explore this underground city first. Lin Xian focused his attention on the cavern to the right. That hobbit is about to be skinned alive. Flame lion, prepare to dig. Whoa! The flame lion leaped about frantically before abruptly halting. It stared at Lin Xian as if asking, dig a hole? It couldn't dig. Lin Xian pulled out a shovel and said to the flame lion, watch closely. I'll only teach you this once. With that, Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium, directing it to grasp the shovel and begin digging. The earthen wall on the right was soon chiseled open into a large hole by the shovel's digging. The flame lion watched every movement of the floating shovel as it dug. Witnessing this miraculous scene, sparkled like starlight in the flame lion's eyes. Woof! My master is just too cool, isn't he? The flame lion's admiration for its master, Lin Xian, skyrocketed to 111%. Meanwhile, the goblins on the opposite side of the earthen wall were startled by the sudden appearance of the hole. Gah! Gah! The goblins suddenly began hopping in place, pointing toward the cave entrance as if trying to convey something. Through the echoing voices from the cave entrance, Lin Xian heard the goblins chatter. The effect of the translation jelly he had eaten the previous night was still active. Lin Xian understood the goblins' language. Hey, old brothers, look quick, there's a hole. A cave? At the word hole, the goblins instinctively sprang to attention. One by one, they scurried to the hole's edge, scrutinizing it from top to bottom. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted from the opening. Boom! Gah! Hot! What the hell is this? Why is this hole spewing fire? The goblins jumped up and down in place. Among them, one clever goblin suddenly pointed and said, "Don't you think a hole that spits fire is way cooler?" Wow, my ass! The goblin next to him smacked him hard on the head. You want the trophy to catch fire, huh? Listening to the goblin's clumsy chatter, Lin Xian in the pig dungeon commanded the flame lion to burrow through the hole. Roar! The roar of the king of the wilderness sent shivers down the spines of the goblin horde. This was an innate, bloodline deep suppression. The flame lion's intimidating presence instilled a primal fear in the goblin horde. What kind of creature is that? Looks kind of fierce. Is it edible? But it looks incredibly strong. The goblins whispered among themselves. Lin Xian followed the flame lion out of the cave entrance. Whoa! There's another strange creature. He looks a bit like a hobbit, but he seems taller than a hobbit. But weaker too, right? His feet are so small. Aren't hobbits supposed to be stronger with bigger feet? Who told you that? Hobbits are clearly all weaklings. Chapter 45, Level Up. Deadly Fungi. Amidst the goblins' chatter, Lin Xian suddenly greeted them with a smile. Hey there, goblin jesters. How's it going? He actually speaks our goblin language? Wait, is he a mutant goblin? No way. We goblins don't have any hobbits among us. Hey, what kind of creature are you?
One of the bolder goblins approached Lin Xian. Woo woo! A fierce roar sent the goblin stumbling backward. But unfortunately, he stumbled and fell flat on his face. The observant goblins noticed had the bold one actually wet his pants? Wah, old buddy, you wet your pants. Shut up. The goblins began chattering and causing a ruckus once more. Lin Xian ignored the goblin crowd and called out to the hobbit in the distance. Hey, hobbit, are you okay? You actually speak our hobbit language? How amazing. But I don't look like I'm okay. My butt is on fire. Help me, quick. The hobbit's body was bound and suspended high in the air by 2 stakes driven into the ground. Beneath his feet burned a fire. When the ropes finally gave way to the heat and burned through, the hobbit would plummet straight into the flames, becoming a goblin feast. I could certainly save you, but as you can see, I'm outnumbered. To defeat so many goblins, I'd have to play my trump card, and my trump card doesn't come cheap. Before Lin Xian could finish, the clever hobbit already understood his meaning. He cut in, name your price. No, Mr. Hobbit, Lin Xian replied. I've heard of your kind from other creatures of the caverns. In this underground world, hobbits are friends to all creatures except for this ugly, damned goblin clan. Saving you is simply about making a friend. I need no reward. Lin Xian finished speaking. A goblin who'd learned hobbit speech suddenly erupted in a loud outburst. My brothers. He's praising us, calling us ugly and damned. Hey. How does he know our goblin clan's honorific? Hey, we're being praised again. How delightful. The goblins burst into collective laughter, a sound that was both hideous and grating. It began to irritate Lin Xian. Damn it. I've seen shameless creatures before, but never one this shameless. Flame Lion, get ready to move. Roar. At Lin Xian's command, the Flame Lion charged straight into the goblin horde, lashing out wildly. The goblins grabbed their weapons, wooden clubs and stones, and began pelting the Flame Lion. But then, the blazing flames of the Fire Lion instantly scorched the goblins, causing them to clutch their behinds and scatter in all directions. Lin Xian snorted coldly, think you can escape? Suddenly, blue fungal threads instantly took over the underground cavern. Like a gigantic net, it spread downward from the ceiling. Even the ground was covered by a blue net. With 360-degree coverage, it enveloped every single goblin within its grasp. Jaya! Why can't I move? Good brothers, save me. I can't move either. Brothers who can still move, help us. Hearing the goblins constantly calling each other brother, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel the term was being insulted. When the blue fungal web closed in, all the goblins present were collectively trapped and restrained. The Flame Lion charged into the living target base, wildly tearing, breathing fire, and scorching everything in its path. Within mere breaths, the goblins were reduced to ashes. Their once green skin had turned pitch black. The Flame Lion stood atop the goblin corpses, raising its head to let out a long, piercing roar. Roar! This was the song of the victor. Simultaneously, Lin Xian's dungeon interface displayed upgrade notifications for both himself and the Flame Lion. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for defeating the Goblin Clan. Experience reward 10,000 points. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for advancing to LV14. Dungeon Survival Panel. Name Lin Xian. Level LV14 1911. Innate ability Flesh Mycelium. Spirit Pet Flame Lion. Items Rusty Iron Shovel, Rough Spun Cloth Robe, Fine Dagger, Star Wish Holy Grail, Evil Warding Talisman, Glazed Gemstone. Dungeons explored today 1. Congratulations, Flame Lion. Leveled up to LV11. Flame Lion. Level LV11. Abilities Blazing Fire, Intimidate, Ferocious Bite, uses sharp teeth to bite down, refusing to let go until it has torn apart its prey's flesh. Description. Weakness Water. Learned a new skill, Ferocious Bite? For a Flame Lion, this is indeed a rather useful skill. Following this, the flesh-eating mycelium released by Lin Xian all found their targets. The goblin horde transformed into ash goblins. But their flesh was still edible. Lin Xian guided the flesh-eating mycelium to burrow into the goblin corpses, feasting voraciously. Fresh flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Note, goblin meat is indescribable. Skin and bones with hardly any meat, such awful-tasting flesh, complains the flesh and blood mycelium. Within mere breaths, the flesh-eating mycelium finished its meal. The goblins were transformed into green-skinned skeletal skeletons. The scant flesh remaining was reluctantly consumed by the mycelium. Detected, flesh mycelium has accumulated sufficient evolution points. Leveling up. Lin Xian noticed this notification. He immediately checked the flesh mycelium's panel. Flesh mycelium core level upgraded to LV5 150 evolution points. Abilities Scrutiny, Reconnaissance, Control, Parasitism, Repair, Venom, Hardening, Infect Mycelium, Forbidden Fungus of the Dead New. Core Resilience slightly enhanced. Mycelium activity slightly enhanced. Slightly increased energy conversion efficiency. Mycelium persistence duration increased. Unlocked new trait Dead Man's Ban.
Increased mycelium dormant duration. Mycelium can survive for 9 dungeon days while detached from a host.
Dead man's forbidden fungus. Mycelium burrows into the deceased, permeating their body to complete parasitism. Successfully parasitized corpses become dead man's forbidden fungus. This form survives for 10 dungeon days. Initial deadly forbidden fungus level matches the host's pre-parasitization level. Level can be increased through combat or consumption. Successfully consuming a deadly forbidden fungus of the same tier extends its survival duration.
When Lin Xian saw the new ability gained by the flesh-eating mycelium, his eyes widened in astonishment.
Holy? Just minutes ago.
The flesh mycelium had just gained the ability to infect mycelium. Essentially, it became a pathogen carrier.
This effectively neutralized viruses and cursed energies, transforming them into sentient entities. And now, the new ability, the deadly forbidden fungus, was actually akin to the power of resurrection? Chapter 46, Information Gap regarding the core zone?
Lin Xian pondered for a moment. According to the description of Dead Man's Bane, it could use mycelium to parasitize the deceased.
Right now. Wasn't there a large group of the deceased?
The recently deceased goblin gang had been reduced to nothing but green, skin, and bones husks. The deadly forbidden fungus didn't specify that the corpses had to be intact.
So, could these goblins serve as hosts for the parasite?
If so, Lin Xian could assemble his first army in the dungeon world, a goblin army. Though individual goblins possessed weak combat prowess, when they gather in large numbers, they unleash tremendous combat power.
Moreover, these are goblins controlled by mycelium undead goblins. As long as they couldn't feel pain, an army of undead goblins would be virtually unstoppable. Just as Lin Xian was preparing to use these undead goblins for experimentation, suddenly,
the hobbit beside him finally spoke up.
My friend, I'm deeply grateful you defeated these goblins, but could you please save me intact? Put me down.
Hearing the hobbit's words, Lin Xian suddenly remembered. The primary purpose of this journey was to rescue this hobbit and forge a bond with him.
Right, I'll set you down now.
Lin Xian approached the hobbit with a hint of apology, releasing mycelium to sever the restraints binding him.
Then, the hobbit landed safely. Phew! Finally saved.
The hobbit brushed the dust from his clothes and smoothed his messy hair.
My friend, my name is Took. As you can see, I am a hobbit.
Thank you for rescuing me from this foul-smelling goblin horde.
May I ask your name? Took asked Lin Xian very politely. Lin Xian answered plainly, Lin Xian. Lin Xian, good. I shall remember that name.
Upon my return, I will inform our guild master to add your name to the Hobbit Friends registry. Henceforth, should you encounter any member of our hobbitkin, should you ever require assistance, our entire hobbit clan shall aid you. Hearing Took's words, Lin Xian smiled faintly. Who would have thought that his plan to befriend the hobbits would go so smoothly? He had to thank those ugly goblins for this.
You're too kind, Took.
We both dwell in the undercave world and yearn for its peace.
Cunning creatures like goblins deserve to die.
I merely did what any decent person would do.
Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. Ha! Who would have thought our hobbit friend shares the same views as us? The greatest hope of our hobbit clan is for peace in the underground world, where all races can coexist amicably. Took grasped Lin Xian's hand, as if he'd found a kindred spirit in a foreign land. Lin Xian then asked, Took, may I ask you a few questions about the Underdark?
Of course.
You saved my life, you are my benefactor. I'd be more than happy to answer your questions. Took nodded in agreement. Lin Xian didn't beat around the bush. He repeated the questions he had asked the merchant dwarf yesterday to Took.
Of course.
It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't trust the merchant dwarf.
It was simply that certain questions yielded different answers when posed to beings of different races.
For instance,
when inquiring about the core regions versus the outlying areas of the underground caverns,
Took's response was different.
In truth, the core regions of the underground caverns were identical to the outlying areas.
The same?
Lin Xian listened to this answer, feeling somewhat puzzled.
That's correct. Rumors outside claim that our Hobbit Guild's chairman once entered the core area of the underground caverns.
In reality, the place our chairman entered was not the core area of the caverns.
To be precise, it was actually a larger underground city. A dungeon?
Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Lin Xian was aware that numerous dungeons existed within the cavern world, but he had no idea about their scale.
Or rather, different dungeons inherently varied in scale and scope. Yet Kyuk, the head of the Hobbit Merchants Guild, had ventured into the core region of the underground caverns and it was just one dungeon? This contradicted what the merchant dwarf had said.
Took, but you just said the core area of the underground caverns is the same as the outer regions.
Why would you say that? Lin Xian asked in confusion. The answer to this question is exactly as I stated earlier.
Our Hobbit Guild's leader once entered what's called the core area of the caverns, but in truth, the entire subterranean world has no distinction between outer regions and core areas. According to the guildmaster, he had once stumbled into a colossal underground labyrinth. To this day, no other subterranean creature besides the guild master has ever set foot within its depths. Rumors soon spread that the subterranean realm contained both a core zone and an outer perimeter, and that our president had ventured into the core zone. To put it plainly, it was merely one of the many dungeons within the subterranean world. Hearing this, Lin Xian finally understood. The entire underground realm was vast in scale. It was divided into 4 major regions: east, south, west, and north. Each region contained numerous dungeons. Among them, there was one colossal dungeon. Throughout the entire underground world, only the chairman of the Hobbit Trading Guild had ever ventured there. Thus, it is regarded as the core region of the cavern world, while the remaining areas are considered the outer periphery. After compiling this information, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel curious about that largest dungeon. So, Took, do you know anything about that largest dungeon, the one visited by the Hobbit Merchant Guild's chairman? Lin Xian looked at Took and asked. No, I don't. Or rather, no one but the chairman knows what truly lies within that dungeon. After returning from it, the chairman became like a different person, no longer approachable. He locks himself away daily in the top floor of the Hobbit Dungeon's merchant headquarters, scarcely interacting with anyone. Took told Lin Xian truthfully. Lin Xian found himself growing even more curious about this chairman, including that largest dungeon. Tuck, can you tell me where Hobbit Underground is? And how can I meet the chairman? Lin Xian pressed. The Hobbit Dungeon. Tuck hesitated for a few seconds, his face clouding with regret. I'm sorry, Lin Xian. The truth is, I'm also searching for the way home. 3 days ago, the underground world underwent a massive upheaval, a cataclysmic shift, you might say. After that, the caverns beneath the earth completely rearranged themselves. The routes I had previously mapped out are now entirely different. Hearing this, Lin Xian immediately understood it was the timeline when he and hundreds of thousands of other players had arrived in the subterranean world. Chapter 47, The State of the Dungeon. In other words, the upheaval 3 days ago brought hundreds of thousands of players into the underground world while simultaneously altering the positions and coordinates of every dungeon within it. Tuck, do you know anything about dungeons? I mean regular dungeons. Since he couldn't obtain information about the largest dungeon, Lin Xian settled for the next best thing and inquired about other dungeons. Dungeons? Of course I know about them. Tuck nodded and continued. The dungeons in the underground world vary greatly in size and scale. About a year before I left home, there were 821 known dungeons. Among them, the large ones, meaning those excluding the largest dungeon, totaled 36. Wait. Lin Xian abruptly cut Tuck off. How large are these large dungeons you mentioned? With no obvious reference points between them, Lin Xian suddenly thought of the Ice Cavern dungeon. Do you know of a dungeon made entirely of ice? Would that be considered a large dungeon? Hearing Lin Xian's question, Tuck chuckled. Of course I know the dungeon you're referring to. It's called the Ice City, a dungeon that produces ice attribute materials. It's classified as a material dungeon, occupied by the Ice Clan's subterranean demons. In terms of size, it's only a fairly standard medium-sized dungeon. Even among medium-sized dungeons, it ranks toward the lower end. Lin Xian's face darkened upon hearing this. From Tuck's words, Lin Xian did glean 2 useful pieces of information. First, this Ice Cavern dungeon is called the Ice City, a dungeon that produces ice attribute materials. Second, it was a medium-sized dungeon, but one ranked near the bottom? Ha! A huge question mark appeared above Lin Xian's head. After all, the ice lizard Lin Xian had previously possessed was instantly killed by a single ice leopard guarding the ice staircase. And yet this Ice City is still considered one of the lower-ranked ones? Tuck, are you referring to strength rankings or size rankings? Lin Xian inquired. Overall ranking, Tuck replied earnestly. Dungeon rankings are determined by multiple factors. The size of the dungeon, the strength of the cave demons occupying it, the abundance of resources within all these elements are weighed to produce a general classification of each dungeon. Tuck added, the largest dungeon isn't included in the rankings. Excluding that one, among the 36 large dungeons, our Hobbit dungeon ranks 9th. And only large dungeons have specific rankings. As for the Ice City you mentioned earlier, it falls into the lower tier of medium-sized dungeons in my recollection. In truth, medium-sized dungeons lack specific rankings. I recall there are 108 medium-sized dungeons in total, most of which are material dungeons attached to the 36 large dungeons. Beyond these 144 medium and large dungeons lie the small dungeons, commonplace and hardly remarkable. These are primarily inhabited by subterranean natives, cave-dwelling creatures, and animals, including species like your own fire lion. When Tuck mentioned flame lions, he gestured toward the one beside Lin Xian, seemingly docile yet fiercely predatory. Tuck, could you tell me more about the fire lion race? Lin Xian had found the fire lion's egg by chance and knew little about the species. Certainly, Tuck nodded, continuing, flame lions are quite renowned among the dungeon fauna. They are social creatures, primarily inhabiting the Inferno dungeon, a medium-sized labyrinth known for producing fire attribute materials.
Flame lions aren't classified as dungeon demons, but their adult forms possess formidable combat strength rivaling some true dungeon demons. Coupled with their resistance to extreme heat, this allows them to dominate the Inferno dungeon. Incidentally, among medium-sized dungeons, the Inferno dungeon ranks quite high. Judging by combat strength alone, the Flame Lions there would utterly annihilate the Frost Clan of the Ice City. Tuck shared everything he knew with Lin Xian without reservation. This flood of intelligence overwhelmed Lin Xian. Among it all, the most crucial was undoubtedly the classification of dungeons large, medium, and small along with their respective rankings. Consequently, Lin Xian also learned about the race of the Flame Lions, their dungeon location, and their strength. Judging by this alone, the Flame Lion possessed considerable potential for future growth. Indeed, saving the Hobbit had indeed been a wise choice. Compared to the merchant dwarves, the Hobbit clearly possessed a much deeper understanding of this dungeon. Lin Xian, do you have any other questions? If not, I should probably be heading out. I've got drinks planned with a friend tonight. If I tunnel over now, I should catch him before evening. Tuk said to Lin Xian. Drinks? Wait. Tuk, you can pinpoint your friend's location in the dungeon world? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Yes. Tuk nodded, pulling out a silver seed. Lin Xian, there's a fruit in the Underdark called the Pathfinder fruit. Open it and take out all the seeds inside. You'll find these seeds slowly move toward the direction of other seeds. When we in the underground world get separated, we open a Pathfinder fruit, take out the seeds, and give them to different friends. As long as we have the seeds, we'll have a day to meet again. As he spoke, Tuck retrieved a silver fruit from his storage space and handed it to Lin Xian. Here. This is the Pathfinder fruit. Lin Xian, it's yours. Lin Xian accepted the fruit, and its information appeared on the underground interface. Pathfinder fruit, opening the fruit releases seeds with the ability to guide the way. It really is. Lin Xian's eyes widened. This Pathfinder fruit was incredibly convenient. If distributed among different mycelia carriers or rather, pathogen carriers and even the forbidden fungus of the dead that Lin Xian hadn't yet experimented with. Then, even if the underground world undergoes further changes, Lin Xian could still pinpoint the exact locations of other consciousnesses. By then, Lin Xian's exploration of this subterranean world could be considered a shortcut. In theory, after several transformations, Lin Xian might even gain a rough understanding of the entire subterranean world's scale. This would include the trajectory and patterns of the underground world's transformations provided, of course, that these shifts weren't entirely random. Regardless, this pathfinding fruit would undoubtedly prove immensely helpful to Lin Xian in his exploration of the subterranean world. Chapter 48, The Complete Underground Cave Compendium. Oh, Tuck, I heard from the merchant dwarf that you hobbits are also merchants in the subterranean world. Ha! Tuck slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Lin Xian, look at me, my mind was so preoccupied with drinking that I nearly forgot. You saved my life. From now on, you're a friend of the hobbits. Naturally, I must present you with a badge of friendship. With that, Tuck produced a badge bearing a peculiar emblem, reminiscent of the Shire's crest. What is this? Lin Xian, with this badge, you are now a friend of the hobbit folk. Upon returning, I will have the hobbit elders inscribe your name in the Book of Friends. Henceforth, you may freely enter and exit Hobbiton. Furthermore, Tuck looked up at Lin Xian, who towered nearly twice his height, and continued, Lin Xian, should you wish to trade with us hobbits, we shall offer you a 20% discount. This is the minimum concession extended to our friends. 20% off? Lin Xian chuckled. If you're a merchant, sourcing goods from the hobbits and reselling them could net you a full 20% profit. Actually, I do have something I'd like to purchase from you, Tuck. Oh? What is it? If I have it on me, I can sell it to you. If I don't have it at the moment, I can find it for you and sell it to you later. Tuck said earnestly. Star Wish. Lin Xian's expression turned serious. I need Star Wish of different attributes. These are the materials needed to unlock the Star Wish Holy Grail. Lin Xian had already gathered the Wind Star Wish, Thunder Star Wish, and Earth Star Wish. He now sought to obtain the remaining Star Wishes of other attributes. Then, he would be able to activate the Star Wish Holy Grail obtained from Chu Yancheng. Though Lin Xian didn't know what the Star Wish Holy Grail actually did. A device requiring no fewer than 8 Star Wishes of different attributes as materials. Surely wasn't a simple trinket. Star Wishes? I certainly have those. Tuck retrieved several sparkling Star Wishes from his storage space and handed them to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, Star Wishes aren't particularly valuable to us hobbits. After all, they're only useful for lighting or as materials. And obtaining them isn't difficult, they can be found in many dungeons. Of course, that's only from our perspective as hobbits. For many subterranean creatures unable to enter dungeons, acquiring Star Wishes becomes considerably more challenging. Overall, Starlight holds far less value than gemstones, it's practically worthless. Lin Xian, as my friend, if you ever need Starlight, I'll gladly give you all of this. Tuck was quite generous. These Star Wishes, considered merchandise by merchant dwarves, were utterly worthless chaff in Tuck's eyes, something to be given away freely.
Lin Xian watched Tuck take out the star wishes and counted them.
11 star wishes in total.
Unfortunately, the variety was rather sparse.
6 grass element star wishes, 3 lightning element star wishes, and 2 earth element star wishes.
Among these, Lin Xian already possessed both the lightning and earth element star wishes.
In other words, adding Tuck's star wishes only added 1 more grass element star wish. Thanks, Tuck.
Regardless, Lin Xian was genuinely grateful to Tuck for helping him acquire a new type of star wish.
Not at all.
These star wishes, along with that badge, barely scratched the surface of my gratitude. After all, you rescued me from these foul, treacherous goblins. Without you, I might have ended up as a worm in a goblin's belly and then I'd never get to taste Miss Brin's fine wine again.
What a shame that would be.
By the end of his speech, Tuck's face was etched with regret. Oh, and this tome, it's yours.
Consider it a gift for saving my life.
Tuck produced another tome resembling an e-book and handed it to Lin Xian.
Lin Xian examined the tome.
Cave Compendium. Open this compendium to view information and distribution details of any unlocked cave creatures, plants, or animals. Note, only the compendium's holder can access specific details for things they personally encountered.
Lin Xian couldn't help but feel this dungeon compendium was somewhat useless. If it only shows things you've seen, couldn't the dungeon panel do that too?
But then, Lin Xian suddenly discovered a new feature.
It also shows distribution points. That's a feature the dungeon panel doesn't have. Well, it's better than nothing.
Then I'll gladly take it, Tuck.
Lin Xian thanked Tuck.
No need for thanks between us, buddy. I'll buy you drinks another time.
Lin Xian, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. I don't want to be late for the drinking session later.
Tuck stared at the wriggling seed in his hand, preparing to dig toward that direction.
Alright, then. Until next time. Bye. After bidding farewell to Tuck, Lin Xian began digging.
It must be said that subterranean creatures, even humanoid-looking ones like the Hobbit, possess innate tunneling abilities. Once Tuck had finished digging and entered the hole, the passage he had excavated immediately sealed itself, transforming back into an intact earthen wall. The self-healing power of the underground world is truly formidable, isn't it? Lin Xian marveled inwardly. It was as if some mighty creature could heal its own gaping wounds, restoring them to their original state.
After Tuck departed,
Lin Xian examined the e-book in his hand. Though called an e-book, the complete underground cave compendium actually had a physical form, just a very small one. Upon opening it, a set of data appeared before Lin Xian's eyes, much like a high-tech projector. A search bar was visible.
Let's look up the flame lion. Lin Xian wanted to test it out with the flame lion first. Sure enough, a wealth of information about the flame lion appeared.
Most of it matched what Tuck had said,
including the fact that the flame lion dwells in the Inferno dungeon. However,
something surprising caught Lin Xian's attention.
The distribution points listed here actually indicated specific locations?
This was genuinely unexpected for Lin Xian. In all his time in the dungeon world, Lin Xian had never seen anyone in the World Chat channel claim to possess a map of the dungeon world.
So it seemed that the blurry small-scale map included with his underground world compendium might actually be one of a kind?
At the very least,
it was the only map showing the locations of dungeon creatures and items. Lin Xian studied the distribution points for the flame lions.
In fact, there were 18 locations in total. This meant that across the entire dungeon world, fire lions were distributed across 18 distinct locations.
Lin Xian checked them one by one.
The first location was in the Volcano Peak dungeon, where the number of fire lions was roughly 30 to 40.
Next was all the way to the 17th location, marked as the Inferno dungeon.
Lin Xian attempted to view the specific details but found the information inaccessible. Chapter 49, The Undead Legion of the Forbidden Fungi of the Dead. Since Lin Xian had never visited the Inferno dungeon, he lacked the authority to view its details. But one thing he knew for certain, the Inferno dungeon was indeed the stronghold of the flame lions. The number of flame lions within reached a staggering total of over 1,000.
The final known location of the flame lions was this very cavern where Lin Xian stood, with the interface displaying only one flame lion present. The distance between these two locations was a staggering 89 cavern units.
This meant that if Lin Xian wished to reach the Inferno dungeon without any changes occurring in the cavern world, he would need to excavate for at least 45 days to reach it.
Sorry, Fire Lion. It's not that I won't let you go home, the journey back is just too treacherous. Lin Xian ruffled the Fire Lion's head. The Flame Lion tilted its head. Woo-woo. It couldn't understand a word Lin Xian was saying. Home? Wasn't this already its home?
Lin Xian continued to examine other items. This included the subterranean demons he'd encountered, the tools and materials he possessed, and so on. He concluded that anything he had seen or possessed could be searched for in the dungeon compendium, including their distribution points. However, for terms Lin Xian knew but had never possessed or encountered, the compendium could only display the name, nothing more. It seemed the task of exploring the dungeon must continue. Of course. Before that, however, Lin Xian had more pressing matters to attend to.
He glanced at the sea of goblin corpses piled before him, a faint smirk curling his lips. It was time to test the new ability of the flesh-eating mycelium, the forbidden fungus of the dead. Lin Xian spread his hands wide, and a dense web of blue mycelium fell from his palms. The hyphae that fell to the ground swiftly crawled toward the sea of goblin corpses ahead. Upon reaching the goblin corpses, the filaments swiftly penetrated their bodies. Just as they had devoured the goblin's flesh earlier, the filaments now appeared to be consuming the goblin corpses. Once the fungal threads had completely overtaken the goblin carcasses. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard the sound of joints cracking. Mycelium is parasitizing the deceased. Target, goblin corpse. Parasitism initiated. Establishing neural connection 103,070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 100%. Evaluation, a flawless parasitic procedure. Utilize your undead vessel to its fullest until decay sets in. After the first goblin corpse was successfully parasitized, giving birth to the first undead goblin version of the undead forbidden fungus. The remaining goblin corpses were likewise undergoing parasitic infection. Lin Xian examined the information of this first undead fungus. Deadly forbidden fungus. Host, goblin. Level, LV8. Ability, rock-throwing projectiles gain strength and speed bonuses, doubling their normal impact. Description, this deadly fungi possesses the strength of the goblin it parasitizes in life. Its power can be enhanced through combat, consumption, and other means. The fungi survives for 10 dungeon days. To prolong its existence, feed it within this period by consuming other deadly fungi of the same rank. Weakness, the puppet has no inherent weaknesses. Only by killing the puppeteer can the undead prohibition fungus be eliminated. Lin Xian's eyes lit up upon reading the description of the deadly forbidden fungus. His eyes lit up in surprise. What? A puppet with no weaknesses? That's just too broken. Theoretically, even if a puppet's head is severed, it can still keep moving. After all, as long as the puppeteer lives, the puppet will never die. So, what about a horde of puppets? That would be like an undead legion. Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. It was only the third day of survival in the underground caverns, and he'd already created an invincible undead army. How were other players supposed to compete with him? As time ticked by, more and more dead goblins crawled up from the ground. Like towering warriors, they stood motionless, awaiting Lin Xian's commands. Moreover, compared to a puppeteer, Lin Xian required even less effort to control them. Puppeteers must concentrate intensely to control their puppets. Lin Xian's undead fungi possessed their own consciousness. Or rather, they were controlled by the autonomous consciousness of the mycelium. Lin Xian received the perceptions and senses relayed back by these deadly forbidden fungi. He could control them at any moment, or set them free, allowing the mycelium to guide them in battle. In essence, these death-binding fungi function as Lin Xian's summoned creatures. As my first batch of deadly fungi, I shall name you the Goblin Necromancer Legion. With a wave of his empty hand, Lin Xian stored the entire Goblin Necromancer Legion 35 forbidden fungi in total directly into his spatial backpack. I must check if any other dungeon demons lurk nearby. If so, I'll test the combat prowess of this Goblin Necromancer Legion. And while I'm at it, after slaying enemies, the flesh-eating mycelium would devour their flesh and blood, then parasitize the corpses. It was the perfect utilization of every inch of the dungeon demon, leaving nothing to waste. Lin Xian spread his fungal web, sending tendrils scattering in all directions. Information from the other 5 caverns excluding the one Lin Xian had just come from all streamed back into his mind. The left cavern contained a small pool. In the dungeon world, water pools were extremely precious. This was evident from the large quantities of gems Lin Xian could always exchange for water resources whenever he sold them. Absorb. Lin Xian wasn't lacking in pure water, but upon encountering such a small pond, he certainly wouldn't let it go to waste. Through the absorption of mycelium, the water from this small pool flowed steadily into Lin Xian's space backpack. Until every last drop was absorbed. Lin Xian's spatial backpack now held an additional 10 liters of water. Of course, this water wasn't purified and couldn't be drunk directly. But it could be used for washing items or even sold to other players. The cavern ahead was empty, a hollow void. The upper and lower caverns were filled with gravel, sand, and similar materials, things Lin Xian didn't need. Only the 2 caves on the right and rear remained. The rear cavern was the one Lin Xian had just dug into, so it was immediately ruled out. That left only the right side cavern. Based on the information relayed by the mycelium, Lin Xian suddenly saw the 2 cavern demons had appeared in the right cavern. These 2 cave demons sported horns and were covered in long, black fur. They weren't very tall, standing only about 5 feet tall. This was a common trait among dungeon demons, they generally weren't very tall. At the same time, behind these 2 cave demons sat a silver treasure chest. Having opened wooden, bronze, and gold chests before, a silver one was a first for him. Lin Xian made his decision instantly. The next dungeon he would explore was the one on the right. Chapter 50, The Under Dungeon Demon, Immortal Fiend. However, What level of power do these two dungeon demons possess?
Through the mycelium, Lin Xian instantly scanned the information on these two dungeon demons.
Cave Demon, Immortal Fiend. Level, LV15.
Ability, Demon Heart. Upon triggering Demon Heart, all attributes are enhanced by 15.
Description: the Immortal Fiend possesses a tall, robust physique covered in exceptionally long hair.
These strands function like muscle fibers, extending to wrap around opponents like tentacles.
Out of boredom, the Immortal Fiend often engages in mischief and pranks.
It is a type of subterranean demon widely despised by many other dungeon creatures.
Weakness, Fire.
Through the mycelium's transmission, Lin Xian discerned that both dungeon demons were immortal demons.
Both were of the same level, level 15. Level 15 dungeon demons were formidable opponents.
With Lin Xian's current strength, 2 level 15 dungeon demons were no challenge. Even 2 level 20 dungeon demons wouldn't faze him.
In fact,
he even felt confident enough to take on that level 30 ice leopard that had slain the ice lizard back then.
After all,
Lin Xian now had an additional flame lion at his disposal, plus an entire goblin necromancer legion. Even if he encountered a high-level dungeon demon, Lin Xian was confident he could defeat it.
Flame Lion, are you ready for battle? Lin Xian glanced at the flame lion beside him. Roar!
The flame lion didn't understand who Lin Xian meant by battle, but its fierce gaze seemed to tell Lin Xian it was ready to fight at any moment.
Alright. Let's go.
Lin Xian pulled out his shovel, using mycelium to control it as he carved a passage through the earthen wall. Across the earthen wall, within the pitch-black cavern, 2 undying demons of the abyss seemed to be scheming up some devious plan. When they caught sight of this long, white passageway, they all turned to look this way.
Big brother, how come it's already dawn? It's not the dawn, you fool.
Our underground lair has been breached by other creatures. The taller immortal demon smacked the shorter, stouter one on the head, as if scolding him for being brainless.
Oh, I see. Big brother, what should we do now? What else can we do? Kill the intruders. This cavern is ours.
Anyone who dares to enter gets killed.
Woo woo.
As the tall immortal demon finished speaking, a lion's roar erupted, instantly silencing both of them.
What the hell is going on?
Big bro, why did I just feel a little scared?
Shut up.
The tall immortal demon's expression turned wary. He stared straight ahead at the passageway, clenching his fists as if facing a formidable enemy.
At that moment,
from within the passageway, the earth-colored male lion that had been roaring slowly crawled out. It sent shivers down the spines of both immortal demons. As subterranean demons, their understanding of the creatures inhabiting the caverns far surpassed that of the goblin race.
The taller immortal demon clearly recognized the fire lion. He exclaimed in surprise, "A flame lion? How is that possible? How could a flame lion appear in a dungeon like this?" "Oh, so you recognize it." Lin Xian's voice followed the flame lion's footsteps.
The moment Lin Xian landed steadily, the passageway instantly filled in, the earthen walls resurfacing.
"You! What kind of creature are you?"
The immortal fiend clearly had never encountered the human race before.
Seeing Lin Xian in such a state, a huge question mark appeared on the immortal demon's tiny head. "Remember, I'll only say this once. After I finish speaking, I'll send you on your way."
Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he spoke solemnly, "Human."
With that,
Lin Xian snapped his fingers, and the battalion descended from the sky.
One by one, green, skin and bones goblins appeared on the battlefield. "Goblin? Big bro, these are goblins, right?" The short, stocky immortal demon asked the tall immortal demon.
The tall immortal demon offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently on the goblin horde, visibly shaken.
Immortal demons could sense the aura of living beings, a power derived from their heightened sense of smell. Yet,
from this group of goblins, the tall immortal demon detected not even a trace of life.
What did this mean? It meant these goblins were actually lifeless objects. Dead objects.
The tall immortal demon stared ahead in disbelief, fixing his gaze on Lin Xian amidst the goblin horde.
He bellowed, "What the hell is this? Why are a bunch of dead goblins still alive?" "Ha!"
The short, stocky immortal demon clearly couldn't grasp what the tall immortal demon was saying.
What does he mean, dead goblins are still alive? Can dead creatures really come back to life? That sounds a bit far-fetched. Bro, don't scare me like that. The short, stocky immortal demon trembled slightly as he spoke.
The tall immortal demon ignored the short, stocky one entirely, fixing his gaze on Lin Xian instead.
He pressed on, "Human? I've never heard of this species. Are they a new creature in the underground caverns? Or perhaps a rare one? Tell me, what exactly is going on with these goblins? You don't need to know."
Lin Xian's voice was sharp as he chuckled.
"Because soon, you'll be just like them. Charge!" Lin Xian gave the order.
The goblin undead legion surged forward like clockwork puppets, instantly launching their assault on the 2 immortal demons.
The immortal demons wouldn't stand idly by.
Their specialty was close-quarters combat.
Both immortal demons simultaneously activated their abilities, the Demon Heart.
Amplified by the Demon Heart, their bodies swelled to a larger size. They proceeded to pummel the undead goblins with fists and kicks.
One by one, the skulls of the undead goblins were shattered by these two immortal demons. But then,
the shattered bones became weapons for this horde of undead goblins, or rather, undead fungal spawn. Mycelium coiled around the shards, lashing straight toward the two undying demons.
Slashing. Slashing. Snip. In an instant,
both immortal beasts were covered in barbed thorns.
Ah! The two immortal beasts screamed in agony.
They stretched out their long fur, trying to protect their flesh.
Lin Xian let out a cold laugh. Hair? Ha! That's quite flammable, isn't it? Flame Lion, it's your turn. Roar! The Flame Lion understood immediately. It leapt high into the air,
trampling the skulls of fallen goblins as stepping stones.
Reaching the two immortal demons, a searing breath like blazing flames struck them directly.
Instantly, the immortal demon's fur began to burn.
The scorching flames, igniting the immortal demon's fur, soon became a raging inferno. Ah! Big bro, I'm burning up.
I smell roasted meat, it smells so good.
Idiot!
That's the smell of your own flesh. Put out the fire. The two immortal demons crawled on the ground, rolling frantically to douse the flames.
Chapter 51, Devouring New-Powered Demon Heart. Suddenly,
the undead goblins, sensing an opening, swarmed forward. Spiked bones pierced directly into the flesh of the immortal demons.
At the same time,
the mycelium released by Lin Xian spread across the bodies of the two immortal demons.
Penetrating through flesh and skin, they seeped into the creature's very blood and flesh.
The mycelium traveled along their bone marrow, reaching the creature's brain nerves.
Then,
the mycelium began its parasitic invasion.
Target, immortal demons.
Parasitism initiated, establishing neural connection 103070.
Parasitism successful.
Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 65%.
Only 65% synchronization? Lin Xian shook his head with a hint of disappointment. As expected.
Compared to living beings, inanimate objects are easier to control.
Then kill them. Lin Xian snapped his fingers.
The undead goblins charged forward with frenzied ferocity, as if pumped full of adrenaline. The Flame Lion trampled the two undying demons, delivering a vicious bite that snapped the neck of the short, stout one.
Another blaze descended.
The flame will engulf the two undying demons, reducing them to a sea of flames.
Two immortal demons, their faces twisted in rage and resentment, turned into corpses.
Fresh flesh detected.
Mycelium initiating consumption. Note, the flesh of the immortal demons is remarkably resilient and possesses edible value. Their demonic hearts remain intact, yielding an exceptionally delicious flavor upon consumption.
As the flesh-devouring mycelium began consuming the immortal demon's flesh,
Lin Xian stared at the information displayed on the dungeon interface.
Congratulations, player Lin Xian, for successfully defeating two dungeon demons, immortal demons.
Experience reward, 6,000 points. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for advancing to LV15. Sure enough, the higher the level, the more experience points required for advancement. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Even though these two immortal fiends provided a substantial amount of experience, a full 6,000 points, it still wasn't enough to let Lin Xian advance 2 more levels.
Meanwhile,
after slaying these two dungeon demons, the Flame Lion and the undead forbidden fungus clearly received a significant share of the experience points.
Flame Lion leveled up to LV12.
The undead forbidden fungus undead goblins each gained a considerable amount of experience, slightly increasing their strength. Since the level of each dead goblin parasitized by the deadly fungus varied, therefore, the amount of experience each undead goblin gained, and the level they advanced to, also varied.
However, one prompt remains consistent for all. Consume fresh flesh?
The undead forbidden fungus can consume other undead of the same rank to extend its own lifespan. But, Lin Xian scratched his head, frowning. This is a bit awkward. After all, Lin Xian himself needed to consume food to survive. Many types of meat could even be traded through the exchange for valuable items from other players.
The Flame Lion likewise required consuming meat to grow.
Yet both Lin Xian's flesh mycelium and the deadly forbidden fungus relied on consuming fresh flesh to amplify their power. This was proving rather difficult. As the saying goes, feeding one mouth is manageable, but feeding 4 becomes a challenge. With the Meat Pig Ranch, the Fire Lion and I are well provided for in terms of food. But the dietary needs of the flesh mycelium and the forbidden fungus of the dead conflict with ours. After all, whether it's the evolution points required for the flesh mycelium's upgrades or the sustenance the deadly forbidden fungus needs to prolong its lifespan, they both require the same thing.
Looks like I'll have to find more dungeon fiends. Lin Xian frowned before selecting no on the dungeon interface.
These two immortal beasts still had uses for Lin Xian, so he wouldn't sacrifice them to feed this horde of undead goblins.
Suddenly,
Lin Xian suddenly saw a new notification.
Flesh mycelium successfully consumed 2 demon hearts, acquiring a new ability, Demon Heart. Lin Xian stared at the notification on the dungeon interface with surprise. New ability, Demon Heart.
Demon Heart Mycelium Edition enhances the expansion of mycelium, thereby boosting its crawling speed, resilience, destructive power, aggressiveness, and entanglement capabilities.
Whoa!
Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the new ability acquired by the flesh-eating mycelium.
Wasn't this the ability of those two immortal demons? After devouring their demon hearts, the mycelium had actually acquired the powers of the immortal demons? Suddenly,
Lin Xian recalled how the mycelium had previously gained its hardening ability after devouring the Titan troll.
Combining these two observations, Lin Xian suddenly reached a new conclusion. Could the mycelium plunder the abilities of subterranean creatures through consumption? For a moment, Lin Xian's heartbeat quickened slightly. If this pattern held true, wouldn't devouring more powerful dungeon demons mean the flesh and mycelium's abilities would grow ever greater and stronger? Lin Xian's thoughts drifted back to the ice leopard in the ice city. That ice leopard possessed formidable abilities. Once devoured, its powers would become the mycelium's own. Oomph! Lin Xian snorted coldly.
Ice City, sooner or later, I'll crush your ice fortress. As the flesh and blood mycelium finished its feast, the two immortal demons, their fur singed black, were now nothing more than skeletal soldiers, skin stretched taut over bones.
Lin Xian unleashed the mycelium once more.
This time, the mycelium he unleashed belonged to the forbidden fungus of the dead. As the dense blue mycelium enveloped the immortal fiends' corpses, it seeped directly into their bones. The mycelium began to entwine, occupy, and dominate the undead demon's remains.
The parasitism began. Mycelium is parasitizing the deceased. Target: Dungeon Fiend Immortal Demon. Parasitism initiated. Establishing neural connection 103,070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 100%. Evaluation: a flawless parasitic integration. Utilize your deceased host body to its fullest until decay sets in. Indeed, the dead are far easier to control than the living.
Lin Xian gazed at the 100% synchronization rate, unable to suppress a sense of awe. He had acquired 2 more corpse-binding fungi. Combined with the 35 goblin-type deadly forbidden fungi he had previously acquired, Lin Xian now possessed a total of 37 deadly forbidden fungi.
Moreover,
through the experimental battle just now, Lin Xian had also discovered something. During combat, the undead prohibition fungus felt no pain. Even if its skull shattered, bones snapped, or limbs were severed, it didn't matter. After all, once the battle concluded, the deadly forbidden fungus would repair all these damaged parts. First, the mycelium's regenerative ability. Second, the mycelium's binding ability. In fact, during the recent battle, the dead goblin actually fought with greater ferocity after its skull was shattered. The dead fungus could launch those bone fragments as projectiles. For enemies, especially those with flesh and blood, these bone fragments could very well become deadly weapons.
Chapter 52, Bomb Fruit Seeds? Battery Pack.
Lin Xian stored all 37 undead forbidden fungi back into his spatial backpack. Fortunately, as Lin Xian's level increased, the capacity of the spatial backpack also rose slightly. This allowed all the undead prohibited fungi under his control to be perfectly stored within the spatial backpack.
Moreover,
the spatial backpack could still be divided into separate compartments. The pig farm, goblin necromancer legion, and immortal demon twin corpses were all stored separately. Lin Xian approached the silver treasure chest previously guarded by 2 immortal demons. Finally, he could open the chest. Each person could open 3 chests per day. It was a bit of a shame that Lin Xian hadn't even used all 3 slots in the past 2 days. Of course, it was unlikely anyone would be lucky enough to actually open 3 every single day. After all, Lin Xian explored 5 times as many dungeons as other players, yet he couldn't even open 3 chests. How could anyone else manage it when they could only explore 5 dungeons per day? Silver treasure chest detected.
Open? Daily limit 3 chests. Open. Lin Xian didn't hesitate, choosing to open the chest immediately. Opening silver treasure chest. Congratulations! Player Lin Xian has obtained Battery Pack Blueprint. Congratulations!
Player Lin Xian has obtained Bomb Fruit Seed 1.
Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Thunder Gem 1. Would you like to decompose the silver treasure chest? Decompose. Silver chest successfully decomposed. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining 10G silver, 5 wood. Lin Xian examined the newly acquired blueprint in seeds. Battery Pack Blueprint, unlocked to craft battery packs.
Bomb Fruit Seed, plant in a planter to grow explosive bomb fruits.
Battery Pack and Bomb Fruit?
Lin Xian frowned, feeling as though he was somehow traveling into the future, or more accurately, into the modern urban development that existed before entering the dungeon world. In the modern world, batteries were indeed crucial. But in the underground world, was there really any use for batteries? With that thought, Lin Xian couldn't help but head to the World Window channel to ask, "Folks, have any of you encountered items that require batteries?" After Lin Xian sent this comment, the World Window channel, which had been constantly refreshing with bullet comments, suddenly shifted its tone. Everyone started fawning over the big shot.
It felt like everyone stood up in unison. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Lord Lin has graced us again. Quick, quick, see how Lord Lin has blessed us this time. Batteries? What use are batteries in the dungeon world? This is the most primitive society. A single candle solves all our lighting needs. Ah! I don't even have a candle. I've been clutching a torch the whole time. What torch? Wait, you can actually drive in this crappy underground world? Drop me off. This isn't the way to the mental hospital, ugh. This is the road to kindergarten. God, I actually have something that needs batteries. Lin Xian scrolled through the chatter of bullet comments, finally spotting a useful message. Ha! Lin Xian opened private messages, intending to DM the player who posted that bullet, only to find the player had already initiated a private chat. Shoo, Lin Xian, I saw your bullet saying you needed batteries. I have some. Do you need them? Lin Xian, what is it? More than acquiring the item itself, Lin Xian was dying to know what it actually was. Shoo, I've shared an item with you. Lin Xian clicked to view. Underground dirt shovel. Status, missing parts. Missing parts, battery pack X2. Description, infuse with soul to activate the loader and begin excavation. Underground dump truck? Lin Xian was stunned upon seeing the vehicle's information. He never imagined that while he was still digging with a rusty shovel, other players were already driving bulldozers? Ah! Wait. Lin Xian shook his head. To be precise, someone might possess a dungeon earth mover, but it couldn't be activated yet. Implanting souls. The method for acquiring souls was surprisingly straightforward. When Lin Xian had just slain those 35 goblins and the 2 under-dungeon demon immortals, he had automatically gained souls. 37 souls in total. Additionally, as their survival time within the dungeon increased, their combat power would grow stronger. Slaying some low-tier dungeon creatures would be quite easy. At that point, acquiring souls would become an effortless task. But the battery pack was something this player named Shoo couldn't obtain. Now that he had obtained the battery pack blueprint, it's essentially like having access to every battery pack component in the entire dungeon. It seemed necessary to unlock the battery pack manufacturing blueprint. With that thought, Lin Xian immediately unlocked the battery pack blueprint. Battery pack manufacturing blueprint successfully unlocked. Battery pack. Description, many dungeon items require battery packs. Without them, these items are useless junk, incapable of being activated. Crafting materials, lightning gem 42, positive-negative electrode material 01, lithium element 02. Upon seeing the battery pack's manufacturing materials, Lin Xian's brow furrowed slightly, sensing a bit of a challenge. Crafting other items usually required rare gems. But who would have thought that making a battery pack would require gems, the very thing I have in abundance? Compared to thunder gems, Lin Xian had never even seen positive-negative electrode materials or lithium elements listed on the exchange. In fact, many players might not even know what these two materials are. This is troublesome. How on earth was he supposed to obtain them? At that moment, Lin Xian suddenly recalled the 2 major traders within the underground caverns. The merchant dwarf and the hobbit. That's it. Lin Xian slammed his left fist against his right palm. Other players might not have it, but surely the merchant dwarf and the hobbit would? As the 2 largest traders in the dungeon world, Lin Xian didn't believe there was anything they couldn't get their hands on. With that thought, Lin Xian opened the private chat window of the player named Shoo. Lin Xian, underground vehicle, what price are you willing to offer? Or perhaps you're after food, weapons, or materials? Shoo, if you want it, it's yours. Seeing Shoo's reply. For a moment, Lin Xian was completely flustered. Wait, why is she giving it to me again? This feels strangely familiar. Lin Xian? Shoo, Lin God, you might not recognize me, but you should know my sister. Back then, it was you who traded that vial of potion to my sister, which saved my life. Now, consider this car my way of repaying you. Reading this, a figure flashed through Lin Xian's mind. That woman in black, her hair tied up, wielding a large blade. Shu Yancheng. Lin Xian, you're Chu Yancheng's sister? Shoo, bingo. Congratulations, you got it right. Chapter 53, Underground Excavator? A deal. Really? Who'd have thought these sisters would be so interesting? One gave me a Star Wish Holy Grail, the other gave me a subterranean excavator. The value of the former, Lin Xian couldn't quite gauge yet. The latter, however, seemed quite valuable to Lin Xian. In a world where everyone's still digging with hand shovels, if Lin Xian could operate a subterranean excavator, it would instantly put him several versions ahead of everyone else. Not to mention, Lin Xian was currently traversing the underground caverns. And this subterranean realm contained over 800 dungeons. Having a vehicle would make exploration much more convenient. After pondering, Lin Xian replied to Shoo. Lin Xian, Shoo, I can't just take advantage of you for free. This underground excavator, if complete, is worth a lot. Right now, it's missing the battery pack components. I have the blueprints for the battery pack, but currently, I can't build it yet. I'm still short on quite a few materials. So, Lin Xian, I'll trade you a large, sharp knife for this underground vehicle. Additionally, if you need any tools, food, or water in the future, I'll fulfill one reasonable request. Shu, fine. I'll go along with it. Shu promptly initiated a transaction listing, indicating the cave excavator was being gifted to Lin Xian without compensation. Lin Xian clicked accept and replied. Give me a moment. Lin Xian possessed the materials to craft the Great Cleaver. However, since none of the previous battles required weapons, Lin Xian hadn't bothered to craft the Great Cleaver. It seems we'll have to forge a few broadswords for future use. After all, the profit margin on large broadswords is quite substantial. The materials required to craft a Great Cleaver are merely 2 gold gems and 5 iron ingots. Lin Xian, however, intends to sell the large broadsword for 5 gold gems. The iron ingots aren't worth much and can be disregarded. The profit margin of 3 gold gems equates to 1.5 great swords. Though iron ingots aren't valuable, they can't be discarded entirely. Lin Xian glanced at the remaining 4 iron ingots in his materials and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He decided to buy some more. Lin Xian placed an order for iron ingots on the exchange. Within 3 seconds, 50 iron ingots were secured. All Lin Xian had to pay was 500 milliliters of pond water. It really wasn't worth much. Shaking his head, Lin Xian prepared to craft a Great Cleaver. Clicking the Crafting tab, he selected the unlocked Great Cleaver and chose to craft 3 units. Crafting large cleavers. Quantity, 3. Deducting materials, 6 gold gems, 15 iron ingots. Large cleaver crafting successful. 3 refined great swords appeared before Lin Xian. They were identical to the large broadsword Lin Xian had previously traded to Chu Yanqing, indistinguishable in every way. Lin Xian opened his private messages and placed an order with Shu. Seller, Lin Xian. Trading item, large cleaver. Requested exchange, none. Note, thank you for the dungeon vehicle. This broadsword is what I promised you. On Shu's end, she immediately clicked to confirm the transaction. After receiving the great fast blade, Shu replied. Lin Xian, did you just craft this? I saw you buying iron ingots at the exchange just now and now you've made a great cleaver? Lin Xian, you could say that. I've always had the materials besides the iron ingots. I just didn't need the great fast blade yet, so I hadn't crafted it. After reading Lin Xian's message, Shu seemed to ponder for a moment. She replied again, Lin Xian, I know you're incredibly skilled. I have a request, I wonder if you could help me. Lin Xian, I said I'd grant one reasonable request. Go ahead. Shu, God of Lin, you know my sister is Chu. This morning, while exploring a new underground cavern, something happened. The entire cavern shook violently. After that, my sister and I got separated. Is there any way you could help me find her? I've sent her private messages, but we don't know each other's coordinates. Seeing Shu's message, Lin Xian finally understood why he'd seen Chu Yanqing fighting alone in the lower cavern earlier. So they'd gotten separated. However, Lin Xian couldn't help with this for now. If it were a dungeon creature, Lin Xian could search for information using the dungeon compendium. But players weren't included in the compendium's records. Lin Xian, sorry, I can't help you with this for now. But if I find anything later, I'll let you know. Even though Lin Xian knew Chu Yanqing's current location, telling Shu about it wouldn't help unless he also knew her coordinates. It was better to simply decline Shu's request outright. Shu, alright, thanks anyway, Lin God. Lin Xian, you're welcome. After replying to the message, Lin Xian went back to the exchange and placed 2 orders. Seller, Lin Xian. Item, Great Cleaver. Wanted in exchange, 5 gold gems, 6 other gems. Quantity, 2. Description, this Great Cleaver cuts through iron like mud, dispatching 1 dungeon demon per swing. Want to become the hero who slays dungeon demons? Seeking more dungeon resources? Then buy this Great Cleaver now. First come, first served. Hesitation leads to defeat, and latecomers will only be left with envy. Sure enough. The moment Lin Xian posted this trade notice, the chat channel exploded. Holy crap! A Great Cleaver? That's insane. I knew why Lin Xian always seemed one step ahead. Turns out he had such powerful weapons. And 2 of them. No, it can't be just 2. How else could he list them all for sale? Could it be that God Lin got even better gear, which is why he's selling the big knife? 666. I'm still gloating over finding a tiny apple peeling knife, while the big shots are already selling great swords. Why are the big shots always so much cooler than me? Otherwise, why are you the one gnawing on tree bark while the big shots feast on grilled skewers? Don't you get it? Big shot. I have 1 gold gem. Can I trade you 4 gold gems on credit for a big cleaver? Lin Xian glanced at everyone in the chat channel, seemingly all eyeing the big cleaver with interest. Yet no one stepped up to place an order. It seems 5 gold gems or 6 gems of any kind remain prohibitively expensive for most players. After all, it was only the 3rd day of survival in the dungeon. Where could players possibly get 5 or 6 gems so easily? However, Lin Xian had no intention of lowering the price. Rarity makes things valuable. If he sold the Great Blade cheaply, not only would Lin Xian earn less, but it would be difficult to raise the price later. Let's craft 2 more planting boxes. Lin Xian gazed at the newly acquired exploding flower seeds alongside the previously obtained glittering flower seeds. Chapter 54, Other Players? Phantom. Previously held back by material shortages, Lin Xian had delayed construction. Now, however, he could finally craft the planters needed for these 2 types of seeds. Lin Xian selected the planting box from the Manufacture menu. Set the quantity to 2 and selected Craft. Crafting planting boxes. Quantity 2. Deducting materials, 4 earth gems, 4 wood, 4 iron ingots. Iron planting boxes successfully crafted. As the materials were deducted, 2 complete iron boxes appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. Similar to the planting boxes used for rice grains and orange trees before. The process remained the same: first insert the seeds, then the soul, and results would appear within 24 hours. Lin Xian placed seeds of both the exploding flower and the flash flower into the 2 planters. He then placed 2 souls into each. The seeds in both boxes immediately sprouted tender shoots. They grew steadily until reaching the height of a palm before slowing their growth. Lin Xian stowed both planting boxes back into his space backpack, deciding to leave them be for now. After all, harvest wouldn't be possible for another 24 hours. He'd deal with it tomorrow. With this downtime, I might as well craft some crossbow bolts. Earlier, constrained by the need to rescue the hobbit, Lin Xian had only unlocked the crossbow bolt blueprint without constructing them. Now, however, he could finally craft them. 1 wind gem short. Lin Xian placed an order for wind gems on the exchange. Wind gems aren't as scarce as water, earth, or gold gems. Within about 10 minutes, a wind gem was added to his inventory. Crafting crossbow bolts. Crafting crossbow bolts. Deducting materials, 2 wind gems, 2 iron wire, 2 iron ingots. Crossbow bolts successfully crafted. As this is your first crossbow bolt crafting, 30 iron arrows are gifted as a bonus. Subsequent usable arrows can be produced through crafting. Oh ho! And they're throwing in 30 iron arrows for free? Lin Xian loaded the crossbow bolt onto his left arm and inserted the arrows. He pulled the trigger, and in an instant, the iron-tipped arrows flew out. The stone block ahead instantly cracked upon being struck by the crossbow bolt. Beside him, the flame lion, seeing the formidable power of the crossbow bolts fired by Lin Xian, leapt aside, fearing it might accidentally hit him. This crossbow arrow is really powerful, huh? Indeed. Before the advent of long-range lethal weapons, the Great Fast Blade was undoubtedly the preferred choice. But with long-range lethal weapons now available, the Great Fast Blade seemed somewhat inadequate. Consider this. You wield a great sword to strike a distant enemy. Assuming a 10-meter gap between you, factoring in your charging speed, it would take at least 2 or 3 seconds to reach and strike your target. But if your opponent wields a crossbow, it takes merely a second or even a fraction of a second to pierce your heart instantly. What can you possibly do against such an opponent? Therefore, with a crossbow in hand, Lin Xian could now crush opponents from the Stone Age or even those who'd advanced to the Iron Age with overwhelming superiority. After testing the crossbow's power, Lin Xian temporarily stowed it away. Currently, Lin Xian possessed a total of 10 blueprints. Excluding the newly acquired battery pack, the underwater helmet remained unbuilt. Neither item was urgent. The former required hard-to-obtain materials, while the latter was unnecessary since Lin Xian hadn't found a large enough water source or indeed, the ocean itself to warrant an underwater helmet. First, he would explore the surrounding caverns of this underground labyrinth. It was only morning. Exploring the caverns was the most important task. Lin Xian extended the mycelium across his body, beginning to survey the 5 remaining cave directions beyond the one he had come from. At that moment, a section of earthen wall was suddenly chiseled open. Ha! Seeing the passageway appear before him, Lin Xian realized that another player had dug into the same underground chamber. As the passageway in the earthen wall opened, Lin Xian noticed 3 figures crawling out from within the passageway. A party? Sure enough, the 3 figures came one after another. Once all 3 had appeared in the cavern, one of them chuckled cheerfully, "Hey, buddy, what a coincidence. Never thought we'd bump into each other in this cavern." The other 2 also smiled and said, "Meeting is fate. How about it? Want to team up and dig the underground chamber together?" "No thanks. I'm about to leave." Lin Xian didn't want to waste time chatting with these 3, but since the surrounding caverns remained unexplored, Lin Xian planned to explore them first before deciding which direction to dig. However, the trio wouldn't let it go, advancing toward Lin Xian. Woo woo! The flame lion roared fiercely, its intimidating presence causing the trio to halt in their tracks. "It's alive? Holy crap! A real lion!" The chubbiest one among them stared at the flame lion with a greedy look, as if eyeing it like a piece of meat. The other 2 chuckled. "It really is a live lion. Probably some kind of dungeon creature. Hey, buddy, what do you say? Want to team up and take this lion down?" We could feast on some prime meat.
Hearing this, Lin Xian's gaze turned sharp.
Daring to set their sights on the flame lion? That's practically suicide. Flame lion, hold nothing back. Kill them if you must. Lin Xian snapped his fingers. Roar! The flame lion's temper was already fiery by nature.
Faced with the three's provocation, it was beyond furious. A searing flame erupted violently.
However, the trio didn't flinch. As the flames scorched their skin, they cheerfully marched forward.
Like golden crows bathing in a sea of fire, they showed no fear of the scorching flames.
What on earth was going on? Lin Xian was perplexed. Could these three actually be immune to fire? No. Lin Xian suddenly realized something was amiss. These three people, something was very off.
As they drew nearer, Lin Xian finally discerned the peculiarity. Their bodies were covered in blooming flesh, and their eyes were a blood-red color, not at all like human eyes.
The next instant,
three figures suddenly stretching out to 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, before merging into one long shadow. The shadow expanded further, morphing into a cat-like monster. Huge cat-like claws lashed out, tearing down like demonic talons, as if intent on ripping everything apart.
Wah! At that moment,
the roar of the flame lion echoed, and simultaneously, Lin Xian felt a sharp pain surge through his arm. Startled. When he opened his eyes again, everything before him had vanished. What the hell just happened?
Lin Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Woo woo! The flame lion roared, pointing ahead.
Lin Xian glanced forward and saw a passageway appear in the earthen wall.
Beyond the passage, something resembling a castle loomed?
From within the castle, another phantom figure materialized and lunged toward Lin Xian. Having learned from his previous mistake, Lin Xian swiftly dodged this time, completely evading the phantom. The phantom struck the earthen wall, seeping into it before vanishing without a trace.
At that moment,
another phantom image materialized on the earthen wall.
Chapter 55, The Illusion of the Purple Crystal Dark Cat. An illusion. Lin Xian instantly understood the trick. Flame lion, did you bite me earlier because I was under an illusion? Lin Xian asked the flame lion.
Roar! The flame lion nodded vigorously, extending its paw to point down the passage ahead, as if declaring, the illusion emanates from within.
Is that so?
Lin Xian hadn't expected an illusion to appear in the underground cavern beyond the earthen wall.
Mycelium, go scout it out.
The mycelium Lin Xian dispatched instantly traversed the passageway, reaching the opposite side of the earthen wall.
However, what it saw was completely different from what Lin Xian's vision had detected.
Beyond the earthen wall lay not a castle but a barren wasteland. 3 bodies lay sprawled across the barren land. Lin Xian recognized them as the 3 figures that had appeared in the illusion moments earlier.
At the same time, a dark purple cat also lingered on the barren land. This cat's neck and ankles are adorned with exquisite gold accents. But these golden ornaments are not mere decorations.
They were more like chains. This dark purple cat was chained to the barren land.
Unable to move. A chained cat? Lin Xian gazed at this exquisitely luxurious dark purple cat, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why would such a magnificent cat be chained?
He couldn't help but open the underground treasure compendium to look up information about this dark purple cat. Purple Crystal Shadow Cat. Introduction 1. The amethyst shadow cats were once the royal felines of the dungeon world, revered for their nobility. However, one member of their clan once unleashed an epic catastrophe upon the dungeons. Since then, the amethyst shadow cats have been branded as the dark and sinister clan of the dungeon world, synonymous with evil. High-ranking rulers of the underground world hunted down vast numbers of amethyst dark cats, pushing the already scarce species to the brink of extinction. One high-ranking ruler proposed sparing the remaining amethyst dark cats, but to seal them forever within the ugly, impoverished underground, where they would suffer endless torment. Introduction 2. The amethyst dark cat before you is one of the 3 surviving amethyst dark cats in the subterranean world.
Each possesses a unique yet similar ability.
This particular amethyst dark cat wields illusions.
It can use its illusions to affect enemies within 1 subterranean unit radius, trapping them within its illusory realm.
Description 3. Do not sever the chains binding the amethyst dark cat, as this will release its seal.
As a malevolent entity of the dungeon realm, it must never be set free. Purple Crystal Dark Cat? The Demon Realm Clan?
Lin Xian furrowed his brow, utterly baffled. He had never heard of this dungeon creature, the amethyst dark cat, before.
He never imagined it belonged to the Demon Clan. What exactly was the Demon Realm Clan?
Lin Xian continued flipping through the Abyss Compendium.
However, he couldn't find any information about the Xiaming Clan.
Lin Xian put away the Underground Realm Compendium and slowly walked to the earthen wall.
A scene that astonished Lin Xian unfolded once more. No passageway appeared in the earthen wall at all. This too was an illusion. In that moment,
Lin Xian gained a clear understanding of the illusory abilities possessed by the purple crystal dark cat within the underground cavern on the opposite side of the earthen wall. A powerful illusion indeed. Lin Xian praised. Thanks for the compliment. Suddenly, A young girl's voice echoed in Lin Xian's mind.
Who? It's me, Purple Crystal Dark Cat. Purple Crystal Shadow Cat?
Lin Xian stared at the earthen wall, feeling utterly bewildered.
That young girl's voice was actually Purple Crystal Shadow Cat?
Lin Xian knew all too well how soundproof the underground cavern world was. The earthen walls separating two caverns were nearly soundproof.
Yet Lin Xian could hear the amethyst Shadowcat's voice clearly. Wasn't her ability a bit too powerful?
This meow is in the underground cavern right before your eyes.
This meow can sense your presence and hear your voice.
If possible, please break through this earthen wall and come help this meow break the seal.
This meow can grant you one request. Grant me one wish? Lin Xian remained unflappable, smiling as he replied, but there are 3 human corpses beside you. Could you explain why they ended up dead at your feet? The amethyst Shadowcat's voice did not respond immediately.
After a 2-second pause, it spoke again.
It seems I underestimated you. Humans? Is that the species you and these 3 creatures belong to?
You could say that, Lin Xian replied truthfully.
I see. So you are creatures known as humans. After a few seconds of hesitation, the amethyst Shadowcat spoke again. Human, you're different from these 3.
You seem to possess a special ability. You can see the conditions of the underground caverns where this cat resides.
Lin Xian smiled again. So what if I do? Purple Crystal Dark Cat, can you answer me one question? Go ahead. What exactly is the Xiaming clan? Meow.
It must be those damned cavern creatures who described this cat as belonging to the Xiaming clan.
How infuriating.
Human, you must not trust those creatures. This vile brood of cavern beasts is merely jealous that we, the Purple Crystal Dark Cats, have become the royal cat clan. That's why they've devised this treacherous scheme to destroy my entire clan.
Oh?
From the Purple Crystal Dark Cat's mouth, he heard a different version of the story. For a moment, Lin Xian found himself deeply intrigued by the past events of the subterranean world.
I'd love to hear more.
It is a painful chapter in our feline history. About 1,000 years ago, our Amethyst Shadowcat clan was the royal cat lineage of the subterranean world, holding an extremely exalted status. However, some despicable subterranean creatures, jealous of the nobility and abundance we Amethyst Shadowcats possessed, orchestrated an epic catastrophe that sent shockwaves rippling through the entire subterranean world. That cataclysmic upheaval directly fractured the subterranean world into 3 distinct plates. The realm we inhabit is one such plate, known as the Noah plate. The other 2 plates are the Lantis plate, home to the Dark Nether clan, and the Sealed Witch clan plate.
Heaven knows.
This cat swears on behalf of our entire clan that epic catastrophe was absolutely not orchestrated by us, the Amethyst Shadowcats. The high-ranking rulers of the underground realm are well aware of this. But our clan held too much power, threatening those rulers. At the same time, that colossal disaster needed a scapegoat.
Our Purple Crystal Dark Cat clan was forced to shoulder this colossal blame. Hearing this, Lin Xian remained somewhat confused, yet he grasped the fundamental difference between these 2 accounts.
The Dungeon Compendium portrayed the Amethyst Dark Cats as a sinful clan, branded as part of the Dark Nether race. The Purple Crystal Dark Cats version claimed their clan had been slandered and made the scapegoat.
Chapter 56, Such a Weak Cat? The map of the dungeon world.
Of course. Which version held the truth, Lin Xian could not know. Yet the information he could gather indicated that 1,000 years ago, this underground world underwent a great upheaval. That upheaval split it into 3 distinct regions.
So it seems the underground world is much larger than I imagined? Originally,
Lin Xian had assumed reaching the core area, the largest dungeon in the subterranean world as previously described by Tuck, would mean he had explored the entire realm. But according to the Amethyst Shadowcat, there were actually 2 other subterranean worlds.
Were all the other players located in the Noah sector? Or were some actually situated in the Lantis sector and the Witch Clan sector?
Or perhaps the dungeon players were divided into 3 groups from the start.
The World Channel actually referred to the Noah Plate's World Channel. There are also world channels for the other 2 plateaus' dungeon worlds. Damn it, I can only explore 5 dungeons a day. At this rate, it'll take me forever to explore the entire underground world. Lin Xian frowned, feeling a headache coming on. I wonder if there's any way to increase the exploration limit? Purple Crystal Dark Cat, you've shared quite a bit, but you still haven't told me what exactly the Dark Nether clan is? The Dark Nether clan refers to the demons dwelling on the Lantis plate.
Their goal is to become rulers of the caverns, which frequently sparks cavern wars. Fortunately, after the tremors from the plate split, the Dark Nether clan was contained within the Lantis plate. All members of the Dark Nether clan on the Noah plate were either slain or sealed away. Human, this cat will say it once more. We, the Amethyst Shadowcats, are not the Dark Nether clan.
We are the wronged ones.
All right. Lin Xian had no desire to argue or debate with the Purple Crystal Dark Cat. He knew little of the underground world's history, and arguing with the Purple Crystal Dark Cat seemed pointless.
Then can you tell me about the so-called High Sovereigns of the underground world? What race are they? And the history of the underground world? Sorry, human. This cat can only refer to them as the High Lords of the underground realm. Their names and details this cat cannot reveal them.
It's bound by another seal, essentially a gag spell.
This cat cannot disclose any further specifics. A gag spell? So, these so-called high-ranking rulers of the underground world must be incredibly powerful, huh? Lin Xian suddenly recalled the information he'd obtained from Tuck earlier and shifted his question. Then can you tell me, do the High Lords of the underground realm reside within the largest dungeon in the entire realm?
Of course. This cat once served as a royal cat within that very dungeon.
Hearing the Amethyst Shadow Cat's reply, Lin Xian suddenly understood many things. Indeed. Everything, absolutely everything, could be traced back to that largest dungeon.
By venturing into that largest dungeon, Lin Xian could uncover even more intelligence. Even the entire subterranean world, or perhaps information from the 3 major plates.
Human, I've told you so much. Can you finally lift this seal? I can't have wasted all my breath for nothing, can I? The sudden urgency from the Amethyst Shadow Cat sparked an idea in Lin Xian's mind. Since this was a cat born 1,000 years ago, perhaps she could make it her pet?
As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. Having such a venerable predecessor by his side, setting aside the information it couldn't answer, seemed like it could still grant Lin Xian considerable insight into the subterranean world. Lin Xian examined the information transmitted through the mycelium about the Amethyst Shadow Cat. Purple Crystal Shadow Cat sealed state. Level, LV10, cannot level up while sealed. Ability, Illusionary Arts, draws creatures into an illusionary realm, capable of killing enemies through illusions. Affects all living beings within 1 underground unit radius of the caster.
Description, omitted.
Weaknesses, beyond its illusions, the Amethyst Shadow Cat possesses no combat capability.
Level 10-10?
Lin Xian tilted his head in disbelief upon seeing the Amethyst Dark Cat's level, as if witnessing a joke. According to her, the Amethyst Dark Cat should be an ancient monster that's lived for over 1,000 years. Yet this ancient creature was only level 10? For a moment, Lin Xian found herself utterly baffled. However, judging by the Amethyst Dark Cat's description, its ability seemed quite formidable. It was no wonder she could kill within illusions. 3 corpses lay beside the Amethyst Shadow Cat. It must have been the Purple Crystal Dark Cat who killed them through her illusions. As for her weakness, it was downright laughable. The Purple Crystal Shadow Cat possesses no combat prowess whatsoever.
Doesn't that mean she's just like any ordinary cat?
Oomph. A level 10 ordinary cat setting aside her illusions posed absolutely no threat to Lin Xian.
Moreover, Lin Xian could implant mycelium within her body to control her. Should she ever show disloyalty, the mycelium would simply parasitize her.
Beyond that, Lin Xian had the Flame Lion by his side.
The combat prowess of the Flame Lion far surpassed even 10 Amethyst Shadow Cats combined. Purple Crystal Dark Cat, how long have you been sealed within this underground lair?
1,000 years.
The Purple Crystal Dark Cat answered without hesitation. 1,000 years?
Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly.
Then you must be desperate to break the seal and regain your freedom, right?
Of course. As this meow has said, human, if you can free this meow from the seal, this meow can grant you 1 request.
1 request? Lin Xian considered for a moment before replying. Then could you become my pet? I mean a battle pet, like the Flame Lion. Human, are you insulting this cat? A mere Flame Lion?
How dare you compare it to this Purple Crystal Shadow Cat? If you can rescue this cat, I may forgive your earlier rudeness and, in a moment of great kindness, allow you to become my servant.
It would be your honor.
Lin Xian's mouth twitched at the Amethyst Shadow Cat's words.
Seriously? This cat really has no sense of its own place. Still haven't grasped the situation, have you? Oh, forget it. Wait for the next creature to pass by. I'm outta here. With that,
Lin Xian turned and walked away without looking back, pulling out a shovel and starting to dig.
Wait.
Human, this meow can spare you from becoming this meow's servant.
Instead, you may become this meow's knight, protecting this meow's safety. This would be your honor. Lin Xian kept digging. Human. I can give you a chance to stand on equal footing with me. Lin Xian kept pretending to shovel. Human, this cat can grant you 2 reasonable requests, okay? Lin Xian kept pretending to shovel dirt.
Human, this cat can become your pet, but this cat cannot be on the same level as that Flame Lion.
This cat must hold a higher status than it.
After saying this, the Purple Crystal Dark Cat added.
This cat truly cannot concede any further.
If you make this cat equal to that Flame Lion, this cat would rather remain sealed away forever.
Lin Xian could sense this was truly the Amethyst Shadow Cat's absolute bottom line. Chapter 57, The Amethyst Shadow Cat's Hidden Ability? The deal is done. What an arrogant little cat, huh? Lin Xian shook his head and stopped digging with a smile.
He'd only been casually shoveling dirt, not actually digging. Turning back to the earthen wall, he thrust the shovel into the soil. He spoke earnestly, Purple Crystal Shadow Cat, I can lift your seal and free you. But you must become my loyal companion. I won't enslave you. The Flame Lion is my battle pet, while you will be my strategist.
You must share all information you know and can reveal about the underground world. Military strategist? The amethyst shadow cat didn't understand the meaning of strategist.
Lin Xian explained, a strategist is like a chief of staff. To put it simply, we'd be equals, and I'd heed your counsel. Hearing this, the amethyst shadow cat drifted off into her own thoughts. A few seconds later. Alright, this cat accepts the proposal.
Human, actually, this cat has a favor to ask of you too. Huh? Lin Xian hadn't expected that before he'd even rescued the purple crystal shadow cat, this creature was already laying down conditions? Go ahead.
Human, within the subterranean world, there should be other purple crystal shadow cats of my kind. Before we were sealed away, we made a solemn vow, should any among us ever regain freedom, we must rescue all the other purple crystal shadow cats. Human, if you can, please take this meow with you and rescue all the other purple crystal dark cats.
A huge question mark appeared above Lin Xian's head. Damn it. Rescuing this amethyst shadow cat alone was tantamount to defying the high-ranking overlords of the abyss. And now this creature actually wanted him to save more amethyst dark cats? Wasn't this just setting him up to become the enemy of the high-ranking overlords of the underground caverns? But, after pondering for a moment, Lin Xian suddenly realized maybe it wasn't impossible after all?
After all, opposing them once was opposition, opposing them twice, 3 times, or countless times it all amounted to the same thing.
It seemed to matter little.
Besides, since Lin Xian intended to explore the underground world, put simply, he would inevitably face these high-ranking rulers of the underground caverns head-on someday. But, Lin Xian suddenly smiled and said, Purple Crystal Dark Cat, you know that saving you and your companions will cost me dearly.
Will I receive commensurate benefits in return?
Of course.
The Purple Crystal Dark Cat replied with unwavering certainty.
As royal cats of the underground world, each amethyst shadow cat possesses unique abilities. This meow's specialty is illusion magic, while others wield different powers.
We can assist you. What exactly is your objective?
The amethyst shadow cat suddenly realized she still didn't know what this human's goals or plans were.
Lin Xian shook his head. I've heard enough empty promises. I want something concrete. Empty promises? Human, don't talk nonsense. Our amethyst shadow cat clan values integrity above all.
If you don't believe me, I can sign a dungeon companion contract with you shortly.
Once this contract is sealed, we become eternal companions. I won't betray you and will aid you until your goal is achieved.
As for my companions, rest assured we amethyst shadow cats are a grateful breed. We'll never shortchange you.
Naturally, if wealth is what you seek, this cat can provide.
Within that vast dungeon where the high-ranking overlord dwells, I know where the kingdom's treasures are hidden. Once you've rescued all my companions, I can lead you to the treasure.
Your offer is indeed tempting.
Lin Xian nodded and added, but all of this hinges on finding your companions and you're keeping your word.
And I need something more tangible. This was the second time Lin Xian had demanded something more substantial.
In truth, Lin Xian had already resolved to rescue the amethyst shadow cat trapped in the cavern beyond the earthen wall, including the companions of the amethyst shadow cat. At the distribution points marked in the underground cavern compendium, Lin Xian could clearly see the locations of the other 2 amethyst shadow cats. Unfortunately, only 3 amethyst shadow cats remained of their kind. Lin Xian did not inform the amethyst shadow cat before him of this fact.
The reason Lin Xian didn't immediately rush to rescue the amethyst shadow cat in the opposite cave, instead repeatedly setting conditions, was because he figured a cat that had once been royalty couldn't possibly be completely destitute, right? If he could squeeze out something worthwhile, he would. Something tangible.
After pondering for a moment, the amethyst shadow cat seemed to recall something. Before my sealing, I brought nothing out with me. Only a few splendid gems and these golden chains binding me.
If you desire them, they are yours.
Furthermore, our amethyst shadow cat clan possesses a hidden ability and acute sense for gems.
Even gems hidden within treasure chests, we can detect.
For instance, in the cavern directly above me, there's a treasure chest containing 2 golden gems.
Deal. Lin Xian snapped his fingers, his face beaming. All this chatting with the amethyst shadow cat was precisely for such benefits, wasn't it? A few dazzling gems and a golden chain, these were treasures indeed.
Moreover, Lin Xian hadn't expected the amethyst shadow cat to possess the ability to locate gems.
What a pleasant surprise. Wait, I'll be right there. With that said, Lin Xian prepared to start digging. Of course, before digging, Lin Xian checked the underground chambers in the other directions. What disappointed Lin Xian was that all those caves were empty. It was obvious. Either they had been dug out by other players before the caves shifted, or else, the cavern creatures had passed through and taken the valuable items inside. After all, the vast cavern world wasn't just inhabited by players like Lin Xian, the cavern creatures themselves were there too.
Merchant dwarves, for instance, spend their days digging tunnels in the caverns.
The hobbits, meanwhile, wandered through various dungeons seeking drink.
And these dungeon creatures seemed to have unlimited digging sessions. This truly made Lin Xian envious. 10 shovelfuls of earth later, a genuine passageway leading to the lair of the amethyst dark cat appeared before Lin Xian. The passage he had glimpsed before was merely an illusion conjured by the purple crystal dark cat. Now, this was a genuine passageway.
Lin Xian, accompanied by the flame lion, stepped into the underground lair where the purple crystal dark cat resided. The moment he entered,
Lin Xian saw a regal, dark purple cat bound by 5 golden chains, positioned at the very center of the cavern. The floor of the cavern was not earth, but rather a structure resembling an altar. The entire altar was circular, with a diameter of about 5 meters. 5 golden chains extended from the altar, binding the dark purple cat's neck, front limbs, and hind limbs, leaving only its swaying tail free.
Chapter 58, Breaking the Seal. Signing the contract. Meow. Human, what are you staring at? Hurry up and save this meow. The amethyst shadow cat meowed at Lin Xian in a high-pitched voice.
To his ears, it sounded like a young girl's voice, tinged with reproach and urgency. Lin Xian asked curiously, "Purple crystal shadow cat, I actually have a question for you.
Why can I hear your voice?"
The cat before him was clearly making the purest feline meow a cat's cry.
Yet in Lin Xian's ears, it sounded like a young girl's voice. Telepathy.
It's a special ability of the dungeon sprites.
Underground elves? Exactly.
Dungeon creatures come in many types, the most common being dungeon demons, which have numerous subspecies. Similarly, we dungeon sprites also have many branches. I belong to the dungeon sprite species known as the amethyst shadow cat, essentially a sentient feline sprite.
All of us sprites possess telepathy. I see. Indeed, having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure.
From the initial amethyst shadow cat encounter to now, Lin Xian had already gained quite a bit of new knowledge. By conversing more with the amethyst shadow cat, Lin Xian's understanding of the dungeon world would undoubtedly deepen. This, in fact, was the primary reason Lin Xian wanted to save this amethyst dark cat.
Gathering intelligence. As one of the newest players in the dungeon world, whoever could obtain comprehensive intelligence first,
that player would gain a significant advantage over others.
At present,
Lin Xian was undoubtedly the top performer in the entire world chat. Lin Xian approached the purple crystal shadow cat. Near the altar beside her lay 3 corpses, all illusions he had witnessed earlier.
These 3 corpses must be the illusions from your illusion technique, right?
Lin Xian pointed at the bodies and analyzed. The illusion I saw, if I'm not mistaken, showed these 3 digging through the earthen wall to enter this dungeon.
Then, they got greedy and pounced on you, wanting to devour you. You trapped them in an illusion and killed them within it. Correct? Correct, human. You've guessed perfectly. The illusion I cast for you also showed a tunnel passageway, 3 figures appearing, and upon seeing the flame lion, they sought to devour it. This illusion mirrors the version I personally experienced. You're quite clever. Your analysis is entirely accurate.
The amethyst shadow cat lifted its head haughtily, gazing intently at Lin Xian.
Meow. All right, human. Release this cat spawns.
These damned chains have shackled me for 1,000 years, utterly despicable.
What should I do? Lin Xian asked. I don't know.
Those high-ranking rulers of the underground caverns never explained how to break the seal when they imprisoned us. But this cat believes cutting the chains should do the trick.
Cut the chains? Lin Xian immediately pulled out a large broadsword from his space backpack.
The blade struck the golden chains with fierce force.
Clang! Sparks flew from the chain.
But it didn't budge an inch.
This. Lin Xian frowned. A golden chain that even the great swift blade couldn't sever. This was proving rather troublesome. At that moment, the fungal filaments Lin Xian had released suddenly transmitted feedback. Beneath this altar, something was amiss.
Lin Xian stepped down from the altar. The circular platform was enormous. Yet beneath it, there was an oversight. Peering through the cracks, Lin Xian glimpsed something resembling runes, seemingly in motion.
Runes? Runes?
As Lin Xian murmured these words, the young girl's voice of the purple crystal dark cat echoed in his ears.
You know about runes? Of course I do. The amethyst shadow cat suddenly grew excited. I get it now. So all this time, it was the power of runes that sealed me away? The power of runes? Purple crystal shadow cat, since runes sealed you, then tell me, how do we break these runes? Lin Xian inquired. It's simple.
Runes are easily dispelled.
Human, do you have any star crystals? Star crystals? I've never even heard of such a thing. Lin Xian shook his head, answering truthfully. Then do you have a star embellishment?
Lin Xian shook his head again, another thing he'd never heard of.
Then do you have a star chain, star ray, star wish, star? Wait.
Lin Xian suddenly stopped the purple crystal shadow cat and said, You mentioned star wish earlier, right?
I
don't have any of the other items you mentioned, but I do have star wishes. In fact, I have star wishes of all 4 elements.
Which element do you need? Any will do.
Just shove the star wishes in, the more the better.
Once they're in, these runes will be dispelled.
The moment the runes are gone, this cat will break free from the seal's bonds.
All right. Lin Xian nodded.
He didn't know much about runes or star wishes, so he could only follow the purple crystal dark cat's instructions.
Lin Xian retrieved 5 grass attribute star wishes.
Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, the thought of the amethyst shadowcat compensating him with gems later made him decisively insert the star wishes into the rune. Suddenly, the runes inside began to stir, scrambling wildly in all directions. Just as the amethyst shadowcat had said, these runes were intensely afraid of star wishes. Wherever the star wishes went, the runes scattered. Before long, a brilliant white light erupted from within. As the light flickered, above, on the altar, the amethyst shadowcat violently tore at 5 golden chains. As the light grew brighter, the 5 golden chains appeared increasingly transparent, until the white light completely enveloped the entire underground chamber. Boom! An explosion-like sound echoed as the 5 golden chains instantly shattered. Meow! A soft, lazy meow escaped from the mouth of the amethyst shadowcat. This meow has regained its freedom. A young girl's voice echoed in Lin Xian's ear as promised. As the white light completely dissipated, Lin Xian watched as the amethyst shadowcat stepped gracefully toward him on all 4 paws. Golden collars still adorned its limbs and neck, yet the chains that once bound them had vanished without a trace. Purple crystal shadowcat? Congratulations on regaining your freedom. Lin Xian watched the amethyst shadowcat with a hint of wariness. This creature's level wasn't particularly high, but its illusion abilities were second to none. Lin Xian didn't fully trust her, having implanted mycelium into the amethyst dark cat's body long ago. Should the purple crystal dark cat ever turn against him, Lin Xian would immediately choose to parasitize it. Thank you, human. You helped this cat regain its freedom. This cat will honor our prior agreement and sign a dungeon companion contract with you. Suddenly, a hexagram symbol array materialized beneath the amethyst dark cat's paws. The purple crystal dark cat dripped a single drop of blood, gazing at Lin Xian. Now drip your blood. Once you do, we shall be equal dungeon companions. From this day forward, neither of us may betray the other. Lin Xian hesitated slightly upon hearing this. Fortunately, the underground interface did indeed display information about this hexagram symbol array. Chapter 59, Dungeon Companion Pact, Excavating the Upper Dungeon. Dungeon Companion Pact, both parties must drip blood into the hexagram symbol array. Once the blood is absorbed, neither party may betray the other, or they will face punishment from the dungeon deity. The initiator of the pact must assist the passive party in completing at least one task to maintain fairness. The first to drip blood is the initiator. Lin Xian read the description on the underground chamber interface and promptly dripped a drop of blood without hesitation. Suddenly, the hexagram symbol array pulsed into Lin Xian and the purple crystal shadow cat's bodies. Some kind of pact seemed to trigger unconsciously. Immediately after, the amethyst shadowcat retrieved a row of gems from her storage space and handed them to Lin Xian. Here. This is the reward we agreed upon earlier. As for the golden chain's apologies, this cat didn't realize they'd shatter into dust when I broke free. But my word is my bond. I'll compensate you with items of equal value later. Lin Xian gazed at the neatly arranged, sparkling gems on the ground. From left to right, Ruby X2, Sapphire X3, Emerald X3, Topaz X2, Amethyst X5. Upon seeing these gems, Lin Xian suddenly frowned and pursed his lips. He silently complained to himself, great. So all this time, the gems this cat was talking about were decorative gems, huh? He had thought they were those attribute-enhancing material gems. However, fortunately, through the merchant dwarf, Lin Xian had gained a rough understanding of gemstone prices in the dungeon world. These gems were also quite valuable, even more so than the attribute-enhancing material gems. Lin Xian accepted the gems and chuckled, I trust your cat's taste, of course. I'll gladly take these gems then. As you wish. The amethyst shadowcat paced the altar with grace, composure, and nobility. The sensation of regained freedom filled her with immense delight. However, unlike the wild freedom Lin Xian had imagined, the amethyst shadowcat didn't do anything outlandish or unusual. Indeed, as befitting a royal feline, the amethyst shadowcat maintained her noble bearing at all times. Human, when shall we depart? This cat still wishes to seek out fellow felines of its kind. Lin Xian chuckled and corrected her, human is a general term, just like your title purple crystal shadowcat. I have my own name. You can call me. Lin Xian thought for a moment before saying, call me master. ? The amethyst shadowcat stared at Lin Xian in utter bewilderment. It's a pun. My name is Zhuren, it sounds like master. Lin Xian spouted nonsense with deadpan seriousness. Despite being over 1,000 years old, the purple crystal dark cat looked utterly harmless, devoid of any cunning. It believed Lin Xian without hesitation. Alright then, master? It feels a bit awkward, but this meow will get used to it. This meow has a name too, you can call me Rongrong. Alright, Rongrong. Lin Xian nodded, then pointed to the flame lion. This is the flame lion. You know him. Roar. The flame lion roared, as if introducing itself. Shut up, dumb dog. Rongrong's cat eyes were remarkably deep. With just a single gaze fixed on the flame lion, the beast actually fell silent. This left Lin Xian somewhat astonished. How did you manage that? After all, the Flame Lion was a high-tier creature of the abyss with formidable intimidation abilities.
How could Fluffy intimidate a fire lion of higher rank with just a glance?
Simple, she purred. I just sent it to the illusion realm for a while.
It'll calm down. With that said,
Rongrong hopped right onto the Flame Lion's back, treating it like a mount.
This scene left Lin Xian both amused and exasperated.
Right, you mentioned earlier that there are 2 gold gems in the cavern above, correct? While asking Rongrong, Lin Xian released a massive mycelium to probe the conditions of the surrounding 5 caverns.
Sure enough,
the cavern above contained exactly what Rongrong had described, a copper treasure chest. That's right, this kitty detected the scent of gems in the upper cavern.
Do you need them?
Of course.
Lin Xian nodded.
Golden gems were quite important to him.
After all,
this stuff could forge great swords. Currently, the market demand for large fast blades remains extremely high. Selling one large fast knife for 5 gold gems was indeed a bit pricey, but he figured it wouldn't be long before other players who had gathered 5 gold gems or 6 gems of any kind would come to trade with him. Until then, Lin Xian needed to stock up on goods as much as possible. Then let's head to the upper caverns, Master. Rongrong had intended to call out human, but the words turned into Master on her lips. Yet for a moment, she couldn't bring herself to call him Master again. After a moment's hesitation, the soft, girlish voice sounded again in Lin Xian's ear.
Master, you have a way to get up there, right? MHM. Lin Xian nodded, then asked Rongrong, can you scan the situation within 1 unit of the surrounding caverns? It depends on the situation. This cat has excellent hearing that can span 1 underground chamber.
The same goes for my sense of smell.
But if it's completely silent inside and there's no scent, this cat won't be able to tell what's in that chamber. I see. Lin Xian now understood the limits of Rongrong's abilities. Suddenly, the fundal threads he'd previously dispersed all relayed back their findings.
After scanning the surrounding data, Lin Xian discovered it was just like the previous cavern, utterly empty.
Strange. How come after the cavern's transformation, all the surrounding caverns had become so barren?
Lin Xian muttered his disbelief before retrieving the jetpack, strapping it onto his back, and preparing to head toward the only cave above with a treasure chest. You two, head back into my spatial backpack for now. The spatial backpack couldn't store living creatures for long, but a few minutes would suffice. After stowing the 2 furry creatures, both of which Lin Xian considered battle pets, one large and one small, into his spatial backpack, Lin Xian seized the moment to command the mycelium to devour the 3 corpses.
Detected ordinary flesh. Mycelium initiating consumption.
Note, the still warm flesh carries a rancid odor, but it can be consumed with difficulty. After the flesh-consuming mycelium reluctantly feasted, the 3 human corpses were transformed into dry kindling. Lin Xian saw no use in collecting this stuff and left the dry wood where it lay. The flesh-consuming mycelium, having devoured the flesh of these 3 corpses, gained 6 evolution points.
Alright, time to head up to the upper cavern.
Lin Xian guided the mycelium to carve a passage through the earthen wall above. He then loaded a soul into the projector and shot straight up into the upper cavern. The surface passage was sealed off. This was the 4th underground chamber Lin Xian had excavated today.
Loot, 1 copper treasure chest. Chapter 60, Mossbrin's Horns? A new dungeon.
Upon reaching the upper cavern, Lin Xian stowed the projector and released his 2 battle pets, one large, one small.
Rongrong immediately complained. Next time, please make a jetpack for this cat too.
I refuse to go back to that god-awful storage room where it's dark as pitch. A look of displeasure spread across Rongrong's feline face. Clearly, as a cat of noble bearing, she had never endured such humiliation. AAO had just endured 1,000 years of bondage play humiliation.
Lin Xian paid no mind to the purple crystal dark cat. In his view, this feline was simply being overly dramatic. Stepping before the bronze treasure chest, a prompt lit up on the dungeon interface. Copper treasure chest detected. Open? Remaining daily chest openings, 2. Open. Lin Xian didn't hesitate, selecting to open the chest immediately. Opening the copper treasure chest. Congratulations.
Player Lin Xian has obtained 2 gold gems.
Congratulations. Player Lin Xian has obtained Mossbrin's Horn 1. Dismantle the copper treasure chest? Decompose. Copper chest successfully dismantled. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining 10 G copper, 5 wood. It really is a golden gem.
After inspecting the contents of the copper treasure chest, Lin Xian fully believed in Rongrong's abilities. As she had said, she was quite skilled at finding gems.
She could even detect gems inside chests by scent alone and distinguish their elemental properties. However, what exactly was this Mossbrin's Horn? Lin Xian examined it with curiosity.
Mossbrin's Horn, a horn shed from Mossbrin's head, a type of monster material. The dungeon interface provided a rather brief description of the Mossbrin Horn.
Lin Xian then consulted the dungeon compendium.
Since Lin Xian had never encountered a Mossbrin, the dungeon compendium contained no unlocked information about it. Lin Xian turned to look at Rongrong, who was lazily sprawled across the back of the flame lion, and asked, Rongrong, do you know what this horn is?
No idea. How would this kitty recognize such an ugly thing? This kitty only likes shiny gems.
When Rongrong mentioned sparkling gems, her pupils seemed to transform into gemstone hues.
Lin Xian narrowed his eyes in exasperation and continued, what about Mosprin? Do you know anything about Mosprin? Mosprin? Of course this cat knows.
A low-tier dungeon demon.
Look, there are plenty of them in the dungeon next door. A low-tier dungeon demon? Ha!
Lin Xian suddenly realized what Rongrong had just said.
The dungeon next door? Lin Xian stared wide-eyed at Rongrong. Are you saying the dungeon next to this one is a proper dungeon?
Having just arrived in this dungeon, Lin Xian hadn't yet explored the surrounding 5 caverns. He hadn't expected Rongrong to be the first to inform him about the neighboring dungeon.
Well, it's just a low-level dungeon. Nothing worth exploring. Besides, it's full of stinky low-level dungeon demons Mosprins.
A bunch of ugly, unwashed, reeking creatures. This cat despises such foul creatures. As she spoke, Rongrong pressed her plum paw directly over her nose, as if trying to block out the foul stench wafting from the neighboring dungeon.
Lin Xian, however, was taken aback.
Since entering the subterranean world, Lin Xian had only encountered 2 dungeons.
The first was an ice city formed entirely of solid ice.
The second was the shadow dungeon he'd discovered just this morning, before rescuing the hobbit.
Of course. Lin Xian still didn't know the name of this dungeon.
He could only roughly describe it based on its specific appearance and give it a name.
But now, Lin Xian had unexpectedly discovered a third dungeon?
And it was the low-tier dungeon mentioned by Rongrong.
Perhaps it was worth exploring?
The mycelium he released seeped through to the other side of the earthen wall.
Suddenly,
mycelium from all 5 directions except the cavern below relayed intelligence back to Lin Xian. Inside the cavern ahead, several hideous fanged monsters were gnawing on a rotting pig carcass. The left cavern contained a withered botanical garden, where numerous plants had been cultivated but now lay dead and decayed. The rear cavern contained vast quantities of pebbles, likely a gravel deposit. Above lay 2 players murmuring to each other in a flirtatious manner.
What a stench! Lin Xian couldn't help but mutter under his breath.
Strange humans were everywhere, even in the cavern world. Finally, the information relayed from the right side cavern. The right side cavern was immense. The mycelium Lin Xian had dispatched could only glimpse the tip of the iceberg. But one thing was certain, this underground cavern was the dungeon Rongrong had spoken of.
Rongrong, I've decided to head to the right side cavern,
Lin Xian said, then headed toward the right side cavern. This cavern contained only a single copper treasure chest.
Once opened, it would be gone, nothing worth lingering over.
Yet Rongrong immediately ran to Lin Xian's front, blocking his path.
Wait, master. You're not joking with this cat, are you? The dungeon is where those stinky Mosprin creatures have their lair. I know that. Then why go? This cat knows you're strong, and the flame lion is strong too. But those Mosprin, even as low-tier dungeon demons, aren't weak. And this is an entire dungeon full of them. They're far stronger than those 2 immortal demons you slayed before. Then shouldn't I go even more?
Lin Xian smiled and explained to Rongrong's puzzled gaze, if I can eliminate every last one of these low-tier dungeon fiends, then my level, my strength, blood myceliums, the flame lions, and even yours, all of our power will surge dramatically. Besides, I possess the ability to transform corpses into my warrior puppets.
Wouldn't that greatly enhance our overall strength? When the time comes to search for your companions and other purple crystal dark cats, wouldn't our chances of success increase? Lin Xian's words completely swayed Rongrong.
She took 2 steady, graceful steps across the back of the flame lion, gazing straight ahead.
She declared, "Let's go.
To find my fellow feline companions, we must venture into this dungeon."
Roar! The flame lion, confused, roared in response.
Lin Xian, half closing his eyes, shook his head.
He thought to himself, really? Who'd have guessed this ancient cat, who's lived for 1,000 years, would be so easily swayed? Suddenly,
Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium, holding the shovel, and began digging into the earthen wall on the right. Unlike what Lin Xian had imagined, where each earthen wall previously required only 10 shovel strokes. This time, however, it took a full 30 shovelfuls.
Chapter 61, The Foul-Smelling Mosprin, Slain.
No wonder the mycelium on the right side had taken so much longer to send feedback earlier.
So this wall was much thicker than the others?
As the long passageway emerged,
the flame lion strode forward first. This was something Lin Xian had previously told the flame lion: whenever digging a tunnel, the flame lion must always lead the way. Otherwise,
once Lin Xian passed through this passage, it would seal shut immediately. This was one of the restrictions the subterranean world imposed on human players.
After Lin Xian successfully crawled through the passageway,
a vast underground city spread out before his eyes.
Of course, a dungeon doesn't necessarily refer to a castle-like structure. It could just as easily be a pile of ruins. The dungeon before him left Lin Xian utterly dumbfounded. Because, damn it, it really was a ruin. Rongrong, what's going on here? Why is this dungeon in ruins? It's perfectly normal. Mossbrins are brainless, incredibly lazy subterranean creatures. Calling them subterranean demons is practically flattering them.
This lazy, ugly, foul-smelling race should have vanished from the subterranean world long ago.
Hearing Rongrong's description of the mossblins, Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle helplessly.
She seemed to harbor a deep distaste for many creatures dwelling in the caverns. When discussing certain dungeon creatures, she would even unconsciously refer to them as low-tier dungeon creatures. It seemed the purple crystal dark cats truly held a revered status in the former underground world.
So, where exactly are these mossbrins now? Lin Xian asked curiously.
They're hiding under trees, behind rocks, in ruins everywhere you can see. These creatures are everywhere.
Rongrong perched on the flame lion's back as he explained to Lin Xian. I see. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. Then,
a vast amount of blue mycelium was released from Lin Xian's hands.
Go find mossbrins' whereabouts.
As the blue mycelium crawled forward,
suddenly,
2 long horns emerged from the ruins.
Master, those are mossbrins' horns.
Rongrong hurriedly alerted Lin Xian.
Lin Xian nodded in agreement. I know. I recognize these horns.
As the horns grew longer, a head emerged from the rubble.
What surprised Lin Xian was that mossbrin's head resembled that of a cow.
Long horns, a massive nose, drooping ears, and an extremely ugly face. His entire body emerged from the rubble, standing a full 1.8 meters tall. Among the dungeon demon clans, mossbrin would be considered a tall creature.
Its skin was a bluish-purple hue, and its frame was extremely gaunt. Clearly, this mossbrin was a malnourished specimen.
Ha! Ha! The mossbrin before them suddenly grew excited upon seeing Lin Xian, Rongrong, and the flame lion.
Lin Xian understood its language through his still-functional translation jelly. Food? And not just one, but 3 at once. The mossblin flailed its limbs and leaped about in delight. Lin Xian tugged at the corner of his mouth and asked, Rongrong, are these creatures usually this brainless?
You bet. That's exactly why I dislike these low-intelligence creatures, they're utterly brainless.
Rongrong shook her head, not even bothering to glance at the low-intelligence creature.
Lin Xian gazed at mossbrin as information about the creature appeared on his dungeon panel.
Dungeon Demon Mossbrin. Level, LV-14. Ability, Club Hammer. Strike any club-type weapon can unleash tremendous hammering force. Description, Mossbrin is a common dungeon creature in the dungeon world. As a dungeon demon, it's somewhat unqualified, possessing almost no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Of course, it's not without flaws, quite the opposite. Mossbrin possesses a multitude of shortcomings.
Lazy, ugly, foul-smelling, and nearsighted, it's the most despised species in the dungeon, second only to goblins.
Weakness, short-sightedness. Just any random mossbrin is already level 14? Judging by this alone, the strength of this dungeon might not be inferior to that of the Ice City. Probably. The Ice City likely wins due to its overall strength and abundant resources, right? Flame Lion, an opponent of this caliber shouldn't require me to step in, right?
I believe you're more than capable. Lin Xian snapped his fingers, and the Flame Lion immediately understood.
Roar! The Flame Lion opened its ferocious maw and let out a vicious roar. Suddenly,
it dashed forward at breakneck speed.
Meow?
Lin Xian heard the purple crystal cat on the Flame Lion's back meowing incessantly. Of course. In Lin Xian's ears, however, came the young girl's scolding voice.
Hey! This meow is still on your back. You big dummy, can you slow down?
Lin Xian pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation.
Rongrong, couldn't you help the Flame Lion? You could earn some experience points too. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel frustrated with this millennia-old feline ancestor who was still stuck at level 10. Alright, this kitty can farm experience too. Then, a faint blue glow emanated from the amethyst dark cat's gem-colored pupils.
As the light enveloped Mossbrin,
Mossbrin's nearsighted eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. The next moment,
a trail of drool trickled from the corner of Mossbrin's mouth.
His entire body seemed bathed in the warmth of spring, radiating boundless delight. At that very moment, the Flame Lion finally arrived behind Mossbrin.
It opened its massive jaws, bristling with razor-sharp teeth, and sank them into Mossbrin's long neck.
A ferocious bite.
The Flame Lion strained, yanking backward.
It snapped Mossbrin's neck clean in two. Clang!
Mossbrin's head fell straight to the ground. Death was confirmed.
Congratulations to player Lin Xian for defeating the dungeon demon Mossbrin. Experience gained, 900 points.
Congratulations to Flame Lion for successfully defeating the dungeon demon Mossbrin, earning 1200 EXP. Congratulations to Amethyst Shadowcat for assisting in the defeat of the dungeon demon Mossbrin, earning 300 EXP. Lin Xian gazed at the 3 notifications lighting up on the dungeon interface, a look of delight spreading across his face.
Who would have thought? This time, he hadn't even lifted a finger. Just by riding on Flame Lion's coattails, he still managed to snag some experience points? If he raised a few more battle pets, wouldn't he be able to level up without lifting a finger? Just as Lin Xian was basking in his joy,
He suddenly noticed the purple crystal shadow cat on the flame lion's back quietly hop up. As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, the purple crystal dark cat quickly composed itself. It meowed twice to ease the awkwardness. "What are you staring at this meow?" That big oaf just lost his balance, nearly causing this meow to stumble and fall off. "Ha!" The flame lion tilted its head, utterly bewildered. Chapter 62, Faking Death? The New Deadly Fungus. Lin Xian chuckled. "Actually, sometimes it's okay to show your happiness. Wrong, there's no one else around here. You don't need to be so reserved." "I'm not happy at all." Rong lifted her head haughtily, adopting an attitude of ignoring everyone. Lin Xian ignored her, walking straight over to Mosprin and releasing a mass of blue mycelium. The devouring began. Fresh flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Notice, ugh. This flesh is foul-smelling and disgusting, and pitifully lean. Garlic bird, just bear with it, okay? Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the flesh-consuming mycelium's interface display its assessment of Mosprin. Who would have thought? Mosprin wasn't just stinking to high heaven, even his flesh reeked? But, despite its complaints, the flesh mycelium consumed every last bit. Only when a blue-purple skin had wrapped itself around the thick bones did the flesh mycelium finally dissipate. Hold on, don't disperse yet. This corpse still has more to offer. Lin Xian once again manipulated the dispersing mycelium, gathering it back together. Earlier, the mycelium that devoured Mosprin's flesh had earned an evolution point. Now, they transformed into the forbidden fungus of the dead, beginning their parasitic process. Mycelium is parasitizing the deceased. Target, Dungeon Fiend Mosprin. Parasitism initiated. Establishing neural connection 103,070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 100%. Evaluation, a flawless parasitic integration. Utilize your deceased host to its fullest until complete necrosis. After the undead Bane successfully parasitized Mosprin's skeletal remains, the headless Mosprin suddenly rose to its feet. Perched atop the flame lion's back, the amethyst shadowcat's fur stood on end as it cried out in terror. Master! 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 It's come back to life. This Mosprin, it's actually revived. Amidst her frantic cries, Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. No need to panic, Rong. Have you forgotten this is my ability? Didn't I just manipulate an immortal demon to resurrect like this before? Only after Lin Xian finished explaining did Rong recall his earlier words. Strengthen our own forces, control the fallen dungeon creatures, and turn them into undead warriors. But, knowing was one thing, but seeing a headless, skin and bones creature shuffling toward them was still deeply unsettling. Lin Xian picked up Mosprin's severed head torn from his body by the flaming lion and tossed it toward Mosprin's remains. Mycelium, sew it back together. The headless Mosprin, now transformed into the undead forbidden fungus, caught the skull with its arms. Placing it atop the corpse, it linked the severed edges together. Oozing mycelium fused the head directly to the body. And so, this Mosprin of the dead became a complete dead banshee. Go scout ahead. If you find other Mosprins, no need to report, eliminate them immediately. The deceased Mosprin, of course, could not respond to Lin Xian's words after all, only a shell remained. It was the mycelium using the Mosling's vocal cords to respond to Lin Xian. Let's go, Flame Lion, Fluffy. We'll scout ahead too. After all, the place Lin Xian was in was merely the tip of the iceberg in this dungeon. Even a small dungeon could cover an immense area. It wasn't something you could see through at a glance. As Lin Xian and his trio Flame Lion, Purple Crystal Dark Cat and himself ventured deeper into the ruins, the foul stench emanating from ahead grew increasingly intense. Lin Xian used the fungal threads he'd sent ahead to scout the situation up ahead. A settlement? A Mosprin settlement. Lin Xian noticed numerous Mosplins lying on the ground within the settlement. Even in broad daylight, these Mosplins would lie down whenever possible. Just as many had described, Mosprins were incredibly lazy. Master, this cat senses the scent of gems. Within this village lies an evil treasure chest. Not only are gems present inside, but also a trace of the aura of the underworld? When mentioning the sinister aura, Rong's voice grew hoarse. At the same time, Lin Xian could sense the hatred in Rong's tone. After all, before this, as a purple crystal dark cat, Rong was renowned as a member of the Dark Clan, which was precisely why she had been sealed away for so long. No one despised the Dark Clan more than the purple crystal dark cats. What do you mean? The aura of the Dark Realm? Rong, are you saying there's Dark Realm power in this village? Lin Xian asked in surprise. No, this meow didn't say that. It's purely that the evil treasure chest contains the aura of the Dark Nether Clan. Master, if you plan to open that chest later, be extremely careful. Do not let yourself be infected by the Dark Nether Clan's aura. What the Dark Nether Clan excels at most is parasitism. Hearing Rong's explanation, Lin Xian froze for a moment. Parasitism? This feels strangely familiar. After all,
Lin Xian's mycelium was also quite adept at parasitism. Never mind the treasure chest for now. Defeating these mossbrins comes first.
During his earlier casual chat with Rongrong, Lin Xian had already used his mycelium scouting abilities to pinpoint the exact number and coordinates of all the mossbears within the village.
12 mossbears in total. 8 of them were huddled around a fire inside the settlement. The remaining 4 were scattered throughout different areas of the settlement.
They served as the village's guards.
But in truth, not a single one of these 4 mossbrins was actually on duty.
They were all lying around resting, neglecting their duties.
As for their levels, the highest level among the 12 mossbrins was 17, while the lowest was 10.
This made things quite straightforward. Lin Xian retrieved the crossbow bolts he had crafted earlier, along with 2 large swords. Perfect for testing the crossbow bolt's power. As for the large swords, they weren't for Lin Xian's personal use. Lin Xian summoned the 2 skeletal, emaciated undead warriors immortal demons from his spatial backpack. Rongrong, Flaming Lion, follow these 2 undead immortal demons. I'll take out those 4 mossbrins first. After I take down those 4 mossbrins, I'll command the 2 undying demons to attack the remaining 8. Rongrong, when the time comes, use your illusions to pull those 8 mossbrins into the illusionary realm. Flame Lion, you'll join the undying demons in slaying them. Lin Xian explained the upcoming action plan to his 2 battle pets.
As for the undying demon of the dead, it required no instructions from Lin Xian.
The undying fungi were, in essence, an extension of Lin Xian himself, possessing his consciousness. With a mere thought from Lin Xian, the undying fungi, these 2 undying demons would immediately launch their assault.
Chapter 63, Seamless Coordination. The Scent of Evil? Fine, fine. Who can resist this meow's kind heart? This meow will lend you a paw and this big oaf a paw too. In a bit, this meow will drag all 8 of those stinking things into the illusion.
Rongrong lifted her paw, brushed the fur from her forehead, then raised her head with a proud air. Her sapphire blue eyes, like precious gems, seemed to scatter threads of light. Woof!
The Flame Lion likewise signaled its agreement. The Flame Lion would carry out every instruction Lin Xian gave.
Lin Xian set off from one side of the village. Guided by the mycelium, he located the first resting mossblin. It must be said that without the mycelium's advanced scouting, Lin Xian wouldn't have even known a mossblin lay within that square enclosure. Approaching the creature with its eyes tightly shut, Lin Xian smiled.
Sleeping? Then enter the new world of eternal rest painlessly. He aimed the crossbow bolt on his left arm at the mossblin's heart. Lin Xian pulled the trigger. Bang! A trail of blood flowed from the mossbrin's chest. Mossbrin never opened his eyes, departing peacefully in his sleep. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, for successfully defeating mossbrin. Experience points, 1500. Simultaneously. The instant mossbrin died, a soul fragment was stored within Lin Xian's spatial backpack. This crossbow bolt packed some serious power. Lin Xian couldn't help but marvel. Even the body of a dungeon demon over 10 levels couldn't withstand a single shot from that crossbow. I wonder. Lin Xian suddenly recalled the level 30 ice leopard in the ice city. I wonder if that beast could withstand the crossbow's fire. Lin Xian didn't linger, heading straight for the next sentry post. Just like the mossbrin he'd just slain, this mossbrin was sprawled out, resting. Lin Xian repeated his earlier actions. He aimed the crossbow bolt on his left arm at the mossbrin and pulled the trigger. Bang! The mossbrin's body trembled, and a trail of blood flowed from its chest. As its soul entered the account, the experience points arrived simultaneously. The second one. Lin Xian proceeded to the 3rd and 4th sentry posts, firing a single bolt at each of the remaining mossbrins. Only after all 4 mossblin were dead. 2 undying fiends descended from the sky, wielding massive cleavers. 2 blows landed cleanly on the necks of the 2 mossbrins, swiftly ending their lives. The Flame Lion bit into a mossblin's neck, tearing it clean off. The deaths of 3 mossbrins roused the remaining 5. They rose and immediately sought out the clubs nearby, preparing to attack the intruders. However, the mossbears took only 2 steps forward before entering a strange world of white mist. Within the mist, the mossbrins found endless delicacies to feast on and an unending supply of cave sprites to enjoy. For a moment, all 5 mossbrins were utterly captivated by this illusory dreamscape, unable to break free. The 2 undying fiends swung their blades again, severing the heads of 2 mossblings. The Flame Lion followed swiftly, its ferocious bite tearing through another mossbrin's neck. Only when all 8 mossblings lay as headless corpses did Lin Xian slowly enter through the village gate. Well done! Lin Xian praised Rongrong and the Flame Lion. It must be said. The coordination between Lin Xian, Rongrong, Flame Lion, and the undead forbidden fungus was seamless, nothing short of perfect. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for defeating the mossbrin clan of dungeon demons. Experience gained, 10,100 points. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for advancing to LV16. Congratulations to Flame Lion for defeating the mossbrin clan of dungeon demons, earning 6,300 EXP. Congratulations to Flame Lion, leveled up to LV14. Congratulations to Amethyst Shadowcat for defeating the mossbrin clan of dungeon demons, earning 3,200 EXP.
Congratulations to Amethyst Shadowcat, leveled up to LV11. Great, we all leveled up. So? Lin Xian gazed at the 12 corpses before him. The deadly fungi also devour enemies of the same tier to maintain their vitality. But this was merely the first day of the deadly forbidden fungus's parasitism. For now, it didn't need the flesh and blood of these moselings to prolong its life. Lin Xian released his flesh-eating mycelium to devour the flesh from these 12 corpses. Fresh flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Notice, emaciated flesh with foul-smelling meat. Barely consumable. The flesh-devouring mycelium continued to grumble and complain. Yet they devoured every last scrap of these mossspring corpses. 12 corpses yielded a total of 15 evolution points. For Lin Xian, this was already a pleasant surprise. Immediately after came the parasitic spectacle of the deadly forbidden fungus. 12 dead mossblins, after being parasitized by the deadly forbidden fungus, reattached the severed heads they had just cut off. 12 new deadly forbidden fungi were complete. Go scout the vicinity. If you encounter any living mossbreeze, kill them. Just as he had done with the previous mossbrin, Lin Xian issued the same orders to these 12. Only after all 12 departed moslings had departed the village, Lin Xian approached the sinister treasure chest. Master, be careful. This malevolent aura seems to be leaking out. Rong hurriedly warned Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. However, the treasure chest still needs to be approached closely before it can be opened. And it will consume one of my chest openings. As Lin Xian approached the sinister treasure chest, a prompt sounded. Treasure chest detected. Open? Remaining daily openings, 1. Warning, this chest poses a danger. Proceed? This time, even the dungeon interface issued a warning before opening the chest. Lin Xian swallowed hard, pondered for a moment, then decided, open. Opening treasure chest for player Lin Xian. Consuming 1 chest opening attempt. Chest successfully opened. As the lock clicked open, suddenly, a purple mist billowed out from within the chest. At the same time, several bats also flew out from the chest. These bats appeared to possess potent venom. They suddenly flew toward Lin Xian. But just as they reached Lin Xian's face, their wings suddenly stopped flapping. A dozen or so venomous bats plummeted from midair, crashing onto the ground. At the same moment, Lin Xian snapped his fingers, initiating the parasitic process. Target, Dark Nether Venom Bat. Parasitism initiated, establishing neural connection 103070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 80%. After successfully parasitizing the dozen or so venomous bats before him, Lin Xian examined the information of these venomous bats. Evil Nether Venomous Bat. Level, LV15. Ability, Poison Mist releases a toxic mist, inflicting poison status on enemies. Description, a creature of the Demon Realm clan, containing potent venom within its body. Releases toxic mist, causing enemies to fall into a poisoned state. Its combat style leans toward close-range biting. Enemies bitten are guaranteed to become poisoned. Weakness, limited combat tactics, becomes virtually helpless if its poison is neutralized. Chapter 64, Venomous Bat? The well-versed Rong. Lin Xian sneered upon seeing the information about the Dark Nether Venomous Bat. I knew it all along. Your attacks rely on these poison clouds. But unfortunately, ordinary toxins have no effect on me. During its evolution, the flesh mycelium naturally developed abilities like venom and infectious mycelium. Combined with its regenerative ability, ordinary poisons could no longer inflict any harm upon Lin Xian. This was the primary reason Lin Xian had gone to open the treasure chest. Gazing at the venomous bats before him, Lin Xian opened the underground treasure compendium once more to examine their detailed specifications. Evil Nether Venomous Bat. Description 1, a creature of the Dark Nether clan. The dungeon compendium's records are incomplete. Description 2, known information indicates these bats are common carriers of potent venom within the Dark Nether clan. Their combat prowess alone is limited. They must partner with other Dark Nether creatures to fully unleash the devastating power of their venom. Incomplete information? Still, this information alone was actually sufficient. Lin Xian now had a thorough grasp of the venomous bat's characteristics. Next step, the undead parasite. Mycelium, kill these venomous bats. Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium, slicing and killing every venomous bat that had been parasitized and rendered immobile. Next came the parasitism of the deadly forbidden fungus. Compared to direct parasitism, Lin Xian actually preferred the dead parasite's dead parasitism. First, the synchronization rate of the dead parasite was higher than that of the living parasite. Second, the combat prowess of undead warriors far surpassed that of living beings. Moreover, living creatures are difficult to control, whereas the deceased can be manipulated with remarkable ease. The only drawback is that the undead binding fungus remains active for only 10 days. After 10 days, its potency must be replenished. But that was not something Lin Xian needed to concern himself with at the moment.
After the dead Bane spore successfully parasitized all 11 demon venom bats, Lin Xian immediately stored all 11 of these deadly poisonous bats into his spatial backpack. Earlier,
when the venomous bats were cut to death, each had expelled a large amount of potent venom. This, it seemed, was the bat's primary source of venom,
just as described in the Dungeon Compendium's entry on venomous bats.
Individually, venomous bats weren't particularly formidable. However, when paired with other creatures in battle, their venom could unleash tremendous power.
Lin Xian planned to transform these 11 venomous bats into a necrotic venom legion.
When large-scale group battles erupted later, he would deploy them as venom bombs, hurled into enemy formations.
At that moment,
the enemy's combat effectiveness would be significantly weakened.
Lin Xian's other undead warriors would then be free to more effectively eliminate the foes. No way? Master, you actually refined these dark spirits into forbidden fungi of the dead?
Rongrong's sapphire-like eyes widened in astonishment, her disbelief palpable.
Isn't this the best outcome?
Lin Xian turned to look at Rongrong and said, if left unchecked, they would carry deadly toxins and spread them throughout this dungeon. Now, transformed into undead warriors, they become one of the legions under my command.
Speaking of which,
with this new legion of venomous bats of the dead added to the mix,
Lin Xian's undead forbidden fungus corps now numbered 4 full legions.
The undead goblins, undead immortal demons, undead moss goblins, and undead venomous bats. It must be said, Lin Xian was thoroughly satisfied with the new abilities of the blood-flesh mycelium after its upgrade, the undead forbidden fungus.
Mass parasitism, or rather, mass undead parasitism.
This was undoubtedly the fastest way to build his own legion. While other players in the dungeon world were still struggling to make ends meet, Lin Xian had already begun assembling his own army of the undead.
Lin Xian continued walking toward the treasure chest. Inside, besides these venomous dark nether venom bats, there were also gems. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, you have obtained 5 dark gems. Dismantle the chest? Yes. Chest successfully decomposed. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, you have obtained 1 dark aura, 5 wood. Dark gems?
Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly. His space backpack already contained 5 dark gems.
With these 5 added, he now had a total of 10 dark gems.
However, Lin Xian currently had no need for items requiring dark gems to craft, making this seem rather wasteful. His attention then shifted to the evil nether essence.
Was the evil nether essence also a material used to construct this treasure chest? Lin Xian examined the evil nether aura. Evil nether aura, the aura of a powerful member of the evil nether clan.
At certain times, it might prove crucial.
At certain times? Lin Xian didn't know when exactly, but he'd keep it for now. At that moment,
the distant deadly fungus Mossbrin transmitted back information, seemingly having discovered a new Mossbrin tribe. Among them, 3 deadly Mossbrins had already engaged in fierce combat with this Mossbrin tribe.
Found a new Mossbrin group?
Lin Xian gazed in the direction the message had come from. After a moment's thought, he decided against going there. Even though it was considered a small-scale dungeon, this underground labyrinth stretched endlessly beyond sight. Lin Xian had no idea just how vast this dungeon truly was. He asked the purple crystal dark cat, Fluffy, do you know the center point of this dungeon? Or where the strongest mossling in here is? Of course this meow knows. Ever since entering this dungeon, this meow has been tracking the stinkiest Mossbrin in the entire place.
Oh? And where might that Mossbrin be? Keep heading this way for about 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers.
Not exactly close, but not exactly far either. Walking 10 kilometers might take several hours.
But if there's a vehicle...
Lin Xian suddenly recalled the underground excavator he traded with Shu Shu. Though called a digger, it was essentially a standard underground vehicle with an added excavation function.
It would be perfectly adequate for transportation. But this dungeon vehicle is missing a crucial core component. The battery pack. This is really bad, huh?
Lin Xian scratched his head, thinking to himself, if only he could manufacture a battery pack. Unfortunately, he had no idea where to obtain the positive and negative electrode materials or lithium elements. Relying on other players in the underground world, Lin Xian feared it would be extremely difficult to obtain such specialized materials.
However,
no sooner had Lin Xian voiced his frustration than he heard a soft, girlish voice.
Lithium? Master, do you need lithium? Ha? You know about lithium? Of course I do. Back in the royal palace, this meow was quite the scholar. I've studied all kinds of metallic elements. What's more, this meow has deliberately sniffed the scent of various metallic elements and committed them to memory.
Master, I can tell you with absolute certainty that within this dungeon, I've detected the scent of lithium.
And it's very close. Chapter 65, Searching for Materials? Successfully crafting the battery pack. Holy crap? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Just as expected, having an elder around is like having a treasure.
Don't let Fluffy's sealed state for 1,000 years fool you, she's only level 10.
But she's so knowledgeable.
She could often lend a helping hand.
For instance, right now not only did she know about lithium, she could even smell its scent. Lin Xian exclaimed excitedly, Rongrong, can you smell where the lithium is? Yes, give this cat a moment. Rongrong's cat nose sniffed the air, and following the scent, she walked straight ahead. After walking nearly 500 meters, Rongrong stopped before a pile of rubble. There. It's beneath this pile of rubble. Beneath this pile of rubble? Lin Xian stared at the battered ground beneath the rubble, unable to discern anything unusual. But, trusting Rongrong, Lin Xian decided to dig through the rubble. Summon, army of dead goblins. Lin Xian summoned all 35 undead goblins from his spatial backpack. As the green-skinned, skin and bones creatures appeared atop the ruins, Rongrong fought back the urge to vomit, leaping onto the back of the flame lion, her stomach churning. Master, promise me next time you contract some creatures that look nicer, okay? Don't you know goblins are the most despised race in the entire dungeon world? I know. I hadn't known before, but through the dungeon compendium, Lin Xian had learned just how unpopular goblins were in the dungeon world. And mossbins are the second most hated race. The fluffy feline face stared intently at Lin Xian with utmost seriousness. Lin Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Was it his choice to parasitize these two races? No, clearly not. It was simply that after the flesh mycelium acquired the forbidden fungus of the dead, the races he encountered most frequently happened to be these two. What could he do about it? Lin Xian scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Alright, next time for sure. Then, Lin Xian put this group of undead goblins to work. It must be said. Goblins were ugly creatures, and they were quite unpleasant in life. But as undead goblins, they were surprisingly diligent when it came to work. Before long, the ruins were thoroughly searched. Beneath the rubble, Lin Xian actually found a small, old-fashioned tape recorder. Though the old tape recorder had been damaged beyond repair. It contained a battery board. The board itself was unusable, but it contained lithium elements. Dismantle the old tape recorder? Deconstruct. Lin Xian didn't hesitate, choosing to disassemble the old tape recorder immediately. Old-style tape recorder successfully dismantled. Congratulations, player Lin Xian. You have obtained 10 lithium elements. Lithium. Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected obtaining this lithium element to be so straightforward. It truly felt like searching high and low in vain, only to find it with a little effort. Of course. The biggest credit goes to our family's 2-year-old ancestor, Rongrong. Rongrong, you've done us a huge favor this time. I'll treat you to something special for dinner tonight. Even though he didn't know what Rongrong liked to eat, he'd just make promises first. Rongrong tilted her head, saying nothing, muttering to herself who knows what. All that's missing now are the positive and negative electrode materials. Lin Xian thought of that group of water-obsessed players. Half the day had already passed. Had those guys managed to dig up any positive and negative electrode materials? Better ask first. Lin Xian opened the world chat channel and typed, does anyone have positive or negative electrode materials? DM me, I'll buy them. The moment he clicked send, Lin Xian watched as the chat channel began to flood with messages. Lin Xian couldn't care less about their chatter, he only wanted those positive and negative electrode materials. At that moment, Lin Xian noticed a familiar contact had sent him a private message. Wu Yu? Lin Xian hadn't expected that the person messaging him would be her. Clicking to view the message, Lin Xian saw what Wu Yu had sent. Wu Yu, Lin Xian, do you need positive and negative electrode materials? Lin Xian, that's right. Do you have any? Wu Yu, I don't have any positive or negative electrode materials myself, but another member of our underground excavation team does. If you need them, I can ask him for you. Lin Xian, alright. About 2 minutes after replying, Wu Yu sent another private message. Wu Yu, Lin Xian, he agreed to the exchange, but his terms are a bit steep. Oomph. Is he trying to extort me now? I'll see what kind of terms this guy comes up with. Lin Xian, what's his asking price? Wu Yu, he wants a large fast blade. Lin Xian, positive and negative electrode materials shouldn't be rarer than a large broadsword or gemstones. I'm not in a rush, so I can wait. Lin Xian's response was clear, if the other party demanded an exorbitant price, he could easily walk away from the deal. There are hundreds of thousands of players in the entire dungeon world, surely he can't be the only one with positive and negative polarity materials? Besides, Lin Xian still had the merchant dwarf and the hobbit as alternative trading channels. At worst, he just couldn't open the dungeon card today. Wu Yu, actually, there's another way. Lin Xian, as I suggested earlier, if you're willing to become the captain of our dungeon excavation team, he can gift you the positive and negative electrode materials for free. Lin Xian shook his head upon seeing Wu Yu's message. So they really did come up with a scheme targeting him? Becoming the leader of the underground excavation team didn't seem like it would benefit him in any way. On the contrary, the fact that the person would give Lin Xian the positive and negative materials meant they had a need for them and would likely ask Lin Xian for them. As the foremost tycoon in the underground world, it was obvious who was fleecing whom more. Lin Xian replied, 1 pound of fresh pork, that's my absolute best offer.
Tell him, if he misses this opportunity, he'll never get another. After that, no matter what messages Wu Yu sent to Lin Xian, he ignored them completely.
Until Wu Yu forwarded a transaction order. Seller, Lu Nang. Item for trade, positive and negative electrode materials 3. Wanted in exchange, 500 G pork.
Description, Lin Xian.
Lin Xian glanced at the description.
The character limit was 500 words, and this guy had hit it exactly. The gist was that this person held Lin Xian in high regard and hoped he would lead their underground excavation team. Lin Xian paid no attention whatsoever to the cave excavation team members' comments.
After confirming the transaction,
he immediately closed the chat window. Finally gathered all the battery pack materials, no easy feat. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xian prepared to craft the battery pack. He opened the Manufacturing tab, selected the battery pack, and confirmed the creation.
Crafting battery pack. Quantity, 2.
Deducting materials, for thunder gems, 2 anode cathode materials, for lithium elements.
Battery pack X2 successfully crafted. Chapter 66, Underground Dump Truck, engage. With 2 sets of battery packs secured, Lin Xian immediately deployed the underground excavator he traded for from Shu Shu. A subterranean excavator, nearly 2.5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and about 1.8 meters tall, materialized before Lin Xian. Ignoring the front shovel blade, this was essentially an underground transport vehicle.
Lin Xian had already checked its specs. It was identical to a compact car.
The only difference was the added earth-moving capability. Moreover, its tires were designed for rough terrain, rivaling off-road vehicles. Currently, this loader is missing key components.
The absence of the battery pack prevents it from starting. This was the primary reason Shu Shu had traded the vehicle to him.
Lin Xian loaded both battery packs into the front compartment of the bulldozer. The next moment, the underground bulldozer started up.
Of course, it was merely in a started state.
To actually drive it, a soul must be inserted. Lin Xian opened the underground panel to check the fuel consumption of this underground excavator.
Underground dump truck, fuel consumption is calculated per kilometer traveled or earth moved, burning 1 soul per kilometer. Consumption is rounded up to 1 kilometer for distances less than 1 kilometer. Upon seeing the consumption rate, Lin Xian pressed his lips together in disbelief. This is ridiculously soul draining. According to Rongrong's estimate, the journey from here to the location of the stinkiest Mosprin in this dungeon, the one Lin Xian suspected was the strongest, was nearly 10 kilometers.
That meant consuming a full 10 souls. Consider this.
Lin Xian had just slain 12 Mosprins, yielding only 12 souls.
Who would have thought this trip would burn through them all? Seems the soul collecting deal can't be put on hold.
Lin Xian muttered to himself. Besides obtaining souls by slaying dungeon creatures himself, he also needed to post soul purchase orders on the exchange. Without delay, Lin Xian placed a trade order just before departure.
Seller, Lin Xian. Items offered, 50 milliliters purified water, 50 G pork, 100 milliliters regular water, 1 orange. Seeking, souls. Quantity, 500. Note, players with spare souls can trade them here. Choose any combination of the 4 listed items. For large quantities of souls, PM me for exchange of desired supplies. After posting this trade notice, Lin Xian immediately boarded the dungeon dump truck. After inserting a soul, the underground excavator was activated. Let's go! At Lin Xian's command, it began moving forward. The flame lion trotted alongside on all 4s, keeping pace to the left of the excavator. Upon its back, the regal amethyst shadowcat swayed its tail, seemingly reveling in the thrill of the ride. Soon, a kilometer passed, consuming another soul, and the underground excavator pressed onward. At 80 kilometers per hour, it plowed savagely along the rugged terrain. After traveling 10 kilometers, Lin Xian halted the vehicle and stowed the dungeon scraper back into his spatial backpack. This must be the city center of this underground city, right? Lin Xian gazed at the unremarkable road ahead, feeling somewhat surprised. After all, this was supposed to be an underground city. Yet after driving 10 kilometers, Lin Xian hadn't seen a single building. Not even the city center of this dungeon had a single intact building. Standing behind a crumbling wall, Lin Xian released a mass of mycelium to scout the central district. After about 10 minutes, the mycelium relayed back the information it had gathered. The number of mosblings in the central district was terrifying. According to the mycelium's count, there were roughly 150 moslings. Moss bears didn't inhabit houses, they seemed to prefer dwelling in tree hollows? Perhaps digging tree hollows was easier than constructing houses? Rongrong, are you certain that mosling with the foulest stench is right ahead? Lin Xian suddenly asked the purple crystal dark cat on the back of the flame lion. Of course. This cat's sense of smell is infallible. That mosling stench is 2 to 3 times stronger than any other moslings. Then this mosling must be quite high level, right? Likely so. This cat estimates its level to be around 30. Level 30? Lin Xian's eyes widened once more. That's the same level as that ice leopard we encountered in the ice city earlier.
As for whether a level 30 Mossbrin or a level 30 ice leopard is stronger, Lin Xian couldn't say for sure.
Lin Xian scanned the Mossbrins in the city district, checking their levels. Although these Mossbrins lived in the city district, their levels weren't particularly high. Their levels weren't much different from the Mossbrins Lin Xian had seen in the outlying settlements earlier. Most hovered around the teens, with a few occasionally exceeding level 20, though the highest he spotted were capped at level 20 or 21. Lin Xian hadn't spotted a single Mossbrin of higher level. This was quite different from the level 30 Mossbrins that Rongrong had estimated. Could it be that the city center had hidden areas? Lin Xian extended the mycelium further. Until, before a tree hollow, he discovered a clue. The hollow in this tree actually had an underground passage? Lin Xian felt a surge of surprise. After all, underground passages or basements simply didn't exist in the subterranean world. Because digging downward would lead directly into the subterranean caverns below. Even the minor boss, the moss forest tree spirit, whose lair Lin Xian had previously captured, didn't have roots extending into the underground caverns below. What was going on? Frowning with curiosity, Lin Xian extended the mycelium along the subterranean passage within the tree hollow. After extending nearly 2 meters downward, Lin Xian was startled to discover that beneath the hollow of that tree, a basement had actually appeared. Moreover, the basement's spatial extent was incredibly vast. Dozens of moss bears lived inside. These mosblings differed in color from those outside. They were all uniformly red mosblings. Lin Xian checked the levels of these mosblings one by one. All were above level 25. 25, 26, 27. These Mossbrin's levels generally fell within these 3 tiers. The Mossbrin at the very center bore 3 horns on its head. This Mossbrin's level was a whopping 30. Rongrong, just as you estimated, beneath the hollow of a tree in the city district, within that subterranean space, there truly was a level 30 Mossblin. Lin Xian turned to look at Rongrong, his expression tinged with disbelief. He hadn't expected Rongrong to correctly guess even the Mosslin's level just by scent. Chapter 67, Ruins Dungeon. See? This cat's estimates never miss. After all, this cat is the royal palace. Rongrong's voice trailed off abruptly. As if something was weighing heavily on her mind, she left the second half of her sentence unspoken. What was it? Nothing. Rongrong lifted her proud little cat head and looked away. Seeing she didn't want to talk about it, Lin Xian didn't press further. Instead, he turned his attention to examining the information on the red Mossbrin with 3 horns in the underground space. Ruins Dungeon Lord, Mossbrin. Level, LV 30. Abilities, Club Hammer Strike, Horn Charge. Charges with long horns protruding from its head horns can also be pulled out as weapons or projectiles. Description: upon reaching level 25, Mossbrin's skin undergoes a significant change, shifting from its original hue to a crimson tone. No additional enhancements beyond color change. At level 30, a 3rd horn sprouts from its head, granting the new Horn Charge ability no other enhancements. Weakness, Short-sightedness. After reviewing the information on the highest level Mossbrin in this dungeon, Lin Xian. He stroked his chin in thought. Compared to the Ice City, this ruined dungeon's overall strength was clearly inferior. After all, even the ice leopards guarding the staircase in the Ice City were level 30. Yet in this ruined dungeon, its strongest ruler, Mossbrin, was only level 30. This gap instantly separated the 2 dungeons by tiers. Lin Xian opened the dungeon compendium and began examining the information about this dungeon. Ruins Dungeon. Dungeon ID 0789. Description 1. The ruined dungeon was once a resource-rich or dungeon. Unlike other dungeons, its underground layers could be mined nearly 10 meters deep. It held abundant deposits of ore and gemstones. Once, this mineral dungeon was fiercely contested and fought over by many dungeon demons. Until one day, when the buried ores and gems beneath were nearly depleted, it became the Ruins Dungeon. Introduction 2. After lying abandoned for many years, the lazy and foul-smelling Mossbrin clan of subterranean demons arrived at the ruined dungeon. This neglected ruin transformed into a paradise for the Mossbrin clan after they took over. Due to their laziness, the ruin's condition deteriorated further, earning it the reputation among other subterranean creatures as better left abandoned. Good grief. It seems the dungeon world's judgment of the Mossbrin clan holds profound meaning. Having them inhabit this ruined dungeon was indeed worse than leaving it abandoned. Meanwhile, Lin Xian intercepted another piece of information from the dungeon compendium. This ruined underground city was once a richly endowed mineral dungeon, containing both ores and gems. It was unclear whether any ore or gems remained within the ruined dungeon now. Lin Xian turned to the amethyst shadowcat and inquired, Rongrong, give it a sniff. Can you detect the scent of gems in this dungeon? Rongrong lifted her cat nose, sniffed the air, and replied. Yes. Not only the scent of gems, but also quite a bit of ore. Really? Lin Xian's eyes widened in delight, as if he'd struck gold. Of course. This cat's nose never makes mistakes. So that means this dungeon is actually quite valuable? Rongrong's sapphire-like cat eyes sparkled as they fixed on Lin Xian, curiosity evident. Master, are you thinking of becoming the lord of this dungeon? Do you think it's feasible?
Rongrong scrutinized Lin Xian from head to toe, then glanced at the flame lion, examining it thoroughly before finally raising a paw and pointing at herself.
Just the three of us? Oh, counting those undead forbidden fungi too, right? Yes. Lin Xian nodded. With just the three of us, plus those deadly forbidden fungi, what percentage chance do you think we have of taking this dungeon? Rongrong sat upright on the flame lion's back, carefully calculating the gap between their forces and the enemies. A moment later,
Rongrong blinked her sapphire eyes, gazed at Lin Xian, and shook her feline head. Based on our current strength, I think we'll get wiped out.
Not even a 1% chance? Lin Xian asked tentatively. 0.0%. As my military strategist cat, what's your take? Lin Xian knew Rongrong possessed considerable understanding of military combat.
He had his own thoughts, but he also wanted to hear the opinion of this strategist cat.
How many of your undead banshees can you control? Lin Xian pondered.
I haven't tested the upper limit yet, but 100 should be no problem.
Good.
Then this meow has a plan.
That fast? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Of course. Back in the royal palace, this cat scored perfect marks in military science.
Rongrong lifted her cat head proudly once more, radiating pure tsundere charm. First, we'll hunt the Mossbrins around the outskirts of the central district in this dungeon. Based on this cat scent, there are 7 locations within this dungeon where Mossbrins gather in large numbers.
Excluding the central district and the outpost we already cleared earlier, that leaves 5 remaining.
If we ignore any lone Mossbrins and take down all 5 camps, this cat estimates you should get at least 60 dead Mossbrin-type dead forbidden fungi. Additionally, after eliminating those Mossbrins, this cat, Big Dummy, and you, our master, all 3 of us will level up. Combined with those undead forbidden mushrooms, I mean all the undead forbidden mushrooms on your person, including those from the undead goblins, will launch a direct assault on the Mossbrin army in the city center. Then, while we battle the Mosslin horde, you'll contract new undead prohibitive spores. The more undead prohibitive spores we have, the higher our chances of defeating this dungeon's boss, the Mosslin.
Is that it? What else? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and asked, so what do you think the feasibility of this plan is? I mean the success rate. Truth be told, this cat doesn't possess a deep understanding of your abilities, master.
Therefore, I must set a conservative upper limit for success.
Based on preliminary estimates, this plan has a 50% chance of succeeding. 50%. Lin Xian pondered. This was Rongrong's estimate without knowing his full capabilities.
But in reality, Rongrong was unaware of many other abilities possessed by Lin Xian's flesh mycelium.
Factoring in these hidden cards, a 20% probability boost wasn't excessive, bringing it to 70%. Chapter 68, Mossbrin of the Dead. Earthborn Fungus. Lin Xian asked again, Rongrong, you should know about the flash flower and the bomb flower, right?
Of course.
Why do you ask?
If I told you I have both the flash flower and the bomb flower, what would our success rate be?
Seriously?
Rongrong's cat-like eyes widened as she stared at Lin Xian, her emotions briefly stirring before quickly settling back into calm. The Mossbrins, including that city lord Mossbrin, have one major weakness: their extremely poor eyesight. Using the flash flower would essentially blind them instantly. With that visual advantage, our win rate could increase by 20%. Combined with the explosive power of bomb flowers, you can swiftly eliminate the Mossbrin hordes in the city center. This allows you to produce the deadly forbidden fungus faster, boosting our win rate by another 10%. All in all, if you have both flash and bomb flowers, our win rate jumps by at least 30%, reaching 80%.
Enough! Lin Xian exclaimed excitedly. Originally, Rongrong's estimated win rate was 50%. Add to that Lin Xian's self-proclaimed trump card of 20%, plus the 30% boost from the flash flower and bomb flower that directly equated to 100% win rate. Killing a level 30 dungeon demon, the ruler of the underground lair. The mere thought made Lin Xian's heart pound wildly. After all, today was only his 3rd day in the dungeon world. He was already plotting to take down the dungeon lord. If other players found out, they'd likely be furious. They'd all be kneeling down, calling him the Celestial Emperor Lin. Rongrong, let's begin our first step of the plan right now. First, we hunt the Mossbrins in the outer perimeter. Our primary targets are those 5 clustered Mossbrin lairs. As for the lone stragglers, the undead forbidden fungi I dispatched will handle them. The assault on the central district of the ruined dungeon will commence tomorrow morning. Lin Xian outlined the confirmed plan to Rongrong and the Flame Lion. This mainly applies to Rongrong. Flame Lion is only responsible for charging headlong into danger and possesses no strategic thinking whatsoever. Wherever Lin Xian directs it to attack, that's where Flame Lion charges. The plan is sound, but why tomorrow? This cat believes night operations boost our win rate by at least 10%. Mossbrins are practically blind after dark. But didn't you just say? With Flash Flower present, they'll be blinded anyway. Day or night makes little difference. True enough. Fluffy nodded in agreement with Lin Xian's reasoning. The truth is, my Flash Flower and Bomb Flower won't be ready until tomorrow morning. Lin Xian explained to Rongrong the maturation timelines for the Flash Flower and Bomb Flower. He wanted to go all out tonight too. But alas, the seeds planted this morning would take 24 hours to grow and become usable. Fine. Let these stinking bastards crawl around for one more night.
Rongrong stretched out her paw and pointed toward the left front. There's a swarm of mossblins over there, about 8 kilometers from here. Hearing the distance Rongrong mentioned, Lin Xian pursed his lips, unable to muster a smile.
8 kilometers meant another 8 souls. The underground excavator was practically a soul-burning machine. With great reluctance, Lin Xian retrieved the underground excavator.
Mounting it, he inserted his soul and drove toward the direction Rongrong had indicated. 8 kilometers later, a total of 11 mossbrins appeared before Lin Xian. In terms of level, they were all uniformly level 12 or 13, slightly lower than the mossbrin he had previously wiped out in that mossbrin settlement.
Battle commences. At Lin Xian's command, Rongrong unleashed her formidable illusion abilities. Mass illusion. As the mossbrin stood rooted to the spot, disoriented and confused, arrow after arrow pierced straight through their hearts. Simultaneously, the flame lion, engulfed in searing flames, charged into the mossbrin horde. As the blazing inferno consumed the mossbrins, its ferocious jaws snapped clean through the back of their necks. The battle lasted a mere 2 minutes. 11 mossbrins fell as souls, collapsing into the sea of flames. Lin Xian manipulated the flesh-eating mycelium to devour the mossbrin's flesh. Fresh flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Suggestion: could you please not feed me mossbrin flesh next time? It's truly foul and disgusting. Garlic bird, I'll reluctantly eat it. The flesh-eating mycelium's verdict on mossbrin meat remained disgusting. Only after the mycelium had completely devoured the flesh of all 11 mossbrins. The emaciated mossbrin was directly parasitized by the mycelium. Mycelium is parasitizing the deceased. Target: mossbrin. Parasitism initiated. Establishing neural connection 103,070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 100%. Evaluation: a flawless parasitic integration. Utilize your deceased host body to its fullest until necrosis sets in. After successfully eliminating and parasitizing a mossbrin at a stronghold, Lin Xian drove the underground excavator toward the second mossbrin cave indicated by Rongrong. Then the third, the fourth, until nightfall descended upon the subterranean world. Lin Xian finally obliterated the fifth mossbrin lair. The 5 mossbrin lairs yielded a total of 62 flesh mycelia for me. Quantitatively speaking, this was fairly close to Rongrong's prediction, combined with the 12 undead mossbrin from earlier. Currently, Lin Xian's total count of deadly forbidden fungi stood at 122. Among them, 35 dead goblins, 2 dead immortal demons, 74 dead mosslings, and 11 dead venomous bats. Simultaneously, through consuming the flesh of mossbriars from 5 mossbriar caverns, Lin Xian's flesh mycelium has also leveled up by 1 tier, reaching LV6, and gained a new ability, Earthborn Fungus. Flesh mycelium core level upgraded to LV635100 evolution points. Abilities: Scrutiny, Scouting, Control, Parasitism, Repair, Venom, Hardening, Infecting Mycelium, Deadban Mycelium, Demon Heart, Earthborn Mycelium New. Core Resilience slightly enhanced. Mycelium activity slightly enhanced. Energy conversion efficiency slightly increased. Mycelium persistence duration increased. Unlocked new trait, Earthborn Fungus. Increased mycelium dormant duration. Mycelium can survive for 11 underground days while detached from its host. Earthborn Fungus extends numerous filamentous hyphae from underground, weaving a vast cage-like structure to trap enemies. This fungal cage contracts continuously and can be controlled by the host's will. Any enemy touching the mycelium will inevitably be caught. Simultaneously, Earthborn Fungus can instantly thrust sharp, needle-like mycelium from the ground, piercing opponents to inflict damage. Chapter 69, Full-Scale Level Up. Begin the assault. In terms of application, Earthborn Fungus is an exceptionally potent offensive technique. Lin Xian envisioned numerous ways to utilize Earthborn Fungus. For instance, instantly erupting sharp hyphae from the ground to ambush enemies. The filaments function like projectiles, exploding with blinding speed and devastating destructive force. Enemies unable to see the mycelium would struggle to react to Earthborn Fungus's ambush. Unless the opponent is highly skilled or exceptionally well defended, such a sudden ambush is virtually impossible to guard against. As for the Earthborn Fungus's trump card, the birdcage, it was the last resort. When facing an opponent it simply cannot handle, the Earthborn Fungus can deploy the birdcage to trap and confine its foe. Even if you can't defeat them, once they're trapped, wouldn't you have time to run? It can be said. Earthspore is undoubtedly an exceptionally useful skill. It can be used to attack or to buy time. Meanwhile, after raiding these 5 mossbrin caverns, Lin Xian, Flame Lion, and Rongrong all gained levels. Lin Xian's level rose to LV19. Flame Lion's level rose to LV17. Rongrong's level also climbed to LV13. It was essentially a major level up for the entire team.
Next, they would wait for dawn for the fruits of the glow flower and exploding flower to ripen before launching an assault on the mossblin lair. Lin Xian clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with excitement. The night passed without incident. Until the next morning arrived. The once chilly underground ruins dungeon shifted from cold to warm, becoming exceptionally cozy. After waking up, Lin Xian quickly washed up, ate a pork chop breakfast. He then fed the flame lion. The flame lion was a bottomless pit of a subterranean creature. For breakfast alone, it devoured a full 3 pounds of meat from Lin Xian. Especially after leveling up, the fire lion's body grew larger and larger, causing its appetite to skyrocket. If Lin Xian didn't have a meat pig farm, he wouldn't be able to afford to keep this big guy. As for Rongrong, she could survive without eating any food. This seemed to be due to the unique physiology of her purple crystal dark cat clan. Compared to food, they preferred gems. According to Rongrong, each gemstone contains vast amounts of energy. Absorbing the energy from gems is far more interesting than eating strange foods. It was time to depart. Lin Xian drove the underground excavator toward the central district of the ruined city dungeon once more. After driving it all afternoon yesterday, Lin Xian had grown accustomed to the underground excavator. Upon nearing the city center, Lin Xian retracted the excavator. He walked toward the elevated platform in the city center. Standing atop the high ground, Lin Xian gazed down at the nearly 150 mossbrins below. A smile spread across his lips. The apocalypse had arrived. With that, Lin Xian retrieved 2 iron planting boxes. One planter was laden with dark purple explosive cones. The other crate was laden with white flower-like fruits. Though both were fruits, in the underground world, the explosive cones were named exploding flowers, while the white blossoms were called flash flowers. This stemmed from the energy unleashed when either fruit was triggered. Once triggered, the exploding flower would detonate instantly, its explosive fireworks ferociously intense. When triggered, the flash flower instantly emits a brilliant light, like a dazzling beam of sunlight. Lin Xian chose to harvest both the exploding flower and the flash flower. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, you have obtained exploding flowers X15. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining flash flowers X15. Each planting box yields exploding flowers and flash flowers that mature once every 24 hours, allowing 15 to be harvested at a time. Though the quantity is modest, their power is formidable. Rongrong, Flame Lion, I'm ready here. Proceed according to plan. Roger that. Woof. Rongrong mounted the Flame Lion's back. Both battle pets were primed for a major showdown. According to Lin Xian's original plan, the deadly forbidden fungus would be unleashed directly to engage in a bloody battle with the nearly 150 mossbrins in the city district. After all, the deadly fungi were already dead entities, dying a few hundred more times wouldn't matter. They could wear down those 150 mossblins to death. But now, Lin Xian's flesh mycelium, having leveled up, gained the ability to spawn earthborn spores. Combined with the presence of the exploding blossom and the flash blossom, he could eliminate large numbers of mossbrin at the fastest possible speed. All his energy was now focused on battling those dozens of red mossblin. First, he'd launch 5 flash flowers and bomb flowers. Lin Xian bound both the flash flower and bomb flower to the crossbow's arrows. By firing the arrows, the flash flowers and bomb flowers could swiftly reach the battlefield below. Whoosh! As the first arrow descended, a section of the area below instantly erupted with a thunderous boom, turning into a blinding white expanse. The blinding beams of light made Lin Xian, high above, feel as if his eyes had been stabbed. What a blinding light indeed! After firing the next 4 arrows, Lin Xian closed his eyes. 5 flashes of light exploded, blinding the mossbrins on the battlefield below. They clutched their stinging eyes, wailing and scrambling about in place. At that moment, Lin Xian began firing arrows bound with explosive flowers. Bang! 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 The successive silent explosions immediately caught the attention of the red mossbrins in the underground space beneath the tree hollow. However, the mossbrins above were caught in the blast wave of the exploding flowers, one after another being sent flying. At that moment, Lin Xian directly manipulated the resilient mycelium, burrowing up from beneath the ground. Earthborn fungus. Dense blue threads shot toward the mosslings on the surface like a hail of arrows. Any mossling struck by the blue filaments was covered in wounds. Those struck directly in the heart by the blue filaments died instantly. Under the swarm attack of earthborn fungus, these blinded mosslings were like toys in a gladiatorial arena, waiting only for death to descend. However, death was not their fate. Being parasitized by the deathbound fungus was their true ending. This time, Lin Xian skipped the process of flesh-eating mycelium devouring flesh. Instead, immediately after the earthborn fungus's attack, he unleashed the deadly forbidden fungus. Using the deadly banshee fungus, he parasitized the flesh-covered corpses of these mosslings, compelling them to launch club attacks against the mosslings still clinging to life. It's our turn. Rongrong commanded the flame lion as it charged toward the battlefield. The flame lion breathed scorching heat from its maw, leaving trails of raging fire in its wake. It opened its fanged maw, delivering finishing blows to the necks of the Mossbrins that still clung to life, one by one.
With Rongrong present, the flame lion could precisely discern which Mossbrins were alive and which were possessed by the undead banshee. It also perfectly evaded the attacks launched by the still-living Mossblin. Chapter 70, Explosive Fireworks. Lin Xian gazed down at the battlefield below. Amidst the lingering shockwaves of the bomb flower, the swarm of crimson Mossblings finally emerged. Here they come? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he summoned all the undead prohibited fungi he had gathered in advance. The undead goblins, the undead immortal demons wielding twin greatswords, the undead venomous bats poisonous nuclear bomb variants and the undead Mossbrin. A total of 122 undead prohibited fungi. Additionally, dozens of king mosquitoes, freshly slain on the battlefield, now possessed flesh and blood bodies. Lin Xian's side now numbered nearly 200. On the mossling side, however, the red moss bears emerging from the tree hollows numbered roughly 30 to 40, according to Lin Xian's preliminary estimate. Of course, though the red Mossbrins were few in number, their combat prowess generally surpassed that of ordinary Mossbrins. Each of these red Mossblings exceeded level 25. Lin Xian gazed at the cluster of red Mossblings huddled together and chuckled. Come out, then? Well, I've got a special gift for you lot. Lin Xian clapped his hands. The 11 venomous bats of the dead, carrying the remaining 10 glowflowers, flew toward the swarm of red Mossblins. The difference between red Mossblins and ordinary Mossblins lies primarily in their skin color. In terms of nearsightedness, this group of Mossblins was identical. When the 11 deadly venom bats reached the airspace above the red Mossblins, suddenly, all 11 deadly venom bats descended simultaneously. The red Mossbreach had barely caught sight of the venomous bats of the dead, not even having time to react. They were instantly blinded by a sudden white flash. In an instant, the red Mossblings froze in place, wailing in agony. Their vision was already poor to begin with. The flash of the flashbang instantly robbed them of their sight. However, Lin Xian's gift was far more than just these 10 flash flowers. 11 venomous bats of the dead, upon flying into the midst of this group of red Mossbrin, began detonating en masse. Boom! Deadly venom splattered everywhere. This was the deadly venom bat's ability, releasing the potent toxin stored in its venom sac through self-detonation. As the venom coated the red Mossblings, felt an intense itching all over their bodies. The venom invaded their bodies. In an instant, their bodies began to tremble slightly. The venom of the venomous bat held no significance for Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian's mycelium itself carried venom, and it also possessed self-healing capabilities. Ordinary toxins, even the deadly venom of the venomous bat, held no effect on Lin Xian. But for this group of red Mossblings, the venom of the venomous bat was nothing short of deadly. Taking advantage of the red Mossblings' blindness and poisoning, Lin Xian delivered their third gift. Prepare for the fireworks, Mossbrins. Lin Xian strapped on his jetpack and soared directly into the sky. Like a god descending, he scattered bombs upon the world's evils. Exploding flower fruits rained down from the sky, crashing directly into the swarm of red Mossbrins. Boom! This time, the explosion far surpassed the self-detonation of the venomous bats of the dead, its deafening roar echoing across the entire wasteland. 10 exploding flowers detonated simultaneously, a power so terrifying it sent shivers down the spine. The bodies of the red Mossbrins were instantly blown apart. Many lost limbs in the blast. Several others were blown to bloody pulp, killed instantly. Under this triple assault of flash flowers, deadly venom bat self-detonations, and bomb flowers, a total of 36 red Mossberlins were either killed or crippled. Those who survived were left reeling from the potent venom, their lives hanging by a thread. At that moment, from within the tree hollow, the level 33 horned Mossbrin slowly emerged. He was a beat behind his minions, emerging from the hollow only now. But the moment it emerged, it sensed danger. A blue fungal thread shot straight toward his heart. Lord Mossbrin took a step back, dodging the filament's sudden attack. Yet, upon clearly seeing the reality of the ruined battlefield, Lord Mossbrin's nearsighted eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Who did this? Thanks to the lingering effect of the translation jelly, Lin Xian understood the furious roar of Lord Mossbrin. It was me. Hovering in the air, consuming souls and strapped to his soul-burning jetpack, Lin Xian openly admitted his actions. Lord Mossbrin searched frantically for the source of the voice, yet could find it nowhere. Come out. Stop hiding. Lin Xian watched the clueless Lord Mossbrin, tilting his head slightly. Could this guy be a complete idiot? Right above your head, Mossbrin. Lin Xian called out to Lord Mossbrin. However, Lord Mossbrin didn't look up. Instead, he reached up and rubbed his bald head. Apart from 3 horns, Lord Mossbrin felt nothing else. Liar. There's nothing on my head. Lord Mossbrin flew into a rage. Lin Xian was utterly bewildered by Lord Mossbrin's outburst. He'd seen low IQ creatures before, but never one this low. Even a goblin wouldn't be this stupid. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on Lord Mossbrin. He pulled the trigger on the crossbow bolt strapped to his left arm. A single bolt flew toward Lord Mosprin. With a sharp whiz, the arrow struck the city lord squarely in the shoulder. Ouch! Damn it! You cowardly bastard! If you've got the guts, stop hiding and come out to fight me.
Mayor Mosprin stomped his feet below while roaring angrily. Blood seeped from his shoulder, trickling down the shaft of the arrow. Seeing this, Lin Xian suddenly realized that Rongrong's earlier estimate was flawed. With Mosprin's level of intelligence, how could their odds of victory be only 80%? Rongrong hadn't factored in Mosprin's intelligence. If they factored in Mosprin's intelligence, their odds could increase by at least 20%.
In other words,
even without Lin Xian's trump cards such as Earthborn Fungus, crossbow bolts, and the jet launcher,
their inherent odds of victory would be 100%.
Add those weapons to the mix, and Lin Xian's odds would easily surpass 120%.
Enough of this nonsense, Mosprin. Die.
This time, Lin Xian aimed the crossbow bolt directly at Lord Mosprin's heart. After pulling the trigger, the arrow shot violently toward the lord's heart.
However, this time, the arrow did not strike the city Lord Mosprin's heart with precision. Instead, just before the arrow struck, the bastard twisted his body, dodged it. The arrow fell to the ground.
Lord Mosprin picked up the arrow from the ground, suddenly seeming to understand something.
Chapter 71, Slaying Lord Mosprin. Following the direction the arrow had come from, Lord Mosprin looked up.
There, in the sky, was Lin Xian, the archer. You bastard! How despicable, shooting from the sky! The furious Lord Mosprin stomped his feet on the rocks below, bellowing, "Come down if you've got the guts! Who cares about you?" Lin Xian paid no heed to Lord Mosprin, manipulating the jetpack with his mycelium to adjust his shooting angle mid-air. Simultaneously, he unleashed earthborn fungi. Thin blue filaments of mycelium shot violently from beneath the ground.
The target, naturally, was Lord Mosprin.
As the multitude of blue filaments simultaneously pierced through Lord Mosprin's flesh and blood, spurts of blood gushed forth. Ouch! Lord Mosprin cried out in pain, his howls resuming. Furious, he picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it at Lin Xian.
But Mosprin was no ordinary goblin. Goblins excelled at stone throwing, while Mosprin specialized in club attacks.
If caught in close quarters, being struck by Mosprin's club would likely prove fatal. But at such a distance? For Lord Mosprin to hit Lin Xian with his rock throwing was nothing short of a pipe dream. His eyesight was already poor, and his stone throwing skills were nothing to speak of. As the stone hit the ground, another arrow shot forth. This time, the arrow struck Lord Mosprin's left foot. After piercing through the city lord's left foot, the arrow plunged directly into the muddy ground. When Lord Mosprin lifted his leg, he snapped the arrow clean in two, leaving the broken shaft embedded in his foot. Consequently, with every step the city lord took, a trail of bloody footprints was left behind.
This guy's got some tough skin, Lin Xian remarked.
Despite Lord Mosprin's lack of brains and Lin Xian's air superiority, the battle had been tilted in Lin Xian's favor from the start. But this guy was still a level 30. The higher a subterranean creature's level, the greater its health, attack, defense, and speed. A Mosprin of Lin Xian's own level would have been finished long ago under such an arrow barrage. Yet here was Mosprin, the city lord, still thundering about on the ground like nothing was wrong. How on earth did this fool survive this long and even reach level 30? For a moment, Lin Xian formed a fresh perspective on the creatures of the underground world. If even a creature like Mosprin could be classified as a dungeon demon and claim an entire underground city, how utterly worthless must the dungeon creatures be that can't even claim a keep? It's time to end this farce, Lin Xian said indifferently. Simultaneously, the blue mycelium parasitizing within Mosprin's body was activated. Suddenly, the mycelium burrowed through Lord Mosprin's flesh, penetrating his bones, spinal cord, and finally reaching his brain. After occupying most of the city Lord Mosprin's vital organs and cells, the parasitism begins. Target, Dungeon Demon Mosprin. Parasitism initiated, establishing neural connection 103070. Parasitism failed. Ha! Lin Xian was thrown off by this sudden alert. Parasitism failure? Previously, even with low synchronization rates, it had always managed to parasitize successfully. But this thing actually made me fail? This left Lin Xian feeling rather surprised. Notice, cannot parasitize the Dungeon Lord. The Dungeon Lord possesses a subterranean protection mechanism. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out once more. Upon seeing this message, Lin Xian suddenly understood what was going on. Wow! So the dungeon world actually has a protection mechanism for dungeon lords? But that won't stop me from ending this farce. Earthborn fungi. Lin Xian raised both hands, and several strands of blue mycelium extended upward from beneath the earth. This time, the blue filaments weren't projectile attacks. Instead, they formed a dense network of long, slender threads. The threads formed by these blue filaments instantly enveloped Lord Mosprin, the city lord. Upon reaching the city lord's head, the blue threads coalesced. A massive blue cage now imprisoned Lord Mosprin. What on earth was this?
As the blue threads formed the cage, they became visible. Lord Mossbrin reached out to touch the threads of the cage. The result? His finger was instantly slashed open, drawing blood. Originally, Lin Xian's flesh and blood mycelium had grown increasingly resilient after continuous upgrades. Their sharpness rivaled that of a great blade. Not only would Lord Mossbrin's hand be sliced by the cage's silk threads, but even a rock would be instantly cut into stone dust. At that moment, Lin Xian descended from the air. After planting his feet on the ground, Lin Xian slowly approached the birdcage holding Lord Mossbrin. Upon reaching the cage's side, Lin Xian raised his hand, aiming the crossbow bolt in his grasp at Lord Mossbrin. Mossbrin, farewell. With that, Lin Xian pulled the trigger. 3 bolts fired in rapid succession, striking the city Lord Mossbrin squarely in the heart. 3 streams of blood flowed down. This time, Lord Mossbrin could utter no sound. At the same time, the distant battlefield gradually fell silent. Both the ordinary Mossbrin and the crimson Mossbrin collapsed with a thud under the assaults of Rongrong, the flame lion, and the forbidden fungus of the dead. Not a single one survived. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for successfully defeating the Mossbrin clan. Total experience points earned, 260,000. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for successfully defeating the city Lord Mossbrin. Additional bonus EXP, 50,000 points. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for advancing to LV29. Congratulations to Flame Lion for assisting player Lin Xian in defeating the Mossbrin clan. Total EXP gained, 150,000 points. Congratulations to Flame Lion, leveled up to LV24. Congratulations to Flame Lion for acquiring the new ability, Hell Roar. Congratulations to Amethyst Shadowcat for assisting player Lin Xian in defeating the Mossbrin clan. Total EXP gained, 120,000 points. Congratulations to Amethyst Shadowcat, leveled up to LV20. Congratulations to Amethyst Shadowcat, acquired new ability, Enchanting Gaze. As the dungeon notification faded, Lin Xian began examining the dungeon interface. Dungeon Survival Panel. Name, Lin Xian. Level, LV29 191. Innate ability, Flesh Mycelium. Spirit pets, Flame Lion, Amethyst Shadowcat. Items, Rusty Iron Shovel, Fine Dagger, Large Cleaver, Star Wish Holy Grail, Evil Warding Talisman, Glazed Gemstone, Dungeon Excavator, Crossbow Bolts. Dungeons explored today, 0. Flame Lion. Level, LV24. Abilities, Blazing Fire, Intimidate, Ferocious Bite, Hellish Roar emits a demonic roar, inflicting a powerful psychic attack on nearby foes. Description. Weakness, vulnerable to water. Purple Crystal Dark Cat. Level, LV20. Abilities, Illusion, Enchanting Gaze through Enchanting Gaze, captivates opponents. Exercises 50% greater control over opposite-sex targets. Affected opposite-sex targets will hesitate to attack, while same-sex targets suffer a 50% attack reduction. Description, omitted. Weakness, beyond its illusions, the Amethyst Shadowcat possesses virtually no combat capability. Chapter 72, The New City Lord. Lin Xian. This wave of upgrades basically gave me and my 2 battle pets a massive collective boost. Lin Xian exclaimed excitedly. Of course. The enhancements aren't over yet. Over 100 Mossbrin corpses still lie scattered throughout the central district of the ruined dungeon. The flesh-eating mycelium will finally get to feast properly. Fresh flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Final warning. Mossbrin flesh is foul and inedible. This is your last chance. Next time, we refuse to consume. Lin Xian glanced at the warning from the flesh mycelium and couldn't help but cover his face and chuckle. Rest assured, this truly is the last time. At least, there are no more living Mossbrins left in this ruined dungeon. As the flesh-eating mycelium began devouring the remains of Mossbrin corpses within the ruins, another notification appeared on Lin Xian's dungeon interface. And this notification was actually a full-screen pop-up? Global pop-up, congratulations to player Lin Xian of East District 123 for successfully defeating Mossbrin, the Lord of the Ruined Dungeon. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for succeeding Mossbrin as the new Lord of the Ruined Dungeon. As this notification flashed across the screen, the entire world chat channel erupted. Holy crap! Is this real? God tier Lin actually killed the Dungeon Lord? And became the new Lord himself? No way, sir? I'm still struggling with food and water, and God tier Lin has already evolved to the point of killing a Lord to become the new Lord? Did we really start on the same starting line? How come it feels like he's at least 80 versions ahead of us? I'm starting to suspect God Lin's cheating. Even the top tier players wouldn't dare pull this off. How is he so freaking awesome? How did he even manage that? Seriously, do any of you even grasp what a Dungeon Lord entails? From intel I've gathered, these Dungeon Lords are terrifyingly powerful, essentially the boss of every dungeon subterranean creature race. Not a single weakling among them. Holy! I can't even kill a single dungeon demon. I got chased by one for ages earlier and nearly ended up as its meal. And Lin Xian actually took down the leader of this dungeon demon pack? That's insane.
Besides kneeling in worship, I honestly can't think of any other way to show my devotion to Lin Xian. Lin Xian scanned the chat stream and suddenly spotted a useful piece of information. Seems like, besides me, others have also uncovered some intel about the dungeons. In the dungeon world, exploiting information gaps is absolutely crucial. Only by possessing more intelligence than others can one gain the upper hand. After closing the world chat, Lin Xian discovered his private messages flooded with congratulations.
Shu Yanchen, congrats, Lin Xian. Who'd have thought you'd become the new dungeon lord by slaying the previous one on just your 4th day? Absolutely incredible.
Shu, now I finally understand why my sister trusted and praised you so much.
You're truly incredible. You're my idol now. God Lin. Woo you, God Lin. Looks like you really don't need to join our dungeon excavation squad.
You alone are stronger than our entire team. If possible, I still hope you'll become our squad leader.
Please lead us forward, God Lin. Begging emoji.
Tao Nogi, Lin Xian Kuan, congratulations on becoming the new dungeon lord.
I've unearthed a new blueprint here. Could I trade you for some spider meat to eat?
After reviewing numerous private messages, Lin Xian finally paused at Mamanoji's.
Has this girl developed an addiction to spider meat? Lin Xian frowned, wondering if he'd somehow led her astray.
Lin Xian replied, sorry, Mamanoji, no more spider meat.
How about zombie meat? Like mossbrin meat.
It might taste a bit stinky, but sometimes stinky things have their own unique flavor.
Want to give it a try? After sending the message, Mamanoji replied almost immediately. Tao Nogi, glutton emoji. Tao Nogi, red bean paste? Red bean paste? Lin Xian Kuan, you mean that kind of stinky like stinky tofu? I know what you mean.
I've been to China before and tried authentic Chinese stinky tofu. It smells awful but tastes amazing.
It's so delicious. If possible, please trade me some mossbrin meat. Arigato, Lin Xian Kuan. You're such a good person. Seeing Mamanoji's reply, Lin Xian scratched his cheek.
He felt a bit hesitant to accept such gratitude. Come to think of it, Lin Xian had traded the spider meat to Mamanoji in the first place precisely because she was a cherry blossom person.
That's why he thought of pranking this cherry blossom person. Who would have thought? This cherry blossom girl, Mamanoji, really had some peculiar tastes. She loved all kinds of bizarre foods and had even developed an addiction to them? Lin Xian sighed in resignation, walking over to a mossbrin whose flesh hadn't yet been devoured by the flesh-eating mycelium. He proceeded to dissect the mossbrin's flesh. Then, Lin Xian initiated a trade request with Mamanoji. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, mossbrin meat x10. Wanted, blueprint. Note, if 10 mossbrin meat isn't enough, let me know. I'll consider giving you more based on the importance of the blueprint you provide. After Lin Xian shared the trade request with Mamanoji, Tao Nogi immediately confirmed the trade.
As the 10 mossbrin meat vanished,
a blueprint appeared in its place. Lin Xian examined the blueprint received from Mamanoji and suddenly his eyes lit up. What was this? Castle construction blueprint, unlocked to build your own castle. Holy?
Lin Xian was startled.
Tao Nogi had truly given him a huge gift. Castle blueprints? That means I can build my own residence, my own secret base? Currently, Lin Xian was already the owner of 1 dungeon and 2 underground caverns.
Yet even now, he still lacked a home of his own. Every day, he was just passing through different caverns.
If he could build this castle, then Lin Xian would finally have a home of his own. Unlock. Lin Xian didn't hesitate, choosing to unlock the blueprint immediately. Castle blueprint successfully unlocked.
Castle, once constructed, it can be used for residence, hosting parties, and enjoying your own dungeon life.
The castle is vast and extremely luxurious. The owner may also invite dungeon friends to visit, play, and drink.
Castle construction materials: gold gemstones 230, earth gemstones 50, fire gemstones A10, water gemstones 610, wind gemstones 10, earth material 100, rock blocks 200, iron blocks 35200.
Chapter 73, Generous Rewards.
When Lin Xian saw the castle's construction materials, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, as if giving a withering glance to the distant Mamanoji.
Holy crap, holy crap! Who the hell could possibly afford to build this castle? No wonder even a precious blueprint like this one was worth trading for. Indeed, in the dungeon world, if even I couldn't build a castle, other players would surely be daunted.
Lin Xian muttered to himself.
This castle blueprint might seem valuable, but it's actually useless.
For other players, even bread and milk hold far greater value than these castle blueprints.
Ah well. Despite the immense difficulty, the blueprint's future value is undeniable. Lin Xian felt he couldn't just take advantage of Mamanoji like this. He proceeded to dissect 2 more mossbrin corpses, trading the flesh and blood to Tanogi.
Tao Nogi was utterly grateful to Lin Xian. She promised that if she ever found any more blueprints in the future, she would immediately give them to Lin Xian.
Lin Xian temporarily put the blueprint matter out of his mind. His gaze returned to the underground chamber's control panel. Defeating dungeon mini-bosses all comes with rewards. But slaying the dungeon lord and becoming the new ruler of the ruins dungeon, surely that can't just come with an extra 50,000 EXP? Lin Xian wanted to see if there were any other rewards. Sure enough. Beneath the full-screen pop-up notification, additional prompts appeared. Congratulations to player Lin Xian on becoming the new dungeon lord. Lord's rewards: 1 additional daily dungeon excavation attempt, 10 random gems, 1 gold treasure chest. Lord privilege: any dungeon lord receives a 10% discount when trading with merchants within their dungeon. Lord's responsibilities: every dungeon lord bears the duty to develop and expand their dungeon. We urge all lords to diligently excavate, cultivate, and construct your realms, ensuring they flourish and bring happiness and prosperity to your citizens. After reviewing the city lord's instructions and rewards, couldn't help but purse his lips. Looks like that three-horned Mossbrin really did deserve to die. The city lord's instructions clearly state we should diligently build our own dungeons. And this is the result? At the same time, Lin Xian retrieved his new lord's reward. Digging attempts, +1. Lin Xian now possessed 6 digging attempts. This gave him 1 more attempt than other players and allowed him to explore 5 additional caverns. After all, exploring 1 cavern for Lin Xian was equivalent to exploring 5. Random gem. Lin Xian noticed that after claiming this reward, 10 random gems instantly transformed into attribute gems. Gold gem x2, earth gem x3, lightning gem x2, ice gem x2, sun gem x1. Apart from the first 4 types of gems he had previously obtained, Lin Xian had newly obtained the sun gem, which he had never unlocked before. Sun gem? Lin Xian examined the sun gem's description. Sun gem, a gem that emits brilliant, sun-like light and intense heat. It can be used for display, trading, or as a material for certain items. Who would have thought the sun gem could also be an item material? Lin Xian felt deeply curious about this newly acquired gem. I wonder what kind of item requires a sun gem for crafting. Finally, the reward from that golden treasure chest. Opening the golden treasure chest. Opening the golden treasure chest. Remaining daily chest openings, 3. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Teleportation Jade Talisman. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Mining Shovel Blueprint. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining 1 Pure Blood Pill. Dismantle the golden treasure chest? Yes. Golden treasure chest successfully decomposed. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Gold X10G, Wood X5. Lin Xian examined the items obtained from the golden treasure chest. Teleportation Jade Talisman. Apply blood to establish a contract with the talisman, creating an initial coordinate point recommended dungeon. Subsequently, whenever teleportation is needed, simply establish a subcoordinate point within the current cave. This allows teleportation back to the initial coordinate point via the talisman. Within 24 hours, you may teleport back to the subcoordinate point. Note, only 1 primary coordinate point can be established. To change the primary point, the original must be cleared, triggering a 24-hour cooldown. After 24 hours, a new primary point can be created. Up to 3 subcoordinate points can be established, each valid for 24 hours before automatically expiring. Digging Shovel Crafting Blueprint, once unlocked, allows crafting of a digging shovel. Pure Blood Pill. Consuming this increases bloodline purity, potentially awakening the creature's ancient bloodline to evolve into a higher-tier ferocious beast. Recommended for dungeon creatures. After reviewing the descriptions of these 3 items, his eyes lit up. Teleportation Jade Talisman. With this item, wouldn't Lin Xian be able to freely teleport back and forth to this dungeon from now on? In other words, this dungeon would become his true stronghold from now on. It couldn't have come at a better time. Earlier, Lin Xian had been troubled by becoming the lord of this ruined dungeon, yet unable to stay long within its walls. He had no idea how to develop or construct it. Now, with this teleportation jade talisman, Lin Xian could continue venturing out to excavate underground caverns as usual. After exhausting his 6 daily digging opportunities, he could teleport back to construct the dungeon. It was incredibly convenient. Lin Xian marveled. And then there's the blueprint for this excavation shovel. Lin Xian gazed at the corpses of the Mossbrins being devoured by flesh-eating mycelium before him. These creatures, once parasitized by flesh-eating mycelium and transformed into undead forbidden fungi, would make the most useful laborers, wouldn't they? Goblins and mossbears were both notoriously lazy subterranean species. But their corpses, controlled by the dead banishers, could become the most diligent laborers for dungeon reclamation. Lin Xian unlocked the blueprint for the digging shovel. Digging shovel successfully unlocked. Digging shovel, a shovel used for excavating underground caverns, enabling more efficient soil removal. Digging shovel crafting materials, iron ingot 351, wood 221. Just 1 iron ingot and 1 piece of wood to craft a digging shovel? From a material standpoint, that's quite economical. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Lately, every crafting material needed to unlock new tools has been gems. It's practically made him a gemstone addict. Finally unlocking an item that didn't require gems as materials left Lin Xian feeling genuinely touched. Moreover, this digging shovel not only didn't require gems to craft, but the materials needed for its creation were also extremely minimal. It only requires one iron ingot and one piece of wood, common materials that are plentiful in the exchange. Their trading prices were also remarkably low. 50 milliliters of purified water could buy dozens of pieces of wood. Chapter 74, Flame Lion Back to Basics. Hell Flame Lion? Even producing 200 or 300 digging shovels wouldn't cost Lin Xian much at all. To put it bluntly, the production cost of 200 shovels might not even match the price of a single gold gemstone. Lin Xian temporarily shelved the shovel production plan. He'd build the shovels later, after the flesh-eating mycelium had fully consumed Mossbrin's corpse and produced over 100 undead Mossbrins. Lin Xian turned his gaze to the final item. Pure Blood Pill. A pill capable of awakening the bloodline of subterranean creatures, granting them ancient bloodlines? This was a valuable item indeed. Lin Xian beckoned the Flame Lion and the Purple Crystal Dark Cat, summoning them to his side. What is it, Master? Woof! Rong Rong and the Flame Lion asked Lin Xian simultaneously. Lin Xian pulled out the Bloodline Purity Pill and said, Rong Rong, you should know the effects of the Bloodline Purity Pill, right? Pure Blood Pill? This cat knows all about it. This thing can awaken the ancient bloodlines of dungeon creatures, allowing certain ones to advance. Rong Rong's words gave Lin Xian a clearer understanding of the Bloodline Purity Pill. Indeed, this Bloodline Purity Pill could enhance both the Flame Lion and Rong Rong's bloodlines. However, there was only one Bloodline Purity Pill. Lin Xian looked up and down at the Flame Lion and Rong Rong on its back. For a moment, he found himself at a loss over whom to give it to. Master, this Meow senses you're agonizing over who should receive this Bloodline Purity Pill. Rest assured, this Meow won't compete with that big oaf for this thing. This Meow wouldn't stoop to consuming such a pill. After all, this Meow's bloodline is already the purest of the Purple Crystal Dark Cats. With that, Rong Rong lifted her feline head haughtily. No matter the time or place, as a Purple Crystal Dark Cat, Rong Rong always maintained an elegant, noble, and proud demeanor. Can't hide a single bit of my true self. Besides, based on this kitty's knowledge of the Flame Lion clan, their ancestors did carry mutant bloodlines. Something like the regional fire lineage? Feed it to Big Dumpling, it should level up significantly. Then when this kitty rides Big Dumpling, it'll be way cooler. Alright. Lin Xian didn't refuse Rong Rong's suggestion. Instead, he looked at her with gratitude. He didn't say much to Rong Rong, knowing she didn't care for lengthy speeches. Lin Xian handed the pure blood pill to the Flame Lion. Flame Lion, take this. This pill should awaken the bloodline within you. Roar! The Flame Lion snatched the pill from Lin Xian's hand, chewed it twice, and swallowed it. Immediately afterward, the Flame Lion's body suddenly trembled. It seemed to begin swelling. Rong Rong, perched on the lion's back, leaped forward and landed on Lin Xian's shoulder. Together with Lin Xian, she watched the Fire Lion's transformation. First, the lion's fur. Originally, the lion's coat was earthy yellow, streaked with orange, red, and black stripes. For a lion, this coloration was actually quite unusual. It resembled a tiger's coloring more. Now, however, the lion's fur seemed scorched clean by intense flames, leaving it completely bald. Immediately afterward, a mass of black flames rapidly erupted from its skin. The Fire Lion's pupils turned blood red. Its entire body expanded significantly. It only ceased expanding once it reached 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in height. Remarkably, the scorched fur began to regrow beneath the black flames. This time, the lion's fur turned black. Black, inlaid with blue stripes. A stark contrast to the original Flame Lion's coloring. At the same time, a faint breath of heat escaped from the Flame Lion's mouth. This hot breath was actually blue flame? Roar! A thunderous roar echoed across the entire ruin. It sounded like the king of a lion pride letting out a mighty roar. The Flame Lion, whose voice had once sounded somewhat juvenile, now radiated pure ferocity. Its crimson eyes now bore the look of one weathered by countless trials. Though it was merely a cub born 2 or 3 days prior, under the influence of the pure blood pill, it seemed to have transformed into a completely different lion. This transformation of the Flame Lion was a bit too much, wasn't it? Lin Xian murmured in astonishment. This is the transformation of the Flame Lion after awakening its ancient bloodline. In ancient times, the Flame Lion was inherently wild and untamed. The knowledgeable Rong Rong explained to Lin Xian. Is that really how it is? Lin Xian gazed at the Flame Lion before him, its information displayed on the underground cavern interface. Hell Flame Lion. Level, LV-24. Status, Primordial State. After reverting to its primordial state, the Flame Lion mutated into the Hellfire Lion, possessing enhanced combat prowess. Abilities, Blazing Fire, Intimidation, Ferocious Bite, Infernal Roar, Abyssal Flames consumes opponents in a sea of black flames that incinerate everything, reaching temperatures exceeding 2000 degrees Celsius. Description: the Flame Lion, after awakening its bloodline, reverts to its primal state, becoming the Hell Flame Lion. At the same level, its combat power doubles. The Hellflame Lion exudes an overwhelmingly feral aura, often intimidating opponents into submission before combat even begins. Weakness, vulnerable to water. Hellflame Lion? Who would have thought that after awakening its ancient bloodline and reverting to its primal state, the Flame Lion would even change its name? However, compared to the Flame Lion, Lin Xian felt the Hellflame Lion's name seemed rather more formidable. Roar! The Hellflame Lion approached Lin Xian.
Though it had transformed from a flame lion into a hellflame lion, its affection and loyalty toward Lin Xian remained unchanged.
Before Lin Xian, it remained the same little cub. Seems only its aura has changed. Rongrong hopped off Lin Xian's back and bounced onto the Hellflame Lion's sturdy, muscular back. The Hellflame Lion showed no dislike toward Rongrong. Or rather, in its heart, both Lin Xian and Rongrong were its companions. Though the Hellflame Lion bore a ferocious countenance and exuded a savage aura, its demeanor toward Lin Xian and Rongrong remained unchanged. After patting the Hellflame Lion's head, Lin Xian turned his gaze toward the flesh-eating Mycelium devouring Mosbrin's corpse. The flesh-eating Mycelium's consumption of Mosbrin's corpse was actually not slow. By now, nearly half of the Mosbrin corpses had been consumed by the flesh-devouring Mycelium. Lin Xian, the Hellflame Lion, and Rongrong waited until nearly 200 Mosblin corpses had been completely devoured. By then, half an hour had passed. Lin Xian glanced at the upgraded Flesh Mycelium interface, now replenished with sufficient evolution points. He wanted to see what new abilities the Flesh Mycelium had gained from this upgrade. Flesh Mycelium core level upgraded to LV71255150 evolution points. Abilities: Scrutiny, Reconnaissance, Control, Parasitism, Repair, Venom, Hardening, Infecting Mycelium, Dead Man's Forbidden Fungus, Demon's Heart, Earthborn Fungus, Sentinel Fungus New. Core Resilience slightly enhanced. Slightly increased Mycelium activity. Energy conversion efficiency slightly increased. Mycelium persistence duration increased. Unlocked new trait, Sentinel Mycelium. Chapter 75, Sentinel Fungi. Increased Mycelium dormant duration. Mycelium can survive for 13 underground days while detached from its host. Sentinel Fungi. Mycelium can manifest into a 1.5 meter tall sentinel fungus. Composed entirely of blue mycelium, it functions as an independent fungal warrior. Possessing its own consciousness, it can act autonomously to guard, scout, and engage in combat. The host may also implant a strand of their own consciousness to control the sentinel. Up to 3 sentry fungi may be summoned simultaneously. Subsequent upgrades to Flesh Mycelium increase the maximum summonable count. Sentry fungi persist indefinitely unless destroyed. Sentry fungi possess combat strength equivalent to a dungeon demon of the host's current level. Is this new ability the Sentinel Fungus? Lin Xian found this new ability utterly fascinating. He directly controlled the mycelium, summoning a sentinel fungus. A blue sentinel fungus, resembling a mummy, appeared before Lin Xian. The sentinel fungus had no eyes, nose, or mouth, only limbs, a torso, and a head, its entire body composed of blue filaments. It looked somewhat dazed. Yet, Lin Xian sensed that the sentinel fungus before him was powerful. Currently, Lin Xian's level was LV29. This meant the sentinel fungus before him possessed combat strength equivalent to a level 29 player. Of course. Compared to the previous city Lord Mosbrin, this sentinel fungus was clearly far more powerful. In other words, the sentinel fungus's strength isn't merely equivalent to that of a dungeon demon of the same level. It far surpasses the strength of ordinary dungeon demons of the same level. With the sentinel fungus present, this dungeon effectively had its own guard. Lin Xian murmured to himself. With 3 sentinel fungi stationed in the dungeon, he could confidently explore other caverns. The dungeon would be managed by the 3 sentinel fungi. They would control the group of Mosbrin, soon to become undead forbidden spores, to mine and excavate the dungeon. Sentinel fungus, this dungeon is now in your hands. Lin Xian walked up to the sentry fungus and patted its shoulder. The sentry fungus cannot speak, but possesses its own consciousness. It nodded, its thoughts directly transmitted to Lin Xian. After all, the sentinel fungus itself was essentially an extension of Lin Xian's body. Next, it was time to craft the digging shovel. The materials required for crafting the digging shovel were 300 iron ingots and 300 pieces of wood. Lin Xian placed an order directly on the exchange. Seller, Lin Xian. Trading item, 50 milliliters bottled water. Wanted, iron ingot x10. Quantity, 30 orders. Note, friends who want water, go mine iron ore. Trade iron for water, it's a win-win. Seller, Lin Xian. Trade item, 50 milliliters purified water. Seeking trade, wood x10. Quantity, 30 orders. Note, first come, first served. An incredibly good deal. After Lin Xian posted these 2 listings, all 60 orders were snapped up within just 1 minute. Sure enough, these folks were all two-faced. They'd grumble about unfairness and poor value, yet when it came to exchanging goods, they were faster than the next. Lin Xian shook his head in disbelief. He accepted the exchange items and began crafting the digging shovel. Crafting shovels. Quantity being crafted, 300. Deducting materials, iron ingots 300, wood 300. 300 shovels successfully crafted. Suddenly, before Lin Xian's eyes, a skyful of digging shovels plummeted down, clattering onto the ground of the ruins.
Lin Xian commanded several distant undead mossbrain to come and tidy up these shovels.
1 hour later,
the emaciated mossbrains lying on the ruins had all transformed into undead prohibited fungi. Combined with the undead prohibited fungi Lin Xian had previously created, the total count reached 309. Among them, 35 undead goblins, 2 undead immortal demons, 11 undead venomous bats, and 261 undead moslings. Excluding the 11 venomous bats, that left 298 units of labor. The sentinel fungus commanded these 298 laborers to mine within the ruins' underground city.
This land still held many exploitable resources. For example, gems, ores. The moss goblins were far too lazy. Even after occupying this ruined dungeon for years, they hadn't mined a single useful thing. But after their deaths, I hope they'll properly build this ruined dungeon. The sentinel mushroom nodded hurriedly, indicating understanding. After settling matters here, Lin Xian approached the hollow tree within the ruinous dungeon. Beneath the hollow of this tree lay a chamber. It was the subterranean space where the red mossbrain had once lived. Climbing down the vines, Lin Xian was met by an overwhelmingly foul stench. These moss bears had eaten, drunk, relieved themselves, and lived entirely within this underground space, never even considering cleaning up after themselves. The underground space itself lacked ventilation, causing all the foul odors to accumulate in one place. As Lin Xian approached, he was shocked to find numerous uneaten food scraps swarming with flies.
The rotting meat, decaying flesh, and bones, all of it was the moslin sustenance.
How utterly filthy. Originally, Lin Xian had intended to establish the teleportation point here. But now, he decided against it. Lin Xian simply couldn't stomach the stench. After climbing back to the surface, Lin Xian selected another intact large tree. After hollowing out a tree cavity within it, Lin Xian carved and constructed the first teleportation base inside. This was essentially the initial teleportation point for the Jade Teleportation Talisman. Next, he proceeded to establish a secondary teleportation point at another location, enabling return to the initial teleportation point. As an experiment, Lin Xian constructed 3 sub-teleportation points at different locations within the ruins dungeon. Sure enough, each teleportation successfully returned him to the ruins dungeon's initial teleportation point. The teleportation Jade Talisman proved remarkably effective. No matter where I was, constructing a sub-teleportation point allowed me to return to the initial teleportation point. After confirming this fact, Lin Xian prepared to set out. The dungeon was so vast. Lin Xian's fungal threads couldn't penetrate the surrounding caverns, leaving him unaware of what lay within. He decided to treat it like opening a blind box. With that, Lin Xian led the Hellflame Lion and Rong to the earthen wall on the eastern edge of the ruins dungeon. He drew a freshly crafted, pristine digging shovel and began excavating the earthen wall before him. The dungeon's earthen walls were far thicker than ordinary ones. However, after the blood flesh mycelium upgraded, its digging speed and power had increased significantly. After just 15 shovelfuls, he had carved out a long passageway through the wall connecting the dungeon to other caverns. Rong, Hellflame Lion, you two go in first. As before, Lin Xian let his 2 battle pets enter the passage first. Chapter 76, The Cavern Demon Gargoyle. After all, if Lin Xian entered first, the passage would seal shut, preventing the 2 battle pets from burrowing through. Only after both battle pets had entered the new cavern, Lin Xian followed closely behind. However, when Lin Xian and the 2 battle pets finally reached the new cavern, they suddenly froze. Before their eyes, a group of peculiar-looking cavern demons were about to steam cook a familiar-looking hobbit? Dudugula. The hobbit, upon seeing Lin Xian, suddenly began screaming and shouting. Lin Xian frowned, studying his face before blurting out, "Took? This fellow. Wasn't this very Took the hobbit Lin Xian had rescued from the goblin campfire just yesterday? How? Was he bound and hanging there again, about to be boiled alive as food for these hideous cave demons, whatever their names might be? Underground demon gargoyles, master. It's a group of gargoyles." Gargoyles? Lin Xian naturally had no idea what gargoyles were. He asked, what kind of creatures are gargoyles? How dare they even eat hobbits? After all, hobbits held a position of great reverence in the dungeon world. Even ordinary dungeon creatures, let alone dungeon demons, had to show them some respect. Gargoyles transform into hideous cave demons by day, reverting to immobile stone statues at night. They are peculiar creatures that defy the laws of the cavern world. They dare to devour anything and provoke anyone. Moreover, these creatures hold grudges fiercely. If anyone kills one of their kind, they are branded with a mark. Later, upon discovering the killer, other gargoyles will attack together in revenge. I see. Lin Xian nodded, finally grasping the nature of these gargoyles. No wonder they didn't even spare the hobbit. So they're a bunch of outlaws, huh?
Lin Xian surveyed the group of gargoyles before him. There were 5 of them in total, each boasting an incredibly massive frame. Though the gargoyle had transformed into the form of a subterranean demon, fragments of stone still clung to its body. This is a characteristic of gargoyles. Lin Xian examined the information gathered about gargoyles on the dungeon panel. Dungeon Fiend Gargoyle. Level, LV20 All 5R. Ability, Stone Transformation assumes flesh form during daylight, stone statue at night. When subjected to unavoidable attacks, it transforms into stone to bolster defense and nullify fatal damage. Description: Gargoyles are somewhat rogue-like, vengeful dungeon demons that disregard the rules of the dungeon world, acting entirely on their own whims. They consume all food within sight. If no food is available, they will simply eat rocks, iron blocks, or even soil. Do not provoke a gargoyle lightly, or you will incur the grudge of every gargoyle in the entire dungeon world. Weakness: slow movement. After Lin Xian finished reviewing the gargoyles' information, the group of gargoyles noticed Lin Xian, the Hellfire Lion, and Rongrong emerging from the dungeon passage. Gargoyles emitted muffled grunts from their mouths. Then, 3 of the gargoyles began advancing toward Lin Xian. Master, they're preparing to attack to take out this cat and you, oh, and the big oaf too. Oomph. What a bunch of unreasonable creatures. Lin Xian sighed in exasperation. They love stirring trouble themselves, yet the moment they see other creatures, they want to fight. And they actually have the nerve to hold a grudge? What a bunch of hopeless creatures. Lin Xian waved his empty hand, and suddenly, a vast network of blue fungal threads spread out from beneath the ground. As the 3 gargoyles approached Lin Xian, they suddenly found their legs immobilized. Immediately after, their legs began to petrify. When a gargoyle's flesh begins to petrify, there can only be one explanation. This gargoyle had suffered a fatal wound it could not counteract. It must rely on petrification to bolster its defenses and lessen the damage it receives. The 3 gargoyles stared at each other in bewilderment. They were clearly walking toward the food before them. How could they have sustained a fatal wound while moving forward? What on earth was happening? However, just as their confusion deepened, their arms and bodies began to turn to stone as well. Ha! The 3 gargoyles were utterly dumbfounded. Only when green blood began flowing from their necks did they finally realize the danger closing in. Their entire heads, along with the necks bearing fresh wounds, solidified into stone statues. It seemed the gargoyles' petrification ability possessed a greater sense of danger than the gargoyles themselves? Exactly. Their stone hardening ability activates automatically when danger strikes, no conscious reaction needed. Rongrong explained to Lin Xian. Well, this makes completely eliminating the gargoyle clan a bit of a hassle. Lin Xian scratched his head. Once petrified, these creatures' defenses became terrifyingly strong. Ordinary blades couldn't even scratch them. Actually, we don't need to bother with them. Just let them petrify. Master, for a stone golem that's been passively petrified, it takes a full year to reverse the process. That in itself is punishment enough for them. Is that how it works? Hearing Rongrong's words, Lin Xian chuckled. Indeed, forcing the stone gargoyles to remain petrified for a year was essentially a form of execution. After all, after a year, Lin Xian's strength would have grown to unimaginable heights. Meanwhile, these gargoyles would still be stuck at level 20. By then, Lin Xian might not even need to lift a finger to crush them. A single mycelium strand would suffice to slay the stone gargoyles in their petrified state. The only pity now was that he couldn't transform these gargoyles into the forbidden fungus of the dead. In the distance, the 2 gargoyles still warming themselves by the fire drooled greedily while green snot dripped from their noses. They turned to see if their 3 companions had finally caught any prey. Instead, 3 stone statues stood there? In that instant, both gargoyles realized the gravity of the situation. They scrambled to their feet and slowly made their way toward the 3 stone statues. However, just as they were about to reach the 3 statues, suddenly, blue threads emerged from beneath the ground, binding their bodies tightly. As the 2 stone golems prepared to petrify them, Lin Xian had a sudden thought. Why not try parasitism? Perhaps parasitism could prevent these 2 gargoyles from petrifying. With that thought, Lin Xian directed the fungal threads to begin eliding parasitism. Blue mycelium crept along the gargoyle's skin, burrowing deep into their bodies. The hyphae swam freely in the green blood, penetrating deep into the gargoyle's spines, nerves, and brains. Preparing to initiate parasitism. Target: Dungeon Demon Gargoyle. Parasitism initiated, establishing neural connection 103070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 75. Chapter 77, Tuck, the Old Unlucky Bastard. Nice. Smooth parasitism and a synchronization rate as high as 75%. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. At the same time, Lin Xian prepared to slay these 2 gargoyles. As long as the gargoyles couldn't turn to stone, Lin Xian had every chance of slaying them both. However, when Lin Xian unleashed earthborn fungus, the 2 parasitized gargoyles still triggered their own abilities, petrifying.
Even if Lin Xian wanted to control the gargoyles and forcibly prevent them from triggering their abilities, he couldn't. The gargoyles' petrification seemed almost compulsory.
The moment earthborn fungus touched the gargoyles sensed the threat and instantly transformed into stone statues.
Lin Xian sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Ah, what a pity.
I was planning to create a version of the deadly forbidden fungus using a gargoyle, which could then be used as a shield.
After all, the defensive capabilities of a gargoyle after petrification were undeniable.
If only we had such a stone shield. No matter how powerful the opponent's attacks were, as long as they weren't absurdly high level.
Lin Xian believed it could withstand the blow. Even that ice leopard in the ice city, though its attacks could instantly kill ice lizards, wouldn't be able to scratch the surface of a petrified gargoyle.
A shield?
Master, are you seeking a shield? HM? Lin Xian nodded.
I'm not lacking in offensive weapons, whether it's the flesh-cutting ability of the mycelium itself, melee weapons like the Grey Cleaver, or high-damage ranged weapons like crossbow bolts.
What I lack is a shield capable of withstanding powerful enemy attacks.
This cat knows of a subterranean species that can create such shields.
Oh? What is it? Goblins. Goblins? Lin Xian pulled out the complete guide to dungeons.
Just as he was about to look up information on goblins, when he heard the sound of woo-la coming from nearby.
Ah! Forgot to rescue this guy again.
Lin Xian slapped his forehead and shook his head silently.
For some reason, Tuck always seemed to fade into the background.
Last time he saved him, it was only after Tuck called out to him that he realized he'd dealt with the goblins but hadn't rescued Tuck.
And now it was happening again. Lin Xian walked up to Tuck.
Manipulating the mycelium, he wrapped it around Tuck, then pulled away the ropes binding him from above. Then he set him down.
Woohoo!
Tuck attempted to communicate with Lin Xian.
Lin Xian frowned, then reluctantly took out one of his few remaining translation jellies and swallowed it in one bite. Lin Xian. I never expected it to be you again. Thank you so much.
If it weren't for you, I would have become dinner for these damn gargoyles. Tuck spoke, his voice trembling with emotion as he embraced Lin Xian. 2 streams of tears of gratitude streamed down Tuck's cheeks.
Alright, stop crying. You're alive now, aren't you? Lin Xian patted Tuck's back before gently pushing him away. 2 grown men hugging in front of 2 battle pets and 5 stone statues? What kind of spectacle is this? Someone might think you two just like wearing white socks. By the way, Tuck, weren't you supposed to go drinking with your friends? How did you end up getting captured by this bunch of stone statues? Lin Xian asked curiously. Tuck had left yesterday morning. Lin Xian only headed to the ruins dungeon after Tuck had left. Which means, Tuck should have been far away from the ruins dungeon. How could he have ended up near the ruins dungeon? Damn! Don't even get me started. This subterranean world keeps shifting, who knows why.
I did leave yesterday, and I was almost at the dungeon where my companions were.
But guess what happened? What happened?
The entire underground world suddenly shook violently and began shifting.
And then? Then I ended up even farther from my friend's dungeon.
I dug and dug again, and finally, by accident, I dug my way into this crypt where the gargoyle is. At this point, Tuck's face was filled with horror. These gargoyles turned to stone at night, which wasn't a problem. I figured I'd rest a bit before digging further. But then, I overslept. When I woke up, I was hanging there, nearly becoming the stew in that pot. Tuck wiped the sweat from his forehead, cold sweat, that is.
Lin Xian listened to Tuck's account with growing astonishment. Had the underground world undergone another transformation?
No wonder Tuck appeared in the underground cavern beside the ruined dungeon.
If that's the case, then the locations of some players Lin Xian had previously seen must have shifted as well, right?
For instance, Xu Yancheng had been near the ruins dungeon before.
By now, she might have wandered far away. Tuck, what exactly is going on with this underground world? Why has it been shifting so frequently lately? Lin Xian asked Tuck. Don't ask me, I'm just as curious as you are.
Tuck shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Something big might be about to happen in the underground world.
At that moment,
Rong, standing nearby, suddenly transmitted her voice to everyone present, including the Hellflame Lion.
Upon hearing the voice, Tuck immediately looked around. Who was speaking? Lin Xian ignored him and asked instead, something major is about to happen in the dungeon world? Rong, how do you know? Holy crap! That's a purple crystal dark cat? Lin Xian, why is there a purple crystal dark cat here? It's a sign of great misfortune. It's an evil entity that was sealed away. Before Tuck could finish his sentence, Rong swiped him across the face with her claws. Ow! Tuck clutched the bloody gash on his face, looking utterly aggrieved. Just as expected, that wicked purple crystal dark cat really hits hard. This time. Before he could finish speaking, Tuck's abdomen was covered in numerous cat claw marks. Since Tuck had nearly been boiled alive by the gargoyles moments ago, his upper body was bare and unclothed. Now, the crimson claw marks, streaking across Tuck's chest hair, looked utterly ridiculous. Tuck, I advise you to stop talking. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you. Lin Xian patted Tuck's shoulder, signaling him to shut up.
Rongrong was no longer the same amethyst shadow cat that had just broken free from its seal.
It's now a level 20 purple crystal dark cat. Things are different now. For the current Rongrong, killing the hobbit Tuk standing before her would be as easy as pie. I'll shut up, okay? Tuk clutched his chest and face, glancing sideways at the noble amethyst dark cat with a look of utter helplessness. He simply couldn't comprehend it. As the beloved ambassador of the underground world, the hobbit everyone adored. How had he ended up in such a miserable state? First the goblins, then the gargoyles, and now even the sealed dark crystal cats. This entire dark and sinister clan were picking on him? No way.
He had to go complain later straight to the Hobbit Merchants Guild chairman. He'd make him sort this out.
Fluffy, go on.
After Tuk stopped interrupting, Fluffy continued.
Chapter 78, Something's Wrong with the Cavern World?
This cat once deciphered a message about an upheaval in the cavern world on a relic tablet in the royal palace. It read, "One day in the future, the cavern world will face an epic upheaval. At that time, the caverns of the subterranean realm will undergo transformation, randomly shifting to other regions. When this occurs, the cavern world will usher in. What will it welcome?"
Rongrong, just tell me already, don't keep me in suspense.
Lin Xian hated this feeling of being cut off mid-sentence.
It's so unsatisfying. That's all. Ha? Nothing else. That ancient tablet was incomplete to begin with.
This cat could only decipher up to this point, the rest is missing.
Ha?
Lin Xian was at a loss for words. He wanted to vent his frustration, but there were simply too many points to criticize, so many that he couldn't even begin to articulate them all.
So, Rongrong, you're saying the dungeon world is currently facing the prophecy engraved on that ancient stone tablet?
This cat believes so, but the specifics remain unclear. After saying this, Rongrong lifted her cat head haughtily, as if gazing intently at something. Suddenly, the hobbit Tuk raised his hand beside him.
May I ask a few questions? Lin Xian waved his hand, signaling for him to speak.
Why do the amethyst shadow cats get along so well with you, Lin Xian?
Wasn't their entire clan sealed away?
From what I've heard, it seems the amethyst shadow cats colluded with. Tuk was about to say colluding with the Darkling clan, but the words died on his lips. The pain in his chest and face silenced him. The purple crystal dark cats were wrongfully accused.
As Lin Xian spoke these words, Rongrong tilted her head, utterly unconcerned.
But Lin Xian knew full well that while Rongrong appeared calm and unconcerned on the surface, she cared more than anyone else deep down. Otherwise, Tuk wouldn't have so many cat scratches on him.
Ha?
Tuk looked utterly curious, his expression pure spectator.
There are many things about the purple crystal dark cat that I cannot explain to you in detail. Because...
Lin Xian glanced at the amethyst shadow cat and said, "It involves the royal palace that is, the largest dungeon."
Tuk nodded upon hearing this, indicating his understanding.
Though deep down, he desperately wanted to know the truth behind it all. He understood that certain matters were beyond the knowledge of someone of his standing. Even as a hobbit, the most popular race in the dungeon world, he held no right to uncover the secrets of the greatest dungeon.
All right then.
Tuk nodded, then stepped before the amethyst shadow cat, twirling a lock of his hair as he said, "My apologies, amethyst shadow cat.
I was rude earlier.
I offer my sincerest apology, esteemed amethyst shadow cat.
Please forgive my earlier behavior."
Fluffy still held her head high, glancing sideways at Tuk. She scratched her head but offered no response.
Rongrong forgives you, she's just a bit tsundere.
Lin Xian quickly stepped in to smooth things over.
Oh, so that's how it is, huh?
Ha! Tuk laughed heartily before asking, "By the way, I was actually wondering about that prophecy the amethyst shadow cat mentioned.
What's the story with that prophecy? Why haven't I heard of it?"
As members of the Hobbit clan, our Hobbit Merchants Guild is always the first to know about all prophecies in the dungeon world. That's a secret of the royal palace. How could a mere Hobbit guild like yours possibly have the right to know? This time, Rongrong answered Tuk's question. But Rongrong's answer seemed to shatter Tuk's pride.
He felt like crying when had the status of a hobbit become so low. Alright, I have one more question.
Tuk held up one finger and asked, "The royal palace you mentioned earlier must be in that largest underground city.
Might I inquire about the way to reach it?" No. Rongrong's answer dashed Tuk's hopes completely. "Tuk, you want to go to that largest underground city too?" Lin Xian inquired. "Of course. Reaching that largest dungeon is the dream of every hobbit."
The esteemed chairman of the Hobbit Merchants Guild earned his high standing precisely because he's been there.
I see.
Lin Xian nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter. He inquired, "Tuk, what are your plans from here?"
Me?
I intend to return to Hobbit Dungeon. With such a major incident occurring in the underground world, I believe it's best to inform the chairman. Besides, staying in Hobbit Dungeon is undoubtedly the safest option at this time." Tuk replied truthfully.
Indeed, staying in Hobbit Underground was the wise choice under these circumstances. After speaking, Lin Xian pressed further, "But do you know the way back to Hobbit Underground? And do you know how many underground realms lie between us?" Regarding that, Tuck produced a Pathfinder seed. Pathfruit seeds guide subterranean creatures back to their respective underground cities. As a hobbit, Tuck had always relied on these seeds to find his way back to Hobbiton. What? Suddenly, Tuck let out a startled cry. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked curiously. The seeds of the path-guiding fruit, they're not reacting? What? Earlier, Tuck had given Lin Xian a Pathfinder fruit and explained its purpose. The seeds of the Pathfinder fruit constantly move toward the location of other seeds. Though the movement is slow, it never stops. Lin Xian stared at the guiding fruit seed in Tuck's hand. It lay motionless, indistinguishable from any ordinary seed. What was going on? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. I've never encountered this before. Tuck shook his head, his mood growing anxious. Lin Xian pulled out the complete guide to underground caverns, hoping to find an answer within its pages. Seeds of the path-guiding fruit. Should a path-guiding fruit seed ever cease to show signs of life, there is only one possible explanation: all other seeds of this variety have been utterly destroyed. That's impossible. Tuck shook his head firmly. The other seeds of the Pathfinder were in the hands of the hobbits, and the mother seed itself resided atop the Hobbit Merchant Guild's tower, its very purpose being to guide the hobbits home. It was impossible for all the seeds to be destroyed. Tuck vehemently denied such a possibility. Fluffy then whispered privately to Lin Xian. Master, ever since earlier, this cat has felt something strange. This sensation comes from the entire cavern world itself. As this cat foretold in that prophecy, the cavern world seems to have encountered an unprecedented upheaval. Including the seeds of guidance, this cat is certain this particular seed of guidance is unharmed, so. Chapter 79, The Underground City Where the Cavern Spirits Dwell. Lin Xian turned his gaze to Rongrong, his pupils slightly contracting. A possibility crossed his mind, but with Tuck present, he held his thoughts unspoken. How perceptive Rongrong was. Even without Lin Xian saying it, she could guess what he was thinking. Or rather, she had arrived at the same conclusion herself. Master, perhaps all the other hobbits who possessed seeds of guidance have perished. Along with the seeds of guidance, they were destroyed. Lin Xian lowered his head, offering no reply to Rongrong. The answer he had just considered was indeed this. But this answer was too cruel for Tuck to bear. Lin Xian walked over to Tuck, patted his shoulder, and said, Tuck, it's okay. We'll find out the truth once we return to the Hobbit Underground. All right. Tuck said, then prepared to dig. Suddenly, he realized that without the seeds of guidance, he had no idea where Hobbit Underground was. What's more, lately, the entire underground world had been undergoing changes. This made it even harder for Tuck to pinpoint the Hobbit Underground City's location. Lin Xian, could you help me? Take me back to Hobbit Underground City, and I'll reward you handsomely. At this moment, Tuck could only turn to Lin Xian for help. Though Tuck had known Lin Xian for only a short time and their interactions had been brief, he sensed Lin Xian was someone he could truly rely on. In this moment of utter helplessness, turning to Lin Xian was undoubtedly the right choice. Of course, Tuck. We're friends, after all. Besides, I still have that Hobbit badge. Lin Xian said, producing the Hobbit pin Tuck had given him earlier. Seeing the pin, Tuck was deeply moved. Yes, we are friends. Lin Xian, thank you. Rest assured, once I return to Hobbit Dungeon, I will fulfill my promise. All right. Lin Xian accepted without hesitation. He knew the hobbits had thrived in the underground world precisely because of their integrity and their nature to repay kindness. After finishing his conversation with Tuck, Lin Xian began surveying the surrounding caverns. Though he'd promised to bring Tuck home, Lin Xian wasn't entirely sure how to find the Hobbit Underground. For now, the most important task was to search the surrounding caverns for treasure chests or other valuable items. At that moment, Rongrong's voice sounded again. Master, this Meow has discovered that the cavern on the left has transformed into a dungeon. It just transformed 10 seconds ago. What? Lin Xian exclaimed in shock. In just that brief moment, the cavern had completed its transformation? That meant the cavern was constantly shifting? Previously, Lin Xian could dig tunnels without issue because the cavern's transformations occurred only every few days. But now, it shifts every single interval. And the intervals between them were becoming increasingly shorter. Theoretically speaking, this actually surpasses Lin Xian's approach. Lin Xian could extend his fungal mycelium into the surrounding caverns for reconnaissance and exploration. If he finds anything worthwhile, he can also bring it back via the mycelium. This was essentially exploiting a glitch. Lin Xian systematically plundered valuable items from the caverns in all 6 surrounding directions. Without needing to move his own position, he only had to wait briefly. Once the 6 caverns completed their transformations, he could proceed to harvest a second wave of loot. But this meant he couldn't enter other caverns. Nor could he fulfill his promise to Tuck. Surely he couldn't just sit around waiting for Hobbit Dungeon to randomly respawn in a cave near Lin Xian, like a farmer waiting for rabbits to come to his stump? After all, the entire subterranean realm contained 821 dungeons alone. Not to mention the countless ordinary caverns.
Waiting for the Hobbit dungeon to randomly relocate here was nothing short of a fairy tale. After dismissing that notion, Lin Xian refocused his attention on the dungeon to his left.
Rong, can you sense what kind of dungeon this is? I certainly can.
After sniffing at the dungeon on the left for a long time, Rong suddenly opened her sapphire-bright eyes.
Master, this dungeon. It belongs to the Drow elves. We can go to that dungeon. What? The dungeon elves? Lin Xian had heard the term underground elves from Rong before.
Compared to the dungeon demons, dungeon elves were extremely rare in the dungeon world. Yet the dungeon elf clan was known for being exceptionally friendly and kind.
The Amethyst Shadowcat clan is a branch of the dungeon elf tribe. Lin Xian, you mentioned subterranean elves? What's subterranean elves? Tuck, standing nearby, scratched his head and asked Lin Xian with some confusion. Tuck, you don't know about the dungeon elves? Lin Xian countered.
I know about them, but there are many branches of the subterranean elves.
I don't know which branch you're referring to, and that's the problem. Also, can you sense that the subterranean area beside us is an underground city? Tuck's curiosity was piqued by Lin Xian and Rong's earlier conversation. Rong used telepathy audible to Tuck to explain for Lin Xian.
This cat can smell the scent of the adjacent cavern.
This cat detected that the cavern next door is a dungeon one inhabited by cave sprites.
Based on this scent, this cat determines it belongs to the Sunmmary clan of cave sprites.
The Sunmmary tribe?
Hearing this name, Tuck exclaimed excitedly, Lin Xian, we absolutely must visit the neighboring dungeon. The woodfolk are incredibly hospitable and eager to help those in need. I'm sure they'd be more than willing to assist us.
Tuck, you know the woodfolk?
Of course.
Tuck nodded. I've met a woodland elf before we even shared a drink together. Let me explain.
The woodland folk are short, standing only about a meter tall, and they love their drink. In these two respects, they bear a striking resemblance to hobbits. So, the woodland folk and hobbits get along quite well. The woodland folk are indeed, as this hobbit describes, warm and hospitable, ever willing to aid those in need. They also possess another significant trait: they are skilled archers. Woodland elves are natural marksmen. They excel at crafting bows and arrows. Their bows, known as woodland bows, are made entirely of wood. They are exceptionally light and easy to draw, so much so that even children as young as 4 or 5 can use them to shoot arrows. Moreover, the arrows fired from a woodland bow travel at incredible speeds, striking their targets faster than your crossbow bolts. The last remark, of course, was directed at Lin Xian.
The forest folk bow, huh? I'd be quite interested in trying one out. If he could obtain the blueprint for its manufacture, Lin Xian would essentially gain another avenue for profit. Chapter 80, Dungeon Protection Mechanism? Let's go.
We'll explore the dungeon where the woodfolk elves reside. Lin Xian spoke as he headed toward the left side of the cavern. He pulled out the 2 newly crafted digging shovels, tossing one to Tuck.
Tuck, start digging. Got it.
Tuck took the brand new digging pick from Lin Xian's hand and began shoveling away at the earthen wall before him, one scoop after another.
Lin Xian didn't go to help but watched from the side.
It wasn't that Lin Xian was lazy, rather, he wanted to use Tuck to verify 2 things. Previously, whenever Lin Xian dug a subterranean chamber, the passage would automatically refill after he entered it. However, when the Hellfire Lion and Rong entered the caverns Lin Xian had dug, the passages did not refill on their own. This led Lin Xian to speculate either his identity as a player caused the passages to refill, or it was the cave's humanoid creatures that triggered the automatic filling once they entered.
The second matter. If the passages were dug by the hobbit, the cave's native inhabitant, would Lin Xian's entry into them count toward his own cave excavation attempts?
If it didn't count, then theoretically, Lin Xian could exploit this bug indefinitely. By having to continuously excavate caves while Lin Xian followed him, they could traverse multiple caves within a single day.
At that point, finding Hobbit's underground lair or discovering more of Fluffy's amethyst dark cat companions would be far more likely than it is now.
Lin Xian watched Tuck busily excavating the earthen wall and felt somewhat surprised. After all, wasn't it supposed to only take 10 shovelfuls? Lin Xian controlled the flesh mycelium to dig the tunnel, and it basically only took 10 shovelfuls. Yet after Tuck had shoveled a full 30 times, the light from the other side of the earthen wall still hadn't shone through. Lin Xian was aware that the walls of this underground city were somewhat thicker than usual.
But the walls in this dungeon, home to the Sunmmary clan of subterranean elves, seemed excessively thick, didn't they? Tuck, how long does it usually take you to excavate a dungeon? Lin Xian couldn't help but ask. Tuck, who had been shoveling earth, paused and said, Lin Xian, you've noticed something's off too? Tuck's expression turned serious.
Us hobbit folk usually dig through caves by hand.
Each time we break through a cave wall takes about a minute.
Thicker dungeon walls take roughly 2 minutes. But I've been digging at this earthen wall for a full 5 minutes, and I still haven't broken through. Just as Tuck said, the walls of this underground city seemed thicker. Lin Xian manipulated the fungal threads, attempting to infiltrate the underground city. But he discovered the earthen walls of this underground city were bottomless. With the mycelium's ability to traverse, penetrating a wall normally took no more than 5 seconds.
But this time, it was taking an incredibly long time. Rongrong, are you certain the adjacent dungeon truly belongs to the dungeon elves? Why are the walls so thick? Master, this cat senses something amiss too.
The scent from the neighboring dungeon seems weaker.
It's as if we're separated from the woodland folks dungeon by an entire underground cavern.
Hearing Rongrong's words, Lin Xian and Tuck simultaneously looked up, their expressions filled with astonishment.
What was going on? A new cavern had appeared between the two existing ones, creating a barrier? Dungeon protection mechanism.
Rongrong's youthful voice echoed once more in Lin Xian and Tuck's minds.
Dungeon protection mechanism? Lin Xian and Tuck exchanged glances, their eyes silently asking, have you heard of this? Both shook their heads, indicating they'd never heard the term before.
Rongrong's sapphire bright eyes flickered slightly as she gazed at them, then continued.
This is something this kitty once read in an ancient text.
The dungeon protection mechanism exists to shield the dungeon from harm.
In fact, throughout history, this mechanism has only been activated twice. As for which 2 times, I'm afraid I can't reveal that.
It touches upon the history of the greatest dungeon.
All I can tell you is that once the dungeon protection mechanism is triggered, the underground world is certain to face an unprecedented catastrophe.
As he spoke these final words, the fluffy feline's face grew intensely solemn. It seemed something truly momentous was about to unfold in the dungeon world.
So, Fluffy, could an ordinary dungeon trigger the protection mechanism? No.
The dungeon protection mechanism only safeguards the dungeon itself, minimizing the damage it sustains. After Rongrong finished speaking, Lin Xian immediately released his mycelium, spreading it toward the earthen walls in other directions. After penetrating all the way to the opposite side of the earthen wall, Lin Xian realized that the distance between those dungeons and this one hadn't changed at all. It remained a 10 shovel distance. No, to be precise, after the mycelium upgrade, ordinary underground caverns might now only require about 5 shovel strokes.
And at that moment, the mycelium Lin Xian had sent out to spread through the Sunmmary underground city finally penetrated to the other shore. However, having traversed the distance of a subterranean unit, Lin Xian's mycelium could extend no further. Even so, through the permeated mycelium, Lin Xian glimpsed fragments of the Sunmmary underground city's landscape. A scene of utter devastation, like the remnants left behind after a raging war. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian swallowed hard. His gaze shifted to Tuck, who was digging another tunnel, and a grim suspicion began to form in his mind. If the forest folk had triggered the dungeon's protective mechanism, resulting in ruins resembling a battlefield ravaged by war, then, could it be that Tuck's Pathfinder seed had stopped moving and could no longer sense the other seeds, including the mother seed of the Hobbit dungeon, because the Hobbit dungeon itself had also suffered some kind of battle? As for who started the conflict, Lin Xian had no clue. Lin Xian pulled Rongrong aside and whispered, "Earlier, I infiltrated the Sunmmary dungeon with my mycelium. But I found it in complete disarray, like a war-torn ruin." What? Rongrong reacted strongly upon hearing this. The forest folk are peaceful subterranean elves. War is utterly impossible for them. Could it be subterranean demons? No, even if subterranean demons and elves are at odds, they would never wage full-scale war, only skirmishes. Otherwise, they'd face punishment from the high-ranking rulers of the underground. Rongrong's words sounded more like a soliloquy. Suddenly, Rongrong seemed to grasp something, her sapphire cat eyes widening sharply. Master, could it be that the Dark Nether clan has begun invading our underground world? The Demon Realm clan. As a player, Lin Xian had only been in the dungeon world for 4 days. His entire understanding of its history came solely from Rongrong's stories. He himself knew little about the dungeon world's past, including the Dark Nether clan. Chapter 81, The Sunmmary Underground City, Ruins? Lin Xian asked Rongrong, "Didn't you say the Dark Nether clan was sealed away in another world? How come they can still emerge?" The reason the high-ranking rulers of the dungeon world sealed our Purple Crystal Dark Cat clan back then was precisely to provide an explanation for the dungeon world, wasn't it? In truth, traces of the Dark Realm clan still exist within the dungeon world. Just like that treasure chest you opened earlier, which contained the Dark Realm clan's creature, the venomous bat. Besides the venomous bat, there must be other remnants of the Dark Realm clan. I see. Lin Xian nodded, understanding the situation. In truth, remnants of the Dark Nether clan still abound throughout the underground world. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly pierced through the passageway carved into the cavern's earthen wall. Lin Xian turned to look. Tuck had finally broken through this lengthy passageway. Lin Xian! I finally dug through to the bottom. Tuck emerged from the passageway, visibly excited. His hobbit-like feet, large and distinctive, hopped step by step toward Lin Xian. Oh? Is that so? That's wonderful. Lin Xian patted Tuck on the shoulder and said, "I need to conduct an experiment." With that, Lin Xian had the Hellflame Lion carry Fluffy, leading the way through the passage. He walked in the middle, with the hobbit Tuck bringing up the rear. Thus, the group of 2 humans and 2 battle pets traversed the lengthy cavern passageway, until light streamed in at the passage's end. It signaled that Lin Xian and his companions had emerged from the passageway.
As the trailing Tuk stepped out, the lengthy passageway sealed shut behind them, as if it had never existed. Lin Xian gazed at the passageway, confirming his first hypothesis. It wasn't merely because Lin Xian, as a player, had traversed the passage that it sealed itself. Rather, it sealed itself only after the creatures who had dug it had passed through. Next, Lin Xian checked his dungeon excavation count. Unchanged. He had clearly passed through an underground chamber just moments ago when entering this Sunmmary dungeon. Yet, neither cave counted as a new one he'd entered. Awesome! Lin Xian exclaimed excitedly. Having subterranean creatures dig tunnels doesn't count as an excavation attempt. Therefore, it essentially meant Lin Xian could explore the caverns without limit in a single day. As long as there are enough dungeon creatures to dig tunnels for him. This was essentially exploiting a perfect bug for Lin Xian. If other players discovered this, given humanity's inherent flaws, the dungeon creatures would likely end up enslaved. Lin Xian shook his head, determined not to reveal this exploit. Lin Xian, look! Master! Tuk and Rongrong's voices reached Lin Xian's ears simultaneously. He turned to look and was suddenly startled by the scene before him. In fact, before digging into the Sunmmary underground city, Lin Xian had already used his mycelium to scout the place. At that time, Lin Xian had only observed a corner of the Sunmmary underground city, which resembled a war-torn ruin. Now, upon seeing the true forest folk dungeon before him, Lin Xian felt a momentary daze. Was this dungeon inhabited by the subterranean elves, or was it, like the one previously occupied by Mosprin, merely a ruin? Everything before him was nothing but ruins? Lin Xian surmised that this area had once been a dense forest. But now, the forest had been burned to ashes. What on earth had happened? Master, let's go check ahead. This is just the edge of the Woodfolk's underground city. We should head to the central district of the Woodfolk tribe. Alright. Lin Xian nodded and summoned the burning soul chariot. Tuk, hop in. Lin Xian pulled Tuk up and helped him into the back seat of the underground excavator. After implanting the soul, the underground excavator started up. The Hellfire Lion, carrying Rongrong, followed closely behind the excavator as they charged forward together. Until 15 souls had been consumed. Finally, Lin Xian arrived near the city center. Though dense forests grew here, scorched remnants were still evident. Some trees were splattered with dried bloodstains. Scattered across the ground were various dismembered limbs and skeletal remains. They didn't appear to be the remains of humanoid creatures. Rongrong, do you know what kind of creatures these remains belong to? Lin Xian inquired. Rongrong directed the Hellfire Lion to approach the remains, then let its keen feline nose sniff them for a long time. This cat can only detect the scent of the Demon Realm clan, but I can't identify the specific creature. Suddenly, an arrow shot toward Lin Xian from the distance. With his fungal perception active, Lin Xian naturally detected the incoming projectile. He twisted violently, successfully dodging the projectile. Yet his right arm still bore the faint graze of the arrow's feathers. What a fast arrow! Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. From the moment he noticed the arrow to the instant it whizzed past him, it had truly been a mere fraction of a second. It's the Sunmmary clan. The Sunmmary clan Sunmmary bow fires in an instant from releasing the bowstring to striking the enemy takes but a single second. The muffled voice reached Lin Xian in Tuk's ears once more. Tuk exclaimed excitedly, so there are still survivors of the Woodfolk tribe? After witnessing this Woodfolk underground city reduced to ruins and ashes, he had assumed every last one of the subterranean Woodfolk elves had perished. But that arrow just now, didn't it prove that the Woodfolk still had survivors? It should be. Lin Xian's words hung on his lips, unfinished, when another arrow whistled toward him. Twisting his body, Lin Xian dodged the arrow once more. With the previous arrow as a lesson, this time the projectile didn't even graze Lin Xian's arm before plummeting to the ground. Shift. Why are they only shooting at me? Lin Xian couldn't help but let out a curse. There were clearly 4 races present, 2 humans and 2 beasts. Yet the archer seemed blind to the other 2 combat pets, relentlessly targeting him alone. This is utterly unreasonable. Rongrong, think of a way to contact this archer and tell him to stop attacking me, or else. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. He wasn't a hot-tempered person, but if someone tried to take his life, no matter who they were, Lin Xian would remember it forever. Master, the spirits of the Sunmmary tribe are generally friendly. It seems the Sunmmary underground city has encountered some trouble, making them overly sensitive. They likely mistake you for an enemy. This meow will go communicate with them. After saying this, Rongrong guided the Hellflame Lion toward the direction the arrows had come from. The Hellfire Lion traversed the forest as if it were deserted. The archer did not fire at the Hellfire Lion or Rongrong. Instead, he aimed solely at Lin Xian, unleashing 3 more arrows in rapid succession. Just you wait. All of you, just you wait. For these 5 arrows, if there's no proper compensation, not a single one of you will escape. Chapter 82, The Archer Dwarf? Darkborn. Rongrong rode the Hellfire Lion closer to the archer. Through the mycelium parasitizing Rongrong's body, Lin Xian observed the archer's appearance. Standing at 1 meter tall, he wore a green-pointed cap and strange attire. He held a wooden bow and arrow, about 40 to 50 centimeters tall, with a quiver of arrows strapped to his back. With his right hand, he drew an arrow from his quiver, knocked it onto the bowstring, and prepared to shoot again. At that moment, Rongrong's voice reached the little dwarf's ears. "Stop! Cave elf of the forest folk. If you shoot again, the master will kill you." Roar! The hellfire lion roared in response, as if warning the archer before it. "Wooya! Wooya wooya!" Lin Xian, standing 100 meters away, heard the strange accent in the archer's speech through the fungal threads. Translation Jelly translated the archer's words into a language Lin Xian could understand. "Purple crystal shadowcat? Wasn't your clan sealed away? Why are you appearing in our woodfolk dungeon? And this strange lion is subterranean creature I've never seen before. What is that hobbit-like creature over there? Amethyst Shadowcat, you must give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, we woodfolk will not spare you out of old affection and report your presence in our dungeon to the high lords of the subterranean realm." No, that's not right. The archer shook his head abruptly mid-sentence. The green-pointed cap atop his head swayed wildly with each shake of his head. His face fell as he murmured, "The high lords of the caverns have abandoned us. They won't stand up for us anymore. We are the lost tribe." Hearing this, Lin Xian was utterly baffled. What did he mean by the lost tribe? Abandoned by the high lords of the caverns? True to form as Lin Xian's mouthpiece, Rongrong asked the archer. "You've become the lost tribe? What's the deal? Tell this cat all about it." Rongrong lifted her cat head proudly, gazing intently at the green-hatted archer before her. As a noble amethyst shadowcat, even when questioning others, she maintained an air of elegant composure. We were attacked by the dungeon demons." "What?" Rongrong's sapphire-blue feline eyes stared at the archer in disbelief. "No, that's impossible. The dungeon demons would never attack the dungeon elf clan. Even though the dungeon demons and the dungeon elves have been at odds for years, and there's always some tension, a large-scale war like this is unthinkable." Rongrong shook her feline head in denial. "Yes, that's why we, the forest folk, are the tribe abandoned by the high-ranking rulers of the underground caverns. That's why those demons dare to attack us." As the archer spoke, tears suddenly streamed down his aged face, wrinkled skin crisscrossed with trails of moisture. "So what exactly happened? How could your forest folk, as dungeon elves, be abandoned by the dungeon high lords?" Rongrong asked again. "The exact reason, we don't really know. Our forest folk dungeon lord has locked himself in the dungeon seal chamber and refuses to come out no matter what. And the root of all this stems from that dungeon lord's council not long ago. After that meeting, our lord became like a different person, secluding himself immediately. It was also after that meeting that dozens of demon armies began attacking our woodfolk underground city. If not for the city's autonomous defense mechanisms and the recent subterranean shifts constantly altering our coordinates, our entire woodfolk clan would likely have been slaughtered by the subterranean demons long ago. Those damned abyssal demons. Flouting the abyssal laws, the only explanation is that we, the woodland folk, have been abandoned." The green-hatted archer grew increasingly furious as he spoke, stomping his foot in place. "I have no idea what our city lord said at that meeting to offend so many dungeon fiends. He even angered the high-ranking overlords of the dungeons. Yet he still refuses to come out. All our forest folk are innocent, all caught in this mess." From Greencap Archer's tone, Lin Xian could tell he harbored deep resentment toward the lord of the woodfolk underground city. Just as Rongrong was about to ask another question, Lin Xian and Tuck arrived. Lin Xian had overheard every word the green-hatted archer had just spoken through his fungal network, but Tuck knew nothing of it. He approached with his usual cheerful demeanor, patting the green-hatted archer who stood nearly his own height on the shoulder. "Greetings, friend of the woodland folk," he said with a smile. "I am Tuck the Hobbit. It's an honor to visit your underground city, though I'm sorry to see it looks like it's just been through a battle. Might you tell me what happened?" Lin Xian shook his head. This guy really knows how to rub salt in the wound. Sure enough. The green-capped archer's eyes welled up once more as he repeated the story he'd just shared with Rongrong. Tuck heard this and immediately furrowed his brow. The ordeal in the woodland folks dungeon reminded Tuck of his own homeland, the Hobbit dungeon. Why were all the Pathfinder seeds in Hobbit underground city unreachable? Could it be that, like the Sinmin underground city, the Hobbit underground city had also suffered an attack by the pit fiends? Tuck looked up, about to ask more questions, but Lin Xian cut him off. "Friend of the woodland folk, hello. I'm the innocent human you just shot with your arrow. Before I demand compensation for emotional distress, I have a few questions for you." Before the green-hatted archer could refuse, Lin Xian pressed on. "What breed of subterranean demons attacked you? When, and I mean the exact time, did the attacks begin? How many of your tribe remain alive?" Lin Xian's barrage of questions made the green-hatted archer frown. He turned his gaze toward the purple crystal dark cat. Compared to Lin Xian, he undoubtedly trusted the purple crystal shadow cat more. Even if the purple crystal dark cat was labeled a sim cat, at its core, it still bore the prefix of dungeon elf. Underground elves don't harm other underground elves, that's common sense.
He is the master. This Miao speaks of, surnamed Zhu, given name Ming. You may truthfully answer his questions. Perhaps he could even aid your forest folk. After all, this Miao was rescued by him. And now, he is leading this Miao to find the rest of this Miao's companions. He is a trustworthy and dependable human. After receiving the Amethyst Shadowcat's assurance, the green-hatted archer seemed to make some profound decision. He suddenly let out a deep sigh, slumped backward, and sat upright on the ground. The demons that attacked us are Darkin. Darkborn? The Darkborn. Roar. Furball, Tuck, and Hellflame Lion all let out startled cries upon hearing the word Darkborn. Chapter 83, The Forest Folks Bow. A City Lord's Council? What? You all know about the Darkborn? Lin Xian asked curiously. Of course. Who among the dungeon creatures doesn't know the Darkborn? The Darkborn are truly unbelievable. They actually did it. Tuck and Rongrong both clearly knew about the Darkborn. Yet among them lurked a third party, merely tagging along for the spectacle. Ha! The Hellfire Lion tilted its head and yawned again, looking sleepy. Seriously, you don't know the Darkling? What's your name? Lin Xian sputtered in exasperation at the Hellfire Lion. The Hellflame Lion hung its head innocently, apologizing to Lin Xian. Are you sure it was the Darkborn? The Darkborn are one of the royal clans among the dungeon demons. How could they casually attack a dungeon elf? Tuck pressed. Absolutely true. If it weren't for the Darkborn, how could our forest folk suffer such a devastating defeat? The green-hatted archer's face twisted in anguish as he answered. To your second question, the attack occurred 4 days ago. To your third, our surviving forest folk now number only 1/10 of our original tribe. A full 90% of our kin perished at the hands of the Darkborn and the dungeon demon army they led. 4 days ago. This time, Lin Xian was the one struck by shock. Wasn't that precisely when the mass influx of players entered the dungeon world? A coincidence? That was far too strange. You just attacked me. Did you mistake me for an enemy too? Lin Xian asked, gazing at the green-hatted archer. Exactly. Darklings are among the few dungeon demons that resemble hobbits. Of course, they're all a full 2 meters tall. Your appearance matches a hobbit's, yet you tower over them. The moment I saw you, I assumed you were a darkling demon. Hearing the green-hatted archer's explanation, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, brimming with skepticism. Resemble a hobbit? Where? Forget height, those huge feet and thick hair? Not even close. Of course. Lin Xian refrained from voicing his thoughts aloud, as it would have been disrespectful to Tuck. After all, he was considered an honorary friend of the Hobbit clan. Rest assured, I'm not one of those Darkborn you speak of. In fact, I'm the only one in our group besides the newborn cub just 3 days old who doesn't even know the Darkborn exist. Lin Xian assured him. I see. The green-hatted archer nodded, trusting Lin Xian's words. Then let's settle this properly, shall we? Lin Xian stepped forward, retrieved the 5 arrows he'd pulled from the ground earlier, and handed them to the green-hatted archer. Just as the green-hatted archer reached out to take them, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. You shot me 5 times, each arrow deadly. Had I not dodged in time, I'd now be just like the 90% of your tribe who perished, an innocent victim. How should we settle this debt? I apologize. After scrambling to his feet, the green-hatted archer bowed deeply to Lin Xian. I don't need empty apologies. I need tangible compensation. Lin Xian pointed at the bow in the green-hat archer's hands. That bow looks quite good. Consider it payment. With that, Lin Xian took the bow without waiting for the green-hat archer's consent. Information about the bow appeared on Lin Xian's dungeon panel. Forest Folk Bow, crafted by the Forest Folk tribe from exceptionally rare timber found deep within the woods. This bow was made entirely of wood. Lightweight and nimble, even a child could draw it with ease. Consequently, the Forest Folk Bow boasts an astonishingly rapid firing speed, capable of striking an enemy within a single second. This Forest Folk Bow, crafted with painstaking effort by members of the Forest Folk tribe, it enhances attack power and increases arrow firing speed. Upon reading the description of this Forest Folk Bow, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Wow! The Forest Folk Bow actually has additional effects? No wonder this guy shoots arrows so fast? Far quicker than his own crossbow bolts. Green-hat Lin Xian scratched his head and asked, What's your name? Rebel, the green-capped archer answered truthfully. Rebel, might I have this bow? Lin Xian asked, gripping the Sunmmary bow in his hand. If it can appease your anger, I wouldn't mind giving you this Sunmmary bow I've carried for 12 years. We Sunmmary are most skilled at crafting bows and arrows. I can easily make more Sunmmary bows. That said, Lin Xian could see the reluctance in Rebel's pupils. Unbeknownst to him, this bow had accompanied Rebel for 12 years? At that moment, Rongrong's voice sounded in Lin Xian's ear. Master, while it's true the forest folk can mass-produce these bows, the ones they carry personally hold immense significance to them. They must nurture their bows daily, that's what imbues them with their extraordinary properties. I see. Lin Xian nodded and handed the Sunmmary bow back. He did indeed want to squeeze something out of the forest folk, especially from this man, Rebel, standing before him. But this was a bow he had nurtured for 12 years. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. Rebel, I return this forest folk bow to you. Rebel did not reach out to take it. Instead, he stepped back and said, I apologize once more for my earlier discourtesy. Our Sunmin tribe treats others with kindness. I have tarnished your impression of us, and I am truly sorry. Rebel's apology was not only directed at Lin Xian, but also at the long-standing traditions of the Sunmin tribe. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. No. Returning this bow and arrows to you does not mean I forgive you. Suddenly, Lin Xian held out his palm, fingers splayed, and declared, You shot me 5 arrows. I demand 5-fold compensation. The first form of reparation, he continued, is for you to personally craft 10 Sunmin bows for me. As for the remaining 4 forms of reparation, I shall inform you once I have considered them. Now, take this bow and lead me to your tribe. I wish to meet your city lord. Hearing this, Rebel was momentarily dumbfounded. Meet their city lord? But our city lord has locked himself away for nearly 10 days now. He won't see anyone. Rebel shook his head. 10 days? Lin Xian gleaned another useful piece of information from Rebel's words. The lord of the Sunmin dungeon had locked himself away after the Dungeon Lords Council meeting. Rebel had just mentioned that the lord had locked himself away for 10 days, meaning the Dungeon Lords Council had convened 10 days prior. After becoming the lord of the Ruins dungeon, Lin Xian had indeed noticed that dungeon lords held regular meetings. But he didn't know the exact date. A meeting 10 days ago? Lin Xian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Judging by the circumstances, something untoward must have occurred during that meeting. Otherwise, the dungeon demon lords, renowned as the Dark Descendants, wouldn't have led the dungeon demons to attack the Sunmin dungeon. Nor would the seeds of guidance from Hobbit dungeon have lost their ability to reveal coordinates. Lin Xian must meet with the lord of the forest folk to unravel the tangled web of intrigue. Chapter 84, The White-Bearded Elder. Rebel, consider this your second compensation to me. Take me to where your city lord resides. Whether he chooses to see me is between us. Lin Xian said solemnly. Rebel stared intently at Lin Xian, then shifted his gaze to the purple crystal dark cat, Fluffy, before glancing at the hobbit, Took. Finally, his gaze settled back on Lin Xian. He looked up at Lin Xian and said, Very well. I can take you to the city lord's location. With that, Rebel, the green-capped archer, led the way along the winding forest path. At that moment, Lin Xian noticed for the first time that behind Rebel were a pair of broken wings. The wings resembled those of a butterfly. The left wing was entirely gone, leaving only a bare bone. The right wing remained half intact, with a hole pierced through its center, as if scorched by a raging fire, leaving only charred remains. Rebel, your wings were burned away by a darkborn demon 3 days ago. It's no trouble. The wings of our forest folk are regenerative. By journeying to the world tree and drinking from the fountain of life, my wings will grow back. Hearing Rebel's response, Lin Xian was taken aback once more. Unexpected. In the dungeon world, there actually existed a world tree? And a fountain of life? Originally, Lin Xian had thought these were mere creations of games, novels, and anime. Who would have thought? Such things actually existed in reality? But then again, it made sense. Lin Xian had encountered creatures like hobbits, the elves of the forest folk, merchant dwarves, amethyst dark cats, and hellfire lions. Even if the dungeon world had a world tree and a fountain of life, wouldn't that be perfectly normal? Taking advantage of a moment walking behind the group, Lin Xian glanced at Rongrong and asked, Rongrong, you know about the world tree and the fountain of life, right? If we get there, what benefits could the fountain of life bring me? Rongrong gazed at Lin Xian with her sapphire cat eyes, tilted her head, and replied. Of course, this cat knows about the world tree and the fountain of life. They're rare world-class treasures that don't exist in the largest dungeon. The world tree is immense, its roots reach every single cavern. As for its location, this cat has seen records in the royal palace. It sits directly beneath the entire cavern world. Speaking of which, the largest dungeon is actually situated at the very tip of the world tree's branches. As for the fountain of life, it's incredibly useful for every race. If you, my master, were to drink from it, it would undoubtedly strengthen your body and prolong your life. For someone like that big oaf, drinking from the fountain would also aid in his advancement. In any case, the fountain of life is absolutely a good thing. I see. Lin Xian nodded, now having a general understanding of this world's world tree and fountain of life. What Lin Xian hadn't anticipated was that the roots of the world tree were actually connected to every underground cavern. This suggested the world tree of this realm must be colossal. In fact, the entire underground cavern world seemed to be connected to the world tree. Given the chance, he'd like to see the world tree and the fountain of life. Lin Xian suddenly wondered what the water of life tasted like. If one could collect some, wouldn't even 100 gems for 50 milliliters of the water draw a huge crowd of players scrambling to trade? Of course. Provided they could scrape together 100 gems. As things stand, this group can't even scrape together the 5 gems needed to exchange for a great cleaver. Well, not exactly.
Just moments ago, a foreign player named Steve Lazai spent 5 gold gems to snatch a Great Cleaver trade order right off Lin Xian's listing. They followed Rebel for nearly half an hour. Finally, Lin Xian and his group traversed the dense forest zone and arrived at the urban district of the Forest Folk tribe. Though called the city center, it was still part of the forest. True to their name, the Forest Folk lived amidst the trees. Many towering giants had hollowed out tree trunks. Alternatively, wooden dwellings were built upon the massive branches. Hollows were also dug beneath the trees, serving as underground caverns beneath the canopy. This was the living environment of the Forest Folk. After arriving here, Lin Xian encountered numerous members of the Forest Folk tribe. Like Rebel, they were all dwarves standing just 1 meter tall. Each bore a pair of butterfly-like wings on their backs. However, along the way, Lin Xian encountered mostly elders and children of the Forest Folk. Not a single young or middle-aged member of the Forest Folk had crossed his path. He hadn't seen any warriors from the Forest Folk either. Recalling Rebel's earlier remark that only 1/10 of the Sunmmary tribe remained, Lin Xian realized that the tribe's able-bodied elves, including its warriors, had likely perished in the 4 days of battle. Rebel Tuck, standing nearby, seemed to grasp the significance as well. He softly called out the name of Rebel, who was leading the way ahead. Rebel kept his head bowed, offering no reply. Tuck added, "Compose yourself." Their homeland lay in ruins, 90% of their kin were dead, and the clan chief had locked him away. At a time like this, words were useless. Guided by Rebel, the group approached a massive ancient tree. This ancient tree had 3 hollows, one at the front, one in the upper branches, and one beneath the hollow in the ground. All 3 were sealed shut with wooden doors. Rebel pointed to the upper hollow and said, "Our chieftain locked himself in that upper hollow after the city lords meeting 10 days ago and hasn't emerged since. I have no way to bring him out. If you wish to speak with him, you may stand at the entrance and address him. But whether he will come out, I cannot say." "I understand." Lin Xian nodded and climbed the tree ladder toward the hollow in the upper branches. Climbing to the 2nd level of the hollow, he reached the entrance to the branch-like cavity. Lin Xian knocked on the tree door. Thud. "Chief of the Sunmmary clan, I am the lord of the ruins underground city. Might we have a conversation?" Lin Xian invoked his status as lord of the ruins dungeon precisely to leverage that authority and engage the Sunmmary clan chieftain in a fair discussion. However, the chieftain of the Forest Folk remained utterly silent. After a brief pause, Lin Xian frowned. If gentle persuasion failed, then he wouldn't be blamed for resorting to force. Lin Xian manipulated the mycelium, spreading it toward the wooden walls of the tree hollow. They burrowed into the crevices until they reached the interior of the hollow branch. Through the feedback from the mycelium, Lin Xian learned the situation inside. Inside stood a simple, rustic wooden table. Perched on a wooden chair sat an elderly man with a white beard, standing about 1 meter tall. Chapter 85, An Assassination by the Dark Clan? The old man's head was bald, yet his face was completely covered in long, white beard. Behind him stood 2 tall bookshelves, packed with books of every kind. Before the old man lay a book titled, The Demon Survival Manual. The pages were open to the 16th page, which stated that dungeon demons could prolong their lifespans by consuming the life essence of spirits. Ha! Upon reading this passage, Lin Xian suddenly furrowed his brow. He asked Rebel below, "Rebel, I mean no offense, but I'm curious, do the bodies of your fallen kin still remain?" Rebel shook his head. "No. Demons of the Darkborn clan either incinerate their fallen kin completely or carry them away as sustenance. They are demons, after all. Demons consume elves." Ha! Lin Xian suddenly understood. No wonder the dungeon demons launched such a massive assault on the dungeon elves. They actually sought to consume the life essence of the cave elves? Lin Xian continued examining the room, his gaze following the mycelium as it climbed over the elderly figure. A notification appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. Detected rotting flesh. Mycelium shows little desire to consume. Hint, the fresher the flesh, the more abundant the energy, the better the consumption effect. Rotten flesh? Even goblins won't eat it. Upon reading this prompt, Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock. He quickly guided the mycelium to crawl onto the old man's face, scrutinizing his information. But then he suddenly realized this was actually a corpse. "Dead?" Lin Xian exclaimed in shock. The centenarian inside the chieftain of the Sunmmary tribe, the ruler of the Sunmmary underground city, was actually dead? Moreover, judging by the freshness of the flesh-eating mycelium, this corpse had been dead for at least a week. "Rebel, come up here!" Lin Xian shouted to Rebel below. Rebel looked a bit dazed, unsure what Lin Xian meant, but he climbed up anyway. He asked Lin Xian, "What's going on?" "The chief of your Sunmmary tribe has locked himself away in that tree hollow for 10 days. Hasn't anyone gone inside?" Lin Xian inquired. "No." Rebel shook his head. "Though we're all furious at the chieftain's inaction, he's a revered elder in our tribe. We wouldn't dare intrude on his tree hollow." "No wonder," Lin Xian mused, rubbing his chin. "No wonder the clan chief had been dead for over 10 days without the forest folk noticing. They even assumed his inaction stemmed from confronting the dungeon demons?" "Rebel, I'm sorry.
There's a truth I must tell you. Rebel lifted his head slightly, gazing up at Lin Xian, who towered over him by half a head. What? Your chieftain is already a corpse. Time of death, over a week ago. My preliminary assessment is that he was already dead after locking himself away, as you believed. What? The moment Lin Xian finished speaking, Rebel stared in shock toward the tree branch and hollow, shouting, impossible. The chieftain has always kept himself locked inside, how could he possibly be dead? Rebel's shouts drew the few remaining warriors from the village. What is it? Lord Rebel, please refrain from shouting near the chieftain's tree cave. 6 warriors dressed in rich attire, each wielding a Sunmin bow, approached to warn Rebel. They clearly intended to draw their Sunmin bows and execute him on the spot if he continued shouting. However, Rebel ignored the 6 warriors, charging straight to the wooden door of the tree hollow. With his powerful right shoulder, he slammed into the door. Lord Rebel! What are you doing? All 6 warriors simultaneously raised their forest folk bows, aiming them at Rebel. This is your final warning. If you do not. Before the man could finish his sentence, suddenly found his body frozen stiff. Lin Xian shot the man a cold, icy glance. Parasite. After reaching level 29, Lin Xian found it much easier to parasitize living creatures. Even though these warriors were higher level than Lin Xian, reaching a full level 35. But they were powerless against Lin Xian's parasitic abilities. At the very least, Lin Xian could seize control of their bodies in an instant, rendering them incapable of drawing their bows. What the hell is going on? I can't move? All 6 warriors struggled desperately. Yet they remained unable to break free from the blue mycelium's bonds. On the other side, under Rebel's violent ramming, the wooden door finally gave way. Rebel dashed into the hollow tree trunk. Through the fungal threads, Lin Xian observed Rebel's actions after entering. He first approached the white-bearded elder to seek instructions. Finding no response, he staggered over to the elder's side and reached out to touch his face. It was ice-cold, with no breath. Even the wrinkled skin on his face had begun to rot. Ah, Chief! Rebel let out a wail of anguish. Despite having repeatedly voiced his disgust at the chieftain's inaction, it had only been in recent days, when faced with the invasion of outsiders. Beyond this matter, the chieftain of the Sunmin tribe still commanded considerable authority among his people. And what's more, at this very moment, upon seeing the clan chief's body, Rebel suddenly realized. It wasn't that the chieftain was inactive, he had passed away? This realization only deepened his sense of guilt. Below, upon hearing Rebel's cry, the 6 warriors all wanted to rush up to investigate. This time, Lin Xian did not restrain their movements, allowing them to run to the tree branch and hollow where the clan chief lay. Like Rebel, these 6 also let out agonized cries. After a while, the voices of the 7 Sunmin tribe warriors within the hollow tree branch grew faint. Lin Xian slowly stepped inside. He patted Rebel's tear-streaked shoulder and said, "Compose yourself. Warrior, I must know how exactly did the chieftain die? Why did he suddenly perish in the hollow of a tree, out of the blue?" The other 6 warriors were equally eager for answers. Lin Xian extended his hand, pointing to the back of the white-bearded elder's neck. The claw marks on the back of his neck, those were likely the fatal wounds. This wound had been discovered by the Mycelium while examining the white-bearded elder's information. It was a long dried blood trail, the wound a claw mark. If Lin Xian's guess was correct, the murder weapon was likely a sharp claw. This claw mark is identical to the demonic claws of the Darkborn clan. The speaker was one of the 6 warriors. He pulled back the sleeve of his arm, revealing a massive claw mark. It was identical to the claw mark on the clan chief's neck. Chapter 86, Rebel's Request. The clan chief was murdered by the Darkborn. Rebel and the other 6 instantly identified the culprits. These demons had infiltrated our Sunmin underground city long before the war even began. And before that, they assassinated our clan chief. They're truly demons. The surviving warriors of the forest folk wore expressions of furious rage. Darkborn. Lin Xian heard this term again from the mouths of these forest folk. Was the Darkborn clan's attack on the woodfolk truly motivated only by the life essence within the elves? Lin Xian couldn't shake the feeling that something else was at play here. As the royal lineage among the dungeon demons, would they truly stoop to personally launching a war against the woodfolk? It wasn't that Lin Xian looked down on the woodfolk. Rather, he reasoned that if he were the leader of the Darkborn demons, he would certainly dispatch his underlings, the dungeon demons, to handle such dirty, laborious work. Why get his hands dirty? This matter was definitely not simple. At the same time, Lin Xian suddenly recalled other dungeons, other subterranean races, and other players. So far, Lin Xian had encountered 2 similar incidents. First, the forest folk tribe was attacked by the Darkin tribe. Second, the guide fruit seeds in the Hobbit dungeon had become ineffective. Additionally, there were the dungeon world's dungeon jumps and the triggering of dungeon protection mechanisms. All of this stemmed from 2 pivotal moments. 1. The Dungeon Lords Council meeting 10 days ago. 2. The mass player invasion of the dungeon world 4 days ago.
It seems the only way to unravel these mysteries is to venture into the largest dungeon or attend a dungeon lords council meeting. Lin Xian stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. But both of those options are incredibly difficult. A soft, fluffy voice appeared at Lin Xian's ear. Lin Xian watched as the purple crystal cat walked in with noble grace from beyond the tree gate. She bounded up and perched on Lin Xian's right shoulder. Master, upon entering this dungeon, this cat sensed the scent of death. I initially thought it stemmed from the war outside, yet never imagined this most potent aura of death would originate from this dungeon elf king of the Sunmmary tribe. Compared to calling him chieftain, Rong Rong, being an elf herself, preferred the title underground elf king. Of course.
There were many more underground elf kings like this one.
Each branch race of the dungeon elves has its own dungeon elf king. In fact, even the Amethyst Shadowcat clan could potentially have its own dungeon elf king.
You mean his aura of death is quite heavy? Lin Xian inquired.
Of course. This dungeon elf king was a powerhouse above level 50 in life.
Level 50? Lin Xian frowned inwardly. Earlier, when he encountered a level 30 ice leopard, Lin Xian had already felt intensely suppressed. Now that Lin Xian himself had reached level 29, facing a level 30 ice leopard again would surely lessen that oppressive feeling considerably, perhaps even eliminate it entirely. But facing a level 50 subterranean creature? That pressure would likely far exceed anything he'd felt against the ice leopard. And yet, such a formidable expert had been killed without a trace? And no one knew? Just how powerful were these demons of the Darkborn clan? Rong Rong, are there many Darkborn capable of assassinating a level 50 powerhouse? Plenty. Rong Rong's answer was straightforward and to the point.
The dungeon where the Darkborn clan resides, designated as 002, is the most formidable dungeon in the entire underground realm, second only to the largest one.
Hearing this, Lin Xian expressed surprise. 002? Shouldn't 001 be the largest one? What about the Hobbit dungeon? Lin Xian didn't know much about the dungeons in the underground world. The Hobbit dungeon was one of them.
Its designation was 0101. Took happened to enter from outside and casually answered Lin Xian's question. Our Hobbit dungeon isn't particularly strong in the overall rankings of the underground world. But it has extremely powerful protective mechanisms that prevent other subterranean creatures from easily invading. At the same time, we hobbits are peaceful and maintain friendly relations with all the races of the underground world. Perhaps that's why you got the mistaken impression that the Hobbit dungeon is very powerful. Indeed, just as Took had said. Lin Xian had always believed the Hobbit underground city to be formidable. The primary reason lies in the Hobbits' friendly relations with every race in the dungeon world.
Secondly,
the head of the Hobbit Merchants Guild is also the only known subterranean being rumored to have visited the largest dungeon. All these factors combined created the illusion that the Hobbits were exceptionally powerful.
Just as Lin Xian was conversing with Tuck and the purple crystal dark cat Rong Rong, Rebel, standing beside the elder of the Sunmmary tribe, suddenly approached. Warrior, Rebel began, I overheard your conversation on the way back. He glanced at Took. This hobbit sought the path home, while the elf searched for his comrades.
After fixing his gaze on Rong Rong, Rebel turned his attention back to Lin Xian and continued, So, warrior, where is your destination?
My destination? Lin Xian paused, slightly taken aback. He hadn't really thought about it.
Ever since arriving in the dungeon world, Lin Xian had been searching for water, food, treasure chests, blueprints.
But now, what was his goal? To grow stronger? That should be his primary goal for now. At the same time,
after hearing about the World Tree and the Fountain of Life earlier, Lin Xian also wanted to visit the World Tree.
Lin Xian replied, truthfully, my knowledge of the dungeon world is rather limited.
If I had to pinpoint a goal, it would be to explore every dungeon within this realm, locate the World Tree, and uncover the answers to many questions. As for what those answers might be, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't share that with Rebel.
Very well. Rebel nodded after hearing Lin Xian's response.
Warrior, your current exploration team consists of 4 members.
Might I become your 5th member? 5th member? Lin Xian's eyes widened as he stared at Rebel impressed. You want to leave the Sunmmary dungeon and join us in exploring other caverns? I want to reach the World Tree. I want to drink from the Fountain of Life.
Then my wings will heal, my bloodline power will awaken, and my strength will surge.
I will hunt down the Darkborn and avenge the Sunmmary tribe.
Rebel's eyes glowed crimson. Lin Xian could tell this guy was serious.
But, seeking vengeance against the Darkborn alone? Isn't that courting death? Master, you can agree to him.
Lin Xian heard Rong Rong's voice and glanced at the blue-eyed cat perched on his right shoulder in disbelief.
Rong Rong, are you serious? You must understand, our goal is. Lin Xian didn't finish his sentence. The matter of seeking other amethyst shadowcats was, truth be told, rather taboo. Especially in front of outsiders. Chapter 87, Godfather?
The 5th member. Master, this cat knows you also wish to seek the World Tree and the Fountain of Life.
It's just a detour anyway.
Besides, with the archers of the Forest Folk tribe, our combat strength will increase. Master, don't judge him by those 5 arrows that missed you earlier. In truth, the elves of the forest folk tribe rank number 1 in archery skills throughout the dungeon world.
The best archery in the dungeon world? Lin Xian chuckled. That was indeed one of Rebel's strengths. All right.
He was heading to find the world tree anyway, so having Rebel tag along wouldn't hurt.
Besides, Lin Xian did indeed have plans to attack other dungeons. For instance, that ice city built entirely of frost. The more companions he had, the stronger Lin Xian would be in battle. Lin Xian glanced at Rebel. Information about him appeared on Lin Xian's dungeon panel. Dungeon Elf, Sunmmary Clan Rebel. Level, LV33. Ability, Archery, a unique archery skill of the Sunmmary clan. When wielding the Sunmmary bow, can strike an enemy within 1 second. Description. Weakness, vulnerable to melee attacks. Lin Xian had never seen Rebel's information before. Now, upon seeing it, he was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected this wingless dwarf's level to actually surpass his own? That certainly counted as combat strength. Rebel, let's go on an adventure together. Let's seek out the world tree and the fountain of life. When the time comes for you to seek revenge against the Darkborn, perhaps I can lend you a hand. Lin Xian extended his hand, welcoming his new companion. Rebel's eyes shone brightly, and tears streamed down his cheeks once more, fresh after the tears that had just fallen. Thank you, warrior. He reverently cupped Lin Xian's hand with both of his. Then he kissed Lin Xian's fingers. This was the traditional gesture of the dungeon elves to acknowledge a high-ranked warrior. It signified that from this day forward, Rebel would follow Lin Xian through life and death. Lin Xian smiled. We're companions now, Rebel. You don't need to call me warrior, the title feels rather awkward. Then, warrior, how should I address you? Rebel inquired. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then recalled Rebel's earlier gesture of kissing his finger. A sudden mischievous streak took hold, and he replied, call me Godfather. Godfather? The civilization of the dungeon world certainly hadn't embraced the concept of a godfather, nor did they know it was actually a title for the head of the mafia. Yet Rebel addressed him with profound respect. Yes, Godfather. Then, Rebel and the remaining 6 warriors of the Sunmmary clan together conveyed the news of the clan chief's death to the entire tribe. A simple mourning ceremony was held for the clan chief. It did not last long. The entire funeral rites for the Sunmmary clan lasted no more than 2 hours. After everything was concluded, Rebel held out a fine bow, over a meter long, and presented it to Lin Xian. Godfather, this is the finest Sunmmary bow I have crafted in my 65 years of life. I wish to present it to you as a token of my allegiance. Lin Xian gazed at the exquisite bow, about to accept it, when he suddenly froze. Wait. How old did you say you were? 65? Rebel looked at Lin Xian with genuine curiosity, as if puzzled by the question. No? You're already an old man? Lin Xian asked in astonishment. Old man? No, I'm in the prime of my youth. Rebel hastily explained. The average lifespan of our dungeon elf Sunmmary clan is 300 years, so I'm currently in my prime. 300 years? Lin Xian did a quick mental calculation. If you take the human average lifespan of 80 years, that means Rebel is actually only 17? Still a minor? Lin Xian's eyelid twitched before he accepted the exquisitely decorated bow. Forest Folk Bow. This bow was meticulously crafted by members of the Forest Folk tribe and possesses special effects. Special effects. Drawing the bow requires greater strength, but increases arrow power by 30 and firing speed by 30. Upon seeing the description of this Sunmmary bow, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Wasn't this even stronger than the Forest Folk bow Rebel himself used? Rebel, are you really giving me this forest people's bow? Lin Xian asked curiously. Of course, Godfather. You are the one most deserving of this bow. Besides, I was disrespectful to you earlier and still owe you 3 favors. Rebel said with deep respect. Now only 2 requests remain. This bow counts as 1. At the same time, I wish to present my 4th request. Lin Xian looked at Rebel and asked, if I need you to mass produce the Sunmmary bow, how long would it take you to make one? Mass production? Rebel shook his head. No, Godfather. Though I'd love to grant your request, our Sunmmary clan has strict requirements for crafting these bows. At most, we could produce 1 Sunmmary bow per week and only using timber from this forest. I see. Lin Xian shook his head with a hint of resignation. What a pity. The plan to mass produce and sell the forest folk bows had fallen through. However, Godfather, if you require them, we still have 1,000 forest folk bows in our storehouse available for trade. How much? 1,000. Hearing that number, Lin Xian was stunned. What? It's like finding something you've been searching for everywhere, yet it comes to you effortlessly. What about the trading price? Originally, a single forest folk bow would cost at least 2 gems. But as you can see, our tribe has lost 90% of its people. There are hardly any warriors left who can wield these bows. I reckon 100 gems should be enough to trade for all 1,000 of them. Rebel's words sent a surge of elation through Lin Xian's heart. What? What a steal! 100 gems for 1,000 forest folk bows? According to Lin Xian's calculations, a single forest folk bow could fetch at least 10 gems. That meant he was buying at 0.1 gem per bow and selling at 10 gems per bow. 100-fold markup? Do you buy emeralds, rubies, sapphires, or topazes? Of course. These gems fetch 10 times the price of a tribute gems. We'd be foolish not to. Rebel nodded in response. That's fantastic. Originally, Lin Xian had thought he'd have to buy on credit. After all, he only had about 40 attribute gems in total. But when it came to colored gems, Lin Xian still had plenty in stock. A full 17 of them. Guided by Rebel, Lin Xian followed him to the Sunmin tribe's warehouse. Inside, shelves were stacked with all manner of Sunmin bows. Of course, they were all the most basic type of forest folk bows, devoid of any additional attributes or special effects. Even so, these forest folk bows were far more effective than ordinary bows. Lin Xian produced 5 emeralds and 5 amethysts, exchanging them with the warehouse's guardian spirit for 1,000 forest folk bows. Chapter 88, 1,000 forest folk bows. Exploiting the persistence glitch. Godfather, I've traded these 1,000 forest folk bows to you. However, if you require arrows, they will incur an additional cost. Of course, I can also craft arrows. Should you need them, I can craft them for you free of charge during my spare time. Crafting arrows doesn't require wood from the forests within the forest folk dungeon. Ordinary trees are sufficient. Rebel addressed Lin Xian with utmost respect. Alright, I'll leave that to you then. Lin Xian smiled. He had been pondering whether crossbow bolts could be used with a forest folk bow. If they weren't compatible, it would mean Lin Xian had a bow but no arrows. Now, with Rebel's assurance, Lin Xian was essentially granted an endless supply of arrows. A steady supply of arrows would be at his disposal. At the same time, Lin Xian opened the exchange and listed the forest folk bow directly. Seller, Lin Xian. Item, forest folk bow. Wanted, 5 gems of any type. Quantity, 100. Description, the Sunmin clan's Sunmin bow boasts exceptional shooting capabilities. Even children and the elderly can easily draw its string to fire arrows. Each shot requires only 1 second to strike an enemy. First come, first served. The first 10 traders will receive 10 arrows as a gift. Those needing additional arrows afterward may trade with me. Lin Xian posted this trade notice. Suddenly, the entire world window channel erupted once more. The god tier Lin has blessed us yet again. After the massive blades last time, now it's bows. Damn, Lord Lin is just too awesome. From swords to bows, what's next? Gunpowder firearms. Why is Lord Lin always several versions ahead of us? This is just too strong. I want the forest folk bow so badly, even more than the great fast blade. But it's so expensive. 5 gems. I've only managed to gather 3 gems so far. You've got 3 gems already? I only have 2. How about this? We pool our resources and trade for a forest folk bow. I'll use it on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and you get Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Pretty fair, right? You get an extra day. Not a bad idea, but how do we even tell what day it is in the dungeon world? Today's the 4th day since we crossed over to the dungeon world. Let's call it Thursday. It's my turn today. You're such a jerk. Lin Xian ignored the old 6 comments flooding the chat. Instead, he checked his other trade orders. Steve the happy trader made a big profit. Souls had the highest transaction volume, bringing in another 100 soul orders. Other aspects. These folks aren't exactly enthusiastic about gem trading, are they? Lin Xian frowned. Then he suddenly recalled the 5 or 6 gems needed for the Great Cleaver and the bow of the Forest People exchanges. It suddenly clicked. Could it be that these guys are all hoarding gems to trade for weapons? In the chat, quite a few people mentioned they'd already gathered 2 or 3 gems. But gathering 5 gems was incredibly difficult. Well, I guess I'll just have to save them up slowly. After all, it's only the 4th day. In another 2 or 3 days, I expect more and more players will have managed to gather 5 gems. Anyway, there's no way the price will drop. Lin Xian doesn't do business at a loss. Later, Lin Xian opened the private chat window again. Wu Yu remained as persistent as ever, inviting Lin Xian to join their underground excavation team as their leader. Shu Yanqing hadn't messaged him privately, likely because she hadn't found anything worthwhile. Given her personality, she would share any blueprints or valuable finds with Lin Xian immediately. Shu sent several private messages, mostly expressing gratitude. What surprised Lin Xian was that Tonanaji seemed unsatisfied. She actually wanted even more extreme stuff from Lin Xian. As expected, Japanese women are terrifying, huh? After venting his frustration, Lin Xian promptly closed the private messages window. In the Morimin underground city, the memorial service for the old city lord had concluded. As for the new city lord, the position remained vacant for the time being. After all, only 1/10 of the Sunmin tribe remained after the war. During the clan's encounter with the war, the old lord had not taken the field. The influential members of the Sunmin clan were the first to fall, and in the end, every last one of them perished. As a result, the Sunmin clan was temporarily unable to appoint a new city lord. Since matters here have been temporarily resolved, let's set out, Rebel. Lin Xian looked at Rebel, who had packed his belongings. Alright. Rebel nodded, his gaze unwavering, determined to exact vengeance upon the demons of the Dark Legacy lineage dwelling in the caverns. It was midday now. Setting out at this hour would allow them to explore several more caves before nightfall. If they stumbled upon a dungeon, that would be ideal. The group arrived at the western outskirts of the Sunmmary dungeon. The dungeon's walls were too thick for Lin Xian's fungal threads to directly probe the caverns in all 6 directions surrounding it. Compounding the issue, the caves throughout the subterranean world had been experiencing frequent shifts in recent days. This meant that for Lin Xian and his group, choosing which cavern to enter was like opening a blind box. Start digging, Tuck. Lin Xian tossed the digging shovel to Tuck. Tuck strode toward the earthen wall with renewed vigor. He was the weakest fighter in the group and his greatest contribution lay in digging. Tuck was well aware of this fact. Therefore, he didn't refuse the task, he was actually quite happy to do it. After nearly 40 shovelfuls, a passageway appeared before the group. Let's go. Tuck led the way once more, with Hellflame Lion carrying Rongrong, followed closely by Rebel. Once everyone had entered the passage, Lin Xian brought up the rear. Only after they entered the new cavern did the original passage seal shut. Lin Xian first checked his remaining cave excavation count. It still displayed 5. This meant this cavern wouldn't count toward Lin Xian's excavation quota. Nice. He had perfectly exploited a glitch in the cavern world. Lin Xian, this cavern seems completely empty? Tuck, who entered first, looked around and shook his head. Rongrong and the Hellflame Lion sniffed around as well, but detected no scent. Looks like we came up empty-handed. Lin Xian shrugged before releasing a vast network of fungal mycelium. While the dungeon's outer layers resisted penetration, the cavern's walls allowed free passage. Through the permeating mycelium, Lin Xian surveyed the layouts of the caverns in 5 directions. In the frontmost cavern, a jackal was tearing apart a humanoid creature. How tragic, unable to defeat the jackal, it had become its prey. Lin Xian shook his head, having no intention of rescuing a player who was already dead. But what about the living creature, that jackal? Could he try taking it down? Chapter 89, Star Chain Pendant? The Underground Cavern Demon's Secret Plot. Prior to this, Lin Xian had never attempted to use mycelium to independently control combat. Of course. At the beginning, Lin Xian had tried to use the parasitic spider to attack the dungeon spider king. But that was parasitic in nature. Lin Xian wanted to test whether his level 7 flesh mycelium could devour a living creature whole or kill it alive before consuming it. He had tasted jackal meat before, it was no less delicious than beef. Having devoured countless mossbrain corpses, the flesh mycelium should surely relish jackal meat. Everyone, give me a few minutes. Lin Xian sat down right there in the underground chamber. He didn't tell Tuck or Rebel what he intended to do. Rongrong and the Hellfire Lion wouldn't ask questions. Even without asking, Rongrong understood what Lin Xian was about to do. In the brief time she'd spent with Lin Xian, she had likely grasped the nature of his abilities. Through scent and sound, Rongrong could also sense the situation ahead in the cavern. Lin Xian manipulated the dense blue fungal threads, burrowing directly into the cavern ahead. The jackal, having just finished dissecting the humanoid creature, was about to feast. Only to find its body immobilized? Roar! The jackal's howl echoed throughout the entire cavern. Fortunately, the soundproofing between caverns was exceptionally effective. Thus, in the adjacent cavern, none of Lin Xian's group save for Rongrong heard the howl. Lin Xian continued manipulating the blue mycelium. When the dense blue mycelium completely enveloped the jackal, a cage-like structure of blue mycelium emerged from the ground, slowly closing in on the jackal. This was the blood-flesh mycelium skill, Earthborn Fungus. Earthborn mycelium persisted in closing in on the jackal. The moment the first sharp blue thread sliced into its flesh, a jet of crimson blood spurted from its body. Immediately after, a second, third, and fourth gash appeared. The still-living jackal let out a howl of agony. Yet, no creature could save it. Until the wolf's cries gradually faded, its flesh and blood solidifying into clumps. It can now kill from a distance? A faint smile touched Lin Xian's lips. With the upgrade of the flesh mycelium, its combat effectiveness grew increasingly formidable. Now it didn't even need Lin Xian nearby, simply being adjacent to a subterranean lair was enough to carry out its killing. Of course. The prerequisite was that the opponents weren't particularly strong. Don't be fooled by jackals being able to take down ordinary players. But ultimately, jackals are no different from meat rabbits or meat pigs, they belong at the very bottom of the food chain in the dungeon world. Fresh flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Notice, finally consumed a delicious fresh blood meal. Mycelium is delighted. Seeing the prompt on the flesh fungus interface, Lin Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Over the past period, Buchan had fed the flesh mycelium quite a lot of meat. But it had all been foul-tasting meat, leaving the mycelium utterly disheartened. This time, though, the jackal meat finally gave the flesh mycelium a satisfying meal.
Once the jackal was completely devoured, the flesh and blood mycelium proceeded to swallow the humanoid creature nearby as well.
At that moment,
an item appeared within Lin Xian's space backpack.
HM?
Lin Xian noticed the item obtained from the humanoid creature and selected to inspect it.
Stellar chain pendant.
Description: part of a finished equipment set. Used alone, it can nullify one fatal blow.
Prerequisite: the opponent's strength cannot significantly exceed your own. Collecting the full set grants massive attribute bonuses. After reading the item's description,
Lin Xian opened the dungeon compendium to look it up.
Stellar chain pendant, part of the Dungeon Starry Sky set, crafted by the Dungeon Dwarf tribe.
This pendant is a cherished ornament among the dwarves, offering protective effects to its wearer.
Collect the full set to gain massive attribute bonuses.
The descriptions were nearly identical.
Lin Xian nodded.
The description in the dungeon compendium essentially enriched the item's details.
It even added the detail that the set was crafted by the dwarf tribe.
But this also indirectly confirmed one thing. In the dungeon world, the dwarves are undoubtedly the foremost masters of crafting items.
Lin Xian had seen the dwarves' crafting tools more than once.
After withdrawing all the mycelium from the front cavern, Lin Xian proceeded to inspect the caverns in other directions. The cavern above contained numerous gray rats. These little gray rats seemed to be a staple of the cavern world, found in many of the caverns.
Naturally, Lin Xian didn't let these little gray rats escape either. After all, they were Tonanoji's favorite snack. After catching all 11 gray rats, he sent Mama Noji a private message. Lin Xian, I have 11 live gray rats here.
I'll trade them once you offer sufficient compensation.
Mamono replied almost instantly after receiving the message. Mamono, oh my gosh. As expected of Lin Koan, you're amazing. To get so many gray mice in just one day. I absolutely adore you, Lin Koan. I'll find materials to trade with you ASAP. I promise. After replying, Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with Mama Noji.
He turned his attention to exploring other sections of the cavern. The cavern below contained rock fragments, but Lin Xian had no interest in collecting them. The caves to the left and right contained cave creatures currently engaged in battle and an empty treasure chest, respectively. Beaten to it? Lin Xian felt a bit annoyed. After opening a treasure chest, he always dismantled the chest itself as well. However, this chest was already open, yet it hadn't been dismantled. Meaning the player who got it deliberately left it there to annoy him. Dig deeper. On the left were dungeon creatures engaged in battle, and Lin Xian didn't want to interrupt their fight.
Then we'll just have to dig downward. Alright. Tuck gripped his shovel and plunged it forcefully into the earth below. Unlike the earthen walls connecting the dungeon,
digging downward, even for Tuck, required only 10 shovelfuls of effort.
Upon reaching the cavern below,
fluffy cat ears twitched, then a cat nose sniffed the air ahead.
He said,
Master, this kitty senses danger.
HM? Danger? What makes you say that? There are many dungeon demons in the cavern ahead. They seem to be plotting something.
The fluffy cat ears continued to twitch as they eavesdropped on the conversation of the dungeon demons in the adjacent chamber.
After a moment, Fluffy's feline face suddenly turned shocked. What's wrong, Fluffy? Master, something terrible is happening.
This warning wasn't just directed at Lin Xian. Fluffy also silently relayed the message to Tuck, who was resting nearby, and to Rebel, who had remained silent and tense throughout. These dungeon demons are going to break the seal on the ancient evil god, Shugus. Chapter 90, The Rampaging Dungeon Fiends.
What? Two voices of shock echoed simultaneously within the cavern. Clearly, both Tuck and Rebel had heard of Shugus's name. Of course, Lin Xian had also heard of Shugus's formidable reputation.
His eyebrows twitched slightly, his expression turning wary.
As far as Lin Xian knew, Shoggoth was a fictional creature from the Cthulhu mythos. It possessed a nightmarish, glossy black form, an amorphous body emitting a foul stench, writhing forward as it oozed and flowed with shapeless protoplasmic blobs.
Its body was covered in tens of thousands of pus-like eyes, utterly terrifying. But this was a fictional creature from the Cthulhu mythos.
What? Could such a creature exist in the underground world too?
Lin Xian glanced at Tuck and Rebel, then shifted his gaze to Ronron.
He asked, what is the ancient evil Shoggoth? Lin Xian, you don't know the elder evil Shoggoth? Tuck stared at Lin Xian in astonishment. Rebel did the same.
It seemed like not knowing about the ancient evil god Shoggoth in the dungeon world was a very strange thing.
Lin Xian shook his head.
I've heard of creatures called Shoggoths, but I don't know if the ancient evil god Shoggoth of the dungeon world is the same as the Shoggoths I'm familiar with. Rebel's tone turned grave. The ancient evil god Shoggoth was one of the 7 great evil gods of the primordial age. It is also one of the totems worshipped by the dungeon demons, possessing power so immense it could obliterate an entire region of the dungeon world. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly widened.
Capable of destroying an entire major region? Consider this, the entire netherworld is divided into only 4 major regions: east, south, west, and north. A single ancient god could obliterate an entire region. Doesn't that mean? If 4 of the 7 ancient evil gods from the primordial era were to emerge, they could obliterate the entire subterranean world?
Lin Xian knew each of the 4 regions had its own regional boss. But the power of a regional boss is absolutely incapable of destroying an entire region. This means the power of these 7 evil gods far surpasses that of the 4 zone bosses.
No, this god of evil must not be allowed to awaken.
Lin Xian frowned, making a silent resolution within himself. He had only been in the dungeon world for 4 days.
If he encountered an ancient dark god already, what would be the point of his exploration?
And it wasn't just him. Nearly every player would face an instant game over.
We have to stop them.
Tuck and Rebel stared nervously at the earthen wall connecting to the neighboring cavern. Even with their strength, they might not stand a chance against that horde of dungeon demons. But as natives of the dungeon world, they had a duty to protect it from destruction. Master, it seems your undead Mossbrins will need to make an appearance.
The demons next door are formidable, at least stronger than the Mossbrins.
Rong had already sensed the power of the demons in the adjacent cavern, those who were praying and initiating an ancient ritual.
That was precisely my intention. Lin Xian nodded in agreement.
The stronger these dungeon demons proved, the more formidable the power of the deadly forbidden fungus Lin Xian would gain upon defeating them.
Moreover,
Lin Xian's flesh mycelium inherently required consuming powerful flesh to gain evolution points for advancement. The demons in the neighboring cavern were essentially the best experience points for Lin Xian to level up and grow stronger.
Everyone, leave this matter to me. You need not interfere.
Lin Xian's words were naturally directed at Tuck and Rebel. Rebel was manageable at level 33, he could certainly handle himself if it came to blows. But Tuck, being a hobbit, was practically useless in combat. Don't be fooled by his diligent tunneling. Digging was pretty much the only skill he possessed.
Tuck. Level, LV 11. Lin Xian's estimated combat power, 5. Ha? Lin Xian, are you sure you don't need our help? Tuck asked curiously.
Godfather, my forest folk bow is already itching to be unleashed.
Rebel also volunteered for battle. Of course I need your help.
Lin Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he pointed toward the earthen wall ahead.
Just help me chisel a passageway down to the next underground cavern.
Even in such a tense moment, Lin Xian didn't forget to exploit the cave's glitch. If you can avoid digging a hole yourself, don't dig it yourself. Preserving his tunneling rights meant the number of caverns he could explore would never decrease.
Ah!
Tuck scratched his head, his gaze fixed on Lin Xian with a peculiar look. Was his sole purpose really just to dig holes? Lin Xian met his gaze with a look that seemed to ask, what else? Tuck picked up the shovel and began digging hole after hole. Rebel took the second shovel from Lin Xian and joined in the digging. Until the light of the flames pierced through the cave ahead and illuminated this chamber. The cave demons in the opposite chamber all turned to stare at this narrow passageway. Through the fungal threads, Lin Xian also observed this group of cave demons. They sported extremely jagged fangs and 2 large horns on their heads, perfect for stew, no doubt. Standing over 7 feet tall, their arms were exceptionally thick, even thicker than their thighs. Each arm bore 3 fingers, each claw stretching 10 centimeters long. Their feet also had 3 toes, appearing exceptionally robust. Each demon's upper and lower body proportions were strikingly mismatched. The torso was massive, while the legs were disproportionately short. Lin Xian couldn't fathom how such a frail lower body could possibly support such a massive upper torso.
Simultaneously,
a set of data concerning this group of demons appeared on Lin Xian's dungeon interface.
Dungeon Demon Berserker. Level, varies between LV 28 and LV 36.
Ability, melee combat. Their robust upper bodies grant them astonishing arm strength in close combat.
Description, Dungeon Demon Berserkers are vassals of the Dungeon Demon Darkblood lineage.
These berserkers possess formidable musculature.
Once within striking distance, their heavy arms deliver devastating blows.
Their powerful arms possess the strength to shatter boulders weighing tons with ease. Weaknesses, short legs, relatively weak leg muscles, slow speed.
Rampagers?
Lin Xian was somewhat surprised by the name given to this group of dungeon demons.
Calling them musclemen would have been acceptable, but rampagers? What kind of joke was that? With such stubby legs and slow speed, did rampagers mean they couldn't run?
The thought made Lin Xian chuckle.
Godfather, shall we go in? Rebel noticed Lin Xian standing there dumbfounded and couldn't help but give him a nudge. Alright, let's go. With that, following the same order as before, Lin Xian and his group entered the underground cavern across the way one by one.
As the passageway within the earthen wall sealed shut,
hundreds of rampagers within the vast cavern fixed their gaze on Lin Xian's group. From their eyes, Lin Xian could sense deep hostility. Chapter 91, The Alluring Pupil. Do you understand the combination of pupil arts and illusion arts?
No need to glare at me like that, Ragers.
Lin Xian stepped forward, closing in on one of the rampagers.
The rager immediately raised its powerful arm, preparing to smash Lin Xian.
But the instant its arm swung toward Lin Xian, it froze. The berserker suddenly realized his body was completely immobilized.
Had he been able to see the blue threads, he would have noticed his body was already completely enveloped in blue fungal filaments.
Gah!
A horrifying growl erupted from the berserker's mouth. Simultaneously, the stench of his breath assaulted Lin Xian's nostrils, making him want to vomit. Through the translator jelly, Lin Xian managed to decipher the words roaring from the rampager's mouth. Damn it! Why can't I move? Oomph. Lin Xian gave a cold laugh, shook his head, and stared straight at the entire horde of rampagers before him. He declared solemnly, because I've come to claim your lives, Hell's Judge Cui. With that, without waiting for their reaction, Lin Xian directly linked to the consciousness of the sentinel fungus deep within the ruins dungeon. The sentinel fungus was not merely Lin Xian's avatar, it also commanded the group of Mosprin, the forbidden fungi of the dead. The sentinel mushroom gathered all 261 Mosprin, the forbidden fungi of the dead, who were currently at work, and stored them all within Lin Xian's spatial backpack. Immediately after, Lin Xian summoned the recently stored Mosprin one by one. 261 skeletal Mosprins appeared within the vast cavern, weaving directly through the crowd of rampagers. The rampagers, encountering such a multitude of skeletal Mosprin for the first time, were utterly astonished. What is this? Moslin skeletons? Even among the dungeon demons, a food chain existed. Lowly demons like Mosprin were nothing more than slaves and food in the eyes of the rampagers. If other food sources were available, the rampagers might not bother with these lowly demons. But when hungry and with no edible meat available, the rampagers would devour these lowly Mosprins to fill their bellies. And so, upon seeing the Mosprin bones, they immediately recognized them as the remains of a Mosprin. Because they had actually eaten Mosprin before. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many Mosprin skeletons? Damn it! That strange, tall hobbit-like creature dared to eat our dungeon demons? This is a blatant provocation against us dungeon demons. A provocation. Though Mosprin ranked near the bottom of the food chain among the dungeon demons, they still bear the name of the dungeon demons. To the rampagers and other dungeon demons, when food is scarce, they can eat Mosprins as a reserve food source. But other races? What gives them the right to eat Mosprins? This is a provocation against the dungeon demons. A tremendous insult. In an instant, the Raigers were all enraged. Yet, what the rampaging mob never expected was that these Mosprin, now reduced to skeletal remains, would suddenly launch an attack upon them. With a sharp crack, the skeletal Mosprin, wielding a digging shovel, swung it directly at the Rager's massive forehead. This only enraged the rampagers further. What the hell? Getting beaten by low-level demons? Skeletons? Corpses? This is an insult to demons. Everyone! Charge! Kill this! Bang! Before the leader of the rampaging mob could finish his sentence, two skeletal Mosprins swung their shovels, smashing his skull. Furious, the brute clenched his fists and smashed them directly into the skulls of the two skeleton Mosprins. Suddenly, the skeleton heads of the Mosprin were instantly crushed. But even without heads, these undead Mosprin remained undeterred in battle. They didn't need eyes to observe their surroundings. Much like Pain's six paths, they could share a single vision. If Lin Xian could see the battlefield before him, then these undead fungal beings could sense it too. Even if Lin Xian didn't look at the battlefield, the fungal mycelium could still perceive the surrounding situation. A massive brawl between the undead forbidden fungus Whitebones Mosprin and the rampagers is about to erupt. Roar! At that moment, the Hellfire Lion beside Lin Xian was itching to join the fray. Hellfire Lion, Rongrong, you two join in too. Grab some experience points. Lin Xian chuckled before issuing his command, Hellfire Lion, unleash Hell's Roar first to psychologically assault these rampagers. Then, engulf them in the flames of the abyss. Roar! As the Hellfire Lion opened its maw, the entire cavern echoed with hellish reverberations. The rampagers, who had been viciously hammering the skeleton Mosprins, each covered their ears with huge hands. But they couldn't withstand the mental assault. Their eardrums felt as if they were being pierced and torn. The sound persisted relentlessly. Several rampagers near Lin Xian and the Hellfire Lion grit their teeth against the pain, determined to track down and eliminate the source of this torment. However, an elegant, composed, and noble purple-furred, blue-eyed cat appeared before the rampaging mob. They swung their arm hammers, intent on striking the cat blocking their path. But suddenly, an illusionary realm materialized before their eyes. Though they were clearly in the dungeon, it felt as if they had been transported to a resort. Several rampagers began to relax and enjoy themselves right where they stood. At the same time, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared before the rampagers. This group of rampagers, all male, naturally couldn't resist the enchanting gaze of the purple crystal dark cat, a creature of the opposite sex. Enchanted by her gaze, the rampagers all developed affection for this noble, elegant feline of another race. Fluffy raised her paw and pointed elegantly toward the other rampagers still fighting. No command was needed, those under the spell instantly understood. You despicable creature! How dare you lay a hand on my beloved? Die! Already trapped within an illusion, the rampagers were further ensnared by the enchanting gaze. They were under the illusion that their beloved had been bullied. One by one, the rampagers under the illusion and technique spell unleashed furious blows upon their own kind. Powerful arms clashed against powerful arms in a brutal melee between men.
Are you out of your mind? Attacking your own kind? Those rampagers untouched by illusion or technique stood utterly bewildered. We've had it with you for ages.
Those with prior grudges against their kin struck with even greater ferocity.
Under the relentless barrage of explosive blows, several rampagers fell to the ground. Here we go. Lin Xian watched the first wave of fallen rampagers, a smirk curling his lips. Chapter 92. Who the hell is this? It's Lin Xian. This was the moment he'd been waiting for.
Compared to Mosprin, the rampagers were clearly better suited to be Lin Xian's enforcers. Blue Mycelium, taking advantage of the rampagers' infighting, crawled densely through the gaps between them toward the fallen bodies. Once the Mycelium reached the fallen rampagers, it immediately seeped into their flesh. Starting from the flesh, then to the spine, then to the nerves, and finally to the brain. The Mycelium began its parasitic invasion. Mycelium is parasitizing the deceased. Target, rampagers. Parasitism initiated. Establishing neural connection 103,070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 100%. Evaluation, a flawless parasitic integration. Utilize your deceased host body to its fullest until complete decay. No wonder it's a corpse. Parasitism is just so convenient. Lin Xian couldn't help but marvel. Parasitizing the dead forbidden fungus proved far easier than infecting living organisms. Moreover, the sensory synchronization rate is essentially 100%. After all, as inanimate corpses, they were utterly powerless to resist the dead man's forbidden fungus's control. Once the dead man's banshee successfully parasitized the rampagers, those rampagers who had already fallen to the ground dead suddenly rose again. Of course. Though they could still move, their eyes were lifeless. This wasn't due to being controlled, but because they were already dead. The other rampagers, seeing their fallen comrades rise once more, were all filled with confusion. Shift. How did these guys get back up? Weren't they dead? Those rampagers who'd crossed paths with these dead bodies were especially displeased. Damn it, we already killed them once and they're still crawling back? Are they trying to steal our women? Of course. The women they coveted weren't female runners, but rather that enchanting magical cat, Rong Rong, who radiated charm from afar. Even when sitting still on the ground, Rong Rong radiates elegance, composure, and nobility. It gave these rampaging warriors a sense of awe, something to admire from afar, but never to be trifled with. At that moment, a ball of black flames surged toward the rampaging mob. Beside them, the Hellfire Lion unleashed its abyssal flames, a torrent of heat reaching 2000 degrees Celsius. As the flames surged into the midst of the rampagers, the extreme heat ignited them instantly. The skeletal undead fungus Mosprin, already reduced to bones, remained unfazed. But the rampaging mob couldn't endure such heat. One by one, their flesh began to crack and peel. 2000 degrees Celsius. Enough to cook the flesh and blood of these rampagers to a crisp. The rampagers struggled desperately to resist, but they couldn't withstand such intense heat. Many of them perished instantly. Suddenly, a hole suddenly opened in the left earthen wall of this underground chamber. Lin Xian turned to look a passageway. 3 humans emerged from the passageway. Clearly, these were players from the same batch as Lin Xian. When they saw the cavern transformed into a searing inferno, filled with numerous monsters and skeletal remains, they shuddered in terror. Excuse us. The passage, which had been sealed off, was dug open by their combined efforts, and they retreated back into the original passageway. At the same time, Lin Xian noticed strange comments appearing in the world chat. Folks, can someone explain this? We accidentally dug into a monster lair. It's already engulfed in flames, you know? Monsters and skeletal remains everywhere. But the craziest part? Standing nearby is a human, 2 1-meter-tall oddities, a black lion, and an adorable cat? What the hell is this? Is the OP serious? Holy crap! Who's that badass? Already taking on monsters like that? Of course it's real. We were in a 3-person squad, I can vouch for it. We all saw that guy. Pretty handsome, looks like he might be the leader of that little crew. Unbelievable, everyone. While we're still fretting over food, someone's already pulled off something this epic. No way someone could actually do what you're saying, right? There is. A figure suddenly popped into my head. Holy crap? I thought of someone too. You didn't happen to see Lin Xian, did you? Now that you mention it, it really sounds like him. Besides Lin Xian, I can't think of anyone else who could be that awesome. In an instant, Lin Xian's private messages exploded again. Speechless. Can you just turn off the damn private messaging feature? Lin Xian silently complained about the dungeon panel's lack of functionality. Even if each person could only send 1 private message before receiving a reply, the sheer number of players in the dungeon world was overwhelming. Amidst the sea of flames, as the number of fallen rampagers grew ever larger,
The number of rampagers parasitized by the deathbound fungus also grew.
As Lin Xian gained control over more than half of all rampagers, the chaotic battle became considerably easier. The horde of fleshrot-infected rampagers, joined by the fleshrot skeleton Mosbrin, attacked the remaining living but barely conscious rampagers. Under the relentless hammer blows, the rampagers could no longer withstand the assault, falling one by one.
That should do it. Hellflame Lion, reign in your flames.
Otherwise, the aroma of this grilled meat might tempt me to sample the tasted demons.
Of course. Not that it would be bad. As mid-tier demons with such well-developed muscles, their flavor should be quite decent. At least far superior to that putrid meat of Mosbrin. Roar! Hellflame Lion leapt into the sea of fire.
As it opened its massive jaws, the black flames were completely absorbed.
As the sea of fire vanished, one by one, the roasted berserkers emitted an enticing aroma of cooked meat.
Fresh flesh detected.
Mycelium initiating consumption. Notice, the grilled ragers taste absolutely fantastic. No more eating that disgusting Mosbrin meat. This mycelium is overjoyed. Seeing the mycelium's appraisal of the berserkers, Lin Xian couldn't resist.
He sliced off some of the grilled meat and began tasting it.
Not bad.
Sprinkled with salt, cumin, and chili powder, it tasted even better.
After a few bites, Lin Xian turned to Tuck and Rebel behind him. What are you standing there for? Eat.
Tuck and Rebel stared at him with wide, round eyes, looking at him in disbelief.
Wait, Lin Xian, this is demon meat.
I'll stick to water, Godfather. Tuck and Rebel both seemed to have some aversion to the meat of the rampagers.
Lin Xian took a bite of the chili-dusted grilled meat in his hand and asked, "What's the matter? Are you two vegetarians?" "Master, it's not that they're vegetarians.
It's just that non-underworld demons from the underworld world don't eat the flesh of underworld demons."
Rong explained.
"Oh, I see. But it tastes really good. It'd be a shame if you didn't try it." Lin Xian kept eating while setting aside a portion of the grilled meat. Besides stashing it in the fridge, he also listed it directly on the exchange.
Chapter 93, Mass Level Up. New skill, multiplication technique. Seller, Lin Xian. Item for trade, roasted dungeon demon berserker meat. Seeking trade, 100 G meat for 1 gem. Quantity, 10 orders. Description, freshly roasted dungeon demon rager meat, deliciously savory with firm texture. Simply irresistible. Just 1 gem gets you this exquisite grilled demon meat. Hurry, only 10 orders available. Includes 10 G chili powder as a bonus.
The moment Lin Xian posted his trade offer, the World Window channel and bullet chat section were flooded with question marks.
No way. Bro. Did you three really see that? Is it really God tier Lin? God tier Lin is actually battling the dungeon demons? Holy crap. That's Lin God for you. Not only did he battle a dungeon demon, he actually won? And now he's eating grilled demon meat? What's the point of the grass in my hand?
I was planning to go vegetarian to lose weight, but now grass just tastes gross. Dude, you're not trying to lose weight, you just can't afford demon meat. 100 G of Lin Xian's personally grilled demon meat, complete with chili powder.
I'll trade. That meat's worth a gemstone. I'm already digging in. Damn it.
I finally saved up 3 gems, just about to trade for a gray cleaver.
How could I resist? Who could resist the temptation of grilled demon meat? Trading. In just 10 seconds. Lin Xian's 10 batches of grilled meat were completely sold out. Meanwhile, inside Lin Xian's space backpack,
3 wind gems, 3 earth gems, 1 lightning gem, 2 fire gems, and 1 water gem appeared.
Sure enough, imposing purchase limits made these players scramble to buy. When quantities are plentiful, items lose their value.
Munching on a sizzling, oil-dripping grilled rampager arm, Lin Xian analyzed the player's psychology. Even those hoarding gems to trade for the Grey Cleaver or the Forest Folk Bow couldn't resist the allure of this fragrant grilled meat. They'd pull out their stashed gems to barter with Lin Xian.
Meanwhile, after slaying over 100 berserkers, a new notification appeared on the dungeon interface.
Congratulations to player Lin Xian for defeating 92 dungeon demon rampagers, earning a total of 210,000 EXP.
Congratulations to player Lin Xian for advancing to LV34.
Congratulations to Hellflame Lion for assisting player Lin Xian in defeating dungeon demon berserkers, earning a total of 110,000 EXP. Congratulations to Hellfire Lion, leveled up to LV27. Congratulations to Purple Crystal Dark Cat for assisting player Lin Xian in defeating the Abyssal Demon Berserker, earning a total of 110,000 EXP. Congratulations to Amethyst Shadowcat, leveled up to LV24. After successfully leveling up, Lin Xian checked his data panel. Dungeon Survival Panel. Name, Lin Xian. Level, LV34-2222. Innate ability, Flesh Mycelium. Spirit pets, Inferno Lion, Amethyst Shadowcat. Follower, Rebel of the Forest Folk. Items, Fine Dagger, Grey Cleaver, Star Wish Chalice, Evil Repelling Talisman, Glazed Gemstone, Dungeon Excavator, Crossbow Bolts, Teleportation Jade Talisman, Forest Folk Bow, Star Chain Pendant.
Dungeons explored today, 1. Oh. Lin Xian stared at the data panel displaying his personal information. Unexpectedly, besides his spirit pet, another set of data had appeared. Follower. Had Rebel truly become his follower in the truest sense? Lin Xian glanced at Rebel, who was busy processing the flesh of a rampaging corpse nearby. This was his very first follower. His strength, or rather his level, was only one rank lower than his own. And just a minute ago, this guy had even been a level higher than him. The thought left Lin Xian feeling both amused and exasperated. Godfather, here's the meat from these rampagers for you. He presented every piece of grilled rampager meat that Rebel had prepared and collected earlier. Neither the dungeon sprites nor the hobbit folk would ever eat the flesh of dungeon demons. Therefore, Rebel went to collect this rampager meat on Lin Xian's behalf. Thank you. Lin Xian accepted the fresh grilled rampager meat, neither consuming nor selling it, but instead storing it in the refrigerator. Immediately after, it was time for the flesh-eating mycelium to feast. The roasted rampager's flesh delighted the flesh-eating mycelium as it devoured it. It took nearly an hour of relentless devouring before the muscle-bound runners were finally reduced to stark white bones. Upon completing their feast, the mycelium gained a substantial amount of evolution points. Congratulations, flesh mycelium. You have successfully leveled up to LV8. Level 8. Though this was expected, a thrill of excitement still played across Lin Xian's lips. He immediately checked the flesh mycelium's interface. Flesh mycelium core level upgraded to LV87A200 evolution points. Abilities: observation, reconnaissance, control, parasitism, repair, venom, hardening, infect mycelium, dead man's forbidden fungus, demon's heart, earthborn fungus, sentinel fungus, multiplication new. Core resilience slightly enhanced. Mycelium activity slightly enhanced. Slightly increased energy conversion efficiency. Mycelium persistence duration increased. Unlocked new trait, multiplication. Increased mycelium persistence duration. Mycelium can survive for 15 dungeon days after detaching from the host. Multiplication technique. The host can materialize flesh mycelium and multiply it up to tenfold. For example, a fist-sized mass of flesh mycelium, when multiplied tenfold, becomes a colossal mycelium fist. Beyond increased size, the force and impact of any strike are also amplified tenfold. Beyond fists, mycelium can materialize into any shape, and even the host themselves can be multiplied tenfold through this process. Upon witnessing the newly acquired capabilities of the flesh mycelium, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Multiplication technique? Can it amplify the entire body or just specific parts? Then wouldn't that mean? A faint smile touched Lin Xian's lips. In many situations, the duplication technique seemed to be quite a practical ability. Lin Xian, these rampaging one's white bones shouldn't pose a threat to us anymore, right? Tuck asked Lin Xian from the side. Lin Xian glanced at Tuck, then shifted his gaze to the skeletal rampagers before them. Shaking his head, he replied, "No. These rampagers have become my servants." With that, Lin Xian commanded the skeletal rampagers, now transformed into the forbidden fungus of the dead, to return entirely to his spatial backpack. Simultaneously, he fully restored the group of skeletal mosprins. With the mycelium's restorative power, even a mosprin with its skull completely shattered could be restored to pristine condition. Following that, Lin Xian stored this group of skeleton mosprins back into the space backpack. He then remotely linked to the sentinel fungus's consciousness within the ruins dungeon, commanding it to summon all the deceased mosprin back to the dungeon to continue cultivating the ruins. Let's go. Slaughtering these rampaging creatures was merely the first objective upon arriving at this subterranean lair. Lin Xian and his companions had a second objective. Chapter 94, The Ancient Demon in the Array? Fat Boy? The very term they had heard from the mouths of these rampagers. The ancient Shoggoth. This was the true, primary reason they had come to this cavern. These rampagers, the lackeys of the Drow clan of dungeon demons, had been conducting an ancient ritual within this very cavern, attempting to awaken one of the 7 great evil gods from the primordial era. Reaching the front, Lin Xian saw an ancient diagram on the ground. It was engraved with the shape of a demon. "Do you recognize this diagram?" Lin Xian inquired. Tuck and Rebel both shook their heads, indicating they had never seen this array before. Simultaneously, both shifted their gaze toward Rongrong. They both knew Rongrong was a purple crystal dark cat, and they also knew this particular purple crystal dark cat had once been a creature from that largest dungeon. This venerable elder surely knew far more than they did. Of course this Meow knows this array. Once, this Meow saw its description in the Book of Array Compendium. Well, looks like we got a false alarm. Ha! Lin Xian, Tuck, Rebel, and the crooked headlion all stared at Rongrong in confusion, not quite grasping the meaning behind her words. It's true these rampagers wanted to summon the ancient evil god Shoggoth, but they seem to have gotten the diagram wrong. This one's for summoning ordinary ancient demons, it's got absolutely nothing to do with Shoggoth. Rongrong retorted. Hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they found it rather amusing. So all this commotion had been nothing but a farce? But just then, the array suddenly activated. The entire underground chamber began to shake violently. What on earth was happening now? Lin Xian asked Rongrong.
Rongrong, standing at the center of the array, immediately scampered over to the Hell Flame Lion.
She leaped high and landed on its back. Retreat! Quick, retreat! Though these fools activated the wrong summoning array, it seems they succeeded. A true ancient demon is about to awaken. Damn it!
Lin Xian, Tuck, and Rebel all felt an urge to curse. These idiotic demonic rampagers sure know how to make things interesting. They're dead, yet they've managed to stir up this mess? Let's head to the edge of the cavern first. Lin Xian commanded the group. If this summoned ancient demon is powerful, Tuck and Rebel, start digging a tunnel. We're getting out of this cavern. Got it. Got it. Tuck and Rebel responded in unison. As for, what about the summoned ancient demon? What does that have to do with Lin Xian? After all, Lin Xian had only been in the dungeon world for 4 days.
His connection to the entire dungeon world wasn't particularly deep.
He knew even less about the races and creatures inhabiting this realm. If the sky were to fall, the true powerhouses of the underground world would bear its weight.
What does it matter to him? The outcome.
When Lin Xian and the others reached the edge of the underground earthen wall,
a scene that left them utterly dumbfounded unfolded before their eyes.
The massive formation array radiated a dazzling white light.
Yet emerging from the light was a round, ball-like, off-white belly?
To be precise, this round creature possessed an exceptionally large belly. Its head, however, was no larger than Lin Xian's fist. Lin Xian noticed a pair of minuscule wings protruding from behind that enormous belly. It was less a demon and more a spherical, ball-like creature. Lin Xian exchanged glances with Tuck and Rebel, seeing a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes.
What the hell is this? An ancient demon? This is just a damn ball, isn't it? All three were utterly baffled.
Meanwhile, Rongrong scrutinized the ancient demon emerging from the array with her sapphire cat eyes.
After sniffing with its cat nose and listening intently with its cat ears, it telepathically addressed Lin Xian alone. Master, this thing seems to be a dragon? A dragon? Lin Xian's face was filled with question marks. This spherical creature was actually a dragon? Rongrong continued.
This cat did indeed catch the scent of a dragon, specifically, the aura of a silver dragon, the most versatile among the dragon clans. Lin Xian had heard rumors about dragons. But to be honest, his understanding wasn't particularly deep. He asked curiously, a silver dragon? What kind of dragon is that? The dragon clans are actually divided by elemental attributes: wind dragons, thunder dragons, water dragons, fire dragons, earth dragons, and so on. There are over 10 distinct branches in total. Among them, 2 dragon clans are exceptionally unique: the golden dragon lineage, renowned for its immense strength, and the silver dragon lineage, celebrated for its mastery over energy. Golden dragons are born with immense physical strength, incapable of learning energy attacks, yet exceptionally skilled in hand-to-hand combat and close quarters. Silver dragons are the opposite, weak in close combat, but masters of all elemental energy attacks. Energy attacks of all types? Lin Xian pondered for a moment, gradually grasping the meaning. So this chubby little guy before him was actually a silver dragon? Exactly. And it's a youngling of the Silver Dragon clan. Master, would you like to form a contract with a silver dragon and become a dragon knight? A dragon rider? A vision flashed before Lin Xian's eyes, himself riding a towering dragon, soaring through the skies. But was this chubby little thing really feasible? Lin Xian blinked twice, and the data for this chubby little creature appeared on his dungeon panel. Dungeon Dragon Clan Silver Dragon Cub. Level, LV1. Ability, Dragon Breath. Of all elemental energies, any elemental energy can be released through Dragon Breath. Description: as a silver dragon hatchling, this chubby little dragon was hatched less than a week ago. Falling into the lair of an ancient demon, it should have become the demon's meal. Instead, a strange summoning energy brought it into the dungeon array. The little dragon is hungry and wants to eat. Weakness, hunger. After Lin Xian finished reading the information about the silver dragon hatchling, he swallowed hard, still finding it hard to believe. This chubby little thing was actually a silver dragon? And not just any silver dragon, a hatchling less than a week old. According to the report, the creature had fallen into the lair of an ancient demon and nearly become its prey. Yet, through a series of misfortunes, it was summoned into the underground by a group of dungeon demons who had mistakenly activated the summoning array. Lin Xian couldn't help but wonder if they hadn't intervened just now, and instead allowed the rampaging demons to witness their summoned creature, what would the scene have been? Would they bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times before the silver dragon cub? Or would they simply gobble it up as food? Lin Xian shook his head. Both outcomes seemed possible. Suddenly, a piercing dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire cavern. Of course, this dragon's cry wasn't a psychic attack. It was the wail of the chubby little dragon before him. Wah! Just as the dungeon panel had described, this silver dragon hatchling was hungry. Chapter 95, Contract Silver Dragon. Master, within the dungeon world, the dragon lineage has dwindled to near extinction.
The few remaining dragons dwell within the dragon mountains of the largest underground city. To this cat's knowledge, fewer than 10 true dragons still survive.
It can be said that dragons, especially those of the silver dragon lineage, are exceedingly precious beings. If you wish to become a dragon rider, seize this moment to bind a contract with this silver dragon hatchling.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?
Lin Xian gazed at the chubby little creature in the distance, its belly rumbling with hunger.
He smiled wryly. Hard to believe such a tiny thing could be a dragon's young. With that said,
Lin Xian walked toward the round, plump creature. Bonding with a silver dragon hatchling wasn't particularly difficult. The dungeon panel and the dungeon compendium both detailed methods for contracting dungeon creatures. It was much like when Lin Xian had hatched the flame lion's egg by dripping his own blood into it. He allowed the young creature to recognize his presence and forge a bond through the fusion of their bloodlines. Thus, it becomes one's contracted companion. At least, that's how it was written in the Complete Guide to Dungeons.
But in reality,
in Lin Xian's view, the ritual to contract a subterranean creature felt more like binding a servant to oneself.
After all, this was an unequal pact. The bound party was forbidden to betray or stab the contractor in the back. Conversely, the contractor could abandon or even kill the bound creature. Wasn't that precisely the nature of a servant contract?
Lin Xian smiled as he walked up to the silver dragon cub. The little crybaby blinked its round, plump eyes at Lin Xian.
Mo!
The silver dragon cub let out a sound like it was whining for attention. Lin Xian took a freshly roasted, still warm piece of rampager meat from the refrigerator and handed it to the little creature before him. Here, eat up. Silver dragon hatchlings are different from human babies. Newborn silver dragon hatchlings already had teeth when they emerged. As carnivorous dragon creatures, silver dragons were raised on meat from the moment they were born. The moment it caught the aroma of the savory roasted meat, the silver dragon hatchling's mouth watered greedily. Squish! The little chubby one rolled its body directly to the meat. After sniffing the aroma of the grilled meat once more, it opened its wide mouth, ready to swallow it whole. However, Lin Xian suddenly yanked the meat backward, causing the young silver dragon to lunge at thin air. Gurgle! The imported delicacy vanished into thin air. The little chubby one trembled with rage. It tried to stand up, only to realize its own bulk prevented it. In the end, it could only roll around on the ground, venting its fury. All right. This piece of meat is yours, just teasing you. Lin Xian placed the meat into the silver dragon cub's tiny paws. The silver dragon cub was overjoyed once more, beginning to savor its own delicious treat. Munch. Slurp. After a few bites, the silver dragon hatchling's eyes lit up. Slurp. After savoring the seasoned grilled meat, the silver dragon cub wore a blissful expression. It extended its tiny paw, as if asking Lin Xian, is there more? At the same time, its eyes welled up with tears, a clear attempt to play the sympathy card. You little rascal, you're a natural-born actor, aren't you? Lin Xian couldn't help but tease. Meat? Of course there's more plenty to go around. Hearing this, the silver dragon cub raised its paws and began to cheer excitedly. But here's the thing, if I feed you meat, I'll definitely want something in return. Lin Xian's expression suddenly turned serious as he continued, are you willing to become my contract partner? That is, my battle pet. If you agree to be my battle pet, I'll give you tons and tons of meat with every single meal. Gulp. Me. The silver dragon cub rolled once on the ground before standing upright. It nodded eagerly, indicating its willingness. Little silver dragon didn't understand what a battle pet was. All it knew was that becoming one meant free barbecue for life. Lin Xian watched the silver dragon cub's expression, tilted his head, and teased, silver dragons never serve as slaves. Unless it's all-inclusive food and lodging provided. He took out another piece of berserker grilled meat and handed it to the silver dragon cub. While the little silver dragon was happily eating, Lin Xian took the opportunity to drip a single drop of blood onto its head. The crimson blood spread like blue fungal threads. It crept into the silver dragon's eyes. After Lin Xian's blood merged with the silver dragon, a prompt appeared. Do you wish to form a contract with the silver dragon? Yes. Lin Xian selected the option without hesitation. The same question appeared before the young silver dragon. Do you wish to form a contract with the human before you and become his battle pet? Ha! The silver dragon cub tilted its head, indicating confusion, but nodded. Gulp. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, on successfully forming a contract with the silver dragon cub. Henceforth, this silver dragon shall become your battle pet. You may abandon or kill it at will, but it cannot betray or stab you in the back. Once established, this contract cannot be broken. As the notification faded, it signified that the contract between Lin Xian and the silver dragon cub was officially sealed. Just as the prompt he had seen earlier stated. Sure enough, the dungeon companion contract was, in essence, a master-servant contract. Moreover, this contract was essentially a one-sided agreement. The silver lining? As the contractor, Lin Xian stands to gain without risk. The little silver dragon before him, however, had essentially sold itself into servitude due to its insatiable appetite. Who knows if it would regret today's gluttony once it grew up and wised up. Me. After devouring another piece of grilled meat, the little silver dragon stretched out its tiny paw once more, begging Lin Xian for more. Not full yet? Lin Xian asked in surprise. But determined not to let it go hungry, Lin Xian continued to pick out meat for the little silver dragon. After devouring 12 pieces of grilled rampager meat, the little silver dragon finally patted its round, plump belly contentedly and lay down to rest. Lin Xian's facial muscles twitched. Speechless, he muttered, I don't know if you'll regret this when you grow up, but I'm already starting to regret it. Damn it, 12 pieces of meat in one meal, each piece weighing at least 2 pounds. That's nearly 55 pounds of meat in one sitting. How much does a whole meat pig even weigh? This little silver dragon could devour one in just a few meals. If Lin Xian hadn't set up a farm ahead of time and raised dozens of pigs, he'd probably starve to death before the silver dragon did. Lin Xian, did you contract this chubby little thing? Tuck, who had been observing from a distance, approached Lin Xian and asked. Huh? Yeah, I did. Tuck, this is my new battle pet. What do you think? Pretty sturdy, huh? Lin Xian gestured with his hand. Strong? Tuck tilted his head, staring at the silver dragon cub already fast asleep on the ground. He couldn't for the life of him understand how the word strong applied to it in any way. Godfather, isn't it a demon? You contracted an ancient demon? Rebel, who had come with Tuck, now wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Chapter 96, The Wizard. An ancient demon? No. Lin Xian waved his hand, meeting Tuck and Rebel's bewildered gazes with a serious expression. This is a bona fide dragon. To be precise, a dragon hatchling, specifically, a silver dragon. Hearing this, Tuck and Rebel both gaped, speechless. This is actually a silver dragon? Wait, Godfather, wasn't this little guy summoned through that array over there? Rebel pointed at the rune array the silver dragon hatchling had rolled past. It was summoned through the pattern array, that's correct. But well, this matter, it's a long story. Lin Xian relayed everything he'd gleaned from the dungeon panel and the dungeon compendium, along with what Rongrong had told him, to Tuck and Rebel. At first, both were utterly baffled. But by the end, both had their eyes wide, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Holy crap! This thing is actually a silver dragon? And a baby one at that? Tuck walked over to the silver dragon cub and began examining it from head to toe. This was a dragon. Even a young one was the only chance Tuck would ever get to see a dragon in his lifetime. If he had a camera, he'd definitely snap 16 consecutive selfies with it. Godfather congratulated Godfather on successfully contracting with the Dragon Clan and becoming a Dragon Knight. Compared to Tuck, Rebel seemed relatively composed. Lin Xian chuckled, there's really nothing to congratulate. Becoming a Dragon Knight means I have to raise this little guy first. Just thinking about the silver dragon hatchling's appetite made Lin Xian feel disheartened. He wondered if it would even grow into a full-fledged dragon. Moments later, Lin Xian stowed the silver dragon hatchling into his spatial backpack. The spatial backpack was expandable. Lin Xian carved out a private room inside for the silver dragon hatchling to sleep in. At the same time, Lin Xian walked back to the array diagram, beginning to move around in search. Since the dungeon demons, the rampagers, had chosen this location for their ancient summoning ritual, it clearly indicated this place must hold something significant. Unfortunately, after searching every inch, he found nothing. Just as Lin Xian was about to give up, he noticed traces of excavation on the ground ahead. Ha! Upon noticing these excavation marks, Lin Xian immediately extended his mycelium beneath his feet, penetrating this underground chamber and reaching the chamber below. The lower cavern was completely empty, devoid of anything. However, a passage leading to an even deeper underground chamber was rapidly healing itself. Lin Xian sent his mycelium into the passage, hoping to identify the digger. Unfortunately, the passage was closing at an astonishingly rapid pace. Before the mycelium could penetrate, it was locked out. Damn it! Despite Lin Xian's flesh and blood mycelium having reached level 8, they still couldn't penetrate the 2 underground caverns to spy on the situation over there. Rongrong, can you smell anything? Lin Xian pointed at the ground beneath them, knowing Rongrong would understand his meaning. Wizard. This cat smells a wizard. A wizard? That's right. Rongrong twitched his cat nose, then looked up at Lin Xian. It all makes sense now. I've felt something off since earlier. Rampagers aren't exactly the brightest demons among the dungeon fiends. Why would they bother with a summoning ritual? So, they had a wizard helping them. So, Rongrong, the wizard you're talking about is the one who performed that summoning ritual? Exactly. This cat is 100% certain that ritual was performed by that wizard. After all, the wizard clan excels at all kinds of rituals, including summoning ones. Summoning ritual? A witch? Lin Xian grew increasingly curious about this underground world. Originally, in the world of human civilization, forget dragons, even creatures like wizards and hobbits only existed in novels, anime, and movies.
But who would have thought? In the subterranean world, everything existed?
Even Shoggoths from the Cthulhu mythos were ancient, malevolent deities in the cavernous realms.
Rong, what's the status of wizards in the underground world? Should we go capture one? Lin Xian inquired.
No, you won't catch a wizard. They're incredibly cunning, masters of escape. Besides, wizards hold a status among the dungeon demons comparable to that of hobbits in underground cities. If you lay a finger on a wizard, the dungeon demons will likely put you on their assassination list. Of course.
Rong's sapphire cat eyes fixed on Lin Xian as he continued. Perhaps you're already on the underworld demon's assassination list. Ha? What do you mean? Master, have you forgotten what creatures your undead forbidden fungi are?
Not only did you slaughter the dungeon demon race, you even turned them into puppets.
If this ever comes to light, do you think the dungeon demons would spare you? Then just don't let them find out.
Lin Xian was about to say that he'd simply kill every dungeon demon he encountered.
However,
Lin Xian suddenly recalled the wizard who had fled earlier.
Rong, you mean that wizard will sacrifice us, exposing us to the demons in the underground lair? Exactly.
Not just you, this cat, that hobbit, and that guy from the forest folk tribe will probably all end up on the assassination list.
Hearing this, Lin Xian asked in confusion, but you don't seem the least bit worried? What good would panic do? Things have come to this, so we'll just have to take it one step at a time.
Besides, in the early stages of the assassination list, only low-tier dungeon demons will take the bounties.
The truly powerful ones won't even notice us, so it's no big deal.
As long as you don't kill any high-ranking dungeon demons or harm the interests of the Darkborn clan, our bounties won't be too high.
I see. Lin Xian nodded. He hadn't expected everything to be within Rong's calculations.
Truly worthy of her title as the royal cat strategist.
Let's go. Since things have come to this, we should head to the next dungeon first. With that said,
Lin Xian released the blue mycelium once more, spreading it outward as it began to creep through the surrounding space. Before deciding which cavern to enter, it was wise to first survey the conditions of all surrounding caverns. After Lin Xian had permeated the fungal threads into the caverns in 6 directions,
he suddenly realized the caverns had shifted again?
The cave he had come from had changed, and the caves below had changed as well. In essence, the caverns in all 6 directions had been refreshed into entirely new ones.
At the same time, a prominent notification appeared before Lin Xian and every player across the entire channel.
Underground Cavern World Regional Merger in Progress. The moment this notification appeared, the caverns in all 6 directions underwent another transformation.
The dungeons that had just completed their dimensional shifts transformed into entirely new forms. Merging all major regions? What the hell? Lin Xian's eyes widened in bewilderment. Chapter 97, Merging Regions.
Combat Power Index Rankings.
World Window Channel. Everyone. Did you see that?
A notification just popped up saying the regions are merging.
Does anyone know what's going on? No clue. Can someone from the admin team come explain? I need to know what's going on. What happens when regions merge?
Don't tell me it'll wipe out the chicken drumstick I just got from a treasure chest.
No way, I'm eating it right now. You actually have chicken drumsticks to eat? All I've got is tree bark. Angry emoji after the merge. Will they reward me with a pair of club models and an all-you-can-eat buffet? You're dreaming. After the merge, you might not even be able to afford tree bark. Where's Lin Xian? Does Lin Xian know what's going on? Can he enlighten us all?
As the final comment appeared, everyone started calling out to Lin Xian, hoping he'd come out and explain. Including the private messages channel. Trianxing, Shushu, Tanogi, Wuyu, and other familiar players from the Abyss also sent private messages to Lin Xian, desperate for answers. Lin Xian shrugged and replied in the World Window channel, I have no idea what's going on either. Just like you guys, I only found out about the server merge half a minute ago. Don't doubt me this time, I really didn't do it. I'm just as clueless as you all. After sending the message, Lin Xian exited the chat channel. He turned his attention back to the dungeon panel. Besides the previous notification, a new alert appeared. Attention all dungeon players. Server merges will execute in 30 seconds. During this period, please refrain from mining the dungeon to avoid unnecessary casualties. This alert was preceded by a red exclamation mark. It served as a stark warning. Every player in the entire dungeon world, including Lin Xian, likely received this alert. Thus, everyone awaited the server merger with a mix of tension and anticipation. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Then, the entire dungeon world trembled once more. What was happening? Lin Xian, it sounds like an earthquake. Tuck immediately grabbed a nearby rock to steady himself. Rebel stood before Lin Xian, resembling a bodyguard. Godfather, no matter what happens in the underground world, I will protect you. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt a warm surge in his heart. He never expected that after 4 days in the dungeon world, the one most loyal to him would be Rebel, whom he'd met last.
The Hellflame Lion also rushed to Lin Xian's side. As Lin Xian's battle pet, it was its duty to safeguard his safety. Rongrong lay on the Hellflame Lion's back, scanning the surroundings with alertness.
Master, something's wrong.
Very wrong. What do you mean?
Lin Xian looked at Rongrong curiously. The netherworld hasn't experienced an earthquake in a century, yet this is already the second major tremor in recent times.
And that's not even counting the netherworld's dimensional shifts. Could the netherworld truly be facing its apocalypse? Probably not. Lin Xian shook his head, choosing not to deliberately explain the cause of the underground world's earthquakes to Rongrong. After all,
he didn't know how to explain that the merging of major regions in the underground world had caused the earthquake. But I believe this tremor will subside soon and won't cause significant disruption to the underground world.
Ha? Master, how do you know that?
Lin Xian glanced at Rongrong and chuckled. Clairvoyance, I suppose. Rongrong shot him a disdainful look with her sapphire cat eyes. Oomph. As the tremors grew increasingly violent, the surrounding caverns began to shift. The mycelium Lin Xian had sent out had vanished. New mycelium, however, seeped into fresh caverns.
Underground city.
Behind Lin Xian, a new underground city suddenly materialized.
At the same time,
in the other 5 caverns,
2 had occupants, 2 were empty, and 1 dungeon even contained an unopened treasure chest?
As Lin Xian assessed the situation in all 6 caverns around him, the cavern's tremors abruptly ceased.
A new notification appeared on the dungeon interface. Global announcement: regional consolidation is complete. The following is an explanation of the consolidated regions. The dungeon world is now divided into 4 major regions: East, South, West, and North.
A regional resource battle will commence. Players from the East, South, West, and North regions will be grouped as teammates based on their respective zones. A zone emblem, visible only to fellow players, will appear above your heads.
Upon seeing this notice,
Lin Xian looked up at his own head and indeed found an identifier displayed.
East Region 0001. I'm 0001?
Lin Xian felt a bit surprised upon seeing his number.
Immediately afterward, a new notification appeared on the dungeon interface.
Based on players' combat strength, resource reserves, levels, and other factors across each district, a comprehensive ranking of overall strength will be generated for players within each district. This ranking is visible only to players within their respective districts. Below are the ranking tables for each district. Lin Xian checked and saw 4 distinct ranking tables: Eastern District, Southern District, Western District, and Northern District. Lin Xian clicked on East Region. The East Region's comprehensive combat power ranking is as follows.
East Region 0001, Lin Xian. Level, LV 34. Overall Combat Power Index, 12,918. East District 0002, Xu Yincheng. Level, LV 9. Overall Combat Power Index, 1132. East District 0003, Steve Lazai. Level, LV 7. Overall Combat Power Index, 898. East District 0004, Shushu. Level, LV 7. Overall Combat Index, 881.
After seeing the Combat Power Index rankings for the East District, Lin Xian furrowed his brow, inwardly delighted. He hadn't expected to be so far ahead of the second-place Xu Yancheng. However, Xu Yancheng and Xu Shu ranking 2nd and 4th respectively was somewhat unexpected. Lin Xian stroked his chin and muttered to himself. He then clicked on South District, only to find the message, South District is not authorized for viewing. The same applied to the West District and North District. It seemed the 4 major regions of the dungeon world had truly been separated. This meant players from the 4 regions would likely enter a competitive mode, right? No sooner had Lin Xian uttered these words than, as expected, a new notification appeared on the dungeon interface. Players of the dungeon world, you have been divided into 4 major regions based on your zones. Players from these 4 regions are now in a competitive relationship. You may hunt players from other regions or form cooperative alliances with them. The choice is yours. Moving forward, the dungeon world will periodically release dungeon quests. The region whose players complete these quests will receive rewards. Conversely, players in regions that fail to complete the quests will face penalties imposed by the dungeon world.
Chapter 98, Lin Xian has a cheat? A massive lead.
The world channel erupted the moment this announcement appeared.
Holy crap! Who knew we'd suddenly become competitors? And with rewards and penalties? This game is getting more real by the minute. What game? This is ING reality. Wake up! And why am I in the West server? Where's God Tier Lin? Which server is he on? I want to tag along with God Tier Lin.
Hey, Lin Xian's in our East server. I'm so lucky to be in the same server as him.
Ha, I'm unstoppable now.
By the way, here's a secret for all you Boiling Dance players in other servers. Lin Xian's overall combat power index is 12,918. After this player revealed Lin Xian's overall combat power index, Players from the other 3 regions were filled with question marks.
Did you accidentally add an extra digit? Gao Yang, our top player in the North District, only has a combat power index of 1102. I know Lin Xian is incredible, but how could he possibly have 10 times the combat power of our North District's number 1? That's not scientific. Nope, no mistake. Not only is it correct, but here's another secret for you. Forget Lin Xian for a moment. Our second-ranked player in the East region has a combat power index of 1132. Holy! What the hell? Your East region must be full of cheaters. Even your second-ranked player is stronger than our North region's top player? Damn it! Can I transfer regions? You Northern District folks are still okay. But in our Southern District, we don't even have a single top player breaking 1000. The highest combat power index is only 880. 880? That'd only get you 5th place in our East District. Holy crap! Holy crap! I'm requesting a server transfer. 10,086.
Lin Xian scrolled through the world chat channel. Suddenly, he noticed a new chat window had appeared. Originally, there were only World Channel, East District 123, and Private Messages. Now a new East District chat window had appeared. Just like the World Channel, the East District chat box was buzzing with lively conversation. What a bunch of surf-obsessed folks. However, thanks to these surf-obsessed folks, Lin Xian learned about the other 3 districts, or rather, 2 of them. The top-ranked player in the South District could only place behind Shu Shu in the East District. The top player in the North District would trail behind Chu Yancheng. And the Western District? Lin Xian scrolled through the chat logs. The Western District members were all talk, not a single one had revealed their district's top combat power. Had that guy warned his own district members in the West District chat window? Lin Xian frowned. If that was the case, it only meant the guy was pretty cautious. Come to think of it, ever since the dungeon world was divided into regions, the battle for supremacy had already begun. The players in the Western region might complain and boast about themselves, but they never revealed any intel about their own region. In contrast, the players from the East Grand region. What a mess! Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. The Eastern region players were practically flaunting their knowledge, on the verge of spilling every detail about their region to players from other zones. Lin Xian opened the East region chat window. Suddenly, he noticed a feature allowing him to tag everyone at once. Lin Xian typed, "Everyone, keep your chatter to a minimum in the world channel, especially regarding our Eastern District. Don't leak any intel." From this moment on, the battle between the 4 districts has already begun. The more you say, the more you expose, the worse it is for us. All members. After sending the message, a solid received appeared below. Suddenly, Lin Xian saw a new notification appear on the dungeon interface. Global announcement: administrators for the 4 major regions have been generated: East Region, Lin Xian South Region, Wumang West Region, Gufeng North Region, Gaoyang. The 4 regional administrators shall serve as provisional leaders of their respective regions. Administrators, please guide your regions to grow ever stronger. Following this broadcast announcement came a private notification. East Region Administrator, Lin Xian. Perks: 1 daily dungeon exploration, 1 daily treasure chest unlock, 1000 daily auto gained EXP. Mission: lead the East Region to defeat the other 3 regions. Upon seeing the perks for administrators, Lin Xian inwardly rolled his eyes. Before this, these 3 perks would have been quite useful. But now, aside from the slightly useful extra daily chest opening, the other 2 perks weren't particularly valuable. With Tuck and Rebel by his side, Lin Xian could explore the dungeon an unlimited number of times daily. As for the auto-gained experience? A measly 1000 points? Barely enough to quench a thirst. Ah well, better than nothing. Lin Xian shook his head and silently accepted this administrator role. At that moment, a new prompt appeared on the dungeon panel, a full channel announcement. The first post-merger quest will now be issued. Competitive quest: defeat 10 regional bosses across all servers. Time limit: 24 hours. Rewards: 10 server points, 1 day's worth of food for all players. Players who defeat a regional boss will permanently gain usage rights to that dungeon and receive additional rewards. Mission details: after server merging, all sub-region bosses will randomly spawn in any server's dungeon. Players must unite to defeat these bosses. Reward details: the first major region to complete this quest receives double rewards. Second and third place regions receive standard rewards. Fourth place regions or those failing to complete the quest will face penalties. Is the server quest starting already? Lin Xian frowned inwardly as he read the full channel announcement. Defeating a zone boss wasn't particularly difficult. Judging by the levels of the 2 zone bosses Lin Xian had previously defeated, even Chu Yancheng, ranked 2nd in overall combat power in the East region, should be able to take down the regional boss with ease. But the problem was how to find the area boss. That was the biggest issue. At that moment, Lin Xian received a private message from Chu Yancheng. Chu Yancheng, congratulations, Lin Xian. You're now the leader of our Eastern District. Leader, please guide us to become even stronger. Lin Xian rolled his eyes upon seeing Chu Yancheng's message.
That doesn't sound like something you'd say, Chu. Lin Xian, with your overall combat power index, you'd be an administrator in any major district. Chu Yancheng, but that's only because of your help, Lin Xian.
Without all the support you gave me, I'd probably have died in some underground cavern in the dungeon world long ago.
That said.
But in truth, Lin Xian and Chu Yancheng complemented each other perfectly.
After all,
Chu Yancheng had given him more than his fair share of benefits. If one were to truly tally it up, it was actually Lin Xian who had taken advantage of Chu Yancheng.
Chapter 99 Eastern District Video Conference. Lin Xian, let's set that aside for now, Chu. The regional tasks have been announced and I assume you've seen them. We need to discuss how we'll accomplish this regional assignment. Chu Yancheng, I have a pretty good idea where your frustration lies.
Oh? Lin Xian adopted an eager to hear more expression. Chu Yancheng, Lin Xian, you've already defeated 2 regional bosses. With your strength, taking down a regional boss isn't difficult.
The real challenge is locating them. I didn't expect her to guess exactly what was bothering me. Lin Xian chuckled before composing another message. Lin Xian, yeah, defeating zone bosses isn't hard. The real challenge is locating them. Chu Yancheng, Lin Xian, did you not review all the updated features on the dungeon panel?
Ha?
The dungeon panel was updated?
Lin Xian immediately checked the new features on the dungeon panel. To his surprise, several new features had been added: location tracking, video recording, and photo capture.
Location.
Lin Xian tapped the location feature. After enabling it, a virtual map appeared before him. Countless dungeons were scattered across the map, mirroring the layout depicted in the dungeon compendium. Simultaneously, small red dots appeared within each of these caves.
A note beside them provided an explanation. The red dots represented players in the Eastern District.
Above it was a search bar.
Lin Xian tapped to search Chu Yancheng. Suddenly, Chu Yancheng's red dot began to flash. Distance from Lin Xian's location. 88 dungeon units? Looks like the dungeon jump sent her pretty far away. Lin Xian frowned inwardly. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes widened as if he just had a revelation.
Right. Since the dungeon interface now shows locations, all I need is for a player who's found the area boss's dungeon to send me their coordinates.
Then I can go kill that area boss. Though the dungeon world limits players to 5 dungeon excavations per day.
But Lin Xian had his hacks. Tuck and Rebel were his dungeon shuttling tools. With them around, Lin Xian could dig an unlimited number of dungeons in a single day.
Additionally, Lin Xian also possesses teleportation jade talismans.
Beyond the fixed initial teleportation points in the ruins dungeon,
it can establish 3 additional subcoordinates for teleportation.
By placing these 3 subcoordinates at different locations within the underground cavern world, then Lin Xian could teleport to any dungeon by simply transferring to the subcoordinate point closest to it.
Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile.
Killing 10 regional bosses within 24 hours sounds like a tall tale, but it's not impossible to accomplish.
Next, Lin Xian checked the video function.
The video feature on the dungeon panel allowed players to initiate virtual video chats with friends they had added. It wasn't limited to just 2 people, it could accommodate 3, 4, or even 5 participants. Compared to chatting in the World Window channel or the server-wide channel, video chat was far more convenient. Moreover, as an administrator of the East region, Lin Xian could invite an unlimited number of non-friends to join a video chat at once.
Is that possible?
Then I could invite all players to a video conference and inform everyone about cooperative matters.
Thinking of this,
Lin Xian glanced at Tuck, Rebel, Hellflame Lion, and Rongrong beside him.
He said, I have something to attend to. Wait here for me. With that,
Lin Xian headed straight to a corner of the cavern, taking advantage of the uninterrupted solitude.
Lin Xian activated the video function. Invite everyone.
Lin Xian attempted to invite all players in the East District to join the video chat.
Suddenly, a dense sea of avatars appeared before Lin Xian's eyes.
As both the initiator of the video chat and an administrator of the East District, Lin Xian occupied the center position. As players from the East District entered the chat room one by one, they were all buzzing with excitement upon seeing the young man with the ID Lin Xian.
Holy crap! I'm seeing the legendary Lin Xian in person. What an honor! Is this really God Lin? He looks so young, like a college student, yet he's this amazing? Lin Xian is so handsome. He's exactly the Prince Charming I imagined. I love him even more now. Amidst the crowd's praise and chatter,
the number of people in the video chat room kept growing.
1 minute later,
East District Video Chat Room, 1310-220-0000.
Over 10,000 people already?
Compared to the number of people chatting, Lin Xian was even more astonished by the total population of the East District.
A whopping 200,000? Ahem.
As an administrator, Lin Xian had the authority to interrupt others.
He could simply mute everyone. Everyone, I see quite a few people have joined. I'll keep this brief.
Lin Xian didn't gather all these players just to chat idly. He intended to share his plan with everyone.
To be honest, whether the regional quest was completed or not didn't hold much significance for Lin Xian. He wasn't lacking in food supplies anyway. However, one of the rewards for the regional quest was regional points.
Lin Xian didn't know what the regional points were for, but having them was better than not having them.
Moreover, regions that failed to complete their tasks would face penalties. Lin Xian also didn't know the specifics of the punishment.
If, at that point, the usage rights to the underground cavern he had already acquired were revoked, or if the underground dungeon beneath the ruins changed hands to a new lord,
that would make things not worth the cost for Lin Xian.
Others wouldn't be affected, they'd suffer no losses. But as the wealthiest individual in the eastern district, his losses would be substantial. Therefore, without knowing the specifics of the dungeon quest's rewards or penalties, it was still best to proceed with the dungeon quest. This regional quest requires defeating 10 regional bosses. For me, this task isn't particularly difficult. And for you top-ranked players, I imagine it shouldn't be too challenging either, right?
Lin Xian glanced at the video feed.
The avatars displayed in the video feed were ranked.
Setting aside Lin Xian in the center position, the top spot was held by Chu Yancheng.
Following him were Steve Lazai, Xu Shu, and others. Lin Xian believed these players should have no trouble taking down the regional bosses. Lin Xian continued, everyone, to complete the zone quest and help everyone secure a day's worth of food, we must work together.
I'd like to share my preliminary plan with you all. First, don't hold back on using your dungeon excavation attempts. Go excavate caves to locate the regional bosses. Second, enable your location tracking. Once you find a regional boss, DM me or the top-ranked players.
Share the boss's coordinates so we can go take it down.
At that moment, someone raised their hand in the video area. Lin Xian unmuted him. Lin Xian, I have a question. Aren't we limited to 5 dungeon runs per day? Even if we notify you, how can you come over to slay the area boss if you're so far away? Chapter 100, What brother-in-law? Don't go calling people that.
The question came from a young man who, like Lin Xian, looked like a college student.
Lin Xian smiled and replied, excellent.
I believe this player has voiced the doubt on all your minds. I can assure you that as long as you provide me with the coordinates, I can travel any distance to eliminate the target. However, this involves my trump card, so I regret I cannot disclose it to you. As for having dungeon creatures dig tunnels or the teleportation jade talismans, Lin Xian certainly wouldn't share that information with this group. Even if they were players from the East District like him, essentially allies, he wouldn't share that information.
Who knows when someone might betray their own faction? Humans are creatures who, when presented with sufficiently great profit, will strike deals even with demons. Even among their own kind, betrayal and backstabbing are possible. Therefore, some things are best kept hidden. Oh, I see. Well, no questions then. Just gotta say Lin God is awesome.
After uttering these words, the player who looked like a college student logged off immediately. Or rather, he disabled his voice chat and sat there silently.
Any other questions, everyone? Lin Xian scanned the group.
Seeing no raised hands, he turned his gaze to Chu Yancheng, Xu Shu, and their international friend Steve Liu.
Actually, I do have a question for the 3 of you. Lin Xian activated their microphones and asked, can the 3 of you independently defeat the zone boss? This question was crucial.
If the 3 of them could independently take down the area boss, it would save Lin Xian a lot of trouble. Otherwise, having to take down 10 area bosses within 24 hours would be quite a hassle. Unless these area bosses were all clustered together. Otherwise, hunting them down one by one would require traversing countless dungeons. Xu Yancheng raised her small hand and said, I should be fine. I have prior experience defeating a dungeon demon. That demon was LV10, comparable to the area bosses you mentioned.
Earlier, Lin Xian had discussed regional bosses with Xu Yancheng before.
Therefore, Xu Yancheng knew their levels hovered around 10. Of course, some area bosses might be above level 10, while others could be below. It all depends on luck.
Xu Shu, I don't have much experience defeating dungeon demons.
If Xu Shu stopped mid-sentence, her words abruptly cut off. What she really wanted to say was that she excelled at shooting, so if there were ranged weapons available, she should be able to handle it.
After a brief pause, Xu Shu added, anyway, I can give it a shot.
As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xian noticed a message from Xu Shu appear in his private messages.
Xu Shu, bro-in-law. I need a crossbow. My shooting skills are top-notch. Can I borrow one now? I'll pay you back later.
Though still in the video conference, Lin Xian replied to Xu Shu.
Lin Xian, what's with the bro-in-law thing?
It's just a crossbow bolt, of course I'll lend it to you first. After all, Xu Shu had already been a huge help to him. That underground excavator had been a huge help to him. Besides, given his relationship with Chu Yancheng and Xu Shu, lending her a crossbow bolt, let alone paying her later, was practically like giving it to her for free.
Xu Shu, thanks, brother-in-law. Lin Xian? Calling me brother-in-law? Xu Yanqing was right there. Even though this was a private chat and Xu Yanqing couldn't see the message. But
Lin Xian couldn't help but feel this girl's matchmaking was getting a bit out of hand. During the video conference, Steve Lazai, who hadn't spoken a word until now, suddenly chimed in, "Oh my god, Lin.
I can't thank you enough. That great sword I traded for from you is absolutely amazing. I'm a Western swordsman myself. With this blade in my hands, it's like to use your Chinese idiom like a fish in water, right? Lin Xian, is that so? Glad it serves you well. We Chinese have another saying, a sword belongs to a hero. You must be quite the skilled Western swordsman. Steve Lazai, you flatter me, God Lin. Compared to you, I'm insignificant. But thanks to this great sword and thanks to you I've slain countless dungeon creatures, including some dungeon demons. I reckon any area boss I encounter will soon become a soul beneath my blade. That's wonderful, Steve. Hearing you say that takes a huge weight off my shoulders." Lin Xian smiled at Steve, then turned his gaze to Xu Yanqing and Xu Shu. Originally, Lin Xian had planned to take down those 10 area bosses single-handedly. Now, with the 3 of them assisting, efficiency could double. Alright then, let's wrap up our first video conference for the East District. If anyone has exclusive information, please share it in our East District chat group, don't post it in the World channel. With that, Lin Xian closed the video conference. The holographic projections of everyone vanished before Lin Xian's eyes. Using leftover materials, Lin Xian crafted a new crossbow and several arrows, then traded them to Xu Shu. This transaction was not a gift. Instead, he was lending them to Xu Shu temporarily, and she would have to repay both the principal and interest later. After completing all this, Lin Xian returned to the group. Lin Xian, what were you doing over there just now? It looked like you were talking to thin air the whole time. Tuck asked in confusion. Adults' business is none of a child's concern. Before Lin Xian could answer, Rongrong scolded Tuck. Tuck flushed red but dared not retort. After all, before the ancient amethyst shadowcat who had lived for over 1,000 years, Tuck truly was just a child. Alright then, let's get going. Lin Xian said, pointing toward the underground chamber where the treasure chest was hidden. Fortunately, the cavern hadn't shifted during Lin Xian's earlier meeting. This meant the surrounding 6 caverns remained exactly as Lin Xian had scouted them earlier. Tuck, could you help me carve a passage through this earthen wall? You don't need to enter the next chamber, just break through this wall. Got it. Tuck was well aware that Lin Xian possessed a special ability allowing him to see into adjacent caverns. He didn't ask any questions, but got straight to work chiseling away at the wall. Until a passageway appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian immediately manipulated the mycelium to bind the silver treasure chest within this underground chamber, one that hadn't been opened yet. He dragged it into this chamber. Tuck and Rebel watched Lin Xian's actions with astonished expressions. They felt a quiet sense of admiration. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be capable of telekinesis. Of course, this was largely because neither of them could see Lin Xian's blue fungal threads. A silver treasure chest. Lin Xian gazed at the silvery white treasure chest, a smirk curling his lips. The first chest I'm opening today. Chapter 101, Dungeon Beer? Bring it on. Open silver treasure chest? Remaining chests for today, 4. After becoming an administrator of the Eastern District, Lin Xian's daily chest opening limit increased by 1, bringing it to 4. Open. Without hesitation, Lin Xian selected to open the silver treasure chest before him. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, you have obtained Magic Cup X1. Congratulations to player Lin Xian, who has obtained Beer Brewing Blueprint X1. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Hops 10. Dismantle silver treasure chest? Yes. Unlike the arrogant casual players before, Lin Xian wouldn't leave the chest behind to spoil other players' fun. Besides, the materials obtained from decomposing chests could be used as currency for trading in the dungeon world. 10G silver is worth a pretty penny. Silver treasure chest successfully dismantled. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Silver X10G Wood X5. Lin Xian focused his attention on the 3 materials he had just acquired. The beer brewing blueprint and hops. Lin Xian knew exactly what they were. These were the essentials for brewing beer. In the dungeon world, beer was an item that would sell out instantly. Even if Lin Xian raised the price slightly, players would likely still scramble to buy it. As for the magic cup? Lin Xian stared at the thing with curiosity. Magic cup, an item crafted specifically for male dungeon goers on their journeys, capable of fulfilling every need of a dungeon-dwelling man. A rare treasure that can only be encountered by chance. Just as Lin Xian had suspected, it was indeed this peculiar item. Lin Xian shook his head, stowed it away in his space backpack, and promptly ignored it. Immediately after, Lin Xian unlocked the beer brewing blueprint. Beer brewing blueprint unlocked. Beer, an alcoholic beverage favored by many dungeon creatures. Beer ingredients: malt 010, hops 105, purified water 3L, multiple batches. Does brewing beer require malt, hops, and purified water? Among these, Lin Xian already possesses both hops and purified water. Especially purified water, Lin Xian currently possesses over 100 liters of it. He'll never drink it all. Time to trade for some malt.
Lin Xian swiftly listed a new order on the exchange.
Seller, Lin Xian. Trading item, 100 milliliters purified water. Wanted, malt x10. Quantity, 2.
Note, if you have fresh malt, please trade with me promptly. You won't lose out or get scammed first come, first served. Originally, Lin Xian thought this listing would sit idle for quite some time before anyone placed an order.
But then, it was gone in seconds. Good heavens! Good heavens! What on earth do these players have in their hands? So it turns out, aside from gems and water sources, you can obtain anything? Lin Xian was genuinely astonished. Where on earth did these players find all these valuable items? But Lin Xian didn't bother to speculate.
After gathering all the necessary ingredients, Lin Xian immediately set about brewing beer.
Let's make 2 batches of beer. Who knows how much it'll yield? Lin Xian opened the crafting interface and began brewing. Crafting beer. Quantity, 2.
Deducting materials, 20 malt, 10 hops, 6L purified water.
Successfully brewed 8L of beer. 8 liters of beer? Based on 330 milliliters cans, that's 24 cans? That's quite the bargain.
Lin Xian chuckled before listing the beer on the exchange.
Seller, Lin Xian.
Item, rare and precious 330 milliliters beer from the dungeon world.
Seeking trade, gems x2. Quantity, 10 cans. Description, feeling tempted? Then trade your gems for it. Only 10 available, who knows when I'll restock?
Same rule as always, first come, first served. The moment Lin Xian listed the beer, the world window channel erupted.
Damn, Lin God always knows our weak spots. I've been craving this beer for ages. What do?
Guys, I finally saved up 2 gems, planning to get 5 for the Sunmmary Bao.
Go for it. Bro, trust me, you'll make a killing on this trade.
Gems are everywhere, but this beer is limited edition.
Deal, you drink 300 milliliters, I'll take your leftover 30 milliliters. Just let me taste it. I'm heading to the East District. How come the East District has such abundant supplies?
Our North District is practically a wasteland, nothing to be found here.
Seriously? You think our East District is rich? Nope, wrong. The only one rich in East District is God Tier Lin. God Tier Lin. Can I be your sidekick? Just let me drink your beer. Dude, I can hear you're scheming all the way up here in the South District. Lin Xian glanced at the stream of comments and couldn't help but chuckle.
These guys are something else, all such jokers. In about a minute, 20 gems appeared in Lin Xian's space backpack. These gems are so easy to earn. Turns out, most players are just booze-loving fools. As long as you have good wine, they'll gladly hand over whatever gems they have. He'd get some hops later. For now, it was off to the dungeon. If it weren't already late evening in the dungeon, Lin Xian would definitely buy a batch of hops and malt to brew some beer.
Rong, what sense do you detect in this dungeon?
Before entering a new dungeon, Lin Xian felt it was best to let Rong sniff the air first.
If the scent was off, they'd simply move elsewhere.
After all, there were over 800 dungeons in the entire underground world.
He didn't have to enter this particular one.
Master, this cat senses the scent of dungeon demons. However, the demons in this dungeon have a faint scent, indicating they aren't very powerful.
Not very powerful?
That's perfect. Lin Xian chuckled. The weaker the foes, the better they'd be for Lin Xian's leveling experience. Just like the Mosprins in the Ruins dungeon, or the Rampagers in this very dungeon.
Killing them requires absolutely no sacrifice. It's essentially free experience points.
But Master, this cat has detected the scent of other races within this dungeon.
HM?
Lin Xian stared at Rong, curious.
Another race's scent? What is it? It seems to be goblin scent. Goblins? Lin Xian knew these creatures well.
Like dwarves, hobbits, and the woodland folk of the elven race, goblins were also diminutive creatures. But the difference was that goblins were ugly, clever, and cunning.
Originally, goblins were part of the dwarf lineage, a branch of their kind.
Yet due to their cunning and deceitfulness, they were unwelcome among other races in the dungeon world. In other words, to the myriad races inhabiting the Underdark, goblins were essentially the goblins among dwarves. Who would have thought that goblins actually lived in the dungeon where the dungeon demons resided? Lin Xian frowned, inwardly puzzled.
Chapter 102, The Tri-Beast Dungeon. Could it be that goblins, unable to make their way among the dwarves, had switched allegiance to the dungeon demons? It wasn't entirely impossible.
Master, we can enter this dungeon, but beware wherever the goblins are, treachery lurks. Perhaps as we walk above ground, we'll stumble upon booby traps they've hidden. We must proceed with utmost caution.
Got it. Lin Xian nodded.
He hadn't expected these goblins to be this cunning.
Laying hidden traps above ground?
What clever and cunning creatures they are. Tuck, get to work. Lin Xian pointed toward the earthen wall where the dungeon lay and called out to Tuck.
Tuck immediately responded, "Aye. Got it."
He picked up the shovel and began digging into the earthen wall. Muttering under his breath, he added, "This wall feels off."
Why does it seem thicker? Could it be another wall connected to the dungeon? You're something else, Tuck. Now you've learned to jump the gun? Hearing Lin Xian's teasing voice, Tuck curled his lips and retorted, yeah, right. I'm the one doing all the dirty, grueling work while you just stand by and joke around. After shoveling for nearly a minute, a dim light began to seep through the passageway. Lin Xian noticed that on the other side of the passage, the cavern housing the dungeon, the light seemed rather dim. Let's go. We should check it out first. Lin Xian waved his hand. Rebel and the Hellfire Lion led the way, with Lin Xian bringing up the rear. The moment Lin Xian crossed the passageway, the entrance seal shut. A pitch-black dungeon appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. What's going on? At this hour, it should be late afternoon approaching evening in the cavern world, right? Why is this dungeon so dark? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Goblins love the night. These little guys probably did this on purpose. Rongrong explained to Lin Xian. So that's how it was. But after thinking it over, Lin Xian pointed out, besides goblins, aren't there also dungeon demons in this underground city? Don't these dungeon demons have any objections? Logically speaking, in a dungeon inhabited by dungeon demons, everything should revolve around the dungeon lords. These goblins are essentially outsiders. Could outsiders really hold more sway than the dungeon's lord? Lin Xian felt somewhat surprised. Rongrong, which direction should we head first? Lin Xian was debating whether to pay the goblins a visit first or to attack the dungeon demons. After all, Lin Xian's purpose in coming here was to seize control of this dungeon. This inevitably meant clashing with the dungeon's subterranean demons. But with the goblin tribe present, Lin Xian was unsure of the relationship between these goblins and the dungeon demons. If these goblins intervened to aid the dungeon demons during the assault, the battle would likely become far more difficult. This dungeon, if this cat hasn't misjudged, should be numbered 0718, the Trident Dungeon. This cat has detected the scent of the dungeon's fiends, tridents. Tridents aren't particularly powerful. Therefore, this dungeon's overall strength isn't formidable either. If pressed, it's actually comparable to Mossbrin in the Ruins dungeon. So we should pay the goblins a visit first. These Triceratops can be dispatched anytime. Agreed. Lin Xian chose to follow the strategist cat's command. This way. Fuzzy lifted its paw, pointing toward the left side of the dungeon. The Hellfire Lion roared and prepared to charge forward. But Rongrong promptly interrupted. Master, pull out your excavator. This stretch isn't exactly short. Ha? How many kilometers roughly? Lin Xian countered. Preliminary estimates suggest over 20 kilometers. Over 20 kilometers? Is this underground city that vast? Lin Xian was secretly stunned. Compared to the Ruins dungeon, this Trident dungeon seemed to cover a much larger area. All right. Lin Xian reluctantly pulled out the dungeon soul burning car. Fortunately, he had obtained a large amount of soul energy from defeating Mossbrin and the Rampagers earlier. Otherwise, he truly would have been reluctant to use the soul burning chariot. After traveling for nearly an hour, the underground realm's time finally reached evening. Before nightfall, Lin Xian and his companions dismounted near the goblin base. After stowing the dungeon excavator, Lin Xian released a vast network of mycelium to begin surveying and scouting the goblin base before them. At that moment, feedback began pouring in from the blue mycelium threads infiltrating the underground. Landmines. Hundreds of landmines were buried beneath the ground? Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the seemingly flat ground before him. He never imagined. Who would have thought that beneath this smooth ground lay so many landmines? This cat told you so. The goblin tribe may seem harmless, but they're utterly treacherous. When walking through their territory, you must always be on guard against hidden dangers. Rongrong lifted her cat head haughtily, as if declaring that this cat never makes mistakes. But unfortunately, the goblin clan's hidden traps have no effect on me. Lin Xian chuckled. Under the blue mycelium's surveillance, Lin Xian knew exactly which patches of ground concealed hidden traps. He could easily avoid them and reach the goblin base. Tuck, Rebel, Hellflame Lion, you three stay here. No need to come with me. Lin Xian gestured for the two companions in Battle Pet to remain behind. After all, the number of hidden mines ahead was simply too great. While Lin Xian could perfectly evade them, expecting his companions who couldn't see the traps to dodge each one posed a certain risk. Therefore, it would be far more convenient for Lin Xian to bring Rongrong into the goblin base himself. Alright, Lin Xian, I won't cause you any trouble. I'll wait here for you. Yes, Godfather. Tuck and Rebel nodded simultaneously, remaining outside the goblin base. Hellflame Lion was somewhat reluctant, but after Lin Xian and Rongrong calmed him down, he chose to stay as well. Immediately after, guided by Blue Mycelium's reconnaissance, Lin Xian skillfully bypassed and evaded the hidden traps, successfully infiltrating the goblin base. How arrogant these goblins are. Beyond the hundreds of hidden mines buried along the paths outside the buildings, Lin Xian detected no other surveillance, reconnaissance, or defensive devices. Even the main gate of the goblin base stood wide open. Goblins are cunning, clever, and arrogant.
But arrogance will be the primary reason for the downfall of this goblin clan.
Rong delivered her verdict.
She was familiar with most creatures inhabiting the subterranean world. Among them, goblins ranked among her least favored dungeon creatures. The reason was their excessive arrogance. Upon entering the goblin base, Lin Xian discovered the first level was completely empty, with only a long staircase leading deep underground.
Who would have thought the underground layers beneath this tri-beast dungeon were so thick? Chapter 103, The Goblin Clan. A dungeon capable of being excavated and fitted with basements clearly demonstrated just how thick its underground layers were. Actually, every dungeon has a thick underground layer buried beneath it. In the largest dungeon, there are even 8 underground levels beneath the surface.
Hearing Rong's words, Lin Xian was stunned.
Is that even possible?
After all, in ordinary underground caverns, digging down 10 shovelfuls would pierce straight through the ground to reach the next level below.
Let's go. We'll head down and take a look.
As Lin Xian walked toward the long staircase, he casually released a large amount of blue mycelium to scout the path ahead. The long ladder, including the area beneath it, was free of hidden traps. This path was safe to traverse without worry. As the mycelium spread underground,
Lin Xian finally caught sight of the so-called goblins. Goblin. Level, LV 15 equal.
Ability, Inventor uses technology to create all sorts of bizarre gadgets.
Description, the Goblin clan excels at constructing gadgets and machinery.
Clever and cunning, they are driven by profit, making them exceptional merchants, scheming traders, inventors, and engineers. However, their creations often lean toward explosive devices.
Weakness, fear of death.
These subterranean goblins stand only 80 centimeters tall, with entirely green bodies and sharply pointed noses.
Why do they look so similar to goblins? Rong, a goblin from the underground world, looks so much like a goblin? Exactly.
Rather than being a branch of the dwarven race, gnomes are more accurately a branch of the goblin race. The difference is, one is a race with brains, and the other is a race without.
I see. Lin Xian nodded. He retrieved crossbow bolts from his space backpack and strapped them to his left wrist.
Though the forest folk bow had a rapid firing speed, capable of a throat lock in a mere second. Underground, however, Lin Xian believed crossbow bolts would prove more effective.
After loading the crossbow bolt,
Lin Xian strolled leisurely down the long staircase.
There were 6 goblins in the basement. The moment they spotted Lin Xian, they instinctively grew wary. Who?
All 6 goblins turned their gaze toward Lin Xian, and the purple crystal dark cat perched on his right shoulder.
A purple crystal dark cat? The goblins didn't recognize Lin Xian, but the purple crystal dark cat was simply too noble and elegant to miss. They recognized it instantly. How could this be? Wasn't the purple crystal shadow cat sealed away? How did you get out? Intruder! Damn it! Realizing something was terribly wrong, the goblins scrambled to retrieve weapons from the basement. However, the moment they turned to search for weapons, they discovered their bodies were frozen stiff. Target, goblins. Parasite initiating neural connection 103070. Parasite success. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 90%. Truly befitting the feeble goblin race, they've already synced at 90% before the fight even began. Lin Xian chuckled and shook his head. A 90% synchronization rate meant near perfect control over the goblin's body. Which means, Lin Xian wouldn't even need to lift a finger to control these goblins. What the hell did you do? One goblin, whose nose was sharper than the others, asked through gritted teeth. Nothing much. Just wanted you lot to keep quiet. With that said, Lin Xian walked over to the goblin, patted its shiny green bald head. Then he continued walking forward. A white, oval-shaped object appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. Photon grenade possesses extreme explosive power. Upon detonation, everything within a 10-meter radius will be obliterated, accompanied by a blinding white light. Photon grenade? Lin Xian stared in utter shock after reading the description of this white oval object. Who would have thought these goblins had even invented grenades? At the same time, Lin Xian noticed another item beside it. Also white, shaped like a pistol. Photon pistol, loaded with photon bullets, it fires devastating projectiles capable of instantly piercing steel plates. Upon impact, it unleashes a blinding white flash. A pistol? In a place like the dungeon world, where civilization was so backward, seeing a pistol was like seeing a skyscraper. Had the goblins actually invented pistols? And judging by this pistol's description, it's no ordinary firearm. The bullets fired from this photon pistol are accompanied by a blinding white light. That white light could blind an opponent for at least several seconds. In a battle between equally matched opponents, blinding one side effectively decides the outcome. Who knew you goblins were this clever? Lin Xian angrily rubbed the green, bald goblin's head. Stop poking me. The goblin spat out profanities, eyes bulging with fury, clearly a hot-tempered sort. Lin Xian continued examining other items. Photon club, a club used for powerful strikes. Upon hitting an enemy, it emits a blinding white light. Photon mine, buried underground, it detonates upon pressure, releasing a blinding white light. Photon shield, defensive equipment capable of blocking even photon pistol bullets.
Emits a blinding white light whenever force impacts the shield.
Quite the collection of photon products, huh? Lin Xian nodded silently.
He couldn't help but marvel. If these items were mass-produced, they could drastically boost a dungeon's overall strength. After inspecting the goblin's inventions, Lin Xian began a large-scale collection. 18 photon grenades, 3 photon pistols with 300 rounds of photon ammunition, 2 photon batons, 10 photon mines, and 2 photon shields.
Lin Xian stored them all within his spatial backpack.
These were the spoils of his expedition.
Stop. Those belong to our goblin clan. What are you doing? The goblins cursed and spat venom at Lin Xian. Relax, you know? Your stuff is basically mine anyway.
After all, we're all in this together. Lin Xian continued to vigorously rub the green, bald goblin heads.
Who says we're in the same gang? And stop rubbing my head.
You're going to rub the scalp right off.
The goblin was furious.
But unable to move their bodies, they could only bark helplessly.
What's your name? Lin Xian asked, staring at this goblin with an even longer, sharper nose. What the hell does it matter to you what I'm called? Let me go. And give back what you stole. Or else I'll make you regret it.
The goblin continued to rage.
Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. Seems like corpses are more useful after all. Chapter 104, Photon Weapons.
Living dungeon creatures always resist. Dead dungeon creatures, transformed into undead forbidden fungi, were easier to control. The only difference was that the dead possessed no consciousness, while the living still had minds. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at the goblin before him, his expression grave. "Goblin," he said sternly, "it seems you haven't grasped the situation.
You are now my prisoner of war. You answer whatever I ask.
If your answers fail to satisfy me, I will kill your fellow goblins."
With that,
Lin Xian raised his left arm and fired the first crossbow bolt at an immobilized goblin beside him. With a hiss, the bolt struck the goblin's bald, green-skinned head. A spurt of crimson blood erupted.
The goblin died instantly. Witnessing this scene,
the 5 goblins, who had been so arrogant in violent moments before, all fell silent.
Just as the dungeon interface indicated, the goblins' weakness was their fear of death. So, can we talk properly now?
Lin Xian turned to the goblin who appeared to be their leader and asked.
My name is Bus. I'm the manager of this goblin base. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you. Buza's body trembled as he spoke these words.
This was an instinctive reaction born of fear, separate from the mycelium's control.
Excellent.
Lin Xian's expression remained stern, but his heart was already bursting with joy.
Just as expected.
To deal with cowardly goblins, you must first make an example of one to intimidate the rest.
Tell me, how many goblins are there in this dungeon? Lin Xian demanded. 11 in this dungeon. A total of 11 goblins.
The goblin before him answered, rolling its round, bulging eyes.
11? Then why have I only seen 6 of you? Where are the other 5?
Lin Xian stared straight into the goblin's eyes, forcing him to tell the truth.
Bus answered honestly, the other 5 goblins are in the city district, at the Tribeast tribe. The Tribeast tribe?
Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly and pressed on. This dungeon, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Trident dungeon belonging to the subterranean demon Tridents.
Why are you goblins allowed to live here? And what are those 5 goblins doing in the Trident tribe?
Booz swallowed hard, his voice trembling.
We goblins are refugees. The tricorn beasts took us in.
So we formed a strategic alliance with them. They provide us with shelter, and we supply them with weapons. From Bus's words, Lin Xian extracted several key phrases.
Refugees. Strategic partners. Lin Xian glanced at the purple crystal dark cat perched on his shoulder. His understanding of goblins was still largely shaped by depictions from games, anime, and TV shows in his previous life. He wasn't entirely sure what the goblins of the dungeon world were really like. Rongrong instantly understood Lin Xian's meaning.
In a voice only Lin Xian could hear, it explained.
Master, the goblins in the dungeon world don't have their own dungeon.
Or rather, they once did, but due to the goblin clan's arrogance, rudeness, and cunning, they offended many creatures of the dungeon world. Consequently, the dungeon where the goblins lived was besieged by these creatures until the entire goblin clan fled in disarray, becoming refugees. Of course, this happened 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago.
Lin Xian hadn't realized it had been so long ago? The goblin clan had been refugees for nearly a millennium.
Not that goblins live for 1,000 years. Their lifespans were comparable to those of dwarves, ranging from 200 to 400 years.
This band of goblins must be descendants of those refugee goblins.
But as the saying goes, like father, like son, or in this case, like rat. As descendants of the displaced goblin lineage, lacking a primary underground city to call home, they too became refugees, wandering from one underground city to another. This easily explains why this group of goblins now inhabits the Tribeast dungeon.
Lin Xian pressed further, what weapons did you trade with the Triceratops in exchange for your cooperation?
As he spoke, Lin Xian's gaze drifted toward the spot where he had previously taken those photon weapons.
It must be related to these weapons, right?
As you see, it's those photon weapons.
Our goblin clan is a lineage of truly great inventors.
I don't know what other dungeon goblins research or invent, but our branch in the Trident Dungeon specializes in developing photon weapons. As he spoke of their research and inventions, Bus, with his bright green, bald head, looked supremely proud, confident, and even a bit arrogant.
You've seen it yourself, right?
Every time we use these photon weapons, they unleash massive bursts of light energy that blind our enemies.
In a battle where two opponents are evenly matched, if one wields this photon weapon, well, the outcome is pretty obvious, isn't it?
Bus lifted his head haughtily, mimicking the gesture Rongrong often made. But the difference between them was this. Rongrong was elegant, noble, and Sundara, while Bus, the green goblin-like imp, wore an utterly repulsive look of arrogance.
So that's it. All these weapons must be imbued with photons.
They must have used light gems to craft them, right?
You guessed it? After a moment's hesitation, Bus decided against concealment and replied truthfully, correct.
These photon weapons indeed harness the power of light gems. Of course, it's not just light gems, they also utilize light attribute star wishes.
Light attribute star wishes? Lin Xian's pupils contracted slightly.
The light attribute star wish was precisely one of the 8 star wishes required to activate the star wish Holy Grail.
Who would have thought that within this goblin base, a light attribute star wish actually existed? What a stroke of luck. Bus, I have a few more questions for you. How many photon weapons did you manufacture for the Tri-Beast tribe as part of your collaboration? Lin Xian stared intently into Bus's eyes as he asked.
Photon mines, photon shields, and photon batons.
Currently, we've only supplied them with these 3 types of photon weapons.
After a moment's thought regarding the quantities, Bus replied, the Tri-Beast tribe has roughly 200 Tri-Beasts. We should have equipped them with a photon army exceeding 100 soldiers.
A photon army of over 100?
Lin Xian frowned and pressed further.
You only provided these 3 types of photon weapons? What about the photon pistols and photon grenades?
The photon pistol is a recently researched and developed photon weapon.
We only have those 3, and you've taken them all. As for the photon grenades, we only have 18.
Their explosive power is quite potent. For our goblin clan to live peacefully in the Tri-Beast dungeon, we must keep some trump cards up our sleeves.
Chapter 105, Dungeon Rules.
Hearing this, Lin Xian roughly understood the goblin clan's considerations. Assuming Bus wasn't lying, the Tri-Beast tribe currently possessed a photon legion exceeding 100 members. They wielded photon clubs and photon shields.
Perhaps photon mines were buried around the Triceratops tribe's territory.
Just as photon mines had been laid around the perimeter of this goblin base. The photon pistols and photon grenades, meanwhile, were the goblins' newly developed trump cards. Now, Lin Xian has acquired them all.
Bus, how long does it take to manufacture a single photon pistol, a single photon pistol bullet, and a single photon grenade?
After a moment's thought, Bus replied, the photon pistol takes over 2 days.
Our technology isn't fully mature yet and requires further refinement.
The bullets, however, are quite fast to produce. We can manufacture them in batches, churning out at least 10 rounds per hour. As for the photon grenades, we've made over 100 in total these past few years. After accounting for experimental models and manufacturing failures, only these 18 remain.
So manufacturing photon grenades is the most troublesome part, right? Lin Xian countered. Yes, that's exactly it. Bus nodded, confirming Lin Xian's observation. Lin Xian rubbed his chin thoughtfully before asking again, what about the Tri-Beast tribe?
How strong are they? The Triceratops themselves aren't particularly formidable, but their chieftain, the ruler of the Triceratops dungeon, harbors grand ambitions. He seeks to conquer other dungeons and relocate his tribe to a stronger, more prosperous underground realm. That's why he hired our goblin clan to mass-produce weapons for them. As Bus spoke these words, his eyes brimmed with contempt for the Tricorn tribe. At the same time, he felt immense pride in the goblin race's technology.
The Trihorns actually want to invade other dungeons? Lin Xian furrowed his brow. This was indeed something he hadn't anticipated. Ron, do invasions like this commonly occur between dungeons?
After posing this question, Lin Xian immediately recalled the war-torn Sunmmary dungeon.
Hadn't they just endured a war against the Darkborn demons? Except, the Darkborn demons hadn't exterminated everything.
Instead, after obtaining whatever it was they wanted within the Sunmmary dungeon, they had simply departed.
Nor did they fully occupy the dungeon. Of course, wars between dungeons never cease. Especially between the pit demons and the pit elves. The pit demons constantly provoke and bully the pit elves. Were it not for the dungeon laws, a large-scale war between the 2 races would have erupted long ago. Dungeon laws? Lin Xian asked curiously.
They were established by the overlords of the largest dungeon's netherworld.
Small-scale skirmishes between dungeons, including the usual squabbles between nether demons and nether elves, are tolerated.
But should a full-scale netherworld war erupt, a racial conflict between the 2 major races, then those supreme overlords will intervene. Therefore, both the dungeon demons and the dungeon elves maintain a careful balance, engaging only in minor skirmishes. For instance, as envisioned by this Trihorn city lord, invading a dungeon superior in terrain, geography, and economy to the Trihorn dungeon, transforming it into the Trihorn's main stronghold. The creatures from the invaded dungeon would then relocate to this one. It's essentially an exchange of dungeon lords and citizens. I see. Lin Xian nodded, understanding the true intent behind the Trihorned beast dungeon lord's invasion. So it was about swapping dungeons for the Triceratops to inhabit. But what if they invaded that dungeon, seized it, and refused to relinquish this one? Nothing much. As long as it's not a top-ranked dungeon bullying a lower-ranked one through large-scale invasion and occupation, the lower-ranked dungeons can cause as much trouble as they want. For the high-tier rulers of the Abyss, including the lords of those top-ranked dungeons, there's no real loss of benefit. So by your logic, as the ruler of the Ruins dungeon, if I invade the Trident dungeon, kill its ruler, and become the ruler of both the Trident dungeon and the Ruins dungeon, that would be fine too? Of course, master. This cat had long anticipated your thoughts. Had there been any issues, this cat would have alerted you long ago. Precisely because it poses no problem, this cat has remained silent until now. Fluffy lifted its cat head with a proud air, its sapphire eyes darting about with a sharp, all-seeing intensity. You truly are my military strategist cat. Lin Xian raised his hand, intending to stroke Rongrong's head, only to suddenly notice she'd lifted her head even higher? Not even letting me pet you, huh? Lin Xian silently grumbled to himself. He turned his gaze back to Bus before him and said, I have no further questions. So you can let us go now? Bus's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Xian merely curled his lips and said, let you off? Of course I can. But I need you to do something for me. What is it? Booz and the other goblins turned their heads toward Lin Xian simultaneously. Unable to move their bodies, the only part they could shift was their heads. One by one, they gazed at Lin Xian with hopeful eyes. It's nothing major, really. Just keep making photon weapons like you did before. But this time, I want you to add photon pistols and photon grenades to the lineup. And of course, you won't be working for the Tri-Beasts anymore. From now on, you'll only work for me making photon weapons exclusively for me. With that, Lin Xian waved his hand, releasing his control over the goblins. Of course. The mycelium still parasitized their bodies. Whenever Lin Xian wished, he could reclaim control over these cunning goblins. Weapon making for you? But, we're in the Tri-Beast dungeon. Are we supposed to follow you to your own dungeon? Bus asked tentatively. No need. Lin Xian shook his head, then suddenly smiled, you don't need to come to my dungeon. Just stay in the Trident dungeon. Under the puzzled gazes of the 5 goblins, Lin Xian added, soon, I will become the lord of the Trident dungeon. With that, Lin Xian turned and walked toward the long staircase. Bus, you may continue using this goblin base. But don't even think about betraying me, I'll be watching you every step of the way. With his back to the goblins, Lin Xian ascended the long staircase, raising his right hand high. His index finger pointed upward, toward the ceiling of the goblin base. There, it seemed, a pair of blue eyes watched intently, observing every goblin within the laboratory. Chapter 106, The Tri-Beast Tribe. The assault begins. Outskirts of the goblin base. After navigating the photon mines, Lin Xian rejoined Tuck, Rebel, and the Hellfire Lion. How'd it go, Lin Xian? See any goblins? Tuck looked up at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian nodded and replied, I did. The goblin race really are clever inventors. Though he said this, his distaste for the goblins hadn't diminished in the slightest. Their cleverness was evident in their inventions. Yet their cunning, ugliness, and arrogance were displayed in full force at every moment. Goblins were indeed formidable in their inventions. In the underground world, they could be considered the most outstanding inventors. Only the dwarves could rival them in the art of forging. Tuck stroked his chin as he spoke. Godfather, what's the attitude of those goblins? Are we going in to attack, or? Compared to Tuck, Rebel was more concerned with the outcome of one matter. Lin Xian shook his head. No need to storm in. Our target now is that herd of unicorns. Trihorns? Exactly. Lin Xian nodded, continuing, the goblin clan is now our ally. Our primary objective is to locate the tricorn beasts and eliminate them. But Godfather, the goblin tribe? Will they truly ally with us? As far as I know, the goblins are incredibly arrogant. How could they possibly agree to an alliance with us? Not only Rebel, but even Tuck beside him looked surprised. Lin Xian held up a finger, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he smiled. Because I gave them an offer they couldn't refuse. An offer they couldn't refuse? Tuck and Rebel exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. What possible reason could Lin Xian have given the goblin tribe that would make them willing to cooperate with us? Of course. Lin Xian didn't bother explaining further to Tuck and Rebel. Instead, he said, let's go. We should head to the Trident tribe. The day we turn this Trident dungeon into our own is today. With that, Lin Xian retrieved the soul-burning chariot from the cavern, a machine that tugged at his heartstrings. He drove the soul-burning chariot westward. The eastern outskirts of the Tri-Beast dungeon housed the goblin base. The Tri-Beasts, preferring communal living, resided in the bustling western district of the Tri-Beast dungeon. As for the other areas, they were mostly wilderness and open land. Even though much of this land could be cultivated, or perhaps buried beneath it lay gems, ores, or attribute star wishes, the Trihorns couldn't be bothered to cultivate it. Much like the Mossblins, the Trihorns are incredibly lazy creatures. Or rather, unlike the industrious goblin and elf lineages, the dungeon demon lineage consists entirely of lazy creatures. This leads to an annual winter assault by the dungeon demon lineage upon the underground city of the dungeon elf lineage, thus plundering the dungeon elves' annual harvest. The burrow soul-burning chariot traveled for over an hour, consuming 35 of Lin Xian's souls. Finally, it reached the bustling western district of the Triton dungeon. Though called a bustling district, it was essentially just a large tribe settled here, nothing more. Lin Xian didn't even spot a single structure taller than 3 meters. The tricorn beasts of the tribe preferred to live on the ground, sleeping directly on the earth, appearing remarkably adaptable to any environment. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed a sentry perched high above. It was a bipedal creature about 1.7 meters tall, with 3 horns on its head, a sharp snout, and a monkey-like face. It was using a long bamboo tube to peer into the distance. A scout from the Trihorn tribe? Lin Xian made his judgment. Likely so. Only 4 tricorn beasts seemed to be stationed at this elevated vantage point. As an archer, Rebel possessed exceptional eyesight and keen attention to detail. Can we take out those 4 Trihorns within 10 seconds? Lin Xian glanced at Rebel and asked. 4 seconds. Rebel held up 4 fingers. 4 seconds would be enough. All right. Lin Xian patted Rebel on the shoulder. Then these 4 sentry tricorn beasts are yours to handle. With that, Lin Xian pulled out 10 more photon grenades and handed them to Tuck. Tuck, I recall your Hobbit clan excels at throwing things, right? Ha? Lin Xian, I didn't expect you to know what we Hobbits excel at. Tuck felt somewhat surprised. Of course. My understanding of the creatures in the underground caverns far exceeds your knowledge, Lin Xian said seriously. Alright, what are these things? Tell me how to use them. Tuck fiddled with the photon grenade in his hand, as if searching for a trigger switch. Don't go poking around, Tuck. These things, just one explosion could turn our little group into dust. After all, they're the goblin's handiwork. Lin Xian quickly warned Tuck, fearing he might accidentally trigger the photon grenade's detonator. Damn! You say these are the goblin clan's handiwork? I get it now. Those guys have a natural affinity for explosive contraptions. I can pretty much imagine the destructive force of these things. As a subterranean creature, Tuck was no stranger to the goblin race. He knew the explosives crafted by the goblin clan were never weak in power. Alright, now that the tasks are assigned, let's get started. The moment Lin Xian finished speaking, the Hellfire Lion beside him erupted. Roar! What about its mission? Why hasn't it been assigned a task? Lin Xian turned to the Hellfire Lion and smiled. Of course I haven't forgotten your task, Hellfire Lion. You and Ronron will be responsible for ambushing the Triceratops that try to sneak out this way. Once the battle begins, many Trihorns will inevitably flee the Trihorn tribe. Some would seek enemies outside the tribe, others would try to desert. Since Lin Xian planned to attack the Trihorned Beast tribe, he intended to leave not a single one alive. Roar! Hellflame Lion nodded in understanding. By the way, scattered across the ground outside the tribe are the goblin's handiwork photon mines. You'd better be careful not to step on those photon mines, or you'll be blown to smithereens too. Lin Xian cautioned the group. But how are we supposed to know where the photon mines are? Tuck inquired. Rest assured, I've already used my Mycelium to locate all the buried photon mines. I'll mark them now. Once I finish marking them, that's when we'll launch our attack. Lin Xian explained to the others while manipulating the blue Mycelium to mark the ground where the photon mines were concealed. Chapter 107, The Power of Photon Grenades. Since no other living beings could see the blue Mycelium besides Lin Xian had no choice but to have the blue Mycelium generate a mark on the ground. The mark took the shape of a circle. It was precisely twice the size of a photon landmine. Once all 106 photon mine burial sites were marked, Lin Xian retrieved the jetpack and strapped it onto his back. Ready to begin. With that, Lin Xian activated the jetpack and ascended into the air. Rebel began firing arrows. Just as he said, it only took 4 seconds. 1 arrow per second. Empowered by the Sinmin Bao, a single second was enough for an arrow to strike a unicorn's vital point. These sentry unicorns weren't particularly high level, only around 10 levels. The moment an arrow pierced its throat, the sentry unicorn died instantly. Whoosh! Rebel fired 4 arrows, and all 4 sentry unicorns collapsed lifeless on the sentry guard. Now it was his turn. Tuck pulled out the 10 photon grenades and began hurling them. The Hobbit's throwing skills were nothing short of exceptional. After Tuck hurled all 10 photon grenades in succession,
Explosions began to echo one after another from the centaur tribe. Boom! 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 Several explosions rang out simultaneously.
Among the Triceratops in the tribe, some were killed instantly, while others narrowly escaped.
But without exception, all Triceratops hit by the photon grenades were temporarily blinded.
The true power of the photon grenade lay not only in its explosive damage but also in its temporary flash-induced blindness.
At the same time,
Lin Xian, strapped to his jetpack and soaring above the unicorn tribe, had already hurled several explosive flower fruits toward the heart of the tribe. The exploding flowers raining down from the sky once again filled the tri-beast tribe with deafening explosions. Unlike the photon grenades, the explosive flowers delivered greater destructive power and wider coverage upon detonation. Unfortunately, they lacked the blinding flash effect. But Lin Xian's hands held more than just explosive flower fruits. He also had flash flowers. After the explosive flowers were thrown, Lin Xian simultaneously tossed the flash flowers from his hands. The group of tricorn beasts that had just emerged from the tribe's core area were clearly the elite forces of the tricorn tribe. However, the flash flowers' blinding effect instantly plunged them into a zone of visual darkness. At that moment, an exceptionally massive Triceratops emerged from the most opulent-looking cave. Information about this Triceratops appeared before Lin Xian's eyes. Underground Demon Trident Beast Chieftain of the Trident Beast Tribe, Lord of the Trident Beast Dungeon, Yewa. Level, LV38. Ability, Trident Charge charges forward using the horns on its head. The horns can also be fired at enemies like projectiles, dealing immense damage. Description: the unicorn tribe possesses humanoid bodies, with 3 horns atop their heads serving as their defining feature. Unlike many other 3-horned dungeon demons, the unicorn's horns can be used for stabbing, projectile attacks, and are regenerative. Weakness: cannot fly. Weakness is inability to fly? Floating mid-air, Lin Xian's lips curled slightly, an urge to laugh rising within him. What a peculiar weakness. But it also indirectly confirmed that the Trihorn's combat prowess on the ground wasn't weak. Therefore, it possesses no inherent weakness on land. At that moment, as if to validate Lin Xian's conjecture, 7 or 8 Triceratops burst forth from the left flank of the herd. The Hellfire Lions gave chase. These 7 or 8 Triceratops were no slouches in speed, forcing the Hellfire Lion to chase them for quite some time before finally catching up. Then, the battle between the Hellflame Lion and these 7 or 8 Triceratops began. They proved formidable in both close combat and ranged attacks, firing the triangular horns from their foreheads. And astonishingly, the horns on their foreheads regenerated instantly after being fired? That was truly eye-opening. Lin Xian chuckled, then used his mycelium to control the jetpack, gently descending toward the ground below. Since the Trihorn tribe had already lost over half its members, it was time for Lin Xian to step in and take control of the tribe. You go first. Lin Xian summoned 92 berserkers from his spatial backpack. Of course, these were the skeletal remains of the rampagers, the forbidden fungi of the dead. When Chief Yeha saw these skeletal remains, he flew into a rage. Rampagers. It's the rampagers. Though I don't know why you lot have turned to bones, since you dare attack our tri-beast tribe, I'll make your rampager clan pay the price. After roaring in fury, Yewa charged directly at the deadly fungi berserkers. It must be said, as a subterranean demon, Yewa possessed formidable combat prowess. In his battle against the raging dead bacteria, he held his own without faltering. Even in a contest of brute strength, he was only slightly outmatched. Of course, compared to the berserker, the tri-beast was undoubtedly more well-rounded. Where Yeha fell short in arm strength, he compensated with superior speed, defense, attack, and technique. Simultaneously, he launched the triangle from his forehead, his primary offensive weapon. When Yewa's trident struck a rampager's corpse, the bones shattered instantly. This demonstrates just how devastating the trident attacks of the trident beasts are. It was truly formidable. Lin Xian clapped his hands in midair, applauding Yewa and the Triceratops. At the same time, he was applauding the new combat power he was about to acquire. Your abilities in combat prowess are formidable. But alas, in the next instant, they will all belong to me. Begin parasitizing. Lin Xian snapped his fingers. A dense network of blue mycelium began searching the tri-beast tribe for fallen corpses. Upon locating a carcass, the filaments pierced through flesh and bone, burrowing deep into the spinal cord, nerves, and brains of the fallen beasts. Immediately after, the parasitic process began. Mycelium is parasitizing the deceased. Target: Triceratops carcasses. Parasitism initiated. Establishing neural connection 103,070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 100. Evaluation: this is a perfect parasitic bond. Use your corpse freely until it decays. After all, it's the parasitism of the dead forbidden fungus far more potent than parasitism on living hosts. Lin Xian offered his praise. He snapped his fingers again and declared, "Begin your assault upon your own kind, Triceratops. Fight." With that, The long-dead Triceratops transformed into flesh-bound versions of the deadly forbidden fungus, launching an assault on the living Triceratops. Just as Lin Xian had observed earlier, the horns on the Triceratops' foreheads could regenerate after being fired. The living Triceratops, however, faced a slight limitation. They couldn't regenerate immediately. But the dead tricorn beasts were like they had no limits. Each time they fired a horn, it regenerated instantly. They had nearly become firing machines capable of infinite attacks. Chapter 108, A single arrow seals the throat. Indeed. The dead are always more useful and powerful than the living. This wasn't the first time Lin Xian had boasted about the uses of the dead. The most formidable aspect of the deathbound fungus was its ability to manipulate corpses. This far surpassed Lin Xian's direct parasitism of living creatures in power. Damned intruders! You dare slaughter my kin and toy with their flesh, you're asking for death. Yeha, who was battling the rampagers, noticed the dead Triceratops rising to attack the living ones. His rage boiled over instantly. Glaring at Lin Xian, suspended mid-air, he began stomping his feet in place. Oomph! Rage of the incompetent? Lin Xian smiled faintly. The tricorn's greatest weakness was its inability to deal with aerial threats. This stems from the fact that the tribeast cannot fly, and also because the triangular projectiles it fires from its head are too heavy to be launched upward toward the sky. Or rather, even if it managed to fire the horn upward, it would plummet back down within 2 or 3 meters. In his rage, Yehua inadvertently validated the description of the trihorn race found in the complete underground cave compendium. He fired the triangle from his forehead, sending it straight toward Lin Xian. The result? After reaching 3 meters, it plummeted. Clunk! It landed squarely on the backs of 2 other triangular beasts. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Yehua erupted in fury once more. Lin Xian, however, spoke with casual indifference. You're Yehua, right? Chieftain of the Tribeast tribe, ruler of the Tribeast dungeon. I know your ambitions. I know you want to invade the dungeon where the subterranean elves dwell. Since you harbor such thoughts, have you ever considered the day when your own dungeon might be invaded by others? Upon hearing this, Yehua showed no sign of reflection. Instead, the triangle on his forehead regrew, and he once again fired at Lin Xian. Yet, just as before, the triangle fell to the ground. This time, the triangle plummeted to the ground after soaring to a mere 2.8 meters in the air. Truly, you can't reason with a ghost bent on self-destruction. Lin Xian shook his head and retrieved a photon grenade from his hand. Earlier, Lin Xian had given Tuck 10 photon grenades, leaving 8 in his own possession. These 8 photon grenades were reserved for Yehua. Yaha, your gift. Lin Xian held the photon grenade and hurled it forcefully toward Yehua below. Yeha's eyesight wasn't particularly sharp, and at first glance, he didn't even recognize what the object in Lin Xian's hand was. When the grenade landed in Yehua's hands, his pupils dilated in shock. Panicked, he tried to throw it away. But the photon grenade had already activated. The moment it reached Yehua's hand, it triggered an explosive shockwave. Boom! The deafening blast echoed across the battlefield, accompanied by a blinding, dazzling white light. It blew Yehua away while simultaneously blinding his eyes. Noticing Yeha's blindness, Lin Xian raised his left arm, which held the crossbow bolt, aimed it at Yeha's neck, and fired the arrow with force. Clang! Ha! Though the crossbow's firing speed couldn't match the Sunmmary bow, given the distance between Lin Xian and Yehua, it would only take a few seconds for the bolt to strike its target. Yet, just as the arrow was about to strike Yehua, it was blocked by a photon shield that automatically deployed from his chest. At the same time, the photon shield emitted a dazzling white light. Lin Xian spun around instantly. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp enough to avoid the light attribute Star Wish energy striking him. Otherwise, Lin Xian would likely have suffered temporary blindness, just like Yehua. How cunning. Having visited the goblin base before, Lin Xian naturally recognized the photon shield on Yehua's chest. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that Yehua would mount the photon shield right on his chest, and configured it to automatically deploy defensively before being choked. But this photon shield can only protect you once. Next time, I'll see how you dodge. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold as he spoke, then he pulled out the Sunmmary clan's Divine Bow, the Sunmmary Bow Plus edition, from his spatial backpack. After loading an arrow, Lin Xian drew the bowstring. Aiming at the Tribeast clan chief Yeha below, he fired with all his might. In a mere second, the sharp arrow pierced Yehua's neck. Crimson blood spurted from Yeha's neck. Yeha, who had just begun to rise, collapsed back down after being struck. This time, he could not rise again. Even as a level 38 dungeon demon, Yeha lost his life the instant his throat was pierced. Lin Xian saw the bitter struggle in Yehua's half-open, blinded pupils as he drew his last breath. Then let that resentment become your rage. Use it to help me slay your kind. Lin Xian raised his hand, and a dense cloud of blue mycelium descended simultaneously. Parasitism initiated. Mycelium is parasitizing the deceased. Target: Ea, Tribeast tribe chieftain, dungeon lord of the Tribeast underground, abyssal fiend. Parasitism initiated. Establishing neural connection, 103,070.
Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 100%.
Evaluation, a flawless parasitic bond.
This deceased host's forbidden fungus is saturated with malevolent energy.
Its unresolved resentment in life has reached its zenith, ensuring it will unleash combat powers surpassing its own immediately upon death.
Utilize your deceased host's forbidden fungus to its fullest until it is completely necrotic.
Just as I suspected, the greater the resentment in life, the heavier the malevolence, and the stronger the power of the undead forbidden fungus after death.
Lin Xian smiled and snapped his fingers. Then go slay those triangular beasts, he continued. Turn them into monsters just like you. With that,
Ye has suddenly launched an attack against the still living triangular beasts. Whether it was the horn thrusts from above or the horn blasts, their power far surpassed Yeha's capabilities in life.
Moreover, after each triangular shot, a new horn would sprout on his forehead almost instantly. There was no cooldown period whatsoever. Chieftain! It's us! Why are you attacking us?
The tricorn beasts under Yeha's assault felt despair seep into their very souls. The triangular beast tribe faced invasion by outsiders, and the beasts themselves rose from the dead to attack their own kind.
Now, even the chieftain had turned his back on them. This left the tricorn beasts utterly confused about what they were fighting for. Retreat! Retreat! As long as we survive, we'll reclaim this underground city.
Among them, several clever trihorns chose to leave the trihorn tribe first. As long as the mountain remains, we need not fear running out of firewood.
However,
as these clever creatures fled the Triceratops tribe, they saw a lion that seemed to have come straight from hell, waiting for their arrival.
Chapter 109, Major Upgrade. Surviving Goblins? Roar!
The hellish roar, fueled by black flames,
consumed the last glimmer of hope for these clever Triceratops.
Fortunately, before dying, they seem to have entered a blissful dream, making their departure less painful. Still, this cat is kind-hearted, letting them die in a place of bliss. Unlike you lot always fighting and killing, or even controlling their bodies after death to turn them into puppets. The fluffy voice echoed in Lin Xian's ear. Lin Xian couldn't help but shake his head, silently mocking, "Is that what you call a blissful dream? That's nothing but an endless torment of purgatory." 10 minutes later. The photon energy within the Tri-Beast tribe had completely dissipated. 5 goblin-like sprites, bound and gagged, cowered on the ground. Lin Xian paid them no immediate attention. Instead, he first checked the dungeon interface to see his level increase after this battle. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for defeating 187 dungeon demon trident beasts, earning a total of 390,000 EXP. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for defeating Iha, the Tri-Beast clan chief and dungeon lord of the Tri-Beast caverns. Additional EXP, 50,000 points. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for advancing to LV37. Congratulations to Hell Flame Lion for assisting player Lin Xian in defeating the dungeon demon Tri-Beasts, earning a total of 130,000 EXP. Congratulations to Hell Flame Lion, leveled up to LV28. Congratulations to Purple Crystal Shadowcat for assisting player Lin Xian in defeating the dungeon demon Trident Beast, earning a total of 130,000 EXP. Congratulations to Amethyst Shadowcat, leveled up to LV26. Congratulations to Hobbit Took and Forest Folk Rebel for assisting player Lin Xian in defeating the dungeon demon Trident, earning 100,000 EXP. Took leveled up to LV20, Rebel leveled up to LV34. Gazing at the data displayed on the dungeon interface before him, Lin Xian was secretly shocked. He hadn't expected even Took and Rebel to gain 100,000 EXP points. If only he'd brought that silver dragon out to piggyback on the situation too. Lin Xian slapped his forehead, feeling a pang of regret. Ah well, next time. He fought the dungeon demons every day anyway, one more battle wouldn't make a difference. After forcing himself to rationalize and calm down, Lin Xian checked his data panel again. Underground Survival Panel. Name, Lin Xian. Level, LV373153. Innate ability, Flesh Mycelium. Spirit pets, Inferno Flame Lion, Amethyst Shadowcat, Silver Dragon Cub. Followers, Hobbit Took, Forest Folk Rebel. Items, Fine Dagger, Grey Cleaver, Star Wish Chalice, Evil Repelling Talisman, Lapis Lazuli Gem, Dungeon Excavator, Crossbow Bolt, Teleportation Jade Talisman, Woodland Bow, Star Chain Pendant, Photon Pistol, Photon Grenade, Photon Shield. Dungeons explored today, 1. Ha! Lin Xian was slightly taken aback upon seeing the dungeon survival interface. How did Tuck become my follower too? Lin Xian glanced toward Tuck, who was picking up loot nearby, puzzled. Could it be that this recent turn of events had earned Tuck's respect, turning him into a follower? Though Tuck never said it outright, Lin Xian could tell the boy genuinely respected and admired him. Ah, what the heck? Let the kid tag along. After all, Tuck was the most reliable cave excavator Lin Xian could find. With Tuck around, Lin Xian could excavate dungeons endlessly in a single day. To put it plainly, the relationship between Lin Xian and Tuck was one of mutual assistance. Fresh flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Notice, the Triceratops meat is all lean, without a single ounce of fat.
The mycelium is highly satisfied and begins to feast heartily. As the flesh-eating mycelium began devouring the triceratops corpses strewn across the battlefield, Lin Xian finally found time to approach those hideously ugly goblins for a chat. "Big brother, please don't kill us. We're innocent. Our goblin clan isn't allies of the triceratops, we were forced into this." The 5 goblins pleaded for mercy in unison. "I know." Lin Xian stepped before the goblins, observing them with keen interest. "Didn't you recognize what weapons we used in the battle just now?" Hearing this, the 5 goblins exchanged glances, suddenly seeming to grasp something. A goblin with a sharp beak and monkey-like cheeks blurted out, "Photon grenades. They're photon grenades. How could you possibly have our goblin clan's latest invention, photon grenades?" All 5 goblins were stunned. This was something never shared outside their goblin base. It was also the goblin clan's greatest life-saving asset. "Correct." Lin Xian patted the creature's bright green, bald head and replied, "Since it's your goblin clan's newest invention and a closely guarded scientific achievement, the reason I have a photon grenade is obviously because one of your goblin clan gave it to me." "One of us goblins gave it to you?" 5 goblins tilted their heads in unison, utterly baffled. How could that be possible? Their goblin clan's secret technology, how could they just hand it over? Could it be that the goblin base was infiltrated? Had all 6 of those goblins been taken out? This was the foremost thought racing through the minds of the 5 bound goblins. Lin Xian didn't answer their questions directly. Instead, he chuckled and teased, "Well, you 5 really are lucky bastards. Surviving all those photon grenades and exploding flowers? We owe it all to the photon shield." The goblins explained that during the explosions outside, they had been in the basement. To avoid collateral damage, they'd each held up 2 photon shields, deflecting the blast's residual effects. "Oh? I didn't realize photon shields were so effective." Lin Xian nodded, acknowledging the goblin's invention, the photon shield. "Alright, that's enough chit-chat." Lin Xian rose to his feet, gazing down at the group of frail goblins. The goblins, who had once been full of pride and arrogance, suddenly felt the threat of death. They begged again, "We'll do anything you want, just don't kill us. Who would have thought your goblin clan could sink to such a pathetic state? I much preferred your defiant, unruly ways." With that, Lin Xian severed the ropes binding them. But he didn't remove the blue mycelium clinging to their bodies. Instead, he allowed the filaments to seep directly into their bodies. The 5 goblins stared blankly at the suddenly severed ropes, still bewildered. Yet having narrowly escaped death, they managed to express their gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you for sparing our lives." "No need to thank me. I have my reasons for sparing you." Lin Xian looked at the 5 goblins and continued, "I believe you still have some use." Chapter 110, New Mycelium Ability, The Watcher. Of course. Of course. Since you spared our lives, we're more than willing to repay you. What do you need us to do? The goblin with the sharp beak and monkey-like face was the most obsequious. Lin Xian smiled. "Continue manufacturing photon pistols, photon pistol ammunition, and photon grenades." "Yes." The 5 goblins were baffled, but for the sake of survival, they all nodded vigorously. "Alright, get back to your goblin base. Join the other 5 goblins there and manufacture the weapons I've ordered." With that, Lin Xian kicked one of the goblins lying on the ground. The goblins scrambled to their feet and scrambled away, crawling and running toward the direction of their goblin base. As for, why are there 5 goblins in the goblin base instead of 6? These 5 goblins wouldn't know. Lin Xian shouted from behind, "If I ever catch any of you harboring treacherous thoughts, you'll meet the same fate as these tricorn beasts." Hearing this, the 5 goblins' running legs suddenly froze in place. In that moment, they finally realized they were being controlled. Within their bodies lay a virus-like entity that controlled them. Night fell. The flesh mycelium had completely devoured the flesh and blood of all 187 cave demon triceratops. The flesh mycelium felt sated and simultaneously leveled up. Flesh mycelium core level upgraded to LV 965250 evolution points. Abilities: Scrutiny, Reconnaissance, Control, Parasitism, Restoration, Venom, Hardening, Infectious Mycelium, Dead Man's Bane, Demon Heart, Earthborn Fungus, Sentinel Fungus, Multiplication, Watcher New. Core Resilience slightly enhanced. Mycelium activity slightly enhanced. Energy conversion efficiency slightly increased. Mycelium persistence duration increased. Unlocked new trait, Observer. Increased mycelium persistence duration. Mycelium can survive for 17 dungeon days while detached from its host. The Watcher, flesh mycelium can manifest mycelium blue eyes at any location to conduct surveillance. The Watcher possesses the ability to corrupt the minds of those under observation, gradually turning them into its servants. Should a subject resist, the Watcher will immediately detect and erase their consciousness. It wields formidable psychic attack and disruption capabilities. A maximum of 10 Watchers can be created at once. Upon seeing the new ability gained by the mycelium on the flesh mycelium interface, Lin Xian's pupils contracted slightly. A streak of azure mycelium flickered across his eyes.
Through the blue filaments, Lin Xian could even perceive the energy and mental force patterns within Rongrong, Hellflame Lion, Tuck, and Rebel's bodies.
Simultaneously,
Lin Xian could also launch psychic attacks through these two blue fungal pupils.
alas! Lin Xian sighed inwardly. If the tri-horned beasts hadn't all perished, or if the goblins hadn't departed, he could have used them as test subjects to explore the capabilities of these blue pupils. Suddenly, Lin Xian suddenly recalled the blue mycelium he had left behind at the goblin base before departing. It seemed to have already formed the rudimentary shape of a watcher? Perhaps it was worth a try. Lin Xian actively sought out and connected to the mycelium eye within the goblin base, the one resembling a blue pupil. As his consciousness shifted onto that eye, he suddenly saw the cunning goblins in the base actually slacking off. Oomph! Lin Xian gave a cold, indifferent laugh. They promised to work for him, manufacturing photon weapons. And this is the result? They're just slacking off here? His blue pupils suddenly evolved. From their original filamentous form, they transformed into a single, enormous eyeball. The blue fungal pupils stared intently at the 5 goblins within the fungal base. Among them, one goblin lying flat seemed to sense the change in the blue fungal pupil above. It suddenly pointed a finger toward the blue filamentous pupil, whispering something to its companions. The other goblins all looked up at the blue mycelium pupil. At first sight of the blue mycelium pupil, the goblins trembled slightly. But the next second, 5 goblins burst into laughter simultaneously. Through the mycelium's eavesdropping ability, Lin Xian heard their laughter and conversation. Ha! You really are a scaredy cat, buddy. That tall dwarf who looks like a hobbit? He's long gone. You didn't seriously think he could be spying on us, did you? It's just a blue eyeball, nothing more than a model. I've lived in the dungeon world for 70 or 80 years, and I've never heard of any independent eyeball-type creatures. Even those dungeon demons can't split off an eyeball to spy on living beings. Exactly. What could a hobbit-like creature possibly do to us? After saying this, he glanced at the corpse of the goblin on the ground and kicked it. Damn it. Dove, you handle this corpse. Old Six really was a short-lived ghost. But it's for the best he took the hit for us. Got it, Brother Luo. Listening to the goblin's conversation, Lin Xian now transformed into the blue. I couldn't help but chuckle. The laughter was utterly chilling. Through the gaze of the blue fungal eyes, that sinister smile reached the ears of the 5 goblins. What's that weird laugh? Ale, stop laughing, your laugh is really freaking scary. But, brother, I wasn't laughing. The short, plump goblin called Ale scratched his bald, green head with his thick, green palm and answered with an innocent expression. You say you weren't laughing? Then whose laughter was that? Among all of us goblins, yours is the most sinister. Luo pointed at Alei and chimed in. I really didn't laugh. Alai looked aggrieved, but he didn't know how to defend himself. The goblins exchanged glances, realizing none of them had been laughing. Yet that eerie, otherworldly laughter lingered persistently in their minds. For a moment, a chill ran down their spines. Behind them, it felt as though a colossal giant's silhouette was steadily expanding. An invisible black hand reached out to grab them. When it seized the backs of their necks, the 5 goblins shuddered simultaneously, realizing their bodies were frozen in place. What the hell is this? The 5 goblins trembled in terror. They felt fear in its truest form. What it meant to be controlled even when far from the goblin base. That eye. It's that eye. Har pointed at the blue pupil and exclaimed, did you notice? This blue eye has changed. It's grown larger and more profound. And from this eye, I sense an overwhelmingly powerful aura of intimidation. I feel it too, Lolo trembled. It's truly terrifying. This eye, it's like it comes from hell, from the abyss itself, staring at us, trying to pull us into endless darkness. That tall dwarf who looks like a hobbit, is he deceiving us? Could he really be monitoring us from afar? Chapter 111, The Lord of the Second Dungeon. Har's exclamation caused all 5 goblins to fall silent. They finally grasped the crux of the matter. Everything, absolutely everything, boiled down to that blue eye. Ever since earlier, that blue eye had seemed to breathe continuously. That blue eye was alive. Upon this realization, Har dared to ask, didn't that tall dwarf who looks like a hobbit say he was going to fight the tri-beasts? What do you think his chances are of defeating the tri-beast tribe? No idea, but I doubt it. He claims he wants to replace the tri-beasts as the new lord of this dungeon, but I don't think he'll pull it off. Luo shook her head, expressing her distrust of Lin Xian. But what if he succeeds? Ale asked timidly. Get lost. All 4 goblins kicked him simultaneously. If he really succeeds, won't we become his slaves? The moment Har finished speaking, a psychic attack instantly immobilized him. The next moment, the bodies and minds of the 5 goblins were once again assaulted by the blue eye. For a moment, all 5 goblins froze in place, unable to move. The blue eye finally spoke. Greetings, goblins. Thank you for your concern and your distrust. Unfortunately, I didn't turn out the way you hoped. Not only did I defeat the tri-beast tribe, I slaughtered every last one of their beasts. From now on, I am the new lord of this tri-beast dungeon. As soon as Lin Xian spoke these words, 5 goblins simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment. Over at the Triceratops tribe, after warning, lecturing, and intimidating the goblins through his blue-eyed observer form, Lin Xian finally grasped the observer's immense power. The Watcher functioned as a surveillance system within a subterranean lair or a goblin base, monitoring a specific location. Simultaneously, it existed as an extension of Lin Xian's consciousness. It could intimidate and attack the creatures within the cavern or base. Unlike the sentinel fungi Lin Xian had deployed throughout the ruins dungeon, the sentinel fungi are physical entities mycelial condensations possessing formidable combat prowess. The Watcher, however, exists as a blue eye. Its primary function lies in psychological assault. In other words, sentinel fungi deliver physical assaults, while the Watcher unleashes psychic assaults. Thus, Lin Xian effectively possessed a mycelium manifestation capable of dual physical and mental assaults. The Watcher is indeed quite useful, and compared to the sentinel, one can manifest up to 10 Watchers. Lin Xian remarked indifferently. 10 Watchers meant he could simultaneously control 10 creatures within the underground lair and base to assist him in his tasks. After organizing the new functionality of the mycelium's observability, he opened the underground lair panel. He was startled to find a new notification on the underground lair panel. It was another full-channel announcement. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for successfully defeating the Tribeast Dungeon's Lord and becoming the new Lord of the Tribeast Dungeon. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for becoming the Lord of the second dungeon. Lord's rewards: 1 additional daily dungeon excavation attempt, 10 random gems, 1 gold treasure chest. Lord privilege: lords of any dungeon receive a 10% discount when trading with dungeon merchants. Holding lordship over 2 dungeons grants a 15% discount. Lord's responsibilities: every dungeon lord bears the duty to develop and expand their dungeon. Holding dual lordship carries even greater responsibility. Those managing multiple dungeons must diligently maintain their domains. Do not let them fall into ruin and become worthless ruins. Explore, cultivate, and construct your dungeons well, making the dungeon world of the caverns ever better. With the added reward from this dungeon's lord, Lin Xian's daily dungeon excavation limit now reached 8 times. Unfortunately, Lin Xian couldn't make use of this benefit just yet. However, he happily accepted the random reward of 10 gems and the golden treasure chest. Meanwhile, the World Window channel was already in an uproar. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Lin God has pulled off another miracle? Didn't he already become the Lord of the Ruins dungeon? How did he become a new Lord now? And Lord of some Tribeast dungeon? Could he possibly be the ruler of 2 dungeons simultaneously? What the heck is this dungeon business? Is it that easy to become a ruler? Dude, you're overthinking it. I've been to the dungeon. It's terrifying and intense. It's crawling with powerful subterranean demons. Even a random one by the roadside could tear you apart. It's no place for humans like us to mess around. I've been to the dungeon too. I scared myself silly and dug a tunnel to escape. Good thing I dug fast, otherwise IDVE ended up as a roadside demon's meal. Those dungeon demons? They're not your ordinary underground demons. So you're saying conquering a dungeon and becoming its lord is an insanely difficult feat? No wonder out of all the players across the 4 major regions, only Lord Lin has achieved it. The scariest part? Lord Lin became the lord of 2 dungeons simultaneously. Ha! That's our eastern region for you, frighteningly powerful. You rats from the south, west, and north regions combined aren't worth a single hair on our eastern region's body. Hearing the taunts from East region players, those from the other 3 regions could only swallow their bitterness in silence. At the end of the day, isn't it just that players in the East region were born with the right luck to be players in the same region as Lin Xian? While they, the unfortunate ones, ended up in the regions governed by those 3 incompetent administrators. At the same time, this group began pressuring their respective zone administrators. They demanded to know when they would finally conquer a dungeon, become its new lord, and bring some honor to their region. Lin Xian watched everyone's posts and couldn't help but shake his head. Then, he spoke up in the East server chat channel. Everyone, could you please tone down your comments a bit? Offending the other 3 regions won't do us any favors. To be precise, it wouldn't benefit Lin Xian. What if those guys get angry and start working in isolation? Lin Xian was still counting on milking them for all they were worth. After posting this, Lin Xian inquired, have you all located the regional boss yet? If the other 3 regions complete the task first, you might end up being mocked in return. Perhaps it was the word ridicule in Lin Xian's message. Immediately ignited the passion of every player in the East region. The group was like a bunch of crazed madmen, frantically digging through the underground caverns in search of the regional boss's location. Lin Xian closed the chat channel, preparing to inspect the golden treasure chest reward he'd earned after becoming the dungeon lord of the triangular beast's lair. Chapter 112, The Ancient God's Remnant. Open the chest. With time on his hands, Lin Xian opened the golden treasure chest he had received upon becoming the lord of the Tribeast dungeon. Opening the golden treasure chest. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Magic Scroll 1. Congratulations.
Player Lin Xian has obtained Ancient Gods Remnant 1.
Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Gold Gem 2. Dismantle the gold treasure chest? Yes. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Gold X10G Wood X5. Magic Scroll Remnant of the Ancient God?
This time, the two items obtained from the golden treasure chest were both things Lin Xian had never heard of before. Lin Xian immediately examined the descriptions of these two items. Magic Scroll, upon activation, generates a Tier 2 spell attributes unknown. Ancient God's Remnant, a toe bone left behind by an ancient in the subterranean world. At a specific moment, it may prove crucial. Man, these descriptions were practically useless. Lin Xian shook his head in exasperation before approaching the purple crystal dark cat, Rongrong. When it came to the dungeon world, its history and all, Rongrong surely knew far more than he did.
Rongrong, do you recognize these two items? Lin Xian held out the magic scroll and the ancient god's toe to Rongrong.
Rongrong lifted her feline head, sniffed both items with her nose, then wore a bitter expression on her cat face. Master, this kitty seems to smell the scent of a dark god.
What exactly is this toe?
Rongrong paid no attention to the magic scroll, focusing entirely on the sharp 10-centimeter long toe fragment. According to the description, this toe was supposedly a relic of the ancient god.
The moment Lin Xian uttered those words, he watched Rongrong leap backward.
It was an instinctive reaction.
What's wrong, Rongrong? Lin Xian asked curiously. Master? You say this is a remnant of an ancient god? Meow.
Rongrong suddenly leaped up and dashed away, meowing as she sprinted toward the distance.
As if deliberately trying to distance itself from that toe. Seriously, just a toe? Is it really that terrifying?
Lin Xian frowned, puzzled.
Master. Throw that thing away. It's the remnant of an ancient evil god. Who knows what filth might be lurking inside? If you get possessed by the will of an ancient evil god, you're done for. Rongrong only transmitted the warning to Lin Xian after sprinting 100 meters away.
Lin Xian froze, unable to grasp the meaning behind Rongrong's words.
Ancient evil gods can possess people? Rongrong, didn't you say all 7 ancient evil gods were sealed away? Lin Xian asked curiously. Sealed away, yes. But you must understand these are ancient evil gods. How could they ever accept being bound?
They must have left behind some form of backup in the subterranean realm.
This ancient god's remnant in your hand might very well be one such contingency left behind by some primordial evil deity.
Hearing this, Lin Xian instinctively dropped the toe fragment from his hand.
Holy crap! That terrifying? Forget Lin Xian now, even the top-ranked dungeon lords would likely be mere toys before those ancient evil gods, right? However,
just as Lin Xian let go of the ancient god's toe fragment, allowing it to fall to the ground,
suddenly, a wave of black mist surged forth from the ancient god's remains. Master, beware. The aura of something unclean. Rongrong meowed urgently. Lin Xian's first instinct upon noticing the ancient god's relic was to retreat immediately.
But as soon as he took a step, a strange voice echoed.
Did you summon me?
The voice belonged to someone who sounded elderly, hoarse, yet carrying an inexplicable sense of oppression. Lin Xian spun around at the sound. A shroud of black mist had already enveloped him, and a shadowy figure materialized before his eyes.
You're an ancient god?
Lin Xian swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. Trapped within the black mist, his only chance of escape now lay in confronting this foe head-on.
An ancient god? It's been ages since any living creature addressed me thus. I'd prefer you call me Cthulhu, the first of the old gods. Cthulhu, the first of the old gods? Lin Xian furrowed his brow, recognizing the name.
In the Cthulhu mythos, Cthulhu was indeed the chief of the old gods, a deity who stood against the old god overlords. However, Lin Xian never imagined that creatures from the Cthulhu mythos would actually exist within the subterranean world. From the evil god Shoggoth, whom the rampaging dungeon demons had sought to resurrect through ritual, to the chief of the old gods, Cthulhu, now emerging as a black mist from the ancient gods remains before his eyes. These were all deities from the Cthulhu mythos. What kind of civilization existed in the subterranean world? Lin Xian grew increasingly perplexed. What race are you? I don't recall ever seeing a creature like you before. Just as Lin Xian was deep in thought, Cthulhu's voice interrupted his train of thought. Me? Lin Xian pointed to his own nose, hesitated for a few seconds, then replied, human god.
Human god? Another new divine lineage? I've been sealed away too long. My knowledge of the civilizations in the subterranean world is woefully inadequate.
Lin Xian identified himself as a human god rather than a human primarily for the sake of prestige. In the Cthulhu mythos, every single one of them counts as a deity. Without some gravitas, how could he possibly negotiate with Cthulhu? Upon hearing Cthulhu's self-deprecating remark, Lin Xian seized upon a new piece of information.
You mean you never awoke during your sealing? Correct. Human god, might you tell me how many years I was sealed? I'm afraid I don't know. Lin Xian answered truthfully. On this matter, lying would be easily detected by Tanid. Better to tell him the truth. It seems the current world beneath the earth no longer belongs to our era of old gods. Lin Xian's gaze remained fixed on the black mist that formed Tanid. Those demonic wings remained motionless, yet Lin Xian felt a breeze drifting through the air. The deities of the old era remained in the old era. In a sense, this was not wrong. Lin Xian made his judgment. Before Tanid could respond, he added, "Therefore, esteemed Tanid, chief of the old gods, might I request that you return to your slumber and continue your deep sleep? It seems you never intended to awaken me." Cthulhu now understood that his brief appearance had been nothing but an accident. "Human god, I shall vanish within the remnants I left behind in the subterranean world. That very place serves as the repository for my consciousness. Should you ever need to awaken me, strike the remnants with a heavy hammer." Chapter 113, The Ancient Evil God Cthulhu. Strike your remaining toe? Lin Xian froze for a moment before suddenly grasping the reason for Cthulhu's appearance. Earlier, upon hearing Rongrong's warning, Lin Xian had instinctively flung the ancient god's toe fragment away. Therefore, when the ancient god's toe struck the ground, it triggered a heavy hammer effect, causing the phantom form of Tanid, the foremost of the old gods, to manifest before Lin Xian's eyes. "Yes, human god. Though it may sound impolite, there is indeed a matter I wish to entrust to you. Or rather, a deal." "Speak." Lin Xian gestured for Cthulhu to elaborate. Each ancient god, upon their impending demise, left behind a token within the netherworld. My token consists of 8 toes. If possible, I hope you could help me gather all 8 of these toes. 7 more toes identical to this one? Lin Xian didn't immediately agree to Cthulhu's request, instead posing a counter-question. "That's correct. Would gathering all 8 toes awaken you? Or would something else happen? That is not something you need to know. I'm sorry, but if that's the case, I can't agree to your request." Lin Xian shook his head, refusing Tanid's request. What if gathering all 8 ancient god relics awakened the true form of Tanid before him, breaking its seal? That would be an ancient. Lin Xian had no confidence he could defeat it. What if this ancient evil god turned against him then and killed Lin Xian? Or what if it destroyed the dungeon world once more? Then Lin Xian would truly become a sinner. "Human god, I know what troubles you. But rest assured, without locating the source of my seal, I cannot break free. Each of the 8 relics contains a fragment of my will. I merely wish to discover what intentions I imbued within each of those 8 toes I left behind in the dungeon world." Lin Xian remained half convinced by Cthulhu's words. However, at this critical juncture, even if Lin Xian truly agreed to Tanid's request, what difference would it make? Whether he searched or not was Lin Xian's own business. "What's in it for me if I agree?" "Of course, my divine friend. If you're willing to help me, then for every toe you find for me, I'll tell you one secret about the ancient era." "Secrets from the ancient era? Ha!" Lin Xian shook his head with a smile. "Just as I thought. This creature who's lived for who knows how many years is truly an old fox. Not only was there no tangible benefit, but he even wanted to pay in installments. My divine human friend, you may ask that purple crystal dark cat over there. She will know just how precious the secrets of ancient times truly are." "Well then, my divine friend, my energy is running low. I must return to the ruins to rest. My next awakening won't come for at least a week. If you wish to speak with me, ask questions, or need my aid, you'll have to wait until then. You know the method: strike the ruins with the heavy hammer. Rest assured, it won't break." As Cthulhu spoke these words, the black mist before them began to dissipate. Even the phantom form of Tanid, with its demonic wings, dissolved along with the vanishing mist. Beyond the mist, purple crystal dark cat Fluffy, Hellflame Lion, Tuck, and Rebel stood before Lin Xian. "Master, what happened to you just now?" Roar. "Lin Xian, are you okay? Godfather, are you alright?" Both men and their battle pets asked simultaneously. "I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" Lin Xian waved dismissively with a smile, signaling for everyone to disperse. Next, he looked at Rongrong and gestured to the side. Everyone present was sharp and instantly understood Lin Xian's meaning. They let Lin Xian and Rongrong be alone. Rongrong, the remnant of an ancient deity, was left behind in the subterranean world by the primordial dark god Cthulhu. "You know about the primordial dark god Cthulhu, right?" Lin Xian stared into the sapphire pupils of the purple crystal dark cat as he asked. "The ancient evil god Cthulhu?" Rongrong fell silent for several seconds upon hearing the name. Who would have thought this remnant of an ancient god was left behind by the primordial evil god Cthulhu? What? Is there a problem with Cthulhu? Of course there is. Rongrong's sapphire cat eyes shifted as she continued. Cthulhu was the only traitor among the 7 ancient evil gods. Ha! This cat saw it in the records of the ancient century war. Tanid betrayed the other 6 ancient evil gods back then, which is why they were sealed one by one. As for why he betrayed them, there's no record. Didn't he tell you? Of course not. Lin Xian shook his head. If Cthulhu had mentioned this, Lin Xian wouldn't be so surprised. Come to think of it, he did mention that there are 8 of these relics scattered across the dungeon world. He wants me to help him find them. The reward? For each one I locate, he'll reveal a secret about the ancient era.
I thought it was a rather vague deal, but he insisted you'd understand its true value.
Really? The fluffy cat face bounced onto Lin Xian's shoulder in shock. It's true.
Lin Xian nodded, glancing at Rongrong with a puzzled look.
Agree to it.
And find the other relics.
Ha! Wait, Rongrong, what if gathering all 8 relics breaks his seal?
Though Cthulhu claimed he wouldn't break the seal, Lin Xian didn't trust him.
Who knew if he was telling the truth? He can't escape. Without locating the source of his seal, he cannot break free.
Just like those rampaging beings earlier, the ritual they performed to summon the ancient evil god Shoggoth merely called forth his avatar, a fragment of his power.
The true entity itself cannot manifest. I see.
Hearing Rongrong confirm this, Lin Xian felt reassured.
As long as this ancient evil god remains sealed, Lin Xian and indeed the entire subterranean world would be safe. Right, Rongrong. You asked me to agree to his condition, the secret from the ancient era. Is it really that important? Absolutely.
Rongrong nodded her cat head emphatically.
Those are ancient secrets, you know.
Let me put it this way, any single one could transform an ordinary creature, elevating it to at least a city lord level.
And not just any lord, a top tier one.
Not trash like Mosprin from the Ruins dungeon or the Trident Beast from the Trident dungeon.
In the dungeon world, countless secrets remain hidden and unexplored.
Among them lie hidden treasures, wealth, ancient cultivation methods, and even powerful weapons from the primordial era. These aren't the kind of things goblin photon weapons can even hope to rival their true divine artifacts. At the mention of divine artifacts, Lin Xian's eyes lit up.
What the hell? Who would have thought that in the dungeon world Lin Xian believed to be stuck in the Stone Age, divine artifacts were actually hidden? Chapter 114, The Long-Lost Magic Scroll. I understand, Rongrong.
Lin Xian gazed at the sapphire-eyed cat before him. I will seek out the remains of the other 7 ancient gods.
This concerns the ancient secrets of the subterranean realm. Who knows what power those divine artifacts truly hold? If they're like the divine weapons in fantasy novels capable of cleaving the heavens with a single strike, then wouldn't Lin Xian, if he obtained an ancient artifact, dominate the dungeon world and become its ruler? After discussing the ancient gods' relics with Rongrong, Lin Xian took out the magic scroll again and asked Rongrong, how much do you know about magic scrolls? Magic scrolls?
Rongrong nuzzled closer to the scroll in Lin Xian's hand, sniffing it with her cat nose. This is a level 2 wind attribute spell. Merely by sniffing it, Rongrong had discerned the scroll's element and tier.
A level 2 wind attribute magic scroll? Rongrong, are there magicians in the underground world? Lin Xian asked curiously.
To be precise, mages existed in the dungeon world over 1,000 years ago, but they've long since vanished. Even in the largest dungeon, no traces of mages remain. However, the mages created numerous magic scrolls during their lifetimes, serving as proof of their historical existence.
I see. So each time one of these scrolls is used, there's one less left? Lin Xian inquired. Exactly. Take this wind attribute level 2 magic scroll in your hand, it's likely the only one left in the entire underground world.
Hearing this, Lin Xian grasped the scroll's rarity.
So what kind of destructive power does this scroll possess? Destroying this dungeon? No problem.
A level 2 spell is more than enough to wipe out every dungeon creature below level 50 within it.
Holy crap. Lin Xian had imagined the scroll's power but never expected it to be this devastating. The thought of obliterating an entire dungeon made Lin Xian recall the Ice City. I wonder if this scroll could obliterate the entire Ice City.
So, Master, you must use this scroll with extreme caution.
Magic itself is highly destructive, and once a scroll activates, it spares no one.
Don't end up obliterating both this cat and yourself.
I'll be careful.
Lin Xian said, carefully stowing the scroll away.
Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Xian would never use this scroll lightly. Let's go see our loot.
What Lin Xian had just displayed were all items obtained from the golden treasure chests unlocked after becoming the lord of the Tri-Beast dungeon. In the central district of the Tri-Beast dungeon, the tree hollows and small treehouses where those Tri-Beasts lived, their personal collections were still hidden away. Unlike the Mosprins, the Trihorns weren't dirt poor. Their long-standing cooperation with goblins and even plans to invade other dungeons inhabited by subterranean creatures.
This alone proves the Trihorns possess considerable economic strength. Tuck and Rebel, gather every valuable item from the Tri-Beast tribe. Got it. Yes, Godfather.
Tuck and Rebel immediately began rummaging through these tree hollows and small treehouses. Lin Xian released a vast expanse of blue fungal mycelium. Besides transforming the already gnawed-to-bone triceratops into undead forbidden fungi, the mycelium burrowed into the tree hollows, searching for hidden treasures.
About an hour later, a large pile of loot was stacked in the square of the Tri-Beast tribe. Who would have thought this triceratops tribe was so wealthy? Their collection is quite impressive.
Lin Xian gazed at the mountains of equipment, gems, materials, and food before him and couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration.
It's average, I suppose.
Compared to those bottom-ranked dungeons, the Tri-Beast dungeon is indeed passable. But compared to even mid-tier dungeons, let alone the top-ranked ones, it's practically poor. Rebel, your forest folk dungeon should far surpass the Tri-Beast dungeon, right? As a hobbit born in the Hobbit dungeon, Tuck naturally looked down on the paltry offerings of the Tri-Beast dungeon. After all, the Hobbit Guild, run by hobbits, is the top guild in the caverns. Talk about loaded. Well, our woodland folk dungeons focus more on forests and timber resources. Gems and such aren't particularly abundant. Rebel answered truthfully. Lin Xian paid no heed to their conversation, instead lost in his own calculations of the haul. Among them, the gem count reached a staggering 200 stones. Gems of all attributes were present, with earth gems being the most abundant at nearly 52 pieces, followed by gold gems at 37. This means I've gathered all the gems needed to build my castle. Lin Xian exclaimed excitedly. The castle blueprint he had obtained from Mama Noji earlier. Lin Xian still hadn't managed to construct it. He had been stuck because he could never gather all the gemstones needed for construction. Now, thanks to the Triceratops collection, he finally had all the gem materials he needed. Build it in the Ruins dungeon. Lin Xian surveyed the Tri-Beast dungeon. Compared to the Trident dungeon, Lin Xian actually preferred the Ruins dungeon a bit more. First, the Ruins dungeon was the first dungeon where Lin Xian became its lord. Second, the Ruins dungeon was desolate and uninhabited. Though seemingly abandoned, many areas remained unexplored and untapped. Third, the Ruins dungeon ranked low on most dungeon lords' radars, making it less likely to be invaded. Therefore, the Ruins dungeon was more suitable as Lin Xian's primary dungeon. The Trident dungeon, meanwhile, would serve as Lin Xian's armory. With the goblin base established in the Trident dungeon, these goblins would become Lin Xian's servants, endlessly crafting photon weapons for him. After stowing all 200 gems into his spatial backpack, Lin Xian proceeded to inspect the other materials. The Tri-Beasts had gathered quite a few star wishes as well. Unfortunately, all the star wishes collected by the Triceratops shared attributes Lin Xian already possessed. Specifically, wind attribute star wishes, lightning attribute star wishes, and earth attribute star wishes. Beyond that, there were also various materials like iron ingots, rock fragments, soil samples, and plastic. What surprised Lin Xian most was that the Triceratops tribe even possessed positive and negative electrode materials along with lithium elements. These were the raw materials for manufacturing battery packs. Previously, Lin Xian had painstakingly gathered a small amount of positive and negative electrode materials along with lithium elements, which allowed him to build 2 battery packs and power up the underground dredger. After that, he hadn't seen any more positive or negative electrode materials or lithium elements. Now, however, he had new positive and negative electrode materials and lithium elements. This meant Lin Xian could now produce even more battery packs. In the underground world, many things require battery packs. Without them, those mechanical devices remain unusable. Chapter 115, Building the Castle. If he were to list battery packs for sale, other players would likely go mad. Especially those who possess advanced dungeon technology but can't use it due to the lack of battery packs. For instance, take Shu Shu, who once owned a dungeon excavator. It was there, but he couldn't drive it. Likely, there must be many players in a similar situation to Shu Shu. Aside from the battery pack materials, there wasn't much else Lin Xian desired. Lin Xian distributed these items to Tuck and Rebel. Tuck waved his hand dismissively, showing no interest in these trifles, and ultimately gave them all to Rebel. Everyone, I plan to temporarily leave the Trident dungeon and head to the Ruins dungeon. What about you? Lin Xian sought the opinions of Tuck and Rebel. Hellfire Lion and Fluffy needed no prompting. Wherever Lin Xian went, they followed. I'm just tagging along with you anyway, Lin Xian. Tuck propped his hands behind his head, looking like he couldn't be bothered to think too hard and just wanted to hang around Lin Xian. Rebel nodded. Same here, Godfather. Originally, Rebel had followed Lin Xian out of the Sunmmary underground city to gain experience in the outside world, seeking the World Tree and the Fountain of Life. This would allow his lost elven wings to regrow, broaden his horizons, and strengthen his abilities, all in preparation for seeking vengeance against the Darkborn clan. Wherever Lin Xian went, Rebel followed. He had no intention of acting alone. Alright then. I'm afraid you'll have to make do for now by entering my spatial backpack. I need to teleport to the Ruins dungeon. With that, Lin Xian stored Tuck, Rebel, Rom, and the Hellflame Lion into his spatial backpack. Immediately after, he pulled out the teleportation Jade Talisman. After establishing a sub-coordinate within the Tri-Beast dungeon, Lin Xian summoned a Sentinel Fungus within the dungeon. Sentinel Fungus, this dungeon is now under your care. These Tri-Beasts, the forbidden fungi of the dead, are also entrusted to your management. Build the Tri-Beast tribe well. After instructing the Sentinel Fungus, Lin Xian activated the teleportation Jade Talisman. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian vanished from the Trident Beast dungeon. When he reappeared, he found himself in a desolate wasteland. A group of white-bone Mossbrin wielded shovels, tilling the earth. A sentinel fungus, identical in appearance to the one Lin Xian had just summoned from the Tribeast tribe, served as the commander of these undead fungus-bound skeleton moslings, directing their labor.
Spotting Lin Xian's arrival,
the sentry fungus immediately approached Lin Xian, bowing respectfully and awaiting his orders.
"It's fine, continue your work. I've only returned to build a castle." Lin Xian waved his hand, signaling the sentry fungus to return to its task.
The sentry fungus nodded and returned to its original post.
Lin Xian didn't immediately summon everyone from his space backpack.
Instead, he first moved to a suitable location to prepare for castle construction. If they witnessed him conjuring a castle out of thin air, it would be difficult to explain. It would be better to build the castle first and then let them see it. Just then, Lin Xian suddenly noticed a full channel announcement. Congratulations to North District Administrator Gao Yang for successfully defeating the area boss, Silver Fox Gao Yang, and obtaining permanent usage rights to this dungeon.
Oh? Lin Xian stared at the announcement, feeling somewhat surprised. Who would have thought the first to defeat the regional boss would be Gao Yang, the administrator of the North District? Just as expected.
In the World Window channel, everyone shared Lin Xian's thoughts. One by one, they found it unbelievable. Not even Lin Xian, the strongest player in the East District, nor Chu Yanqing, the second strongest, had managed to kill the zone boss. Instead, it was Gao Yang from the North District, that kid who became the first player to take down a regional boss since the 4-district competition began.
East Region Chat Group. Seriously, how arrogant is the North District? It's just killing a mere regional boss. Why are they blowing it out of proportion? Lin God, Chu God. Step up and take down a few zone bosses already. Otherwise, our East District will be looked down upon by the other districts. Exactly.
We never doubted God Lin's strength, but losing this regional competition would be so embarrassing.
Shut up. Who gave you permission to doubt Lord Lin? He just became the lord of the second dungeon, of course he's busy. If he had time, would he tolerate the North District players running wild? Hold on, everyone.
I've already located the cavern where the zone boss resides. I'll share the coordinates immediately. As this player announced and shared the zone's location, players in the East District erupted with excitement, as if celebrating a holiday. Lin Xian checked the regional boss's location via the area management map. Combining this with the players' positions,
Lin Xian discovered that the dungeon housing this regional boss was right near Chu Yanqing's location. At that moment, Lin Xian received a message from Chu Yanqing. Chu Yanqing, Lin Xian, the coordinates that player just shared seem to be near me? Chu Yanqing could only see a general area, not precise geographic coordinates. After all, she wasn't the actual area administrator. After confirming the location, Lin Xian replied to Chu Yanqing. Lin Xian, yes, it's below the cavern to your left. That means you'll need to excavate 2 caverns. Do you still have enough excavation attempts left? Chu Yanqing, twice? Perfect, I reserved 2 excavation attempts today that I haven't used yet. Leave this area boss to me. With that said, Chu Yanqing logged off. Lin Xian knew she must have gone to excavate the cave and confront the area boss. First, build my castle. Lin Xian temporarily put the matter of the area boss out of his mind. Build the castle. Detected, player Lin Xian is constructing a castle. Deducting corresponding materials, 30 gold gems, 50 earth gems, 10 fire gems, 10 water gems, 10 wind gems, 100 earth materials, 200 rock blocks, 200 iron blocks. Castle successfully constructed. As the notification sound faded, the ground began to tremble. A rumbling sound echoed. A castle rose from the earth. Straight up from beneath the earth. Nearly 5 stories tall, the castle stood upon the ground. Its footprint was vast, even featuring its own garden. Its design resembled a European medieval fortress, luxurious and imposing. Not bad, pretty much exactly what I imagined a castle would be. Time to invite my companions over. Lin Xian smiled as he released Tuck, Rebel, and 3 battle pets from his space backpack. Rong Rong, Hellflame Lion, and Silver Dragon Cub showed no signs of surprise upon seeing this magnificent mansion. It seemed they had grown accustomed to Lin Xian's magical abilities. Tuck and Rebel, however, stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers. Holy crap? Lin Xian! What the hell is this castle? Even the worldly wise Tuck's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this opulent castle. Chapter 116, The Bizarre Phenomenon of the Area Boss. It's my castle. Lin Xian shrugged, answering matter-of-factly. Tuck stared at Lin Xian in utter disbelief. This magnificent, opulent castle is yours? His mouth gaped open, speechless. Rebel swallowed hard. The Sunmmary tribe lives alongside the forest. How could they ever have the chance to see such an imposing structure? For a moment, Rebel stood rooted to the spot, utterly speechless. Alright, stop standing around like fools. Come inside with me and take a look. Welcome, you are the first guests to visit my castle. Lin Xian spoke, leading the way into the castle. Come to think of it, this was his first time in his own castle, and he had no idea about its layout. After entering the castle, Lin Xian explored every corner, gaining a rough understanding of its layout. All flashy on the outside, but no substance inside. Damn it, the blueprints only covered the castle's construction, no furniture included. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. It seemed he'd have to acquire any furniture he wanted, including kitchenware and seasonings, separately. However, at least this castle provided shelter from the elements. With it, Lin Xian finally had his own residential area in the underground world. Lin Xian transferred the master coordinates of the teleportation jade talisman he had previously set up into the castle. Then, he temporarily deactivated all sub-coordinates except for the Tri-Beast dungeon. The teleportation jade talisman was highly effective, yet it had one significant drawback. That is, only 3 sub-coordinates could be established. Excluding the Tri-Beast dungeon's sub-coordinate, Lin Xian now had only 2 sub-coordinates left. One would be set up in the Ice City. Now that his strength had grown, Lin Xian prepared to attack Ice City. The other will be reserved for those dungeon area bosses. Of course, Lin Xian had no interest in the caverns themselves where these area bosses resided. What he wanted was to swiftly eliminate these area bosses to complete the major zone quest. I wonder how Chu Chu is doing over there. Lin Xian suddenly thought of Chu Yancheng. Earlier, Chu Yancheng had planned to take on the Eastern District's regional boss. But there had been no word from her since. Could she have run into trouble? Just as Lin Xian began worrying about Chu Yancheng, suddenly, a full-channel announcement appeared on every player's dungeon interface. Player Chu Yancheng from the East District has successfully defeated the regional boss, the Savage Bull, and obtained permanent usage rights to this dungeon. Success? Lin Xian exhaled a silent sigh of relief upon seeing the announcement. At the same time, he felt a bit stunned. He hadn't expected Chu Yancheng's target to be the Savage Bull? No wonder the battle had lasted so long. Lin Xian opened his private messages, located Chu Yancheng, and sent a message. Lin Xian, congrats, Chu Chu. You've successfully defeated the area boss and become one of the players granted permanent access to the underground labyrinth. Upon receiving the message, Chu Yancheng immediately began typing a reply. Chu Yancheng, thanks, Lin Xian. If it weren't for that big knife you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to take down that mad bull. Lin Xian, mad bull? So this victory wasn't easy to come by? Chu Yancheng, exactly. I've taken down plenty of dungeon demons before, but none were as troublesome as this mad bull. Lin Xian, what do you mean? Chu Yancheng, Lin Xian, I don't know if all area bosses are the same, but something about this mad bull felt off. Those blood-red eyes held an intense, murderous aura. And its behavior didn't seem like its own, more like some hidden force was manipulating it. A mastermind with blood-red eyes? Reading Chu Yancheng's message, Lin Xian hesitated. He wasn't new to defeating area bosses. On the contrary, he had already taken down 2 before this. But he'd never encountered a regional boss with blood-red eyes. Lin Xian, perhaps after the grand tournament began, these area bosses gained some kind of power boost. After saying this, Lin Xian logged off for the time being. He intended to locate a regional boss and investigate the actual situation. Lin Xian opened the dungeon administrator system. He examined the map displayed there. The dungeons within the dungeon world had been experiencing jump events since 2 days prior. This map would refresh in tandem with the dungeon's jumps. As long as the map hadn't refreshed, it meant no dungeon shift had occurred at this specific time. Has it just refreshed? Lin Xian stared at the map. He noticed the refresh time was less than a minute ago. This meant that after Chu Yancheng defeated the regional boss, the Savage Bull, the dungeon had shifted. That was good news. Lin Xian immediately released his mycelium, preparing to survey the newly formed caverns around him. The blue mycelium extended in all 6 directions, up, down, left, right, front, and back across the ruined dungeon. Upon reaching the dungeon's earthen walls, the mycelium seeped directly into them, beginning to probe the conditions within these 6 caverns. The left cavern was a swamp teeming with bizarre, grotesque creatures, likely native subterranean lifeforms. The cavern to the right held a gathering of humans, likely the group of players forming parties. Both the upper and lower caverns were empty, likely explored caverns that had been warped to this vicinity. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly widened at the cavern ahead. A dungeon area boss? Whether by coincidence or not, this dungeon housing the area boss had teleported directly near Lin Xian. A level 10 area boss. With Lin Xian's current strength, he didn't even need to get close to take down a level 10 area boss. He could simply control his mycelium remotely to kill it. However, before finishing it off, Lin Xian still chose to inspect the area boss's details. Area boss, big-mouthed frog monster. Level, LV10. Ability, Crush Bite, uses its massive jaws to bite and crush objects, capable of shattering iron blocks. Description: the big-mouthed frog monster is one of the area bosses, possessing immense biting force capable of crushing anything. Weakness: vulnerable to lightning. No mention of the red eyes? Just as Chu Yancheng had mentioned, Lin Xian discovered that the big-mouthed frog monsters in this cavern had eyes that had also turned blood red. Yet the dungeon interface made no mention of the red eyes whatsoever.
It seemed the color change in the area boss's eyes wasn't classified as one of its inherent mutations.
Just as Lin Xian's parasitic control over dungeon creatures wouldn't trigger any alerts on the dungeon interface.
Perhaps these area bosses were also being controlled by some other creature.
Best to eliminate them first.
Lin Xian manipulated the strand of mycelium, directly manifesting a sentinel fungus.
Currently,
Lin Xian could generate quite a few types of mycelium creatures.
Among them,
the sentry fungus possessed the most formidable combat prowess.
It could be said that the sentinel fungus was essentially Lin Xian's alter ego. Kill.
Lin Xian issued the command remotely to the sentinel fungus.
Chapter 117, the sentinel bacteria's solo elimination capability. Upon receiving Lin Xian's command,
it began acting autonomously, like a robot awakened to consciousness. The giant-mouthed frog monster, upon seeing the strange creature formed from blue mycelium, lunged forward violently. It opened its massive jaws, intending to devour the blue mycelium in the manner it knew best by biting and swallowing. But the moment the frog monster's jaws closed around the sentinel fungus's head, the blue mycelium dissipated like data.
The frog monster bit down, convinced it had succeeded. Instead, the blue data scattered like stardust, enveloping the giant frog monster entirely. The big-mouthed frog monster tried to retreat, intending to resume its assault with another charging bite. However, the blue stardust transformed into countless sentinel fungi, enveloping it once more. The big-mouthed frog monster appeared amidst the blue starry sea.
The sentinel fungi simultaneously raised their right arms, like blue fungal hands, striking down in unison.
Clang!
The thunderous impact echoed throughout the entire cavern.
A massive indentation instantly appeared on the big-mouthed frog monster's head.
The big-mouthed frog monster screamed in agony, only to realize it couldn't make a sound.
Its mouth was blocked.
A sky full of blue stardust had clogged the giant-mouthed frog monster's mouth.
At the same time, these blue stardust particles seeped directly into the big-mouthed frog monster's body.
They traveled along his skin, into his flesh, to his bones, to his spinal cord, to his nerves, to his brain center, to
every cell within the giant-mouthed frog monster was coated with traces of blue mycelium. Its crimson eyes shifted slightly, turning the deep blue of fungal filaments. Just as the big-mouthed frog monster attempted to resist once more. Suddenly, with a loud bang, his body exploded like fireworks. What should have been the creature's crimson blood had turned entirely blue. Blue stardust scattered across the ground. And so, area boss big-mouthed frog monster defeated. Full screen notification. Congratulations to East District Administrator Lin Xian for defeating the area boss.
Reward obtained, permanent usage rights to this dungeon.
Additional reward, 7 days worth of food and water.
Lin Xian stared at the message popping up on the dungeon interface, his expression unchanging, his demeanor composed.
As if nothing had ever happened. Seems like I didn't need to lift a finger, just have the sentry fungi do the work? Rather than hunting down and eliminating each regional boss myself, it's better to let the sentinel fungi handle it. After all, the mycelium can now survive independently for 17 dungeon days away from me. This meant the sentry fungus could operate autonomously.
This was evident when Lin Xian deployed the sentinel fungi in the ruins dungeon and the Tribeast dungeon, having them assist him in managing the dungeons. Sentry fungi traverse the caverns, locate the area bosses, and eliminate them one by one. Lin Xian remotely issued commands to the sentry fungus. The sentry fungus, as if wound up like a clockwork, transformed into human form and approached the earthen wall. Unlike Lin Xian, who needed to dig through the earthen wall to enter,
the sentry fungus itself was composed of mycelium.
It simply permeated through the earthen wall. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in the new underground chamber.
You're not counting my digging attempts? Lin Xian exclaimed in delight. Why hadn't I thought to use sentinel fungi to explore the caverns before? Indeed.
With the sentinel fungi around, everything becomes so much easier. It's just a pity that only 3 scout spores can be summoned at a time.
Lin Xian mused silently.
Counting the 2 sentinel fungi guarding the ruins dungeon and the Triceratops dungeon, Lin Xian had only this one sentinel fungus left at his disposal.
At the same time,
Lin Xian refocused his attention on the new underground chamber he had glimpsed behind him during his earlier exploration. There was a silver treasure chest. Unlike other items, the chest required Lin Xian to personally retrieve it. This had always been a point of contention for Lin Xian. Of course, the main reason was that opening the chest consumed one of his limited attempts.
Tuck, I need your help. I'm heading to the rear caverns. Lin Xian addressed Tuck, who was enjoying the castle. What? You're heading out this late at night?
Tuck felt a bit helpless.
Tuck, have you forgotten your purpose? Lin Xian reminded him.
Tuck's eyes widened suddenly, a hint of guilt in his voice.
Sorry. I actually started enjoying myself. My hobbit kin, they might be waiting for me.
With Hobbit dungeon out of contact, Tuck, as a hobbit, felt duty-bound to search for his kin in this top-ranked hobbit dungeon. This was also the primary reason Tuck had joined Lin Xian's group.
Let's go. Tuck spoke, then led the way out of the castle.
Rebel, Hellfire Lion, and the fluffy creature on Hellfire Lion's back followed closely behind.
You really didn't need to come along. We're just going to open a treasure chest.
At this point, Lin Xian no longer intended to conceal his abilities from the others. Truth be told, during their previous adventures, they had already guessed at Lin Xian's abilities. They knew he could sense the situation within the surrounding caverns.
Godfather, wherever you go, I will follow you.
Rebel was utterly resolute.
Roar! The Hellfire Lion felt the same way. Master, as you can see, this cat's mount insists on coming along. This cat can't do anything about it.
Fluffy raised his paw in a gesture of helplessness.
Fine, if that's the case, let's go together.
Lin Xian was about to say let's go together when he saw the silver dragon cub, flapping its wings helplessly, tumbling over.
Fine, you can come too. Lin Xian tucked the silver dragon cub back into his spatial backpack. In truth,
ordinary creatures cannot remain in the spatial backpack for long.
Staying for a few minutes or even 10 minutes is no problem. Staying longer would cause suffocation.
But the silver dragon was an exceptionally unique creature.
They can breathe freely anywhere. Just as humans cannot breathe in space, silver dragons can breathe without hindrance. Driving the abyss soul-burning chariot, Lin Xian and his group arrived at the eastern side of the ruined underground city.
This earthen wall over here, Tuck, it's yours.
Digging has always been Tuck's job.
Tuck had long since grown accustomed to it. He pulled out his digging shovel, dug a few casual strokes, and a passageway appeared.
After the group entered this underground chamber, suddenly,
the passage closed. Simultaneously with the passage closing, the underground chamber underwent another jump.
The frequency of these cavern jumps was becoming increasingly frequent.
Lin Xian frowned, sensing that something major was about to unfold in the underground world.
Rongrong shared this feeling.
Furrowed with cat-like wrinkles, she addressed Lin Xian. Master, this kitty suggests we find the world tree and the fountain of life as soon as possible. This kitty believes something major might be about to happen in the dungeon world. Things have been feeling a bit off lately. While the world tree and fountain of life are still accessible, let's boost our strength first.
I know. I'll find the world tree and the fountain of life as soon as possible. This is Rebel's goal, and it is also one of Lin Xian's objectives. With that said,
Lin Xian walked toward the silver treasure chest before him.
Chapter 118, Heavy Battle Turtle of the Underground Realm? Open the silver treasure chest? Yes. Without hesitation, Lin Xian selected to open the silver treasure chest. Congratulations, player Lin Xian, you have obtained Golden Bead X1. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Botanical Garden Construction Blueprint X1. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Grass Gem X1. Dismantle silver treasure chest? Yes. Silver chest successfully decomposed. Congratulations to player Lin Xian for obtaining Silver X10G Wood X5. Plant Garden Construction Blueprint? Seeing the name of this blueprint, Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. Previously,
Lin Xian had always used planting boxes for his crops.
He never imagined he'd now acquire a plant garden construction blueprint. Didn't that mean he could build a botanical garden for large-scale plant cultivation?
If he could obtain more seeds for exploding flowers and glow flowers, he could plant them in clusters.
And some vegetable-type foods. By then,
Lin Xian would possess both meat pigs and vegetables, along with weapons enough to develop both dungeons into mid-tier, top-ranked dungeons.
Unlocked the Botanical Garden Blueprint. Plant Garden Blueprint successfully unlocked. Plant Garden enables large-scale cultivation of vegetables and fruits. Consumes souls to accelerate their growth. Required materials for crafting Botanical Garden: Grass Gem 11, Earth Gem 63, Water Gem 72, Soil 100. The materials aren't excessive, just grass gems, earth gems, and water gems. Fortunately, Lin Xian possesses gems of all three elements.
As for soil, that's the easiest material to gather.
Lin Xian doesn't even need to trade with other players.
Simply letting the undead mushroom skeleton mossblin or skeleton trigons dig freely would gather all the required soil. No rush, he'd build the botanical garden tomorrow after returning to the ruins dungeon.
As for now,
since we're already out here, let's take this chance to explore the surrounding caverns.
Master, this cat seems to smell the scent of a giant turtle. A giant turtle? Lin Xian frowned.
He had just been about to explore the surrounding caverns. Little did he know, Rongrong had already beaten him to it, beginning to scout the surrounding caverns first. If this cat isn't mistaken, this scent belongs to the Heavy Battle Turtle clan of the caverns.
Master, you could try battling and taming one. The Battle Turtle clan possesses formidable combat prowess.
If we could harness their strength, it would greatly enhance our power.
War Turtle clan? Lin Xian opened the cavern compendium to review the War Turtle clan's entry.
Underground War Turtle clan, one of the ancient races of the underground caverns. War turtles come in multiple forms, each possessing unique abilities. If you befriend them and become their companion, the War Turtle clan will go through fire and water for you. War turtles possess immense destructive power and exceptionally sturdy defenses. Within the dungeon world, the War Turtle clan ranks among the most formidable forces.
Alright, then I'll go make contact with this War Turtle.
After reading the description of the War Tortoise clan, Lin Xian made his decision immediately.
If he could become allies with the War Turtle,
then when fighting other dungeon races later, Lin Xian would essentially have a vanguard army at his disposal. Of course, if the War Turtle remained stubborn and refused to become his ally, Lin Xian wouldn't mind crafting a few bone War Turtles from the forbidden fungi of the dead.
Left side dungeon, Tuck.
Lin Xian shouted to Tuck, who immediately understood and began digging furiously.
As a passageway emerged, Lin Xian also sensed the aura of the War Turtle from the opposite side of the cavern.
Information transmitted back through the blue fungal threads.
Lin Xian examined the battle turtle's details.
Underground Heavy Battle Turtle, Twin Cannon Heavy Turtle.
Level, LV-29.
Ability, Explosive Shell. 2 heavy cannons mounted on its carapace can fire powerful heavy shells that detonate explosively upon hitting enemies. Description: a variant of the 12 branches of the dungeon heavy war turtles, specializing in long-range heavy artillery fire as a dedicated artillery unit. Weaknesses: slow speed, weak psychic power.
Is this the Twin Cannon Heavy Turtle?
Lin Xian's eyes lit up upon seeing this massive war turtle before him, nearly 3 meters long and standing a full 1.8 meters tall. This beast, aside from its grayish-brown skin tone,
its shell and the twin cannons on its back look just like Squirtle from Pokemon. Boom!
Perhaps sensing an intruder in its underground lair, the twin cannon war turtle immediately raised its turrets, preparing to fire its heavy cannons.
Wrong, make it stop.
Although Lin Xian was curious to see the firepower of the twin cannon turtle's shells, firing at such close range risked obliterating Tuck, Rebel, and the others if the blast proves devastating. This meow has already relayed the message.
Suddenly, the twin cannon battle turtle, poised to fire, retracted its cannons. Yet its gaze remained hostile as it watched Lin Xian and his companions emerge from the passageway.
When the twin cannon war turtle spotted the purple crystal dark cat atop the hell flame lion's back, its eyes widened in disbelief.
Purple crystal shadow cat? Was it you who relayed the message to me just now?
Through the powerful translation capabilities of the translator jelly, Lin Xian understood the twin cannon war tortoise's words.
That was this meow. Rongrong proudly lifted its feline head, though the hell flame lion's back wasn't much taller than the twin cannon battle turtle.
Yet Fluffy always preferred to survey all creatures from a lofty, superior stance.
Purple crystal shadow cat, weren't your kind all sealed away? How did you escape?
The twin cannon battle turtle addressed it as if greeting an old friend. Toward the amethyst shadow cat, the twin cannon battle turtle maintained a curious yet friendly demeanor. It was this human who saved this meow.
Rongrong truthfully answered the twin cannon battle turtle's question.
The twin cannon battle turtle turned its gaze toward the human Rongrong had pointed at Lin Xian.
After sizing him up, it inquired curiously, "Oh?"
Daring to defy the supreme deity of the abyss world, quite the bold fellow. Many creatures in the abyss knew of the events involving the amethyst dark cat, and naturally, many understood the intricate twists and turns behind them. This included the fact that the purple crystal dark cat had been killed as a warning to others, a lesson to deter imitators. Yet despite knowing the truth, they could only feign ignorance, too afraid to aid the purple crystal dark cat. As the human who rescued the amethyst dark cat, Lin Xian had effectively declared war on the supreme god of the netherworld. The twin cannon battle turtle's yellow pupils fixed on Lin Xian, its expression softening slightly. "Human, aren't you afraid of the supreme god's retribution?" "Supreme god?" Lin Xian grinned. "That's bull." The remark sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Not only the twin cannon battle turtle, but even Tuck, Rebel, and Rongrong stared at Lin Xian in astonishment. Only the Hellflame Lion remained oblivious to the concept of the supreme god, its expression detached and unfazed. "I'm not a creature of the abyss world to begin with. What could the supreme god possibly do?" Chapter 119, Mental Assault. What could it possibly do? Those 3 simple words transformed the double cannon battle turtle's gaze toward Lin Xian into one of admiration. To not even regard the supreme god, and dare to insult the supreme god. Such a creature is rare in the underground world. "Double cannon battle turtle, I must admit I don't know much about your heavy battle turtle clan. Rongrong told me your companion's worth befriending. I have just one question, would you be willing to become my battle pet?" Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but his tone was exceptionally firm. It carried an aura of dominance that demanded submission. For a moment, everyone present, including the twin cannon battle turtle, was utterly dumbfounded. Rongrong whispered telepathically, her voice audible only to Lin Xian. "Master, what's gotten into you? I told you to befriend the heavy battle turtle clan, yet you go and make the twin cannon battle turtle your battle pet right off the bat? Isn't that just declaring war on them? Obviously, if someone asked you right off the bat, would you like to become my battle pet? Who the hell would agree to that?" Lin Xian merely grinned, offering no reply to Rongrong. Instead, he stared straight at the twin cannon battle turtle, adopting a stance that clearly signaled battle if it refused. The twin cannon battle turtle fell silent. He'd never encountered such a situation before, nor had he ever imagined any subterranean creature would dare to be so brazen in his presence.
Human, what do you mean by this?
The twin cannon war turtle inquired tentatively.
Don't understand human speech?
I command you to submit to me and become my war pet. I know your heavy battle turtle clan possesses formidable combat strength.
To fight the subterranean demon clans, I need your heavy battle turtle clan's aid.
Therefore, I demand your submission.
As Lin Xian spoke, the flesh-eating mycelium had already enveloped the entire underground lair.
A chill ran through the twin cannon war tortoise's shell.
He couldn't comprehend how the human before him could emit such a frigid aura.
Of course. This wasn't actual cold, but rather an intangible dread brought upon him by the flesh mycelium, or rather, the Watcher.
Human, you.
The twin cannon war turtle tried to speak, but found its body felt as if controlled, unable to move freely. Above, the blue fungal mycelium formed into a giant pupil, gazing down at the twin cannon war turtle. The twin cannon war turtle's body grew increasingly cold. It was an intangible force of intimidation, causing the twin cannon battle turtle to break out in a cold sweat. You may choose to refuse, but you should understand the consequences of rejecting me.
With that, the blue mycelium seeped directly into the twin cannon war turtle's skin.
Lin Xian did not immediately parasitize it, but instead used the mycelium to exert an overwhelming intimidation upon the twin cannon battle turtle. At first, the twin cannon war turtle attempted to resist. But once the mycelium penetrated its spinal cord and nerves, fear surged through its mind, flooding its brain. It knew all too well that its body had been invaded. During their conversation just moments ago, it had been invaded by an invisible force. At the same time, the twin cannon battle turtle saw the blue eye above the underground chamber. The blue eye seemed to scrutinize the twin cannon battle turtle, simultaneously exerting a mental suppression upon it. The twin cannon battle turtle swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down its back. I submit. Without much resistance, it chose to submit to Lin Xian.
In an instant, everyone present stared at the twin cannon battle turtle in utter bewilderment. After all,
the war turtle clan was famously stubborn. That's precisely why Rongrong had earlier challenged Lin Xian, questioning why his words were so sharp.
But who could have imagined? This tough-as-nails twin cannon battle turtle had suddenly turned into a softie? Master, how on earth did you manage that? Rongrong voiced the question on every creature's mind.
Lin Xian merely smiled and waved it off.
It's nothing.
Not worth mentioning.
With that, Lin Xian walked up to the twin cannon war tortoise.
Piercing his finger, he let a single drop of blood fall onto the twin cannon battle turtle's head.
Master-servant contract. Tuck instantly recognized this as the ancient master-servant contract. As a blue-white spiritual light flickered, Lin Xian and the twin cannon battle turtle completed this unequal contract. From now on, you're my battle pet. Lin Xian's tone remained icy as he addressed the twin cannon battle turtle. Yes, master. Like Rongrong, the twin cannon battle turtle also addressed Lin Xian as master. The difference was that Rongrong had initially thought Lin Xian was named Zhuren, tricked into calling him master, and had since grown accustomed to it. The twin cannon battle turtle called Lin Xian master from the heart, with the loyalty of a true servant. Tell me, where are your companions? Lin Xian inquired. Companions? The twin cannon battle turtle shook its head. I don't know. What happened? The underground caverns shook. After the tremors, every cavern began to shift. Our entire clan of heavy battle turtles was scattered. The twin cannon battle turtle dared not lie, truthfully reporting to Lin Xian. All scattered? This wasn't the first time Lin Xian had encountered such a situation. It was just like losing contact with the Hobbit dungeon. Sure enough, something major was about to happen in the dungeon world. Do you know how to find them? Lin Xian pressed further. The twin cannon war tortoise shook its head. No. We heavy war tortoises excel only in combat. There's no means of communication between us. That's a real headache. Lin Xian frowned and scratched his head. Never mind. You can follow me for now. If you find your comrades, I'll need you to persuade them to join us. Yes. Having already signed a master-servant contract, the twin cannon battle turtle dared not disobey Lin Xian. Everything would now revolve around him. Let's go to the next underground chamber. Lin Xian released blue fungal threads, spreading them in all 6 directions around them. While checking for any dungeon jumps that had occurred, he simultaneously scanned these 6 dungeons to locate the next accessible one. Meanwhile, Rongrong persisted in her questioning. Master, tell this kitty, how did you do it? How did the twin cannon battle turtle submit to you so quickly? Lin Xian replied with a smile, his voice audible only to Rongrong. Simple. I won their hearts. Psychological warfare? The twin cannon battle turtle excels in combat, that is, on the physical plane. I observed its spiritual prowess, however, and found it pitifully weak. Thus, I launched a mental assault using the blue eye the observer. Combined with the blue mycelium already infiltrating its body, it naturally began to fear me. Upon hearing Lin Xian's explanation,
Rongrong lifted her feline face, fixing Lin Xian with her sapphire blue cat eyes. Moments later, she raised her paw, as if giving a thumbs-up gesture.
With an expression of admiration, she declared, "Awesome! This is something this meow never imagined. Who knew there was such a method to subdue the heavy battle turtle clan? Learn something new."
Learning is one thing, but don't go down the wrong path, Rongrong. I know your spiritual prowess is formidable, especially your illusions and enchantments.
But if you slip up, you might just invite the wrath of the war turtle clan. Chapter 120: Frozen Ice Within the Earthen Wall.
Put. When it comes to spiritual prowess, this cat considers herself superior to you, master.
I refuse to believe I'd fail. Next time we encounter the heavy battle turtle clan, give this cat a chance to try.
I'll show you if I can recruit a few heavy battle turtles as my minions. Lin Xian gazed at the supremely confident Rongrong, finding no point in arguing with her.
Let her be. After gaining the new companion, the twin cannon battle turtle,
Lin Xian proceeded to survey the conditions of several nearby underground caverns.
Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned.
The earthen wall of one cave felt unusually impervious, as if encased in solid ice.
This sensation felt eerily familiar.
He had encountered it before, after defeating the boss of the Moss Forest Tree Spirit Cave.
Ice City.
Lin Xian instinctively murmured the name of the dungeon where this ice wall stood. Beside him, Rongrong sniffed the air with her cat nose upon hearing the name.
The scent of ice, master. This is the Ice City dungeon. I know. I've already sensed it. Lin Xian had left a fragment of his consciousness within the Ice City. That fragment resided within the pig monster.
Now, due to being too close to Lin Xian, this fragment has reconnected with him. Lin Xian could clearly sense the location of the pig monster carrying that fragment.
Just as before, this group of pig monsters continues to diligently excavate the ice caverns.
They sought to excavate ice source spheres and ice gems from within the caverns.
Rongrong, do you think we have the strength to successfully attack the Ice City?
Lin Xian asked Rongrong beside him.
Rongrong possessed knowledge of most dungeons within the subterranean world. Naturally, this included the Ice City as well.
The Ice City's overall combat strength is fairly standard. Based on what this cat has gathered, the strongest among the Ice Clan of the Ice City should be the Ice Lord. The Ice Lord is a female creature of heavenly beauty, yet she remains utterly cold toward everyone. Her power reached a full level 50 1,000 years ago. Though her potential isn't exceptionally high, 1,000 years of cultivation should have elevated her even further. Rongrong's words were transmitted simultaneously to everyone present. Upon hearing this, Tuck stepped forward, waving his hand with a smile. Purple Crystal Dark Cat, you've been sealed away far too long. Your information is outdated. Allow me to recount the situation in the Ice City.
Oh?
Lin Xian, Rebel, and even Rongrong all turned their gaze toward Tuck.
What do you mean? The Ice City has changed hands?
It's a change of hands, yet not quite, Tuck mused before continuing.
The new City Lord, the new Ice Lord, is no longer the one you refer to.
The current Ice Lord was born 100 years ago, making her the third generation.
I had the honor of meeting her once before.
At that time, her strength was only around level 50. Even accounting for her cultivation over these years, her level likely hasn't surpassed 55. In the dungeon world, all dungeon creatures possess a potential ceiling. For the Ice Clan, that ceiling is at most level 60. To surpass that is exceedingly difficult. Therefore, once the Ice Clan reaches level 50, their progression slows considerably. Even after several years, they might not gain a single level.
Tuck, if I understand you correctly, the strongest member of the Ice Clan right now is only level 55? Or perhaps not even that? Lin Xian inquired.
Yes, based on my understanding of the Frost Clan, that should be correct. Tuck nodded, giving Lin Xian a direct answer.
Level 55 Rongrong, do you think we could defeat a level 55 opponent with our current strength? Lin Xian asked Rongrong.
Level 55 might be worth a shot. Master, this cat doesn't know all your hidden cards. But from what this cat understands of you, even a level 50 powerhouse wouldn't be a problem. There's still a gap between level 50 and level 55, though. You should feel it once you hit level 30, it's like climbing a whole new tier.
Level 50 is the same.
After level 50, every level up feels like ascending another tier. I wonder what kind of power the third Ice Lord possesses now.
Then let's test it. If it doesn't work, we'll run.
I refuse to believe that Ice Lord could kill me in one strike while I'm using a teleportation jade talisman. Lin Xian's lips curled into a confident smirk.
With the teleportation jade talisman, Lin Xian could retreat at any moment.
As for those present, he could simply stow them away in his space backpack.
A mere instant would suffice for his exit. Let's go to the Ice City. Lin Xian headed toward the earthen wall where the Ice City stood.
Tuck hoisted his shovel onto his shoulder. Upon reaching the earthen wall, he immediately began digging. The outer layer of ice encasing the Ice City was exceptionally thick and solid, not something easily broken through. He labored at it for a long time, yet the ice remained stubbornly unmoved. Strange, it wasn't like this when I last came here.
How come the outer ice walls of this ice city seem reinforced with several extra layers?
Tuck muttered in confusion. Perhaps it's due to the subterranean shift, causing the Ice Lord to deliberately thicken the outer ice walls of the city. Regarding Tuck's words, Lin Xian had actually considered the same possibility. Last time they encountered the ice city, Lin Xian's fungal threads could still penetrate it. But this time, it was proving extremely difficult. And Lin Xian's current strength far surpassed what it had been when he first encountered the ice city. Therefore, there was no reason he should be unable to pierce the city's frozen walls.
Let me try? Suddenly,
a somewhat deep voice sounded.
Lin Xian turned to see the massive twin cannon battle turtle. You? Lin Xian had originally planned to use the excavator. At worst, it would count as one of Lin Xian's dungeon excavation attempts. After all, he had 8 daily excavation attempts now, and he'd only used 1 so far. 7 attempts remained. But after hearing the twin cannon turtle's words, Lin Xian abandoned the idea of using the bulldozer. Instead, he was eager to witness the true power of the twin cannon war turtle's heavy artillery. All right,
Lin Xian said, motioning for everyone to step back. To avoid getting caught in the crossfire of the twin cannon war turtle's bombardment. The twin cannon war turtle crouched low, raising the 2 cannons on its shell and aiming them at the sky blue ice before it.
Fire! Boom! Both cannons roared simultaneously.
2 cannonballs, each as large as watermelons, slammed directly into the ice.
Thud! Boom!
The deafening explosions echoed throughout the entire underground cavern, nearly shattering Lin Xian's eardrums.
At the same moment,
the shells exploded, completely shattering the earthen wall.
Along with the blue ice behind the wall.
The solid ice couldn't withstand the barrage from the twin cannon battle turtles, shattering into countless fragments.
With a loud crash,
the ice wall collapsed instantly, revealing a massive opening before Lin Xian's eyes.
Chapter 121, The City of Ice. This was the first time Lin Xian witnessed the twin cannon war turtle firing its projectiles. At close range, Lin Xian clearly witnessed the devastating power of the dual cannon battle turtle's projectiles. Indeed, it was formidable. Originally, Lin Xian's understanding of the War Turtle clan's strength came from Rongrong and the Underground Realm Compendium. Now, he witnessed it firsthand. Double Cannon Battle Turtle, return to my spatial backpack for now.
When battle comes, I'll likely need you to fire several more shots.
Lin Xian addressed the Twin Cannon War Turtle. All right. The Twin Cannon Battle Turtle nodded, accepting Lin Xian's request without objection.
After signing the master-servant contract with Lin Xian, the Twin Cannon Battle Turtle effectively became his servant. Even if, on the surface, Lin Xian treated it as his partner. In reality, their relationship was one of master and servant. The Twin Cannon Battle Turtle found it difficult to refuse any command issued by Lin Xian. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian stored the Twin Cannon Battle Turtle into his spatial backpack. Immediately after, Lin Xian turned to his companions and said, "The Ice Clan demons within the Ice City are no pushovers. I'll ask you one more time, are you certain you want to come with me?" If Tuck and Rebel didn't wish to go, Lin Xian could easily send them back to either the Ruins Dungeon or the Trident Dungeon. With the Teleportation Jade Talisman, Lin Xian could traverse between the 2 dungeons and any sub-cavern marked with a sub-coordinate. Lin Xian, since I followed you here, I have no intention of turning back. Even if I die inside, it's because of my own weakness, it has nothing to do with you. Lin Xian, I'm ready to make a big mess. Tuck patted his bag. As the greatest merchant clan in the cavern world, the Hobbit undoubtedly carried a wealth of rare treasures. Among them, there are undoubtedly combat-oriented items. In truth, the Hobbit's combat prowess isn't particularly formidable. But with the boost from various items, they could easily hold their own against dungeon demons of the same level. Don't be fooled by Tuck's 2 previous attempts, he simply hadn't had time to react. Or rather, this fellow was a drunkard, perpetually sloshed. In such a state, combat was simply beyond his capabilities. Godfather, I follow you. Wherever you go, I go. Rebel's words were simple. He had only one goal, to grow stronger. Only by growing stronger could he seek vengeance against the Ice City's dungeon demons, the Darkborn clan. This journey was to battle the dungeon demons of the Ice City. Rebel despised every single dungeon demon equally. Alright, let's go. Lin Xian nodded. Since both had made their decisions, he saw no need to say more. As for Rongrong and the Hellfire Lion, there was no need to mention them, they would always follow Lin Xian's commands. After the group entered the massive cavern entrance, a bitter cold swept over them. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the glass gem to keep him warm. Tuck and Rebel, however, were shivering from the cold. Tuck quickly retrieved 2 beads from his pouch, keeping one for himself and tossing the other to Rebel. Rebel, these are glass gems for maintaining constant temperature. Consider them, a loan interest will be due. Thanks. Rebel accepted the glass gem with gratitude. Rongrong, sniff around. Where is the nearest demon of the Frost clan nearby? Lin Xian had previously explored the Ice City. Since the Ice City is entirely made of solid ice, with some areas still snowing, many demons of the Cold Ice clan lurked within the snow.
Without careful observation, they could easily go unnoticed. This is strange. I sniffed around for quite a while, yet I didn't catch a single scent of an Ice Clan demon nearby. They're all far away. Is that so? Lin Xian frowned, equally puzzled. His blue mycelium had also detected no signs of the Ice Clan demons. Could it be that this time, they'd invaded a remote area of the Ice City? Recalling the last time, Lin Xian had barely infiltrated the Ice City with his mycelium when he encountered a magnificent ice fortress. He had assumed the Ice City was just that small. But it turned out the Ice City was quite large? Let's go. Let's head forward and take a look. After about half an hour of collective travel, Lin Xian's blue mycelium finally detected the first living creature. Master, this cat has detected the scent of the Frost Clan. I've detected it too. Lin Xian immediately sent his mycelium to entangle the creature, intending to subdue it. As the blue mycelium permeated the creature's body, rapidly invading his nerves and brain. Parasite. After the flesh-eating mycelium underwent an upgrade, parasitism now operates in two distinct modes. The first is complete parasitism, effectively seizing control of the host's consciousness and turning them into an unconscious puppet. The second is a residual parasitism, preserving some consciousness in the subterranean creature while its body is controlled by Lin Xian's mycelium, effectively a conscious puppet. Lin Xian chose the second method of parasitism. After successful parasitism, Lin Xian accessed the host creature's information. Cave creature, Ice Clan Unicorn Shark. Level, LV-15. Ability, Ice Shards fires shards of ice, with a 20% chance to freeze the target. Description, creatures of the Frost Clan glide across ice surfaces instead of walking. Weakness, fire. A unicorn shark? Lin Xian hadn't expected the Ice Clan to harbor such a creature. Observe its form. It resembles a sea creature that was forced to shed its fins on the ice, transforming into an ice-dwelling being. Come here. Lin Xian issued a mental command. The unicorn shark gliding across the ice swiftly slid toward Lin Xian's location. When the unicorn shark arrived before Lin Xian finally got a clear look at its true form. It bore no difference from an ordinary shark. The difference lay in the horn protruding from its forehead, roughly half a meter long. Unicorn shark, Lin Xian said, I have a few questions for you. Lin Xian slowly approached the unicorn shark. Intruder. The unicorn shark glared at Lin Xian with hostility. If it could move, the unicorn shark would likely drive its horn straight into Lin Xian's body. Unfortunately, the mycelium's parasitic control was absolute. The unicorn shark could only harbor malicious thoughts, unable to translate them into concrete actions. Yes, we are indeed intruders. But now, you are a prisoner of war within our intruder group. Answer my questions honestly and truthfully, or face the consequences of being tortured into compliance. Lin Xian reached out and touched the unicorn shark's horn. Its texture was hard if pulled out, it might even serve as chopsticks. Just as ancient people favored ivory for their chopsticks, the unicorn shark's horn could serve the same purpose. Invaders, I will never betray our Frost Clan. The unicorn shark had barely uttered these words when it let out an agonized howl. Ah! Lin Xian's second parasitic method also caused the host to genuinely feel the pain. Chapter 122, Long Time No See. Ice Leopard. Lin Xian gripped the rigid horn in his hand. Unexpectedly, the exposed portion measured 50 centimeters, yet its actual length was 1 meter? Playing with the unicorn horn in his hand, Lin Xian even thought it could be turned into a weapon. The unicorn shark's horn was incredibly hard. With a little modification, it could indeed be turned into a spear-like weapon. Unfortunately, Lin Xian currently had no dwarf friends he knew. Otherwise, he would have asked a dwarf friend to craft it. After waving the horn around a couple of times, Lin Xian stowed it away in his spatial backpack. If you don't want to suffer anymore, you'd better answer my questions honestly. Lin Xian glared at the unicorn shark before him, its head pierced by a gaping wound from which blood flowed unceasingly, his voice dripping with menace. The unicorn shark's pupils trembled slightly. Gritting its teeth, it snarled, "We of the Frost Clan will never let you go. Invader!" With a sharp crack, the unicorn shark's tail snapped off. The unicorn shark's total length was approximately 1.8 meters. After the tail was severed, only 1 meter remained. It was as if half its body had been severed. Where is the ice fortress? And where exactly are we in the ice city? Lin Xian asked directly. The unicorn shark, its consciousness hazy, finally couldn't bear the humiliation any longer and answered, I'll tell you. The ice fortress is 15 kilometers ahead and to your left. This is the western outskirts of the ice city. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to truly invade the ice fortress. It's guarded by the strongest warriors of our Frost Clan. No need for useless chatter. Lin Xian snapped his fingers. The unicorn shark, now devoid of its horn, instantly transformed into a mindless puppet. Of course, Lin Xian had no use for this crippled puppet body. After extracting its soul, he discarded it on the ice. Let's go. To the ice fortress. Once they'd confirmed their direction, Lin Xian and his group moved much faster. Since it was nighttime at this point,
The subterranean world simulated day and night cycles. At night, not only did the temperature drop, but the sky itself turned pitch black. Therefore, when Lin Xian arrived near the ice fortress, no creatures of the Frost clan detected their approach. Instead, Lin Xian, through his fungal network, detected numerous creatures of the Frost clan. What surprised Lin Xian was that the demons of the Ice clan all took animal forms. From the ice lizards he first encountered, to the ice horses, and then the ice panthers, to the unicorn shark he'd just encountered, and now these tentacle ice mothers, ice armadillos, and others. All were ice-type demons in animal forms. Everyone, let's give these slumbering Ice Clan demons a little jolt. Lin Xian smiled as he released the twin cannon battle turtle from his space backpack. Simultaneously, he turned his gaze toward the Hellfire Lion. Hellfire Lions, ice demons, their weakness is fire. You're the main damage dealer in this invasion. Roar! The Hellfire Lion nodded in understanding. Ever since hatching the Flame Lion, Lin Xian had envisioned cultivating it into a formidable fire-based beast. His original plan was to use the Fire Lion to completely melt the icy city before him. Now, the Flame Lion had evolved into a Hellflame Lion. Its flames now reached temperatures of 2000 degrees Celsius. These ice demons weren't the kind to be easily provoked. Battle commences. At Lin Xian's command, the twin cannon battle turtles fired projectiles from their shells. At the same moment, the pitch-black ice city was illuminated by black and white flames. Hellfire Lions raced across the frozen surface. The slumbering demons of the Frozen clan awoke one after another upon sensing the searing flames. However, the surprise artillery barrage, coupled with the scorching heat, left the Ice Clan demons trapped beneath the long staircase of the ice fortress utterly defenseless. Tuck, Rebel, and Ronron, leave this to the twin cannon battle turtles and the Hellfire Lion. We're heading up, climb the ladder. Got it. Roger. Tuck, Rebel, and Ronron all responded to Lin Xian simultaneously. After the 3 humans and 1 cat climbed the ice ladder. Sure enough, just as Lin Xian had anticipated, numerous ice lizards began crawling toward them. As the guardians of the ground, they would block any intruders attempting to climb the ladder. How presumptuous! Lin Xian snorted coldly, drew his crossbow, and unleashed a rapid volley of bolts at the ice lizards. Rebel followed behind Lin Xian, gripping the Sinmin bow as he unleashed a furious volley of arrows at the swarm. Tuck, meanwhile, pulled out some small gadgets and tossed them at the ice lizards. The marble-sized pellets transformed into spiderwebs upon contact, binding the lizards immobile. After eliminating these lower-tier ice lizards, the trio and their cat continued climbing the ladder. Upon reaching the middle section of the ice ladder, Lin Xian finally spotted an old acquaintance. The ice leopard. The very same ice leopard that had instantly killed the ice lizard parasitizing Lin Xian back then. Long time no see, ice leopard, or rather, for you, this is our first meeting. Lin Xian beamed with a smile. The ice leopard, however, wore a grim expression, utterly baffled by the intruder's ramblings. Daring to invade the ice city? You're asking for death. With that, the ice spear in his hand shot toward Lin Xian. Just as he had instantly killed the ice lizard with his spear back then, this time, the ice leopard's spear flew at a speed so fast it was impossible to track with the naked eye. But just as the spear was about to strike Lin Xian, suddenly, a puppet materialized, blocking the spear directly in front of Lin Xian. With a sharp hiss, the puppet was instantly pierced through the heart, blood gushing forth. Of course. This puppet was already a lifeless object. Dying again meant nothing. That was truly brutal. Lin Xian tooted, tossing the lifeless puppet aside. You actually killed the ice horse. Ice leopard's white eyebrows twitched slightly. He clearly recognized the corpse Lin Xian had just used to block the ice spear. It was none other than Ice Horse, the ice leopard's close comrade from the ice city. Witnessing his old friend's brutal death, Ice Leopard was overcome with rage. You're asking for death. He raised his hand, conjuring a dozen ice spears in rapid succession, and once again fired them at Lin Xian and the others beside him, Tuck, Rebel, and Rongrong. As the ice spears rained down like arrows, Lin Xian remained unflinching, drawing forth a light shield. A photon shield crafted by the goblin race. Clang! 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 All the ice spears struck the photon shield. For a moment, the photon shield, under force, automatically triggered its intense light effect, illuminating the night sky. It pierced the ice leopard's eyes. Blindsided by the intense light, the ice leopard was temporarily blinded. Damn it! What kind of light is this? The ice leopard naturally recognized none of the goblin clan's inventions, nor did it understand the purpose of this light shield. He quickly retreated, relying on his years of experience guarding the ice ladder to navigate its structure with ease. Even blinded, the ice leopard moved with ease along the ice ladder. But after retreating just 5 steps, he found his body frozen in place. What the hell? Chapter 123, Frost Tiger. The ice leopard felt his legs growing weak. It was impossible to continue climbing upward. Yet he was now blind, unable to see the terrain beneath his feet. The ice leopard strained, trying to lift his legs once more. But his legs not only refused to budge. It felt as though he'd lost all control over them. Wait.
Ice Leopard began to ponder. Could it be that his legs had been severed? That couldn't be possible. He hadn't felt any pain whatsoever. Is there a demon? Ice Leopard suddenly shouted in alarm. On the ice ladder, he was the only demon guarding this level. This fact was clearer to Ice Leopard than to anyone else. Yet he still clung to hope that other dungeon demons, his fellow members of the Frost Clan, might come to rescue him. Lin Xian watched the Ice Leopard struggle relentlessly, even crying out for help. A smirk touched his lips. Ever think you'd end up like this, Ice Leopard? Hearing this, the Ice Leopard turned. His eyes snapped open in fury. The blinding white light caused his vision to blur into a kaleidoscope of colors, making it impossible to see Lin Xian standing mere inches away. Fortunately, the Ice Leopard's keen hearing allowed him to detect Lin Xian's movements. What kind of creature are you? Why invade our ice city? For 100 years, our ice city has never initiated an invasion or offended any other species. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? The Ice Leopard demanded, puzzled. Is that so? Never invaded or offended any creature? Think again. Lin Xian's expression grew slightly stern. No. Our Frost Clan has absolutely never offended any creature. The Ice Leopard shook his head, denying the accusation. If that's the case, then I'm left without a justifiable reason to act? Oomph. Lin Xian gave a cold laugh and continued, but so what? Just because your Ice Clan didn't do it doesn't mean other dungeon demons didn't. The Sunmmary clan, as cave-dwelling elves, have always cherished peace and never wronged any creature or race. Yet they too were invaded by your cave demon clan, resulting in the slaughter of 90% of the Sunmmary clan. As a cave demon, do you not feel any responsibility? Lin Xian glared at the Ice Leopard before him. Underground elves? Oomph. Those weak underground elves deserve to die. Even as a prisoner, the Ice Leopard still carried the arrogance of a subterranean demon. When the name underground elves was mentioned, his face twisted with utter contempt. And what about you, the dungeon demons? If the dungeon elves deserve death, don't you dungeon demons deserve it too? Or do you think that because you're stronger than the dungeon elves, you can invade their homes at will? Decide their fate? Lin Xian spoke, then suddenly added with mockery, but I believe you dungeon demons are equally weak. Even weaker than the dungeon elf race. So, can I invade your dungeon demon race for the same reason? Oomph. Weak? You're courting death. Even if you kill me here today, what then? You cannot change the fact that the dungeon demons are the true rulers of the dungeon world. The Ice Leopard's body had been completely overtaken by Lin Xian's fungal mycelium. Yet even unable to control his own body, the Ice Leopard's defiance remained unshaken. Is that so? Yet I've heard that the Darkborn clan of subterranean demons can only dwell in the second-ranked dungeon of the subterranean world? At Lin Xian's words, the Ice Leopard fell silent. The truth was undeniable. The largest dungeon in the Netherworld was off-limits to the Nether demons. Even the mighty Darkblood royal family could only dwell in the second-ranked dungeon. So what? You die today regardless. The great Ice Lord of the Frost Clan will slay you right here. After finishing his last defiant words, the Ice Leopard suddenly bit through his own tongue root. A mouthful of blood spurted forth. The pristine floor was stained crimson. He chose suicide. Quite the display of backbone, Ice Leopard. When Lin Xian chose to parasitize him earlier, he hadn't taken complete control of Ice Leopard. He had left the Ice Leopard autonomous above the neck. Little did he expect the Ice Leopard would choose to bite through its own tongue. Lin Xian gazed at the lifeless Ice Leopard before him and took a deep breath. For the past few days, Ice Leopard had been the target Lin Xian had been striving to surpass. Little did he know that after finally surpassing the Ice Leopard, this creature would end its demonic existence in such a manner. But death is merely a new beginning. Lin Xian flicked his empty hand, completely parasitizing the Ice Leopard's corpse. Death-bound Ice Leopard. A lifeless Ice Leopard corpse, devoid of any consciousness, stood behind Lin Xian. Like Lin Xian's most loyal guardian. Let's go, continue upward. The ice ladder guarded by the Ice Leopard was merely the middle section of this long staircase. Nearly 100 more icy steps must be climbed to reach the summit of the ice ladder. That was where the ice fortress stood. After climbing nearly 80 more steps upward, Lin Xian noticed that the ice steps here were exceptionally wide, forming a sort of resting area. This area was guarded by nearly 10 demons of the Frost Clan. At a glance, the information on this group of Frost Clan demons appeared on Lin Xian's data panel. Dungeon Demon, Frost Tiger of the Ice Clan. Level, LV35. Abilities, Ferocious Tiger Bite. A vicious tiger bite that severs the victim's neck upon contact. Frost Breath. Exhale. Icy breath deals damage and has a 20% chance to freeze the target. Description: the Frost Tiger is a high-ranking warrior of the Ice Clan, possessing formidable combat prowess. If one is caught in close combat with a Frost Tiger, they'll either die or be severely wounded. Weakness, Fire. The Frost Tigers look truly ferocious. Lin Xian gazed at the group of tiger-like demons before him, their white coats adorned with pale blue stripes. Each Frost Tiger carried an air of superiority, as if looking down on all others. Clearly, as high-ranking warriors of the Frost Clan, they possessed an intense sense of honor. This also made them arrogant and contemptuous of everything. What kind of creature dares to intrude? Is the commotion below your doing?
The frost tiger at the forefront, radiating a chill aura, demanded of Lin Xian.
You are the final guardians of this ice ladder, are you not? Lin Xian answered indirectly. The frost tiger's expression turned icy. After exhaling a blast of frigid breath, it roared, "Answer me!" Its icy breath carried a force potent enough to freeze the air. It was obvious. This frost tiger possessed extraordinary mastery over its frost breath. So what?
Lin Xian was no less formidable in terms of sheer presence, he held his own.
Then die. With that said, 10 frost tigers simultaneously unleashed their signature move, the frost breath. In an instant, the frigid cold engulfed and enveloped the entire area of the 80-tiered steps. This area was roughly over 100 square meters in size. The already icy ground now froze over with a fresh layer of frost. Chapter 124, The Power of the Photon Pistol. A blast of frigid air swept in. The icy, frosty air seemed poised to freeze the very atmosphere. It seemed poised to freeze every living thing on the 80-tiered steps into ice sculptures. Lin Xian, however, remained unhurried as he released a vast expanse of blue mycelium. However, when these blue mycelia appeared amidst the frost, they were all frozen solid. Just as they had when Lin Xian first attempted to infiltrate the ice city with his mycelium days prior. Lin Xian frowned slightly as he stared at the frozen threads. Over the past few days, the flesh-eating mycelium had undergone a significant level increase after devouring its prey, rendering it unrecognizable from its former self. They had even gained immunity to ice and fire. Yet the frost aura emanating from this frost tiger could still freeze the mycelium? This clearly demonstrated the frost tiger's icy aura possessed formidable power. It seems I must deploy the army of forbidden fungi of the dead. Lin Xian flicked his empty hand. Suddenly, a dense swarm of forbidden fungi of the dead emerged from the spatial backpack. Among them, the vanguard of the deadly forbidden fungus was none other than the ice leopard Lin Xian had recently parasitized. The moment they saw the ice leopard transformed into a deadly fungi, the group of frost tigers before him all widened their eyes. What on earth is going on? Ice leopard, why are you in the enemy's ranks? The frost tigers asked in bewilderment. However, no one answered the frost tiger's question. The ice leopard raised its hand and an ice spear shot out, stabbing fiercely toward the frost tigers. With lightning reflexes, Frost Tiger leapt aside, easily evading the ice leopard's spear strike. But that single spear had utterly enraged the Frost Tiger. "Traitor! Ice leopard, how dare you betray our ice city, the Frost clan? We won't let you off. Prepare to die, ice leopard." The Frost Tiger roared hoarsely. But the ice leopard offered no reply. Instead, it hurled the ice spear in its grasp repeatedly at the group of frost tigers before it. At the same time, the assembled army of undead forbidden fungi composed of undead forbidden fungi skeleton mossbring, undead forbidden fungi skeleton berserkers, and undead forbidden fungi skeleton trident beasts. These 3 legions of subterranean demons simultaneously launched their assault upon the 10 frost tigers. What kind of creatures were these? Why would a horde of skeletons attack us? One of the frost tigers roared in confusion. The leader of the frost tigers suddenly frowned, as if recalling something, and speculated, "Wizards. It must be wizards. Only the wizard clan possesses such power." But didn't the wizards already pledge allegiance to us subterranean demons? Why would they attack us now? The frost tiger was baffled. "You're asking me? How should I know?" The leader of the frost tigers was furious. "Kill them first, then settle accounts with the wizards later." Yes. With that, the undead fungal skeleton legion engaged the frost tigers in fierce combat. Now you'll see what this old man's got up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Tuck, witnessing this grand battle, suddenly grew excited. He pulled out a handful of toy pellets, each about the size of a marble, from his pouch. Hobbits excel at throwing, and he skillfully tossed these small toys onto the frost tiger's body. The next moment, the marble-sized devices exploded, forming a spider web that ensnared the frost tiger's body. "Heh, these are web pellets. Made from the silk of the cave spiders, they possess incredible stickiness and toughness." Took rubbed his nose, feeling quite proud. This was one of the tools relied upon by their Hobbit clan. "Godfather, let me help too." Rebel drew his bow and released an arrow. Within a second, the shaft pierced the belly of the frost tiger caught in the web. Though this single arrow wouldn't be enough to kill the frost tiger, it drastically reduced the beast's fighting ability. Bright red blood flowed from the frost tiger's belly, dripping onto the frozen ice. The tri-horned beasts of the dead used their sharp horns to pierce directly into the frost tiger's body. The frost tiger that had been ensnared first was instantly transformed into a corpse riddled with bloody holes. Old 8. The other frost tigers engaged in battle let out a cry upon seeing their comrade fall. Yet the frost tiger known as Old 8 showed no signs of life. "Damn it! Damn you!" The frost tiger leader tore through the net's restraints with furious claws and lunged at a deadly forbidden fungus.
Its sharp teeth severed the neck of the undead forbidden fungus, white bone mossbran, cleanly in one bite. The decapitated white bone mossbran did not fall to the ground. Its skeletal claws continued to attack. The frost tiger trampled and gnawed relentlessly until it had completely dismembered the skeleton mossling. Only then did it leap before the dead frost tiger. His face twisted in fury as he glared at the frost tiger, exhaling a blast of icy breath. "I'll avenge you, old 8, he growled. With that, he spun on his heel. Roar! A fierce tiger's roar erupted, its frosty breath instantly freezing the nearby undead forbidden fungus skeletal triceratops. He leapt high into the air, landing with a stomp on the skeletal triceratops, crushing their bones beneath his weight. What a troublesome creature! Lin Xian frowned at the sight. The other frost tigers were manageable, still within control. But this frost tiger leader, enraged, seemed to have unlocked astonishing potential. In an instant, its combat prowess surged dramatically. "Well then, I'll send you off with a bullet." Lin Xian drew the photon pistol he'd looted from the goblin base. After loading the bullet, he held the pistol in his right hand and aimed at the frost tiger trampling the frozen corpse of the deadly forbidden fungus skeleton tri-beast. Bang! Lin Xian fired. The bullet struck the frost tiger squarely in the head. Simultaneously, an intense white light erupted. The blinding light irritated the eyes of the surrounding frost tigers, blurring their vision. The leader frost tiger, struck by the bullet, spurted crimson blood within the blinding light. A trail of blood trailed behind it as the frost tiger's body fell straight to the ground, collapsing lifelessly. Lin Xian gazed at the frost tiger's corpse and blew the muzzle of his photon pistol. The muzzle still smoked, lingering warmth evident. What incredible power! Tuck and Rebel, standing nearby, stared at Lin Xian and the photon pistol in his hand with surprise. As inhabitants of the underground world, they had never witnessed the power of a handgun. Could it be that even a formidable creature like the frost tiger could be killed with a single shot? Godfather, what kind of weapon is this? How can it pack such devastating power? Rebel swallowed hard before voicing his bewilderment. A photon pistol. Acquired from the goblin base. Once we mass-produce them, I'll send you 2 each to play with. Lin Xian flashed a smile at the 2 of them. Truth be told, even Lin Xian himself was somewhat astonished by the photon pistol's destructive force. Chapter 125, Ice Fortress. This was his first time using the photon pistol in combat since acquiring it. He hadn't expected that even a level 35 frost tiger could be taken down with a single shot from this photon pistol. One could only imagine how devastating this photon pistol truly was. And this weapon was invented by those ugly goblins. How ironic. A bunch of dungeon clowns managed to create a weapon capable of taking down frost tiger's demons that were at least mid-tier in the dungeon hierarchy. Lin Xian shook his head, gripped the photon pistol, and aimed it at another frost tiger. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots took down 3 frost tigers. The 5 remaining frost tigers, enraged beyond measure, each let out a furious roar. But blinded and deprived of their vision, they could only rely on their hearing and sense of smell to roughly pinpoint Lin Xian's location. All 5 frost tigers charged simultaneously. Blocking their path, however, stood an army of skeletal warriors infected by the forbidden fungus of the dead. Skeleton Mossbringer, Skeleton Berserker, and Skeleton Trident Beast all attacked the 5 frost tigers together. In an instant, the 5 frost tigers were immediately beaten to a pulp. Compounded by the interference from Tuck and Rebel, the frost tigers found every step a struggle. Moments later, the 5 frost tigers gradually collapsed to the ground. They weren't killed by Lin Xian's photon pistol, but they were utterly exhausted. The moment they fell, dense blue mycelium instantly enveloped their bodies. Fresh flesh detected. Mycelium initiating consumption. Notice, the still living flesh possesses satiating value. The mycelium is highly satisfied. The flesh-devouring mycelium gleefully consumed the flesh of the 10 frost tigers. Once all 10 frost tigers had been reduced to white bones, the death-bound fungus began its parasitic process. Mycelium is parasitizing the deceased. Target, frost tigers. Parasitism initiated. Establishing neural connection 103,070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 100%. Evaluation, a flawless parasitic integration. Utilize your deceased host body to its fullest until complete decay. Alright, you undead frost tigers, clear the path for us. At Lin Xian's command, the 10 frost tigers now seemingly turned against their former masters charged upward toward the ice ladder. From here, there were roughly 20 more steps to climb. Within mere seconds, the frost tigers reached the castle gates of the ice fortress. Through the skeletal frost tiger's vision, Lin Xian glimpsed the castle's massive gates. The entire structure was forged from solid ice. Before the icy gates stood 2 guards of the Frost clan. Upon seeing the 10 skeletal frost tigers, they froze in surprise before their faces filled with utter bewilderment. What's going on here? Why would a pile of bones end up in the ice fortress? Where are the frost tigers on guard below? What are they doing? Did you notice these skeletons kinda look like frost tigers? You mean? Damn! They really do look like frost tiger skeleton models.
For a moment,
The two white crocodile-like creatures on guard seemed startled.
you must understand.
The frost tigers on the 80th level steps are far more powerful than they are.
The two ice crocodiles exchanged glances, each seeing utter disbelief in the other's eyes. The next moment, they realized something. Enemy attack. Report it immediately. With that said,
the two ice crocodiles prepared to open the ice gate and enter to report the situation. But the instant they opened the ice gate, 10 white bone frost tigers simultaneously pounced. The two on-duty ice crocodiles were only level 30, belonging to the same rank as the ice leopards guarding below demons of the Frost clan. Attacked by 10 white bone frost tigers at once, the two ice crocodiles stood no chance. The moment their necks were snapped beneath their tough crocodile hides, the two ice crocodiles lost their lives.
At that moment,
Lin Xian arrived at the ice gate with Tuck, Rebel, Rongrong, and the army of the deadly forbidden fungus. Gazing at the slightly ajar ice gate, Lin Xian chuckled. Before they died, those two ice crocodiles opened the ice gate for us.
We really owe them one. Master, the Ice Lord inside seems to have detected our arrival.
Rongrong suddenly transmitted her voice to Lin Xian.
Oh? He's detected us? Indeed, the Ice Lord is gathering the army within the ice fortress. This meow senses the sense of various creatures, eh? Suddenly, Rongrong's feline face twisted into a bitter expression. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked curiously. Something's wrong. Why is there a Darkin scent inside the ice fortress? Ha? Darkborn? The Darkborn.
Lin Xian and Rebel both exclaimed in shock.
And it's not just the Darkborn. Besides the Frost clan and the Darkborn clan, this cat also detected the scent of behemoths? Darkborn, Frost clan, behemoths? Lin Xian tilted his head, utterly bewildered. How come all these legendary creatures, even behemoths, are showing up? Fluffy, any other creatures? No, just these three scents. How many Darkborn and behemoths are there? Lin Xian pressed further.
About 10 dark ones and nearly 20 behemoths. The rest are creatures of the Frost clan, roughly over 100.
In total, less than 200, plus the Ice Lord. Lin Xian frowned. A level 50 plus Ice Lord, plus 30 reinforcements. This battle won't be easy.
Unfortunately, the sentinel fungi weren't available, leaving only the watchers and infecting mycelium. Additionally, the entire undead prohibitive fungi would likely need to be deployed. Currently, Lin Xian possessed a total of over 400 forbidden fungi of the dead. If it came down to a full-scale brawl, Lin Xian held the numerical advantage.
Moreover, Lin Xian possessed photon grenades and a photon pistol. These could swiftly eliminate numerous enemies in a short time. Moreover, these fallen enemies could be reborn as dead band spores, serving Lin Xian once more.
If any of them were members of the Baimon clan, that would be ideal.
Baimons inherently possessed combat prowess far surpassing ordinary dungeon demons. A behemoth transformed into a corpse becomes utterly fearless, capable of wreaking havoc. Let's go. I'll use bomb flowers and photon grenades to take out some of the enemies first. With that said, Lin Xian strapped on his jetpack. As he activated the ice gate, Lin Xian propelled himself into the air with the jetpack. Below, Tuck and Rebel led the army of the dead forbidden fungi directly into the ice fortress. Inside the fortress, the army of the Frost clan immediately advanced to meet the invaders upon sight. Just as they prepared to engage the deadly forbidden fungus in a desperate battle, suddenly, a barrage of photon grenades and bomb flowers rained down from the sky. Boom! Bang! The explosions reverberated throughout the entire ice fortress. As the photon grenades detonated, their energy erupted violently. The ice fortress was instantly engulfed in a blinding white haze. At that very moment, a piercing voice echoed throughout the entire arena. What creature dares to come here? Chapter 126, The Ice Lord. HM? A mental pressure emanated from the source. It made Lin Xian, Tuck, and Rebel's eardrums throb simultaneously. Rongrong fared better. Her primary focus was mental power, so she remained largely unaffected. The deadly forbidden fungi remained utterly unaffected, mere lifeless puppets devoid of consciousness. Within the white mist, a pallid figure materialized. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Xian's pupils dilated sharply, disbelief washing over him. Master, beware. It's the Ice Lord. Rongrong immediately warned Lin Xian from below. Lin Xian, however, was rendered speechless by astonishment. His mouth hung open, his face etched with disbelief. The figure before him was actually human in form? Could it be, the Ice Lord is human? Suddenly, information about the Ice Lord appeared on Lin Xian's data panel. Ice Lord of the Frost Clan, Dungeon Spirits. Level, LV 53. Abilities, Frost Domain creates a frost-covered realm blanketed in snow. Within this domain, the Ice Lord gains a 20% power boost. Icy Bloodline masters all skills of the Frost Clan. Description: the Ice Lord of the Frost Clan is a half-elf, born of a union between a dungeon demon and a dungeon elf. Due to the predominant elf lineage, the Ice Lord bears a striking resemblance to the elf race. Possessing immense power, the Ice Lord wields the ability to turn the tide of battle at will. Weaknesses, none identified. Holy crap?
Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched slightly, utterly astonished.
The ruler of the Ice Clan, the supreme Ice Lord of the Netherworld demons, damn it, he's actually a half-breed elf descended from the Netherworld elves? Rong, what's going on here? Aren't the subterranean demons and subterranean elves sworn enemies? How could there be a hybrid? Lin Xian asked in confusion. It's perfectly normal. There are exceptions to everything. Not all nether fiends are evil. But nether elves? They're definitely good.
Rong herself was a subterranean elf, so naturally she had nothing but praise when speaking of her kind.
However,
this gave Lin Xian a new perspective on the dungeon demons.
So the subterranean spirit lineage includes humanoid spirits?
Oh, I mean creatures that look like me.
Far prettier than you.
Among the cave-dwelling elves, there are indeed creatures resembling hobbits, yet also resembling you.
Of course, every single one is exceptionally beautiful. That makes sense. No wonder the Ice Lord before him resembled a human. So it's the bloodline of the subterranean elves.
Among them are beings akin to the elves Lin Xian knows.
It seems this Ice Lord must carry the blood of that kind of elf. At that moment,
the Ice Lord had already flown to a spot not far from Lin Xian.
Yes, flying.
Possessing the bloodline of the subterranean elves, the Ice Lord naturally grew elven wings.
Those transparent wings, resembling the double wings of a butterfly, enabled her to soar through the air. Hail the Ice Sovereign!
Below, many of the demons of the Frost Clan had fallen into a state of blindness.
Yet this did not diminish their reverence for the Ice Sovereign.
In their hearts, the Ice Sovereign's importance was simply too great. They held absolute obedience and reverence toward the Ice Lord.
What kind of creature are you, and why have you invaded our clan?
The Ice Lord stared intently at Lin Xian.
It was obvious.
Lin Xian was the leader of this army of skeletal warriors. She could sense that Lin Xian was the most powerful among these invaders.
Before, I had no cause to act. Now I do. Lin Xian smiled calmly and continued, tell me, what is the story of the Darkborn clan and the Behemoth clan within the Ice Fortress? Oh? You actually know about these things.
The Ice Lord flicked her snow-white hair, tilting her head slightly as she glanced at Lin Xian with her pure white eyes. She wore a long blue and white gown, her skin fair and her features delicate. Her ears were slightly pointed, the classic appearance of an elf.
Ice Lord, might we exchange a few words before the battle begins? Lin Xian extended his hand, gesturing toward a nearby spot.
The Ice Mistress chuckled softly.
An interesting creature. Very well.
After accepting Lin Xian's invitation to talk, the Ice Lord descended onto the ice beside him.
Lin Xian followed suit. The reason they chose the ice surface over continuing their conversation in the air
was primarily because the soul burning machine strapped to Lin Xian's back consumed an enormous amount of soul energy.
1 soul per minute.
Although Lin Xian currently possessed a considerable amount of soul energy,
such wasteful consumption was simply unsustainable.
After landing on the ice, Lin Xian gazed at the woman standing before him, towering at 1.8 meters.
The Ice Lord's aura was truly formidable.
Though she hadn't released any energy, the surrounding air felt bitterly cold. It felt as though the very air grew frigid in her presence.
Lin Xian spoke first. Ice Lord, I've long admired your reputation. Oh? Having heard my name, yet you dare invade my ice city? Your audacity is truly remarkable. Speak. What is the reason for invading my ice city?
Earlier, you seemed to imply you had no cause, yet now you claim to have one.
What does that mean?
Her voice wasn't loud, yet it pierced straight through Lin Xian's mind. It was evident that the Ice Lord possessed formidable mastery over the spiritual realm.
Impressive indeed.
Lin Xian frowned inwardly, yet his expression remained impassive. When dealing with someone like the Ice Lord, one must never show weakness in presence. If weakness was detected, he would immediately find himself at a disadvantage.
Lin Xian smiled. Where are the Dark Scions? What deal have you struck with the Dark Scion demons? Care to share the details? This is between me and the Darkborn. The Darkborn are my honored guests. How could I possibly tell you their whereabouts? Now, answer my question. My patience is limited.
The Ice Lord's expression grew slightly colder.
Clearly, her patience was truly running thin. I have a vendetta against the Darkborn.
I intend to purge the dungeon world and exterminate every last one of them.
Lin Xian's expression was utterly serious.
Upon hearing this, the Ice Lord's eyebrows twitched ever so slightly.
It was merely a fleeting second, yet Lin Xian caught this subtle detail. Are you seeking death? Don't you know the Darkborn are the royal family of the dungeon world?
Even the slightest disrespect toward them in speech is a capital offense.
With that, the Ice Lord moved to strike.
She struck out with a palm strike. Infused with frigid energy, the strike possessed the power to freeze everything in its path.
Lin Xian activated his jetpack, soaring upward to evade the Ice Lord's attack. He then asked Rong, is there any way I can establish a psychic connection with the Ice Lord? Ha? Wait, Master, have you lost your mind? Telepathic communication with the Ice Lord? Rong's cat ears perked up. She'd been eavesdropping on Lin Xian and the Ice Lord's conversation the whole time. Clearly,
The Ice Lord had no desire to engage in excessive communication with Lin Xian.
They're already fighting, and you want telepathic communication? Listen to me.
Lin Xian only needed Rongrong to set up a platform allowing him to communicate normally with the Ice Master. Of course. But not verbal communication, it has to be the kind that Darkfall uses. Judging by the Ice Lord's reaction earlier, there must be a Darkling demon from the Darkling clan lurking nearby.
Chapter 127, Playing the Part to the Fullest. Something she couldn't bring herself to say. Suddenly,
another wave of icy chill surged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian dodged again. Though the Ice Lord appeared furious, Lin Xian sensed she had no real intent to kill him. Otherwise, she could have easily activated her frost domain, leaving him nowhere to hide. Thus, Lin Xian felt his judgment was correct. There was definitely a dark one lurking nearby. And the Ice Mistress, in truth, also intended to speak with him.
Alright then, this kitty will give it a shot. Fluffy lifted a paw. Suddenly, a powerful mental projection surged instantly into the Ice Lord's mind.
The Ice Master hesitated slightly, glancing down at the kitten below. Purple fur, sapphire cat eyes. Though such cats had vanished from the dungeon world for over a millennium. As the Ice Lord of the Ice City, she naturally knew what kind of creature this cat was.
Purple crystal shadow cat?
The Ice Lord furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself.
Hearing the Ice Lord's thoughts, Rongrong responded.
This meow is indeed a purple crystal shadow cat.
Who would have thought a descendant of the Frostblood lineage would recognize this meow?
Though Rongrong had previously spoken of the Ice Sovereign with some trepidation.
The moment he opened his mouth, this fellow couldn't help but boast endlessly. This stemmed from Rongrong's inherent pride as a purple crystal dark cat. Who would have thought your Amethyst Shadow Cat lineage could break through the seal?
I'd heard the Amethyst Shadow Cat clan was nearly extinct. The Ice Lord spoke calmly. Below, Rongrong, standing beside Tuck and Rebel, had 3 question marks appear on her forehead.
What did you say? The Amethyst Shadow Cat clan is nearly extinct? Are you kidding me? Our clan possesses lifespans of tens of thousands of years, how could we possibly be nearly extinct?
Rongrong's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, clearly flustered.
Lin Xian had overheard their conversation but chose not to join in.
Regarding the underground world, Lin Xian was actually aware that only 3 Amethyst Shadow Cats remained. Through the geographical distribution data in the Comprehensive Guide to the Dungeon Realm, Lin Xian could pinpoint the locations where the other 2 Amethyst Shadow Cats were sealed.
For now, both were extremely distant from the Ice City. In fact, they weren't even within the Eastern District. But Lin Xian didn't know how to break this news to Rongrong.
She was filled with joy at the prospect of finding her clan cats and freeing them all from their seals.
Once she learned the truth, Meng Meng would likely be devastated. However, the Ice Lord's words plunged Rongrong into silence. Over the past century, the Dark Clan had escalated from covert actions to brazen attacks, slaughtering every single sealed purple crystal dark cat. Perhaps fewer than 10 purple crystal dark cats remained alive. Enough! Lin Xian promptly interrupted the Ice Master. 10? In truth, there are only 3. Master. You know about this too? No, I didn't. Lin Xian shook his head in denial. Ice Lord, I don't understand why you're saying all this. Rongrong never wronged you, did she? I'm merely stating the facts. The Ice Lord shrugged nonchalantly. This matter had nothing to do with her, so naturally she adopted an aloof attitude. Impossible. This can't be. Rongrong's face was etched with utter disbelief. The Ice Master refrained from provoking Rongrong further. After unleashing an icy breath attack at Lin Xian, which he deftly dodged. Through the telepathic link Rongrong had established, the Ice Master addressed Lin Xian in the trio's chat. Is it true you bear a grudge against the Darkborn clan and intend to oppose them? Of course. If I'm bold enough to say it out loud, how could it be false? Lin Xian swiftly fired several crossbow bolts at the Ice Master, each aimed to kill. After deflecting the arrows, the Ice Lord furrowed her brow slightly. The Darkborn possess eavesdropping abilities. What you just said was heard by all 10 Darkborn under my command. I figured as much. Then why did you still say it? I said it precisely for them to hear. What can mere Darkborn do to me? Ever since Lin Xian rescued the purple crystal shadow cat, he had already resolved to oppose the dungeon world. The Undercity world, to put it plainly, is divided into 2 factions. The first faction, ruled by the Darkborn clan, consists of the dungeon demons. The second faction, led by the supreme god of the dungeons, resides within the largest underground city. The faction under the Overlord seems to never concern itself with anything beyond that particular dungeon. This confirms one thing, that dungeon is essentially an independent microcosm. The outer Undercity world is another realm entirely. While the rulers of this outer world are ostensibly split 50-50 between the dungeon demons and the dungeon elves, in reality, the entire realm is dominated by the Darkborn. Lin Xian's objective is to overthrow the Darkborn's rule. Only by throwing the outer cavern world into utter chaos can Lin Xian gain access to the inner world. And this, precisely, is Lin Xian's ultimate goal. You're getting a bit too cocky, aren't you? As if responding to Lin Xian's earlier lethal strike, this time the Ice Lord unleashed a double dose of frost breath. The chill sent shivers down Lin Xian's spine.
Youth wasted without ambition is wasted indeed.
Ice Lord, tell me honestly, do you also wish to overthrow the rule of the Dark Clan? Lin Xian's words plunged the Ice Lord into silence.
After a minute of mutual standoff with Lin Xian,
the Ice Lord's voice echoed once more. Can I trust you?
Of course.
I've laid my cards on the table. You're already against the Dark Clan, what are you still hesitating about?
Lin Xian stared intently at the Ice Lord, who stood 180 meters away.
Even from such a distance, Lin Xian could see the conflict etched on the Ice Lord's face. Tell me, what race are you? Why do you seek to overthrow the Darkborn's rule? Hearing this question, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smirk.
It seemed he was just one step away from successfully persuading the Ice Lord. This woman's trust in him was already nearly complete.
I am human.
You may not have heard of this race, as I am considered an outsider in the dungeon world.
As for why I seek to overthrow the Dark Clan?
The reason is simple, I cannot stand watching these creatures act as accomplices to tyranny, bullying the other races of the dungeon world. Lin Xian declared with righteous conviction.
Human race? Indeed, I've never heard of such a race. I never imagined there could be an alien race in the undersea world. That truly is a rare occurrence.
However, from your daring to rescue the purple crystal dark cat and antagonize the Darkborn.
I must say, I rather admire you. Young man, I'm willing to take a gamble.
At this point, the Ice Lord suppressed his aura.
Yet the icy power in her hands never ceased. With a flick of her sleeve, numerous skeletal undead beneath her transformed into ice sculptures.
Rest assured, your skeleton warriors are unharmed.
But I must play the part to the fullest.
Lin Xian replied with a casual air, no problem. Even if you did shatter every last one of these skeleton warriors, I wouldn't feel a shred of regret. After all, they were the remains of the dungeon's demons to begin with.
Chapter 128, United Against a Common Enemy. If I can create one skeletal warrior, I can create 2, 3, countless more.
Even if you destroy every last one of these corpses, I can simply find other dungeon demons to replenish my supply.
Put.
At the word supply, the stern-faced Ice Lord couldn't help but chuckle.
To mask his embarrassment and avoid alerting the Darkborn, the Ice Lord bellowed, is this the best you can muster? Daring to invade my ice fortress? Utterly delusional.
After uttering this cover-up, the Ice Lord continued telepathically, human boy, I admire you. Since that's the case, let's have a frank conversation.
My name is Artemis.
I am the ruler of the Ice City, the master of the Ice Fortress, and the sovereign of the Frostblood lineage. The creatures of the Netherworld call me the Ice Lord. After the Ice Lord finished her lengthy self-introduction, Lin Xian responded briefly, Lin Xian.
That is my name. Lin Xian? I shall remember your name.
The Ice Sovereign nodded before continuing, indeed, I harbor intentions to eradicate the Darkborn lineage. It is not only I, but many races within the cavern world who seek to overthrow the Darkborn's rule. The Darkborn royal family has grown far too arrogant. They will destroy the cavern world sooner or later.
Ha? What do you mean by that?
Lin Xian sensed something significant in the Ice Lord's words. The Darkborn royal family has been bewitched by a witch doctor. They scheme to resurrect an ancient dark god. They plan to attack the largest underground city in the Netherworld.
This is sheer folly. They're bent on destroying the Netherworld. Every race in every underground city will suffer.
Hearing this, Lin Xian furrowed his brow.
He hadn't expected the Darkborn royal clan to also harbor ambitions of invading the largest dungeon. In this regard, their plans coincided with Lin Xian's own. However,
Lin Xian did not approve of the Darkblood's methods.
Resurrecting ancient evil gods? Ha!
As the Ice Lord said, that would be nothing short of a catastrophic disaster.
Were the ancient evil gods not sealed away precisely because of their wicked deeds and countless atrocities?
Should the ancient evil gods descend upon the dungeon world once more, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the supreme deities within that greatest of dungeons. But that would be nothing short of playing with fire.
Ice Lord, are the sorcerers you mentioned earlier a branch of the wizard clan? Lin Xian inquired curiously.
Yes. I am the king of the Frost clan, and we have always revered the rulers of our clan as the Ice Lord. The term witch doctor is how the witch clan refers to their hereditary rulers. The Ice Sovereign explained the situation of the witch doctors to Lin Xian.
Lin Xian nodded, grasping the concept.
So in the dungeon world, the rulers of each race all have honorific titles.
Of course. The prerequisite is that the race must be sufficiently powerful. Kings of goblins or moslings, for instance, wouldn't have any honorifics. So this witch doctor is now leading the witch clan in alliance with the Darkborn clan. Lin Xian asked again. That's about right. Based on the information I've gathered, that's essentially the case. The Ice Lord replied. Well, that complicates things.
Lin Xian paused before speaking.
Actually, before arriving at the Ice City, I witnessed the ancient test revival ritual.
The one conducting that ceremony was none other than a wizard from the wizard clan.
What? The Ice Lord hadn't expected that the Witch Clan would actually send one of their own to conduct the ancient evil god's revival ritual?
No, they shouldn't possess the capability to summon an ancient evil god yet. The Ice Lord shook his head and continued, besides, a ritual of that magnitude can only be performed by the bug sorcerers.
Ordinary sorcerers shouldn't be capable of it. Lin Xian speculated, could it be that these ordinary sorcerers are using the pretext of summoning ancient evil gods to actually invoke primordial demons?
This conjecture stemmed from the silver dragon hatchling Lin Xian had witnessed earlier. After all, the silver dragon hatchling's account described it stumbling into the lair of ancient demons.
Summoning ancient demons? Damn it! What the hell do those bastards of the Dark Clan want? The Ice Lord's expression shifted slightly. It was clear she harbored deep hatred toward the Darkborn. They must be stopped. Otherwise, the dungeon world could very well be destroyed by the hands of the Darkborn demons. Lin Xian continued his report to the Ice Lord. Just as the Witchcraft Guild could manipulate the Darkborn royal family, Lin Xian similarly used words to win over the Ice Lord. Before meeting the Ice Lord, Lin Xian had only intended to invade and seize the Ice City. At the same time, he wanted to gauge the Ice Lord's true strength. Could he, at level 37, challenge the Ice Sovereign, who was over level 50? Yet upon meeting and getting to know the Ice Sovereign, Lin Xian changed his mind. Since the Ice Lord shared his intense hatred for the Dark Clan, then, rather than killing the Ice Mistress, it would be wiser to win her over and make her an ally. Lin Xian, I care not what your true intentions are. Since we share a common enemy in the Darkborn, we can form a partnership. However, before any formal action begins, I wish for us to maintain our outward hostility. The Ice Lord spoke each word deliberately. I understand that perfectly well. Lin Xian nodded and smiled. Before the decisive battle against the Dark Clan, Lin Xian would certainly not reveal his alliance with the Ice Queen. Otherwise, given the Dark Clan's nature, they would undoubtedly target the Ice Clan of the Frozen City first. Additionally, there's something else I need you to handle. The Ice Lord's frigid aura radiated once more. What is it? Speak. Lin Xian gestured with his hand. I mentioned earlier that many other races in the subterranean world harbor intense hatred toward the Darkborn royal family and seek their eradication. I need you to rally these factions. The Ice Lord stated bluntly. Win over other races? Interesting. Lin Xian gave a sheepish smile and countered, the netherworld undergoes dimensional jumps daily. I'm sure you're aware of this. How am I supposed to locate these races? That's your problem. If my collaborator lacks even this basic capability, then I see little point in continuing our partnership. The Ice Lord's expression remained icy. Lin Xian gazed at the Ice Master from afar and couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, what a cold woman. However, this task wasn't particularly difficult for Lin Xian. After all, he traversed dozens of underground caverns daily in search of those tribes. It was essentially a game of chance. Tell me about these tribes. All right. Ice Mistress quietly listed all the tribes she knew to harbor intense resentment toward the Darkborn. After jotting down the details, Lin Xian remarked, then our mock battle should come to an end, shouldn't it? Chapter 129, The Ally. A mock battle? A faint smile suddenly appeared on the Ice Lord's icy face. Did I ever say we were in a mock battle? Lin Xian furrowed his brow, puzzled by the Ice Lord's meaning. From the very beginning, the two had been pretending to fight. Neither had exerted their full strength. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't be like this. Don't think I'm unaware of what's happening down below just because I'm in my ice fortress up on the mountain. That lion is yours, isn't it? That war turtle from the War Turtle clan has slain many of our kin. Even the guards stationed along the ice staircase have become your puppets. Don't you think it's time we settled this score? Hearing the Ice Lord's words, Lin Xian momentarily found himself at a loss for how to respond. The truth was exactly as the Ice Lord stated. Not only had Lin Xian killed all the sentinels guarding the long staircase, but he had also transformed them into the forbidden fungi of the dead. And now, this horde of undead banshees was fighting right here. Lin Xian had no grounds for evasion whatsoever. Silence meant admission? The Ice Lord swept his sleeve, and a skyfall of ice shards rained down. The shards landed upon the skeletal dead banshee fungi. Suddenly, except for Tuck, Rebel, and Rongrong, every single undead fungus turned into an ice sculpture. Consider this interest paid. I'll take it. Now, take your people and those two battle pets below with you. Get out of my ice fortress immediately. With that said, the Ice Lord waved his sleeve once more. A frigid wind swept through. Lin Xian, Tuck, Rebel, and Rongrong were lifted by the icy gale, blown directly out through the ice gates. The icy wind showed no sign of stopping, continuing to sweep forward. Only after the group landed beneath the ice staircase did the gale finally subside. Damn it, the Ice Lord actually used such a violent method to send guests away? Lin Xian muttered, somewhat speechless. No, you are not my guest. We are merely allies, not companions, nor friends. Through telepathy, Lin Xian heard the Ice Lord's voice. Cut it off. Lin Xian ordered Rongrong to immediately sever the telepathic link.
Rong froze for a moment before snapping out of it, severing the connection.
She then asked Lin Xian. Really? My entire clan is dead? Only less than 10 of us remain? Rong looked deeply saddened and distressed. This was the first time Lin Xian had seen Rong display such a sorrowful expression since they'd met. I didn't know Lin Xian couldn't bear to tell Rong that the amethyst dark cats were actually down to just 3. This matter must be confirmed by us personally.
After saying this, Lin Xian added, Rong, regardless of whether the Ice Lord's words are true or false, one thing remains certain: if the Dark Clan dares to harm the amethyst shadow cats, we will exterminate the entire Dark Clan. At that point, even if we haven't found the other amethyst shadow cats, no creature from the underground caverns will be able to harm them.
Rong lifted its feline head and gazed at Lin Xian.
Her sapphire eyes flickered slightly before she nodded.
This Meow understands, Master.
This Meow will join your ranks in the hunt to exterminate the Darkborn clan. Rong raised her paw, and Lin Xian clasped it in a high five, sealing their alliance.
Alright, it's time for us to leave this place.
Lin Xian summoned the twin cannon battle turtle and the inferno lion over. These two had just slaughtered a large group of Ice Clan's dungeon fiends. Out of respect for the Ice Lord, Lin Xian couldn't bring himself to let the flesh mycelium devour these corpses and refine them into forbidden fungi of the dead. What a waste! Shaking his head, Lin Xian used the teleportation jade talisman to send his entire group back to the ruins dungeon.
We're just going back? Lin Xian, we're not invading this ice city? Tuk asked curiously.
I've noticed, ever since joining us, that your aggressive tendencies have grown stronger, Tuk.
I recall that you hobbits are supposed to be a peaceful race? Lin Xian asked with a smile. That's true enough, but haven't the cave demons become far too rampant? Rebel's homeland was destroyed by them. I've grown to dislike the cave demons as well. Tuk replied. In that case, why don't we form an alliance?
Lin Xian looked seriously at Tuk, then glanced at Rebel.
An alliance? Lin Xian, aren't we already friends? Tuk asked with a smile. But seeing Lin Xian's serious expression, his smile faded. Lin Xian, what exactly do you mean by an alliance?
Tuk, Rebel, the reason I stopped mid-battle with the Ice Lord just now is because we share a common enemy.
Ha?
Both men widened their eyes, staring at Lin Xian with eager anticipation. The dungeon demons of the Darkborn clan seem to have a grand scheme. They aim to resurrect the ancient evil gods. You know, if those ancient evil gods were to be revived, the entire dungeon world would likely be the first to suffer.
Tuk, Rebel, you wouldn't want your homeland invaded and destroyed by those evil gods, would you? Of course not. Godfather. Rebel had experienced the invasion of his homeland firsthand.
He understood all too well the devastating consequences such an invasion would bring.
Godfather, if the demons of the Darkborn truly intend to resurrect the ancient evil gods, I will be the first to stand against them. Rebel's resolve was unshakable. His hatred for the Darkborn clan was likely unmatched by anyone present. Good. Lin Xian patted Rebel on the shoulder, then turned to look at Tuk. What about you, Tuk? This time is different from last time. We are truly going to make enemies with all the demons of the dungeon world. Beyond that, our even more crucial objective is to eradicate the Darkborn clan from the dungeon world once and for all. Let me think about it. Tuk felt his mind racing. If he truly joined Lin Xian's plan, Tuk would be betraying the laws the Hobbit clan had always followed. But if the Darkborn truly intended to resurrect the ancient evil gods, the Hobbit clan would likely stand against them too. At a time like this, it would be ideal to contact the Hobbit Merchants Guild. Yet Hobbit Dungeons, the Hobbit Guild, and other hobbits were all completely out of contact. This left Tuk utterly uncertain of what decision to make. There's no rush. Tuk, it's already midnight. You have the entire night to consider. Give me your answer tomorrow morning.
Lin Xian patted Tuk on the shoulder before addressing the group. My castle welcomes you all to stay.
Go rest now. With that, the group proceeded to Lin Xian's castle. Before retiring for the night, Lin Xian checked the underground cavern interface once more. Though invading the Ice City felt a bit like cheating, the dungeon demons slain were every bit as real. Chapter 130, The Furry One's Wrath. Through the dungeon interface, Lin Xian saw his level. From the original LV-37, it had risen to LV-38. The Hellflame Lion's level had risen to LV-29. Fuzzy's level had risen to LV-25. The Twin Cannon Battle Turtle's level had risen to LV-30. Tuk and Rebel also gained substantial experience points. The only regret was that the flesh mycelium only gained a few evolution points and did not level up. Had it been able to devour the corpses of all the Frost Clan demons that perished yesterday, not only would the flesh mycelium level up, but Lin Xian could also harvest a fresh batch of forbidden fungi of the dead. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. Sighing, Lin Xian pulled the warm quilt over himself and drifted off to sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Xian awoke from his slumber to find Tuk sitting upright by the castle window. Tuk, you're up so early? Lin Xian asked. You're awake? Lin Xian. Tuk turned, his eyes ringed with dark circles like a panda's, and looked at Lin Xian. Holy crap, did you go digging for coal? Your eyes are completely black. Lin Xian exclaimed. Tuck chuckled at Lin Xian's remark, then replied, I spent all night thinking about the alliance you proposed yesterday. For now, I can't reach the other hobbits.
I can't speak for the entire Hobbit clan, but I should be able to represent myself in choosing to join your alliance.
Great. Tuck, welcome aboard.
Lin Xian stood up, walked to Tuck, and extended his hand. The instant their hands touched, Lin Xian felt a small bead slip into his palm.
What was this? Lin Xian noticed it was a purple bead, bright as a gemstone.
The teleportation jade talisman I gave you earlier was the initial version. This bead is extremely precious. It can upgrade every teleportation jade talisman. Originally, the talisman could only be customized with 3 coordinates.
With the enhancement of this purple jade, the coordinates will increase to 6.
Tuck explained to Lin Xian.
Holy crap? That's insane?
Lin Xian's eyes widened as he stared at the small trinket in his hand. Just yesterday, he'd been frustrated that the teleportation jade talisman only had 3 coordinates. Currently, Lin Xian owned 2 dungeons, each requiring its own coordinate point. From now on, whenever Lin Xian wanted to teleport back from anywhere, he'd need to establish a new coordinate point.
And the current 3rd coordinate point was in the Ice City. In other words,
if he cancelled the Ice City coordinate point, Lin Xian would have to trek over mountains and valleys again to find the Ice Lord in the future. But with the purple jade given by Tuck, after upgrading the teleportation jade talisman, Lin Xian could keep the Ice City coordinate point active and create 3 additional new coordinate points.
Tuck, you're something else.
Lin Xian suddenly hugged Tuck tightly, laughing heartily.
My brother. You've done me a huge favor.
Tuck rubbed his nose with his index finger and murmured, Sorry, Lin Xian.
When it comes to combat power, I admit I can't match Rebel. Maybe I'm even outclassed by Rongrong.
All I can do is dig holes for you guys and provide some item support. Tuck was still delivering his heartfelt speech when Rongrong's furious rebuke suddenly reached his ears.
Hobbit. What gives you the right to try to scam this cat? Do you even think you can compare to my combat strength? Go bother that big dumb oaf. The Hellflame Lion, still asleep, suddenly yawned. The sweet dream it had been savoring turned into a nightmare? The Hellflame Lion shuddered in fright and jolted awake. Sorry. Fluffy, I absolutely meant no offense.
Tuck bowed low and apologized profusely to the purple crystal shadow cat. Though Rongrong was merely a cat, she was, after all, an ancient elder who had lived for over 1,000 years.
Tuck dared not show her any disrespect. Lin Xian stepped in to mediate between the two.
Alright, from now on we're allies and companions in the fight against the Dark Clan.
Stop arguing. Turning to Tuck, Lin Xian patted his shoulder as if entrusting him with a crucial task.
Digging may seem simple, but you've actually been a tremendous help. Tuck, a team isn't defined solely by combat strength. Take Rongrong, she's our strategic mind. And you, Tuck, have your own strengths.
Never underestimate yourself.
Tuck was moved to tears by Lin Xian's words. Meanwhile, Rongrong beside him flashed a deadly cat-face glare.
Master. You think this cat's combat skills are useless too? Is that it? Is it? No, I absolutely didn't mean that, Rongrong. Oh, God, this is a huge misunderstanding.
Lin Xian mimicked the speech patterns of Steve, the 3rd-ranked fighter on the East District combat power list, as he tried to explain to Rongrong. Rongrong shot Lin Xian a piercing glance with her sapphire cat eyes before turning and walking away.
Is Senior Rongrong okay? Tuck asked gloomily. She'll be fine.
Rongrong isn't the petty type, she won't hold a real grudge against us.
After saying this to Tuck, Lin Xian also turned and left. After washing up, Lin Xian ate a simple breakfast.
He opened the underground hub interface to check the World Window channel and the East District channel.
Daily morning surfing is essential. See what other players are focusing on. Our West District has already slain 80 dungeon demons. For this second task, we should be way ahead, right? Waha! Big Shot Gufong is awesome. Damn it!
Our North District has only slain 62 dungeon demons.
Brother Gao Yang. Can we step up our game?
The South region can't afford to lose again this time.
If we lose, we'll need to change admins.
Players from the 3 major regions chatted in the World Chat channel.
But where are the players from the East region? Why do players from the East region seem invisible? Not a single one has popped up?
After the server split, the World Chat window now displays labels like East Server, South Server, West Server, and North Server. Therefore, everyone could tell which region's players were speaking.
I don't know. Didn't the East region just win the first mission? Logically, they should be bragging and gloating right now. Why is it so quiet?
Lin Xian glanced at the stream of messages in the World Window chat and, curious, opened the East region chat window.
At that moment,
Lin Xian was startled to discover a comment pinned at the top. Lin Xian, everyone, refrain from excessive chatter in the World channel, especially regarding our Eastern region.
Do not leak any intelligence.
From this moment onward, the battle between the 4 regions has truly begun. The more you speak, the more you expose, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us.
All members. Ah, so that's why. Lin Xian finally understood why no players from the East District were posting in the World Window channel anymore. So everyone had taken his words to heart? Chapter 131, The Ritual in the Neighboring Dungeon? Meanwhile, the East District chat window was filled with praise for Lin Xian. Lord Lin treats us so well. Following Lord Lin, I'm never hungry anymore. 2 days worth of food. If I ration it, I can make it last 4 days. Only 4 days? I can stretch it a week. I can make it last a fortnight. Me? A month. Well, you're impressive then.
Guys, no need to be so stingy.
Did you see what players from the other 3 regions posted?
The West region killed 80 dungeon demons. Look at their smug faces.
I can't even bring myself to mention it. A measly 80 dungeon demons, and they're bragging?
Little do they know, under Lord Lin's leadership, our East region has already slain 167 dungeon demons.
Exactly. That's more than double their total. Lin Xian is awesome. Lin Xian is awesome.
Below, a chorus of voices echoed in unison, all praising Lin Xian.
At that moment, Lin Xian finally understood why the Ice Lord had been so furious yesterday. Turns out the Hellflame Lion and Twin Cannon Battle Turtle had slaughtered over 100 demons of the Frost Clan right on the ice of Ice City? I'm not taking the blame for this one. Lin Xian frowned.
Making him take the blame for this was truly unreasonable.
Immediately, Lin Xian typed again in the East District chat channel.
Lin Xian, everyone, you did great this time.
Don't reveal the Eastern District's situation lightly. Let the other 3 districts run wild. Once the mission ends, they'll see who the real winners are.
The East District channel exploded with activity upon seeing Lin Xian's message.
We'll follow Lord Lin's instructions. We'll follow Lord Lin's instructions. We'll follow Lord Lin's instructions. The chat was flooded with identical pledges to follow Lin Xian's lead. After all, following Lin Xian is the only way to eat your fill. The players from the East District all understood. At that moment,
Xu Yanqing suddenly sent Lin Xian a private message.
Xu Yanqing, Lin Xian, something feels off about this dungeon I'm in? Lin Xian, what's wrong? Xu Yanqing, this dungeon is huge, and there are dungeon demons here. But I think they're setting up some kind of magic formation? It looks like they're performing some kind of ritual. Do dungeon demons usually do this? I'm not sure, so I wanted to ask you.
Seeing Xu Yanqing's message, Lin Xian's eyes widened abruptly.
He knew exactly what kind of magic array Xu Yanqing was referring to.
Including the ritual she mentioned.
Ancient evil gods? No.
It must just be a summoning ritual for ordinary primordial demons. Lin Xian's brow furrowed abruptly as he cursed under his breath, damned Darkborn.
Damned sorcerers. Even ordinary dungeon demons have begun performing ancient demon summoning rituals? At this rate,
the number of dungeon demons in the dungeon world would only keep growing.
And among them, a great many ancient demons will emerge.
As Rongrong had mentioned, ancient demons were far stronger than the current dungeon demons.
Lin Xian suddenly understood. So that's how it was.
Previously, Lin Xian had always believed that the true goal of the sorcerers, or rather, the witchcraft practitioners, was to resurrect the ancient evil gods.
Perhaps that conjecture wasn't entirely wrong.
But beyond resurrecting the ancient evil gods as their ultimate goal, the witchcraft practitioners and the sorcerer clan had another objective.
That was to transport all the wildly untamed demons from the ancient era into the dungeon world. To forge an ancient demonic army.
This ancient demonic army alone would likely be sufficient to wipe out the subterranean elves of the underground world.
By then, the power balance of the entire netherworld would become utterly skewed. The Darkborn clan could even reap the rewards without lifting a finger, achieving their goal of unifying the netherworld effortlessly. No, they absolutely cannot be allowed to succeed so easily. Though these conclusions were merely Lin Xian's deductions based on the current situation.
Given the current situation, Lin Xian believed this scenario was highly probable. Under no circumstances could this situation be allowed to unfold. Otherwise, the number of dungeon demons in the dungeon world would grow so vast that neither the dungeon elf lineage nor the player lineage could possibly withstand them.
Lin Xian replied to Xu Yanqing.
Lin Xian, Chu, this matter is beyond your ability to handle.
Share your coordinates with me. I'll take care of it.
Given the gravity of the situation, Lin Xian had to go personally.
Xu Yanqing, is it that serious?
She had merely been curious about what these dungeon demons were gathering for.
But she never expected Lin Xian to say this was beyond her ability to handle. Xu Yanqing trusted Lin Xian implicitly.
She immediately shared a set of coordinates with Lin Xian.
Xu Yanqing, sharing geographic coordinates with you. Lin Xian opened it and suddenly froze in shock. Wasn't this the underground cavern right next to the ruins dungeon? Lin Xian stared at his own coordinates, then zoomed in on Xu Yanqing's shared location. Directly west of the ruined underground city.
Not even separated by a gap, a cavern directly adjacent to the ruined dungeon.
The underground cavern teleportation had sent Chu right next door to me? Ha! What a coincidence.
Lin Xian chuckled softly, suddenly feeling the thrill of an impending meetup with an online friend.
Wondered if she'd be startled upon seeing Rongrong, Hellflame Lion, Hobbit, and the Forest Tribe members? After indulging in a bit of mischievous humor, Lin Xian descended to the castle's first floor.
Everyone had gathered here, waiting for Lin Xian's arrival.
Godfather, are we ready to depart? Rebel inquired. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded solemnly.
Everyone, I've received intelligence that a ritual has begun in the underground caverns west of the ruined dungeon.
A ritual? Another one to summon ancient demons?
Given that ordinary wizards are incapable of summoning ancient evil gods, Rongrong immediately guessed it was a ritual to summon primordial demons.
Exactly. It was a ritual to summon ancient demons. Lin Xian nodded, confirming Rongrong's theory. Then we absolutely have to stop them. Tuck clenched his fists, deeply disapproving of the dungeon demon's actions. Let's go.
At Lin Xian's command, the group marched westward toward the ruins of the underground city.
As for the ruined underground city, it would remain under the watchful care of the sentinel fungi.
Fortunately, Lin Xian had only deployed 1/3 of the undead prohibiting fungi earlier. Therefore, Lin Xian still had 2/3 of his deadly forbidden fungi remaining, untouched by the Ice Lord's freezing power. Among them, the white-bone mossbrin were the most numerous. After all, these creatures possessed low combat effectiveness, so Lin Xian certainly wouldn't deploy mossbrins en masse for battle. The highest casualties at the time were among the bone berserkers. Both the tri-beasts and mossbriars still numbered in the thousands, more than enough to develop 2 dungeons.
Upon reaching the western outskirts, a wall of earth appeared before Lin Xian.
Unlike the caverns, the dungeon's earthen walls soared skyward.
Fortunately, the cavern where Chu Yanqing was located was level with the surface of the ruined underground city. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have had to don his jetpack and excavate from mid-air. Chapter 132, The Fallen. Tuck, could you help me out?
Lin Xian gestured with his hand, and Tuck immediately understood. He hoisted the shovel and strode toward the earthen wall. With 2 sharp clicks, he began digging. The earthen walls connecting the dungeons were far thicker than those between individual caverns. Therefore, Tuck took nearly dozens of shovelfuls before finally clearing a passageway. At that moment, a torchlight beam projected from the cavern on the opposite side of the dungeon. In ordinary dungeons, there is a distinction between day and night. Though lacking sun and moon, they mirrored the simulated world. Daytime brought light and warmth. Night brought a sky dotted with stars, yet it was profoundly cold and desolate. The caverns differed from the dungeon. Even during the day, caverns are not particularly bright, yet they possess candles, torches, and embers. And these things, as if they could never be extinguished or burned out, exist eternally. Perhaps this is simply how the cavern world is designed. Lin Xian never questioned this. Therefore, when torchlight spilled in from the adjacent cavern, it signaled that this passage had been cleared. Tuck and Rebel entered first, followed by the Hellfire Lion and Rongrong. The twin cannon war turtle was stowed away in Lin Xian's spatial backpack. The war turtle clan possessed the ability to store air for extended periods. Even confined within the spatial backpack, they wouldn't suffocate. This trait bore a striking resemblance to that of the silver dragon hatchling. The moment Lin Xian entered this cavern, it sealed shut behind him. What met his eyes was a flock of birds with sharp beaks. Yet these avian creatures possessed no wings. Rongrong and Tuck, well versed in the creatures of the underground cavern world, instantly recognized what they were. Underground demon wingless ones. Tuck's piercing gaze fixed on the winged creatures that were neither bird nor beast as he addressed Lin Xian. Winged demons? Lin Xian clearly hadn't heard of this creature before. Winged demons are vicious dungeon creatures that rely on speed in combat. Rongrong had just finished explaining to Lin Xian. Suddenly, a broken wing leapt with astonishing speed, landing directly above Lin Xian. It extended its claws, lunging fiercely toward Lin Xian. Oomph! A sneak attack right off the bat? Lin Xian snorted coldly, raising his right hand. Beneath the ground, a vast network of blue mycelium surged upward in an instant. Just as the wingless creature's attack was about to strike Lin Xian, the blue mycelium formed a shield, blocking the attack before Lin Xian. Clang! The violent collision jolted everyone back to their senses. Ambush? Tuck and Rebel immediately went on high alert. Roar! The Hellfire Lion let out a ferocious roar, leaping high into the air to bite down on the wingbreaker's body, flinging it violently away. Witnessing this scene, the fallen angels in the distance all turned their gaze toward this location. Fury flashed across their faces. Suddenly, data on the fallen appeared on the dungeon interface. Winged Fallen. Level, LV39 highest beside at 2335. Abilities, claws attacks with sharp claws, double kick delivers powerful kicks with strong legs. Description, the wingless are one of the races struck by divine punishment. Originally a high-ranking demonic race within the dungeon, they possessed formidable combat prowess and speed. After angering the dungeon's supreme being, they suffered divine retribution. Having lost their wings, the wingless rigorously trained their leg techniques, mastering the double kick, a move of tremendous destructive force.
Weaknesses: hot-tempered, not very bright, easily manipulated. Just reading this description, the fallen wings don't seem to have any flaws?
Explosive temper, simple-minded, that has nothing to do with Lin Xian.
After all, corpses can't possess consciousness. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smirk. With half the berserkers gone, these broken wings would suffice as replacements. And just then, Lin Xian quietly noticed a slender woman lurking in the corner. No need to guess, Lin Xian knew instantly that this woman had to be Chu Yancheng. Just as Lin Xian had suggested, Chu Yancheng had gone into hiding. Perfect. Let Chu Chu witness the might of the strongest player in the abyss.
A smirk touched Lin Xian's lips as he surveyed the flock of fallen charging toward them.
Battle, he commanded. Begin. With that, Lin Xian unleashed his twin cannon battle turtle. In this type of combat scenario, the twin cannon battle turtles held a significant AoE advantage. He could use its heavy cannons to blast the flock of fallen angels several times before the battle even began, crippling their combat effectiveness. Let you see what this big shot's heavy artillery can do. The twin cannon battle turtles showed no mercy against the fallen. Seems? Lin Xian sensed a hint of grudge. War turtle? Damn war turtle. Die. Just as I thought. The winged fallen, upon seeing the twin cannon battle turtles, roared with fury. Boom! The twin cannon battle turtle fired first. 2 shells detonated directly among the winged ones. The shockwave from the explosion scattered the broken wings. Rebel seized the moment to fire his arrows. The Sin Min Bao could strike an enemy in just 1 second. Several fallen wings fell instantly where they stood. Their aggression was undeniably fierce, but their defenses were weak, and their health bars were shallow. They couldn't withstand Rebel's arrows at all. Tuck also drew his item. This time, Tuck no longer used the net pellets. Instead, he wielded a stun gun. The stun gun could deliver a powerful electric shock, temporarily paralyzing the target for several seconds. Of course, compared to the photon pistol, Tuck's stun gun was still slightly weaker. It could only incapacitate, lacking significant lethal power. But that was enough. The Hellflame Lion let out a deafening roar. Hell roar! Black flames began scorching the fallen angels. As the battle erupted, Lin Xian unleashed a vast expanse of fungal mycelium. He began controlling the movements of these fallen angels. As he bound them, Lin Xian commenced his parasitic assault. A mental attack? Utterly laughable. One of the fallen, mistaking Lin Xian's parasitism for a psychic assault, openly mocked him. But as the mycelium invaded its brain, fear-filled bloodshot veins appeared in its pupils. No! This isn't a mental attack? What is this? The fallen one couldn't comprehend how Lin Xian had managed to parasitize him. You fool! This meow is the real psychic attack. Rongrong declared, her eyes projecting heart-shaped charms. Those under its spell went mad with love for Rongrong. Rongrong didn't even glance at this lecherous crowd. Instead, she lifted her head haughtily, blinking her sapphire cat eyes as she unleashed her illusions. Within the illusion, the fallen angels seemed to find their beloved, embracing each other. But the moment they clung to their fellow wingless comrades, another cannonball slammed into them. Boom! The twin cannon war tortoises showed no mercy toward the winged creatures who had crossed their kind. Every shot fired was a devastating blow. Chapter 133, Netizen Meetup. Boom! 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 The frenzied bombardment scattered the winged ones. The twin cannon war turtle's shells were already immensely powerful. Compounded by the fact that the war turtle clan and the broken wings shared a deep-seated enmity, the twin cannon war turtle showed no mercy whatsoever when it opened fire. In fact, the twin cannon war tortoises would normally observe a brief interval after firing each shell. That was their cooldown period. Yet the twin cannon war tortoises skipped this cooldown entirely, or rather, minimized it to the absolute limit. This resulted in increasingly intense firepower. Roar! Riding the momentum of the cannon explosions, the Hellflame Lion felt as though it had entered its natural habitat, a sea of fire. He weaved through the inferno, unleashing every ounce of his black flame. Scorching flames blazed. The temperature across the entire subterranean realm steadily climbed. Many fallen warriors in combat were visibly affected by the intense heat, their movements slowing noticeably. The vast blue mycelium released by Lin Xian began its work. Parasitize. Target, winged beings. Initiating neural connection, 103,070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate, 30, 50, 70. Sync rate is still too low. But it'll do. After being parasitized, the fallen wings will experience dual thoughts during actions. For instance, when a fallen winged one intends to attack an opponent with its claws, Lin Xian's mental interference causes it to momentarily hesitate, uncertain whether to strike with its left or right claw. Or, when executing an attack, they might experience a momentary hesitation or pause. And in combat, these moments are often fatal. Whenever the fallen hesitated, their opponents seized the opening to counterattack. Mycelium is parasitizing the deceased. Target, wingless. Parasitism initiated. Establishing neural connection 103070. Parasitism successful. Sensory synchronization activated, synchronization rate 100%. Evaluation, a flawless parasitic integration. Utilize your deceased host body to its fullest until necrosis sets in. The same process unfolded within the dead fallen. Corpses are often easier to control than living beings. The group of fallen wings, already dead, suddenly rose. They attacked the living winged ones. It's me, bro. What the hell are you doing? The winged ones who had been close to the corpse were utterly bewildered. Why was his former comrade, arrows piercing its body, now attacking him? Slashing. Sharp claws ripped open the fallen angel's chest. Gritting his teeth, the fallen one spat blood and clutched his wound in bitter defiance. How dare you attack me? Die! He countered with a swift claw strike. The heart was ripped from the fallen angel's corpse. But it was useless. The fallen wingless had already transformed into a deathbound fungus. The forbidden fungus of the dead can attack even bare bones. What difference does a missing heart make? It was utterly insignificant. The relentless assault turned the once living fallen wing into a corpse. Immediately after, the mycelium began its work once more, transforming this fresh corpse into the forbidden fungus of the dead, to attack other fallen wings once more. Xu Yanqing, witnessing this scene, hid in the corner, frozen in shock. She covered her mouth, forcing back the nausea without vomiting. Yet the shock she felt was undeniable. This was the first time she had witnessed such a combat style, or rather, a battle of such overwhelming intensity. Even though Xu Yanqing had once been a special forces soldier. I've never been on a battlefield like this before. Suddenly, she noticed a figure approaching. It was the one who seemed to be the leader of that small gang. Xu Yanqing gripped her dagger tightly, ready to draw her broadsword at any moment. But why did this person look so familiar? As she stared at the approaching figure, a face emerged in her mind. Lin Xian? Earlier, during the video conference, Xu Yanqing had briefly glimpsed Lin Xian's face. And the man before her now looked exactly the same? Xu Chu, still hiding? You're guarding against me, aren't you? Lin Xian's voice made Xu Yanqing freeze for 2 seconds. Then she crawled out from behind the rock and stood up. Her long legs stretched to 1.8 meters, even taller than Lin Xian, reaching his shoulders. Lin Xian? Xu Yanqing asked tentatively. It's me. Lin Xian stepped closer to Xu Yanqing, flashing a bright smile. First time meeting an online friend, huh? You seem a bit stiff. Huh? No, Lin Xian. Didn't you just say you were coming to find me? How did you get here so fast? Xu Yanqing couldn't believe it. How could Lin Xian have arrived so quickly? Well, if I say I'm coming to find you, I'm definitely coming right away. I was afraid you might accidentally fall into the hands of these devils. How about it? Pretty touching, huh? Lin Xian had only been joking. But unexpectedly, Xu Yanqing's eyes glistened with tears. She was actually crying? Xu Yanqing nodded. It was more than just moved. In a moment of crisis, someone said they'd come for you and they actually showed up immediately. Could anything be more unforgettable than that? Thank you, Lin Xian. Xu Yanqing expressed her gratitude. Don't thank me just yet, the battle isn't over. Lin Xian gestured toward the battlefield. Shells rained down relentlessly, black flames spreading across the land. The entire battlefield had long since become a sea of flames. The living fallen were now fighting the dead fallen. The scene descended into utter chaos. Xu Yanqing asked curiously, Lin Xian, why are these dead fallen rising to attack the living ones? Aren't they dead? I clearly saw them struck by arrows, falling lifeless to the ground. Lin Xian made a shushing gesture. Xu. This is my secret. I hope you'll keep it for me. Xu Yanqing nodded immediately. Oh, okay. I'll keep this secret for you. Looking at the obedient and sensible Xu Yanqing, Lin Xian smiled and said, You're quite different from what I imagined. Huh? Xu Yanqing's face flushed bright red. This wasn't her usual self. Usually, Xu Yanqing was serious and decisive. But upon seeing Lin Xian, her heart pounded wildly inside her chest. She couldn't quite figure out what was happening. Alright, I'll get back to the fight. If anything comes up, we can talk after I finish here. Got it. With that, Lin Xian led Xu Yanqing back to their own camp. Tuck and Rebel merely glanced at Xu Yanqing without asking questions, continuing their battle. It was Rongrong who suddenly transmitted a voice message to Lin Xian. Master, this kitty senses a wizard scent. He's fleeing. Ha! A wizard. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. In Lin Xian's view, the true instigators of all this might not even be the Darkborn. It was all caused by the wizards. Who would have thought that after the Rampager's dungeon, he'd encounter a new wizard? Chapter 134, Warlock Dawson. Where? Lin Xian inquired. To the left front of this large cavern, heading west. Master, he's digging a hole to escape. Rongrong pointed in that direction with his paw. Follow me. Lin Xian retrieved the jetpack and strapped it onto his back. Rom leaped onto Lin Xian's shoulder, clutching his clothes with her paws. The jetpack ignited. Lin Xian soared into the air.
In an instant, every living winged one turned their gaze toward Lin Xian.
Flying?
This was the very agony of the fallen winged race. Originally, the winged fallen possessed wings and were high-ranking demons of the skies. But after angering the heavenly punishment, they lost their wings and became ground-bound combat birds. To see a creature capable of soaring through the skies once more, it made them seethe with rage. One by one, the fallen ones began to seethe with rage, growing increasingly volatile and frenzied. One by one, they unleashed combat prowess far surpassing the ordinary. Of course, Lin Xian sensed the emotional turmoil among the fallen wings, but paid it no mind. His target was the fleeing wizard. Almost there. Right over there. Guided by Rom's direction, Lin Xian spotted a diminutive figure. Dressed in a purple robe, standing less than 50 centimeters tall, it looked exactly like a dwarf. No! Even shorter than a dwarf. In his hand, he held a peachwood staff, which looked like some sort of prop. Where'd you think you were going? Lin Xian's jetpack descended. The wizard turned and spotted Lin Xian. He immediately began digging. But after just 2 scoops, he unearthed a significant amount of blue mycelium. Fungi sprouted from the earth. Lin Xian bound the wizard completely with the mycelium emerging from the ground, using it like ropes. Once immobilized, the purple wizard's hat slipped off his head. Only then did Lin Xian see the wizard's face. Completely black. A black, spherical head with only 2 eyes. Not even a mouth was visible. An utterly bizarre appearance. Simultaneously, information about this wizard appeared on Lin Xian's dungeon interface. Wizard Dawson. Level, LV-19. Abilities, blessing, spells, rituals. Description: a member of the sorcerer clan. Like most sorcerers, Dawson trained from childhood in the 3 core sorcerer abilities, blessing, spellcasting, and ritual. Upon achieving a certain level of proficiency, he would graduate and journey to various caverns and dungeons, becoming a valued guest among other clans. Sorcerers possess formidable support combat capabilities on the battlefield. Blessings and curses can both boost the morale of allied warriors and sap the spirit of enemy fighters. They are highly valuable support abilities. Weakness: being purely supportive, they are easily overwhelmed without allies. Blessings: a capability of the witch clan. Through blessings, they can grant newborns health, safety, and happiness. On the battlefield, powerful witches can cast group blessings to boost warriors' morale and increase their combat effectiveness by up to 120 points. Curse: a shaman clan ability. By casting curses, they can remotely kill a creature, provided they obtain its blood. On the battlefield, powerful shamans can cast group curses to reduce enemy warriors' morale and weaken their combat power by varying amounts up to 120. Rituals: a power exclusive to the witch clan, though not every witch can master them. Out of 10 witches, only 1 or 2 at most awaken this ability. Those who do become highly sought-after guests among dungeon clans. Ritual-wielding witches can safeguard dungeons and fortify defenses through their rites. Additionally, rituals can be used for summoning, calling forth creatures from specific locations or even ancient beings. This is extremely difficult, requiring immense power from the shaman. Legend holds that exceptionally powerful shaman sorcerers might even summon beings as formidable as ancient dark gods, though whether this has ever truly succeeded remains a mystery. The introduction to sorcerers is exceedingly lengthy. This likely stems from the unique nature of the sorcerer lineage. Lin Xian frowned slightly upon reading the description of a shaman's abilities. So witches had 2 sides to them? Lin Xian's impression of sorcerers was one of pure evil. Yet judging by the blessings and rituals, some witches might actually bring benefits to the dungeon. However, Lin Xian had already formed a preconceived notion that wizards had sided with the Darkborn, leaving him with 0 goodwill toward the entire wizard race. Where are you running off to, Lord Dawson? Lin Xian landed and joked. Dawson's round, bulging eyes glared at Lin Xian. He looked furious. But bound by restraints, Dawson dared not act recklessly. Let me go. What kind of creature are you? Why are you capturing me? Hearing this, Lin Xian chuckled. Why capture you? Don't you get it? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just passing through, I'm not interfering with your fight. Let me go. Dawson hastily distanced himself. Lin Xian retorted with a smirk. Oh? Just passing by? Do you even believe that yourself? Turning, Lin Xian pointed at the massive magic formation etched into the ground at the center of the battlefield and countered. You dare claim that wasn't your handiwork? Dawson saw his own creation exposed by the creature before him and dropped the pretense. I inscribed that formation. But what does that prove? Release me now. Our warlock clan, like the Hobbit clan, is widely respected by all races in the underground world. If you dare lay a hand on me, you'll be declaring war on the entire subterranean realm. Realizing soft words wouldn't work, Dawson adopted a hardline stance. Wizards, too, possess their own sense of honor. And their own symbols of status. That was then. Now, do you still think your wizard clan is special? Need I remind you of something, Dawson?
I don't understand what you're talking about. Let me go immediately. Dawson was still playing dumb. The Dark Clan. Your clan's king, the Witch Doctor, has allied with the Dark Clan. You intend to unleash ancient demons, correct?
Lin Xian glared at Dawson before him, his words sharp.
This time, however, Dawson showed no reaction whatsoever.
After locking eyes with Lin Xian for several seconds, he suddenly smiled.
Ha! What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your ignorance. Ha!
Lin Xian frowned, baffled by Dawson's meaning.
At a time like this, I'm not just venting by cursing you out, am I? Witchcraft practitioners.
They betrayed our sorcerer clan long ago.
What possible connection could they have to us sorcerers? Dawson declared with righteous indignation. What did you say? The Witch Doctor betrayed your witch clan. But isn't he your witch king? Lin Xian countered. That was then. Not anymore. Chapter 135, The Evil Orb? What do you mean by that? Lin Xian didn't fully believe what Dawson said. Yet he remained quite intrigued by the events unfolding among the wizards. After a brief struggle, Dawson realized he was still immobilized. Resignedly said, "Could you release me first? I can sense that you've bound me using some kind of power." Other than Lin Xian, no other beings could see the unmanifested mycelium. Only sentinel fungi and observers, those with visible mycelium, could perceive the tangible form. Otherwise, even the forbidden fungus of the dead or the earthborn fungus would remain invisible to them. Untie me? Certainly. After you finish telling me the story of the Witch Clan, I'll consider releasing you. Lin Xian shrugged, gesturing. Dawson's dark face seemed to flicker slightly. His eyes darted around, as if pondering something. A moment later, Dawson spoke up, "But I don't think this is a fair or reasonable exchange. You've gained intelligence about the wizards from me, while I've gained nothing. You're relying on force and brute power. Similarly, after we complete this unequal exchange, if you unilaterally break the agreement and still refuse to release me, I'll have no recourse." Lin Xian hadn't expected Dawson to be so blunt. He was right. This exchange was unfair. At the same time, Lin Xian never intended to spare the wizard before him anyway. Lin Xian suddenly burst into laughter, then fixed Dawson with a piercing stare. "So you think if you don't talk, you'll walk away alive? You couldn't decide the terms of the exchange, nor could you decide your own life or death. The only choice you had was whether to speak or remain silent. Of course, silence meant instant death. If you spoke, I would decide whether to spare you based on the information you provided." Lin Xian stepped before Dawson, reaching out to pinch the wizard's shiny, bald head. This was actually a taboo among the Witch Clan. The wisdom of the Witch Clan is stored entirely within this small head. The reason they always wore hooded robes and kept their hoods up at all times was to protect their heads. Dawson was furious after Lin Xian rubbed his head. He felt a deep sense of humiliation, as if Lin Xian had completely violated his dignity. But as a prisoner, he could not resist. Lin Xian gazed at Dawson's bulging eyes and smirked. "Now you understand your position, don't you? Life and death rest entirely in my hands. You'd better spill everything." Dawson seethed inwardly, then deflated like a punctured balloon. Finally, he began recounting the history of the wizards. The wizards, once like the hobbits, enjoyed immense respect in the subterranean world. They were a race revered by every other species. We bestowed blessings upon the newborn infants of the nobles in each dungeon. During battles between dungeons, we aided with prayers or curses. Until that day came. Dawson's eyes were bloodshot, as if recalling an excruciatingly painful memory. 30 years ago, a wizard obtained a bead from unknown origins, filled with malevolent energy. This force corrupted him, driving him deeper into darkness. The bead also began subtly influencing those around him. Eventually, a civil war erupted within the wizard's clan, a conflict unknown to outsiders. Civil war? Lin Xian had never heard of such a thing. Lin Xian glanced at Rongrong perched on his shoulder. Rongrong shook her head too. After all, she was merely a weak, pitiful, and helpless little kitten held captive. How could she possibly be privy to matters beyond her walls? Continue. During that civil war, the old witch doctor died, and many members of his lineage perished as well. In the end, this wicked sorcerer succeeded in becoming the new witch doctor. Under his leadership, the witch clan was forced to worship him daily, submitting to the influence of that bead. Those who refused to submit to this new sorcerer were branded heretics and executed outright. This sorcerer sought out the demons of the Dark Clan. After a night of discussions, the sorcerer clan unexpectedly allied with the Dark Clan as if preparing for some grand undertaking. I had no idea what they were up to. Along with a few wizards I was close to those less corrupted by that evil orb. I broke away from the wizard clan and left that dungeon. At this point, Dawson stopped speaking. So, according to you, absolutely everything stems from that evil orb? Lin Xian asked. Exactly. 30 years ago, the appearance of that evil orb was the root cause of all the unrest in the underground caverns these past years. Clearly, Dawson was also aware of the abnormalities plaguing the underground world, including events like the underground realm's dimensional shifts. What do you think, Rongrong?
Lin Xian whispered in a voice only Rongrong could hear. These past years, this cat has had no knowledge of the dungeon world. This cat isn't sure if he's lying. Master, believe half of it. If this evil orb truly exists, then it's likely connected to the ancient evil gods. I understand. Lin Xian nodded, then shifted the question. Dawson, tell me, why are you inscribing this array here? Setting aside the matters of the witch clan for now. Whether it's Dawson or the sorcerer who inscribed the array in the underground lair of the rampagers before him, their purpose is the same: to summon ancient demons. Even the patterns of the arrays were identical. Wait. Lin Xian frowned, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that the witch in the rampagers' lair was actually Dawson standing before him now? Dawson's expression turned grave as he chose his words carefully, to gain the power to stand against the witchcraft practitioners. What do you mean? Are you going against the witch doctor? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Exactly. I must restore the reputation of the sorcerer clan. The sorcerer clan must never align with the demons of the Darkborn clan. Moreover, if the ancient evil god descends, the entire dungeon world will be destroyed. Dawson adopted a solemn and righteous demeanor. He appeared genuinely concerned for the sorcerer clan. Master, he's not lying. This cat can sense whether a creature is deceiving. His emotions fluctuated greatly while speaking, yet there wasn't a shred of falseness or pretense. Even Fluffy confirmed Dawson's truthfulness. This only plunged Lin Xian into silence. If everything Dawson said was true, then wouldn't his own actions be working against the very plan to save the dungeon world? Lin Xian inquired. Dawson, do you know about the rampagers? The runners? Of course I've heard of that dungeon demon clan. Dawson answered bluntly. Chapter 136, Dawson's submission. Then let me ask you this, was it you who orchestrated the rampagers' ritual to summon an ancient evil god a few days ago? What? The rampagers performing a summoning ritual? An ancient evil god? No. Impossible. The rampagers? They wouldn't perform a summoning ritual. Dawson shook his head hastily, denying the possibility. They certainly wouldn't perform a summoning ritual, but your clan of sorcerers would. Lin Xian's eyes never left Dawson. Dawson's expression shifted from mockery to astonishment. You mean there are sorcerers among the berserkers performing a ritual to summon ancient evil gods? Before Lin Xian could speak, Dawson erupted in fury. He's gone mad. Only a witch doctor could possibly summon an ancient dark god. This is nothing but playing with fire. What? You know that sorcerer? From Dawson's words, Lin Xian detected a hint of concern, a hint of anger, and a hint of helplessness. If I'm not mistaken, it must be one of the sorcerers who escaped with me from the sorcerer tribe, Sorcerer Romir. Dawson's voice carried a bitter edge as he spoke. Wizard Romir? How do you know it's him? Lin Xian countered. Because among the witches who escaped the tribe, only Rummel and I possess the ability to perform rituals. Besides me, only Rummel can inscribe summoning ritual arrays to call forth ancient demons. But summoning primordial evil gods? Impossible. With our current abilities, even those of other ritual-capable witches from the tribe, it's beyond our reach. Dawson truthfully informed Lin Xian. You and Rommel are the only two wizards capable of performing rituals besides the Dark Clan's wizards? Lin Xian pressed. That's correct. Aside from the sorcerers led by the bug sorcerer, only Rummel and I can perform rituals. Dawson saw a glimmer of hope in Lin Xian's eyes and quickly added, I don't know what race you belong to, but I sense you seem to have a grudge against the Darkborn? And surely you don't want the dungeon world destroyed by the Darkborn, do you? Shut up. Before Dawson could finish, Lin Xian cut him off. You talk too much. Lin Xian glared at Dawson. When I'm not asking you questions, I expect you to keep your mouth shut. This interfered with Lin Xian's judgment. At the same time, it was also Dawson's strategy. He seemed to hope this approach would persuade Lin Xian to release him. If possible, he would certainly prefer to cooperate with Lin Xian. But Lin Xian hadn't fully trusted him yet. Master, same as always. HM? Lin Xian glanced at Rongrong. A master-servant contract. Once you sign it, this guy won't dare deceive you. This cat knows you want to take him and you have use for him. Dawson's hatred for the Darkborn clan could help our team. And frankly, our team could really use a wizard. As Dawson said, if he and that wizard named Rummel are the only non-Darkborn wizards in the dungeon world capable of performing rituals, you should bind him with a master-servant contract to control him. That way, he can neither betray you nor stab you in the back. In the future, should you truly wage war against the Darkborn, you may indeed need him to summon ancient demons for battle. No one understood Lin Xian better than Rongrong. She instantly saw through Lin Xian's thoughts and offered the perfect advice. Lin Xian gave Rongrong a slight nod before extending his hand toward Dawson before him. Sign a master-servant contract with me, or die. You have 3 seconds to decide. Before Dawson could react, Lin Xian activated the contract. Dawson's pupils contracted slightly, as if struggling. No. You can't do this. We wizards are a respected race in the dungeon world. You can't enslave me. Dawson shouted in sheer terror.
I have no intention of enslaving you. I only demand your loyalty, no betrayal, no backstabbing. Dawson. Work with me. We share a common goal. Isn't that what you were about to say? Now, I'm extending this offer. Whether you join me is entirely up to you.
Of course, you inadvertently revealed something intriguing earlier. In the underground world, besides you, Rummel is the only other wizard not of the Darkblood faction who possesses ritual abilities.
So, if you refuse me, I'll kill you and then hunt down Rummel. The choice is yours.
Lin Xian spoke these words to Dawson, half threatening, half coaxing.
If Dawson didn't want to die, he would certainly choose to submit. After all, he still harbored lofty ideals and ambitions. From what Dawson had just said, Lin Xian could sense it. He truly did not wish for the Abyss world to be destroyed. In fact, why save the wizards? Could it be he harbors lofty ambitions for the position of Witchmaster? Sure enough, after a brief hesitation, after Lin Xian began the countdown, he spoke, I can sign a master-servant contract with you, but I have one condition. Speak. Lin Xian gestured with his hand. I must retain sufficient freedom. The master-servant contract I sign with you is merely a partnership, not complete servitude. This was Dawson's last stand. Naturally. As I said earlier, entering into a master-servant contract with you is merely to prevent you from betraying or stabbing me in the back. Once the contract is formed, we shall be companions. Lin Xian finally let a faint smile touch his lips. Dawson looked at Lin Xian, seemingly forgetting the insult of being patted on the head moments ago. Of course. Dawson was already a prisoner, he couldn't resist much further. Refusing the master-servant contract? Forget about escaping, he couldn't even move an inch. I'm afraid I'll be killed in an instant by the creature before me. I agree to sign the master-servant contract. Dawson chose to submit. Suddenly, a golden vein-like pattern materialized. Just as when Lin Xian had signed a master-servant contract with the twin cannon battle turtle, Dawson's master-servant contract was swiftly completed. The instant the contract was signed, an inexplicable reverence for Lin Xian welled up within Dawson's heart. Perhaps? This was precisely the obedience brought about by the master-servant contract. At the same time, the blue fungal threads binding Dawson dissolved completely. Dawson was free to move about. His first instinct was to pull his hood back over his head, maintaining an air of mystery. Then, he respectfully called out to Lin Xian, Master. From this day forward, I shall follow you. Very good. Lin Xian patted Dawson on the shoulder. Now that he was one of his own, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't touch his head again. Chapter 137, This too? Dawson, there's one more question I want to ask you. Lin Xian looked at Dawson before him, his expression slightly serious. Master, please ask. Dawson replied respectfully. Truthfully, even Dawson himself couldn't fathom why his attitude toward Lin Xian had shifted so dramatically after the master-servant contract was formed. Certain words had slipped out almost instinctively. Deep down, his true feelings might not align with what he was saying. Dawson inwardly grumbled, this master-servant contract is simply too exaggerated. What were you trying to summon with that array you drew earlier? Why would the Wingless clan cooperate with you? If I'm not mistaken, the Wingless clan should also be part of the dungeon demon lineage, right? Lin Xian asked curiously. In the Netherworld, there are two major factions: underground demons and underground elves. Beyond these, numerous independent races exist, such as the Hobbit folk, the former wizard clans, the twin cannon war tortoises, or the flame lion tribes. But overall, most groups still align with either the dungeon demons or the dungeon elves. The Fallen Wings are a branch of the dungeon demons. Master, the Fallen are indeed a branch of the dungeon demons, but they are not of the Darkborn lineage. Presently, beyond the division between dungeon demons and dungeon elves, the dungeon demons themselves have split into distinct factions. Among them, the largest faction is naturally the Darkborn royal clan, led by the Darkborn. Following that is the Galen lineage. The Galens have always been enemies of the Darkborn and would never serve as their minions. The Fallen Wings belong to the Galen lineage of the Nether demons. That is why I chose to collaborate with the Fallen Wings. As for the nature of our alliance, I assist them in summoning their ancestors. Master, you know the Fallen Ones were once rulers of the skies. With wings, they were revered as high-ranking demons in the ancient days. Only after offending the supreme god of the Netherworld did they become Fallen Ones. Though the Fallen still possess formidable combat prowess today, their bloodline-imprinted yearning to fly remains undiminished. They seek to summon their ancestors, harnessing their bloodline and power to grant their descendants wings, restoring the ability to soar through the skies. At this point, Lin Xian had grasped the essence of Dawson's collaboration with the Fallen Ones. So that's how it is. What about you? What benefits do you gain? Lin Xian inquired. My demand is this: the Fallen Wing lineage becomes my allies. Master, you know the reputation of the Abyss demons isn't great, but their credibility is exceptionally high. Unlike the Abyss elves, the Abyss demons are single-minded. Once they commit to something, they'll see it through to the end, even if it means death. Dawson placed immense trust in the underworld demons' reliability. I see.
Help them summon their ancestors to gain the ability to soar.
In return, they become your allies, assisting you in achieving your grand ambitions when needed. Lin Xian explained Dawson's original plan. Exactly. Dawson stated without reservation. Since we're already grasshoppers on the same boat, there's no need to hold anything back. Rest assured, Dawson. Your collaboration with the wingless ones will not end. Lin Xian said casually. Dawson was puzzled. The fallen were nearly extinct, how could it not end? Lin Xian knew what Dawson was wondering and offered an explanation. Did you see those fallen winged ones?
They've risen from the dead to attack their own kind.
Lin Xian snapped his fingers.
A fallen angel that had just died immediately stood up and began walking toward them. Witnessing the resurrected fallen, the wizard Dawson leapt backward in shock. Even as a wizard, he possessed no such power to resurrect the dead.
Master, what is happening? You can bring the dead back to life?
Even the supreme gods cannot achieve such a feat.
Could you be a divine being? Dawson's mind raced.
Such a feat had never been heard of in the entire dungeon world. Only a god could perform such a feat, couldn't they?
No, such trivial matters wouldn't require a deity's intervention.
Lin Xian held up his index finger and continued, besides, this isn't truly resurrection. I merely turned these corpses into puppets to continue fighting for me.
The dead as puppets, continuing to fight? Dawson repeated the words, then his eyes widened in shock. Master, your power is to control the dead?
Lin Xian pondered for a moment, surprised Dawson had drawn that conclusion. You could interpret it that way, but my control extends far beyond what you suggest. Even living beings fall under my command.
Just now, weren't you completely immobilized, as if bound?
In truth, I had seized control of your body.
So that's what happened. Master, your power is truly formidable.
As he spoke, Dawson bowed deeply to Lin Xian.
Dawson, what do you mean by this? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Master.
To avenge the Dark Clan, to slay the witch doctor, this has always been my deepest desire. Of course, I knew such a dream was nothing short of a fairy tale.
But now, I see hope. Master. Slay the witch doctor. Defeat the Dark Clan. Save the dungeon world. Under your leadership, I believe we can achieve it.
Dawson spoke with passionate fervor. If, at the beginning, Dawson's respect for Lin Xian stemmed from the contractual nature of their master-servant bond, now, his respect for Lin Xian comes from the depths of his heart, from the very core of his being.
Dawson, you don't need to flatter me like this, do you? Dawson wasn't the first being to enter a master-servant contract with Lin Xian.
But he was definitely the first to praise Lin Xian with such exaggerated words.
This intense? How are the twin cannon battle turtles supposed to survive? In the distance, the twin cannon battle turtle firing shells couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo!
He couldn't shake the feeling of a chill creeping up his spine.
The battle against the fallen wings was drawing to a close. The finishing touches, of course, fell to Lin Xian.
A vast network of mycelium spread across the entire battlefield. Like a birdcage beginning to contract, it started frantically slicing through the flock of fallen. It attacked indiscriminately, whether they were alive or dead. After all, to the flesh-devouring mycelium, even if the fallen's flesh had been sliced into pieces, it could still be consumed. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't care less whether these fallen angels still possessed intact flesh or limbs.
Once the dead's forbidden fungus successfully parasitized them,
even broken bones could be reattached. Incompatible models posed no issue.
Chapter 138, New Ability, Soaring Fungus. Once the birdcage mycelium fully contracted into a ring,
the battlefield was already littered with countless fallen bodies. A gruesome scene of blood and mangled flesh everywhere. Xu Yanqing, witnessing such a scene for the first time, turned deathly pale and retreated to a corner, vomiting violently.
Chu, the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar.
You'll get used to it once you see this kind of scene more often. Lin Xian stepped forward and patted Xu Yanqing on the shoulder. After vomiting everything in his stomach, Xu Yanqing stood up and gave Lin Xian a wry smile.
This is really hard for me to get used to. Honestly, I've been on the battlefield before, but I've never witnessed such brutal slaughter. After pondering for a long while, Xu Yanqing finally uttered the words brutal slaughter.
But it was far more than slaughter. The scene on the field resembled nothing less than a brutal massacre. The gruesome scene was so horrific that even Tuck, Rebel, and the others, everyone except Lin Xian, couldn't bear to look.
Alright, you all step aside for now. I'll clean up the battlefield.
With that, Lin Xian began manipulating the flesh-eating mycelium to clean up the battlefield. To the others, it was a brutal sight, but to the flesh-eating mycelium, it was a veritable feast. Fresh flesh detected.
Mycelium initiating consumption. Notice, wow. Delicious flesh. Fresh flesh. The mycelium is overjoyed. Time for another hearty meal.
As the flesh mycelium commenced its meal,
Lin Xian glanced at his data panel on the dungeon interface. Congratulations, player Lin Xian. Successfully defeated the Fallen Wing Clan. Gained EXP 320,000 points. Dungeon Survival Panel. Name Lin Xian. Level, LV 41-2098. Innate ability, Flesh Mycelium. Spirit pets, Inferno Flame Lion, Amethyst Shadowcat, Silver Dragon Hatchling. Master Servant contracts, Twin Cannon Battle Turtle, Wizard Dawson. Followers, Hobbit Forest Folk Rebel. Items, Fine Dagger, Grey Cleaver, Star Wish Chalice, Evil Warding Talisman, Glazed Gemstone, Dungeon Excavator, Crossbow Bolt, Teleportation Jade Talisman, Woodland Bow, Star Chain Pendant, Photon Pistol, Photon Grenade, Photon Shield. Dungeons explored today, 0. Leveled up 3 times? Seems like it now takes 100,000 experience points to level up. Lin Xian felt a pang of bitterness. He was only at level 41. By the time he reached the Ice Lord's realm, would it require 1,000,000 experience points? Where would he find enough dungeon demons to level up? No, there is a way. Lin Xian thought of the Darkborn royal clan.
Judging by their nature, the Darkborn royal clan members should all be quite high level. When the time comes, they can be used to gain the experience needed for leveling up. Lin Xian then glanced at the other notification messages. Congratulations to Hellfire Lion for assisting player Lin Xian in defeating the Pit Demon Wingbreaker. Total EXP gained, 210,000 points. Congratulations to Hellfire Lion, leveled up to LV 32. Congratulations to Amethyst Shadowcat for assisting player Lin Xian in defeating the Pit Demon, Broken Wing. Total EXP gained, 100,000 points. Congratulations to Amethyst Shadowcat, leveled up to LV 27. Congratulations to Twin Cannon Battle Turtle for assisting player Lin Xian in defeating the Pit Demon Wingless. Total EXP gained, 230,000 points. Congratulations to Twin Cannon Battle Turtle, leveled up to LV 33. Congratulations to Twin Cannon War Turtle for acquiring a new ability, Rapid Fire, capable of firing 25 shells simultaneously without loss of power. Congratulations to Rebel of the Sunmmary clan for assisting player Lin Xian in defeating the Pit Demon Wingbreaker. Total EXP gained, 180,000 points. Congratulations to Rebel, leveled up to LV 35. Behind these data points stood the Hobbit Took. Took was a true support character, so he only gained 60,000 EXP. With this, Lin Xian finally understood. After combat, the amount of experience gained by battle pets, masters and servants, and followers varied. This distribution is based on their contributions during the fight. The greater the contribution, the more experience points naturally earned. At that moment, Xu Yanqing, who had finished vomiting, suddenly exclaimed, Lin Xian. Ha! Lin Xian turned around, looking at Xu Yanqing with curiosity. What's up, Chu? Lin Xian. Why did I also receive an experience bonus in this battle? Xu Yanqing was baffled. She had been hiding behind the rock the entire time, waiting for Lin Xian to arrive. You gained experience points too? Lin Xian was equally shocked. Yeah, and I gained quite a bit of experience, enough to jump straight to level 15. I think I saw a new ability awaken in me. What is this? Xu Yanqing stared at the virtual panel visible only to her, as if examining her own information. Lin Xian also checked Xu Yanqing's information panel. Name, Xu Yanqing. Level, LV 15. Innate ability, Swordsman's Heart. Mastered the essence of Swordsman's Heart. LV1, gains combat power bonuses when wielding blades in battle. Item, Great Cleaver. Dungeons explored today, 2. Swordsman's Heart? Is this the innate ability Xu Yanqing awakened? This was something Lin Xian hadn't anticipated. Does this mean every dungeon player has the potential to awaken their own abilities? Lin Xian was the first to awaken his ability. From the very first day he entered the dungeon world, he awakened Flesh Mycelium. And today, Xu Yanqing's ability, the Swordsman's Heart, had also awakened. Did this also mean other players would gradually awaken their own abilities in the future? Lin Xian didn't interrupt Xu Yanqing, letting her continue to comprehend her new ability, the Swordsman's Heart. Just as Lin Xian had been intensely curious about the strength of his Flesh Mycelium ability when he first obtained it. She needed time. Half an hour later, Xu Yanqing remained seated in meditation while the Flesh Mycelium finally finished cleaning out the battlefield. Not a single shred of flesh remained, every last bit had been devoured by the Flesh Mycelium. Lin Xian glanced at the Mycelium interface. Flesh Mycelium core level upgraded to LV 10 1300 evolution points. Abilities, Scrutiny, Reconnaissance, Control, Parasitism, Repair, Venom, Hardening, Infecting Mycelium, Dead Man's Bane, Demon's Heart, Earthborn Fungus, Sentinel Fungus, Multiplication, Watcher, Soaring Fungus. New. Core Resilience slightly enhanced. Mycelium activity slightly enhanced. Slightly increased energy conversion efficiency. Mycelium persistence duration increased. Unlocked new trait, Soaring Fungi. Increased Mycelium dormant duration. Mycelium can survive for 20 dungeon days while detached from the host. Soaring Fungi. Mycelium can manifest up to 5 soaring fungi. These may appear as a pair of wings to aid the host in flight or operate independently. Soaring fungi possess formidable aerial combat capabilities, with their mycelium-formed wings exhibiting exceptional cutting prowess. Furthermore, soaring fungi confuse with any fungal lifeform including skeletal beings parasitized by the forbidden fungi of the dead to engage in battle.
Chapter 139, Air Superiority.
Lin Xian stared at the newly acquired ability displayed on his flesh and blood mycelium interface.
Soaring fungus?
This essentially gave Lin Xian and the forbidden fungi of the dead wings. In the dungeon world, flying races were actually quite rare. The winged ones once reigned supreme in the skies precisely because flying races were so rare in the dungeon world. Nowadays, aside from certain dungeon elves possessing flight, most races lacked air superiority. Gaining aerial superiority first meant leapfrogging other races by an entire tier. Just as Lin Xian had repeatedly toyed with the subterranean demons in battle by exploiting the aerial advantages of his jetpack. With the soaring fungus, Lin Xian could now move freely through the skies.
With that in mind, Lin Xian decided to give it a try.
A pair of wings sprouted from his back, propelling him directly into the air. Without the jetpack, Lin Xian's first test flight was a success. This is way better than jetpacks.
Lin Xian exclaimed in delight. Controlling the jetpack required Lin Xian's manual operation.
But the soaring fungus acted like his own limbs, moving according to his will.
After several attempts, Lin Xian landed on the ground. At that moment, Xu Yanqing, who had been deep in meditation, finally snapped back to reality.
She had witnessed Lin Xian's flight in the air earlier and was somewhat astonished.
Lin Xian, you can fly now? Behind you, I thought I glimpsed a pair of blue wings?
They were somewhat transparent, hard to make out clearly. I wonder if it was just my imagination.
Xu Yanqing exclaimed in astonishment. You're not mistaken. I can indeed fly now. There are wings on my back. Lin Xian nodded, confirming Xu Yanqing's observation.
The wings of the soaring fungus are indeed blue, just like the original color of the mycelium. The blue wings formed from the fungal threads appear semi-transparent. Ordinary players wouldn't be able to see them. Xu Yanqing had already reached level 15 and had just mastered the new ability, Swordsman's Heart. It was likely these factors that allowed her to see her own translucent fungal filament wings.
But never mind that for now. Chu, how's your Swordsman's Heart ability coming along? Lin Xian asked curiously.
After gaining this new ability, Xu Yanqing had immediately entered a meditative state.
Lin Xian was intensely curious about Xu Yanqing's current transformation and the boost to her combat prowess.
Lin Xian, I don't know how to describe this feeling. It's as if I can now detect subtle clues that usually go unnoticed. I can hear sounds that were once silent, as if I'm hearing the voices of all things.
Xu Yanqing's description was subtle.
Perhaps only those who had grasped the sword heart could perceive this sensation.
You mean, your perception has become incredibly sharp? Lin Xian summarized her question.
That's probably the gist of it. Xu Yanqing nodded, then drew the broadsword Lin Xian had traded her earlier.
When it comes to wielding blades, I feel like I've been enhanced.
If I had to describe it, it's as if this sword was forged just for me. Xu Yanqing said, swinging the blade in her hand through the air several times. Even the air itself seemed to be sliced open, leaving a distinct trail.
Reminiscent of an air slash?
It seems the Swordsman's Heart has indeed given you a significant boost.
Lin Xian remarked with admiration.
In the dungeon world, any ability is useful. Even the weakest abilities, like those of goblins, can enhance their stone-throwing skills. Ordinary players are powerless.
Currently, Xu Yanqing is the only other player Lin Xian knows who has awakened abilities.
That essentially put him far ahead of most others.
Chu, what are your plans from here? Lin Xian inquired about Xu Yanqing's plans.
Me? Xu Yanqing thought for a moment before replying, Lin Xian, I want to find Xu. I don't know where she is. Do you have a way to locate her? Earlier, after Xu Yanqing shared her coordinates with Lin Xian, he immediately pinpointed her location and found her.
In Xu Yanqing's view, Lin Xian must possess the ability to track any player within the underground labyrinth.
This likely depended on Lin Xian's abilities as the East District Administrator.
The reality matched Xu Yanqing's expectations. Lin Xian indeed possessed the ability to pinpoint other players' locations.
As long as they shared their coordinates, he could locate them on the administrator's map within the dungeon. I can know where Xu is, but whether I can actually find her, that's not up to me. Chu, you know the dungeon world has been experiencing dungeon jumps lately. That's beyond my control. The reason I found you so quickly after you shared your coordinates was pure luck. You just happened to be dungeon jumped near my location, which is why I could locate you so swiftly.
Lin Xian explained honestly to Xu Yanqing.
It wasn't that he didn't want to help Xu Yanqing find Xu, it was simply beyond his power.
Even if demons from the Darkborn royal family arrived, they wouldn't be able to stop these underground realm shifts. I understand. Xu Yanqing nodded, her expression showing no sign of discouragement. She smiled.
I had already anticipated this kind of situation.
Lin Xian, it's fine. If we find her, great. If not, I'll just keep searching.
Anyway, I trust Xu's ability. She'll be fine wherever she is.
Xu Yanqing trusted Xu implicitly.
Besides, they exchanged messages daily through private messages, so they knew for certain the other would be safe.
So will you continue acting alone? Or join us? Lin Xian inquired.
Xu Yanqing's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, surprised that Lin Xian would actually invite her to join the team.
Is that okay? Xu Yanqing glanced at the other members of Lin Xian's team.
Habatuk, Senmin Clan's Rebel, Amethyst Darkcat Fluffy, Hellfire Lion, Twin Cannon War Turtle, and the newly joined Wizard Dawson. Every single one of them looked incredibly strong and useful. In contrast, Xu Yanqing felt she simply didn't belong in this team. Even though she had just awakened the ability known as the Swordsman's Heart, her combat effectiveness remained limited until she mastered it.
Chu, don't worry too much.
Each of us in this team has our own thoughts and goals. Ultimately, we'll all achieve what we set out to do. Your purpose should be to grow stronger and find Shu.
I believe you can do it. Lin Xian extended his hand, inviting Xu Yanqing to join their team. Alright. Xu Yanqing's heart yearned to join Lin Xian's team.
But she hesitated, fearing her current strength might slow them down. After hearing Lin Xian's words just now, Xu Yanqing found no reason to hesitate any longer.
Grow stronger. That was Xu Yanqing's most urgent goal at this stage. Chapter 140, The Summoning Ceremony.
Lin Xian brought Xu Yanqing before the group and introduced her. Everyone, this is Chu.
Like me, she is human. From now on, she will be our companion.
After introducing Xu Yanqing, Lin Xian proceeded to introduce Tuck and the others to her one by one.
Once introductions concluded, Tuck approached Xu Yanqing with warmth.
Looking up at the stunning beauty towering 80 centimeters above him, he smiled and said, "Welcome aboard, Chu."
Thank you, Tuck. After a brief exchange,
Lin Xian surveyed the battlefield where the aftermath had been cleared. He stored all the newly transformed white bone-winged ones now turned into deathbound fungi into his spatial backpack.
The total number of fallen wings was 113. Lin Xian wasted not a single one, transforming them all into deadly fungi. This was to compensate for the previous losses of the rampagers, mossbriars, and tri-beasts.
Dawson, is this array still usable? Lin Xian approached Dawson and inquired.
Within the broken winged one's cavern lay another massive diagram array.
It had been inscribed by Dawson before the fall.
Now, the fallen have been utterly annihilated.
Yet this array remained perfectly intact. Master, theoretically, any undamaged array remains functional, Dawson stated solemnly.
Usable? Lin Xian asked in surprise. You mean this array can still summon ancient demons? Dawson nodded. It should be possible. But,
after a few seconds of hesitation, Dawson added, Master, to be honest, I've never actually summoned an ancient demon myself. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent.
For a moment, the air grew quiet.
He never imagined that Dawson, who always acted so cocky on the surface.
Seriously? We're barely out of the newbie village? Lin Xian cleared his throat twice. Ahem. How about giving it a try?
Dawson closed his eyes, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, as if making a momentous decision.
Alright. Master.
Before this, I've never truly summoned an ancient demon, but today, I want to give it a try.
Dawson stepped before the rune array.
He began chanting in the language unique to sorcerers.
Even through the translating jelly, Lin Xian couldn't make out a single word of what Dawson was chanting.
As the incantation flowed forth, the magic circle seemed to activate. A blinding white light flooded the surroundings. The white light flickered, and the ritual officially commenced.
Nearby,
Lin Xian, Xu Yanqing, Tuck, and the others stared at the magic circle before them, their expressions tinged with disbelief.
So this was the summoning ritual of the wizard clan? Truly, seeing is believing. As a hobbit with extensive experience, Tuck naturally knew about the wizard's clan's summoning ritual and magic array. Yet he had never witnessed the wizard's clan actually perform the summoning ritual. So when he saw the formation initiating the ritual before him, Tuck's face was filled with utter disbelief. Xu Yanqing glanced at Lin Xian before fixing her gaze back on the summoning ritual array. She swallowed hard, her mind racing with wild imaginings. Before meeting Lin Xian, her understanding of him came mostly from chat channels and occasional full-frequency announcements on the dungeon interface. Secondly, she knew him from their private conversations. But after actually meeting Lin Xian today, Xu Yanqing remained in a state of utter shock. Could a human truly accomplish this? That thought dominated Xu Yanqing's mind. Just 5 days ago, she had been an ordinary, unremarkable human. Yet 5 days later, upon meeting Lin Xian, it felt as though she had stepped into a fantastical realm? A summoning ritual? Summoning ancient demons? Xu Yanqing couldn't even bring herself to imagine such things. Was this the gap between her and a true master player? A stubborn determination surged within Xu Yanqing. She had to push herself harder, she had to catch up to Lin Xian. Otherwise, if she fell too far behind, her pride simply wouldn't allow her to remain in Lin Xian's team. Within the magic formation, Wizard Dawson, of course, had no idea what was going on inside the minds of the people around him. Only one thought occupied his mind. Success was imperative. He must summon the ancient demon. Success once meant success countless times. Then, He would finally possess the power to rival the witchcraft masters. As the white light grew increasingly intense, a foul stench flooded everyone's nostrils. What is that smell? It stinks. Tuck cursed under his breath, covering his nose. Lin Xian, Xu Yanqing, and Rebel all did the same. Only Rongrong didn't cover her cat nose. Instead, her deep feline eyes fixed intently on the magic array before them. Master, something's wrong. Huh? What's wrong? Lin Xian inquired curiously. This cat seems to have caught a strange scent. This isn't an ancient demon. Even if it were, it would carry the stench of a demon. But this cat detected no demonic aura on the summoned creature. It smells more like... Rongrong's words seemed to get stuck in its throat, unable to continue. Like what? Just as Lin Xian asked this question, before their eyes, a pool of sludge suddenly appeared. Ah! Wizard Dawson recoiled in fright, stumbling back several steps. Master! I'm so sorry. I summoned the wrong one. Dawson immediately apologized to Lin Xian. According to the terms of the master-servant contract, the bound party could not betray or stab the master in the back. Therefore, Dawson would never intentionally summon a powerful creature to attack Lin Xian. He had accidentally summoned an unknown monster. What the hell? Lin Xian demanded loudly. Master, I'm not sure either. This doesn't seem to be the aura of an ancient demon. I have no idea what creature I actually summoned. It seems to have snatched the summoning rites meant for the ancient demon that was supposed to be summoned, forcing its way over here. Dawson had barely finished speaking. Rongrong chimed in. Master, he's not lying. He's telling the truth. This monster isn't an ancient demon. It must be a primordial swamp creature. It belongs to a separate lineage beyond demons, and it reeks horribly. My sense of smell isn't failing me. I can detect the stench. Lin Xian added, his brow furrowing slightly. His eyes widened as he stared at the colossal creature before him. Indeed. The creature Rongrong called a swamp monster was completely limp. Kind of like a slime? But a muddy slime. At the same time, an intensely pungent stench emanated from its body. The stench alone was enough to knock someone unconscious. While Lin Xian and the others were talking, the swamp monster emitted a sickening laugh. Old Jieben has finally broken free from his seal. Just you wait. All of you, just you wait. I'll make you all understand that the swamp monster clan is the mightiest of all slimes. The swamp monster's pronunciation was extremely peculiar. Even with the translation jelly, Lin Xian could barely make out its words. Chapter 141, Slime. The final word in its speech made Lin Xian mutter under his breath. Slime? Did such creatures truly exist in the ancient era of the dungeon world? Did you break my seal and summon me into this world? Very well. I'll make an exception and let you serve as my most loyal servants. Lin Xian and his companions fell silent upon hearing the foul-smelling slime monster's words. Beside them, Xu Yanqing jabbed Lin Xian with her index finger and asked, Lin Xian, what the hell is this filthy, stinking thing babbling about? You guys actually understand it? Lin Xian glanced at Xu Yanqing, suddenly remembering she hadn't eaten the translation jelly. Earlier, when they introduced each other, only Lin Xian had spoken, and there hadn't been much communication or interaction between them. For a moment, Lin Xian had forgotten that as a human, Xu Yanqing couldn't communicate with the creatures of the underground world. Take this jelly. Lin Xian took out a translation jelly and handed it to Xu Yanqing. Xu Yanqing took the jelly from Lin Xian's hand, her face lighting up with delight. In a harsh environment like the underground world, being able to eat jelly felt like living in paradise. She hesitated, reluctant to part with it, but finally popped the jelly into her mouth. She chewed gently, savoring its delicious flavor. Ah! As Xu Yanqing ate, she suddenly felt a strange sensation of being choked. This jelly isn't very tasty. After coughing a few times, she swallowed it down. In an instant, the gibberish chatter in Xu Yanqing's ears suddenly became comprehensible. How strange. I can actually understand that demon's words now? Xu Yanqing exclaimed in astonishment. Demon? No, I'm no demon. I'm a noble member of the slime clan. As my servants, I now command you to find 100 demon corpses for my consumption. I'm hungry. The slimy swamp creature, spewing foul odors, commanded Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the creature. Information about this being appeared on his dungeon panel. Slime Swamp Clan, Rockham. Level, LV40. Abilities, Slime Transformation, a unique ability of the Slime Clan, allowing it to transform into a pool of slime or any desired shape. Trash projectile fires various types of garbage stored within its body. Description, Rockham belongs to the swamp branch of the Slime Clan. Living in marshes, it consumes vast amounts of sludge and refuse, causing its entire body to emit a foul stench. The Slime Clan itself became extinct in a cataclysmic war 10,000 years ago. Consequently, the dungeon world possesses limited knowledge about them. Weakness, prolonged survival in water-deprived environments causes dehydration and desiccation. Lin Xian smiled brightly upon reading the slime's description. Who'd have thought it's actually an extinct prehistoric creature? The
The civilization of the subterranean world is only about 10,000 years old. This was what Lin Xian had learned from the Underground World Compendium. Of course. This doesn't mean the underground world's history spans only 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, an epic war erupted within the subterranean world. Following that conflict, the subterranean world split into two distinct eras, the prehistoric civilization and the modern civilization. The slime before them, named Rockham, belonged to the creatures of the prehistoric civilization.
Rong, how much do you know about slimes?
Lin Xian turned to ask Rong beside him.
Slimes? Rong fell silent for a moment before answering.
I've heard of them, but even in the largest dungeon, there isn't much information preserved about slimes.
This kitty only knows that slimes aren't particularly strong combatants. Exactly. Lin Xian chuckled, now roughly understanding how to deal with the Rockham before him. Hey! When I speak, are you all deaf? Hurry up and get me some demon meat to eat. Otherwise. Rockham suddenly made a grotesque face. I'll eat all of you. Tuck and Rebel both turned to Lin Xian, their eyes seeking his approval. Godfather, should we take him out?
Rebel could barely contain his anger.
Lin Xian waved his hand. No need for you to intervene. I have my own way of dealing with this fellow. With that,
Lin Xian walked toward Rockham.
Slime, tell me, why did Dawson summon you instead of the ancient demon?
Though he had a rough idea in mind, Lin Xian still wanted to get to the bottom of it.
He didn't want to hurt Dawson's confidence. HM? You look like the leader of this bunch. Fine. As my underling, I can answer your question. But after I do, you're going to find me food. Otherwise, I'll eat you. Two eyes strained out from within Rockham's slimy body, staring intently at Lin Xian. Speak.
Lin Xian gestured with his hand. Because when the summoning ritual began, it was deep night on my side.
All the demons guarding me were asleep.
Seizing this opportunity, I broke free from my prison and entered the summoning ritual.
Following the ritual's path, I arrived here. Isn't this Lord Jia pretty clever? Listening to Rockham's words, Lin Xian couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Smart? Did this guy even have a shred of connection to that word?
What Lin Xian hadn't anticipated was that the location Dawson had summoned the ritual to was an ancient dungeon?
Just as expected. Upon hearing this response, Dawson tugged at the brim of his cap, as if trying to cover his face. Who could have imagined that the very first summoning ritual would lead them straight into an ancient dungeon? How embarrassing.
Lin Xian seemed to notice Dawson's awkwardness and patted his shoulder reassuringly.
It's okay, Dawson.
Everyone makes mistakes, especially on your first summoning ritual.
Look, you did manage to summon something successfully, didn't you? You actually brought an ancient creature back to the modern era. All in all, this is actually a good thing. Success with its flaws creates room for improvement. Lin Xian's words proved encouraging to Dawson. Dawson lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Xian. Thank you, master. I'll do my absolute best. Next time, I won't make any mistakes. Hey! Don't you all think you can just ignore me? What about the food I asked for? Didn't you promise me just now?
Seeing Lin Xian ignore him and instead engage in conversation with the little creature beside him, Slime Rockham was thoroughly displeased. Lin Xian turned his gaze to Rockham and let out a few cold laughs. Chapter 142, The Mysterious Celestial Clan. Did I ever promise you anything? Lin Xian retorted. You promised me that as long as I told you. No. Lin Xian cut Rockham off promptly, chuckling. I only told you to speak. I never said I promised you. Before Rockham could retort, Lin Xian continued, Rockham, as an extinct creature of slime you should stay quietly in your coffin.
What do you mean? Rockham clearly didn't grasp Lin Xian's meaning.
What I mean is, get back to where you came from.
With that, Lin Xian summoned the Hellflame Lion.
Hellflame Lion, breathe fire at this guy.
Roar! The Hellfire Lion understood immediately, unleashing a massive blast of flames toward Rockham. Rockham's swamp-like moss suddenly burst into laughter. You don't seriously think a measly flame could extinguish me, do you? I'm a swamp slime. Fire is the last thing I fear. Rockham continued spewing profanities with unabashed arrogance.
Beside him, Tuck and Rebel were growing increasingly impatient. Lin Xian, I have an item that can trap this guy.
If it doesn't work, we run? Run? No way. Godfather. Let me shoot him down.
Rebel immediately assumed a bow drawing stance.
Lin Xian waved his hand, signaling them not to act.
Rebel, Tuck, hold your horses.
Don't you trust me? When have I ever made a wrong call?
Hearing this, the two immediately calmed down.
Yeah, when has Lin Xian ever been wrong?
If he had the Hellflame Lion breathe fire at the slime before them, there must be a reason. They stood aside, watching the changes unfold at the center of the formation.
At first, Rockham was utterly arrogant.
As a swamp creature, he truly feared no flame attacks.
Even the dungeon panel's description of Rockham's weaknesses didn't list fire. But the weaknesses section clearly stated that Rockham would wither away if left in a water-deprived environment for too long. And this
was precisely why Lin Xian had the Hellfire Lion unleash its flames,
using the flames to completely evaporate all moisture from Rockham's body. Sure enough, just as Lin Xian had anticipated.
As the Hellflame Lion unleashed more and more flames, the temperature at the center of the formation soared directly to 2000 degrees Celsius.
The moisture on the swamp monster Rockham's body was being scorched by the intense heat. Soon, every last drop of moisture was evaporated.
The once foul-smelling, massive Rockham shrank to 1/10 of its original size.
Simultaneously,
the foul-smelling swamp mud solidified into clumps, significantly reducing the odor.
Rockham, of course, noticed this transformation. Damn it! Damn it! How dare you pull this on me? Let me out! Lin Xian heard Rockham's roar. Suddenly realized something was amiss. Ever since Rockham first appeared in the formation,
the bloke had only spouted empty threats, never actually laying a finger on Lin Xian and the others.
This was... Lin Xian suddenly noticed restraints binding Rockham's shrunken form? Ha! Everyone! This guy is fake.
Lin Xian chuckled as he explained to his companions beside him.
Ha!
Xu Yanqing, Tuck, and Rebel all looked puzzled.
Rong also caught on to the situation. This slime is likely an ancient criminal, the kind that was sealed away.
Even though it was accidentally summoned to the present by the ritual, the seal on it remains intact.
It simply can't attack us. After hearing Rong's explanation, everyone understood why Lin Xian was smiling. Ah, so that's it. Despite this slime being a full level 40, it couldn't wield its power. Stop burning. Stop burning. I'll spare you, won't I? Rockham began begging for mercy. Lin Xian chuckled, oh? Spare us? Please don't spare us? Why don't you just come and hit me then? You brat. Have you had enough of living? This is the first time I've ever heard such an insolent request. Rockham began struggling.
The intense heat had dried out his body, causing his vitality to plummet rapidly.
If the burning continued, Rockham would likely die from complete dehydration. And you think you can do that? Lin Xian asked. Stop burning me. I'll agree to anything you want. This time, Rockham's pleas sounded far more sincere. Lin Xian snapped his fingers, signaling the Hellfire Lion to cease its attack. He then withdrew all the flames surrounding the array.
Then, Lin Xian slowly walked up to Rockham. After removing the swamp mud and excess moisture, this swamp slime's body stood roughly 60 centimeters tall, with a diameter of about 80 centimeters. It looked remarkably similar to the cave dwarves like Tuck, Rebel, and Dawson. Rockham, tell me about the ancient demons and the history of your slime clan.
I want to know everything. Dare to deceive me, and you'll be burned alive. Hearing Lin Xian's threat, Rockham trembled in fear, utterly unable to protest. I'll tell you.
After composing himself, Rockham began. The ancient era was divided into 5 factions: the demon faction, the slime faction, the elf faction, the dragon faction, and the celestial faction.
Wait. Lin Xian cut Rockham off.
Regarding the first 4 races he mentioned, Lin Xian had already guessed their existence. Among them, the demon faction and the elf faction still exist today. The slime faction had become extinct, while the dragon faction was rumored to still exist in the dungeon world, though their numbers were pitifully small. The silver dragon in Lin Xian's space backpack was likely a member of the ancient dragon faction.
But the celestial race? What race was that? Lin Xian had never heard of it. What exactly are the celestial race? Lin Xian inquired. The celestial clan. The celestial clan is the celestial clan, that's all. Rockham didn't know how to explain it.
At that moment, a soft, girlish voice drifted into everyone's ears.
Master, this cat knows about the celestial clan. HM? Everyone present turned to look at Rong, their expressions brimming with curiosity.
The people worshipped as supreme deities in the largest dungeon, they are the celestial clan.
What did you say? Rong, are you saying the celestial clan actually still exists, but they're all confined within the largest underground city? And they're even at the level of rulers? Lin Xian exclaimed in astonishment.
This was knowledge beyond the scope of the dungeon compendium. Lin Xian was hearing it for the very first time.
Even the cave natives present, Tuck and Rebel, and even the wizard Dawson, were hearing this for the first time. Rockham, what were the celestial clan like in ancient times?
Lin Xian turned his gaze to Rockham.
If the current celestial clan members were already at the level of supreme gods, it stood to reason that the ancient celestial clan couldn't have been much weaker. Chapter 143, Ancient Memories. Celestials. After a moment's hesitation, Rockham looked utterly bewildered. Aren't the celestials all weaklings?
Everyone present, Tuck, Rebel, Dawson, and the others were utterly dumbfounded, save for Lin Xian and Xu Yanqing. Rong, who had emerged from the largest dungeon, gaped wide-eyed in utter disbelief.
The celestial clan are weaklings? Then what race is actually strong?
According to the information Rong had seen in the royal archives of that dungeon, the celestial clan was an unprecedentedly powerful race. Yet, according to Rockham, this supremely powerful race, the rulers of the largest dungeon, the very supreme gods, were weaklings? Wasn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Truthfully, the so-called 5 great races are, strictly speaking, only 4 great races. The reason they're called 5 great races is purely because the Celestials are so numerous that they're lumped into the 5th spot. In reality, the Celestials don't even qualify as one of the 5 great races. Their power is so weak they're barely fit to be slaves to the other 4 races.
Rackham stated with solemn earnestness.
He didn't seem to be lying, his tone was earnest.
Lackham, were the Celestial race this week back in your time? Lin Xian inquired curiously.
Of course. After confirming this fact, Rackham continued, in ancient times, our slime race and the demon race were rivals.
We couldn't stand each other. Consequently, we frequently clashed in battle.
During these conflicts, Celestial race members would shuttle between us, serving as mediators, messengers, and servants for both races. No matter the campaign, you'd always see Celestials bustling about behind the front lines, supplying both our races. All logistics were handled by the Celestials.
Hearing this, Lin Xian instinctively glanced at Rongrong.
He tilted his head, feeling something was off. Rongrong shook her feline head, indicating she knew nothing of this history.
So the Celestial clan essentially serves as your mutual logistics support? They don't participate in combat? Lin Xian summarized.
Exactly. Speaking of which, Lackham added, as if remembering something, the Celestial clan members bear a striking resemblance to you and her.
Resemble me and Chu Chu? Lin Xian and Chu Yenching exchanged glances, suddenly understanding. Damn it, could this so-called Celestial clan be a branch of the human race?
Suddenly, Lin Xian remembered something and asked, Rackham, you mentioned earlier that during the battles between your slime clan and the demon clan, the Celestial clan acts as a mediator and messenger?
Yes, Rackham nodded.
So how do the Celestials typically act as mediators?
And what kind of messages do they convey? Hearing Lin Xian's question, Rackham began to ponder.
As a veteran warrior who had seen battle, Rackham knew exactly what the Celestial clan would say. The Celestials usually say that our slime clan is the mightiest race, and the demon clan isn't even worthy of fighting us. They claim we don't need to risk our lives against them, just a little intimidation will suffice. After all, who are we to be anything less than the most powerful race? And every time they went to deliver messages, the news they brought back was never good. For instance, the demon clan looked down on us slime folk, thinking we were as disgusting as boogers. They said our slime clan deserved to die, to be exterminated, unworthy of living in this world. They found it foul and repulsive that we slime folk shared the same world with them. After Rackham finished relaying such words, Lin Xian finally understood.
He finally understood.
So, absolutely everything had been orchestrated by the Celestial clan behind the scenes.
What peacemaker? What messenger? Bull.
They were nothing but scheming villains.
This is the Celestial clan? Utterly ridiculous.
No wonder, in the end, the ancient races that survive to this day all bow to the Celestial clan.
So it turns out the Celestial clan is the one stirring up trouble.
The other 4 races have essentially become playthings for the Celestial clan. The slime race has even been wiped out, while the dragon race is practically on the brink of extinction. The surviving demon and elf races can only eke out a living in the outer caverns beyond the greatest dungeon. Lin Xian suddenly felt a strong urge to meet these Celestials who resembled humans. He wanted to understand their rise to power. Rackham, I believe I now grasp the tales of ancient times and the nature of the Celestial clan you speak of. Lin Xian approached Rackham and said solemnly, but unfortunately, your slime clan did not participate in the epic wars spanning thousands of years. Lin Xian recalled Rongrong describing it this way.
You did not survive that epic war.
The slime clan was wiped out. Originally, Lin Xian thought Rackham would look somewhat disheartened upon hearing this news. But to his surprise, Rackham showed not a trace of sorrow. Instead, he seemed to take a perverse delight in the misfortune.
Well, that's just great. After a long, unpleasant laugh, Rackham finally relaxed his expression.
Back in ancient times, the slime clan was notorious for backstabbing their own kind. I was one of those betrayed slimes. They got me thrown into the demon clan's dungeon, locked up for a full 20 years.
Thankfully, that summoning ritual just now successfully rescued me. 20 years. Do you even grasp what that means? Those slimes never once considered saving me.
On the surface, Rackham held immense honor and pride for the slime clan. But deep down, he despised the slime clan with a passion.
This was something Lin Xian hadn't anticipated.
After recounting all this, Rackham suddenly asked, now that we've talked so much, and I've told you everything you need to know, can you help me break the seal and set me free? This lord here wants to live properly in this era. Rackham didn't seem like a relic of the old era at all, he even used terms from the new century. This showed that, despite his arrogance, Rackham wasn't entirely without intelligence. As the sole slime of this era, Rackham, do you truly believe the descendants of the demon clan would spare you? Lin Xian extended his hand, enduring the foul stench, and said, I do have a proposal. I wonder if you'd be willing to hear it. What kind of proposal?
Rackham inquired curiously. Become my servant. Sign a master-servant contract with me. I guarantee neither the Darkborn nor any other descendants of ancient demons will find you or harm you. We ourselves are adventurers in the dungeon world. You can join us in exploring it. Chapter 144, Rackham joins the team. Lin Xian's words were quite clear. Make Rackham your servant, and in return, Lin Xian would guarantee his safety. In exchange, Lin Xian sought deeper knowledge of the ancient era. First, it would deepen his understanding of the dungeon world's history. Second, it would help Dawson summon ancient demons more effectively, rather than conjuring up strange and bizarre creatures. Strangely enough, both Dawson and his friend Rummel had performed summoning rituals. Yet neither wizard had managed to summon a single ancient demon. Instead, they had successively summoned two other major races from the ancient era, a silver dragon cub from the Dragon Clan and a swamp slime named Rackham from the Slime Clan. Who knows where things went wrong? Become your servant? No way. I, Rackham, have no habit of serving others. Even in ancient times, I was the one commanding the celestial minions. Even now, as a captive, Rackham showed no sign of submission. A master-servant contract doesn't truly make you my slave, it just prevents you from betraying me. Look at my companions here. This is the wizard Dawson, and that's the twin cannon war turtle from the War Turtle clan. I imagine these two races existed in your ancient times as well? They've all signed master-servant contracts with me, but they're my partners, not slaves. Lin Xian gestured toward Dawson and the twin cannon war turtle. Both Dawson and the twin cannon war turtle nodded toward the foul-smelling, congealed mass that was Rackham. Rackham glanced at them and fell silent. Of course he knew about wizards and war turtles. Even in the ancient era, these two races were real. Though not among the 5 great clans, their reputations were no less formidable. Among them, wizards held an especially exalted status in the ancient society, which revered totems. Even a wizard has entered into a master-servant contract with you? Rackham simply couldn't fathom why a wizard would stoop to such a lowly arrangement. Dawson wore a bitter expression, looking as though he had grievances he couldn't voice. If given a choice, who would willingly sign a master-servant contract? It was only because a gun was pressed to his head that he had no choice but to submit. But, fortunately, the master who bound him was Lin Xian. This master wasn't nearly as terrible as he'd imagined. In fact, within just over an hour after signing the contract, he felt respected and even a sense of freedom. Rackham, this contract is worth signing. Dawson spoke up for Lin Xian. This left Rackham even more baffled. Rackham, fell silent. He didn't know how to make this decision. If he agreed, the label servant would forever be attached to him, Rackham. The upside was that once the master-servant contract was signed, he would be released from the seal. He would be free. Conversely, even if Rackham escaped the demon clan's prison from tens of thousands of years ago, he would merely be imprisoned in a different location. He would be utterly unable to leave this subterranean lair, or even escape the confines of this array itself. This was absolutely not what Rackham desired. Fine. I agree to the master-servant contract. But you cannot command me to do things I refuse. Rackham must ensure this. Rest assured, whatever I choose to do will also be what you desire. Lin Xian chuckled. What exactly? Rackham asked, a look of confusion on his face. I intend to overthrow the dynasty ruling the Netherworld, dominated by the Netherworld Demon Clan. I will oppose the demons of the Netherworld, oppose the Darkborn royal family, and slay them all without mercy. As Lin Xian spoke these words, his eyes grew cold and menacing, startling even Rackham. He never imagined this ancient celestial-looking fellow before him could utter such bold and ambitious words. Agreed. Rackham nodded, willing to become Lin Xian's servant. Lin Xian extended his hand, and the master-servant contract glowed once more. This marked the second time Lin Xian had guided the master-servant contract within this subterranean cavern. Bathed in the sacred light, Rackham grew solemn. Until the master-servant contract ritual was fully concluded. The seal binding Rackham was lifted. How should I address you? The master-servant contract had transformed Rackham's attitude toward Lin Xian into one of respect. But the word master, he simply couldn't bring himself to say it. Call me Godfather. Lin Xian knew this fellow had his own pride and dignity, so he didn't make him call him master. Calling me Godfather is really the same thing. Meanwhile, Zhu Yanqing, the only person present who understood the meaning of Godfather, stared at Lin Xian with a look of utter confusion. When Rebel had called Lin Xian Godfather earlier, she'd been utterly baffled. Now she understood, so Lin Xian had actually told them to call him that? The kicker was they actually did it? Who knew Lin Xian had such a twisted sense of humor? Zhu Yanqing silently grumbled to herself. Alright, everyone. Lin Xian gathered the group together. By now, Lin Xian's small team had grown into a large force. Leader, Lin Xian. Members, Zhu Yanqing, Habituc, Sunmin Clan's Rebel. Battle pets, Amethyst Dark Cat Fluffy, Hellfire Lion, Silver Dragon Hatchling. Servants, Twin Cannon Battle Turtle of the Battle Turtle Clan, Wizard Dawson, Slime Rackham. Essentially, Lin Xian now commands a 10-creature squad. Moreover, it encompasses most of the prominent races of the dungeon world save for the Demon Clan. What if? Lin Xian suddenly recalled the Ice Lord of the Ice City. She was a hybrid of Dungeon Demon and Dungeon Elf bloodlines. Adding her as an unofficial member meant even the Dungeon Demons were assembled. We should head to the next underground realm.
After gathering everyone, Lin Xian turned to Rongrong.
Rongrong, sniff out the surrounding caverns for me. Which underground city should we head to?
Though Lin Xian could also probe the surrounding caves through his mycelium. But the recent series of battles, including the parasitic infection by the deadly forbidden fungus, had depleted the flesh mycelium considerably.
With Rongrong present, Lin Xian could spare his flesh mycelium from these unnecessary troubles.
Master, it seems the cavern world has shifted again. This kitty detected the scent of the Stone Clan. It's in the cavern, no, to be precise, within the dungeon on the left.
Stone Clan? Hearing this name, Lin Xian couldn't help but think of the Ice Lord.
Among the many races the Ice Lord had mentioned needing to be gathered earlier, the Stone Clan was one of them.
Who would have thought?
The Stone Cavern, the dungeon where the Stone Clan resided, had actually been warped right next to this underground lair.
To the Stone Cavern.
After Lin Xian made his decision, Tuck immediately pulled out the shovel that belonged exclusively to him.
Got it. Tuck excitedly jogged over to the earthen wall on the left. Chapter 145, Stone Cavern.
Only when digging could he truly feel his importance within this team. Therefore,
Tuck never let anyone else help him. Otherwise, he would genuinely get angry. After dozens of shovelfuls from Tuck, a passageway appeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment,
Lin Xian suddenly realized a new problem.
Could Chu Yanqing also be a player? Which meant,
whether it was himself or Chu Yanqing, once either of them passed through this passage, it would immediately close.
Tuck, you stay behind.
The rest of you proceed through the passage first.
Following Lin Xian's instructions, the group passed through the passageway one by one.
Tuck and Chu Yanqing were curious about the reasoning behind this arrangement.
Lin Xian explained, Chu, we're all players. Once we pass through the passage, the entrance will seal shut. Chu Yanqing countered, isn't that unreasonable? From Chu Yanqing's perspective, entering the passageway would seal off the cavern's entrance, a daily occurrence over the past few days.
Of course. As players, we all know the passage will seal.
But we actually have a way to exploit a bug.
As a hobbit native to the underground caverns, the passages Tuck digs aren't counted as part of the caverns we've excavated or explored.
Meaning, as long as he does the digging, we can traverse the caverns without restriction. Ha! Chu Yanqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Lin Xian. She never imagined such a bug existed? It was utterly unheard of. No wonder everyone else was still agonizing over their daily digging limits, while Lin Xian could constantly traverse the caves. Turns out his digging doesn't count toward the daily limit. Alright, Chu, you go in first.
Tuck, please dig another hole. We need to hurry. If the cavern shifts again, we'll be separated from them. Lin Xian instructed Chu Yanqing and Tuck. Chu Yanqing nodded and immediately sprinted toward the passageway.
Just as Lin Xian predicted, the moment Chu Yanqing entered the passageway, it sealed shut.
The rules governing players in the underground world have never changed. Of course, bugs were always the exception. Tuck began digging again as the passageway opened. Lin Xian saw Chu Yanqing and the others appear on the other side of the passageway.
Fortunately, the dungeon world hadn't teleported them away immediately. Let's go, Tuck.
All right. Tuck darted into the underground cavern first, and Lin Xian followed him through.
However, at that very moment, massive rock fragments plummeted from above.
As if to block their path,
Lin Xian reacted swiftly, instantly releasing blue fungal threads to shield them overhead. Run! Lin Xian shouted. Tuck darted out of the passageway in a flash. Just as Lin Xian prepared to follow him out, suddenly, a deluge of rocks crashed down, burying Lin Xian beneath them. Lin Xian. Godfather. Master.
All creatures within the stone cavern dungeon cried out Lin Xian's name.
Yet no voice answered them.
Buried beneath the rubble, Lin Xian struck a match, igniting a piece of wood that instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness.
My lord, come forth. Why this hiding? Did you not wish to see me?
Unlike the creatures in the stone cave dungeon who worried for Lin Xian, he appeared remarkably calm and composed. He showed no signs of urgency, his expression unchanging as if he had long since seen through everything.
Ha, I didn't expect you to see right through my intentions.
The voice sounded aged and ancient.
It emanated from within a rock. Suddenly, the rock suddenly stood upright.
Gathering fragments of surrounding rock, it transformed into a stone figure with arms and legs. It slowly approached Lin Xian and stood directly before him.
A member of the Rock Clan? Or perhaps the clan chief? Lin Xian asked tentatively.
Lin Xian had some understanding of the stone caverns. The race dwelling within was the Rock Clan. This race held a unique position within the subterranean world. They belonged neither to the lineage of the subterranean demons nor to that of the subterranean elves,
one of the ancient races dwelling in the caverns.
However, during their time in the Ice City, the Ice Lord had explicitly informed Lin Xian that the Rock Clan lineage of the stone caverns could be won over. For certain reasons, the Rock Clan harbors a deep-seated hatred for the demons of the Darkborn. Of course, how to win them over would depend entirely on Lin Xian's own abilities. The Ice Lord had not informed Lin Xian about the Rock Clan's deep-seated hatred toward the demons of the Darkborn.
Ha! I never expected you could guess the clan chief?
Little Rock suddenly burst into laughter, then abruptly lifted its stony belly.
Two eyes emerged from the surface, staring intently at Lin Xian.
You bear some resemblance to the Celestial clan, yet you are not one of them.
What race do you truly belong to? I have no recollection of your kind existing in the cavern world. Little Rock asked with some confusion. Ha! You know the Celestial clan?
Lin Xian felt a bit surprised.
This shouldn't be possible. Even Lin Xian had only learned of the Celestial clan's existence mere minutes ago. Yet, unexpectedly, the Little Rock before him also knew of the Celestial clan's existence? Could it be that the walls have ears? But the earthen walls connecting to the dungeon should be incredibly thick. This thing shouldn't have been able to hear anything. Of course I know.
Our rock lineage is one of the races that survived from ancient times, and as one of the elders of the Rock clan, I certainly know of the Celestial clan's existence.
The small rock's response allowed Lin Xian to grasp new information. He's actually a Rock clan elder? Ha, I know. Doesn't look like it, right? Of course, this isn't my true form.
It's not convenient to show you my true form here, so I've parasitized onto Little Rock to communicate with you.
Mainly, there are a few things I need to confirm. What matters? Lin Xian inquired. First question, as I mentioned earlier, I need to know your species.
Second question, I want to understand why you and those beings of different races came to our stone cavern.
Third question, are you the child of prophecy? Lin Xian understood the first two questions.
But the third question left Lin Xian stunned.
The child of prophecy? What the hell is that? I'll answer your first two questions first. 1. I am human, not celestial.
2. My purpose in coming to the stone cavern is naturally to meet with your rock tribe. Additionally, I have matters I wish to discuss with your rock tribe's council of elders. As for the third question, I don't know what you mean by child of prophecy.
Lin Xian answered truthfully, his gaze fixed on the small rock's expression, trying to read any emotional shifts.
But alas, it was merely a stone naturally devoid of any expression.
Chapter 146, Sand.
So it seems you are not the child of prophecy either. The small rock's voice grew hoarse with age, tinged with palpable disappointment. Lin Xian stared at the rock before him, growing increasingly curious about the meaning behind the child of prophecy it had mentioned.
Rock Elder?
Lin Xian silently dubbed the small rock before him. But then he saw it raise its fist as if to strike.
Suddenly, the small rock's body dispersed.
The rock passage that had just been sealed off was instantly opened. A path leading to the stone cave appeared before Lin Xian. Meanwhile, Xu Yanqing and the others were frantically hammering at the cave entrance. Only when this passage appeared did they visibly relax.
Are you okay, Lin Xian? Xu Yanqing asked urgently. I'm fine.
Lin Xian shook his head, signaling them not to worry. Instead, the rock that had vanished earlier looked extremely peculiar.
At that moment,
the rock wall above opened like a giant mouth, declaring, "Come to the stone cavern stone chamber.
I'll be waiting for you there." The stone cavern?
Lin Xian surmised this must be the central district of the stone cave dungeon. The child of prophecy, Lin Xian, was deeply intrigued by this term. Emerging from the passageway, he reunited with the main group.
Lin Xian retrieved the subterranean excavator. Everyone were heading to the stone cavern. With that said,
Lin Xian climbed aboard first, followed by Xu Yanqing, Tuck, and Rebel.
After a moment's hesitation, Dawson was pulled aboard by Lin Xian.
Rongrong mounted her Hellflame Lion mount. The twin cannon battle turtle and Rockham had already been stowed away in Lin Xian's spatial backpack.
Depart.
Consuming soul energy, Lin Xian's group rapidly approached the city center of Stone Cavern. What Lin Xian hadn't anticipated was how treacherous the path proved to be. The entire path was littered with gravel, pebbles, and various rock fragments. The journey was incredibly bumpy. Finally, as they neared the central district of Stone Cave City,
Lin Xian was stunned. The rock tribe's living quarters lacked even basic dwellings. No vegetation, no trees. A barren rock mountain piled high with various stone fragments. Just like the path they had come from.
The only difference was that here, numerous rock tribe members were gnawing on the rock fragments. Each member of the rock tribe looked nearly identical, differing only in size. Upon spotting the visitors, the rock tribe members immediately intercepted them. Among them, a stone-like creature resembling a guard inquired, "Who goes there? What is your purpose?"
Lin Xian stepped down from the underground excavator, nodded to the stone creature, and replied, "I am the Lord of the Ruins underground city.
I have come to discuss matters with the Lord of your stone cavern. I already spoke with your elders in the rock passage earlier.
You may verify this with them. Alright, wait here. I'll fetch the elder." With that,
the stone guardian slowly made his way toward the entrance of the rock domain. Lin Xian watched his deliberate strides and retreating figure, his fingers digging anxiously into his flesh.
Slow, far too slow. Is this the usual pace and efficiency of the rock clan?
It wasn't until an hour later that the stone man strolled back over.
"Enter," he said.
The elders are all in the stone cavern, and the chieftain is there too.
After saying this, the stone man asked with feigned politeness, "Would you like me to guide you?" "No, thank you."
You should rest, old man. Lin Xian hastily waved him off. He certainly wouldn't dare let him guide him. It was clearly just a Kuan-Zhang's journey, yet this fellow took a full hour.
"Let's go." Lin Xian addressed the group.
"Wait." The stone man from earlier intercepted them once more. He glanced at the group, scratching his massive stone body with his rock hand.
"The elder says the human he just saw? Humans must enter alone.
Other creatures must wait outside."
"See me alone?" Lin Xian asked curiously.
"Yes, that is the chief's meaning." The stone man nodded in response.
"All right, I understand." Lin Xian turned to the others.
"Then wait for me here."
"Lin Xian, are you okay? Why did the Rock Clan chieftain want to meet you alone?" Shu Yinqing asked with concern. "It's fine. I've already communicated with their elders.
Besides, the Yen clan and I share some history." Lin Xian smiled and patted Shu Yinqing's shoulder, signaling her not to worry.
"Rest assured, the Rock Clan isn't like the dungeon demons.
This race is quite reliable when it comes to safety."
Tuck stepped forward, offering a guarantee on behalf of the Rock Clan to everyone present.
As the Hobbit ambassador for the cavern world, he naturally understood most of its races. Simultaneously, after uttering these words, he silently grumbled to himself, "The Rock Clan may not be dangerous, but they're utterly dull."
No Hobbit would ever choose to visit the stone caverns for fun.
After bidding farewell to the others, Lin Xian set off alone toward the stone cavern. The entire outer perimeter of the stone cavern was composed entirely of rock blocks. From the rock tribe's perspective, opening the stone cavern might be akin to humans discovering a city of gold. The interior was pitch black, with no torches lighting the way on either side. He walked all the way to the inner chamber of the stone cavern.
Lin Xian finally saw the glow of firelight.
Simultaneously, he witnessed the immense scale of the stone cavern.
It resembled an excavated underground vault.
Within the cavernous space, 6 stone golems stood waiting. Each stone golem stood a full 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Through the vault interface, Lin Xian viewed the information of the foremost stone golem. Sand, Lord of the Stone Cavern of the Rock Clan. Level, LV52. Abilities, Sea of Stone, Stone Prison, Stone Burst. Description, Chieftain of the Rock Clan and Ruler of Stone Cavern.
The Rock Clan is one of the ancient races of the subterranean world.
Sander has resided within Stone Cavern for over a century, serving as a Rock Clan stone golem capable of overseeing the entire cavern. Weaknesses, slow speed, average intelligence.
Sea of Stone scatters an overwhelming deluge of rocks, drawing them into his own stone domain. Stone Prison creates a prison-like wall of rock, usable for trapping enemies or for defense. Stone Rush, the Rock Tribe's offensive tactic, utilizing pebbles for a swift assault. Level 52? Lin Xian hadn't expected the leader of this ancient rock clan to be quite so powerful. Or rather, in the subterranean world, anyone reaching level 50 or above was considered a dominant force. After all, the bosses of the 4 major regions east, south, west, and north were only around level 50. Level 50 served as both a watershed for distinguishing powerhouses in the dungeon world and a stepping stone to greater realms. Chief of the Rock Clan, greetings. Lin Xian proactively bowed to the stone figure leading the group. He gave a slight nod, his gaze fixed on Lin Xian before shifting to the stone figure on his left. Red, is this the visitor you mentioned? Chapter 147, You are not the child of prophecy. The stone man called Red nodded and replied, Yes, Chief. This young friend is the visitor who emerged from the rock wall I guard. Having said that, he looked at Lin Xian and nodded to him. From the earlier conversation between San and Red, Lin Xian had already realized that this stone man named Red was the same small rock he had interacted with before. Unexpectedly, the Rock Clan's chieftain also possessed the ability to manipulate any rock fragment at will. Through the underground cavern interface, Lin Xian noted that this elder of the Rock Clan, named Red, was no slouch either, of full level 47. A true master in his own right. Elder Red, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Xian greeted Elder Red politely. Having come to establish friendly relations with the Rock Clan, Lin Xian naturally treated him with courtesy. The crevices around Red's mouth-like features narrowed slightly, as if he were forcing a smile. Seated at the head of the table, San studied Lin Xian for a moment before silently shaking his head in disappointment. Red, he doesn't seem like the prophesied child the former clan chief spoke of. Why did you bring him here? Sander asked, puzzled. That depends on what he has to say, Chief. He claims he has business with you. Red immediately distanced himself, looking as though he had nothing to do with the matter. Business with me? Young friend, what might that be? Though he seemed slightly disappointed, Sander maintained his hospitable demeanor toward the distant visitor. Before explaining my purpose, I have a question I'd like to ask you both. Lin Xian glanced at Red, then turned his gaze to Clan Chief Sand. What exactly do you two mean by the child of prophecy? While in the rock passage, I noticed Red's disappointment after declaring I wasn't the child of prophecy. Now, I see the same expression on your face, Chief. Shouldn't you explain what this so-called child of prophecy actually means?
Sander and Red exchanged glances, drawing the attention of the other Stone Clan elders as well. For a moment, the 6 stone men fell silent. They appeared poised to confer, yet none spoke. Lin Xian knew this was an old habit of the rock tribe stone people. You lot aren't just going to sit there in silence, are you? I'll ask the question you're all thinking. Do you want to tell me about this child of prophecy? You 6 vote on it. If Lin Xian hadn't asked, these old fellows might have delayed for quite some time. Better to let Lin Xian speed things up. Sure enough. After Lin Xian finished asking, the 6 elders began murmuring among themselves. One elder argued that the prophecy child was a matter foretold by the previous clan chieftain and should not be disclosed to outsiders. However, other elders countered that the prophecy child was no secret. Over the past century, other races friendly with the Yen clan had long been aware of this matter. Therefore, revealing the matter to the person before them would be of no consequence. Finally, Lin Xian promptly cut them off. Everyone, let's vote directly. Those in favor, raise your stone arms. Those opposed, keep them down. Given how slow these fellows are, if they kept arguing like this, it would probably drag on until nightfall. Lin Xian urged them to speed up for the second time. In favor. Red was the first to raise his approval. Then another elder raised his rocky arm in approval. After 10 seconds of hesitation, Chieftain Sand also gave his approval. Of the remaining 3 elders, one finally agreed as well. 4-2. Sand stated plainly, then I shall tell you, young friend. In truth, 100 years ago, the former Rock Clan chieftain joined forces with several other races from underground cities to enter a hidden underground city. This city had no ruler and no inhabitants. It was essentially abandoned. Yet within this very dungeon, the former Rock Clan chieftain and members of the other races witnessed a prophecy. It foretold that a century hence, the dungeon world would descend into chaos and turmoil. At that time, a child of prophecy would emerge, leading the races of the dungeon world to end its disorder. This chosen one possessed the power to rally all races, uniting them to quell the chaos. Yet he himself was not a native of the subterranean world. Moreover, he wielded abilities unknown to any race dwelling within its depths. At this point, Sand looked at Lin Xian. Shaking his head, he stated, clearly, this prophesied child is not you. Hearing Sand's explanation, Lin Xian was utterly bewildered. What the hell? Isn't that exactly describing him? The upheaval in the netherworld had already begun. Whether it was the subterranean realm's shift or the Darkborn's various underhanded maneuvers, all pointed to the prophecy Sand had spoken of beginning to unfold. But Sander actually claimed the child of prophecy wasn't Lin Xian? Clearly, based on his description, Lin Xian fits the prophecy perfectly. Yet neither Sand nor Red believes Lin Xian is the chosen one. Why am I not the child of prophecy? He asked. Where did you get that idea? Lin Xian asked curiously. Sander looked at Lin Xian calmly and said, since the child of prophecy can rally so many races and unite them all, there's no doubt that the child of prophecy's strength must be among the elite. And you're too weak. After saying this, Sand shook his head helplessly, and Red followed suit. It wasn't that Sand looked down on Lin Xian, he was merely stating the truth. In the eyes of masters as formidable as Sand and Red, Lin Xian, barely scraping by at level 40, was indeed unimpressive. But if they knew Lin Xian had climbed from level 1 to level 41 in just 5.5 days? Those 2 stone men of the Yen clan would likely be stunned enough to shatter boulders in their chests. Lin Xian smiled faintly. I see. That makes sense then. Let's get back to the main topic. Lin Xian began explaining his true purpose for coming here. Before coming to Stone Cavern, I was in Ice City. As for the Ice Lord, I needn't elaborate, you should all be aware of him, right? Lin Xian scanned the expressions of the 6 stone golems present, trying to catch any hint of emotion. Unfortunately, stone people truly showed no expression whatsoever. Chief Sander nodded. Of course we know the demon of the Frost clan in the Ice City. But she has another identity, or rather, she actually recognizes you, right, Chief Sand? Lin Xian's words caused Red and the other 4 elders to turn their gaze toward him. Sander, startled, quickly snapped, enough of this nonsense. As the chieftain of the Rock Clan, one of the oldest races in the cavern world, how could I possibly collude with the demons of the cavern? That's utterly preposterous. Perhaps it would be best if Elder Red and these 4 elders excused themselves? We should speak privately. Lin Xian asked tentatively. After a few seconds of contemplation, Sand said, you may all leave. I'll speak with him. Chieftain. Red tried to say something more, but Sand cut him off. Out. Chapter 148, The Prophecy's Fulfillment. Sensing something amiss in Chief Sander's demeanor, Red and the other 4 elders slowly withdrew from the stone cavern. Speak. Did the Ice Lord send you here? The moment the elders departed, Sand's expression shifted completely. He demanded almost impatiently. HM? It seems you know something, Chief Sand. Lin Xian looked at the stone man before him, smiled, and nodded. Yes, indeed, the Ice Lord sent me. So, it seems Chief Sand and the Ice Lord are old acquaintances? Though Sander, being a stone-like being, remained expressionless, his earlier demeanor confirmed to Lin Xian that there was indeed a connection between them.
Sander didn't respond to Lin Xian immediately.
After a moment of silent contemplation, he nodded.
She really sent you? How is she? She's doing well, I suppose. Lin Xian didn't know how to describe the Ice Lord's state. On the surface, the Ice Mistress's life wasn't bad.
But behind the scenes, Lin Xian always sensed she lived under immense pressure. This feeling stemmed from the demons of the Darkborn clan he had observed within the Ice Fortress. Like eyes, these Darkborn demons constantly watched over the Ice Lord. Even when conversing, the Ice Lord had to act while speaking. It cost Lin Xian quite a few of his undead forbidden fungus berserkers. Well, that's good then. Chief San let out a relieved laugh. Lin Xian, however, detected a hint of unrequited affection in Chief Sander's smile. This old guy is totally crushing on the Ice Lord. That said, the two seemed to be quite similar in age, both over 100 years old as subterranean creatures. Measured by their lifespan, they might only be in their 20s or 30s in human years. It was only natural for feelings to develop.
Chief San, since you know the Ice Lord, I imagine our conversation will be much easier. Lin Xian promptly cut off Chief San's rambling, pulling him back to reality. Young friend, what brings you here? Sander inquired. Cooperation.
Lin Xian stated simply. After a moment's thought, he added, the Ice Lord wishes for us to collaborate.
The Ice Lord wants me to cooperate with you? Chief San asked in surprise.
No, Lin Xian clarified, to be precise, the Ice Lord wishes for me to rally your Rock clan and several other races from the subterranean realms to undertake a significant endeavor together. Lin Xian said solemnly.
What is it?
San remained expressionless, but Lin Xian detected doubt in his tone.
He and the Ice Lord were old acquaintances.
As the ruler of the Frost clan, the Ice Lord struck him as an aloof dungeon lord who would never seek alliances with other races.
Unless she faced some extraordinary circumstance. To oppose the Darkborn royal clan. Lin Xian enunciated each word.
Upon hearing this, Chief Sander's stone form remained utterly still.
Yet Lin Xian subtly detected a tremor in his spirit.
This stemmed from the ability of the Watcher, which allowed Lin Xian to perceive the mental states of surrounding beings. Chief Sander, the mental fluctuations just now were too intense, making them crystal clear to Lin Xian.
Indeed. In the dungeon world, any race would react strongly upon hearing they were to oppose the Darkborn royal clan. Is this real? The Ice Queen?
Why would she do such a thing? The Darkborn royal family are the openly acknowledged rulers of the dungeon world.
They are the true royalty. Sander asked in bewilderment.
In the dungeon world, the largest dungeon exists apart from the others. This meant that while everyone knew the beings within that dungeon were the most powerful in the Undercity, and that supreme gods and overlords resided there. But those were beyond their reach. For all creatures of the Undersea world, the mightiest being they could ever hope to encounter was the Darkborn King. Therefore,
the Darkborn are known as the Darkborn royal clan.
Whether it be the lineages of the dungeon demons, the dungeon elves, or ancient dungeon races like the Rock clan, all hold the Darkborn royal clan in profound respect.
Before Lin Xian could answer, Chief Sander answered his own question. Could it be that the Darkborn royal clan had committed some heinous crime? Chief Sand possessed profound knowledge of the Ice Lord. Don't be fooled by the Ice Lord's striking beauty and her mixed bloodline with the dungeon elves.
Ultimately, as ruler of the Frost clan, the Ice Lord aligned with the subterranean demons.
Therefore, if the Ice Sovereign sought to act against the Darkborn royal family, it must be the Darkborn royal family who were in the wrong.
Lin Xian stared at Chief Sand before him, forming a new understanding of the man.
Not only does he harbor a secret crush on the Ice Queen, but he's also a total suck-up? When Lin Xian first met Chief Sand, he assumed the Elder's formidable power marked him as a venerable sage. But considering the Rock clan's lifespan compared to humans, Chief Sander was only in his 30s, perfect age for being a bootlicker. Cough. Lin Xian cut off Chief Sand's rambling once more, his tone turning serious. The Darkborn royal clan is stirring up chaos in the dungeon world. Chief Sand, you know there are prophecies in the dungeon world. Since you believe in the existence of the prophecy child, you must also believe in that prophecy. I'll be blunt with you, the dungeon world has already begun to descend into chaos. Hearing this, Chief Sand wore an expression of utter disbelief. What? Chaos in the Undersea world has already begun? How is that possible? Why hasn't our Rock clan received any news at all? Chief Sand retorted. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, his expression one of utter exasperation. As a neutral faction in the dungeon world, why would the dungeon demons or dungeon elves bother to notify the Rock clan in advance about their war? Moreover, judging by the Rock clan's operational speed, they likely hadn't even stationed any observers in other dungeons. Even if they had, the speed of relaying information back wouldn't be fast. On top of that, with the dungeons beginning to jump, even if there were observers from other dungeons, whether they could return was another matter entirely. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't at all surprised by Sand's expression of ignorance. Chief Sand, the Underdark has already begun its jump. You should recall the distance between your dungeon and the Ice City where the Ice Lord resides before the jump, right?
Lin Xian posed the question, leaving Chief San to ponder it himself.
I know, Chief San nodded. At our rock clan speed, traversing it would take 87 dungeon days. That's more like it. I just met the Ice Lord yesterday. Do you really think I could skip 87 days in the caverns just to see you?
Lin Xian chuckled, teasing him.
Chief Sander, however, wore an expression of utter disbelief. The cavern jump has truly begun? The prophecies of cavern upheaval are coming true? Exactly. Lin Xian patted Chief San's rocky shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Chapter 149, Lin Xian's conjecture. Now we can properly discuss the matter of cooperation, can't we?
Lin Xian had gone to such lengths precisely to earn Chief San's trust. Truthfully, with other races, it wouldn't have been nearly this complicated. But the Rock Clan, of all races, was a particularly thick-headed one. That's why Lin Xian had to go to such lengths. The Ice Lord sent you to me hoping I'd join the rebellion against the Darkborn royal family? Chief San asked, staring at Lin Xian. No, Lin Xian replied, his gaze sharpening as he grew serious. To be precise, it's to wage war against the Darkborn royal family, the greatest criminals of the cavern world. They are attempting to summon ancient dark gods. What? San was stunned once more. The news pouring from Lin Xian's mouth today was one bombshell after another, leaving San's massive rockjaws agape in disbelief. The ancient evil gods? Have they lost their minds? Those are the malevolent spirits of the primordial era. Chief San clenched his fists. His stone fists cracked loudly, grinding out fragments of rock. It was clear he was furious. Xiaming? This was the second time Lin Xian had heard that name. He had first heard it from Rongrong, and now Chief Sander knew of the Dark Nether too. Moreover, he actually claimed that the ancient were members of the Xiaming clan? Lin Xian asked, Chief Sander, are you saying the ancient demon gods were actually the Xiaming clan? Correct. Chief Sander nodded, then turned to Lin Xian and countered, you didn't know? Lin Xian frowned, his voice tinged with bitterness.
I didn't know. Having only arrived in the Abyss world 6 days ago, how could he possibly know about this? Hearing about the Xiaming clan was already pushing his limits. Now, upon learning that the ancient were actually the clan, Lin Xian couldn't help but check his spatial backpack.
Inside lay the ancient god's relic, a fragment left behind by Cthulhu, one of the primordial dark gods.
This was actually a relic of the demon clan? At this realization, Lin Xian's expression grew even more bitter.
Those unaware might be fine, but those who knew would likely brand Lin Xian as a lackey of the demon Shadow Clan. Back then, the Amethyst Shadowcat clan had been hunted down by the creatures of the Abyss world for the same reason. But back to the matter at hand, Chief Sand. Will you accept the Ice Lord's invitation? Lin Xian steered the conversation back, inquiring whether Chief Sander was willing to join their cause. This matter is of great importance. I must consult with the elders of my clan. Chief San dared not make a hasty decision. Despite being a hopeless romantic and a sycophant, this matter concerned the entire Rock Clan. He couldn't risk the lives of the entire Rock Clan. I understand, but time is short. If you must convene a meeting, I expect a decision within the hour. For in 1 hour, I shall depart to seek out the race mentioned by the other Ice Lord. Lin Xian reminded him. I understand. I'll expedite matters. Sander nodded and summoned the 5 Rock Clan elders back. Meanwhile, Lin Xian left the stone cavern and returned to his companions. How did it go? Shu Yanqing asked as soon as Lin Xian emerged. They need to discuss it. Wait a moment. With that, Lin Xian motioned for Rongrong to step aside. What is it, master? Rongrong asked curiously. Did you overhear my conversation with Chief Sander earlier? Lin Xian inquired. This cat doesn't have the habit of eavesdropping, Rongrong declared with a touch of pride. Lin Xian raised 3 question marks. Rongrong doesn't have the habit of eavesdropping? Then who was eavesdropping all that time? Achoo! This cat senses an evil force cursing me. Master, tell me. Was it you? Rongrong glared at Lin Xian with mischief in her eyes. Don't make me say it. Lin Xian hastily denied it, then returned to the topic at hand. Rongrong, I just heard Chief San say that this ancient dark god belongs to the Dark Nether clan? Did you know about this? Of course. Everyone in the Netherworld should know that. Rongrong answered casually, as if recounting something utterly trivial. Then why didn't you tell me before? You never asked. Rongrong lifted her cat-like face, looking utterly innocent. Lin Xian fought the urge to punch her, then pressed on, so that great war back then was triggered by the ancient demon god leading the Xiaming clan to invade the underground world? To be precise, the demon Nether clan was originally part of the Netherworld. That can't be right. Lin Xian cut Rongrong off. Earlier, when communicating with Rackham, he'd heard about the 5 great races of ancient times. If the demon Nether clan existed back then, how could they have been absent from the ancient 5 great races? Rongrong, the 5 great races of antiquity didn't include the demon Nether clan. According to historical records, the Dark Nether clan primarily thrived during the primordial era. After the primordial dark god was sealed away, they became like headless flies constantly hiding and stirring trouble. The reason they weren't counted among the 5 great races back then was mainly because they were relatively weak at that time, arguably their weakest period. It wasn't until 1,000 years ago, after the demon clan was completely driven out, that reports of them in the netherworld gradually diminished.
I see. But why would the Darkborn seek to resurrect the ancient dark gods? Is there some connection between the demonic tribes and the Darkborn? Lin Xian asked in confusion.
Of course.
In the ancient era, demons and the Dark Nether clan were inseparable.
It wasn't until the ancient dark gods were sealed away that the demon clan severed ties with them. Hearing this, Lin Xian gained a clearer understanding of the relationship chains among the various races of the underground world in bygone eras. In the ancient era, the Nether and demons committed evil deeds together, while the other races resisted them. After the primordial evil gods sealed away the Nether race, the Nether began hiding. The ancient demons then separated and became known as one of the 5 great ancient races alongside the other 4 races. Later, during the Great War 10,000 years ago, the ancient 5 races were reduced to 3. The Celestial clan grew ever more powerful and influential until 1,000 years ago, they achieved complete domination over the subterranean world. Having seized the largest underground city, they began to isolate themselves within its walls. During this period, the demon clan attempted a resurgence, only to be crushed by the Celestial clan's supreme deity, who permanently sealed them away. The purple crystal shadow cat became a political scapegoat, bearing the blame in being sealed away. For the following millennium, the Celestial clan never once revealed itself from within the largest underground city. The remaining 2 major races, the Abyssal Demons and the Abyssal Elves, divided the Abyssal world between them. The other races that survived the ancient era each occupied a specific underground city, living in peaceful seclusion. Until 6 days ago, when a massive influx of players descended upon the underground world, completely altering its original ecosystem.
Chapter 150, Alliance. Simultaneously.
The prophecy regarding the dungeon world's upheaval, witnessed by the former Rock Clan chieftain a century ago, began to unfold within these days. The demons of the Dark Bloodline, harboring ambitions to resurrect ancient evil gods, have formed an alliance with the witchcraft masters of the Sorcerer clan.
Now, the demons of the Darkborn clan are essentially the ultimate bosses of the dungeon world.
The Ice Lord knew this and sought to stop it, which is why he had Lin Xian gather the ancient races of the Netherworld to wage war against the demons of the Dark Clan. After piecing together this reasoning, Lin Xian waited quietly for the Rock Clan's deliberation outcome. Chief Sand was clearly on his side. Or rather, he chose to support the Ice Lord in their joint campaign against the Darkborn royal family. But the stakes involved were far too great for Chief Sand to shoulder alone with mere passion. He had to consider his people, their safety and security. An hour later, Chief Sander dispatched a stone kin to deliver a message. Lord Lin Xian, the chieftain requests your presence. The stone golem extended the invitation to Lin Xian with utmost respect. Earlier, Lord Lin Xian had shared his name with Chief Sand, so the chief knew who he was.
Very well. Lead the way.
Following the stone man, he returned to the stone cavern. Inside, everything remained exactly as it had been an hour earlier when Lin Xian first entered. 6 stone men sat respectfully in the seats of honor.
5 elders gazed at Lin Xian without speaking.
It was Chief Sand who spoke warmly. Young friend Lin Xian, our deliberations have concluded.
Is that so? Lin Xian smiled.
Chief Sand, I hope it's the good news I'm expecting.
Well then, as you wish.
Chief Sand glanced at the 5 stone men flanking him. Led by Raid, the other stone men raised their hands in unison. Young friend Lin Xian, for the sake of peace in the subterranean world, our Rock Clan is willing to do our part. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face lit up with satisfaction. Then it's settled, Chief Sand.
Allow me to ask one more thing. When shall we begin?
After speaking, Sand hurriedly added, you know our Rock Clan's mobility is limited. Unlike other races, we must depart ahead of time.
Lin Xian frowned. This was indeed a problem. By then, who knows where the stone cavern will be teleported to within the underground realm? How would they even join the battle?
This thought led Lin Xian to consider his own teleportation jade talisman. Several new coordinates had been added, so he could certainly leave one for the Rock Clan.
Chief Sand, may I establish a coordinate point within your Rock Clan stone cave?
Before the battle commences, I will come and teleport you all to the main battlefield.
Lin Xian proposed. A teleportation coordinate? I've heard of such things, but isn't that a power exclusive to the Hobbit tribe? Could it be that the Hobbits are joining the fray this time, breaking ties with the Dark Clan?
Sand asked, somewhat surprised.
Lin Xian hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. In truth, Hobbit dungeons are currently offline. However, there is indeed a Hobbit in my party.
He is my companion and my comrade in arms.
At this, Sand understood. So that's how it is? Excellent. Young Lin Xian, feel free to establish your coordinates.
During this time, I will reorganize the Rock Clan's warriors and troops. When the time comes, should you require it, I will immediately assemble everyone to join you on the battlefield.
Chief Sand rose to his feet, energized as if injected with adrenaline.
Though the battle hadn't even begun, he radiated the fervor of a commander already leading his troops into the fray.
That's a bit of a problem.
With that, Lin Xian stepped outside the stone cavern. Though the stone cavern's interior was vast, it remained a sacred site for the Rock Clan. Lin Xian felt it would be disrespectful to establish the teleportation coordinates within, so he set them up at the outer perimeter instead. With the teleportation coordinates established, it signaled that Lin Xian could now depart this underground city. However, at that very moment, Lin Xian suddenly sensed information transmitted back by the infection mycelium. Earlier, Lin Xian had left the infected mycelium in a dimly lit dungeon. Essentially, they served as his eyes and ears. Unexpectedly, this spy had now actively transmitted information back? Moreover, judging by the aura, Lin Xian sensed that the infection mycelium seemed to be nearby. Had the dungeon lead transported that gloomy dungeon near the stone caverns? If that was the case, Lin Xian could certainly go take a look. A few days ago, Lin Xian might not have been qualified to explore that dungeon. But now, Lin Xian was fully confident in his ability to explore it. Through the information transmitted by the infected mycelium, Lin Xian sensed that the dungeon seemed to harbor numerous vengeful spirits. At the same time, the dungeon seemed bottomless, like an abyss? Wait a minute. Lin Xian suddenly realized he had seen the abyss somewhere before. Rongrong, come here for a moment. When it comes to matters of the subterranean world, consulting the venerable elder purple crystal dark cat is always the right move. Master, what do you need this meow for? Rongrong scampered over to Lin Xian's shoulder and inquired. Rongrong, the infection mycelium. Lin Xian said, then suddenly realized Rongrong might not know about the existence of the infection mycelium. He hurriedly explained to Rongrong about sending the mycelium to that gloomy underground city. After his explanation, Lin Xian adopted a serious tone. Rongrong, the infected mycelium relayed information to me. It said the dungeon is filled with many vengeful spirits. It's also bottomless, no one knows what lies beneath. Hearing this, Rongrong's sapphire cat eyes shifted slightly as she replied. Master, the place you describe is most likely the abyssal hell of the dungeon world. Abyssal hell? Lin Xian heard this term for the first time. That's not a dungeon. It's more like a separate realm, a gathering place for the undead, I suppose. As it spoke, Rongrong seemed to think of something. Master, this cat suddenly has a brilliant idea. What? You have a wizard servant, don't you? You could send that wizard into the abyssal hell. With the abilities of the wizard clan, they could refine this group of undead. Refine undead? But could Dawson even do that? Lin Xian knew exactly what Dawson's abilities were. Prayers, curses, rituals. None of these involved the ability to refine undead. Master, open the complete compendium of the dungeon and turn to the page on wizards. Rongrong adopted an expression that clearly said, too lazy to explain, go figure it out yourself. This piqued Lin Xian's curiosity. After opening the underground treasury compendium, Lin Xian searched for the witch. The introduction to wizards. One entry actually pertained to refining undead? Wizards possess the ability to refine spirits, aiding them in transcendence or reincarnation. They may also transform spirits into personal energy or servants to command in battle. Chapter 151, Abyssal Hell. Beyond the introduction to wizards. Below, it also lists the abilities of wizards. Some witches awaken the refining ability at LV 20, enabling them to refine spirits thereafter. Level 20? Lin Xian glanced toward Dawson in the distance. Currently level 19. No wonder? This guy only knows the basic wizard trio. So it's because he hasn't reached the required level yet. Rongrong, you mean you want me to take Dawson and refine that group of undead into my combat puppets? Exactly. Master, you already possess the undead prohibition fungus. Now, imagine adding undead to it. It would become an undead prohibition fungus with its own combat ideology. That would essentially grant you an undead army. In the dungeon world, what force could rival you then? Even if the Darkblood royal clan arrived, they'd only be there to take a beating. Rongrong shared his thoughts with Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and ruffled Rongrong's fur, saying, Rongrong, you truly are my chief strategist. Our thoughts are perfectly aligned. No sooner had Lin Xian finished speaking than Rongrong shot him a disdainful look with her sapphire cat eyes. In that case, Dawson and I will head to the abyssal hell alone. You and the others wait at the stone cavern. No, this meow is going too. Rongrong's firm, unyielding stance left Lin Xian momentarily baffled. This meow wants to see the souls trapped inside. Suddenly, Lin Xian understood Rongrong's meaning. She'd heard about the deaths of the other amethyst dark cats. She must want to pay her respects to the departed souls. Alright, then. Me, you, and Dawson will go together. With that said, Lin Xian stepped before the group, glancing at Chu Yanqing, Tuck, and Rebel before speaking. Everyone, please stay behind with the Hellfire Lion in the stone cavern. I need to make a trip to the neighboring underground cavern to handle some business. Godfather, I must come too. Rebel hurriedly interjected. No, this place isn't an ordinary cavern. Rebel, listen, I didn't leave you in stone cavern for nothing. While the central area is solid rock, the outskirts still have forested zones. I need you to craft arrows for me. If they can be tipped with sharp stones, that would be even better. Lin Xian's research shows that adding sharp stones to arrowheads increases the damage inflicted upon hitting an enemy.
Tuck, you have a task too. Lin Xian pulled Tuck aside and quietly assigned him a task. Leave it to me. Tuck patted his chest, adopting a confident posture that promised completion. Choo-choo, your task is to train in swordsmanship.
Your abilities have just awakened, and I hope you can. Lin Xian had originally intended to save the final battle, but after a moment's thought, he changed his wording.
When the time comes for you to fight, I want you to be able to stand on your own 2 feet.
Understood.
Shu Yanqing nodded before asking, Lin Xian, how long will you be gone? Rest assured, I will return within a day.
With that, Lin Xian walked over to the Hell Flame Lion and ruffled its mane.
Stay here and wait. No trouble making.
Woof. The Hell Flame Lion seemed reluctant. This was the first time since its birth that it had been separated from Lin Xian.
Let's go.
After giving his instructions, Lin Xian led Rongrong and Dawson straight toward the outer perimeter of the stone cavern.
Guided by the infection mycelium's positioning, Lin Xian roughly knew the location of the abyssal hell. It was roughly 2 cave units away from the stone cavern. Fortunately, Lin Xian now possessed the ability to excavate a full 8 cave units. A few extra excavations wouldn't be an issue.
Moreover, with the cave creatures present, even if he exhausted his excavation attempts, he could still traverse the cave whirl through them.
This direction. After confirming the direction, Lin Xian retrieved his excavation shovel.
Using his mycelium to control it, he carved a passage directly through the solid rock wall. Immediately, a passageway appeared.
Lin Xian led Dawson inside. Someone?
Upon entering the new cavern, Lin Xian immediately detected signs of human presence. This cavern was quite large, roughly 2 to 3 times the size of an average one. Inside, 3 men and 1 woman were engaged in unspeakable activities.
As Lin Xian burst through the wall, all 4 of them froze in awkwardness. Ahem, bro, wanna join us?
One of the shirtless young men offered the invitation.
Nah, you guys carry on.
Lin Xian swept past them, continuing to dig his way into the next underground chamber.
This time, 2 jackals appeared before Lin Xian. This scenario feels so familiar? Lin Xian recalled encountering jackals when he first began excavating the underground caverns.
Back then, he'd had to be cautious, fearing a counterattack.
But now,
these 2 jackals were nothing but food in Lin Xian's eyes.
As Lin Xian appeared, the 2 jackals lunged forward, their foul-smelling saliva dripping. The result?
Before they could reach Lin Xian, they were already immobilized. In the next instant, blood spurted from their bodies, reeking of decay. They had lost their vitality.
Perfect timing to list them could trade for some gems or other items.
Been too busy lately to even collect gems. With that, Lin Xian began butchering the 2 jackals, listing their meat on the exchange.
He then entered the next underground cavern. That would be the cavern ahead.
Lin Xian began digging a passageway, glancing at Dawson beside him.
Dawson, are you ready?
Ready, master. Once we enter the abyss hell, I'll quickly level up to 20 and then refine that group of undead. Dawson replied with utmost seriousness. Good. As the passage opened, a foul stench instantly surged forth.
This was something Lin Xian had sensed before. The abyssal hell housed countless undead beings.
Alongside them were countless vengeful spirits. These odors emanated precisely from that horde of vengeful spirits. Even before entering the abyssal hell, Lin Xian saw many vengeful spirits already crowding the passageway entrance. They were unable to pass through the passageway to other caverns. Yet they were poised to absorb the vital essence of any living being entering the abyssal hell. Just as Lin Xian had been instantly drained dry after sending the flesh-eating mycelium into the abyssal hell. These undead possess the ability to consume living beings. How interesting. Lin Xian gazed at the undead blocking the doorway and couldn't help but chuckle. Since you're so fond of consuming living beings, I'll let you have your fill. With that, Lin Xian directly retrieved a fat pig from the pasture. He tossed the pig into the abyss. The pig let out a 3-second long wail before its life force vanished instantly. However, the undead remained unsatisfied, continuing to devour the pig. Chapter 152, Refining the Undead. Though they were mere spirits, they could actually consume physical matter. Before long, the entire pig was devoured, leaving not a single scrap behind. Lin Xian watched the scene unfold, his expression tinged with surprise. Rongrong, Dawson, have these undead always been this aggressive? Lin Xian turned to the cat and the wizard with his question. Yes, master. The undead of the abyssal hell can devour living creatures. That's the primary reason the abyssal hell has always been designated a forbidden zone by the dungeon world. Rongrong explained to Lin Xian. Beside them, Dawson lifted his cloak, revealing his dark, sun-baked face, and began casting a spell. Dawson, can you still take action against these undead? Lin Xian asked curiously. Upon reaching level 20, a wizard naturally acquires the ability to refine. But how could Dawson, currently only level 19, refine these undead? Master, Dawson replied, curses are not limited to killing the living. They are equally potent against the dead. Dawson spoke, then began to unleash the signature art of the Witch Clan spellcasting. As runic spells materialized one after another, a pair of seemingly intangible black hands reached out toward the undead before him. The black hands began to tug at the undead bodies. Those caught struggled fiercely, but their resistance proved futile. As the spell intensified, the undead's will to resist grew increasingly feeble. The black hands directly swallowed the entire group of undead whole, transforming them into extensions of the very hands. At the same time, the black hands seemed to swell and evolve. From the form of black hands, they transformed into a black mask. The mask bore the visage of a demon, utterly terrifying. After eliminating all the undead at the passageway entrance, this black mask traversed the passage and returned to Dawson's face. Dawson's dark face was illuminated by the mask. But it didn't last long. The black mask merged directly into Dawson's face, reverting to its original dark complexion. Dawson slowly pulled his robe back over his face. His level shot up instantly. Congratulations, Wizard Dawson, on successfully gaining 110,000 experience points. Congratulations to Wizard Dawson, leveled up to LV22. Congratulations to Wizard Dawson for successfully awakening a new ability, Refining. Refining, an ability some wizards can awaken. Through refining, wizards can transform souls into their own powers or minions. The stronger the wizard, the more souls they can refine. Congratulations, Dawson, on successfully reaching level 22. Lin Xian congratulated Dawson. Thank you, Master. Dawson responded respectfully. Immediately, with Dawson leading the way, Lin Xian and Rongrong both passed through the passage. The passage sealed shut behind them. All three entered the first layer of the Abyss Hell. In truth, Abyssal Hell was a cavernous realm akin to an inverted world. Ordinary underground caverns are confined to the first layer, with no subterranean space, only the area above ground. The Abyssal Hell, however, was the exact opposite. The initial layer of the Abyssal Hell, which serves as the ground level, is actually not very high. Above that, there was only about 2 meters of space at most. Fortunately, Lin Xian, the tallest in the group, stood only 1.8 meters tall. Rongrong and Dawson were both on the shorter side, so none of them would hit the cavern ceiling. Upon entering the Abyssal Hell, the foul stench grew increasingly intense. It smelled like rotting corpses, yet also like the grime of sewer water. Rongrong immediately covered her cat nose with her paw, unable to bear the stench. Master, please leave this place quickly. This cat never wants to smell such foul odors again. Though Rongrong possessed some knowledge of the Abyssal Hell, even the greatest encyclopedias within the dungeons offered no detailed descriptions of its peculiar odors. Thus, having never visited the Abyssal Hell before, Rongrong naturally had no way of knowing it would be this foul. I know. I'll leave as soon as possible. With that, Lin Xian attempted to contact the infection Mycelium. This was Lin Xian's mole left behind in the Abyssal Hell. After establishing contact, Lin Xian noticed the infection Mycelium was located extremely deep within the abyss. According to the infected Mycelium's exploration, this abyss hell had more than 26 layers. Currently, the infected Mycelium was on the 26th layer below, yet that was not the deepest part of the abyss hell. It could go deeper. This deep? Lin Xian couldn't help but feel stunned. At the same time, based on the information transmitted back by the infected Mycelium, Lin Xian discovered that nearly every layer contained a significant number of undead. In other words, there were countless more undead like the ones that had just tried to attack Lin Xian and his companions, only to be slain by Dawson's cursed arts. Moreover, the undead dwelling deeper within seemed to possess greater strength. Are undead even ranked by strength? What kind of undead cultivation manual is this? Lin Xian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He then proceeded to descend the stairs. These steps felt off. Stepping onto the descending steps, Lin Xian felt as if he were treading on cotton soft and spongy, with the constant risk of falling through. Master, something feels off. Dawson suddenly spoke up. This cat feels something's off too. Rongrong chimed in as well. Just as Lin Xian was about to step off the last stair, suddenly, the entire staircase cracked open. At the same time, a massive jaw snapped toward Lin Xian, as if it intended to swallow Lin Xian, Dawson, and Rongrong whole. Watch out! Dawson urgently warned. Lin Xian immediately unleashed soaring fungus. As the wings covered in blue fungal filaments unfolded behind Lin Xian grabbed Dawson with his left hand and cradled Rongrong in his right. Flapping the fungal wings, Lin Xian soared upward, reaching the highest point of the cavern, the very apex of the Abyssal Hell. Lin Xian finally noticed that the creature that had just lunged at him was actually a giant python. The massive serpent had stretched its body taut, yet unable to reach Lin Xian at the highest point, it could only hover mid-air. It flickered its tongue, clearly displeased. Hiss! The serpent's voice carried a hint of terror. Mixed with the whistling wind around them, it created a sinister, ghostly symphony. Lin Xian stared at the colossal serpent, utterly bewildered. Isn't this the Abyssal Hell? The realm of the dead? Why is there a living creature here? And such a massive python at that? Master, this should be one of the titan serpents dwelling in the netherworld.
Honestly, I have no idea why it's here.
Logically speaking, creatures of the Dark Nether clan, especially something as colossal as a Titan serpent, shouldn't exist in the abyssal caverns, let alone the abyssal hell. Rong was equally stunned, finding it utterly unbelievable. Dawson, being dragged along by Lin Xian, added, "I've heard of Titan snakes too, master. They're creatures of the netherworld. In ancient times, they followed the demon Nether clan to wage war in the dungeon world. But after that battle, creatures like Titan snakes shouldn't still exist in the dungeon world."
Chapter 153, Titan Serpent.
Though Rong and Dawson both denied the possibility of Titan serpents existing in the netherworld,
the Titan python before them was undeniably real and unalterable fact.
Moreover, this creature wasn't a wraith.
That was the most terrifying part. Lin Xian opened the underground world interface to check information on the Titan python. Titanic python. Level, LV50. Abilities, Abyssal Bite, Thick Hide, Dark Aura. Description, Titan serpents are creatures of the netherworld's Nether clan, possessing formidable combat prowess. Each Titan serpent enjoys an exceptionally long lifespan, regenerating through molting.
With each molten rebirth, their strength grows increasingly formidable. Weakness, partially sealed, unable to move freely. Upon reading the description of the Titan python, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Sealed? No wonder that Titan python bit so fiercely just now, yet stopped mid-air without continuing its attack. So his body was half sealed, preventing him from moving freely? Ha! Lin Xian sighed in relief. Then he addressed Rong and Dawson, "It's fine. Though we don't know why this Titan python appeared here, it's a sealed entity. We can simply bypass it and ignore it." With that, Lin Xian flapped his mycelium wings and descended to the ground. The colossal serpent's massive jaws lunged toward Lin Xian's position. But the reinforced seal confined its movement, forcing it to bite only straight upward. To the things beside him, it could only gaze but never reach. Safe. After confirming the serpent's head couldn't turn, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief once more. So all this fuss was over a useless snake? Really, you scared this cat half to death. Rong couldn't help but snark, simultaneously lifting her proud feline head and glancing at the Titan python with her sapphire cat eyes. Her gaze brimmed with contempt and disdain. This enraged the Titan python beyond measure. But all it could do was rage impotently, hissing and striking its tongue out from its mouth. "Let's go. Keep moving down." Lin Xian pointed to the long ladder on the other side. The Titan serpent's antics had scattered all the nearby undead. This, in turn, allowed Lin Xian to descend more swiftly. "Master, aren't we going to take these undead?" Dawson pointed to the undead cowering by the wall, trembling in fear from the Titan serpent. "Dawson, we don't pick up just any trash. Look at these undead, they're trembling like leaves at the sight of a mere giant snake. Do you really think collecting such weaklings would be useful?" Lin Xian's primary purpose in collecting undead was to strengthen the power of the deadly fungi. Souls like these, so utterly cowardly. Wouldn't that just undermine Lin Xian's deadly fungi? Weaken its true combat strength? We should head straight to the lower depths of the abyss and gather the most powerful undead. Then our combat strength will increase dramatically. According to Lin Xian's plan, we should gather powerful undead to form the mightiest undead legion. Didn't the Dark Descendants claim to be the royal lineage among demonic tribes? They have the backing of numerous subterranean demonic races, enabling them to assemble vast demonic armies. Therefore, Lin Xian would forge an army of the dead, centered around undead and the forbidden fungi of the dead. The greatest strength of the dead lies in the fact that they are already dead. Even if they fight living beings again and die once more, what does it matter? Essentially, Lin Xian was operating at zero cost, a free ride. It was like using the souls of the demon's own kind to attack their own kind. A war of fratricide. Good. Dawson nodded, finding Lin Xian's reasoning sound. As the trio descended deeper and deeper. Finally, the number of spirits clinging to the walls began to dwindle. Conversely, the undead daring to approach and intercept Lin Xian and his companions grew in number. Having caught the scent of fresh flesh and living essence, the undead swarmed forward, attempting to drain the life force from Lin Xian and his companions. "Dawson, it's your turn." Lin Xian addressed Dawson. "Yes, master." Dawson stepped before Lin Xian and began chanting incantations. It was a spell unique to the sorcerer clan. Neither Lin Xian nor Rong could understand it. They could only stand behind Dawson and watch his performance. Along with the incantation, runes began to appear. They bore a striking resemblance to the runes released when Dawson had cast spells before. These runes formed numerous circles, similar to miniature rune arrays. Each small array encircled the advancing undead, trapping them within. The array began to contract. The undead began to struggle, wail, and roar at a visible pace. These arrays seemed to be scorching their very souls, causing them unbearable agony. A faint spark of flame appeared. The undead gradually ceased their movements and sounds, becoming as lifeless as puppets. Within the rune array, the undead were being refined. Was this the power of the Witch Clan, the ability to refine the undead? Lin Xian stared at the array before him, a lingering sense of dread settling over him.
The witch clan truly lived up to its reputation as a polarizing force in the underground world. During blessings, they were honored guests. But when it came to refining souls, they were absolutely treated like rats in the street, hunted down and shunned. Who would willingly subject themselves or their loved ones to having their souls refined by sorcerers after death? It was utterly unsettling. After several minutes, the now quiet souls seemed to have been fully refined. One by one, they drifted toward Dawson. Dawson turned to Lin Xian with respect. Master, these 12 souls have been successfully refined. Shall we use them now? Use meant transplanting them into the dead man's forbidden fungus. Lin Xian nodded. We can test it. To be honest, the idea of implanting souls into the deadly forbidden fungus to create independent warriors was merely a concept in Lin Xian's mind. Now, with these refined spirits available, it was indeed possible to conduct the experiment. Lin Xian summoned 12 wingless dead bacteria. He addressed Dawson. Dawson, it's up to you now. Controlling and transferring spirits, these were the witch's specialties. Got it. Dawson nodded and immediately directed the undead toward the 12 deathbound fungi. The undead restriction spores possessed no consciousness of their own, or rather, their very essence was but a fragment of Lin Xian's own consciousness. Therefore, when these souls were implanted, the process was remarkably smooth and seamless. In a mere 3 seconds, the group of deadly forbidden fungi transformed into living entities imbued with the undead's consciousness. This? Am I alive again? Among them, a wingless dead bacteria mumbled awkwardly in the dungeon language. Chapter 154, The Awakened. The other 11 wingless undead fungi were also familiarizing themselves with their new bodies while trying to figure out what was happening. I remember. I was assassinated by a young member of the Ma clan. Am I really alive again? But this body, it doesn't feel like mine. Why am I covered in white bones? I should be dead too. I was killed by the Hermes clan. Those damned Hermes people invaded our city-state, pillaging and burning. Why doesn't the supreme god of the underground come down to punish them? Xia 4. You're all dead? But I'm not. I remember just falling asleep and then waking up. Ah, my head hurts. Why does it feel like I've lost a huge chunk of my consciousness? What the hell is going on? As these 12 awakened, fungus-bound souls began conversing among themselves. Lin Xian stood nearby, listening intently and pondering. He began to grasp the situation. He pulled Dawson closer, then patted the purple crystal cat's backside and asked, Dawson, Fluffy, I have a question for you both. Do the souls trapped in the abyssal hell possess their own consciousness? I mean, the consciousness they had in life. Earlier, through the communication among this group of newly deceased forbidden fungi, the winged ones, Lin Xian realized something. They seem to be missing a long stretch of their memories? About that, Master, you should ask the little wizard. This meow hasn't died before, so I'm not too clear on that sort of thing. Rongrong extended her plump little paw and gently stroked her own cat head, maintaining an air of detached detachment. Wizard Dawson glanced at Rongrong. Having learned she was the ancient purple crystal shadowcat who had lived for 1,000 years, Dawson always treated her with deep respect. Though he desperately wanted to retort to Rongrong's earlier remark, he managed to hold his tongue. Master. Senior cat. Actually, I haven't died either, Dawson muttered under his breath before returning to the topic at hand. Perhaps? As undead beings, they lack independent consciousness. It was only after I refined their souls and transferred them into the skeletal remains of these fallen ones that their former awareness was reawakened, right? Hearing Dawson's analysis, Lin Xian nodded. It's like how people drink mangpo's soup after death to forget their past lives. These undead skip that step before reincarnation, which is why they retained their memories from life. Lin Xian gazed at the fallen angels before him, sensing the fungal mycelium within their bodies. Still present. As long as the mycelium persisted, they would forever remain the forbidden fungi of the dead, despite possessing individual consciousness. But whenever Lin Xian wished, he could control them at any moment. Everyone Lin Xian had intended to say dead band spores, but upon reflection, felt it inappropriate to address them directly as such. Calling them fallen ones seemed odd as well. Finally, he declared, Greetings, all you reawakened ones. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, the 12 fallen who had been discussing matters immediately fell silent. It was as if Lin Xian's voice possessed some powerful force of control, making it impossible for them to resist. As you can see, it was I who revived you. Yet it is not a complete revival. At this point, some of the revived beings couldn't help but feel puzzled. Among them, a white-boned fallen raised a hand, as if to ask a question. Lin Xian gestured with his hand, Go ahead. So? I've truly been resurrected from the dead, the reanimated being inquired curiously. Sort of. Lin Xian nodded, neither fully confirming nor denying it. Earlier you said you revived us, but we're not fully revived? What exactly does that mean? Could you elaborate? A nearby resurrected being raised its skeletal claw to ask. As resurrected ones, you retain your consciousness and have returned to the dungeon world. In that sense, it is a form of resurrection. As for what I meant by not fully resurrected, there are two aspects. First, your original physical bodies no longer exist.
I have provided you with the skeletal frames of the dungeon demons known as the Broken Winged. You may use these bodies freely. Even if they break or shatter, I can repair them. Oh, and one more thing. Some of you may not belong to the Nether Demon Clan, perhaps you even despise them. But remember, the Whitebone Fallen Winged One is merely your vessel. There's no need to dwell on this matter. Lin Xian realized these souls weren't all from the subterranean demon clan. They might be other subterranean creatures, including ancient races and subterranean elves. Therefore, this matter must be made clear to them beforehand. The second implication of incomplete resurrection is this: while you are revived, you are not entirely free. I have named this group of white bone winged ones the forbidden fungi of the dead. Now, you, the revived ones, shall control the bodies of these forbidden fungi of the dead. But only within the bounds of my consciousness. I permit you to do anything, fight, seek vengeance. But you must not disobey my commands or betray me. I know not what creatures you were in life, be it a dungeon lord of some underground realm or celestial beings from the largest dungeon. You must obey my commands. Remember, I granted you the power to rise from the dead, and I can strip you of your right to live at any moment. After Lin Xian finished speaking, the 12 reanimated beings before him fell into silence. A deathly silence. Half a minute later, one of the resurrected raised his broken winged claw and declared, "You granted me the chance to be reborn. I shall cherish this moment of life. I am grateful to you, my master. I will fight for you until my last breath." With that, the resurrected being bowed before Lin Xian. Regardless of what creature, what race, or what power he possessed in life. Now, he was merely a follower of Lin Xian. Following this resurrected one, the remaining 11 resurrected ones bowed one after another, expressing their respect to Lin Xian. It seemed the resurrected on this level, or rather, these souls in life, had never been rebellious or unruly. Ever since the project to resurrect souls began, Lin Xian had anticipated the emergence of troublemakers. Yet, unexpectedly, this first batch of the deceased turned out to be so obedient. Resurrected ones, Lin Xian addressed them, "From now on, you are all my followers. Call me Godfather." Lin Xian addressed the assembled resurrected souls. "Yes, Father." The 12 reanimated beings bowed in unison. However, the white spinal bones of the fallen were so hard that when they bowed, a distinct crunching sound of bone grinding echoed. In an instant, the surrounding undead were all drawn to this group of reanimated beings. As the swarm of undead closed in, Lin Xian and his companions found themselves completely surrounded. Interesting. Lin Xian's lips curled into a grin, revealing an excited expression. Chapter 155, An Unexpected Delight. Dawson, this is your moment. Try to pull off a mass refinement. If it works, most of our undead forbidden fungi will be imbued with new souls, transforming them into conscious beings. Lin Xian addressed Dawson. "Yes, Father." Then, Dawson began his ritual. The same process, the same steps, the same runes appeared on the field. The swarm of undead, believing they had found the scent of a living being to consume, were filled with excitement. But upon approaching the rune circles, they were all trapped within. Once trapped within the rune circles, the undead began to be refined. Within minutes, the vast multitude of restless souls had all transformed into motionless, vacant apparitions. The 12 resurrected, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but stare in astonishment. "Father, does this mean we were just like that earlier?" One of the reanimated beings asked curiously. "Yes. Soon they will be your companions." With that, Lin Xian summoned the skeleton tri-beast, skeleton mossbrin, and skeleton winged one. Actually, Lin Xian had originally intended to summon a few more skeleton goblins. But upon second thought, regardless of what race or creatures these souls had been in life, resurrecting them within goblin bodies felt like an insult to their memory. In the end, Lin Xian hid these skeleton goblins away. He let them continue digging, clearing, and working in the ruins of the dungeon. "Begin the transplant," Lin Xian instructed Dawson. "Yes, Master." Dawson immediately began transplanting this large group of souls. This time, the total number of souls reached a staggering 192. Enough to fully replenish the ranks of the wingless ones, mossbrin, and some of the tri-beasts. As the vast number of souls entered the bodies of the dead fungi white bones, these warden fungi, just like the 12 white-boned fallen before them, were resurrected. Nearly 200 dead fungi, having received new souls, instantly transformed into revived ones. These 192 revived souls stared blankly, unaware of what they had endured. Gazing at the surrounding skeletal remains, many of the revived beings let out horrified screams. Lin Xian quickly used his psychic power to calm them. "No need to panic." After repeating the words he had spoken to the 12 reanimated beings earlier, Lin Xian gained 192 new followers. Combined with the original 12 reanimated ones, this brought his total followers to 204. "You 12, who revived first, shall serve as captains of this deadly forbidden fungus unit. Henceforth, you are my deadly forbidden guard. Now, I shall send you back to my domain." With that said, Lin Xian utilized the sentinel fungus's teleportation ability. transporting all 204 awakened ones, now imbued with the souls of the dead, back to the ruined dungeon.
Dawson. Just as Lin Xian was about to call out to Dawson to praise his excellent work, he suddenly noticed that Dawson's level was rapidly climbing. Congratulations to follower wizard Dawson. After refining the undead, you have gained a large amount of experience points. Congratulations to follower wizard Dawson on reaching level 33. Holy crap! Lin Xian never imagined Dawson's level would jump a whopping 11 levels. Does refining souls really grant that much bonus experience? Just as Lin Xian was still gasping in shock, he suddenly realized he had also gained extra experience points. Congratulations, player Lin Xian. Due to your follower, Wizard Dawson, refining a large number of souls, you have gained a substantial amount of extra experience points. Congratulations to player Lin Xian, leveled up to level 43. Lin Xian opened his dungeon panel to check. Dungeon Survival Panel. Name, Lin Xian. Level, LV 437312. Innate ability, Flesh Mycelium. Spirit pets, Inferno Flame Lion, Amethyst Shadowcat, Silver Dragon Hatchling. Master Servant Contracts, Twin Cannon War Turtle, Wizard Dawson, Slime Rockham. Followers, Hobbit Forest Folk Rebel. Companion, Chu Yincheng. Items, Fine Dagger, Great Cleaver, Star Wish Holy Grail, Evil Repelling Talisman, Glazed Gemstone, Dungeon Excavator, Crossbow Bolts, Teleportation Jade Talisman, Woodland Folkbow, Star Chain Pendant, Photon Pistol, Photon Grenade, Photon Shield. Dungeons explored today, 3. Dawson. I never thought I'd get to ride your coattails someday. Lin Xian exclaimed excitedly. Previously, whenever Lin Xian slayed certain dungeon demons, his followers and battle pets would gain extra experience points. But who could have imagined? As Lin Xian's servant, Dawson had absorbed these undead, and now Lin Xian could gain extra experience points too. This was an absolute stroke of luck. Godfather, you flatter me. Dawson bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. If before, Dawson had harbored some reluctance about becoming Lin Xian's servant. Now, however, Dawson was utterly obedient to Lin Xian. Consider this, he had only become Lin Xian's servant half a day ago. He had already advanced from LV-19 to LV-33. He had also mastered the invaluable ability of the wizard clan, refining. It was no exaggeration to say that the refining ability was the primary reason many powerful wizards of the wizard clan grew stronger. Ordinary cultivation and combat might be ways for certain races to level up, but they absolutely aren't the way for the wizard clan to do so. It simply doesn't work for them. Only the art of refining is the very reason many witchcraft practitioners exist. Beneath Dawson's robes, his dark eyes suddenly sharpened. His mind turned to the culprit responsible for transforming the sorcerer clan into this state, that witch doctor. This grudge must be avenged. Let's go, wrong, Dawson. Since this place aids your refinement to boost strength, we'll explore deeper levels. Refining higher tier souls should yield greater bonus experience. Lin Xian addressed Dawson and Wrong. Alright. Let's go. This cat hasn't sensed any danger nearby. With that, the trio descended once more. The closer they got to the infected mycelium Lin Xian had planted, the more oppressive the aura became. Is this the depths of the abyssal hell? Wrong, could there be some powerful creature lurking down there? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. I've read in ancient texts that the deepest recesses of the abyssal hell hold many sealed, malevolent souls. Of course, at our level, we likely won't reach the very bottom. Why? Lin Xian inquired curiously. Those souls exert such pressure they'll make it hard for you to breathe. Wrong explained casually. If that's the case, I'm already starting to feel it. Lin Xian wore a bitter expression. Chapter 156, Hermetic Language. As expected. Whether it's the dungeon world or the abyssal hell, they're both dominated by the truly powerful. As Lin Xian, Wrong, and Dawson descended further and further. Finally, the group arrived near the infected mycelium. The infected mycelium was merely a tiny black speck, incredibly small. Therefore, it managed to survive undetected for so long within the abyss. Yet for the infected mycelium itself, every day was a struggle. In this oppressive place filled entirely with lost souls, the infected mycelium was suffering greatly. Any discoveries? Lin Xian inquired of the infected mycelium. The infected mycelium relayed all the information it had gathered to Lin Xian. Oh? Is that so? Beneath this lies a sealed object with an incredibly potent aura? After sensing this, Lin Xian stroked his chin and began to ponder. Should I go down? A powerful sealed object. This was actually a double-edged sword. If the sealed entity were a demon or a dark spirit, Lin Xian would never release it. But if it were an elf or a member of some righteous organization from ancient times, releasing it might be an option. At that point, it would become a powerful aid to Lin Xian. Dawson, can you sense the presence of this sealed entity? Lin Xian asked Dawson beside him. Yes, Godfather. Not only the sealed entity, but there seems to be some kind of powerful weapon beneath it. As a sorcerer, Dawson possessed profound mastery over the spiritual realm. This was true for Wrong as well. Master, this cat senses it too.
Within the sealed object below lies some kind of weapon.
It might even be an ancient artifact. An artifact? Lin Xian wasn't hearing this term for the first time. But a divine artifact?
He had never encountered a weapon of such power before.
Even someone as powerful as the Ice Lord didn't possess one. This piqued Lin Xian's curiosity about the weapon that might lie below. Well then, let's go take a look.
If we can get our hands on this divine artifact, this trip will be a huge win for us. Wealth comes from taking risks. The fiercer the storm, the pricier the catch. These truths Lin Xian understood well.
Yes, Godfather. Dawson naturally followed Lin Xian's lead.
Whatever sealed object lay below, Dawson believed Lin Xian could handle it.
Rong Rong, meanwhile, wore an expression of utter fearlessness. As Lin Xian descended further, the infection mycelium also ventured deeper than ever before. Fortunately, the long ladder was easy to navigate.
After descending for nearly 10 minutes, the gloomy abyss emitted a muffled hum.
The howl of a specter?
A strange sound lingered in Lin Xian's ears,
like the whisper of a demon. At that moment,
a massive stone stele appeared before his eyes. Lin Xian gazed at the suddenly appearing stone tablet and asked curiously, Rong, Dawson, can you two read the writing on this? Godfather, this appears to be an ancient form of Hermesian script, the exclusive writing system of the Hermesian tribe.
Dawson volunteered the explanation. The Hermes tribe?
Lin Xian had a vague recollection of this race, as if he'd heard of them somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. Master, among the 12 fallen who had souls implanted earlier, one claimed to have been killed by Hermes.
Rong promptly offered the reminder. Ah, right.
Lin Xian recalled the words of that revived one.
Suddenly,
Lin Xian summoned the resurrected beings.
Godfather, why summon me so abruptly?
The resurrected being asked respectfully. I recall you mentioning that you were killed by the Hermes clan.
Is that true?
Lin Xian inquired sternly, adopting the demeanor of a godfather.
The Hermes clan.
Upon hearing the name of this race, his voice trembled with rage.
Yes.
Godfather, the Hermes tribe invaded our dungeon. I despise them with every fiber of my being.
The resurrector declared bluntly. What race are you? And what connection does your race have with the Hermes clan?
Lin Xian inquired of the resurrector before him.
Me? I'm from the He race tribe.
To tell you the truth, our He race tribe and the Hermes tribe were actually the same race in ancient times. But because of the despicable Hermes tribe, they were simply too treacherous and cunning. It ultimately led to our two tribes parting ways, swearing never to associate again.
Yet who could have imagined that the Hermes tribe would persistently disrupt our lives? It's utterly shameless.
The reviver spoke with palpable fury, his skeletal claws clenched into tight fists. If he could, he would personally slaughter every last scoundrel of the Hermes clan.
Lin Xian paid no heed to the twists, history, and hatred between this Hermes clan resurrector and the Hermes clan.
Instead, he picked up on a key phrase in the Hermes tribe member's speech.
Ancestors. Fellow tribe.
Lin Xian smiled faintly. I sympathize with your plight and share your hatred for the Hermes clan. Therefore, I will avenge you.
Really? Thank you so much, Godfather.
The revived member of the He race clan bowed respectfully to Lin Xian.
Don't thank me just yet.
I do want to help you eliminate the Hermes tribe, but before that, I need you to translate a passage for me.
Lin Xian patted the resurrector's bony shoulder, gesturing toward the towering stone monument before them.
Nearly 3 meters high, its surface was covered in Hermes script. He race, you should be able to read this Hermes script, right? After all, your ancestors were of the same tribe.
Lin Xian smiled. I can read it. Hermes script isn't too different from our Hearse language. But why would there be a Hermes stele in this place? The revived Hearse was utterly perplexed. That's none of your concern. He race, may I call you that? Lin Xian continued regardless of the reviver's consent. He race, translate this hermetic script for me. It will aid me in avenging you in the future.
Yes, father. The reviver known as He race nodded and immediately began examining the stone tablet before him.
Dense Hermes script covered its surface, requiring time to decipher.
At first, He race studied it intently, but as he read on, a look of sheer horror seemed to spread across his skeletal face.
This can't be.
He race stumbled back in disbelief, his eyeless gaze still fixed on the massive stone tablet before him. His entire skeletal frame trembled slightly. He couldn't bring himself to believe the contents etched upon the stone tablet. It completely overturned his understanding of the Hermes and He race races. A profound dread washed over him, as if the world itself were unreal, a mere fabrication. Had every bit of education he'd received since childhood been turned upside down? Chapter 157, The Inscription on the Stone Tablet. He race, tell me, what does this say?
Lin Xian demanded.
The reviver known as He race shook his head as if he had seen a ghost.
He couldn't believe the engraved content was real. If this were true, it would be terrifying.
All these years, it felt like he'd been living in vain.
Translate. Lin Xian commanded He race with solemn authority. He race dared not disobey Lin Xian's command and began to recite the inscription. O ancient Hermes, aid our Hermes clan. Betrayed by our own kindred, the Hay race, we were driven from our homeland, our kin on the brink of extinction. The vile Hay race clan, in their greed to seize our sealed divine artifact, turned against their former kin, a truly despicable act. Hermes, punish the Hay race clan. May they be haunted by vengeful spirits for generations, cursed by evil. May they never find rebirth, tormented in endless cycles of reincarnation. This is the first passage. Immediately after, Hay race began reciting the second passage in her mission. God Hermes, the Hay race clan is utterly deceitful. They seized the sacred artifacts of our Hermes clan and slaughtered every member of our people. Worse still, they intend to sacrifice all the souls of our Hermes clan to summon some powerful being from ancient times. God Hermes, punish the Hay race clan. End of the second passage. Beginning the third passage. God Hermes, I thank you for your intervention. The Hay race clan has finally received its just punishment. As I stated at the beginning, I shall offer my soul as an offering. I have one final request: may the fallen members of the Hermes clan be granted the opportunity for reincarnation. I do not wish for the Hermes clan to be utterly extinguished from the dungeon world. Fourth segment. I shall rest eternally here, bearing the divine artifact that was stolen and now returned. House Hay race, your deeds shall be met with divine retribution. One day, the House of Hermes will exact vengeance upon you. Await your annihilation. From the depths of hell, I curse you. I curse you. I curse you. Thus concluded the 4 inscriptions upon the ancient stone tablet. Hay race hurriedly protested, no. This cannot be true. Our Hay race clan has long been persecuted by the Hermes clan. The words on this stele cannot be true. They are all lies. Go back now. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with Hay race nonsense. His only purpose was to translate the ancient stone tablet's contents for Lin Xian. As for the grudge between the Hay race and Hermes clans, what business was that of Lin Xian? Lin Xian's talk of avenging the Hay race clan was nothing more than idle words. Who would waste their time chasing after the grudges of a long-dead soul? Rongrong, Dawson, what do you two think? Lin Xian asked his 2 strategists. Master, the translation of this fellow's words should be genuine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bitter and resentful. Godfather, I agree. Hearing both his strategists concur that Hay race's earlier words were likely true, Lin Xian pressed further. So you're saying there really are sealed souls behind this stone tablet? And that so-called divine artifact? It's possible. Why not go in and take a look? After all, with the teleportation jade talisman, you can leave the abyssal hell at any time. Rongrong's reminder finally brought Lin Xian back to the fact that he still possessed the teleportation jade talisman. It wasn't that Lin Xian had genuinely forgotten about the jade token. It was simply that this was the abyssal hell, essentially the underworld of the subterranean realm. Lin Xian hadn't seriously considered teleporting within the underworld. If that were possible, wouldn't it mean he could simply establish a coordinate here? And he could come to the netherworld of the dungeon world anytime? He shook his head. The thought felt unsettling. Alright, let's go inside and take a look. He said that, but Lin Xian couldn't see any so-called entrance. How do we get in? Lin Xian asked curiously. Godfather, over here. Dawson was the first to spot a way in. Or rather, it was the ceiling point near a rock marker on the left side of the stele. It was densely engraved with intricate runes. Lin Xian was quite familiar with these runes. Back when he saved the sealed amethyst dark cat Rongrong, these were the same runes. Lin Xian still remembered these runes seemed to fear star wishes. Lin Xian drew out all his surplus star wishes and channeled them into the runes before him. Sure enough. Upon being assaulted by the star wishes, the runes disintegrated instantly. It was as if some bloodline suppression was at play. The runes were being driven away by the star wishes. Soon, all the runes that had formed the seal vanished completely. At the same time, the entire stone tablet began to shake. It emitted a series of cracking sounds, as if it were about to shatter. With a thud, a chunk of rock crashed to the ground. Lin Xian, accompanied by Rongrong and Dawson, took a few steps back, watching the changes before them. But to their surprise, the entire stele had shattered. Splintering into 7 or 8 pieces, the entire monument crashed to the ground. At the same time, a passageway appeared. A dense swarm of restless spirits poured out from within, surging toward the outside. What was going on? Wasn't it said that a member of the Hermes clan had sacrificed themselves as an offering to summon the god Hermes? How could there be so many souls inside? Lin Xian was taken aback. But he quickly snapped out of it and told Dawson, prepare to refine the souls. Any soul could provide the experience points Lin Xian and Dawson needed to level up. We can't just let them go to waste. Yes. Dawson immediately activated his refinement ability. Circular runes began to appear. They captured every fleeing soul. The controlled souls were all contained within the circular runes. Dawson began refining the souls. 10 minutes later, the entire group of souls had transformed into Dawson's puppets. They floated motionless in midair, as if awaiting his commands. Simultaneously, Dawson's level rose by 4 more tiers as he refined these souls. He reached LV37. Unfortunately, Lin Xian had absorbed a significant amount of experience points but failed to level up. This clearly demonstrated that the higher the level, the more experience points required for leveling up. And the amount is terrifyingly high. No wonder those city lords are stuck at just over level 50, struggling to advance. This was the first time Lin Xian truly grasped the difficulty of leveling up. Look at these souls, what kind of creatures are they? With that said, Lin Xian summoned the remaining forbidden fungi of the dead. Bone moss blight, bone frost tiger, bone venom bat. Dawson directly implanted all these souls into the undead restriction spores. As these skeletal reanimators awoke, Lin Xian felt an overwhelming malevolence. A white bone frost tiger roared with a blood-curdling growl. What kind of creature are you? Why disturb our slumber? Chapter 158, The Revenge Wizard. And you dare question me? As the one who had resurrected these undead, Lin Xian's gaze grew sharp. These reanimated dead still seemed unaware of their true allegiance. Are you Hermes or Herace? Lin Xian demanded directly. Rays? You're from the Rays tribe? No. That can't be right. Your appearance doesn't resemble the scum of the Rays tribe. Wait. Why have I turned into a frost tiger? The resurrected being stared at its own appearance, utterly bewildered. At the same time, the other resurrected beings beside him exchanged bewildered glances. Why were they no longer in their own bodies? And not just that, they were all skeletal remains. What on earth was going on? Seeing the confusion on their faces, Lin Xian stepped in to explain, "You're all dead. You remember that, right? We're dead?" Suddenly, a cascade of memories surged like icy seawater, crashing against their minds and jolting their meninges. These resurrected souls gradually regained vast memories, clarifying their current situation. So we were all offerings. Therefore, you are the benefactor who revived us, granting us rebirth? The frost tiger, who had been arrogantly defiant moments ago, instantly fell silent. Its tone toward Lin Xian grew respectful. Correct. Lin Xian nodded, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, "You mentioned earlier that you are all devotees? What does that mean?" Based on what the white bone-winged being of the Herace tribe had mentioned earlier, Lin Xian knew the stone tablet depicted a Hermes tribe figure akin to a priest sacrificing himself as an offering. This act summoned the Hermes tribe's god to aid them in avenging their kind against the Herace tribe. But this fellow here claimed they were devotees? This contradicted the depiction on the stele. Our resurrected dead fell silent. After a moment, he spoke slowly, we are all victims of war. The Hermes tribe, in order to defeat the Herace tribe once our kin, summoned the Hermes god. No. That was not the Hermes deity. It was an ancient demon. Just as the white bone frost tiger spoke these words, a white bone mossbrin leapt forward to protest. An ancient demon? What on earth is going on? Lin Xian demanded. The skeletal mossbrin, as if noticing something, fixed his gaze intently on the wizard beside Lin Xian. Dawson. A sorcerer. It was a sorcerer. Back then, a sorcerer deceived our Hermes clan chieftain, claiming he would summon the god Hermes to battle. But the price was sacrificing our entire clan as offerings. And what was summoned wasn't some god Hermes, it was a powerful ancient demon. As the undead resurrected being spoke these words, Lin Xian had already pieced together the history between the Hermes and Herace tribes. He also grasped the meaning of the inscription on this stone tablet. It was rather tragic. So all this chaos was caused by a single sorcerer? Dawson caught Lin Xian staring at him and hastily waved his hands in explanation. "No, I didn't know about this, Godfather. Of course I know it wasn't you. But..." Lin Xian suddenly furrowed his brow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "How come in the netherworld, with all its unrest, your wizard clan seems to be involved everywhere?" Dawson was momentarily speechless, unsure how to defend himself. Upon reflection, it seemed undeniably true. Not to mention the current situation, the Darkborn royal family dares to act so brazenly precisely because of the wizard's involvement, and that new wizard king, the witch doctor. Even in the ancient wars, the presence of the witch clan was more or less evident. Not only that, but many conflicts between dungeons also involved the intervention of the sorcerer clan. Though the witch clan wasn't particularly powerful, they didn't even possess a dungeon of their own, living in caverns like goblins. Their parasitic, or rather, symbiotic ability is truly formidable. They could attach themselves to any race within the cavern world, becoming their strategists and offering counsel. Crucially, every race tends to place great trust in the witch clan. Even Lin Xian still trusts Dawson quite a bit. That's the unique magic of wizards. Dawson is indeed a wizard, but he is not the instigator of the racial discord between Hermes and Herace that you speak of. In the dungeon world, wizards are not particularly rare. Besides, this is no longer your era. As for the Herace and Hermes clans in the dungeon world, I've never even heard of them. This information actually came from Lin Xian's research in the complete compendium of the underground world. The Herace and Hermes clans have long been extinct. Their last recorded appearance in the subterranean world occurred 2,000 years ago.
Which means these souls have been slumbering for at least 2,000 years, if not longer.
What? You're saying our Hermes clan has become dust in the annals of history?
The frost tiger skeleton found this hard to accept. Beside him, the white bone Mosprin and the white bone venom bat both looked profoundly desolate. The Hermes clan, while perhaps not the strongest, had once been a formidable race capable of dominating an entire underground city within the dungeon world.
The Hermes clan was no different.
Yet who could have imagined that when the long-sealed spirits of the Hermes clan finally awoke, they would find themselves the very ones who had been annihilated?
How utterly laughable. Everyone.
There's no need to worry. Your physical forms may be gone, but your souls endure. I summoned you forth for two reasons. First, I sense the resentment of your unfulfilled grievances. Second, to grant you an opportunity for vengeance.
Lin Xian began painting a rosy picture. Revenge? Against whom?
A skeletal Hermes in the form of Mosprin inquired.
No. Who said your enemies were the Hermes clan? Lin Xian extended his index finger, waving it dismissively. Then who?
You just said it yourselves. The one who stirred up trouble and led to the annihilation of your Hermes clan was a sorcerer. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, all the resurrected souls turned their gaze toward Dawson. Startled, Dawson hastily hid behind Lin Xian, momentarily forgetting that as the wizard who summoned these souls, he actually possessed the power to control them. No, the wizard who commanded your vengeance was certainly not this one. In fact, he is your benefactor. Were it not for him, your souls would never have been implanted into these skeletal bodies. Lin Xian distanced Dawson from the situation while simultaneously elevating his status.
Chapter 159, The Monster Sealed Behind the Stone Tablet. Then who is the sorcerer we're supposed to avenge?
The group of resurrected souls all fixed their gaze on Lin Xian, curious to know whom he intended for them to avenge. Gentlemen, Lin Xian replied, deliberately sidestepping their question. Though your clans may be extinct, one undeniable fact remains: you are all veterans of the dungeon world.
Surely you wouldn't wish to see this world destroyed?
The undead resurrected beings exchanged puzzled glances once more, seemingly unable to grasp Lin Xian's meaning.
You say the underground world is about to be destroyed? How could that be possible? The underground world has existed since ancient times and persisted until now. How could it possibly be destroyed? The resurrected dead found this notion utterly unbelievable. Lin Xian stated plainly, what I say is true. The wizard's clan has already fractured.
This particular wizard is a benevolent one, striving to save the dungeon world. Conversely, there are malevolent wizards and witchcraft masters who have allied with the dark descendants of the dungeon world.
You should know about the dark descendants, right? Truthfully, I believe your clan's annihilation is connected to the ancient demons summoned in the past.
So, in a sense, both the ancient demons and the dungeon demons are targets for your vengeance. At this point, Lin Xian realized that 80% of these resurrected souls had already been swayed by his words. Despite the fact that it was their own Hermes clan chieftain who stabbed them in the back, and that the instigator was a sorcerer. The true force behind their clan's annihilation wasn't the Hermes clan at all, it was that mighty ancient demon. The demon race. That was the true enemy of the Hermes clan. Seeing their reaction, Lin Xian pressed on, and these demons of the Darkborn clan? They don't just want to summon that ancient demon. They're even attempting to conjure an ancient evil god to destroy the entire dungeon world.
What? Hearing this, the Hermes clan spirits lost their composure. Ancient?
They had certainly heard that name.
These were the true demons of the netherworld. This cannot be allowed. We must stop them.
The spirits raised their hands in unison, declaring their willingness to join the battle against the demonic race.
Good. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction.
With this, the Hermes clan effectively aligned themselves with him.
Another ally gained. Everyone, I have one more question for you. Is it only your souls that are sealed behind this stone tablet? Is there anything else contained within?
Earlier, Lin Xian had sensed the oppressive presence of a powerful being. Yet these deceased souls did not impart that same sense of pressure to Lin Xian. This suggests that somewhere nearby or perhaps behind the steel a far more formidable presence might be sealed away.
Yes. Among the ancestors of our Hermes clan and the Hermes clan was once one of the absolute powerhouses of the netherworld. We call him the Hermes ancestor. Herzu? Hearing this name, Lin Xian furrowed his brow.
He couldn't help but think of that being from the Cthulhu mythos, one of the elder gods.
Haru al Kwai Gung Za. Who would have thought that within the history of the dungeon world, there existed another Haru?
Lin Xian found himself intensely intrigued by this off.
Can I enter this passageway? I wish to meet Zur. Lin Xian inquired.
This. The resurrected dead all fell silent. They clearly had no idea how to answer Lin Xian's question. After all, this place itself was the realm of the departed souls. As living beings, no one had ever attempted to enter this place.
Godfather, maybe we should just call it off?
This feels dangerous. Dawson cautiously tried to dissuade him.
With no knowledge of the passage's safety and a palpable sense of foreboding, Dawson naturally opted for caution.
But Fluffy, who had been listening silently all along, suddenly spoke up. Master, this cat believes we should go in and take a look.
Oh, Rongrong, what's your take on this?
The aura within is indeed formidable.
But it's merely a sealed entity. You know, this servant was once sealed away too.
No matter how powerful this fellow named Hazu may be, under the seal, he cannot harm you.
This servant knows this better than anyone. The entire Purple Crystal Dark Cat clan had been sealed away before. Thus, Rongrong understood just how absolute the seals of the dungeon world were. At best, it might slightly confuse ordinary players without much sense.
If they truly encountered a worthy opponent, the Purple Crystal Dark Cat stood no chance. This explains why the Ice Lord mentioned that the Purple Crystal Dark Cat clan had been nearly wiped out.
I see. Lin Xian nodded. After hearing Rongrong's explanation, he made up his mind to enter. Rongrong, Dawson, wait outside. I'll go take a look. Ha? Godfather?
Dawson still looked concerned, but Lin Xian waved him off with a smile.
It's fine. With that,
Lin Xian stepped directly into the passageway. The passage was pitch black.
Lin Xian used his photon weapon to illuminate the area.
Under the glow of the light attribute Star Wish, Lin Xian could clearly see the passageway.
The passage itself wasn't particularly wide, barely accommodating Lin Xian's height.
Yet its depth was unfathomable. Lin Xian had no idea how long the passage truly extended.
After walking inward for nearly 3 minutes, Lin Xian heard a faint whimper. At the same time,
that intense sense of pressure surged over him once more.
It was somewhere nearby.
Lin Xian quickened his pace upon sensing this. Finally, after traversing the passageway, Lin Xian arrived at an altar.
Upon the altar, a person was chained? Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. This creature was clearly humanoid in form?
He had distinct features, 2 arms and 2 legs. No tail, no horns, not a trace of a monster's appearance.
As Lin Xian approached slightly, he sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and fury.
Who? Dare to take another step closer, and I'll make sure you have no place to bury your remains. The accent this creature spoke wasn't human language, but a tongue Lin Xian had never encountered before. Fortunately, the translation jelly could interpret the languages of every race in the dungeon world, allowing Lin Xian to understand what this creature was saying.
What kind of creature are you?
Why are you sealed here?
Lin Xian asked cautiously. Me? I've long forgotten my name. But I remember my noble lineage. I am royalty of the Celestial clan.
The creature answered Lin Xian's question in a wild, frenzied voice.
Upon hearing this answer, Lin Xian was utterly dumbfounded. Royal lineage of the Celestial clan? Wait a minute. Didn't the group of wandering souls outside just say that the one sealed inside was the hereditary ancestor of their Hermes clan? What was going on? This guy is the ancestral patriarch? But if he is the ancestral patriarch, how could he also be a member of the Celestial clan's royal family? Chapter 160, The Celestial Clan. For a moment, countless question marks flooded Lin Xian's mind. He couldn't make heads or tails of what was happening. You're Celestial? Or even Royal Celestial? Lin Xian exclaimed in astonishment. That's correct.
The figure bound by chains and sealed before him had directly acknowledged his identity.
Lin Xian frowned. But I heard the one sealed here is Zhu? What's your relationship with him? Zhu? The self-proclaimed royal of the Celestial clan hesitated for a moment. As if pondering something. A familiar name, but I've forgotten what Zhu was.
The man shook his head, speaking with a touch of arrogance.
Forgotten what Hazu was?
Lin Xian found this fellow increasingly peculiar.
Then why were you sealed here? Surely you must know the reason for that? After all, this is the very location where the Herzu were sealed. I don't know. Ever since I awoke, I've been here.
I have no idea where I came from or why I was sealed here.
How long? I'm not sure. All I remember is that I was royalty of the Celestial clan.
This man spoke bluntly. He didn't sound like he was lying. But he is indeed missing a great deal of his memories.
And then, a powerful sense of menace swept over me once more. Lin Xian sensed something was amiss.
This sense of menace wasn't emanating from the Celestial clan member before him,
but from beneath his feet?
Lin Xian looked toward the altar and was startled to discover another sealing point beneath it.
Could it be? A bold suspicion formed in Lin Xian's mind.
This celestial royal was not the sealed object itself,
but rather some kind of key? A key to seal away some powerful being?
With this thought, Lin Xian approached the celestial.
The figure suddenly asked, "Are you here to break my seal?" "Not really," he replied. "I rather like being confined here.
The aura of these undead keeps making me stronger. It's a natural training ground, you see."
Hearing this,
Lin Xian halted immediately.
Using the aura of the undead for cultivation?
Lin Xian's eyes widened as he stared at the celestial before him. Information about him abruptly appeared on the dungeon interface.
Celestial Clan Aikido. Level, LV 55.
Ability, Necromancer. A powerful necromancer capable of summoning, controlling, and absorbing undead. Description, Odok is a necromancer of the Celestial Clan, wielding formidable necromantic arts. As his abilities indicate, he can summon, control, and absorb undead. Furthermore, his power grows stronger in areas teeming with undead.
Weakness, vulnerable in close combat.
When Lin Xian saw the information about this celestial being the one named Odorich before him, his eyes widened in shock.
He never imagined that Odorich before him would be a necromancer?
No wonder this guy claimed his cultivation progressed so rapidly in this place.
This was the abyssal hell. The netherworld.
With so many souls here, it was no wonder Odorki's power had surged dramatically.
But
Lin Xian was struck by another strange thought.
Why would Odoki be a necromancer? Wasn't he an angel? Wait a minute. Could it be that all celestials are capable of mastering magic?
No wonder the once obscure celestial clan among the 5 ancient clans suddenly became immensely powerful and unified the entire dungeon world. If they were mages, they would indeed hold the upper hand against other races.
Odoki, that is your name,
Lin Xian stated proactively.
Odoki. Odoki, who claimed to be of the celestial clan, murmured his own name. In an instant, the entire space began to violently shake. Odoki, that is my name. I remember everything now. Odoki roared like a madman.
It seemed the key to unlocking his seal was his very name.
After recalling his name, Odoki's memories flooded back. It made him remember everything. I am of the celestial clan. I am of the imperial lineage. I am Odoki. I was sealed here to stop Hazu. To prevent Hazu from breaking the seal.
Hearing Odorki's hysterical shouts, Lin Xian felt a bit stunned. He was certain this man wasn't insane.
But stop Hazu? What did that mean?
Lin Xian knew that Hazu was the ancestor of both the Hermes and Heres clans.
But did this ancestor harbor some hidden secret? Lin Xian demanded, Odoki, what exactly is going on? What kind of being is Hazu? Why must you stop him from breaking the seal? Hazu.
Hazu is the ancestor of both the Hermes and Heres clans, but he also holds another identity. He is the vessel inhabited by an ancient. Within his body resides the soul of that ancient.
Odoki explained to Lin Xian. What? An ancient?
Lin Xian was so astonished his jaw dropped. No wonder he'd felt such intense pressure. No wonder he felt something was terribly wrong. It turned out that the soul Hazu had once summoned was actually that of an ancient evil god.
Possessed by an ancient evil god. This was why Hazu's tribe had split into 2 factions, forever locked in conflict.
All of this was the ancient evil god's doing.
Odoki, what should we do now? Could Hazu be about to break through the seal? If that happens, it'll be disastrous.
No, I'll stay here and seal it shut completely.
As long as I'm here, that thing won't break through. You go.
Leave this place and secure the outer seal.
Prevent any other creatures from entering.
Otherwise, I can't guarantee I'll be able to hold the breach in the seal.
Odoki explained to Lin Xian. A breach in the seal? Lin Xian understood. No wonder this place needed Odoki's protection. The seal binding Hazu has always had a breach.
Elder Odoki, your sacrifice is noble. Lin Xian bowed deeply to the celestial Odoki before him. Then he swiftly departed.
Though he had many questions he wished to ask.
Lin Xian realized that if he didn't seal the passageway soon, the breach in the seal would only grow larger. To prevent its expansion, Lin Xian had no choice but to depart. Upon exiting the passageway, he found Rongrong, Dawson, and the other Hermes clan members waiting there.
Lin Xian immediately resealed the stone tablet.
He then retrieved all Hermes clan members who had parasitized the corpse-binding fungus and stored them back into his spatial backpack.
At that moment, Lin Xian whispered to Rongrong and Dawson, guess who I saw inside?
Under Rongrong and Dawson's puzzled gazes, Lin Xian declared, the royal family of the Celestial clan.
Odoki. Chapter 161, The Final Battle. Grand Finale. What? Odoki. Rongrong's expression turned utterly shocked.
As the amethyst shadow cat who once served as the royal lineage's scholarly cat in the greatest dungeon, Rongrong knew exactly who Odoki was. He was the necromancer of the Celestial clan, vanished since ancient times.
Rongrong, you actually know about Odorich?
Lin Xian stared at Rongrong as he asked.
Of course. Master, this cat naturally knows Odoki.
He was a necromancer among the Celestial clan, one of the most taboo mages. Thus, despite his royal lineage, Odoki was not well regarded.
Unwelcome?
Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Even so, Odorich still guarded the seal. To prevent Hazu, possessed by an ancient evil god, from descending once more upon the cavern world, he silently bore this burden. Thinking about it this way, Odoki really was a pitiable figure.
Master, since Odoki is here, what about Hazu they mentioned earlier? Hazu.
Lin Xian paused for a few seconds before speaking. This is precisely why I brought the Hermes clan back into my spatial backpack.
The ancestor of both the Hermes and Heres clans, Hazu, has been possessed by the ancient evil god. What? What? Rongrong and Dawson both wore expressions of utter shock. They couldn't believe it that mighty Hazu had actually been possessed by an ancient evil god? No wonder Hezu had acted that way back then. At that very moment, a tremendous wail suddenly echoed throughout the entire abyss. Like the lament of a dragon, yet also like the wail of the abyss. What on earth was happening?
Lin Xian had no time to explain anything to Rongrong and Dawson.
This sudden sound made them feel extremely uneasy. At the same time,
the ground began to tremble.
The entire abyss hell was trembling. Lin Xian sensed something terribly amiss. We must leave immediately.
Though Lin Xian still yearned to explore the abyss hell, the situation here had grown far too eerie. At this critical juncture, it was wiser to depart first. After establishing a coordinate here, Lin Xian immediately pulled out the teleportation Jade Talisman. Through the Jade Talisman's transmission, Lin Xian, Dawson, and Rongrong returned to the stone cavern.
However,
the earth tremors persisted.
What on earth is going on? Lin Xian asked in confusion.
Meanwhile, in the city district of Stone Cave, all the rock tribe members had awakened, transforming one by one into stone beings. Tuck, Rebel, Xu Yanqing, and the others immediately gathered around upon seeing Lin Xian's return.
Lin Xian, what happened? Why is the entire stone cave trembling? Xu Yanqing asked in confusion. What? Stone cave is trembling too? Lin Xian's eyes widened.
He had assumed only the abyss had become like this, but never imagined the stone cave would also.
What? Lin Xian immediately opened the world window channel.
But he saw all the players discussing this very thing.
What the hell is going on? How could there be an earthquake? No way. Ah, sir. We're in the cave world. If there's an earthquake here, where the hell are we supposed to run? You guys are experiencing an earthquake too? I see you're from the north server. We're having an earthquake in the south server. Is it happening in the north server too? Enough already, our western district is shaking too. I feel like I'm going to be shaken to death. Could it be the dungeon world is ending? I'm so scared. Can't we get a savior to save us?
After reading the messages from players across all regions, Lin Xian's furrowed brow deepened.
Every single region is experiencing earthquakes. Does that mean every dungeon is suffering the same fate? Young Lin Xian, this is bad news. Suddenly,
Sander, the Stone Clan chieftain and ruler of Stone Cavern, began moving slowly toward Lin Xian.
Sander, the stone man who usually moved with deliberate slowness, now appeared visibly anxious. Lin Xian hurriedly asked, Chief Sand, what has happened? The earth trembles. The doom of the cavern is upon us. Ha? What does that mean?
Lin Xian seemed to grasp the situation, yet he still sought clarification.
The cavern world is finished.
Just now, at the meeting of all city lords, the Darkborn clan declared war on every dungeon lord.
Sander declared solemnly. A city lords meeting? Lin Xian was bewildered.
He was clearly a city lord himself. He was even the dual city lord of both the Ruins dungeon and the Trident dungeon. Why hadn't he received any notice about this meeting?
Lin Xian opened the dungeon panel.
There, staring back at him, was a notification: invitation expired.
City Lord meeting invitation expired.
Beneath this expired invitation lies another notice. Darkborn Royal Clan, we, the Darkborn Royal Clan, have summoned all the ancient demons into the dungeon world. Lords of the dungeon world, lead your people to flee. Of course, even if you flee, you cannot escape the fate of being slaughtered by demons.
Ha!
The real game of cat and mouse begins.
Declaration of war. This was a blatant declaration of war.
Originally, the Darkborn merely launched covert attacks on other dungeons.
But now, they've declared war on every single dungeon across the entire undersea realm? How utterly arrogant. And just now, he actually said, ancient demons have been summoned? Dawson, that witch doctor, has he succeeded?
Lin Xian turned to ask Dawson beside him, only to see his face dark and his expression grim.
Godfather. I sense the aura of the diagram array. The dungeon world is filled with diagram arrays. That witch doctor, he truly succeeded. Dawson's face twisted with bitter resignation. What? Lin Xian's face began to twitch.
He had already prepared for the final showdown with the Dark Clan and begun rallying his allies. But who could have imagined this decisive battle would be triggered prematurely? This was completely beyond Lin Xian's expectations. Chief Sand, notify the Ice Lord and the other dungeon lords of the elven lineage to prepare for battle. At this critical moment, Lin Xian must maintain his composure and lead his forces through the challenges ahead.
Understood. I'll go immediately. With that, Sand set off to notify the other dungeon lords.
Chu, inform all players in the dungeon world and have them prepare as well.
Lin Xian then instructed Xu Yanqing. Got it.
Xu Yanqing began contacting other players, especially her younger sister Xu Shu. She was deeply concerned for Xu Shu's safety.
Tuck, Rebel, prepare for battle. Yes. Yes, Godfather.
The two readied their weapons, while Lin Xian summoned every last fleshrot spore from the Ruins dungeon and the Trident dungeon.
With weapons in hand, prepare to face the Darkborn Royal Clan's invasion. Upcoming plot: the Darkborn Royal Clan challenges the entire dungeon world. Lin Xian leads the dungeon world's forces into battle. The Darkborn royal clan summons hordes of ancient demons and an archaic evil god. Lin Xian counters by summoning the old god Dominator to confront them.
As the conflict between the two sides intensified, the inhabitants of the largest dungeon in the Underdark, those who called themselves the Celestial Clan, sitting high above all others, could no longer remain idle. They directly intervened and annihilated the Darkborn clan. But this chaos was far from over. The ancient demons and the primordial evil god, their true commander, was the Witch Doctor. The Witch Doctor opened the gates of the Netherworld, launching a devastating war against the supreme deities of the Celestial Clan within the largest dungeon. The Celestials were essentially mages, possessing formidable combat prowess. Yet even so, they suffered heavy losses in their conflict with the demonic and nether races. During this battle, Lin Xian absorbed vast quantities of flesh and blood through his mycelium, dramatically enhancing his power. The flesh-absorbing mycelium's power surged as well, awakening numerous new abilities. This great war raged on for a full month before finally coming to an end. Ultimately, the subterranean world achieved peace, though at the cost of eliminating over half its subterranean creatures. Through this campaign, Lin Xian expanded his influence, becoming the dreaded Flesh Mycelium King of the dungeon world. He carved out his own underground palace. The end. P.S. My deepest apologies to all the loyal readers who followed this story. Due to poor sales performance, I had no choice but to conclude it prematurely. Sray. Bows deeply.